On a desolate wasteland covered with withered grass, a mutated wolf lay prone among the dry grass, waiting for its prey. Just then, a man carrying a hunting rifle slowly stepped into the wasteland, and the wolf's eyes instantly locked onto him. As soon as the man stepped onto the edge of the wasteland, a wolf suddenly leaped out of the grass, opened its blood-red maw, and lunged straight for his throat. Faced with the sudden attack, Lin Feng was stunned, his heart instantly filled with fear, but he quickly suppressed his panic and reacted swiftly. Seeing the wolf so close, Lin Feng didn't hesitate to take out his hunting rifle from behind his back, skillfully cocked it, pointed the muzzle at the wolf's open jaws, and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 With several gunshots, bullets hit their mark one after another, entering the wolf's mouth. Severely wounded, the wolf instantly lost its strength in midair, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. After confirming that there was no more danger around, Lin Feng held his knees and gasped for breath. However, just as Lin Feng successfully killed the wild wolf, a sudden change occurred. A mysterious energy emanated from the wild wolf's body and rapidly flowed into Lin Feng's left eye. In an instant, a light screen panel appeared in front of his vision. Immediately afterwards, a line of text slowly appeared. Respected Lord of the Heavenly Lock, the intelligent Heavenly Lock has been activated. It can provide all cultivation techniques and information in the entire universe. Staring at this sudden message, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. After a moment, he pulled up his system panel and quickly began searching through the cosmic-level treasures he had previously obtained through daily check-ins. Soon, he found that famous treasure, a cosmic treasure, the intelligent Skylock. Lin Feng was originally just an ordinary person, but due to an accident, he was transported to this strange world ravaged by alien beasts and activated the check-in system. This system allows users to sign in each month and receive a cosmic-level treasure, each possessing the terrifying power to destroy planets. At first, he thought he could dominate the universe with these treasures, but he soon discovered that these rewards would not be issued immediately, but would need to be collected from a designated planet. For an ordinary person, traveling to a distant planet is almost an impossible task. This instantly plunged Lin Feng's heart into despair. Over the years, all those cosmic treasures he had obtained through daily check-ins were nothing more than worthless junk to him. In this perilous wilderness, he could only rely on his own tenacious will to survive. However, he never expected that killing the wild wolf by accident today would inadvertently activate the intelligent Skylock. At this moment, he realized that his destiny had changed. With the help of this cosmic treasure, he could quickly find any cultivation techniques and information and rapidly enhance his own strength. The remaining sign-in treasures would no longer be a dream. Lin Feng returned to a camp surrounded by tall barricades. After entering his room, he activated the smart lock with a thought, and the scene before him instantly changed. A screen of light appeared, and a technique called Basic Spiritual Breathing Technique was revealed before him. Lin Feng immediately began to read it carefully and was surprised to find that this so-called Basic Spiritual Breathing method was completely different from the basic breathing method he had learned before. Basic breathing exercises are a form of meditation. One only needs to sit upright on the ground, close their eyes, and concentrate to practice. However, the basic spiritual breathing exercise before us is entirely different. It contains a complete set of 108 movements, each of which requires specific breathing techniques. The structure is ingenious and the movements are interconnected. After reading the manual, Lin Feng stood up without hesitation and began to practice step by step. As he began to move, an image appeared in front of his left eye, moving in sync with his actions, clearly guiding his cultivation. Calm down. Step out with your right leg while taking a deep breath. Lin Feng didn't feel much movement at first, but when he practiced the 10th movement, he began to experience noticeable changes in his body. With each breath, it was as if some strange energy quietly entered his body. Once this energy entered his body, it immediately transformed into a blazing warm current, starting from his internal organs and gradually spreading to his muscles, bones, and flesh. What surprised him even more was that the quality of this energy far exceeded the vital energy he had absorbed when he practiced the breathing technique before. It was almost an overwhelmingly superior high-level existence. Spiritual breathing technique. This is probably what they call spirituality. Lin Feng slowly, stopped his movements and murmured to himself. He exhaled a heavy breath, feeling as if his body had been cleansed, but the next moment, an extremely strong feeling of hunger suddenly struck him. It was a hunger that reached the very depths of the soul, as if even the internal organs were being digested by one's own stomach. Lin Feng, his legs still a little weak from his first training session, walked step by step to the corner where the jerky was kept. Without hesitation, he grabbed a handful of jerky and began to chew it heartily. After swallowing a large amount of food mixed with cold water, Lin Feng finally felt a little better. Luckily, I stopped in time. If I had continued practicing, I might have starved to death. He secretly rejoiced, but then he began to ponder. Why does cultivating once consume so much energy? Coming to his senses, Lin Feng pulled up the information on the basic spiritual breathing method again. After a brief review, he finally understood the reason behind it. The core of this practice lies in using one's own spirituality to draw spiritual energy from the universe into the body, thereby strengthening the body. All 108 movements and breathing rhythms are designed to achieve this goal, and the movements and breathing themselves continuously release spiritual energy from the body. The real burning effect comes from the body's nutrients and energy reserves. Having grasped the logic, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. It seemed that low-energy density foods like dried meat were clearly insufficient to sustain high-intensity cultivation. A concentrated nutrient solution might be a more suitable choice. He rubbed his temples, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. The production of nutrient concentrate is limited to large cities, and in this wilderness, all resources related to large cities are ridiculously expensive. Never mind, I'll ask old man by tonight. He shook his head and muttered to himself, putting aside his thoughts for the time being. Then, Lin Feng's mind raced, and he brought up his personal panel to check the specific results of this round of training. Name, Lin Feng level. LV.4 age, 15 race, half-elf, strength, 4.0 agility, 4.1 constitution, 4.0 spirit, 4.8 talent/specialty, dexterity. When he saw the changes on the panel, he was completely stunned. He'd already reached level 4? Just one round of cultivation had allowed him to break through to level 4? That was simply too unbelievable. But upon further reflection, the feeling that I had just experienced, as if my internal organs were about to starve to death, was not without its price. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, silently admonishing himself. 3 times, at most 3 times, then I need to rest. Although it was a bit wasteful, it ensured his own stability, which was the true way to survive in a place like the Wasteland. After all, the threats in the wilderness go far beyond just strange beasts. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's gaze darkened slightly. This afternoon, when he was sniping the wild wolf, he clearly sensed that something was secretly watching him. I hope it really is just a lone wolf, he muttered to himself, then stood up and walked towards the bed. He was utterly exhausted. Only rest could help him recover. However, the moment he lay down, the information screen in front of him suddenly changed. A 519 recommendation, meditation instead of sleep. Upon seeing this prompt, Lin Feng naturally pulled up the information on the basic title meditation method. Meditation is the foundation of spiritual cultivation. It can create 3 states of mind: calm and undisturbed, turbulent and surging, and profound and tranquil. The next moment, a picture of the ocean appeared before his eyes. A gentle breeze blew, and the waves rippled softly. Just looking at this picture, Lin Feng felt his mind quickly calm down. The elation of his advancement, the fear of hunger, and the pride of obtaining the treasure. All his emotions were completely soothed in that instant. There are no words, no language, but the artistic inception in the picture is like a spring breeze and rain, quietly seeping into the heart. He sits cross-legged on the bed, his 5 fingers naturally pointing upwards, presenting a meditative posture with his palms facing the sky. Basic title meditation LV.2 dexterity and skill. Truly the strongest learning ability of the elven race. As dawn broke, Lin Feng awoke from his meditative state. Without hesitation, he immediately checked his stats. Spirit, 4.8 to 5.1. Constitution, 4.0 to 4.0. Although he had never encountered meditation before, he could sense its extraordinary nature. A 519th evaluation was a near-perfect basic meditation method. This alone was enough to demonstrate its value. In any case, my current state is indeed quite good, Lin Feng murmured. He turned his gaze, and the world seemed clearer and more transparent than yesterday. He closed his eyes, held his breath, and whoosh. A short blade flew from his sleeve and landed steadily in the ground to his left. Lin Feng rolled out of bed, walked to the short blade, and pulled it out with one hand. What came out was a black sandworm with long legs and round teeth, which had been pierced by the short blade. With a flick of his wrist, the sandworm was instantly sliced into several pieces. In a flash, the short blade retracted into his sleeve. A faint smile played on Lin Feng's lips. In just one night, this morning's version of himself was more than capable of easily defeating 3 to 5 of his former selves from yesterday. This meditation method, while seemingly offering no direct physical enhancement, actually resulted in a remarkably significant boost to combat power. It couldn't help but remind him of the legendary figure in the camp, Zhang Xiao, the defense captain, an 8th-level martial artist, and possessing beast intuition. Stretching, Lin Feng walked to the campfire pit, lit some firewood, and started a fire. He took out an iron pot, poured in drinking water, added dried meat and wild vegetables, and began to cook a simple breakfast. Just before it was done, he sprinkled in some salt, and breakfast was ready. The taste wasn't exactly delicious, but in the wilderness, it was considered a rare treat. More importantly, it replenished his energy. Lin Feng buried himself in his food, his stomach gradually warming up, and he felt his overall condition improving. Suddenly, he frowned. His sharp gaze snapped to the outside of the tent. Someone was there, and their aura was incredibly strong, at least stronger than his own. His gaze followed the sound of footsteps until it locked onto the tent door. Bang, bang, bang. A series of knocking sounds rang out, followed by a familiar shout. Lin Feng, come out for a moment. It was Su Gan, the camp leader's voice. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He had originally thought the visitor would be the guard captain, Zhang Xiao. After all, that person was the strongest fighter in the camp. Unexpectedly, it was Su Gan, the camp leader who usually didn't stand out much. He licked his lips, walked to the tent, and unzipped it. A slightly slender man came into view. His clear blue eyes shone brightly in the dawn light. Camp commander, what brings you here? Lin Feng asked softly, looking at the person before him. At that moment, Lin Feng's expression held a hint of surprise. In his perception, Su Gan's body, even thinner than his own, now resembled a blazing furnace, radiating intense energy. The power was so strong that it far surpassed even Zhang Xiao, who was known as an 8th-level martial artist. If Lin Feng hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would hardly have believed that this seemingly insignificant camp leader might have already reached the terrifying 10th level. Su Gan glanced at Lin Feng, his expression calm, and simply instructed, "The guard team is getting extra men today. As the sentry, find a suitable spot to set up your sniper rifle." He then handed Lin Feng a communicator. Lin Feng frowned slightly. A hidden sentry, a thought struck him. This kind of mission hadn't been assigned in a long time. It seemed that the feeling of being watched last night wasn't just a figment of his imagination. Someone was indeed secretly observing them. He nodded silently. "I'll get ready and leave." "Okay, go ahead." Su Gan nodded slightly, turned, and left. Lin Feng watched his departing figure without saying anything more. Back in his tent, he picked up the sniper rifle's equipment case and headed straight for the outskirts of the camp. However, there was a lack of elevated positions within the camp for him to deploy. After a moment's hesitation, he simply drove straight to the outer edge of the camp, speeding away and disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhang Xiao and Su Gan, standing on the high ground at the camp entrance, gazed in the direction Lin Feng had gone. They exchanged a glance. "You have an idea," Zhang Xiao said casually, arms crossed. "It's a pity your cultivation level is still a bit low, otherwise I might really be able to help you," Su Gan replied with a light laugh. Zhang Xiao nodded. "I asked Old Man Bai before, and he said his marksmanship is still somewhat inconsistent." At the same time, Lin Feng had already unfolded the camouflage tarpaulin on the roof of the vehicle, and 3 sniper rifles were steadily set up, their muzzles pointed towards the camp. He frowned slightly. The sniping spot had excellent visibility, but it was quite far from camp. This would undoubtedly be a huge test of marksmanship. "It's a challenge," Lin Feng murmured to himself. Suddenly, he remembered a document 519 had recommended, a simplified manual for the use of metal firearms, an internal training manual from the R-56 Alien Star Central Control Fortress within Mechanical Nation's Edge Control Zone. Lin Feng immediately pulled up the data and began reading. Chapter 1. Ballistic changes and their influencing factors, fine-tuning methods. The main influencing factors include distance and wind speed. Mastering the judgment techniques will enable effective correction. The more he read, the more excited he became. This material contained no complex jargon, no dry theoretical piling up, only direct and practical coping techniques. A true practice manual. Lin Feng immersed himself in it, observing the surrounding environment while comparing the contents of the manual, gradually gaining many insights. In fact, he had considerable combat experience and fired many shots. Precise marksmanship, such as piercing the eye, cannot be achieved by luck alone. However, lacking a systematic theoretical framework, he was unable to translate his experience into consistent skill. Now, this information perfectly filled his gaps. And so, Lin Feng spent the entire day on the roof of the vehicle. When he was hungry, he would eat a few strips of dried meat. When he was thirsty, he would drink water. The rest of the time, he devoted himself almost entirely to the information provided by A519 and didn't find it tedious at all. As the sun slowly sank behind the distant hills, Su Gan's voice came through Lin Feng's communicator. Shift change. Bang! Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, a gunshot shattered the silence. Su Gan, what happened? Zhang Xiao asked, frowning. Lin Feng fired. Su Gan was also somewhat surprised. Zhang Xiao frowned and looked outside the camp. Accidental trigger. Nothing was detected. Before he could finish speaking, a red color suddenly appeared in his vision. That was the color of blood spreading. The two looked at each other, both seeing deep surprise in each other's eyes. Then, Lin Feng's voice came through the communicator. Something strange, definitely strange. I've been watching him all day and haven't seen a trace of him until just now when we changed shifts. He moved, and that's when I noticed. Zhang Zhao's gaze sharpened. I'll go check it out. With that, he leaped into the air, and in a few bounds he was already sprinting towards the blood-stained area like a cheetah. At the same time, Lin Feng had also quietly left the car roof and moved to the second sniper position. His gun was steadily pointed at a small mound not far to Zhang Zhao's left. If the enemy still had comrades present, that place would undoubtedly be the ideal ambush point. At this moment, Zhang Zhao's muscles were taut, and his eyes were like an eagle's. Under the camouflage, a faint voice came through the earpiece to the other party's ear. Can you fire? The deep and suppressed voice revealed immense pressure. Take cover. Be prepared to evacuate. Understood. Zhang Xiao was unaware of these exchanges. He had reached the vicinity of the bloodstains, and with a push of his palms, whoosh, a gust of wind swept by, lifting the camouflage cloth and revealing a fully armed corpse, still tightly gripping a Type 3 heavy Eagle sniper rifle. Zhang Xiao stared for a moment, his gaze suddenly hardening. The bullet had struck from the side, piercing his neck. He looked up, following the trajectory of the bullet, but the sandstorm obscured his vision, making it impossible to see anything. I underestimated this kid, Zhang Xiao murmured to himself. He picked up the enemy's corpse, wrapped it securely with camouflage cloth, and quickly returned to camp. Lin Feng, watching Zhang Xiao enter the camp, immediately got back into his car, slammed on the gas, and sped away. With the camouflage in place, the remaining enemies finally realized what was happening. At this moment, Lin Feng was less than 50 meters from the camp. The enemy angrily dusted off the sand and fled without hesitation. He knew very well that once the sniper returned to the camp, retreat would be difficult. Lin Feng let out a long breath, his eyes filled with excitement and fervor. At this moment, he truly felt his own growth. Chapter 7. Upgrading from slingshot to cannon. Lin Feng had just come to his senses when he heard Su Gan's voice calling him over. He quickly walked over and immediately noticed the corpse on the ground and the Type 3 Heavy Eagle sniper rifle in the corpse's hand. This gun is an upgraded version of the Type 3 sniper rifle he uses, with greater range and power, and the lens is equipped with an advanced zoom lens, making it particularly clear when looking at distant objects. Seeing the gleam in Lin Feng's eyes, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but smile. He was indeed a true gunslinger. For them, a gun wasn't just a weapon, it was more like an extension of their bodies. Zhang Xiao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Don't bother looking, this gun is yours." Unfortunately, the high-grade camouflage cloth was stained with blood, rendering it useless. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's system panel suddenly flashed, and a document appeared in his field of vision, General Ecological Basic Camouflage Science. It came from Mechanical Nation's General Education Course series and looked like a good resource, but he knew now wasn't the time to study it. The more crucial thing right now was to figure out the enemy's origins. Lin Feng regained his composure, looked at Zhang Xiao, and asked him about the enemy's identity. The hunters standing nearby also looked at them. After all, in this wilderness camp, everyone's fate was intertwined. Zhang Xiao and Su Gan exchanged glances, and finally Zhang Xiao spoke up to explain the situation. Zhang Xiao said that they contacted the nearby camp center last night and confirmed that this group of people were not just ordinary bandits. They were actually wanted criminals who had escaped from the big city, and their crimes were serious enough that the authorities had issued arrest warrants for them, and they had come to the wilderness. Hearing this, everyone in the camp turned serious. Those who could escape from the big city were definitely not ordinary people. Seeing the worry on their faces, Zhang Xiao added, "These guys usually hit and run. They're typical bullies who prey on the weak. If they dared to confront us head-on, they would have been dead in the big city long ago." After hearing this, everyone felt a little relieved. After all, for people in the wilderness, catching a wanted criminal was a shortcut to living in a big city. As long as they could catch a wanted criminal, they would have a chance to obtain a residency permit, an opportunity that many people could only dream of. Thinking of this, everyone turned their attention back to Lin Feng. After all, being able to take down a wanted criminal with a single shot meant he was quite capable. Lin Feng himself also felt that the other party was most likely not a core member, but rather a later addition to the peripheral forces. Everyone agreed with this assessment and nodded in agreement. Only Su Gan glanced at Lin Feng, but ultimately said nothing. Zhang Xiao made some simple arrangements, saying that 2 more guards would be added tonight, just in case. Although they knew the enemy's background, they still had to be careful. This was the basic rule of survival in the wilderness. The others dispersed, and Lin Feng began collecting the spoils. As he did so, he was secretly astonished. A 3rd-generation Gatling assault rifle, a 3rd-generation Windbird pistol, 3 fragmentation grenades, plus the Heavy Eagle sniper rifle and high-grade camouflage cloth. This entire set of equipment would be considered high-level even in some large, established camps. Who exactly are these wanted criminals? How come their equipment is even more complete than that of regular troops? Zhang Xiao and Su Gan remained silent, standing to the side, seemingly also pondering the unusual nature of the equipment. Finally, Su Gan spoke up, reminding everyone, "Let's all stay in camp for the next few days and observe for a few days before making any decisions." Lin Feng nodded. Now that his equipment was being upgraded, he naturally needed to spend some time familiarizing himself with the controls. In addition, he also needed to spend time studying the various materials A519 had given him. For him, time was of the most important thing. Once he masters these skills, the battle against enemies will be on a completely different level. Su Gan watched Lin Feng's departing figure, stroked his chin, and muttered, "That kid is somewhat useful. When we need to do that thing, we can take him with us." Zhang Xiao didn't say much, just nodded, picked up the corpse, and left. Lin Feng returned to his tent, carefully collected his spoils, and then lay down on his bed. He was still replaying the feeling of that gunshot in his mind. With that divinely inspired, split-second judgment, he clearly sensed the opponent's location and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A single shot to the neck, clean and swift. After calming himself down, he checked the system panel again. Name, Lin Feng, level, LV.4 knowledge, firearm components LV.3, bullet knowledge LV.3. Lin Feng was stunned when he saw the panel. All his gun skills had actually leveled up to LV.5. This progress was too fast, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it wasn't that his stats were too strong, but rather that he had been too inexperienced before. Starting from scratch, it's easy for the gap to widen. Lin Feng's lips twitched. He felt like a typical newbie who had just left the starter village. He sat up and began to examine the weapons he had taken from the enemy one by one. In the wilderness, some people had a habit of deliberately making minor damages or misalignments to their weapons. Even if the enemy were to seize them, they wouldn't be usable immediately. But after Lin Feng inspected them, he found that none of the guns had any problems. Not only were they undamaged, but they were also incredibly new, as if they had just come off the production line. This was extremely rare in the wilderness. Generally speaking, the best equipment you can buy in the wilderness has been gathering dust in a warehouse for at least 3 or 4 years. These people, however, are all equipped with brand new gear, complete sets. Lin Feng felt increasingly uneasy. New weapons, disciplined combat, high mobility, and even the ability to conceal themselves and snipe. It was like they were training an entire army. Training troops. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. A group of wanted criminals organizing military training in the wilderness. The background behind this was far too deep, wasn't it? He suddenly cocked his pistol. The cold metallic feel gave him a sense of security. The next second, without turning around, he calmly said, "Come in." Chapter 8. Huangjung. Lin Feng was deep in thought with his eyes closed when a slightly embarrassed voice suddenly came from outside the tent. "Hee, the sound of you cocking your gun really startled me." Lin Feng turned his head and saw that the person who came in was Huangjung, a young man with a somewhat lewd expression on his face. He lifted the curtain and squeezed in. This man was nominally a minor nobleman who had escaped from a big city. He said that he had offended someone he shouldn't have and was forced to flee into the wilderness for refuge. When he first arrived, he was arrogant and looked down on everyone. After learning a few lessons, he toned it down considerably. However, he was really timid and didn't even dare to go hunting with others. If it weren't for his car repair skills, he would have starved to death long ago. Huangjung walked in, grinning, and said, "I heard you did something great today. As your brother in the camp, I have to treat you to a drink at Old Man Bai's." As he said this, his eyes kept darting around, especially to the equipment Lin Feng had placed in the corner, which he looked at with great envy. Lin Feng's newly acquired equipment was high-end stuff that even he recognized, especially the heavy Eagle sniper rifle and the Windbird pistol, which would make anyone envious. Although he was incredibly jealous inside, he still wore a smile on his face and secretly thought to himself, "This kid actually managed to hit a wanted criminal by luck. What a waste of this equipment." The camouflage cloth was something no ordinary savage could distinguish. How could he see through it? Although Lin Feng didn't know what he was thinking, he could guess from the look in his eyes. He nodded calmly. "All right, I was just thinking of relaxing too." As he spoke, he placed all the equipment piece by piece into the silver B11 safe in front of Huangjung. Huangjung naturally recognized this type of self-destructing metal safe, which was common in the wilderness. His lips twitched involuntarily. Lin Feng's actions were clearly a blatant warning. "You're not qualified to covet these weapons." Lin Feng didn't say anything more, simply hanging the Windbird pistol on his waist, while hiding the old Type 3 pistol as a spare on the other side. In the wilderness, even old weapons shouldn't be wasted as long as they can still fire. The Windbird is an upgraded version of the Type 3, and Lin Feng is used to it, so switching to it requires almost no adaptation. Huangjung smiled and said, Let's go. There are a lot of people over at Old Man Bai's place. It'll be lively." The two walked side by side toward the wine stall, and Huangjung's mouth never stopped the whole way. From whose family had some vegetables for lunch, to which two stalls had quarreled again, and who was caught having an affair, it was all trivial stuff from the camp. Lin Feng agreed verbally, but in his heart he was thinking about how to ask Old Man Bai about the nutrient concentrate. Huangjung obviously sensed that Lin Feng was absent-minded, but comforted himself. "It's okay. It doesn't matter if he doesn't know its value. He will still have to sell me that mimicry cloth sooner or later." The campsite wasn't large. It was just a short walk to Old Man Bai's tent. The tent reeked of alcohol and filled with loud shouting and cursing. As soon as I entered, a few words reached my ears. "You were still wearing open-crotch pants when I killed the wild wolf with my bare hands." "Huh, you're just spouting nonsense." Vulgar language, insults, and profanities filled the tent. Huangjung felt embarrassed listening to it and muttered uncomfortably, "This place is so vulgar. It can't compare to the bars in the city. At least they have some music." Before Lin Feng could speak, Ding Zhu snorted coldly. "Since you think the city is so great, why come to this godforsaken place?" Huangjung rolled his eyes. "Mind your own business. What are you talking about, you bumpkin who's never been to the city?" This remark offended everyone present, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Ding Zhu's face darkened, and he was about to curse when Lin Feng grabbed his shoulder. Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression, as if asking, "How did you end up hanging out with this guy?" Lin Feng simply smiled faintly, offering no explanation, and then changed the subject. "Brother Ding, you said you'd treat me to drinks, but you couldn't come yesterday because of something. Let's make it up to you today." With that, he turned to look at Huangjung. Huangjung was taken aback. Although he cursed Lin Feng inwardly for being dishonest, he still forced a smile and replied, Yes, I said it was on me. It's on me today." He turned to the old man and shouted, "Come on, 3 beers, large ones." Old Bai sized up the 3 of them, clearly surprised that they had gotten together, but still brought out the beer. Huangjung smiled and said, "Brother Lin, just tell me what you'd like to drink." but his pained expression clearly showed his reluctance. Lin Feng glanced at him indifferently and bluntly stated, "Stop beating around the bush. You're treating us to drinks because of that camouflage cloth, aren't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Zhu's eyes lit up. Sure enough, this kid is usually incredibly stingy, so his sudden treat today must have some ulterior motive. As Lin Feng spoke, he opened the database and flipped through the book on basic ecological camouflage, quickly searching for information related to mimicry camouflage cloth. The information popped up, covering everything from principles and manufacturing processes to repair techniques and even weakness analyses. Huang Zheng hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so direct and couldn't hide it any longer, so he could only chuckle awkwardly and hold up 3 fingers on the table. 300 star coins. Upon hearing this price, Ding Zhu couldn't help but spit out his drink. That's it? 300 star coins? And you look so smug. I thought you'd ask for 30,000. Chapter 9 High Price. Looking at Lin Feng and Ding Zhu's expressions, Huang Zheng understood. This price was clearly too low. He quickly added, 300 star coins is really not a small amount. Is it your mimicry cloth isn't intact? It has a hole and is stained with blood. Lin Feng just stared at him silently without saying a word. Huang Zheng's face stiffened, knowing that this trick wouldn't work, and he gritted his teeth and added another 50. 350. That's the most I can do. After hearing this, Lin Feng turned his head away and didn't bother to pay any more attention to him. His expression clearly said 4 words, I can't be bothered with you. Looking at Huang Zheng's self-righteous demeanor, Ding Zhu couldn't help but speak sarcastically. Huang Zheng, you always think everyone else is a fool, and you're the only smart one. This cloth is a bit torn and dirty, but the original price was 6,000 star coins, and you're asking for 300. I think you're probably a complete idiot. Huang Zheng's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably a couple of times, but he still forced himself to look at Lin Feng. Brother Lin, you're not really using this thing. So why don't you let me get rid of it? I can even fix your car for free. How about it? Ding Zhu shook his head with a cold smile, but Lin Feng only glanced at him and didn't respond. Huang Zheng finally understood. Lin Feng had no intention of selling. His face flushed red and then paled, and he finally lost his temper. Lin Feng, don't think you're so great. You just got lucky and killed a criminal. You really think a rag is a treasure find? Don't sell it then, but don't even think about getting the car repaired. He turned to leave angrily, but Lin Feng calmly called out to him. Huang Zheng, wait a minute. Huang Zheng stopped, his face instantly lighting up with joy, thinking Lin Feng had changed his mind. He had just turned around to speak when Lin Feng's words silenced him, turning his face green. You haven't paid for your drinks yet. Are you leaving so I'll pay for them? As soon as he said that, everyone burst out laughing. Huang Zheng's smile immediately vanished, and he roared, his face flushed. It's just a drink. Who cares about your little bit of money? He slammed his hand on the table, making the entire bar shake. Just as he was about to say something harsh, the old man's cold voice came from the side. If you want to vent your anger, go outside and fight. If you dare to slam your hand on my table again, I'll cripple you. Huang Zheng swallowed hard, not daring to look at old man Bai, glared at Lin Feng, and left dejectedly. Ding Zhu snorted trash. Lin Feng didn't reply, but turned to old man Bai. Old man, I have a question for you. Old man Bai was still a bit angry, and replied irritably, What? You have to pay for the table? Lin Feng chuckled. Where would I get that kind of money? I was asking if you could get your hands on some concentrated nutrient solution. The old man rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? Do you think I have that kind of stuff? After a moment of contemplation, he added, You want to cultivate with that stuff? Lin Feng shrugged. This stuff has few side effects and works quickly. It's the only thing you can use in the wilderness. Old Bai sighed. What he said wasn't untrue. In a place like the wilderness, let alone alchemists, even decent medicinal herbs were rare. Concentrated nutrient solution was basically the most reliable cultivation aid. To be honest, even if I could get my hands on some, you couldn't afford it. How much? 3,000 star coins per tube. Hearing this number, Ding Zhu gasped. Even on a good day, Lin Feng would only earn 100 star coins. To earn 3,000, you would have to make 30 trips, and there couldn't be any mistakes. Lin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. It's a bit expensive, but in his heart, he was thinking, if only he could get a 5% discount, or maybe he could steal something. Old man Bai saw through his thoughts, but didn't point it out. You'll have to wait until we get to the settlement before you can buy it. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, Are we going to the settlement? Ding Zhu, who was standing beside him, also realized what was going on. Old Man Bai simply didn't hide anything, since Sugan would announce the news tomorrow anyway. That's right, there's a settlement 300 kilometers away. The camp is planning to go there to resupply and exchange goods. We haven't run into any merchants for almost half a year. If it weren't for that chance encounter last time, we should have gone there by now. Upon hearing this, many people in the tavern lit up. The gathering place was far more lively than a regular camp, with abundant supplies and a wider range of knowledge. Lin Feng was just thinking about how to save up the 3,000 star coins when Ding Zhu suddenly patted him on the shoulder, gesturing for him to come outside to talk. As Lin Feng stood up, he casually added to the old man, "Old man, keep an eye on a nutrient solution for me." Old Man Bai watched his retreating figure, his face full of surprise. "You actually have the money to buy it." Stepping out of the tent, Lin Feng greeted Ding Zhu. "Brother Ding, what's up?" Ding Zhu lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, "There's a job that can get a lot of star coins. Want to gamble with me? Where, what kind?" Although Lin Feng trusted Ding Zhu, he also knew that life was only once in the wilderness, and asking questions was a basic requirement. The target is sand-scale fruit, guarded by a pack of coyotes. Lin Feng's eyes lit up immediately. "Sand-scale fruit? Are you sure it's real?" Ding Zhu nodded, his eyes resolute. Sand-scale fruit is the core ingredient for crafting sand-scale reagent and a key medicinal herb for the sand-sea breathing technique. Even unprocessed fruit can fetch over 5,000 star coins on the black market. If it can be refined into a complete reagent, the price will be more than 10 times higher. Chapter 10, The Problematic Bullet. Ding Zhu rolled his eyes. "Why would I lie to you?" He then looked at Lin Feng, a rare seriousness on his face. "I've already lost my chance. You're still doing well, so keep trying." Lin Feng didn't speak, but his heart felt heavy. It was Ding Zhu who had let him out of the camp the first time he left, and it was he who had taught Lin Feng how to survive in the wilderness. "Thank you, Brother Ding." Ding Zhu waved his hand and said with a smile, "Why get so sentimental? What's the point of men talking about these things? I was originally planning to tell you a few days later, but since Old Man Bai's already mentioned moving, let's get it done sooner rather than later." Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Let's set off together in 3 days." He needed some time to prepare and also to observe whether the organization behind the person he had sniped that day made any moves. Ding Zhu nodded. "No problem." The two parted ways after speaking. Lin Feng still had a lot to do in the next 3 days, while Ding Zhu stood there, watching Lin Feng's departing figure, his expression complex. He seemed to see that small figure again, the one who first stepped out of the camp years ago. Back in his tent, Lin Feng didn't immediately begin training. He first opened the book on basic camouflage and began reading carefully. As he read, he murmured softly, as if he had opened the door to a new world. This book on camouflage overturned many of his preconceived notions. Even something as simple as throwing sand into one's eyes was now categorized as a professional term. Since his mental strength improved, he felt his comprehension and memory were much stronger than before. He quickly finished reading the entire book. Then Lin Feng changed into casual clothes and took out the blood-stained camouflage cloth from the safe. Without hesitation, he used the short blade in his sleeve to cut a slit in the cloth. If others saw this, they would probably jump up and scold him for being wasteful. Even a piece of mimicry fabric with holes is worth several thousand star coins, but it's practically worthless once torn into strips. But Lin Feng didn't hesitate for a moment. His movements were swift and efficient as he cut the entire piece of fabric into dozens of long strips. He then consulted the diagrams and the materials, found an old combat uniform, and quickly began modifying it. His movements were steady and nimble, his fingers flying across the page. In less than 20 minutes, an upgraded camouflage combat suit was completed. Strips of cloth were woven layer upon layer into a structure similar to armor, increasing concealment while retaining flexibility. Comparing it to the pattern in the book, it was practically identical. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, put the suit away, and then, while chewing on dried meat, entered a meditative state. 3 days isn't a long time, but it's not short either. It's enough for Lin Feng to accomplish several things. He became familiar with the new weapons at his disposal, especially after reading the simplified firearms manual, which significantly improved his understanding and practical skills. After several days of training, Lin Feng's shooting level was comparable to when he used the old guns. Of course, this also used up nearly 100 ordinary bullets. He felt a pang of regret, but it was worth it. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lin Feng arrived at Old Man Bai's bar with his plan list. 300 ordinary bullets, 30 special bullets. Old Man Bai said, turning back as he tallied the items. That'll total 50 star coins. Lin Feng paid the money readily. The price was normal for the wilderness, and he wasn't ripped off. As he inspected the special bullets one by one, the old man casually asked him, "What are you planning to do? What treasure have you got your eye on?" Lin Feng didn't look up. "Aren't we moving? Who knows what we might encounter on the way? Having more bullets is safer." Old Bai nodded. He knew that relocating the camp was always a high-risk operation. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly held up a bullet. "This one, let's switch." Old Bai was taken aback, took the bullet, and examined it closely, finding only a scratch on the bullet tip. He frowned and said, "Lin kid, you're finding fault with bullets from the wilderness. This is already good." Lin Feng didn't argue. He took the bullet and tapped the seam between the bullet and the casing with his finger. "The scratches aren't important. The key is this. The casing is stuck inside the bullet, which will cause unstable firing and greatly affect the barrel." The old man squinted and examined it carefully again. Sure enough, there was a flaw in the area Lin Feng pointed out. Although not fatal, it would affect the accuracy and lifespan of the firearm. He gave Lin Feng a deep look. "You kid, your eye for detail is getting sharper and sharper." Lin Feng smiled faintly and remained silent. It wasn't that his eye for detail had improved, but rather that his knowledge had grown. Ever since he reviewed the basic materials science and basic metal weapons provided by A519, he had inspected all the ammunition he had. This batch of bullets all had similar problems: rough manufacturing processes, poor molding techniques, and most likely they were discarded and ended up in the scrap market. After reloading, Lin Feng casually drank a glass of wine, got up, and left the tavern. That afternoon, Old Man Bai heard that Lin Feng and Ding Zhu had left the camp together. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. That brat, he never tells the truth. In the car, Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng's strange cloth armor and couldn't help but ask, "What are you wearing? It looks quite unique." Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. "Good stuff. You'll see how powerful it is when we get there." Ding Zhu shrugged, didn't ask any further questions, got into the car, and stepped on the gas, driving out of the camp. Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat, his eyes alert, constantly observing the surroundings. Although there had been no unusual events in the past few days, and everything at the camp seemed normal, he remained vigilant. He was the one who pulled the trigger that day. Even if the other side couldn't see his face, they could probably deduce something from the sound and direction of the gunshot. Besides, the car they were driving now belonged to Ding Zhu. It never hurts to be cautious. Chapter 11, setting off to hunt wolves. The journey was relatively smooth, without any unexpected troubles. Ding Zhu glanced at the time and said, "Good luck. At this pace, we should arrive near our target by tonight." Now Lin Feng was in the driver's seat, listening attentively while driving. "How many hyenas are there?" "At least 15. And that Wolf King is probably close to breaking through to level 7. Lin Feng nodded after listening, his expression calm, but his eyes wary. Hyenas are common in the wilderness, and they have a very deep understanding of these creatures. With the current number, it's almost certain that the Wolf King is level 7. Especially that sand scale fruit. It's extremely valuable for the Wolf King's advancement, and the opponent is very likely saving it for their breakthrough. Since it's a nocturnal beast, let's observe it during the day tomorrow, without alerting it, Lin Feng suggested. Ding Zhu nodded in agreement. Although he had been to this area before, it had been quite some time ago. If the Wolf King had already eaten the sand scale fruit, then their trip would have been in vain. After driving for another 10 kilometers or so, Lin Feng suddenly slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching as they slid across the pavement. The car then skidded to a stop. Ding Zhu reacted immediately, quickly cocking his rifle and warily scanning the surroundings. "What's going on, enemy sights?" Lin Feng, however, grinned and opened the car door. "Not the enemy, just some good stuff." After saying that, he excitedly got out of the car and walked quickly toward the short distance away. Ding Zhu was stunned for a moment, frowning and wondering what this kid was up to now. But he didn't let his guard down and immediately turned to the driver's seat to keep the car running, so that he could provide assistance or evacuate at any time. Lin Feng walked further and further away, covering a good 300 or 400 meters, and his speed gradually slowed down. Ding Zhu didn't stare intently at him, but instead constantly scanned the surroundings with her peripheral vision to prevent a surprise attack. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the silence. Ding Zhu glanced at Lin Feng, saw nothing unusual, and continued to scan the surrounding terrain. After confirming there was no danger, he turned his gaze back to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was carrying two things back. In one hand, he was carrying a large, yellowish-brown mushroom. and in the other he was dragging a long, thin, grayish-brown creature. As Lin Feng approached, Ding Zhu finally saw clearly. It was a bursting pink mushroom and a desert viper. Ding Zhu curled his lip. "You call this a good thing?" Lin Feng plopped back into the passenger seat, proudly placing his spoils. "Of course it's a good thing. You'll see how useful it is later." As soon as the door closed, Ding Zhu slammed on the gas, and the car drove back into the wasteland ahead. "Your eyesight is really good. To be able to spot the pink mushroom from this far away," Ding Zhu remarked as he drove. Mushrooms like this, with their color blending so well into the background, are hard to spot even for herbivorous beasts, let alone humans. Lin Feng carefully placed the mushroom into the compartment, a smile on his face. "If used properly, it can help us solve a lot of problems." Ding Zhu glanced at it suspiciously. "That's it. Besides making your clothes all dirty, I really can't see what else it can do." Lin Feng didn't explain, just smiled mysteriously. Meanwhile, in another location, a video surveillance conversation was taking place. "How are these new recruits performing? Currently, the highest level is only 2 at level 5. Overall, they're not as good as the previous batch. Why is one person missing? The last raid on a camp failed. A level 5 sniper was taken down by the enemy with a single shot." The person on the other end of the video call didn't show any change in expression after hearing this. Instead, he was more concerned about the details. "Killed with a single shot, didn't you all equip yourselves with camouflage clothing?" Clearly, he wasn't concerned about the failure, but rather whether there were any problems with the deployment. Upon hearing the question, the person in charge immediately tensed up. "We've provided all the necessary equipment. The target was just lucky. They were spotted just as they were moving." The person on the other end of the video call paused for 2 seconds before speaking calmly. "Don't make excuses. You're in the wilderness. If you can't even set up a camp, what mission are you talking about?" The other party immediately bowed his head. Yes, subordinate knows his mistake. Training continues. Those who can meet the standard within 3 months will stay. The rest will be dealt with on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, the video cut off. The person sitting in front of the screen had a gloomy face and fierce eyes. He exhaled and muttered coldly, "Those who are not qualified, burying them will save food." Night fell near the camp. With a snap, sparks flew from the dry firewood. Lin Feng skillfully set up a small pot and placed a metal can on it to heat it. Ding Zhu looked on, completely bewildered. "What are you trying to do with all this alcohol? Give it to me." Ding Zhu handed him a bottle of alcohol, increasingly curious about what Lin Feng was up to. Lin Feng took the alcohol and set it aside, then drew his dagger and carefully sliced open the powder-spraying mushroom. To prevent the mushroom from spraying powder, Ding Zhu even changed his sitting angle, afraid of getting covered in spores. However, Lin Feng's technique was extremely steady, and there was no explosion. He then opened the alcohol bottle, and a 519 system in his left eye began to assist with the measurement. 300 milliliters. The alcohol was measured and poured into the container, quickly evaporating under the heat. Just as the alcohol vapor rose, Lin Feng sprinkled the spore powder into the container. The spores, carrying the alcohol vapor, were drawn back into the container, creating a special reaction. Grayish-black foam continued to swell inside the can. Lin Feng, however, paid no attention. Instead, he pulled out 3 bullets, tapped them lightly with his dagger, and accurately pried open the bullet heads. Pale yellow gunpowder was revealed. Ding Zhu was stunned. He wasn't unfamiliar with disarming bullets, but Lin Feng's movements were too fluid, almost like a performance. Every step was methodical, clearly indicating he had come prepared. Chapter 12, Concealing Powder. Lin Feng received another notification from A519. The time was up. He immediately grabbed a small pinch of yellow powder, sprinkled it into the heated metal can, and then pulled a red-hot piece of firewood from the fire and gently touched it onto the powder. With a hiss, a ball of eerie blue flame erupted from the jar, igniting the entire liquid. The liquid churned violently, quickly filling the jar. Lin Feng, with lightning speed, lifted the jar from the fire and placed it on the sand to cool. Soon, a wisp of smoke rose from the jar, and the boiling liquid instantly cooled and solidified, turning into a jar full of grayish-black solid. Ding Zhu was utterly stunned. "How did you do that?" What was originally just a tiny bit of liquid at the bottom had turned into a full jar of solid, not a soft, muddy consistency, but rather a firm, semi-dry sand. He poked it to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Lin Feng opened his mouth, intending to explain the underlying chemical principles, but after glancing at Ding Zhu's bewildered expression, he simply gave up. Given your limited knowledge, explaining it would be pointless. Just know it's useful. Hey, what do you mean by limited knowledge? Ding Zhu immediately bristled. Tell me, what don't I understand? Lin Feng rolled his eyes and pointed to a speck of yellow powder remaining in the bullet, asking, What's this gunpowder? You can't even tell I'm asking for the technical name. Trinitrocellulose. What cotton is it made of cotton? Lin Feng paused for 3 seconds, no longer wanting to explain, and decisively switched back to the main point. Remember, this stuff can mask our scent. It's extremely useful against hyenas. Ding Zhu immediately perked up. Coyotes have mediocre night vision, but their sense of smell is extremely keen, capable of detecting human scent from thousands of meters away. If this camouflage powder could truly mask smells, it would be an absolute godsend for hunting wolves. Lin Feng didn't stop, continuing to make a second jar of concealing powder. This formula came from the basic camouflage science of that place, and it was the simplest one, but it was enough to deal with the hyenas. He grew increasingly certain. The knowledge A519 provided was overwhelming even in a major city, and invincible in the wilderness. Looks like I need to make a trip to a major city as soon as possible to maximize its value, he muttered to himself. What did you say? Ding Zhu looked up, puzzled. Nothing. How's that grinding going? TCH, you just want to go see the big city, don't hide it. Ding Zhu retorted stubbornly, but his actions were swift. It's all done. Let's test its effectiveness tomorrow. The two worked together to extinguish the fire, carefully burying the traces, and then headed towards where they had hidden the vehicle. In a wilderness, starting a fire is an extremely dangerous act, so they certainly wouldn't start a fire next to their campsite. The next morning, the two completely covered the vehicle with a tarpaulin and then began sprinkling powder on themselves. Don't sprinkle it in your crotch. It's unnecessary. Lin Feng couldn't help but complain. Hey, the place smells bad, and besides, if it really works, it's never a bad thing to sprinkle more, Ding Zhu said earnestly. Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he simply stopped trying to persuade her. If you're really worried it won't work, then applying more is pointless. That makes some sense. Ding Zhu was taken aback and immediately stopped what she was doing. Once equipped, the two set off, stealthily advancing towards the hyena's territory. Ding Zhu observed Lin Feng's condition the whole way, noticing that the young man had stayed close behind without even showing any signs of catching his breath, and couldn't help but nod. Not bad, you didn't hold me back. Lin Feng smiled slightly, without responding. The training in the spiritual breathing technique not only strengthened his spiritual power, but also improved his muscle elasticity, making it easier for him to adapt to complex terrain. Is it still far? Ding Zhu's expression turned serious, and he replied in a low voice. Your concealing powder is really effective. Logically speaking, the wolves should have spotted us by now, but there hasn't been a sound. Hearing this, Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he appeared confident, he was actually unsure of himself. He believed in the recipe, but he feared he'd mess it up on his first try. Strictly speaking, he didn't use any instruments at all. He relied solely on his hands and the metal can. As long as it works. Prepare to crawl forward. We're almost there, Ding Zhu said, checking the firearms as he spoke. Ding Zhu had now reverted to his true wilderness hunter mode, abandoning his usual joking demeanor and becoming calm and efficient. Lin Feng also quickly assembled the Type 3 Falcon sniper rifle and clipped it into the shoulder stock. Same old plan, long-range sniping to lure the target. I'll take care of the ambush and covert attack. Ding Zhu glanced at Lin Feng and said seriously, this time he can push deeper. The meaning was clear. He was entrusting Lin Feng with greater risks, implying that the latter's combat mission would be heavier. Lin Feng nodded without the slightest hesitation. The two men silently approached behind a small hill and lay prone on the ground. They gently covered themselves with camouflage cloth, gripping their weapons with one hand and controlling the cloth with the other, their bodies pressed tightly against the ground as they slowly climbed. Through small holes in the cloth, they finally saw their targets. 1-2-33. The wolves were surrounding a huge rock, some lying down, others looking around warily. Beneath the rock was a small cave, just large enough to accommodate 2 or 3 wolves, undoubtedly the den of the Wolf King. Chapter 13, Unexpected Event. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu had already devised a strategy. Lin Feng would snipe Ding Zhu from a distance, while Ding Zhu would advance and finish off the enemy with perfect coordination, defeating them in one fell swoop. But before the plan could even begin, a tan-colored figure quietly emerged from beneath the boulder, instantly putting them on edge. It was an unusual coyote with smooth fur, a strong physique, and agile movements. Its sharp teeth and claws revealed its ferocity, and it was clearly the leader of the wolf pack. The two immediately lowered their bodies and dared not breathe. They went unnoticed because the alpha wolf didn't charge at them, but instead cautiously jumped onto a rock and peered into the distance. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he quietly tugged at Ding Zhu's finger, gently pointing towards the distance. Ding Zhu looked in that direction and suddenly realized that there was a third group of people who had also set their sights on the wolves. Soon after, the silence was broken by the roar of a wild engine. In the distance, amidst billowing yellow sand, a high-performance off-road vehicle roared in, charging wildly like a beast towards the wolf pack. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a glance, both somewhat surprised. The other party's actions were too hardcore. They didn't intend to hide their whereabouts at all and went straight into battle. The next second, a series of deafening gunshots erupted. The six-barreled rotary machine gun, mounted on the roof of the vehicle, began to fire wildly, spitting out a series of blue-white gunfire and metal bullets that rained down on the wolf pack. The scene was extremely bloody. Before they could react, the coyotes were pierced by bullets, their flesh splattering everywhere, and they fell to the ground one after another, unable to get up. Even the once majestic alpha wolf was now so frightened that it hid behind a rock, trembling with fear. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu held their breath and carefully hid themselves, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. After all, this level of firepower is rare in the wilderness. Only powerful figures or ruthless individuals who dare to charge around with such weapons are capable of doing anything. What surprised the two even more was that the SUV didn't stop to clean up the battlefield after it finished firing. It simply sped past the boulder, kicking up a cloud of dust, and drove off without even glancing at the corpse. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu were immediately puzzled as to why the other party, who clearly had the ability to capture them all, had left in such a hurry. However, from their perspective, it's not necessarily a bad thing. This barrage of firepower directly eliminated their biggest threat, the alpha wolf. The alpha wolf poked its head out from behind the rock, seemingly to check the casualties. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he pulled the trigger. The first shot to the throat. The second shot was aimed at the wolf's eye. The third shot completely destroyed Wolf Claw. The three bullets fired in quick succession, with their paths not interfering with each other, completely blocked all of the alpha wolf's escape routes. If it makes the slightest movement, it will either get its head blown off, its throat pierced, or it will simply collapse and not get up. In the end, the ferocious Wolf King collapsed in a pool of blood, lifeless, before it could even understand what had happened. Lin Feng's methods are too ruthless. Ding Zhu couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement as he watched Lin Feng's actions, his eyes filled with admiration. These 3 shots, executed with precision and caution, are the skills of seasoned hunter. But Lin Feng didn't say anything. His gaze remained fixed on the receding chariot in the distance, his expression grave. He knew that with that level of firepower, the enemy could definitely hear the gunshots coming from his side. Sure enough, the people inside the SUV quickly noticed. Was there a gunshot just now? One of them asked, frowning. Everyone looked at each other, indicating that they hadn't noticed. However, the sniper in the vehicle identified the model by sound. It was a Type 3 Heavy Eagle sniper rifle, which must have been fired from the direction of the earthen slope. Everyone was stunned. To be able to lie in ambush at such close range without being detected by them, or the wolf pack, is something no ordinary hunter could do. Should we look back? Someone asked. The leader thought for a moment and then shook his head. Forget it. If I don't shoot fast enough in this place, I might get hurt myself first. The crowd stopped insisting. After all, this is a wilderness gun. Fast and deadly. Long guns are slow and short-lived. You might just become a target if you turn around. At the same time, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu also began to wrap things up. Ding Zhu checked the wolf carcasses one by one with his rifle and found that a few were still struggling, so he fired a few more shots. Nailed it. He let out a long sigh of relief after he finished speaking, appearing much more relaxed. Lin Feng slowly put away his sniper rifle, but his gaze remained fixed on the distance. Chapter 14, Lying Sand Scorpion. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a glance, and both of them showed satisfied smiles. Although their tactics were temporarily interrupted, the results exceeded expectations. Let's go. Without further hesitation, the two rushed toward the boulder where the wolves had been hiding. In the wilderness, speed is also a form of caution. Taking advantage of the chaos to wrap things up is the best opportunity. As Ding Zhu approached the boulder, his eyes lit up immediately upon peering at it. It was still there. The rare plant that they were after was unaffected. In a small patch of flat sand beneath the boulder, a palm-sized, lush green shoot took root firmly in the sand, with a fruit hanging from its branch. The fruit is yellowish-brown in color, and its outer shell is covered with fine scales, making it look quite strange. Unable to contain his excitement, Ding Zhu reached out to pick the fruit. But then, something unexpected happened. A dark shadow suddenly shot out from the sand, and a jet-black needle pierced straight at Ding Zhu's face. Sand scorpion. In that instant, only those 3 words remained in Ding Zhu's mind. As one of the most dangerous poisonous creatures in the wilderness, this thing is no joke. Many hunters have lost their lives to it. But at that critical moment, a cold glint flashed from the side. A streak of silver light flashed through the air, striking the tail needle squarely, and then exploded in midair with a crisp metallic clang. It turned out that Lin Feng's precise dagger throw had missed the scorpion's tail. Immediately afterwards, Ding Zhu was also pulled backward by the force behind him, flying steadily out of the range of the poison needles. Without Ding Zhu's cover, Lin Feng could finally see that the sand scorpion was as big as an adult male. Its jet-black, hard shell and serrated pincers, along with their greenish, poisonous glow, were terrifying and menacing. With a flick of its tail, the scorpion attacked again, its pincers clamping down on him as well. Lin Feng dared not take the hit head-on. He rolled away quickly and got up, already holding a rifle in his hand. Just as he was about to fire, he saw the rare plant growing beside the sand scorpion. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng had no choice but to retreat. This thing has a very hard shell. Firing it rashly might damage the sand-scale fruit, so it's not worth the risk. At this moment, Ding Zhu also realized what was happening and simply drew his long sword, which was specifically designed for close combat. The long sword swung out, its blade carrying a chilling aura as it swept through the air. Sand rolling blade. This is a combat technique created by Ding Zhu, combined with his sword design, specifically designed to deal with these kinds of giant beasts. The sand scorpion didn't hesitate either, raising its pincers high to meet the attack, sparks flying as its pincers clashed. But as soon as they clashed, Ding Zhu realized that this sand scorpion was just as strong as him, at least a level 6 creature. It's really hard to solve in a short time. The sand scorpion clearly didn't have as much focus as Ding Zhu, and after several unsuccessful attacks, it simply erupted. The poison from the tail needle intensified and headed straight for Ding Zhu's throat. But Ding Zhu, with his experience, retreated continuously to avoid the attack and seized an opening to slash the scorpion by the joint. The scorpion, gripped by pain, went berserk, wildly flailing its claws and bursting through the boulder that had been blocking its path. Ding Zhu smiled and realized his chance had come. Da-da-da, da-da-da. The next moment, Lin Feng, holding an automatic rifle in both hands, unleashed a barrage of fire at the sand scorpion. The bullet struck the scorpion's leg joint precisely, and dark green venomous blood splattered everywhere. One of its legs was broken, causing the sand scorpion to lose its balance and fall to the ground. It tried to drag itself back to its hiding place, but Lin Feng's bullets didn't give it a chance. Ding Zhu locked onto the opportunity, roared, and thrust out his sword with all his might. The long knife pierced straight through the mouth of the sand scorpion and into its head, drawing out a spray of blood. The last bullet knocked off its pincers, and the giant scorpion finally died, collapsing heavily to the ground. At this moment, the rifle in Lin Feng's hand was emitting blue smoke. He held his breath to shoot, which is why his face turned red and his neck bulged from holding his breath. Ding Zhu strode over, pulled his long knife from the scorpion's mouth, and carefully examined the corpse. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but gasp. Apart from a few ricochet marks, the sand scorpion had almost no other bullet holes on its body. In other words, every bullet Lin Feng fired hit his vital joints precisely, without wasting a single one. This gun control ability is really absurd. However, Ding Zhu didn't ask any further questions. Who doesn't have secrets in the wilderness? Just like the folding knife in his hand, its origin is also mysterious. Without time to think, he began to dissect the sand scorpion, carefully putting away the key parts, pincers, tail, and venom sac. Lin Feng stood guard on the side. A few minutes later, Ding Zhu finished dealing with the scorpion, pointed to the area under the boulder, and said with a smile, "You go pick the fruit this time. I'm a bit traumatized by that scorpion's tail." Lin Feng chuckled, shrugged, and stepped into the space beneath the stone. Just as they were about to pick sand lilies, they unexpectedly saw something even more surprising. Several black gas cylinders, about half an arm's length long, were half buried in the sand, with the words ultra-high combustion gas sprayed on their surfaces in red. Lin Feng's eyes lit up immediately. Isn't this the raw material for bullets that he saw in the basic metal attack weapon data? This harvest is even more surprising than the sandberries. He suppressed his excitement, carefully picked the yellowish-brown fruit, and then dug up the plant by the roots and put it away. Then they used ropes to string the gas cylinders together and brought them out together. Ding Zhu outside had already cleaned up the scorpion's corpse and also dragged over the corpse of the Wolf King from before. What kind of broken tin cans are these? He looked at the thing Lin Feng was dragging behind him with some surprise. Lin Feng just smiled. We'll talk about the good stuff when we get back. The two didn't linger long after organizing their gear and dragging their loot towards the parking spot. Chapter 15 News from the Gathering Place. With a loud bravo, Ding Zhu slammed the car door shut. Then she comfortably laid down on the chair. Ugh, comfortable. Lin Feng then started the vehicle and sped off towards the camp. I never expected to encounter so many things on this trip. Ding Zhu took a sip of water and said that facing the threat of death now made him more and more frightened. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. I thought I was going to be facing a pack of wolves, but who would have thought that things would be resolved this way? I just don't know what those people came to the wilderness for. Judging from their appearance, they should all be from big cities. After all, even the wealthiest people in the wilderness have frugality ingrained in their bones. Such senseless killing and waste are extremely rare. Ding Zhu, however, said it without any concern. What else could people from big cities be coming to the wilderness for? Besides strange bones and fruits, what else is left? Ding Zhu clearly assumed that the other party was from Deshang. Lin Feng nodded. Having studied pharmacy, he had a deeper understanding of these concepts. Many of the ingredients used in pharmaceutical preparations cannot be cultivated in an artificial environment. Take today's sand scorpion, for example. Logically speaking, no matter how much you simulate the environment, it's impossible for it to live in the same place as the alpha wolf. However, the reality that Lin Feng and Ding Zhu encountered was that they ended up under the same rock. Although the reasons behind it are unknown, this is the fact they observed. Sand and stones flew everywhere. With Lin Feng flooring the accelerator the whole way, they finally arrived at the camp before dark. Enter the camp. Many people focus their attention on the material of the sand scorpion lying in the trunk of the vehicle. Wow, you guys got lucky this time. Li Hai, the deputy captain of the camp's guard team, looked at the sand scorpion's entire tail, complete with its stinger, and said. Ding Zhu chuckled. That's not true. Want some scorpion venom? Poisoning. One of the most common and effective methods used in the wilderness. No problem. Give me about 10 grams of scorpion venom. Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu paused for a moment, wondering if it was 10 grams. That's no small amount. Poison is always expensive. 10 grams. It's worth almost 2,000 star coins. Moreover, despite its large size, this sand scorpion actually contains only about 10 grams of venom. What operation is the vice captain planning that would lead to such a high price for this thing? Ding Zhu stood aside and did not immediately agree, but asked calmly. This time, Li Hai was taken aback for a moment before speaking. How come we didn't know we're leaving for the campsite the day after tomorrow? Ding Zhu and Lin Feng exchanged a glance. Didn't they say there were still a few days left? Why the rush? Facing Ding Zhu, Lin Feng, and Li Hai's puzzled expressions, they didn't hide anything and directly explained the reason. According to the leader, they've gathered over there for some kind of trade fair. I heard that many camps in the surrounding area had arrived early, and even people from big cities came out to sell things. The leaders were afraid that if they arrived too late, there wouldn't be anything left. Lin Feng nodded, a look of understanding in his eyes. It's not surprising that people from big cities are coming. After all that talk, are you still going to sell this thing? Li Hai asked, looking up. Ding Zhu chuckled and said, sell. Of course I'll sell. 5 grams for 1,000 star coins. Hearing the price, Li Hai was not angry at all because Ding Zhu had raised the price on the spot. Instead, he took out a cloth bag, counted out the required number of star coins, and handed them to Ding Zhu, because he knew that Ding Zhu had given him a discount at that price. The price of sand scorpion venom, a rare type of venom that remains stable after leaving a living organism, at least doubles once it reaches a gathering place. 1,000 star coins. He made the profit. After receiving the money, Ding Zhu clasped his hands in a fist salute to the people around him and said, "Gentlemen, we don't have much scorpion venom left. We brothers still need the rest, so we won't sell it." The others nodded and dispersed. Lin Feng then looked at Li Hai. "I'll send you the scorpion venom tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Li Hai frowned slightly. Extracting scorpion venom in the wilderness has always been a simple and brutal process. Once that thin tube is connected, just find a clean container to put it in. This doesn't need to be delivered tomorrow. But in the end, Li Hai looked at Lin Feng and Ding Zhu and chose to believe them, nodding and leaving. Anyway, we're all in the same camp. No matter how hard we try, we can't escape. Lin Feng patted the wolf carcass and said to Ding Zhu, "I'll get all these things to my tent first. Ding, you go buy 2 liters of water from old man Bai." Although he didn't know what Lin Feng was up to, Ding Zhu nodded and headed toward the old man. When he arrived at Lin Feng's tent with 2 large bottles of water, he saw that the alpha wolf had already been skinned, dismembered, and gutted. The smell of vomit filled the entire tent. When Ding Zhu brought the water over, he saw Lin Feng rubbing the wolf's stomach, which had already been cut open, with very fine sand. "Your water came at just the right time," Lin Feng said, shaking the wolf's stomach in his hand. "The dirt on it has been mostly washed away by the fine sand, and then the sand is rinsed off with water. This is also a common method for processing animal entrails in the wilderness, since water is extremely precious there." However, Ding Zhu was still somewhat puzzled. "Why are you washing this wolf's stomach? It's inedible and useless." Not all the meat of the strange beasts in the wilderness is edible. In fact, it can be said that apart from a very few types of strange beasts, the vast majority of their meat is useless. Because the meat of most alien beasts contains a large amount of mutated toxins, once a person eats it, their body will immediately undergo mutation. Uncontrolled distortions can be absolutely fatal to humans. Or rather, it would be fatal to any living being. Lin Feng, washing the sand off the wolf's stomach, said, "Do you know how the sand scorpion releases its venom?" Ding Zhu was slightly taken aback, but then immediately spoke up. "The venom sac on the stinger." The vast majority of venom sacs in scorpions are located on the stinger of the last segment of the tail. The venom sac is indeed on the stinger, but to fully release the venom, the entire scorpion tail is required. As he spoke, Lin Feng instructed Ding Zhu to forcefully unfold the wolf's stomach, which had already been cleaned, while he himself took the entire scorpion tail, held the end of the tail, and manipulated the stinger to fiercely stab into the wolf's stomach. With a soft poof. As expected, the wolf's exposed stomach was punctured, and a large gush of dark green venom instantly gushed out from its tail stinger, falling steadily into the clean bottle that Lin Feng had placed beforehand. Ding Zhu released the wolf's stomach, picked up the bottle, and began to read. After a moment's consideration, he looked at Lin Feng with a surprised expression. "It weighs at least 15 grams. How can there be so many? Sand scorpions are rare, but they have been hunted in the camp before. However, even the sand scorpion that Zhang Xiao hunted, which was level 9, only yielded about 10 grams of scorpion venom." Lin Feng, with his head down, was digging something with the needle without looking up as he spoke. "If you had been stabbed while carrying the needle, this much venom would have been injected into your body." Ding Zhu's lips twitched involuntarily, but she also understood what Lin Feng meant. It's nothing more than simulating the feeling of the stinger-piercing flesh to stimulate the remaining nerves in the scorpion's tail, causing it to spontaneously release all the toxins from its venom sac. Chapter 16 Departure. Ding Zhu took the scorpion venom and left. Since Lin Feng was the one who produced the scorpion venom, the rest of the business was his responsibility. The division of labor among everyone is quite clear. Lin Feng then placed the venom sac of the sand scorpion he had taken out into a jar next to him. Then he lit a fire, placed his usual cooking pot on it, filled it with water, and started cooking. Seeing that the water had already started to boil, Lin Feng took out the viper he had hunted when he was collecting popping mushrooms from his backpack. He pulled out a dagger and slashed the other person's body. Then, with a sudden burst of force, Lin Feng ripped the entire snakeskin off with a tearing sound and casually tossed it aside. Holding the snake carcass with its exposed snow-white flesh, Lin Feng's dagger flashed, and pieces of snow-white snake meat fell into the pot in front of him. Finally, a green gallbladder and the venom sac of the sand scorpion that we just took out were put into the pot. The moment the two substances fell into it, the originally snow-white snake meat soup turned dark green. It looks like a witch's potion. I wonder if there are still eyeballs or severed fingers rolling underneath. Lin Feng stood by the pot, watching the A519's timer. 7 minutes. 6 minutes. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 1 second. Lin Feng gently touched the meat pot with his dagger, and the previously churning blue snake gallbladder instantly shattered. The bile and dark green broth mixed and blended together, and the soup in the pot turned milky white in the next second. At this moment, a smile finally appeared on Lin Feng's face. It's done. His cultivation could finally continue. These past few days, I haven't had any good food to replenish my nutrition, so my cultivation has been intermittent. Now I can finally pick it up again. Lin Feng picked up the snake's soup and, without caring whether it was hot or not, poured it into his mouth, instantly finishing half a basin. A fishy smell immediately rushed to the top of Lin Feng's head. He suppressed the urge to vomit, put down the pot, and immediately began to move according to the movements of the spiritual breathing method. 1, 2, 3. The heat spread from his stomach to every muscle in Lin Feng's body. After practicing the 50th move, Lin Feng felt the heat had dissipated, so he quickly picked up the snake's soup and gulped it down again. The snake's soup was almost gone, but this half pot of snake soup was consumed even faster than before. It couldn't even support Lin Feng until he practiced the 60th move. It seems I underestimated the resource consumption of spiritual breathing techniques. He had originally thought this pot of snake soup would at least sustain him through his 70th movement, but now he hadn't even reached 60. If that's the case, then probably only nutrient solution can support him for a complete training session. Lin Feng frowned slightly and opened his panel. Name: Lin Feng. Level: LV4. Age: 15. Race: half-elf. Superpower: none. Strength: 4.9. Agility: 5.0. Physical fitness: 4.8. Spirit: 5.5. Talent/specialty: dexterity. Skills: Comprehensive Gun Technique LV.6, Serpent Dagger LV.3, Basic Spiritual Breathing LV.1, Tidal Meditation LV.2. Knowledge: Basic Pharmacy Knowledge LV.3, Biology LV.3, Pharmaceutics LV.4, Formulation LV.3. Basic Mechanical Knowledge LV.4, Mechanics LV.3, Materials Science LV.5, Weaponry, Metals LV.5, Machining LV.3. The A519 has optimized its interface, making it look much simpler. Of course, the most important data are strength, agility, and physique. They've all reached around 5.0, and I reckon they'll be able to reach that level after one more training session. In other words, the tickets to the big city were right in front of Lin Feng. Even the usually calm Lin Feng became slightly excited at the thought. Stay calm. Stay calm. No one knows what they will face when they enter the big city. During this time, they still need to work hard to improve themselves. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed to calm himself down and began to practice the tidal meditation technique. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The shouts came from the front of the procession, one section at a time, and the next moment all the vehicles roared at once. However, some people were not in the group. Ding Zhu's vehicle was about 400 meters to the left of the convoy, following the direction of the convoy, while Lin Feng was lying on the roof of the car, covered with a camouflage cloth. This is their duty as the camp guard. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Group B2, be alert. A pack of wolves has appeared in your direction. Be on high alert. Group A is on the right, and Group B is on the left. The leader of Group A is another vice captain, Nez, and the captain of Group B is Li Hai. B2 refers to the team consisting of Ding Zhu and Lin Feng. B2 received. The wolf pack is about 1,600 meters to the left and is moving in the direction of the main force. Should we fire to deter them? Zhang Xiao turned to look at Su Gan, and seeing that the other party nodded, he spoke into the communicator. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Enter at an appropriate distance and fire a warning shot. Dealing with monsters is sometimes actually quite simple. Just kill them. Clear. As soon as Ding Zhu finished speaking, a gunshot rang out in Zhang Xiao's communicator. Did they fire? Everyone in Group B, whose communicators were all connected, was stunned for a moment. Didn't they say we were still 1,600 meters away from the main force? Is it really possible to hit the target from that distance? Just as everyone was wondering, Ding Zhu's voice rang out again. The report stated that the Alpha Wolf was hit and the enemy retreated. I hope you guys aren't talking nonsense. Li Hai, the leader of Group B, immediately started swearing. After all, having a boastful, idiotic teammate in the wilderness is more dangerous than encountering a level 10 monster. Although the other members of Group B didn't say anything, they couldn't help but curse inwardly. Ding Zhu and Lin Feng have gone mad. Even setting aside the issue of guns, a distance of 1 kilometer or more, and within sight, the gun wouldn't be much larger than a coin, would it? Furthermore, in such weather, there are many more things to consider when you are more than a kilometer away. At such a long distance, both wind speed and humidity have a significant impact on the trajectory of a ballistic missile. So even if these two idiots are bragging, they should at least draft their claims first. Just as everyone was discussing this amongst themselves, Su Gan couldn't help but turn his gaze to the blue light in his pupils to his left. Then, Su Gan seemed to see something strange, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Su Gan took the walkie-talkie from Zhang Xiao. B2 wasn't lying, he really hit the target. After a pause, Su Gan continued. Not only did it hit the target, it also broke the Alpha Wolf's front leg. Liai, Zhang Xiao, Group B members. Awesome. After an unknown amount of time, Li Hai spoke into the walkie-talkie and then fell silent. Although the wolves silenced the members of Group B, they managed to prevent the convoy from disrupting its pace. The convoy continued its journey toward the gathering place. Meanwhile, Group B also clearly felt that the journey was much easier. Often, the groups of strange beasts that were attracted to them were scared away from a kilometer away. In the end, Zhang Xiao directly transferred one of the teams from Group B to Group A. This actually increased the speed at which the team moved forward. Yes, the B2 squad is really capable. Li Hai's impression was that B2 squad alone withstood the pressure from the entire left flank. Lin Feng didn't think too much about it, and continued to shoot whenever he sensed a strange beast, constantly verifying what he had learned. Chapter 17, Switching Sides. His previous ability to quickly improve his overall marksmanship to level 5 was entirely due to the amount of experience he had accumulated. Now that he's exhausted his initial knowledge, if he wants to continue improving, he must keep firing and personally experience the meaning of every type of shooting in the book. The convoy continued on without stopping until the afternoon. Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked, "Why are we encountering fewer and fewer strange beasts?" Ding Zhu, those beasts aren't stupid. Why do you keep shooting them from a kilometer away? Why would a beast with a broken leg or a crossed eye come over? Are you coming here to die? Lin Feng shrugged helplessly and muttered something under his breath. If you didn't have the perseverance to come and take a look more often, you might have found a loophole. Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu was utterly speechless and stepped on the gas, causing the engine's roar to drown out Lin Feng's voice. Lin Feng sighed and could only pull up the information a 519 had given him and start to study it. Although a 519 provides so-called basic information, its difficulty level is anything but basic. Lin Feng actually spends the most time studying these materials every day. Ready to park. Ding Zhu's voice startled Lin Feng, who was engrossed in the documents, and made him look up. Only then did they realize that the sun had already set and it was getting dark. Stop. Upon receiving a response, Ding Zhu slammed on the brakes, and Lin Feng rolled off the roof of the car. Stretching, Ding Zhu invited Lin Feng to go eat together. After all, they'd be protecting the convoy all day, so they wouldn't have to cook for themselves. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu entered the makeshift tent. Instantly, more than a dozen pairs of eyes immediately shot over. There was admiration, laughter, and doubt, but mostly resentment. Lin Feng was also a little confused as to where this resentment came from. As soon as the two sat down, a large bowl of yellow antelope meat was placed in front of them. The yellow antelope is one of the few creatures in the wilderness that has not been mutated, which means that its meat can be eaten without going through many processing steps. So, in terms of both taste and nutrition, it's much better than the jerky Lin Feng and his friends usually eat. Ding Zhugang nodded in satisfaction. Then his gaze fell on Lin Feng's bowl. Pieces of yellow antelope meat were piled up in Lin Feng's bowl, and he even carefully sprinkled some spicy plant powder on top. Ding Zhu was furious. Hey, Xiao Xue, aren't you being too biased? Xiao Xue was the young girl who had just served the mutton. Xiao Xue had a pretty face, but her figure was a bit thin and she looked somewhat malnourished. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces immediately showed an expression of "I saw it coming." Xiao Xue quickly waved her hand and explained, No, it's the captain who told me to give brother Xiao Feng more meat." "Oh, so we're starting with brother Feng now?" Li Hai, standing to the side, also said in a teasing tone. Xiao Xue blushed and turned to run out of the tent, leaving behind a trail of laughter. Just as Ding Zhu was about to speak after seeing this, Lin Feng stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. Even eating meat can't shut you up. After saying that, Lin Feng picked up the meat in the bowl and started gnawing on it. He had been eating jerky all day, which was filling, but the taste was really hard to describe. Just as they finished eating, Zhang Xiao and Su Gan appeared in the tent. If you're not full, I'll have the kitchen staff slaughter one. Zhang Xiao appeared in the tent with a smile on his face. That's enough, that's enough. Immediately, the tent was filled with the slightly excited voices of the crowd. The yellow antelope, a non-mutated creature that can survive in the wilderness, naturally has some tricks up its sleeve. Its 360-degree field of vision, super speed, and other abilities make it far beyond the reach of ordinary wilderness hunters. Only a hunter as exceptional as Zhang Xiao would have the opportunity to hunt such prey. That's good. You've all put in so much effort for the camp, so it's only right that you get to eat something good. By the way, I'd like to ask if anyone has any thoughts on tomorrow's escort schedule. Let's discuss it together. Although the wilderness has always been a place where the strong rule, such a large-scale operation cannot be decided by a single person. It's good for everyone's survival if everyone comes together to find the problems. Based on the pattern, the monsters tomorrow will be even stronger, so let's move our team inwards a bit. Lihai spoke first. Zhang Xiao nodded. We can all move inward by 50 meters. Besides observing the approaching monsters, we should also pay attention to the situation of our teammates in front and behind us. Everyone nodded, and then those present offered their opinions in varying degrees. However, most of them involve requests for firearms and ammunition or vehicle replacements, and there are suggestions to take a short break in between. Zhang Xiao did not fully accept the proposals. He agreed to replenish firearms and ammunition and repair and replace vehicles, but rejected the suggestion of taking a break in the middle. He also said that he would start speeding up tomorrow and try to reach the gathering place within 3 days. Seeing that everyone was silent, Zhang Xiao decided to end the conversation. Do any of you have any further comments? If not, go and rest in the tent that has been arranged for you. Just as everyone was getting up to rest, Group A's leader, Ness, did speak. Wait a minute, Captain, I have something to do. Zhang Xiao looked at Ness and asked, Is there any other question? The team leader said that they want Lin Feng and Ding Zhu's team to join them. These words instantly ignited the emotions of the members of Group A. Yeah, let's have Lin Feng and his friend come over to our Group A. That's right, that's right. Group B has enjoyed themselves all day. It's our turn to enjoy ourselves. Lin Feng and his team's relentless attacks on Group B caused the alien beasts to flee to our side. We're exhausted today. Yes, the pressure on Group B has lessened. The gang fight has shifted to our side. Hearing Group A's impassioned words, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a glance and finally understood where those resentful looks in their eyes came from when they came earlier. Zhang Xiao, however, remained silent and smiled when he saw this. Now, it was Li Hai's turn to panic. This won't do. We've already sent a small team to your side. What more do you want? When Ness heard this, his expression hesitated slightly, but then he made up his mind and spoke directly. We're willing to offer 3 squads in exchange for Lin Feng and Ding Zhu. Upon hearing this, the entire tent fell silent. 3 squads? 2 squads might be worth it, but 3 squads is debatable. After all, both Group A and Group B only have 7 teams per group. The 3 teams lost almost half of their members. Chapter 18 Wolf Disaster. Wait a minute. You've been discussing this so intensely, but you haven't even asked Lin Feng for his opinion yet. Zhang Xiao clapped his hands and said. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention immediately turned to Ding Zhu and Lin Feng. Lin Feng drank the soup in his bowl without saying a word. Seeing this, Ding Zhu could only purse his lips and say something. The 2 team leaders can discuss it. We have no objections. Ness and Li Hai exchanged a glance, and then left the tent to discuss their plan outside. Finally, they reached an agreement that Group A would give up 3 teams, with Lin Feng and Ding Zhu switching from Group B to Group A. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu nodded expressionlessly, while the others were at a loss for words. It means that Ness is guts, or should we say that Li Hai is more shrewd? Stepping out of the tent, Ding Zhu saw Lin Feng deep in thought and offered words of comfort without saying a word. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If things don't work out in the end, the captain will definitely let you switch back. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised his head blankly. What kind of pressure? What should we exchange it for? He was looking at the documents and didn't pay attention to any of this. Ding Zhu's lips twitched involuntarily. So you didn't listen to what I just said? I have nothing to say. But if you're going to replace someone in Group A, you might as well replace them with a donkey. The convoy set off just as dawn broke. Ness arranged for Lin Feng and Ding Zhu to form a small team to take care of the latter half of the group, which was a little further away from the main force. Wang Jinliang from Group A sat next to Ness, leaning back in his chair, and asked with a curious expression, "Are you that confident in Lin Feng and his group?" Ness smiled and said, "There's nothing to be confident about. It's just that I'm a bit of a gambler." Upon hearing this, Wang Jinliang paused for a moment, then smiled helplessly. The other members of Group A also started discussing it amongst themselves. I never expected the team leader to trade away 3 squads directly. Although I wanted Lin Feng to come, 2 squads would be the maximum. To be honest, I actually understand the team leader quite well. How so? The 2 sets represent everyone's estimated prices. But will Li Hai from Group B agree to these prices? The person next to him shook his head. Everyone knows Li Hai's personality. To put it nicely, he's meticulous. To put it bluntly, he's petty and calculating. The chances of either team letting the other team release their members are actually quite slim. That's settled then. The team leader knows that it's impossible to exchange 2 teams for one, so it's better to just offer a price that the other party can't refuse. Forehead. That's what they say, but is it really worth it to make this change? Everyone fell silent, and the conversation ended hastily with a simple, "Let's see how they perform." Lin Feng went directly to the roof of Ding Zhu's car. He set up his sniper rifle and fixed his gaze solely on the distance. This time, with their patrol area expanded, he naturally had to be on his guard. As for Ding Zhu's suggestion to replace Lin Feng, he had no intention of doing so. Since those 3 squads were transferred to Group A, they will receive half of the travel expenses for this operation. Although it wasn't a lot, Lin Feng was in dire need of money. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat, no matter how small it is. That's right. Their small team doesn't work for free. Although they have an obligation to protect the camp, they are, after all, members of the camp. However, for such long and dangerous journeys, some travel expenses will still be provided. Lin Feng's eyes were sharp and piercing. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Ding Zhu, inside the car, was stunned for a moment. Test firing? The only reason Ding Zhu could think of was that the car hadn't been driven far before the shooting started. "We're in trouble." Lin Feng's cold voice came through, and then Ding Zhu found that Lin Feng's voice was also coming through his communicator. Lin Feng had clearly used the entire camp's communication channels. This channel is usually only used by Zhang Xiao and his team. The fact that a teammate has turned it on can only mean one thing. Something big has happened. Large numbers of sand wolves have appeared in the north and south directions. Visually estimated, the number of headless wolves is no less than 20, which meets the standard for the number of sand wolves in the north-south zone of the micro-wolf disaster. Lin Feng's voice was cold and flat, revealing no change in emotion whatsoever. But what he said really shocked everyone present. Wolf. It is the most numerous type of mutated beast in their wilderness. In ordinary times, they are among the most frequently hunted mutated beasts by hunters in the wilderness. But this absolutely does not mean they are weak. On the contrary, they are absolutely among the top mutated beasts in this wilderness. Although they lack strong individual combat capabilities, once they form a large force, coupled with the exceptionally cunning minds of those wolves, they become formidable. They are a disaster capable of destroying an entire camp. After a brief silence, Su Gan's voice came through the communicator. 13 sand wolves were observed in the east, but the alpha wolf was not found. It is estimated that there are no fewer than 25 sand wolves in the east. It has been confirmed that the area directly east has reached the scale of a miniature wolf infestation. At this moment, the faces of the entire guard team turned ugly. A pack of more than 15 wolves and no head wolf. It's been confirmed that it's a wolf attack. Moreover, this pack of wolves seemed to know the methods humans use to determine wolf outbreaks. Only 13 wolves remained in the due east direction. This number would neither allow the guards to open fire indiscriminately nor arouse suspicion. In fact, it could even lower their guard. Clever. That's so clever. So clever that it made everyone here feel a little disheartened. What are your thoughts? Su Gan asked. No matter what, the matter still needs to be resolved. Ness picked up the communicator, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. It seems we don't have any solutions right now. Since they've already set their sights on us, they won't give up. Even if we stop here and hold our ground, it seems we'll only be hunted down and killed. Ness had a clear understanding of the camp's overall strength. Apart from Zhang Xiao, who reached level 8, the vice captains were only at level 7, and the remaining team members were of varying strengths. However, most of them are still around level 5. Just as Ness finished speaking, Lihai's voice came through the communicator. Or should we just start our breakout now? Upon hearing this suggestion, someone immediately chimed in. We discovered them early. Their encirclement was probably not fully prepared yet. Otherwise, they would have charged straight up. Why would they have left a small pack of wolves here to lure and confuse us? This statement immediately garnered the approval of many people. That's right. Wolves are intelligent, but also cruel. Once they gather in large numbers, they will naturally rush up and tear them apart and eat them. Just as everyone was about to make a move, Lin Feng's voice suddenly rang out. Even if they break through, they'll still be caught up by the last one. Chapter 19 Charge. Lin Feng's emotionless words surprised everyone present. Then, however, he had to admit that Lin Feng was right. Even if we succeed in breaking through this time, won't the enemy catch up soon? Unless they don't rest for a moment for the rest of the time, not maintaining their condition in the wilderness will only lead to a more miserable death. Then what's your plan? Sugan asked calmly. It seems that these things were nothing more than trivial matters in his eyes. Kill. Bang. Lin Feng didn't say much. Only the killing of his son was accompanied by a gunshot. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately understood. Yes, since they know the other side is still gathering and the wolf pack is not large enough, why are they still trying to escape? Why not go up and deal with them? Anyway, it's just a minor wolf disaster, not an endless, large-scale horde of alien beasts. Sitting in the car, Su Gan and Zhang Xiao exchanged a glance, both showing surprise and excitement. Zhang Xiao picked up the communicator in front of him, cleared his throat, and then spoke quite solemnly. All team members, listen up. They split up and began hunting the wolf pack from different directions. Yes, hunters in the wilderness are never afraid of killing or fighting. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of engines filled the air as the vehicles, which had been orbiting the migrating caravan around the camp like satellites, suddenly scattered in all directions like sparks. Meanwhile, the reserve team, which had been in place previously, was brought out in accordance with Zhang Zhao's arrangements. The atmosphere of the entire camp's migration team suddenly turned iron-blooded and serious. What did this send? I don't know. Seeing that even the reserve team has come out, I know this must be no small matter. Hearing the whispers around him, the old man looked in the direction Lin Feng and the others had left, and a smile appeared on his face. This kid is quick-witted. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out incessantly overhead. Ding Zhu watched as one after another exploded in the distance, spraying blood, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Real. No one has it easier than him. All you need to do is drive the car and ensure it moves steadily forward. Bang, bang, bang. The bloodstains that appeared were getting smaller and smaller and less clear. Ding Zhu now has no idea how far away the sandwolves Lin Feng was sniping. At this moment, Lin Feng was still aiming, holding his breath, and firing, a series of actions that flowed smoothly. Then he just had to wait to see the sandwolves in the distance burst into blood-red flowers. It must be said that the improvement of mental strength was crucial to the improvement of Lin Feng's marksmanship. For example, the scope of the Type 3 Falcon sniper rifle in his hand could only be seen as small as a coin from 1,300 meters away. The ability to hit the bullseye every time is entirely based on intuition. Bang, bang, bang. Another burst of gunfire followed, and Lin Feng stopped firing at that moment. Upon hearing that the gunfire had stopped, Ding Zhu quickly asked, "What's wrong? Why aren't you firing?" You have to admit, Lin Feng's regular and rhythmic gunshots actually sound quite pleasant. Let's see which direction they go in a bit. Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Lin Feng is trying to find their lair. Having been so brutally murdered, these sandwolves probably only have the thought of seeking the protection of their alpha wolf left. Then I'll drive slower and trail behind. Of course, we have to go slower. Who knows where those alpha wolves are gathered in that secluded corner? What if you accidentally rush past someone and end up right in front of them? Thinking of this, Ding Zhu couldn't help but ease off the accelerator again. Lin Feng also took out a piece of jerky and chewed it to replenish his energy. Ever since I started practicing this spiritual breathing method, I get hungry very easily. However, his condition recovers exceptionally quickly after each meal, which is another pleasant surprise of this technique. Ding Zhu couldn't help but frown as he ran, with those fleeing sand wolves for who knows how long. They're quite far from the main force now. Could it be that these defeated sand wolves are planning to run straight back to their den? Just as Ding Zhu was wondering, he sensed that Lin Feng on the roof of the car seemed to be making some kind of move. It seemed like they did something in the back carriage, but soon they returned to the roof. Before he could ask Lin Feng what he was doing, he suddenly heard a voice from above. "Stop!" Lin Feng seemed to have discovered something and suddenly shouted. Ding Zhu didn't hesitate and slammed on the brakes, driving straight to the end. Lin Feng himself was even thrown out and rolled twice on the ground before finally standing up. Lin Feng returned to the front of the car and looked at Ding Zhu. "Should we take a gamble?" Ding Zhu raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked at Lin Feng. "How do we fight?" "I'll shoot and you'll turn and run." That's it. What about you?" "I have a secret weapon." Lin Feng smiled at Ding Zhu, revealing a bright white smile that made him look quite sunny. Ding Zhu stared at Lin Feng for a while and finally nodded heavily. Born to roam the wilderness and hunt wild animals. Ultimately, it all boils down to risking your life. If you win, that's your destiny. Lin Feng nodded without saying a word and pulled on the strip of cloth covering his body. The previously tightly woven camouflage strips suddenly scattered before Ding Zhu could even react to what Lin Feng was about to do. But they discovered that Lin Feng had already started moving, rushing towards the distant desert like a cheetah. As Ding Zhu watched Lin Feng leave, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. When he looked back, he was quite surprised to find that Lin Feng had vanished. "What's going on?" Ding Zhu couldn't help but sit up straight. What had happened to her body? How did the other party manage to disappear right under his nose? "Is Brother Ding ready?" Lin Feng's voice came through the communicator again, this time with a hint of coldness. Ding Zhu knew this wasn't the time for questions, so he replied directly, "Ready." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and it was noticeably louder than before. Although Ding Zhu didn't see anything, he still slammed the steering wheel, making a sharp turn with the car and rushing towards the main group. A wolf! A wolf's howl echoed to the sky. Ding Zhu glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a silver sand wolf the size of a calf leap out from behind the boulder, howling at the sky. At the same time, 5 or 6 alpha wolves, each the size of a calf, also emerged from different places. However, at this moment, Ding Zhu's gaze was entirely focused on the silver sand wolf. Sand Moon. It's Suzuki. Chapter 20 Sand Moon. Sand Moon, the king of the sand wolves. The undisputed king is like a superhuman among humans. They are born with strength far exceeding that of their kind, as well as some special abilities. For example, Sha Yu's special abilities. A natural sand wolf king can command a sand wolf pack. 2. The ability to manipulate the surrounding sand. Both of these abilities are extremely troublesome, and the sand moon in front of them is clearly not yet an adult. Otherwise, they wouldn't be facing a miniature wolf scourge. Thinking of this, Ding Zhu stepped on the gas pedal hard, and the vehicle immediately kicked up clouds of yellow dust on the desert. Sha Yu immediately looked at Ding Zhu, kicked off the boulder with both legs, and leaped down, rushing in the direction Ding Zhu had left. The other alpha wolves followed suit. Sha Yu hadn't run 2 steps when she suddenly slammed on the brakes. Smack! The next second, a bullet struck the ground to his left, kicking up a cloud of dust. Oomph! A fierce, muffled groan came from his throat. Sha Yu's gaze swept around, revealing her mouth full of fangs without any attempt to conceal them. Its ears kept turning, and its nose twitched along with them. Even so, they still couldn't find any trace of the other party, as if the bullet had appeared out of thin air and been fired at them. Where is it? A feeling of irritability began to rise. The roar of the car engine came again. Sha Yu's eyes were bloodshot as she led the alpha wolf in pursuit of the direction Ding Zhu had gone. Before she had even taken 2 steps, a sudden sense of crisis made Sha Yu furious again. Bang, bang, bang! 3 gunshots rang out in quick succession, and Sha Yu jumped as if by reflex. When it landed, it found that there were no bullets falling around it, but instead heard the sound of a heavy object falling behind it. Looking back, all I could see was an alpha wolf lying in a pool of blood. Although it was the weakest of them all, the pervasive smell of blood made Satsuki's eyes turn completely red. With a roar, Sha Yu instantly transformed into a white lightning bolt across the wilderness. Slaughter. Only killing can calm it down now. Almost instantly, he closed the distance between himself and Ding Zhu. Ding Zhu glanced at the rearview mirror out of the corner of his eye, his expression quite serious. Although this is an immature sand moon, it is estimated to be around level 6 or 7. But these naturally born kings can never be treated with ordinary logic. He ran so far ahead, but it looks like the other side is about to catch up. Thinking of this, Ding Zhuding took action and directly unfolded his folding longsword. Bang, bang, bang. Before Ding Zhu could make a move, another burst of gunfire rang out, this time aimed directly at Sha Yu. Puff, puff, puff. A strange sound came from inside the car, and Ding Zhu couldn't help but turn around and look. It turned out that Sha Yu's entire body was covered with a thin layer of sand armor. Although the 3 bullets pierced through the sand armor, they were greatly weakened, leaving only a few white dots on the opponent's silvery white scales. But Sha Yu also stopped at this moment, because he saw that he had actually seen the person who fired the shot. Ding Zhu also noticed this and immediately saw Lin Feng, who was covered in strips of cloth, standing not far away, facing Sha Yu with a sniper rifle. And the opponent was less than a kilometer away from Sha Yu. At this distance, Sha Yu could probably reach Lin Feng in an instant with just one burst of speed. What is this kid playing? Could it be that his disguise failed him? Ding Zhu was very anxious, but he could only worry helplessly. He couldn't possibly rush back now and give himself away. Just as Ding Zhu was getting anxious, a series of gunshots rang out from Lin Feng's direction. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out again, but this time Lin Feng was clearly firing faster. The 3 shots were almost consecutive. But just like before, Sha Yu was instantly enveloped in sand, and at this moment it didn't even want to hide anymore. Snap! Thud! Puffed! But the next moment, 3 completely different impact sounds came, and Sha Yu felt a pain in her left leg. Looking down, I saw that I was bleeding. Ding Zhu was also taken aback when he saw this scene in the rearview mirror. Lin Feng actually fired 3 shots in a short period of time, with all 3 bullets hitting the same spot almost simultaneously, achieving an armor-piercing effect. However, the scene that soon appeared in the rearview mirror terrified Ding Zhu. Lin Feng actually charged straight at Sha Yu. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 more shots while running, but they were not fired in quick succession. At this moment, even Sha Yu was looking at Lin Feng and Ding Zhu in the distance with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot, and even wanted to stop looking at them. Has this kid gone mad? Sha Yu easily dodged the bullets with a light jump. Using the same old tricks again? Did they think that Sha Yu was just one of those ordinary, foolish sandwolves? Her gaze fell upon Lin Feng, who was charging towards her, and Sha Yu was just about to charge. But then they saw that the other person had tripped over himself and fallen headfirst into the sand, with only 1 foot sticking out. Even Sha Yu couldn't help but have a series of question marks appear above her head at this moment. What is this person doing? Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, a metallic clanging sound reached my ears. The sound of the bullet hitting the ground was strange. Sensitive Satsuki couldn't help but turn around to look, only to be met with a fiery red scene. Flame. Endless flames filled Sha Yu's eyes. Burning. Pain. Destroy. Sha Yu's body, which was no less than that of an adult ox, was actually lifted up by the scorching flames. The terrifyingly high temperature of the flames even melted its scales, which could withstand bullets. Even sitting in the car, Ding Zhu felt a wave of heat wash over him. Turning around, he saw a pillar of flames shooting straight into the sky. Even the migration teams from camps 2 or 3 kilometers away looked up. Did I erupt like a volcano? Some even murmured. Even Su Gan, who was usually calm, was filled with astonishment at this moment. What exactly happened over there? As for the alpha wolves that were closer, they ran away into the distance without even looking back. What wolf king? What family member? Is your own life more important? I don't care anymore. I don't care about anything. Ding Zhu stared blankly at the pillar of fire, not even realizing the car had stopped. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough brought him back to his senses. Turning his head, he saw Lin Feng standing by the car with slightly yellowed hair, dragging a silvery white corpse behind him. However, the silvery white corpse's exterior had been sintered by the high temperature into a solid mass, making it impossible to tell what kind of creature it was. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed violently again, and after he finished, he complained. I was worried that leaving these high-gas cylinders in a place like a wolf's den for so long might cause problems, so I left 3 of them there. Who knew the quality was so good? It almost burned me along with it from 700 or 800 meters away. At the end, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse again. Ding Zhu asked somewhat blankly, You mean this commotion was caused by those bottles you dug out of the wolf den? Lin Feng nodded. Yes. I guess the wolves thought it would be more comfortable to lie on those cold gas cylinders, so they dragged them back. The daytime temperature in the desert is very high, so all living things will seek out shady places to stay. Are those cold, hard gas cylinders still a privilege reserved for the alpha wolf? Seeing that Ding Zhu still showed no sign of opening the door, Lin Feng had no choice but to reach out and open the car door himself, dragging Sha Yu's body into the car. Ding Zhu then realized what was happening and started driving, but he still looked somewhat dazed the whole way. Chapter 21, The King of the Wilderness. So you're saying that you were the ones who caused that huge commotion just now? Su Gan felt a pang of anxiety upon seeing Lin Feng's somewhat yellowed hair, and believed him more deeply. Yes, I know what the shot hit, but a pillar of fire suddenly burst out from behind. It almost burned everything to the ground. The wolves were also frightened away. At this point, Lin Feng's lips twitched involuntarily. Actually, he didn't need to get that close. He was just afraid that after Sha Yu died, the other alpha wolves would rush up. They approached immediately, intending to take advantage of the moment when the alpha wolf hesitated after the flames had died down and dragged Sha Yu's corpse to the vehicle. Who would have thought those alpha wolves were such cowards? They actually ran away. He was roasted for nothing. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Su Gan and Zhang Xiao looked at each other in bewilderment. How should they evaluate this? A shot that went astray hit an explosive device that someone had left behind in the desert. Did this scare away the wolves that were attacking them? Su Gan took a deep breath and said to Lin Feng, "No matter what, you have done a great job this time. I'll give you another bonus once we get to the gathering place." Lin Feng nodded without refusing. He said there was no need for such formalities in the wilderness. If you dared to refuse, the other party would really not give it to you. After watching Lin Feng and Ding Zhu leave, Su Gan looked at Zhang Xiao. Before, I only suggested that you bring him along, but now I think you absolutely must bring him along. Zhang Xiao nodded upon hearing this. Luck. This is actually the most important factor for most people to survive in the wilderness. Back in the car, Ding Zhu suddenly became excited for some reason. Holy crap, we've wiped out a whole bunch of sand moons. It's still a sand moon with quite a few alpha wolves gathered around it. We actually took down a sand moon. Lin Feng smiled slightly at Ding Zhu, understanding why she had been so shocked for so long before coming to her senses. The 5 most famous mythical beast kings in the wilderness: Wolf King, Sand Moon Bull King, Golden Hoof Scorpion King, Earth Pearl Viper King, Horizontal Fang Sheep King, and Goat Horn. It has always been the dream prey of every wilderness hunter. Suddenly, Ding Zhu looked intently at Lin Feng. Did you already know there was a sand moon over there? Lin Feng didn't hide anything and explained directly. There were suspicions from the very beginning. Actually, this time the wolf pack was just incredibly clever. Especially when we were chasing those sand wolves, you might not have noticed that even when they were most afraid, they were still unwilling to scatter and escape, but instead gathered together and ran in one direction. This luring of the enemy deep into their territory, a feat that overcomes their fear, makes me feel that there must be something directing them from behind the scenes. The viewpoint presented in A519's biological data is, behind every abnormal biological behavior, there must be an abnormal factor controlling it. Lin Feng was able to put his knowledge into practice. Ding Zhu nodded thoughtfully and then quickly offered his instructions. Remember, don't tell anyone about Sha Yu's situation or we'll be in big trouble. We understand that we'll find an opportunity to deal with this once we reach the settlement. The prey that everyone dreams of must have something special about it. How much longer until we arrive? Ding Zhu stretched and asked. He and Lin Feng both worked the night shift last night and slept until the afternoon before waking up. Those vipers from yesterday were quite troublesome. Luckily, Lin Feng discovered them in time. The journey has certainly been anything but peaceful. The minor wolf problem we encountered earlier was averted, but we still encountered quite a few troubles along the way. Fortunately, Lin Feng was often able to detect things in advance. Otherwise, it would have caused considerable damage. According to Captain Zhang, we should arrive around sunset. Lin Feng said this while wiping the disassembled gun parts. This gun has suffered a lot along the way, so it needs to be properly maintained. Upon hearing the answer, Ding Zhu smiled, finally feeling that the matter was about to end. He plopped down next to Lin Feng, glanced around to make sure no one was watching, and then asked, "Has it been resolved?" "Nailed it. Do you have it?" "Have." Upon receiving the answer, Ding Zhu's eyes lit up immediately. That's good, that's good. However, There's still one problem. Lin Feng said in a low voice. Sales channels. Ding Zhu instantly understood what Lin Feng was worried about and quickly offered a solution. I know a place with a very good reputation, and they should be able to get what you want. Is it reliable? Anyway, that's the limit we can reach. If you're still worried, you might as well go to Captain Zhang. They definitely have better channels. The two of them discussed this in hushed tones, each taking turns saying a sentence. However, after discussing it for a long time, we still felt that it was somewhat unreliable, since the value of this item was just too high. Their levels are not high enough. Never mind, I'll see when it arrives. A person can die from holding in their urine. Ding Zhu stood up and looked into the distance, saying. Lin Feng nodded, restored the weapon he had just finished maintaining to its original state, and felt confident again as he held the sniper rifle in his hand. Suddenly, a patchwork of colors in the distance came into view for the two of them. Almost there. After walking for almost 4 days, they were finally nearing the camp. From a distance, all sorts of tents can be seen crammed together like a giant piece of cloth, which can only be described as spectacular. Wow, it's huge. Lin Feng estimated that this settlement covered an area of about 500 meters in radius, which was much larger than the settlements he had passed before. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be much here. As he spoke, Ding Zhu pointed to the outermost edge of the settlement, where many black tents were pitched. Those people all came from the surrounding big cities. It was because of them that so many camps were attracted here. This is probably why Su Gan and Zhang Xiao wanted us to come over quickly. The other party will probably only stay here for about a month before leaving. Lin Feng nodded to indicate that he understood. To put it bluntly, the wilderness fattened them up, and then these caravans came to harvest them. Even if it's harvesting, they still have to rush over to be harvested. Let's go, we'll be going in soon. The two turned and walked toward where they'd store their luggage. Huang Zheng, who was repairing his vehicle not far away, watched Lin Feng and Ding Zhu pass by, gritted his teeth, and finally made up his mind. Chapter 22, Failed Reagents. Such an expensive price. I bought scorpion venom yesterday for only 180 yuan per gram. 180? You probably bought it at your own campsite, right? I'll take as many as you have here for 180 yuan. Listening to the noise around them, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu also started watching with great interest. It must be said that this gathering place is indeed bustling. They didn't even need to go into those tents. They had already seen plenty of good things along the way. Ding Zhu asked someone for directions, and the two headed towards a yellow tent. The two had just lifted the curtain and stepped inside when they heard a loud shout from within. Damn it, this is what I gave you back then? Lin Feng's gaze swept over, and he saw a neatly dressed, thin middle-aged man yelling at someone who looked like a wilderness hunter. The wilderness hunter was holding a broken gun barrel in his hand. It wasn't like this when you gave it to me, but it turned out like this after I installed it on my gun and tested it. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man snorted coldly. Then that's your problem. We've already said we're not responsible for anything after you leave the counter. Besides, how would I know if you're trying to scam me here? The middle-aged man with slender neck looked arrogantly at the red-faced wilderness hunter in front of him, with an expression that said, "What can you do to me? I only came to do business with you because I heard you were honest and trustworthy. I never expected you to be the biggest jerk. Just you wait and see how I expose you when I get out of here." The wilderness hunter pointed at the thin, tall man's nose and said. A hint of disdain flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and then he looked at the ground with an arrogant expression and said, "You?" Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, the tall, thin man clapped his hands, and 3 or 5 burly men appeared out of nowhere, reaching out to grab the wilderness hunter. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu's eyes flickered slightly, but they noticed that the slender middle-aged man was already looking at them. The two couldn't help but curse under their breath. He got caught up in this trouble before he'd even done anything. Snort. Suddenly, a cold snort came from behind Lin Feng, who looked in the direction of the sound. The wilderness hunter attacked with the swiftness and ferocity of a tiger or leopard. Thump, thump, thump. Before Lin Feng and Ding Zhu could even see clearly, the next second they saw that the 3 or 5 burly men surrounding them were already lying on the ground. Before the middle-aged man could react, the wilderness hunter grabbed his neck tightly. "You think you can trick me?" The wilderness hunter gritted his teeth and said, his aura shifting from timid to fierce and sharp. The middle-aged man, who had previously looked disdainful as his feet slowly left the ground, was now filled with fear. I'm willing to compensate." The middle-aged man's face was turning slightly purple due to lack of oxygen, but he still managed to utter the words through his teeth, because he knew it was his only way to survive. Snort. The wilderness hunter snorted and threw the middle-aged man away. With a thud, the middle-aged man landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The middle-aged man lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his hands covering his neck. A clear handprint had already appeared on his neck. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a glance and silently left the tent. The movements were even gentler than undressing a woman, as if afraid of displeasing any of the seemingly harmless but actually cutting big shots. However, it was clear that the other party had no interest in caring about them, and so they left. Are all gathering places this terrifying? Ding Zhu said with lingering fear. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. It seemed that this so-called settlement was no different from the wilderness outside. It's still a case of who's stronger is right, and even the law of the jungle is becoming more and more obvious. I should have gone around and asked around more. Now it seems that a lot of the information I had before was just something those businesses released to lure people in. Ding Zhu said with a hint of helplessness. Lin Feng nodded. Who would have thought that there would be so many tricks involved in selling something these days? Lin Feng frequently went in and out of various tents to inquire about prices, but the final result made him frown. Putting aside the price issue, from his current perspective, there are far too many counterfeit and inferior products in this market. For example, he would ask about the concentrated nutrient solution at every tent he visited. Most of what the other party brought out was diluted to varying degrees. The most outrageous one even brought out pure solvent and colorant. It's completely filled with water, not a single drop of nutrient solution. The key point is that they're selling it at the price of genuine concentrated nutrient solution. Outrageous. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head, preparing to go back and rest. It seemed there was no chance for today. Hey buddy, wait a minute. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, he heard someone call him from behind. He turned around and saw a thin young man standing behind him. Lin Feng glanced at the other person and noticed that their clothes looked familiar. They were probably staff members from one of the tents he had just entered. What's up? Lin Feng looked at the other party calmly and asked, but the dagger in his sleeve was already drawn, but not yet drawn. During his walk, Lin Feng witnessed quite a few acts of ruthless cruelty, and naturally became more cautious as well. If I'm not mistaken, bro, you're looking for undiluted concentrated nutrient solution, right? Yes, do you have any? Lin Feng readily admitted that he had asked so many companies, but none of them were satisfactory. There is more than one. As he spoke, the other person unzipped his shirt, and a row of 5 milky white concentrated nutrient solutions appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. All of these are undiluted, high-quality products. I won't say any more. It's 3,000 star coins each, no bargaining. After saying that, the young man immediately pulled his clothes up as if afraid that Lin Feng would have bad intentions if he looked at him too much. Lin Feng, however, remained unperturbed and asked the young man in front of him, "Where did you get all these things? Why do you care so much? Just tell me if you want it or not." Upon hearing Lin Feng's name, the cultured young man immediately looked at Lin Feng with a wary expression, secretly pressing his feet down as if ready to run away at any moment. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "If I'm not mistaken, you stole this from your boss, right?" The young man's pupils contracted instantly, and he turned to run, but Lin Feng stopped him. "Don't run away. I don't have the time to help your boss catch a thief. I just want to ask you, don't you find it strange? You stole this thing so easily, and your boss doesn't seem to mind losing it." Upon hearing this, the young man indeed stopped running and looked at Lin Feng with a look of utter disbelief. You're right. Lin Feng is absolutely right. He's starting to suspect that Lin Feng was standing right next to him, watching him steal that thing. Looking at the young man's expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. This guy was obviously a shop owner who had found a helper in the wilderness and knew nothing. "Take one out and give it to me." The young man's eyes flickered for a moment before he finally took out a milky white reagent and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the milky white reagent and shook it violently. The milky white reagent, which was completely mixed just moments before, has now separated after being shaken for less than 10 seconds. The upper layer is a clear liquid like water, while the lower layer is stuck together and turned into small, milky white balls. What? The young man stared wide-eyed, speechless. "This is substandard nutrient solution. It's harmful to your health, and you shouldn't drink it." After saying this, Lin Feng glanced at the young man in front of him. "You didn't drink it, did you?" The young man wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly shook his head. No. He was originally going to try it, but he was reluctant to spend the money and ended up not drinking it. Unexpectedly, this actually saved his life in the end. Chapter 23: Intimidation. The young man finally understood the strange expression on the boss's face when he couldn't find the reagents. Whether he uses it himself or sells it, once this thing is in his hands, ultimately, his fate won't be too good. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Feng spoke up. You don't really need this stuff, so sell it all to me. Upon hearing this, the young man instantly sobered up and looked at Lin Feng with wariness in his eyes. Are you kidding me? Lin Feng noticed the other party's wariness and shook his head without saying a word. He turned around and left without any hesitation, etc. Sure enough, before he could take 3 steps, the other person called out to him from behind. Turning around, he saw the other person asking with a fawning expression, Brother, it wasn't easy for me to steal this thing. How much do you think you can offer? 20 apiece, Lin Feng said casually. Huh, so cheap. Clearly, this price has crossed some of the other party's psychological defenses. However, Lin Feng didn't care because nobody really wanted this thing. Even if the other party disagreed today, he would come back tomorrow and take another look. It's still his to keep it. These are things nobody wants anyway. You don't think I'm buying these things to turn trash into treasure, do you? No way. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the young man was momentarily at a loss for words. He actually knew what tricks people in the wilderness might have up their sleeves. This is something that even their boss from the city would directly give up. Add some more. Add some more. I'll give you everything I have. The young man's voice trailed off. Fine, you've already taken a risk, so let's go with 30. Upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement, the young man was overjoyed. Okay, no problem. After saying that, he reached into his clothes but was stopped by Lin Feng. This place isn't suitable. Let's go somewhere else. 10 minutes later, the young man ran away, and Lin Feng patted his backpack, a smile appearing on his face. The young man was right after all. He truly has the ability to turn waste into treasure. Given the technology available in the wilderness, it's impossible to turn waste into treasure, and even large cities might not have such technology. Lin Feng happened to have one there at the time. However, if the people who wrote this textbook knew that I had such a good textbook, they would know that I ended up doing this kind of thing. Lin Feng shook his head self-deprecatingly and began to acquire the things he needed. When Lin Feng returned to his base after buying his things, he saw a scene that surprised him. Huang Zheng and Ding Zhu were standing together at the entrance of his tent, waiting for him to return. Upon approaching the 2 men, Lin Feng looked at Huang Zheng first and spoke. What brings you here? Could it be that he still wants that camouflage cloth? Huang Zheng nodded generously and then looked at Lin Feng in front of him and said, That's right, I still came for the mimicry cloth. So, what price are you planning to offer this time? Ding Zhu asked Huang Zheng with a mocking expression. He didn't believe a dog could change its nature of eating excrement. Huang Zheng glanced at Ding Zhu and then looked at Lin Feng and said, I know I can't offer you the price you want, but I can introduce you to a reliable buyer. Although Huang Zheng's words were well said, Ding Zhu frowned. Who knows who your so-called reliable buyer is? What if you team up with others to scam us? Lin Feng had been wandering around for almost a day, and Ding Zhu hadn't been idle either, so he naturally witnessed quite a few sordid things. Now I understand that the current gathering place is truly a mixed bag of good and bad. Various scams and traps have emerged one after another. Even Ding Zhu himself, as an observer, almost fell for them several times. Huang Zheng looked at Lin Feng and Huang Zheng with disdain. You think there are a lot of scammers because you haven't looked in the right place. Look at you. Aren't the ones getting scammed mostly homeless kids like you in the wilderness? Hey, you little rascal. Ding Zhu was immediately displeased when he saw Huang Zheng revert to his superior tone. Seeing Ding Zhu closing in step by step, Huang Zheng's face showed fear and he retreated repeatedly. Ding Zhu, at least play it in a civilized way. I'm just a wanderer in the wilderness. I won't touch your civilized city. Lin Feng shook his head and stopped Ding Zhu. Okay, stop fooling around. After saying that, he looked at Huang Zheng and said, Since you've put it that way, then tell me your requirements. Seeing that Ding Zhu had been stopped, Huang Zheng still moved closer to Lin Feng before speaking. It's very simple. Just pay a small agency fee. I don't need much. 5 points is fine. Lin Feng shook his head directly. I can't possibly offer 500 in one go. Looking at Lin Feng's determined expression, Huang Zheng understood the other's personality and could only nod in agreement. Even a tiny mosquito is still meat, isn't it? Besides, 500 star coins isn't a small amount. It's enough to repair more than a dozen cars. Huang Zheng made an appointment for the next day, then turned around and ran away. Yes, it really was done by running. Ding Zhu snorted. At least he ran fast. All right, maybe he can help us solve a big problem. Let's try to avoid bothering him in the future. I just can't stand his attitude. He's clearly an escapee from the big city, yet he always acts superior and looks down on others. After saying that, Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng and asked, "You won't end up like him, will you?" "Me?" Lin Feng paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Whether I can even get into the big city is still a question." Ding Zhu glanced at Lin Feng. "Once that thing is sold, it's enough to buy some nutrient solution or something." After saying that, Ding Zhu turned and left without giving him any room to explain. However, Lin Feng had nothing to say. Go into the tent and meditate for a while to calm your mind. Lin Feng assembled the glassware he had bought today, along with some medicinal herbs, and, most importantly, the substandard concentrated nutrient solution. Snap, ignite, and heat. Lin Feng is about to begin his first real potion-making experience. Ding Zhu lifted the curtain of Lin Feng's tent. Suddenly, a large plume of smoke rushed toward his face. Cough, cough, cough. "What the hell are you doing, Lin Feng?" Ding Zhu coughed as he waved the smoke in front of him repeatedly. "It's here." They heard Lin Feng respond, and then Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng saw Lin Feng, whose eyes were bloodshot, walk out of the tent. "What are you doing?" Could it be that they disposed of the body inside the tent? Hearing Ding Zhu's words, Huang Zheng's lips twitched involuntarily. What kind of talk is this? Can't people who talk about murder and arson all the time and destroy evidence all the time be more peaceful? Chapter 24, Huge Profits. Lin Feng glanced at the two of them without saying a word, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Just one night, those 10 substandard concentrated nutrient solutions have now been converted into 7 qualified products. In other words, the 350 star coins he spent earlier turned into 21,000 star coins overnight. What does that mean? 60 times the return. All right, forget about whether I'm trying to cover up the crime or something else. Let's stick with the reliable shop Huang Zheng mentioned. Seeing that Lin Feng was still full of energy, Ding Zhu could only nod. Huang Zheng led the way, while Ding Zhu and Lin Feng followed behind. However, Lin Feng kept yawning and didn't seem to listen to anything they were saying. Ding Zhu shook his head helplessly. Following Huang Zheng, they soon arrived at the outermost edge of the entire settlement, and the other party's purpose was clearly very clear, leading them into a pure black tent. Lin Feng, who had been yawning the whole way to the door, suddenly spoke up. "Once we're inside, just listen to what I'm saying and don't say a word." After saying that, Lin Feng added, "Whether the deal goes through or not, you'll still get your commission." Huang Zheng hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. The three of them went inside the tent and saw that there was a long queue in front of them. Since many people know this place is reliable, naturally many people will come here to trade. Huang Zheng glanced at Ding Zhu and said rather arrogantly. Before Ding Zhu could speak, a waiter walked straight toward the three of them and asked, "Do the three of you have something you want to do?" "There are those who want to sell and those who want to buy," Lin Feng replied. The waiter smiled and handed Lin Feng a black wooden plaque. "Everything here is clearly priced. If you see something you like, just make an offer. This sign is for selling things. We'll call out to you later. Our boss will speak with you all." Lin Feng took the wooden plaque and said thank you. "Of course," the waiter said with a smile and left. Watching the waiter leave, Ding Zhu nudged Huang Zheng with his elbow. "Look at him. He's from a big city too. Why doesn't he have your arrogance?" Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng snorted coldly, clearly displeased. "I come from Yinfeng, one of the 4 major central cities. How can these small cities compare to me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng also became interested. "For major central cities? Are there different levels of major cities?" Hearing Lin Feng's question, Huang Zheng snorted and said, "Come on, let me give you some common sense. These major cities you know of are collectively divided into 4 factions. Noera faction, Iwoman faction, Higashihama faction, Takakusa faction. The center of each faction is its respective central city." Huang Zheng paused for a moment at this point, but finally finished speaking. "Only Central City has a way to leave this planet. Which faction do we in the wilderness belong to?" Ding Zhu asked quickly. "Half wilderness, half rocky peaks." At this point, Huang Zheng glanced at Lin Feng and then said in a somewhat strange tone, "Speaking of Lin Feng, it's a bit of a pity." "What's a pity?" Lin Feng asked, frowning. "It's a pity you were born in this wasteland. Whether it's the Wild Plains faction or the Rock Peak faction, the big cities don't treat outsiders or wanderers well. So, does this mean that different major cities treat outsiders differently? Of course. Whether it's Nohara or Iwoman, once they're in, they don't even have the chance to go to university. They go straight to the frontline corps. Not only is it dangerous, but it's also easy to become cannon fodder. However, the Higashihama faction and the Takagusa faction are different. The wanderers who get in are all quite talented. Once they're in, they're trained as the backbone of the university. Not only can they get into university, but it's also free. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged bewildered glances. To be honest, this was the first time we had encountered this kind of knowledge, and we were a bit confused for a while. Lin Feng had originally planned to just join any big city, but who would have thought there would be so much filth within it? Young man, your information is outdated. Now, wanderers who join the Rock Peak faction can also enter university, but they still need to pay their own tuition. A rather burly middle-aged man next to him suddenly spoke up, clearly having also heard what Huang Zheng had just said. Unexpectedly, Huang Zheng showed no fear and simply snorted coldly. How could I not know what those people in Yinfeng are thinking? University is indeed an option, but the tuition for homeless people is more than 3 times that of native-born residents of big cities. It's important to know that the tuition fees at universities like Yinfeng are already quite high. It would take at least a middle-class family's annual income plus a business loan to afford one person's university tuition. After speaking, Huang Zheng looked at Lin Feng, the meaning of which was self-evident. How much money do you, a homeless person, have? Upon hearing this, the rather burly middle-aged man couldn't help but turn around and glance at the boy next to him, who was about the same age as Lin Feng, and his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Many people inside the tent looked rather grim at that moment. Clearly, many of them, though they themselves did not have the opportunity to enter the big city, still intended for their children or descendants to follow this path. Lin Feng sighed at this moment, but quickly spoke up as well. There's always a way out. Let's focus on the present situation first. Huang Zheng nodded. At least the Yinfeng faction won't use the wanderers as cannon fodder anymore. Lin Feng, people inside the tent. Ding Zhu, you're such a jerk, you have a foul mouth. After finishing their conversation, Lin Feng began to wander around the tent. His gaze swept across the tent, and he noticed that the most eye-catching thing inside was a large blackboard. When I got closer, I discovered that it was a list of wanted criminals. By Zongyao, male, 35 to 40 years old, level 15 or above. Crime: forcibly stormed Wanfeng prison and abducted 43 death row inmates. Reward for capture: permanent residency in Yinfeng City, 400,000 star coins, and 3 fifth-generation weapons of your choice. Isn't this guy a bit too aggressive? Ding Zhu was stunned for a moment when he saw the other party's message. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. It was indeed a bit outrageous. They actually managed to snatch 43 people directly from the prison in the city. That's something no ordinary person could do. There must be a gang involved, Huang Zheng suddenly said. So you found out? Ding Zhu looked at Huang Zheng's confident expression and retorted. Chapter 25 portable workbench. At this moment, Huang Zheng looked at Ding Zhu with an expression as if he were looking at an idiot. Are you an idiot? The other side kidnapped more than 40 people. If they didn't have a gang, how would they have taken care of them? Could it be that everyone who goes there is followed by a group of people? Ding Zhu's lips twitched involuntarily. There was no way the other party was wrong. Lin Feng ignored Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng's bickering and instead focused his attention on the wanted poster below. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that the reward for each of the wanted posters included permanent residency in a large city. In other words, as long as you catch one wanted criminal, you can join the big city without needing any of those extra conditions. That's a bit tempting. Just then, Lin Feng's gaze was drawn to a wanted poster located at the back of the page. This appearance? The person he sniped had an 80% overlap with the one he killed, but there were also some obvious differences in the details. But how are the plastic surgery techniques at Huangjingda City? Very good. After saying that, Huang Zheng probably felt that his expression was not enough, so he added, anyway, once you enter the big city, you'll know that there are no ugly people in the big city. After Huang Zheng finished speaking, Ding Zhu began to size him up. He looked you up and down and then nodded. You're right, someone like you isn't ugly at all. Ding Zhu, don't push your luck. This is my natural appearance. I haven't had any plastic surgery. Huang Zheng said, somewhat exasperated. The then nobody will know. That just shows your lack of knowledge. People who have had plastic surgery have very obvious signs of adjustment on their faces, and experienced people can tell at a glance. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng paused for a moment, then suddenly thought of the corpse. What did Zhang Xiao say at the time? You take your spoils and he'll handle the rest. So, it is. Lin Feng glanced at Huang Zheng beside him. This guy's identity was clearly extraordinary, as was the deeply hidden Sugon. What seemed like an ordinary campsite now appears to be quite something. Huang Zheng seemed to have thought of something at this moment, and lowered his head and remained silent, ignoring Ding Zhu's provocations. Lin Feng also left the bounty board and began to look at the items sold inside the tent. His eyes swept across the room, and he immediately spotted an item he liked. Name: multifunctional 3-section folding machine workbench. Weight: 50 kilograms. Size: 0.3 cubic meters, 0.6 cubic meters, 1 cubic meter, 3-section folding type. Function: the built-in self-charging high-energy power supply, multifunctional toolbox, simple forging tools, and high-performance intelligent device allow users to open and repair, manufacture, and design machine tools anytime, anywhere, in any environment. It's an essential piece of equipment for every adventurer. Detailed introduction. Self-charging high-energy power supply. It can release voltages from 0.001 to 10,000 kV for durations ranging from 10 seconds to 1,000 hours. It can be replenished with energy using various methods, such as solar energy, geothermal energy, temperature difference, and radiation. Multi-tool kit includes 150 commonly used machine tools for repair. Simple forging tools, including an electrically heated crucible with a maximum temperature of 6,000 K. Looking at the rows of features, Lin Feng's mouth started watering. This smells amazing. Honestly, if Lin Feng were given this thing, with his mechanical processing skills and knowledge, he could easily upgrade his equipment, if not create an armory for himself. However, when Lin Feng's gaze fell on the price, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. 600,000 star coins. Holy crap, 600,000! This is worth as much as that wanted criminal by Zhong Yao. Without further ado, we could easily buy their entire camp. Huang Zheng followed Lin Feng's gaze and couldn't help but purse his lips. You really have a wild idea. Even in the city center, not many people could afford a workbench like this. If you move to a big city, this price is enough for a year's tuition. So you're saying the tuition for a year at a university in the big city is as high as 600,000 star coins? Ding Zhu asked incredulously. Huang Zheng nodded silently. The tuition fees for good schools are basically at this level. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a glance. What the hell are they going to do now? This was also the first time they had a direct understanding of the difficulty of surviving in a big city. Just as Huang Zheng was about to continue mocking the two men's ignorance, he heard the waiter calling their numbers. The three of them quickly went over. They followed the directions directly into a small room. The room is rather small, only big enough for 3 or 4 people to sit down. Living in the main seat was a young man dressed simply, yet exuding an air of nobility. The three of you are Shi Qing. Hello, Mr. Shi. My name is Ding Zhu. This is Lin Feng and Huang Zheng. Ding Zhu was quite reliable in the face of such a situation. I wonder what the three of you are planning to do. Huang Zheng was about to speak when Lin Feng pulled him back and said, You go out first. Huang Zheng pursed his lips, turned around, and left. At this moment, Ding Zhu took out the sand scale fruit from his pocket. Sand scale fruit? A look of joy flashed in Shi Qing's eyes. Compared to other things, these exotic fruits and bones are the favorites of these people from big cities. A flat price of 10,000 star coins. Shi Qing spoke without the slightest hesitation. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a glance at the price. Do you two think it's too low? To be honest, this should be the highest price that could be offered in the entire settlement. Otherwise, you two can go out and ask around. Lin Feng looked at Shi Qing and asked, To be honest, this price is much higher than we expected. Shi Qing glanced at Lin Feng with some surprise, then said with a smile, The price of sand scaly fruit has always fluctuated. If I take this back and have the apothecary make it into a potion, I definitely won't lose money. To be honest, I was quite surprised that Mr. Lin would tell me directly that I had offered too much. If we're sincere, we should all be sincere, Ding Zhu said with a smile, glancing at Lin Feng as she finished speaking. Shi Qing's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. Could there be a surprise? He was already quite surprised that these two people in front of him, who were not of high level, could produce sand-scale fruit. Lin Feng took out a fist-sized blue bone from his backpack. That's right. This is Lin Feng's biggest gain from killing Xiaoyu with a high-temperature gas cylinder, and it's also the reason why everyone is so eager to learn from him. The Strange Bones of Sand Moon. Chapter 26, 200,000. Shi Qing jumped up from the chair. Strange bones. It's an alien bone. I thought it would be good if the other party could pull out another sand-scale fruit. Who would have thought that the other party would actually produce a piece of unusual bone? Can I take a look? However, being from a prominent family, he quickly adjusted his emotions and calmed down. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a glance and ultimately handed the strange bone over to each other. Shi Qing took the strange bone in his hand, tapped it, and then smelled it. A gleam of joy flashed in his eyes. Yes, this was it. This was the alien bone. He put down the strange bone stone and took out an electronic scale, placing it on the table. The foreign bone was placed on it and weighed. Exactly 180 G. The official price for heterologous bone is 20,000 yuan per gram. I won't offer any discounts. I'll just go with this price. What do you think? 1 gram costs 20,000. That's 360,000 star coins. Ding Zhu felt her breathing was a little heavy and couldn't help but turn her head to look at Lin Feng. But they found that the other person's expression was normal, as if they didn't care about the price at all. How so? Okay. Lin Feng agreed without saying much. A smile also appeared on Shi Qing's face. After so many days, he had finally received some good things. I originally thought I would have to go deeper into the wilderness to get this reward, but I didn't expect to get it from 2 wanderers who were not even level 10. However, 360,000 star coins is indeed not a small amount. I wonder if the two of you have your own accounts? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged bewildered glances. Account? What is that? However, Shi Qing's expression didn't change, and he immediately pulled out 4 cards. In the middle of each card was the number 100,000. Then Shi Qing took out something the size of a cell phone from his previous life and swiped it to 40,000 from one card. The 4 cards together amount to 360,000. You two should recognize this, right? I recognize the anonymous star coin card. Ding Zhu's tone became much more relaxed at this moment. It's good that we know each other. As Shi Qing spoke, he pushed 4 cards in front of the 2 of them. Ding Zhu reached out to take it, but Lin Feng spoke up. Boss Shi, do you know if there's a discount on that multifunctional 3-section folding workbench outside? Shi Qing paused for a moment, then looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. Mr. Lin is referring to that 600,000 yuan workbench? That's right. Shi Qing glanced at the 3 cards on the table, then looked at Lin Feng and suddenly smiled. Actually, Mr. Lin had another, even better option. What? Lin Feng asked, looking at Shi Qing. Even with a discount, Mr. Lin's wealth wouldn't be enough for that 600,000 star coin workbench. However, if Mr. Lin doesn't mind a second-hand workbench, perhaps we still have a chance. Lin Feng's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. Second-hand? What's the condition? Actually, the condition wasn't bad. It's just that the second-hand one was an older model that lacked the latest smart control module. Many things need to be adjusted manually, which reduces the accuracy. As soon as Shi Qing finished speaking, a line of data appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes. Basic high-autonomy intelligent programming based on the first external exchange of basic knowledge series of Qiansuo intelligent machinery. It's enough for me, no problem. Shi Qing nodded and placed his hand on 2 cards worth 100,000 star coins. Before Lin Feng could speak, Ding Zhu, suppressing her heartache, spoke first. You can take it. After saying that, Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng. Don't say anything. Let me feel sorry for you for a while. Lin Feng. Shi Qing smiled and beckoned Lin Feng to go with him to get the thing. The fully folded workbench is only the size of a suitcase, making it truly portable. However, the instruction manual for this thing is 4 fingers thick. That's just how it is without the intelligent control module. You have to debug everything yourself, Shi Qing said, shrugging. Lin Feng nodded silently, finally understanding the importance of the intelligent control module. It's strange, really. Recently, a trend of smart technology has swept through big cities. I guess these old-fashioned items will become less valuable in the future. Shi Qing suddenly sighed. Suddenly, a line of text appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. A519. It seems this planet is really located on the very edge of the world. A519. The wave of intelligence that our race started only reached us after our race was wiped out. Looking at the words before him, Lin Feng's heart stirred, but he still spoke calmly. Times are always progressing, aren't they? Shurqin glanced at Lin Feng with some surprise, not expecting that a wanderer from the wilderness could say such a thing. After thinking for a moment, Shurqin took out a card with a badge engraved on it and handed it to Lin Feng. I think Mr. Lin is only one step away from entering the big city, so I'm giving this card to him. With this card, you can purchase goods at any of our shops in Shijiazhuang at a 5% discount. Lin Feng accepted the card without any hesitation. See you again someday. See you again someday. As soon as Huang Zheng left the tent, his eyes never left the briefcase in Lin Feng's hand. What are you looking at? Ding Zhu said with a fierce look. That 200,000 star coins makes everyone I see look like that robber. Who cares if it looks like this? Huang Zheng said, pursing his lips. Then he looked at Lin Feng and said, So, is this reliable? Shouldn't we get our agency fee by now? Without hesitation, Lin Feng took out 500 star coins and placed them in Huang Zheng's hand. The other party quickly checked the items, turned around, and left without the slightest hesitation. Watching Huang Zheng's departing figure, Ding Zhu turned back and glanced at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Let's just forget about it. It's better to avoid trouble. Lin Feng shook his head, not because he had suddenly become compassionate. Rather, he had a premonition that if he killed Huang Zheng, something very troublesome would happen later. Huang Zheng glanced back discreetly to make sure Ding Zhu and Lin Feng hadn't followed, and breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, Lin Feng knew he was in danger when he came out carrying that suitcase. That thing isn't something you can buy just by selling a tattered camouflage cloth. So, did Lin Feng and Ding Zhu guess something because they didn't catch up? Forget it. What can I do even if I guessed it? Anyway, I'll be able to go back this year and won't have any contact with them anymore. After muttering a few words to himself, Huang Zheng changed direction and headed towards the largest bar in the gathering area. Are you sure it's them? That's them. Want revenge? Since they're going to choose a target anyway, isn't that perfect for them? No, their strength is too weak. Clear. Chapter 27 Zhang, Zhao's Invitation. Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV5. Age, 15. Race, half-elf. Superpower, none. Strength, 5.5. Agility, 5.6. Physical fitness, 5.4. Spirit, 5.9. Talent/specialty, dexterity. Skills, comprehensive gun technique, LV.7. Serpent dagger, LV.3. Basic spiritual breathing, LV.1. Tidal meditation, LV.2. Knowledge, basic pharmacy knowledge, LV3. Biology, LV3. Pharmaceutics, LV4. Formulation, LV4. Basic mechanical knowledge, LV4. Mechanics, LV3. Materials science, LV5. Weaponry, metals, LV5. Machining, LV4. Intelligent programming, LV4. Looking at the panel at this moment, Lin Feng exhaled a breath of stale air. One concentrated nutrient solution was enough to sustain his body for 3 days of undamaged cultivation, and it also helped him directly reach the mid-stage of level 5. And that workbench, I have to say, hands-on practice is completely different from simply reading a book. After he actually handled those materials, his speed in learning mechanical engineering improved dramatically. While Lin Feng was engrossed in studying and practicing martial arts, Ding Zhu had already been approached. Is there something you need from Captain Zhang? Looking at Zhang, shouting in front of him, Ding Zhu was quite surprised. Although they said they were in the same camp, they didn't really have much contact with Captain Zhang, who was always unfathomable. Or rather, the people in the entire camp no longer had much contact with Su Gan and Zhang Xiao. They were always busy with their own things, whether it was planning or defending the camp. They all just give out a plan and then let the people below implement it. Are you all alone here? Zhang Xiao did not answer Ding Zhu's question. Instead, he looked around the bar before asking. Yeah, it's just me. After saying this, Ding Zhu seemed to understand Zhang Xiao's purpose and spoke directly. Lin Feng has been locking himself in his tent lately, and nobody knows what he's been doing all day. Didn't you even see him? Zhang Xiao asked, stroking his chin. Ding Zhu shook his head. Although he didn't know what Lin Feng was planning, he knew that since the other party wasn't even contacting him, he must be up to something big. There's no need to bother the other party. Zhang Xiao looked Ding Zhu up and down and suddenly raised an eyebrow. You advanced? Ding Zhu nodded. Buying a potion has finally brought me to level 7. I have to say, it feels so good to be rich. I recently organized a small team to hunt down strange beasts. Would you like to come? Zhang shouted mince words and spoke directly. You are obviously referring to Lin Feng and him. Ding Zhu's eyes flashed. Where are we hunting? I can't say for sure right now, but the danger is considerable. Zhang Zhao's tone remained calm, but Ding Zhu could sense the difficulty of this trip from the other party's solemn gaze. But, just like how he agreed to let Lin Feng risk his life, when has progress in this wilderness ever been possible without risking one's life? The greater the risk, the higher the reward. I have no problem. As for Lin Feng, Ding Zhu paused for a moment and then said, I'll go back and ask him. Zhang Xiao nodded, turned around, and left. After watching Zhang Xiao leave, Ding Zhu finished his drink and left the bar as well. I've been getting a bit bored these past few days. Now that something's going on, we naturally need to prepare properly. Especially now that he has money on hand, he can upgrade all the equipment he has. But before that, we still need to go see Lin Feng. It's already open, just come in. A wave of heat washed over me as the curtain was lifted. Ding Zhu looked around and saw Lin Feng with his lean and well-defined upper body exposed, next to a furnace of unidentified molten liquid. The liquid surface is a clear yellow color, revealing the high temperature contained within. Lin Feng would occasionally dip an unknown part into the liquid, then pick it up and work on it with the tools on the workbench. Tear. Before Ding Zhu could react, the curtain he had just opened had already closed by itself. It's just a small application. Lin Feng casually offered an explanation before saying, Bring me your folding knife. Ding Zhu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he handed the folding long sword to Lin Feng. Lin Feng picked up the folding long knife and casually placed it into the ultrasonic cleaner in front of him. With a buzzing sound, the water in the cleaner instantly turned murky. After waiting a moment and seeing that it was clean, Lin Feng threw the folding knife directly into the pool of clear yellow liquid. Ding Zhu's heart skipped a beat, and he reached out to grab it. No way. I'm so used to this folding knife. Even if you were to make one for me, you should ask me first. Don't panic. Lin Feng said casually while working on the parts in his hands. Ding Zhu pursed her lips, not knowing what else to say. As the timer in front of him disappeared, Lin Feng took out pliers, dipped them into the liquid, and quickly pulled out the folding knife. Ding Zhu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the folding knife was unharmed except for a thin golden film on it. After looking the knife over and making sure it was okay, Lin Feng put it into the bucket of water next to him. With a whoosh, a plume of steam rose into the air. Lin Feng reached into his pocket, took out a folding knife, and handed it to Ding Zhu, saying, Give it a try. At this moment, the golden film on the folding knife had disappeared and it had returned to its previous ordinary state. Ding Zhu took the folding knife and waved it. Click! The long sword took shape instantly, much smoother than before. Call! With a casual wave of his hand, a whooshing sound filled the air. What a fine knife! Although it was the same knife as before, the feeling it gave him was completely different now. Smooth and sharp. In his eyes, the entire knife had been completely transformed. What is this amazing thing? Not only did it increase the hardness and sharpness of the long knife, it also did not affect the toughness of the folding knife. This is an absolute conflict. Lin Feng glanced at Ding Zhu and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You actually know this? Ding Zhu. I'm not stupid. It's actually very simple. It's just the thing we sold, Lin Feng said calmly. Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu's face revealed an expression of I knew it. No wonder heteromorphic bones are so popular. Having used such a good item once, Ding Zhu now had an urge to refine all his equipment. Chapter 28, Zhang Zhao's Helper. All right, I haven't told you why you came see me. Lin Feng looked at Ding Zhu, who was excitedly testing his knife here, and asked, Oh, it's Zhang Xiao. He said he had organized a small team to hunt monsters and wanted us to join. A strange beast? What kind of strange beast? Lin Feng asked, frowning slightly. Ding Zhu stopped and pulled the mechanism on the handle to put away the folding knife in his hand. I don't know either. I asked him, but he didn't tell me. However, it's probably not some simple creature. Lin Feng looked at the tempered parts on the table and nodded to Ding Zhu. You must have agreed, right? Ding Zhu nodded. After a few days of comfortable living, I actually felt a little uncomfortable, so I decided to go and give it a try. Okay, I'll go and give it a try, too. Lin Feng was also eager to try. Possessing a sharp weapon, he harbored murderous intent and also wanted to test his results. No problem. You can continue. I'm off. After saying that, Ding Zhu slipped out of Lin Feng's tent and headed toward Zhang Xiao and the others' residence. Lin Feng looked at the things around him and had an idea in mind. I was originally planning to take it slow, but it seems I need to speed things up. After casually wiping his face, Lin Feng once again threw himself wholeheartedly into his mechanical processing business. So, does that mean Lin Feng agreed? Sugan leaned back in his recliner, holding a rather thick book in his hands, and asked casually. Zhang Xiao nodded, agreed. This little guy seems to be growing up quite fast lately. I wonder what secret he's hiding. Everyone has secrets. Those who didn't have secrets are all buried underground now. Sugan finally stood up from the recliner. So, have you really decided to choose this path? You know my qualifications. Besides this path, do I have any other options? Zhang Xiao said calmly, then added, Don't forget our goal is to return to the stars. Upon hearing this, a flash of blue light appeared in Sugan's eyes, but he nodded blankly and took out a blue reagent from his body, handing it to Zhang Xiao. Since you've made your decision, I won't say anything more. I hope you succeed. Click, click, click. With all the parts assembled, the newly refined Type 3 Falcon sniper rifle appeared in Lin Feng's hands. It also comes with 3 meticulously crafted special bullets, each guaranteed to surprise your opponent. At the same time, Ding Zhu's shout came from outside. Lin Feng is about to set off. They've arrived. Following Ding and Zhu, they quickly arrived at the parking lot. That's it, Ding Zhu said, pointing to a tan-colored heavy armored vehicle in the distance. This is? Zhang Xiao rented a place from a merchant in the settlement, which reportedly costs 1,000 star coins a day. This trip will probably cost at least 10,000 star coins. Actually, Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng rented this car together. When they arrived at the car, they saw Zhang Xiao standing there waiting for them. Go on board. There are a few people inside. You can get to know them. As for them, they're all from the same camp, so they are relatively familiar with each other compared to outsiders. Open the car door. The two looked around and saw that there were already 6 people sitting in the car. 2 women and 4 men. The 2 women look exactly alike, except for their different makeup. They are twins. There was also an extremely muscular man sitting in the 1.5-meter tall car, and it felt like he was curled up. He was also holding a 6-barrel Gatling gun, but in his hands, the 6-barrel Gatling gun was no different from an ordinary rifle. Hello, both of you. My name is Worth. May I ask your names? The blond, middle-aged man looked quite authoritative as he spoke, clearly their leader. Ding Zhu is Lin Feng. In such situations, it was always the older Ding Zhu who spoke first. Surprisingly, before Worth could continue speaking, it was the slightly aloof young man next to him who first extended his hand to Lin Feng. Wing Ke. Lin Feng glanced at the sniper rifle case next to the other party and immediately understood. Lin Feng. The other men and women who witnessed this scene all looked quite surprised. They knew Wang Che was arrogant, but they never expected him to take the initiative to greet Lin Feng. Everyone in the vehicle couldn't help but start looking Lin Feng up and down. The level is not high. They are very young. He's a sniper, but I wonder how good his sniping skills are. All right, I haven't introduced these people to you yet. Wools reacted quickly and began introducing the people around him. The 2 women were named Bu Jia and Bu Shi. The man with the exaggerated physique was named Niu Tai, though he preferred to be called Tai Niu, Iron Ox. There was also a man of medium build named Li Gang. Are there any other people besides us? Ding Zhu asked curiously. 2 more, Worth said. They didn't have to wait long before the door suddenly opened. Old man Bai, Huang Zheng. Ding Zhu looked at the 2 people in front of him and couldn't help but shout out, which made Lin Feng's mouth twitch. The other people in the car looked at the white-haired old man with a limp and a crippled leg with rather strange expressions. Are they really going to hunt powerful beasts? Old man Bai, however, didn't seem to care and scoffed at Lin Feng. Young Lin, you see me, but don't even bother to come and lend a hand? Lin Feng rolled his eyes but still went over and helped the old man. That a good boy. Old man Bai patted Lin Feng's arm and said, Are you really going to come with us? Lin Feng asked, staring at the white-haired old man in front of him. The old man slowly untied the wine bottle from his waist, took a big gulp, and then said, You've seen fewer strange beasts than I've killed, so you'd better take care of yourself first. Lin Feng helped the old man sit down and shook his head helplessly. Ding Zhu then looked at Huang Zheng. Are you coming along too? Huang Zheng rolled his eyes and said with an annoyed expression, What do you think I wanted? I was dragged here to drive. After saying that, he pulled out a black briefcase from under his seat and went to the driver's seat. The vehicle started up shortly afterward. What is the goal this time? Looking at the ferocious beast in the photo, The middle-aged man with a face full of scars licked his lips with some excitement. Just from the photos, you can see how ferocious they are. That's what makes them worthy of being their targets. That's right, these strange beasts are a perfect test of your progress. Clear. Then you should inform everyone to start preparing. As long as you pass this test, you will be officially considered as joining us. Then you'll have everything you want. Is revenge acceptable? Ha! The man laughed loudly for a moment, then suddenly stopped and nodded heavily. That's right, this is our target. Chapter 29, Getting to Know Each Other. The carriage remained quiet, but no one expected that Wang Che would start talking to Lin Feng. There are other ways to maintain shooting stability, such as our arms forming a support-like shape. Yes, that's certainly possible, but it requires specific training for the arms. If you want to increase the power, the simplest way is to modify the bullet itself. Looking at Lin Feng and the others in Wang Che's car, who were having a heated discussion in the corner, they all looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, Worth spoke first. Are you all from Zhang Zhao's camp? Yes, Captain Zhang is our guard captain. Wu smiled and shook his head. Then we're pretty much the same. Zhang Xiao used to be our captain too. Were you from this camp before? Ding Zhu was quite surprised. He hadn't heard any of the older people in the camp mention this. That's because we used to be in the same organization. Mechanism? Those are people from the big city. Ding Zhu nodded thoughtfully. He spoke up. The group quickly became acquainted. Ding Zhu also discovered that the people in front of him were actually a very complete team. Bu Jia and Bu Shi were scouts. Wu's and Li Gang launched a frontal assault. Wang Che is a sniper, and Tai Niu is a heavy firepower specialist. This can be described as a complete combat squad. It's so much better than their haphazardly cobbled-together stuff. No wonder Zhang Xiao didn't approach the deputy captains of the camp. Lin Feng could tell from Wang Che's conversation that this team was indeed extraordinary. Wang Che looked at Lin Feng beside him and couldn't help but sigh. The moment Wang Che saw the other person, he knew that the other person must be an excellent sniper. But after this conversation, he realized that the other person was far more outstanding than he had expected. Wu's gaze suddenly shifted to Lin Feng. How old are you, Brother Lin? 15 is not yet 16. Upon hearing this, Worth's eyes lit up. Have you decided which city to go to? Lin Feng shook his head. I really don't know much about these things. Wu's thought for a moment and said, it would be great if there was a team willing to take you to Dongbin. Clearly, they were aware that the major cities of Noera and Iwaman did not treat outsiders very well. Or joining one of those big organizations would be good too, Bu Jia suddenly said. Zhang Gang looked at the other person with some doubt and asked, don't organizations usually recruit college graduates? Bu Jia shook his head and said, most institutions are indeed like that, but there are some special institutions that directly recruit people with clean backgrounds and train them themselves. At this moment, Worth seemed to have thought of something and then shook his head helplessly. I know which place you're talking about. It is indeed a nice place, but it also has very high requirements for people. After finishing speaking, Worth looked at Lin Feng in front of him and said somewhat apologetically, it's not that you're bad, it's just that the requirements there are exceptionally high. Even Wang Che, now, probably wouldn't pass the test there. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Can't even Wang Che do it? To be honest, Wang Che should be one of the top-ranked people he met in the wilderness. Is someone like him not good enough? Wang Che didn't refute at this moment, but simply said calmly, I've been there and heard about them. Those people are truly terrifying. After thinking for a moment, Wang Che continued. The best among them once managed to kill a sand moon that had unleashed a massive beast tide with just a 6-person team. Lin Feng. Ding Zhu. Are you kidding me? A 6-person squad faces a massive beast tide in Sand Moon. What is the concept of a large-scale beast tide? Ordinary large cities could be directly breached, and the Sand Moon force is capable of commanding the scale must be at least level 20 or higher. Not to mention that large beast tides usually consist of more than one leader-level beast. In this situation, how could only 6 people have been killed, including the commander, Satsuki? Is this even human? Lin Feng shook his head decisively. He was very self-aware. Even with a 519, it would probably take him at least 3 to 5 years to grow to this level. A 519. Listen to this. Is this even human language? The vehicle continued to travel smoothly, and the sounds of conversation inside the carriage gradually subsided until, in the end, most people were resting with their eyes closed. Except for the old man, of course. This guy is still drinking one bottle after another without stopping. Especially when someone is supplying him, He can drink without limit. Sizzle. With a soft thud, the vehicle slowly came to a stop. Lin Feng also opened his eyes as the carriage door was open from the outside. Looking around, Lin Feng couldn't help but pause in surprise. The dilapidated high-rise buildings, weathered ruins, and exposed, stark white bones. It seems that you can find all the elements of the apocalypse that you can imagine here. At one point, Lin Feng was even a little dazed. It felt like I was back in a past life watching apocalyptic videos. Not bad. I actually managed to find a rundown town and a half for the night, Worth said with a light laugh. At least we don't have to worry about a sandstorm suddenly hitting us tonight. Tainyo also spoke in a muffled voice. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was the time when sandstorms were most frequent in the Wasteland. That's how it is in the wilderness. Besides being wary of strange beasts, various natural disasters can also frequently take your life. However, the people present were all veterans of survival in the wilderness, and it didn't take them long to set up their resting place. Oh dear, I really need to get some rest. Huang Zheng lay on the newly made bed and didn't want to get up at all. Everyone present could understand. After all, driving all day wasn't a pleasant experience. Bu Jiabu, she explored the surrounding area. Wang Che, Lin Feng, find a high point to set up a defensive position. Old Man Bai, Ding Zhu, you guys prepare dinner. The rest, except for Huang Zheng, take turns working the night shift. Everyone present nodded in agreement upon hearing Zhao's arrangements. Wang Che pointed to a dilapidated high-rise building not far away and said, "Let's go take a look first." Okay. The two took some equipment and headed towards the building. As Lin Feng passed through various ruins and rubble along the way, a sense of curiosity suddenly arose in his heart. How do these cities typically become like this? Internal strife and beast tides. After pausing, Wang Che continued. Internal strife usually accounts for the majority of the reasons. Why? Are resources also scarce in big cities? At this point, Lin Feng was genuinely puzzled. In such a harsh environment in the Wasteland, he had never heard of a camp collapsing due to internal strife. Chapter 30. Wing Chess Evaluation. Wang Che turned around and looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze. Do you know why the major cities in the Rock Peak region aren't very welcoming to hunters from the wilderness? Lin Feng shook his head. It's very simple. The biggest internal conflict in Rock Peak City was started by a hunter from the wilderness. The direct consequence of that internal strife was that half of the high-ranking officials in the entire Rock Peak Central City were killed or seriously injured. Lin Feng's expression froze upon hearing this. Without saying much, Wang Che led Lin Feng into the building. It must be said that these buildings have a very fortified feel, with thick walls and narrow doors and windows. This also caused their visibility to become very poor as soon as they entered. Wang Che patrolled and guarded the area, holding a pistol in his left hand and a short knife in his right. Lin Feng followed behind, and they posted reminder strips along the way. These nightlight strips can mark safe routes in the dark. If they encounter danger at the lower camp, they can immediately move to higher ground along this path. You can also design obstacles along the way to hinder dangerous pursuits. This is a very practical wilderness survival strategy. That's because their team is rich and well-mannered. For most small teams, it's considered good if they can send someone over for a quick look. Only the breathing of Wang Che and Lin Feng could be heard on the dimly lit staircase. Fortunately, there were basically nothing blocking their way on the stairs, which made things much easier for the two of them. However, this building is still quite tall. They've been walking for 20 minutes, so they're only halfway there. As they went up to the first floor, Wang Che's eyes suddenly flashed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots fired in quick succession caused 3 bursts of blood to bloom in the darkness, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The desert poison lizard is of average quality. Wang Che, seeing Lin Feng craning his neck to look, assumed that the other party wanted to see what the thing was and took the initiative to explain. Lin Feng nodded noncommittally, thinking to himself that since that thing had already run away, there was no need to say anything more. Keep going up. Wang Che suddenly slashed the ground with his long sword. A burst of sparks illuminated a black scorpion with its tail standing upright, which was cleaved in 2 by the opponent's short knife. Let's keep going. Clearly, going further up would lead to the living area of these strange beasts. Wang Che is also taking action more and more often. As for Lin Feng, he can follow along behind, so why does he need to exert himself? Furthermore, the one who posed a real threat was startled away when Wang Che fired his gun. Lin Feng naturally decided to completely give up and just be a tool for posting tickets. It took them about 40 minutes to finally reach the top floor. Lin Feng used some discarded materials from the rooftop to build a simple sniping platform. Seeing this, Wang Che nodded with satisfaction. Although Lin Feng did not perform well while going upstairs, he was still quite skilled at sniping. The structure of this sniper platform is much better than he initially imagined. This platform is well set up, but even though we are snipers, we still need to pay attention to our hand skills. Wang Che couldn't help but remind him in the end. Speaking of which, during the process of going upstairs, he deliberately released some simple exotic beasts to come closer to him several times in order to see Lin Feng's close-range combat ability. However, the other party failed to even notice. That's not good. Lin Feng, without much thought, nodded and said, "Yes, there's still a lot I need to learn from you. It's good that you have the desire to learn." After saying that, Wang Che patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. "Feel free to ask me any questions. I hope Brother Wang won't be bothered by the time comes. These are all minor matters." The two walked toward the camp while talking. Upon arriving at the already set-up camp, Wang Che first explained the situation to Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao nodded lightly as a response, and then asked Lin Feng to help Old Man Bai. Looking at Lin Feng cooking with Old Man Bai, Zhang Xiao asked, "How does it feel?" Its sniping ability is undoubtedly excellent, but it's still too poor in close combat. Putting aside the fact that he grew up in the wilderness, his talent in sniping to this extent is indeed impressive. As Wools listened to Wang Che's analysis and leaned closer, he looked at Zhang Xiao and said, "With your letter of recommendation, I think getting into our preparatory camp shouldn't be a big problem." Zhang Xiao shook his head. "If that's the case, then even if he joins our organization, the risk factor is very high." Wools arrived without refuting the claim that their reserves were not some training organization, but rather combat units just like themselves. Unfortunately, university is still too expensive for them. Yes. However, this is not something they can solve. Not long after, Bu Jia and Bu Shi returned and reported that there was no major danger in the surrounding environment. Everyone felt relieved and sat down to eat and rest. Although it was just a car ride, the journey was quite tiring. Lin Feng fell asleep shortly after crawling into his tent. I didn't wake up until the next morning. As Lin Feng opened his eyes, he suddenly heard a system notification in his ear. System notification. Do you want to start checking in? It's been about a month now. You should be able to get another item after completing this check-in. These things are really amazing. I hope this time I can get closer to them. After all, the improvement he made in just 1 month after obtaining the A519 was far more terrifying than his improvement in the previous year. It truly reignited his previous disdain for the system. Sign in, Lin Feng thought to himself. Bite. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a cosmic-level treasure, the faceless divine mask. The scene before Lin Feng's eyes began to change in the next second. A pure white space descended before Lin Feng. Lin Feng vaguely saw the outlines of some faces, and then a mechanical voice rang in his ears. The bond has been established. Please proceed to retrieve the treasure yourself. The coordinates reappeared in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng wasn't surprised, although the appearance of 519 had changed his life and made him aware of the power of these treasures. However, it's unrealistic to expect the system to change like that. But the next second, Lin Feng sprang up from the ground. These coordinates, this spot, it's actually on this planet. Is this some kind of nonsense? Lin Feng couldn't help but swear. The news was too shocking for him. Chapter 31, Subdragon Species. Tier. The tent zipper was unzipped. Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng, who was standing on the ground with a blank expression, and asked with a slight frown. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Feng took a deep breath, looked at Ding Zhu, and shook his head. It's nothing. Ding Zhu rolled her eyes. What are you doing standing there so early in the morning if you're just out eating? After saying that, Ding Zhu turned and left. Lin Feng stood still and silently recited the mantra of meditation several times before he calmed himself down. Dressed and ready, they stepped out of the tent. Food was already prepared. While eating, Lin Feng kept his eyes fixed on the coordinates in his mind. Before, Lin Feng thought the system had given him a memory. But after meditating, he realized that the coordinates given by the system were actually directly implanted into his soul. It will never disappear. Lin Feng stared at the coordinates for a while and suddenly noticed a problem. Is this coordinate system moving? Although the movement is very small, it is indeed moving, and after moving for a while, the other party will return to the original position and then stop moving. This pattern of behavior seems to be Oman's. It's probably just a working human being. At this moment, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Was the other party merely carrying it on their person and actually using it? After all, with the A519 as a precedent, a civilization could be born just around the smart lock. It's impossible that smart locks are an exception, right? There's no point in thinking about it too much. We'll just have to see for ourselves. Lin Feng thought to himself. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the old man in white beside him and pointed in a direction. Where can I get to? Old man Bai in that direction. Old man Bai took a sip of his drink, looked in the direction Lin Feng was pointing, and then said calmly, Yinfeng's Central City. Wools added, it's not just Rock Peak's Central City, but also Rock Peak's satellite cities in this direction. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and then he nodded silently. He remembered the central city of Yinfeng and the satellite city. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they all got back into the car, and Huang Zheng was driving again this time. Have you collected them all? Report. All 13 coaches have arrived. Not bad. Another one died during our time at the camp. We'll soon reach my goal of leaving 10 people. The 13 people present remained completely unmoved by the other party's cruel words. Having come this far, they had come to understand the demon before them. The other party wasn't just saying that. They genuinely hoped they would die soon, leaving only 10 people. You guys go by yourselves this time. I won't go with you. I will wait for you here for 7 days. If you don't come back after 7 days. The middle-aged man glanced at their necks. Everyone present felt a faint electric current emanating from the foreign object inside their necks. Clear. The 13 people immediately shouted in unison. The middle-aged man nodded, casually tossed them a car key, and then turned and left. The 13 people, carrying the keys, rushed to the parking lot, started their vehicles, and sped into the depths of the wilderness. The middle-aged man watched these people leave before mounting a modified two-wheeled motorcycle. Buzzing. With a roar from the exhaust pipe, the motorcycle vanished into the vast wilderness. Crackle. A yellow sandstorm engulfed the sky, and the people inside the car could only look outside through the small windows. Luckily, our car is heavy, otherwise we probably would have been overturned by such strong winds. Zhang Gang licked his lips and said with some lingering fear. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. During the strongest gust of wind, just now, even their vehicle was shaking constantly. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from ahead, and Worth opened the small window connecting to the cockpit. I checked the map, and we're almost there. Zhang Xiao spoke to the people inside the carriage through the small window. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression tightened. Had they finally arrived after more than 3 days of hard work? The captain can be considered our target now, right? Wang Che asked, gripping the handle of the briefcase containing the sniper rifle. Zhang Xiao nodded, and then surprisingly took out several paper documents and handed them to Worth. Wars distributed them to everyone. Lin Feng's brows twitched instantly upon seeing the information. Sandstorm Yalong. Its long wings, yellow scales, and lizard-like body are striking, but its most eye-catching feature is undoubtedly its pair of sharp horns. Yalong. It's a dragon-type mythical beast. As Worth spoke, his eyes gleamed with excitement. At this moment, the old man in white sitting next to Lin Feng also spoke. Legend has it that the Wasteland was formed because a giant dragon from beyond the stars once fell into it. I initially thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems that might not be the case. At this moment, the old man had changed from his previous drunken state, and his eyes were filled with wisdom. At the same time, a document appeared in front of Lin Feng. Basic magical creature identification from the novice magician training manual of the mysterious continent of Roland. Lin Feng glanced at the word magic and then at the gun in his hand. Really, the universe is truly vast enough to accommodate the growth, flourishing, and fruition of all kinds of civilizations. The other person opened the file and started scrolling on their own. It appeared on the subdragon species in no time. Subdragons, secondary dragon-type creatures whose bloodlines are downgraded due to infection by the bloodlines of higher-ranking dragon-type creatures or force mating. Although they exhibit various types of abilities, they are generally unable to break through the hierarchical constraints imposed by their bloodline origins. Lin Feng glanced at the information provided by A519 and then compared it with the information in his hand. It must be said that this information from the mysterious continent of Roland provides a more in-depth understanding of these dragons. But there's a problem here. Is this something we can really hunt? Lin Feng looked up at Zhang Xiao. According to any source, once this thing reaches adulthood, it can break through level 30, coupled with its powerful bloodline. Humans of the same level are no match for it at all. Not to mention a small, hastily assembled team like theirs. Zhang Xiao shook his head and said, "Don't worry, the dragon-type creature's formidable strength is based on the abundant resources they receive for their growth. The barrenness of the Wasteland is far from providing the resources needed for an adult." Zhang Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. Chapter 32, Dragon's Nest. It's not easy to even guarantee the other party's survival. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng paused for a moment before looking at the information provided by A519. The above does indeed mention that the reason why dragon-like creatures are fond of treasure is because they need a lot of resources to maintain both their growth and survival. Then what's the point of us forming this kind of team? Ding Zhu asked Zhang Xiao. Although it is difficult for dragons to survive, they can use their bloodline power to infect the beasts around them and turn them into their guards. The people in the carriage then nodded in agreement. Wolves also gave Zhang Xiao a deep look. He was certain that even their organization did not have this information. Your task is simple. Just help me eliminate these dragon guard beasts. I'll handle the rest myself. Zhang Xiao's calm tone and domineering words sent a shiver down the spines of everyone present. Prepare for battle, everyone, Wu said, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Lin Feng nodded and then glanced at Ding Zhu beside him. The other party immediately understood and reached into their backpack to take out a wooden box containing neatly arranged gray-black powder. Masking powder can cover up our body odor. Upon hearing this, Worth, Wang Che, and the others were taken aback for a moment. Did you instantly realize who that wolf pack was back then? Seeing the stunned expressions on the faces of the people in front of him, Ding Zhu assumed they didn't trust him and quickly began to explain. This thing is quite useful. We've tested it. Even a creature with an extremely keen sense of smell, like the sand wolf, couldn't detect us within 800 meters. Ding Zhu wanted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Worth. No explanation is needed. We've seen the results. After saying that, he took the money and started distributing it to his teammates. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing this. Have you seen it? Could it be that someone else knows how to make this thing? Old Man Bai looked at Worth and the others with a puzzled expression. Why do they trust Lin Feng so much? To be honest, as the person who knows Lin Feng best, he actually has doubts about the effectiveness of this thing. Huang Zheng, who was in front, turned around and looked at everyone in the carriage, saying, Ding Zhu, don't do anything funny. This is a matter of life and death. Ding Zhu rolled his eyes. Shut your mouth. Will that do any good? Are we going to risk our lives? Huang Zheng was about to speak when Zhang Xiao pressed him down. Whether it works or not, we'll find out by testing it step by step. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. They weren't fools. Wouldn't it be better to explore things step by step? Just as everyone finished getting ready, the sandstorm outside gradually subsided. Get off. Huang Zheng took the opportunity to get out of the car and rest for a while, shaking his old back as he glanced at the equipment of Worth and the others, a hint of envy in his eyes. Wools and his men were well equipped, even by the standards of a major city. They were all fifth-generation weapons produced by a large company. Thinking of this, Huang Zheng looked at Lin Feng, Ding Zhu, and the others. Wow, a set of third-generation equipment, and it's still considered loot. Just as he was feeling sentimental, Huang Zheng suddenly noticed the clothes Lin Feng was wearing, and his expression immediately changed. He rushed over to her in 2 quick steps. What are you wearing? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to the strips of cloth woven onto Lin Feng's body. Are these strips of fabric torn from a camouflage cloth? Even someone like Zhang Gang, who comes from a big city, recognized him at a glance. Huang Zheng pointed at Lin Feng and couldn't help but curse. What a waste. Even if you don't want to sell it to me, you don't have to tear it into strips. Of course, what he really meant was, you'd rather tear it into strips than sell it to me? Worth and the others looked at Lin Feng with surprise. They hadn't realized that Lin Feng was such an emotional person. Moreover, tearing the camouflage cloth into strips is really too wasteful. Lin Feng glanced at Huang Zheng in front of him and said indifferently, I'd rather tear up the few 100-star coins you offer than sell it to you. Who told you that tearing this camouflage fabric would be a waste? A few 100-star coins? Wools, Wang Che, and the others looked at each other and agreed that it really should be torn up. Huang Zheng knew he was in the wrong, but he still muttered something. Haha, isn't it common sense that once it's torn up, it's ruined? Still being stubborn. Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu stepped forward to punch him, but Lin Feng stopped him. Ignoring Huang Zheng, Lin Feng instead took a magazine from his waist and handed it to Wang Che. Wang Che stared blankly at the magazine in his hand for a moment. What is it? The people around also looked over, but they could only see a splash of crimson. A special type of bullet might come in handy. Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng burst out laughing. Haha, Lin Feng, aren't you being a little too funny? Their equipment is 2 generations better than yours. Don't embarrass yourself by showing off your inferior bullets that you bought from the wilderness. Normally, Ding Zhu should be going up and punching him right now. But this time, even though he didn't make a move, everyone else, including Wang Che, looked at Lin Feng with strange eyes. Lin Feng didn't explain because it's meaningless for him to just talk about it. He has to see it for himself to be useful. You most likely never need it, so just keep it. Wang Che thought for a moment and decided that he should consider Lin Feng's feelings at this time. He nodded and said, No problem, I'll take it. After saying that, Wang Che placed it in the most convenient spot so he could easily grab it any time. Seeing this, Zhang Xiao shook his head and then immediately ordered, All right, Huang Zheng, stay and watch the car. Everyone else, get ready and we're leaving now. Yes, Wuls and the others answered reflexively. Lin Feng, Ding Zhu, and the old man by all glanced at them with some surprise. These people were from some organization, but their style really seemed no different from that of soldiers. Set off. At Zhang Zhao's command, everyone present immediately dispersed in a tactical manner. Bu Jia and Bu Shir on the left and right respectively. With Zhang Gang on either side and Tai Nyo in the middle, there was a smooth road in front of him. Lin Feng and Wang Che stayed close to each other, and for the time being, they weren't involved in anything. As for the others, they stood in the back. Maintaining their formation, everyone headed in the direction Zhang Xiao had indicated. The sandstorm is finally over. Let's hurry, we don't have much time left. Who would have thought something like this would happen? Do you think that person would care whether you encounter sandstorm or not? Upon hearing this, everyone in the car fell silent. According to the other party's thinking, what difference does it make if all of them die in the desert? All right, let's hurry up and go, or we'll really be running out of time. The vehicle started and shot straight into the depths of the wasteland like an arrow. Everyone lay prostrate on the mound, their eyes fixed on a protruding rock below. To be precise, they were looking at a large, dark hole beneath a protruding rock. That's the lair of that subdragon. Zhang Xiao said. I haven't seen any trace of those dragon guard beasts, Worth said, somewhat puzzled. There are some right at the entrance and some underground. The old man, who had been mostly unnoticed, suddenly spoke up. Lin Feng glanced at the old man and saw that the man was lying on the ground and had taken off the clothes from his limping left leg and laid it down on the ground. The strongest one is in an underground stone chamber about 30 meters above ground. Other creatures are gathered at the entrance, while some are hidden beneath the ground near the entrance. While listening to the old man's words, Worth glanced thoughtfully at the other man's left leg. Earth Cave, Breathing Method, Listening to the Earth. Chapter 33 Bricks. Old man didn't reply, but the others showed expressions of understanding. Even though we're all at the entrance, it's still difficult, Wang Che said, frowning slightly. Yes, they're all gathered at the entrance, so what are they going to do? Should we just rush in? Just get close and throw a few grenades in, Lin Feng said. For him, this is actually the simplest situation now. But there are also dragon-guarding beasts underground at the entrance. How are we supposed to get closer? Wu shook his head and said. Before Lin Feng could speak, Zhang Xiao spoke first. Come to think of it, I saw some strange beasts come out when I was at this location last time. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked at their own bodies. Smoke-masking powder. Do you have any grenades with you? Lin Feng asked, looking at Worth in front of him. We don't have grenades, but we do have this. Wools pulled a pure white plastic brick directly from his pocket. Type 2 explosive? Old man blurted out the name of the brick. Worth smiled and nodded. If we consider the explosive power 40 seconds after the fuse is pulled. His gaze swept around the surroundings, but finally settled on the cave entrance. If we can really throw it to the hole, things will be much easier for us. Lin Feng nodded and then pulled on the strip of cloth on his side, causing all the strips of cloth on his clothes to droop down. Even Zhang Xiao felt a blur before his eyes for a moment. Give it to me. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Worth handed him the brick. Watch out! Ding Zhu had barely finished speaking. Lin Feng cocked his rifle, grabbed a brick, ripped off the fuse, and rushed toward the cave entrance. He just charged straight up like that. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then their hearts skipped a beat. Old Man Bai used both hands to crush a nearby stone into pieces. Wang Che also said in a low voice, Is this courting death? The strange beasts at the cave entrance are starting to move. Old Man Bai said in a deep voice, It's over. Everyone had the same thought this time. There was no other way. Lin Feng's action was simply too risky. You think those monsters on the other side are idiots just because you swagger over there? They've arrived. But at that moment, Ding Zhu also began to speak. Look up. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is anyone there? Was that big, living person from just now gone? They even removed the bomb's fuse, and the person was covered in pieces of cloth. Wang Che then opened the scope of his sniper rifle and kept scanning the open space in front of him. But still, nothing was found. Even the usually taciturn Tainyo swore. Ding Zhu looked at the old man in white. Old man, did you hear that? Old Man Bai closed his eyes, remained silent for a while, and finally opened them, saying, 300 meters. Moreover, the strange beasts inside the cave have stopped moving. Everyone gasped in shock. 300 meters. They were surprised that Old Man Bai could still find Lin Feng, and they were also amazed that Lin Feng was only 300 meters away from the cave entrance. This distance is only 2 to 3 sprints for martial artists of level 7 or above. More importantly, it hasn't been discovered by those Dragon Guard beasts yet. That's the most terrifying thing. They've made their move. The next second, a white brick flashed past everyone's sight and steadily smashed towards the hole. Attack together, Zhang Xiao ordered decisively. A bright white light flashed through the cave. Everyone present stood up, grabbed their weapons, and pulled the triggers towards the cave and the ground in front of it. Boom! A violent explosion came from inside the cave. Huge flames shot out directly from the cave entrance, instantly scorching and cracking the ground in front of it. It revealed the Dragon Guard Sand Scorpion, which was covered in an earthy yellow carapace and had horizontal spikes underneath. Before the exposed sand scorpions could even react, countless bullets were already raining down on them. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. The sound of bullets leaving the barrel never stopped. In particular, the muzzle of the 6-barrel machine gun in Tainyo's hand looked like it was burning with a blue flame. Dry. Tainyo kept firing the machine gun in his hand and couldn't help but let out a roar. Everyone around them, except for Zhang Xiao who didn't make a move, looked excited. That was awesome, especially for them. Fighting under the crushing weight of such weapons was simply an outlet for their bloodlust. They were happy. Those exposed Dragon Guard beasts below are not having such an easy time. Even a backplate that's been reinforced compared to a typical beast can't withstand such an attack. Not to mention that being so close to the explosion site, I was still a bit stunned by the shock for a moment. Most of the Dragon Guard beasts didn't even have time to react before their bodies were riddled with holes. At the same time, Tainyo and his men began to approach the area below step by step, because they discovered that Lin Feng's bombing attack was even more effective than they had expected. Despite the chaos outside, the strange beast inside the cave still shows no sign of coming out. Finally, a pair of eyes glowing green appeared in the dark cave. Just as the other person was about to come out, there was a loud bang. Wang Che's sniper rifle, which had remained motionless, fired a pale bullet that instantly created a burst of blood between those eyes. Well done. Wools praised him and then turned his gun towards the hole, quickly emptying the entire magazine again. It was clear that most of the exposed Dragon Guard beasts had been eliminated. Zhang Xiao decisively ordered, "Clear the entrance to the cave again." Upon hearing the command, Tainyo naturally turned his gun around without hesitation and began firing wildly at the cave entrance. Amidst this constant barrage of fire and Wang Che's occasional spot shots, the group stepped over the corpses of the Dragon Guard beasts on the ground and came to a place less than 100 meters away from the cave entrance. A flare was thrown in. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Terrible, terrible, terrible. The explosion of the brick was confined to such a small hole, which directly doubled its explosive power. The Dragon Guards and strange beasts gathered here were almost all burned to a crisp in an instant. All that can be seen at the entrance of the cave now is a pool of charred, melted black charcoal. Even the few areas that weren't touched by the heat were blasted into a pile of minced meat by the powerful shockwave. TSK, TSK, TSK. This must be the most effective use of the brick ever, Zhang Gang couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 34, Kidnapping. When Worth heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. That's right. When have we ever come into contact with a strange beast within 300 meters before? The timing was calculated carefully. After all, this thing only explodes for 40 seconds, and the alien beasts aren't stupid. If someone sees you charging towards them from a distance, they'll run away too. In other words, Lin Feng made it impossible for the alien beast to smell or see him. Within 300 meters, he used his arm strength to throw the burning object directly into the enemy's lair. The team members looked at each other and then shook their heads. They used to use this thing to break through mountains or change the terrain. It was never intended to be used directly on alien beasts when it was created. Listening to their discussion, Zhang Xiao didn't participate much, but instead looked at the old man in white beside him. Isn't it time for him to make a move? Old man Bai understood that the lame man had put the leg back on the ground, closed his eyes to feel it for a moment, and then spoke to Zhang Xiao. They've all been cleaned up, and only 3 or 5 remain, all of which take in more air than they expel. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but marvel at Lin Feng's achievements once again. As for Zhang Xiao, upon hearing the news, without the slightest hesitation, he crawled straight into the hole in front of him. Seeing the other party's decisive figure, for a moment, everyone even felt that the other party was not going to fight the dragon, but to kill a pig. While they were looking at each other in bewilderment, Huang Zheng encountered a big problem. The distant explosion startled Huang Zheng so much that his hand trembled and he dropped the match he was using to light his cigarette. Is this explosion a siege? Huang Zheng, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, couldn't help but complain. If they're not attacking a city, then what are they doing? Of course, we should attack the dragon cave. You're not. Halfway through his sentence, Huang Zheng's body hair suddenly stood on end, and he reached out to wipe his waist. Don't move. My knife is very sharp. Feeling the pain of the skin tearing on his neck, Huang Zheng's whole body tensed up, but he dared not move anymore. Seeing that the person in front of him had been subdued, Number 8 spoke through his communication headset. The person who reported the second car inspector has been apprehended. According to him, someone must have gone to the dragon's lair first. Receive. Not long after, Huang Zheng heard a faint sound of tracks crushing fine sand. Upon hearing this voice, Huang Zheng was stunned for a moment, then his heart sank. Something's not right. Something's off about this group. Vehicles designed for quiet operation should never exist in the wilderness, since the primary need, there is always power. Everything else is optional. This kind of silent design could only come from a big city. It also needs to be a large organization in a big city, because small organizations can't build a car like this. Moreover, the fact that they were addressing each other by their numbers just now means that their identities are not ordinary, and they may be carrying out some special mission. Thinking of this, Huang Zheng felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had a premonition that this time, he might not escape his doom. Hearing the sounds of people getting off the bus behind him, Huang Zheng couldn't help but speak up. Heroes, I know where the person you're looking for is. I'll take you there right now. I was just someone who was brought here to drive. I have nothing and know nothing. Young man, you're quite sensible. Suddenly, a face covered in scars appeared in Huang Zheng's line of sight, its fierce eyes complementing the face. Huang Zheng's legs were trembling, and his voice was starting to tremble with sobs. This guy is really just a driver. Look, they don't take me with them when they go hunting. I really don't know anything about it. Seeing Huang Zheng about to wet his pants, a tall, thin young man next to him said with displeasure, "Stop playing around and go check it out first. If the other side kills Yalong before we do, our mission will be ruined." Number 2 said with a disdainful look, "If you kill us, then kill them all too. What's there to be afraid of?" Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng could only think one word. It's over. I initially thought these people were up to no good, but now it seems they're anything but. They're practically desperados. He talks about killing people and wiping out entire families. Slap, slap. Number 2 reached out and patted Huang Zheng's face, saying, "All right, I won't make things difficult for you. Just lead us to the dragon's lair." No problem, no problem. They're in that direction. Huang Zheng quickly pointed in the direction Zhang Xiao and the others had left, and his feet involuntarily started moving, as if he wanted to lead the way himself. Number 2 patted Huang Zheng and said, "Let's go, get in the car. We'll drive there directly." Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng's expression stiffened, but he still had no choice but to walk towards the car. The vehicle started again, and Huang Zheng discovered that it was even more luxurious than he had imagined, which immediately raised a question in his mind. Could the other party be someone from the military in the great city? Ding Zhu looked at the green blood all over the ground, then looked back at the deep, dark cave entrance and couldn't help but shake his head. I thought it would be a tough battle, but it turned out to be so easy. Worth withdrew his worried gaze from the cave entrance and said casually, "We have to thank Lin Feng for both his concealing powder and that special outfit." Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. That's right. If it weren't for these things that allowed Lin Feng to get close and throw out the brick, they would still be racking their brains about how to get closer to the cave entrance. Don't be fooled by how easily they dealt with the dragon guard sand scorpions on the ground. It was because the heat and shockwave from the explosion exposed them directly. Otherwise, they would probably lose personnel in this step. By the way, why hasn't Lin Feng arrived yet? As the old man wrapped his lame leg with bandages again, he asked with some confusion. We usually do this. One of us cleans up the battlefield while the other stands guard not far away. Ding Zhu casually explained that he was quite familiar with Lin Feng, especially the cautious nature that was revealed amidst the other's madness. Just as he was about to call Lin Feng through his communicator answered first. Beware, someone's coming. Lin Feng's solemn voice came through the communication, and everyone present immediately went on alert without the slightest hesitation. Wang Che swiftly dodged into the cave, prone on the ground, and steadily set up his sniper rifle. Worth glanced at the severed limbs on the ground, and a sudden inspiration struck him. Soon, from the outside, it was clear that there was no one in sight in front of the cave. All that remained was a scene of utter chaos. Chapter 35, Special Bullets. The car stopped at the spot where Lin Feng and his men had been lying in ambush, but instead of moving forward, it simply stopped on the earthen slope. Two people, number 2 and number 1, got off the car quickly. Where do you think they all went? Number 2 asked, licking his lips. As number 1 looked at the mess in front of the cave entrance, a cruel smile suddenly appeared on his face. Who cares about all that? Let's just crush them. Upon hearing this, number 2 immediately pulled out number 10 from the driver's seat and sat down himself. Boom! The roar of the engine instantly resounded throughout the valley, raising a cloud of dust and stones as the trucks rushed down the hill towards the cave entrance. At the same time, the rear door of the vehicle opened, and the people inside filed out, armed with guns and in a fighting stance, rushing down after the speeding vehicle. The group of Worth, who were lying in ambush under the pile of dismembered corpses at the cave entrance, couldn't help but curse under their breath. With a car like that going at that speed, they would probably be crushed to death if they drove down that road. They seriously underestimated the enemy's intelligence. They had planned to ambush them here and catch them off guard, but now they have found themselves in a dilemma. If they choose to come out now, they will be met with a barrage of bullets. But if you don't come out and face it, you'll just get run over by the other vehicle. Worth gritted his teeth and prepared to order a counterattack. Since things have come to this, we have no choice but to give it our all. Just then, Lin Feng's voice suddenly came through Wang Che's communicator. Winke, switch to the magazine I gave you and fire in rapid succession. With 2 clicks, Wang Che instantly changed the magazine that Lin Feng had given him when he got out of the car. Bang! Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, it was triggered twice in succession. At the same time, Wang Che also heard 3 more gunshots through the communicator. Clearly, Lin Feng also fired at the same time. Hearing the whistling sound of bullets cutting through the air, Worth roared. Let's get started. If you want to get things done, you can't be afraid of death. The hidden group simultaneously placed their fingers on the trigger, ready to fire in the next second. At that moment, the bullets fired by Wang Che and Lin Feng finally landed on the oncoming vehicle. However, neither number 2 inside the car nor number 1 outside showed any fear on their faces. Although that guy was indeed quite cruel to them, the equipment he gave them was absolutely top-notch. In this wilderness, they didn't think that just anyone could come along and fire a couple of shots. A bullet could pierce his car. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ding ding. The sounds of the 5 bullets hitting each other overlapped and ultimately resulted in 2 impact sounds. And the next moment, call. Flame. Crimson flames. Countless flames engulfed the entire vehicle. Those closest to the vehicle, number 7 and 8, were directly hit in the face by the crimson flames and were instantly engulfed in flames. The group following behind was also thrown into chaos at this moment. What is this thing? What just happened? That's terrifying. A gleam of joy flashed in Worth's eyes. Let's get started. The group instantly scrambled to their feet from the severed limbs, their hands still firmly gripping their weapons. Da-da-da. A hail of metal bullets swept over them instantly. Before number 13 and number 10 could recover from the impact of the flames, they had already lost their fighting ability. If it weren't for the bulletproof vest he was wearing, he'd probably be riddled with holes by now. Upon seeing this scene, number 1 felt a sudden surge of heat in his eyes. Opposite, before number 1 could finish speaking, a sudden thought struck him as he dodged to the side. A black bullet grazed his nose and struck number 5 beside him. Puff! Even when shot from the side, the black bullet easily pierced through the opponent's bulletproof vest and entered their body. Number 5 is dead. Before number 1 could even get angry, the second wave of attack from Worth and his group arrived. Da-da-da. Because of this sudden sniper shot, they truly missed the best opportunity to counterattack. In such a battle, such a mistake only means one thing. A robust, middle-aged man stood expressionless beside a desert motorcycle in the distance, watching everything unfold. Even without using any equipment, he could still see everything in the distance. With a click, he activated the communicator beside him. The leader and his group failed the final test and recommended restarting the artificial warrior program. Without the slightest hesitation, the leader on the other end of the communicator said directly, "Reboot. Go back to the base to oversee the plan and begin research on the bloodthirst potion." Yes, the communicator connection was then cut off. The middle-aged man's gaze swept across the battlefield and finally settled on a mound on the side, but only for a moment. He then got on his desert motorcycle and left. Throughout the entire ordeal, the middle-aged man made no move whatsoever, as if the lives of those people below were less worthy of his sorrow than a pet. If he has one, his. Despite the excruciating pain, Zhang Gang pulled the bullet out of his shoulder. Bushi, standing nearby, quickly applied hemostatic medicine and wrapped it with gauze. Wu's expression also darkened. He had to admit that the other party was indeed an exceptionally skilled warrior. Even though the opponent suffered a near-fatal blow at the beginning, their subsequent counterattacks still left almost every one of them injured. Where did this group of people come from? Worth looked at Huang Zheng with a serious expression. Huang Zheng looked up at the other person with a slightly dazed expression. His eyelids twitched slightly, and his burnt eyebrows fell like snowflakes. Seeing this, the old man's lips twitched involuntarily. But you have to admit that the other party was really lucky. Although he was burned to a black egg, look at the car not far away. The frame of the car was burned away. It's a miracle he was even saved at the last minute. Huang Zheng opened his mouth and coughed twice. His parched throat finally produced a sound. "I had no idea I was being held hostage. I was just smoking by the car, and before I knew it, they had kidnapped me." After speaking, Huang Zheng paused for a moment before revealing his conjecture. Worth narrowed his eyes, and his expression suddenly turned extremely ugly, as if he had thought of something. The old man next to him couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, this time of year always turns into a turbulent period. Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng seemed to understand something, and his eyes were filled with contemplation, wondering if he should go back a little earlier. Just as they were talking, Wang Che returned from in front of the burned-out vehicle to stand in front of Worth. The car was burned to such an extent that it's impossible to find any clues. All that can be said is that it was a good car. A good car, that's the biggest clue, Wu said, taking a final drag on a cigarette. Wang Che nodded, looked back at the burned vehicle, then at the magazine Lin Feng had given him, and couldn't help but lick his lips. This power is outrageous. To be honest, he's a little tempted now. Looking at Ding Zhu, who had returned, he asked, "Where's Lin Feng? He hasn't come back yet." "Be careful," Ding Zhu said, shaking the blood off his knife. Upon hearing this, Worth glanced at the folding long sword in Ding Zhu's hand. This sword had also left a considerable impression on him. It was this knife that sliced off the back door of the car and rescued Huang Zheng, who was screaming incessantly. Chapter 36 is too short, but it was thanks to Lin Feng's caution that things turned out so well. Walls didn't say it aloud, but he remembered it in his mind. Ding Zhu glanced around and then touched his chin before speaking. "I think we don't need to be so cautious these days. It's already rare to encounter such a situation on a single trip. If we have to do it again, our luck will be terrible." As soon as Ding Zhu finished speaking, he felt that the way the people around him were looking at him seemed a little strange. The group exchanged glances, If they remember correctly, they had been attacked shortly after Ding Zhu made his overly casual remark. However, they also felt that such a low-probability event happening once was already considered an accident. Thinking of this, Worth was about to call out to Lin Feng to come back. After all, almost everyone on them is injured, so if the enemy is attacked on the periphery, it will be difficult for them to provide quick support. Just as he was about to speak, Worth suddenly felt a jolt beneath his feet. Thump! This was followed by a muffled explosion. The injured group immediately sat up again, all their eyes sharply fixed on the cave entrance behind them. The explosion just now came from inside. Ding Zhu couldn't help but curse. Could something really have happened? Old Man Bai and Huangzheng both looked at Ding Zhu with wariness. It said that the Wasteland is very superstitious, especially towards people with this kind of jinx. Abandoning them is a small matter. Worry filled the eyes of Wules and the others as they looked towards the cave entrance. Although Zhang Xiao was very confident that he could handle that subdragon by himself, it was still a subdragon after all. Thump! 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 Before they could make any move, 3 more muffled explosions rang out. Back off! Wules ultimately decided that it was impossible to continue risking his life here at this point. The group gathered their spoils and quickly retreated, but before they could reach the mound, a human figure had already arrived at the cave entrance. As Lin Feng looked at the humanoid creature in the sniper scope, a sudden, frantic warning began to run through his mind. Danger! Danger! This guy is extremely dangerous. As Zhang Xiao emerged from the cave, his vertical, earthy yellow eyes immediately locked onto Lin Feng. From his perception, there was only one person at the scene who posed a threat to him. That is Lin Feng, hiding far away. Slightly surprised, Zhang Xiao didn't pay much attention to Lin Feng for long. Although Lin Feng posed a threat to him now, he was only a threat. Only after emerging from the dark cave entrance did everyone see the changes in Zhang Xiao. Although there were occasional scars before her skin was completely transformed, they did not affect her overall appearance. But now it has become a hole composed of ravines, which, though not deep, are full of ancient and profound flavor. His pupils have become vertical pupils, completely transforming him into those of a cold-blooded animal. The pair of small horns on his head, while not prominent, altered Zhang Zhao's entire head shape, making him appear even more like a dragon. Zhang Zhao's gaze swept over the mess outside, and then looked at the injured people in the distance, uttering 2 words softly, "Thank you." Although they were far apart, Zhang Zhao's voice still reached everyone's ears clearly. The group exchanged surprised glances, as Zhang Xiao seemed to have entered a completely different state. Even from such a great distance, they still felt a transcendence on a spiritual level. Just as Worth was about to speak, Zhang Xiao lifted his foot and a wave of sand appeared beneath his feet, directly sending him to the front of everyone. Everyone who witnessed this gasped in surprise. Is this a superpower? Even Lin Feng, who was standing at a distance, was momentarily stunned. To be honest, he wouldn't have been this surprised even if Worth had jumped off the ground and flown in front of him in a second. The other party's current method of movement is truly beyond his comprehension. Basic knowledge about supernatural abilities comes from the General Education series for ordinary residents of the Celestial Empire. A letter appeared before Lin Feng. He opened the letter and quickly stopped in front of someone with supernatural abilities. Serial number, C3125. Name, Sand Guardian. Grade C. Ability description, can control the shape and movement of sand and gravel within a certain range. Ability assessment. Although lacking combat capabilities in the deep space and interstellar regions, it must be admitted that it is indeed a top-tier ability in land combat. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow as he looked at the information in front of him. Ordinary residence? General education? He now has a clearer understanding of why A519 said his location was the desolate edge of the universe. He figured that this information wasn't even available in the big city. But to them, it's just common sense. He shook his head. Lin Feng also got up and walked towards Worth and the others. By the time Zhang Xiao arrived beside them, he had already heard what had happened afterward from Worth and the others. Well done. Zhang Xiao patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, "It's all as it should be," Lin Feng said with a smile, standing where he was. To be honest, the power of these high incendiary bullets is somewhat beyond my imagination. All right, stop praising each other here. Let's hurry up and leave to avoid any more problems. As Huangzheng looked at Ding Zhu, he muttered that he was truly afraid now. Ding Zhu's lips twitched, and she finally snorted coldly, ignoring him. As the group walked toward the car, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up and stopped them, etc. What happened again? Upon hearing Lin Feng speak, everyone present reacted instinctively. No, I just want to take all our spoils back with me. Upon hearing this, Bu Jia frowned. Didn't we already confiscate everything on them? The rest is. The crowd looked around, their gazes sweeping over the vehicle that had been burned to a skeleton and the pile of corpses on the ground. Suddenly, everyone realized that this unusual team might be hiding something behind it. They went down and beheaded the group, who returned to the car with a bag full of heads. This time, Lin Feng was the one driving. There was no other way. All of them were injured, so in the end, only he, being the only one who was perfectly healthy, could drive. Zhang Xiao sat in the passenger seat, as always, and it was clear that he was much more relaxed now, sitting there with a rare, completely relaxed posture. Lin Feng, what do you think of the Wasteland? After the vehicle had traveled some distance, Zhang Xiao suddenly asked. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. How about it? A lawless society with no rules? Lin Feng himself couldn't really describe it. From his previous life's perspective, the Wasteland was simply an uncivilized place. Although they are very advanced in terms of weaponry, their social structure is no different from that of tribes. Zhang Xiao shook his head and said, the Wasteland has only one characteristic. Too small. Chapter 37 Weapon Generation Gap. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he understood what Zhang Xiao meant. It was as if A519 had repeatedly told him that his planet was nothing more than a desolate, marginal place. Let's go to the big city soon. I'll write you a letter of recommendation then. With your current abilities, getting into the institution where Worth and his colleagues work shouldn't be a problem. Lin Feng nodded silently after hearing Zhang Xiao's words. This was actually his plan, and of course, it was also the reward Zhang Xiao gave him. In Zhang Xiao's view, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu were just there to make up the numbers, while the old man was the main force, and of course, it was Wu's and his team who were the most useful. But in reality, it seems that Lin Feng is the only one constantly trying to turn the tide, and Zhang Xiao also needs to give him enough respect. What is Huang Zheng? Not even one driver could make up the numbers. After 2 days of driving and rest, everyone's condition gradually improved. Today, the driver has changed to Huang Zheng, whose head has turned into a hard-boiled egg. The vehicles gradually came to a stop in the afternoon. When everyone got off the bus, they realized they had arrived at the same dilapidated city again. We can rest here for one night and then return to the settlement tomorrow, Ding Zhu said, stretching. The others nodded in agreement. They were already exhausted from running around, not to mention all the unexpected situations that had arisen. Let's stick to the previous arrangements then, and make sure the inspection is thorough this time. Zhang Xiao deliberately reminded him that, after all, doing repetitive things will inevitably lead to complacency and reliance on past experience. Therefore, they must raise their vigilance. Lin Feng and Wang Che still went to the abandoned building together. Feng, what is the manufacturing cost of your high incendiary bullets? Seeing that no one was around, Wang Che finally asked the question he had been hesitant to ask. Huh? Oh, to be honest, the material cost wasn't too bad, but I made most of this by hand, so... Lin Feng didn't say anything more, but Wang Che understood. Handmade items that haven't been industrialized or commercialized are often quite expensive. Wang Che gritted his teeth and said, Feng, I think your gun is just so. As he spoke, he took out a pistol and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately felt something different when he got his hands on the pistol. Compared to ordinary handguns, this handgun was much heavier. After briefly touching the material of the handgun, Lin Feng had a guess in his mind. At the same time, Wang Che also began to introduce himself. This pistol is an in-house product of our organization. Its recoil is 3 to 4 times that of a third-generation pistol, but its power is at least 5 times that of a third-generation pistol. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised his hand and fired a shot into the darkness. Bang! Lin Feng felt a jolt in his wrist. Even with his near-level 6 physical fitness, his wrist still felt a little sore and swollen. He estimated that he could only withstand firing 3 shots at most. As for its power, you can tell by the spider carcass that exploded on the wall in the distance, or by the bowl-sized crater left on the wall. Good stuff. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise it. Wang Che, standing to the side, said with a mixture of heartache and pride, Of course, this thing was given to me after I helped those bastards in the equipment department do almost half a year of testing. It could be said to be the handgun that is closest to meeting the requirements of the fourth generation at this stage. In the big city, firearms are categorized by generation, but sniper rifles, assault rifles, and submachine guns, which are larger in size, are upgraded very quickly. It's already been updated to the fifth generation, and we can even see glimpses of the sixth generation. Handguns, however, are difficult to optimize due to their small size. Even now, the fourth generation is still only seen in laboratories. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng said, "How about this? We'll exchange 200 rounds of high incendiary bullets for 150 rounds of high penetration bullets?" Of course. To be honest, Lin Feng's number even exceeded his expectations. After all, it's a sniper rifle, not an automatic rifle or a submachine gun. 200 rounds of high incendiary bullets are enough for him to use for at least a year. Overjoyed, Wang Che even forgot about the high-penetration bullets Lin Feng had mentioned. However, after his initial excitement, Wang Che suddenly sighed. What a pity. What a pity. It's a pity you're not from a central city. If you could go to university, your future development would definitely be much better than it is now. Everyone has their own destiny. Lin Feng thought about his system and then thought about A519. If he hadn't been in the Wasteland, he might not have been able to get this thing. However, Wang Che clearly did not think so. If Lin Feng had been born in a better environment, he could have significantly improved his close combat skills. This would give them a great chance to get into the organization Zhang Xiao used to work for, and once they got in, things would be completely different there. If you were born in Rock Peak Central City, you could optimize your melee skills. Wang Che was interrupted by Lin Feng before he could finish speaking. "Wait, I found something." With that, Lin Feng dashed into the dark corridor. Before Wang Che could react to what Lin Feng was about to do, he heard several metallic clanging sounds coming from the darkness, followed by a soft thud, as if something had pierced his body. With a slightly lowered gaze, Wang Che turned on his flashlight and walked deeper into the corridor. The next moment, Lin Feng was seen carrying out something that looked like the body of a half-adult. "I sensed him when I cleaned this area last time, but he ran away too fast. Who would have thought he would actually come back this time?" Wang Che looked at the thing in Lin Feng's hand with curiosity. It looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. "What is this?" "Fly at night." "Oh, night flight." Wang Che shook his head and continued walking upwards to begin cleaning, but along the way, he kept thinking about what Yi Fei was again. Why does this name feel so familiar? Lin Feng didn't pay much attention and continued following Wang Che with a night flying horse in his arms. The rest of the journey was no different from before. Wang Che cleared the way and confirmed that there were no problems before the two returned to the camp. "I'll go back to the tent to get you the bullets. You wait here." "No problem, go ahead." Watching Lin Feng leave, Wang Che also came to Zhang Xiao and Wu's side. "Boss, what is night flight?" "Night flight? You encountered night flight?" Upon hearing this word, Worth's expression changed, and his gaze quickly swept over Wang Che's entire body. They breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that they didn't see any wounds. "We ran into him." Wang Che pointed in Lin Feng's direction and said, "Lin Feng caught him, and he's in his hands." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao and Worth exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 38 Melee Combat Ability. "Tell me how he was killed?" I didn't see clearly that he was chatting with Lin Feng when he suddenly told me to wait for him and then ran into the depths of the corridor. After a few clanging sounds, I saw him come out carrying that night fly thing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhao's lips twitched involuntarily, and he looked at Wang Che and asked, "Have you forgotten the so-called Blood Knight's fury that was so widely spread in the big city before?" Of course, I remember the rumor that a strange beast, skilled at hiding and attacking and capable of sucking blood, scurried into the city from under the carriages entering the city. The key reason for the deaths of nearly 100 people was that they all died from having their blood drained. The guards searched for several days and lost many men in the process. In the end, they were only able to kill the enemy thanks to the intervention of that organization. At this point, Wang Che's eyes suddenly widened. It seemed the beast that created the Blood Knight's fury was called Night Fly. Unlike the kings born from the large population of night bats, night flying is a unique beast that can only be born when night bat population is slaughtered down to its last member. It represents death, attack, bloodlust, and madness. Zhang Xiao added, "Yi Fei is very sensitive to the sound of gunfire, and usually only close-quarters combat gives him a chance to kill." Hearing this, Wang Che suddenly remembered what Lin Feng had said. "I sensed it when I cleaned this area last time, but it moved too fast." It's not that Lin Feng's close combat skills are poor. but rather that these ordinary prey are simply not worth his time. So, the reason why the other side performed so poorly last time was simply because they knew that the biggest threat had left. The remaining henchmen were completely worthless, and he himself felt that the other party's close combat ability was poor. In that instant, Wang Che felt his face turn red. Shame! How embarrassing! By the time Lin Feng came out with the bullets, Wang Che was nowhere to be seen. Wing Ke? Approaching Worth, Lin Feng asked with some confusion. I'm so ashamed of being fooled by you that I'm digging a hole to bury myself, Worth said with a shrug. Lin Feng was immediately filled with questions, feeling utterly ashamed after being deceived by him. How'd he lie? When did he lie? Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Worth shook his head and offered an explanation. After hearing this, Lin Feng's lips twitched involuntarily. It's impossible to give a proper evaluation. Please help me pass these bullets on to the other party. Having witnessed the power of these bullets, Worth didn't refuse and left to find Wang Che with the bullets in hand. Watching the other person leave, Zhang Xiao handed Lin Feng an envelope. The envelope also had an address on it. Number 404, Haishi Branch Road, 2nd Avenue, Yinfeng City. This is? A letter of recommendation only gives you an opportunity to be considered. Whether you get in or not depends on yourself. Lin Feng put away the letter and said very sincerely, Thank you. It's just a transaction. After saying that, Zhang Xiao thought for a moment and then asked, How do you plan to join Central City? My conditions or those heads should be acceptable. Lin Feng really didn't understand what Zhang Xiao's question meant. After all, he really knew nothing about the big city. I suggest that using those heads should save you a lot of trouble. Why? Logically, this approach should lead to more questions, right? After all, Lin Feng had accepted the bounty, so he wasn't naive enough to think that everyone in the big city was a great philanthropist who wouldn't be tempted even if a child was carrying gold through the bustling city. It's very simple. A bounty can directly grant you permanent residency. However, if you enter based on your own circumstances, you'll need a school or company to help you obtain permanent residency. Lin Feng was speechless upon hearing this. This constitutes a comprehensive blockade, forcing you to accept the exploitation from the original inhabitants of the big city. Dinner's ready. Time to eat. Hearing the old man's call, the two walked in that direction. As for Wang Che, he chose to have Bu Shi deliver his food. I reckon he won't be speaking to Lin Feng for the next few days. The vehicle slowly came to a stop in the designated parking area, and everyone filed out of the car. My gaze swept over it. The gathering place was now almost half the size it had been before. It's estimated that this settlement will be deserted in a few days, while the caravans from the big city that have reaped a wave of wealth from the Wasteland will continue to venture deeper into the region. They continued to bring goods to the people deep in the wilderness, and of course, they also reaped their wealth along the way. After a brief farewell, everyone returned to their own tents. The round trip took dozens of days, involving both hardship and sleeping outdoors. Even they were all struggling to hold on. Lin Feng immediately opened his personal panel on A519 while lying in bed. Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV5. Age, 15. Race, half-elf. Superpower, none. Strength, 5.7. Agility, 5.8. Physical fitness, 5.6. Spirit, 6.2. Talent/specialty, dexterity. Skills, comprehensive marksmanship LV.7. Sniper, rifle LV.7. Rifle LV.7. Pistol LV.6. Serpent dagger LV.5. Basic spiritual breathing LV.1. Tidal meditation LV.2. Knowledge, basic pharmacy knowledge LV4. Biology LV4. Pharmaceutics LV4. Formulation LV4. Basic mechanical knowledge LV5. Mechanics LV4. Materials science LV5. Weaponry, metals LV5. Machining LV5. Intelligent programming LV5. Lin Feng shook his head, somewhat dissatisfied, noting that there was basically no change since before the operation. However, now that the matter is over, he can devote himself entirely to cultivation. Set a small goal. Reach level 7 before entering the big city. Speaking of which, the night flyer in the dilapidated building really helped him recover a lot of money, since he hadn't gotten a single penny on this trip. The only reward was that letter of recommendation. Thinking of this, Lin Feng carefully took out the letter of recommendation and put it into the safe. He had a premonition that this organization, which Walls and others were so wary of, would definitely bring him a pleasant surprise. When Zhang Xiao returned to the tent, Su Gan looked him up and down and finally nodded with a smile. Good. Finally, we have a foothold again. Yes, after so many years, we've finally seen a glimmer of hope. Zhang Xiao sighed with emotion. 7 years have passed since he first met Su Gan, and he has finally completed a fundamental evolution. At this point, Zhang Xiao suddenly thought of Lin Feng and told Su Gan about his situation. Chapter 39: Huang Zheng's Conditions. What's most puzzling is where he got his knowledge about medicine preparation and bullet manufacturing. The Wasteland is a veritable desert of knowledge, or perhaps a deliberately created desert of knowledge. Su Gan's fingers traced across the pages of the book, a blue light flashing in his eyes. Bloodline. Lin Feng must have received the bloodline inheritance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao frowned. Bloodline inheritance is not something that ordinary bloodlines can achieve. Su Gan slowly turned the pages of the book in his hand and then spoke. Although this place is on the edge, it is still within the sphere of influence of the Elf Empire. If I'm not mistaken, the other person's ancestral elven bloodline has likely been reverted and awakened. Upon hearing this, a thoughtful look flashed in Zhang Xiao's eyes. If that's the case, then we might need their help in the future. Su Gan shook his head. Although the atavism is rare, it shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the Elf Empire. However, given the Elven Empire's emphasis on bloodline purity, even if he were to enter, it would be difficult for him to rise to the middle ranks, thus limiting his impact on us. Zhang Xiao nodded in agreement. After all, their goals were a bit too ambitious. However, such a small investment at a time is still worthwhile. But Su Gan quickly changed the subject and said something else. Lin Feng, it really is true. Ding Zhu shouted as he rushed into Lin Feng's tent, followed by Huang Zheng. Lin Feng put down the gun he was wiping and looked at Ding Zhu with a puzzled expression. What is real? What is truly real? Those heads really belong to fugitives on wanted lists. Ding Zhu was genuinely excited at this moment, having thought he would never be able to enter the big city in his lifetime. Who would have thought that things would take such a dramatic turn for the better, and he would now actually have more than one spot in his hands? Moreover, it's not just any big city, but the legendary Rock Peak Central City. Lin Feng understood Ding Zhu's feelings at that moment. For hunters in the wilderness, a lifetime of struggle often amounts to just getting into a big city, and often they get what they want but can't get it. Ding Zhu is also one of them. Although he often bullies Huang Zheng, it is actually mostly out of jealousy. Jealousy over why someone so useless could come from a big city. They were jealous of how the other person, despite having little talent, could thrive in the wilderness with just a little bit of knowledge learned in the city. In that case, we need to start preparing. Ding Zhu was stunned upon hearing this. Prepare what? Of course, it's about preparing things for entering the city. The distance is quite far. Ding Zhu's face also broke into a bright smile. That's right, I'll go right now. After saying that, he turned and ran away, leaving Huang Zheng, whose face was as smooth as an egg, standing there awkwardly. He tried to reach out and pull Ding Zhu, but he couldn't even touch the hem of Ding Zhu's clothes. Is there something you need? Lin Feng looked at Huang Zheng and asked directly. Looking at Lin Feng, who had a youthful face and was not tall, Huang Zheng felt even less confident than when facing Ding Zhu. In the end, Huang Zheng made up his mind. I also want a spot. If you want a spot, you should talk to Captain Zhang. You've come to the wrong person. Lin Feng said, frowning slightly. I told Zhang Xiao that he meant it would require the agreement of you, Ding Zhu, and Old Man Bai. They both asked me to ask for your opinion, saying that as long as you agree, it's fine. Hearing this, Lin Feng understood that Wuls and the others were from big cities, and the 4 of them were the ones who truly needed this thing, but only 3 of them actually participated in the battle. Zhang Xiao had clearly decided to respect them. Lin Feng looked at Huang Zheng in front of him and said directly, since that's the case, let's not talk about anything else and just tell me how much money you're willing to spend. If you're going to ask for a price, at least be honest. Lin Feng still vividly remembered the incident of using a cloak of 300 star coins, and he was a little scared. This time, Huang Zheng simply held up one finger. You don't mean 1-star coin, do you? Lin Feng paused for a moment before finally voicing his concern. Huang Zheng rolled his eyes at this moment, really thinking that he was a poor bastard. A house. A house? That's right, they also lacked a place to stay after they went in, so this house is for you. After finishing speaking, Huang Zheng was worried that they wouldn't understand the value of such a house, so he quickly explained. Houses within 3rd Avenue are worth at least 1 million star coins. 1 million star coins. This is the normal price for permanent residency in the black market. Of course, houses in central cities like Lin Feng are definitely more expensive, but they're certainly more practical, and Huang Zheng did go there as well. He almost died in the wilderness. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at Huang Zheng's hairless head. Never mind. He agreed because of the hard-boiled egg. Seeing Lin Feng nod, Huang Zheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Zheng, who originally planned to return next year, decided to go back to Deshang sooner after experiencing such a life-or-death situation. As for this house, anyway, he gave it to the other party. What happens afterward is none of his business. Just as Huang Zheng lifted the curtain at the door to go out, Lin Feng felt someone else lift the curtain. I looked up, but they found that it was Zhang Xiao who walked in carrying a white suitcase. Team Leader Zhang, why are you here too? Why are there other people ahead of us? Zhang Xiao did not answer Lin Feng's question, but instead went along with what he said. Ding Zhu and Huang Zhengyang left. Oh, so you agree with Huang Zheng now? The terms he offered were quite good. That's good, Zhang Xiao said without asking any further questions, and instead placed the suitcase in front of Lin Feng. This is? Open it and take a look. He reached out and opened the briefcase in front of him, revealing neatly arranged rows of purple, round crystals. Lin Feng frowned slightly and reached into his pocket to take out a star coin. Upon comparison, it was found that its shape and material are exactly the same as the star coin. The only difference is the color. Also, their spirituality seems to be quite different. Seeing Lin Feng's furrowed brows, a smile appeared on Zhang Zhao's lips. Clearly, the problem discovered by the other party also indirectly confirms that Lin Feng's bloodline is indeed problematic. What did you notice? Well, it's actually the same thing, except that the star coins circulating in the Wasteland have already been used up. As he spoke, Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Zhang Xiao. Clever. Zhang Xiao nodded. To be honest, he hadn't expected Lin Feng to be able to guess to this extent. Chapter 40 Tool Nation. After seeing Zhang Xiao off from the tent, Lin Feng muttered to himself, Venture capital? According to them, these purple star coins are the real star coins, containing pure energy and serving as the universal currency. The white star coins in their hands were actually leftovers after the real star coins had been used and had no real value. At the same time, Zhang Xiao also taught Lin Feng how to use these star coins. Can I just hold it in my mouth? Lin Feng took out a star coin and was about to put it in his mouth when a document suddenly popped up in front of him. Basic Energy Understanding originates from the Imperial Primary Education series of the Machine Nation. Lin Feng stopped what he was doing and began to look through the documents in front of him. After a brief look, Lin Feng fell into thought. According to the information, this method of holding something in the mouth was not only inefficient, but also not suitable for low-level situations. This is because the energy contained in these energy minerals is different from the energy contained in living organisms. At lower levels, not only is the conversion efficiency low, but the conversion rate also falls short of 100%. Not only will it cause a lot of waste, but more importantly, it will damage its own foundation. Just who is this mechanical nation? Does it already involve such fundamental things in primary education? That's really quite terrifying. Lin Feng was also somewhat moved. Zhang Xiao, or rather Su Gan, was definitely related to the starry sky. Even so, the knowledge they possessed was insignificant compared to the legacy of the mechanical kingdom. Of course, if there were still any survivors in the mechanical kingdom, they would definitely come out and give this arrogant guy a good beating. Mechanical nation. They are the most advanced civilization in the universe. How can these empires, which haven't even been established yet, compare to them? However, if the machinery here can be manufactured to extract the energy from these coins, it wouldn't be difficult. A solution was also provided regarding the understanding of basic energy. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then packed everything up, got up, and left the tent. Thinking too much is pointless. It's more important to gather more materials and refine some potions suitable for my cultivation. A busy half-month has passed. Ding Zhu dragged Lin Feng to the parking lot. You've been stuck in that tent for almost a month now, and you've turned into a pretty boy. Who would want you if you went out like this? Hearing this, Lin Feng rolled his eyes, but Ding Zhu was right. In the wilderness, one's appearance really does become more attractive after weathering the sandstorms. The reason is simple. Enduring wind and sand means having superb survival skills. This is the top priority in the Wasteland. But his whitening has absolutely nothing to do with staying in the tent. It's simply that he's progressed too quickly lately. What was originally a slow transformation has all piled up and suddenly become obvious. Dingzhu pulled him out not to make him turn back, but purely because. What do you think of these two cars? Aren't they nice? Two obviously modified heavy-duty pickup trucks stopped in front of us. That's right, it's purely to show off his new car. Next, Dingzhu introduced himself, while Lin Feng stood beside him, clapping absent-mindedly. Let me talk about the sides of this car. I spent a lot of money reinforcing them with the best third-generation metal. As Dingzhu was speaking, he stopped, and Lin Feng immediately snapped out of his reverie. The renovation is really good. That's why I said you know how to spend money. Hearing this reflexive praise, Dingzhu's lips twitched involuntarily. Damn it, I knew you were daydreaming, but I didn't expect you weren't listening at all. Lin Feng also keenly noticed that Dingzhu's gaze was off, but more importantly, he sensed that a stove was approaching from behind. Sure enough, when I turned around, I saw Su Gan and Zhang Xiao walking towards me together. Team Leader Zhang, what brings you here? Dingzhu jumped out of his car and walked to the middle of Lin Feng, Su Gan, and the others, asking a question. We're about to set off. Zhang Xiao didn't hesitate and spoke directly. Although they were prepared and hadn't communicated with anyone in the camp for a long time, Dingzhu and Lin Feng still felt a sudden emptiness in their hearts. After all, we've lived together for so long. They followed the camp all over the country for years, and now they're suddenly going to part ways. After a brief silence, Lin Feng spoke. Where are you going? We've heard news from the east that someone is building a new, big city there. We're going to take our camp there and try our luck. This is another way for people from the Wasteland to enter the big city. Joining the newly established city is both the easiest and the hardest path. The simple thing is that in the new city, people basically don't pick and choose. They just accept everything. The difficulty lies in the fact that the establishment of a new city will always involve battles and invasions by beast tides. The foundations of every great city were built from countless bones. After another moment of silence, Dingzhu finally spoke first. Best of luck to the camp. Good luck to the camp. Lin Feng said this last. Su Gan and Zhang Xiao both nodded, understanding what Lin Feng and Dingzhu meant. I wish you good luck too. After saying that, Zhang Xiao looked at Lin Feng and said, It seems that thing worked quite well for you. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then realized that Zhang Xiao probably thought that his progress was due to the use of those complete versions of star coins. Although he knew Zhang Xiao had misunderstood, Lin Feng didn't explain, he just smiled. However, Lin Feng and Dingzhu underestimated the decisiveness of Zhang Xiao and the others. The next morning, while the wasteland was still shrouded in a rare fog, the other party set off and rushed towards the direction of sunrise. Lin Feng, Dingzhu, Old Man Bai, and Huang Zheng were left standing there, looking at each other in bewilderment. The old man exhaled a puff of smoke and muttered, They're running way too fast. How can we say when we're leaving? Dingzhu looked at Lin Feng and asked, Tomorrow. After speaking, Lin Feng looked at the old man in white standing with them. Old man, are you going to the city too? Dingzhu also looked at the old man with curiosity. He knew that the old man had come from the big city before, and it seemed that he always had a way to enter the big city. These are turbulent times. I'm an old man, and I'm going to the city to enjoy my retirement. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Old man, where did you get that idea from that you've been muttering about a turbulent time lately? This is simply because someone from outer space is coming. This time, instead of the old man by speaking, Huang Zheng answered first. Extraterrestrials? Isn't it going to take a few more years? Dingzhu asked, somewhat puzzled. Obviously, this wasn't a big secret. Even Dingzhu knew it. Yes, the turmoil starts now, but won't things stabilize in a few years? Chapter 41, A Boring Journey. Huang Zheng's answer left Lin Feng and Dingzhu speechless. After all that effort, you're still too afraid to show your chaotic side to others, aren't you? It's really something that the chaos has to end before anyone else arrives. It took a lot of effort. It was another early morning, but this time the people who left were Lin Feng and others. Target, Yanfeng, Central City. The Huang family in the city. Inside the enormous study, Huang Sheng, the current head of the royal family, was looking down at the documents in front of him. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Without even looking up, Huang Sheng said, Come in. Then a magnificent figure entered the study, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Lady, how did you get in? Huang Sheng looked at the noblewoman who had entered with some surprise and said, she knew perfectly well that her wife was usually at some club playing cards at this time of day. My son is coming home. Upon hearing this news, Huang Sheng was first stunned, and then realized who the other party was talking about. Immediately, his brows furrowed tightly. Shouldn't we let him come back next year? He hasn't sorted out his previous issues yet, and coming back now will cause a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, the noblewoman glanced at Huang Sheng indifferently and then spoke. You don't need to use any connections. Your son completed the bounty on Central City on his own and was able to return. Upon hearing this, Huang Sheng showed no joy whatsoever, simply nodding and saying, that's not bad. I just want to let you know that this matter is settled. Once he gets back, he'll go straight to my place, and you don't need to worry about the rest. Huang Sheng frowned slightly and asked, did you go back recently? Upon seeing this, the noblewoman sneered, wanting to say something, but then felt it was unnecessary. Yes, just say what you want to ask. Has the military been conducting any operations recently? Clearly, he was more concerned about the overall situation in the city center than his own son, Huang Sheng. The military never takes any action. After giving an ambiguous answer, the lady turned and left. Huang Sheng didn't seem to care about this. He had already gotten the answer he wanted. His gaze fell on a map in front of him, and Huang Sheng's pen finally touched the name of a city. Ishijiqing. Meanwhile, the Lin Feng Military Planning Center. What's going on over there? The Allied forces have already set out, but those guys around Shizhou City have also noticed something amiss. The man sitting in the main seat also instantly turned gloomy. Is this an attempt to force them to turn back and rescue Shizhou? The fact that the enemy discovered our strategic intentions so quickly shows that the spy codenamed Thief holds a very high position. The man suddenly chuckled and said something, but then his tone abruptly changed. If they're willing to expose a place even thieves would protect, then I'm going to take it. I hereby order all troops to proceed to the marked locations. The officer standing at the door, his lips barely moving, finally gave a military salute and answered with a firm and resounding voice. Yes. 2 cars sped alone across the wasteland. Ding Zhu reclined the chair slightly and lay on it with a blank expression. How boring. I really don't know whether to say they were just incredibly lucky or what, driving for 7 days straight. They rarely even encounter strange beasts, let alone anything else. At one point, they even wondered if the people and the strange beasts in the wasteland had perished together. Otherwise, how come we've been running for so long and haven't seen a single hair? Just then, Lin Feng's car communicator rang. Hello, it's time to stop and eat, isn't it? Huang Zheng's voice, coming from the communicator, also carried a hint of dazedness. No way. The fact that nothing happened in 7 days was beyond everyone's expectations. They didn't even need to use the large bag of car parts that Huang had prepared. Lin Feng glanced at a rather protruding rock not far ahead and said, let's rest under that big rock. When the car arrived at the foot of the boulder, the 4 of them got out. The food was ready in no time. In the wilderness, there aren't many formalities. A bowl of wild vegetable and meat soup with some biscuits is enough for a meal. While eating, Lin Feng looked at Huang Zheng beside him. Where are we roughly located now? This was another of Huang Zheng's abilities, reading maps, that they only discovered after they left the settlement. Moreover, he would occasionally glance at the map, as if he had memorized all the major cities in the entire wasteland. Huang Zheng could tell you which big city a place was next to, no matter where you went. Could you also briefly introduce the history of this great city and the significance of its establishment? Even the old man was somewhat amazed by this. He had traveled all over the country for many years, and it was already quite good that he could tell you the way if you asked him these questions. Even Lin Feng suspected that the peaceful journey was largely due to Huang Zheng's directions. Upon hearing the question, Huang Zheng stood up, looked at the position of the sun, climbed up the boulder, gazed at it for a while, and finally scratched his head, looking puzzled before walking down. We should be near a Shikyu castle and not far away, but it's strange that I can't see any trace of a Shikyu castle. The large city in the wasteland is different from the large city in Lin Feng's previous life. The cities here may not actually be large, but their walls must be extremely high and extremely thick. Several times, Lin Feng mistook the towering city for a mountain, only to be corrected by Huang Zheng, who told him that they were cities. After saying that, Huang Zheng still had some doubts. And logically speaking, people should be able to see leaving the city frequently, given how close the distance is. Are we really that lucky? At that moment, old man Bai put down his meat soup and took a deep drag on a cigarette. Something's fishy going on. We can't stay here any longer. Lin Feng finished the biscuits in his hand in a few bites and stood up to say something. I'll fill the car with oil first, then quickly finish eating and check the car. We won't stay here tonight. Everyone's faces darkened at this moment because they all understood that if nothing had happened, there were only two possible scenarios. Nothing has happened, or give me a big one. After spending about half an hour checking the vehicles, resolving some minor issues, filling up the tanks, and setting off quickly, both cars were ready to go. With the accelerator floored, the two cars sped across the wasteland. Of course, if they had a higher perspective, they would wholeheartedly agree with their current actions. Because from high above, all you can see are black lines rolling across this vast wasteland. These black lines slowly began to show signs of closing in, as if they were consciously forming an encirclement. Chapter 42, Charging Straight Against the Beast Tide. What's that in front of me? Ding Zhu couldn't help but sit up straight, his eyes fixed intently on the black line that billowed up dust in front of him. The old man in the car behind them leaned half his body out and looked in that direction with binoculars. Beast tide. It's a beast tide. A massive beast tide. Huang Zheng's voice was filled with panic, and Lin Feng and Ding Zhu's hearts sank upon hearing the answer. The two cursed almost simultaneously. I knew something bad would happen, but I never imagined it would be this big. Are there any other paths Huang Zheng can take? Upon hearing the question, Huang Zheng felt flustered and didn't know what to say for a moment. Don't be nervous, just say what's wrong. Old Bai, with his experience, quickly offered words of comfort and presented a wine jug. Huang Zheng took a small sip and calmed down before beginning his explanation. The area surrounding Shizhou City is vast, so going back would definitely buy some time. However, judging from the state of this beast tide, it is probably not an ordinary beast tide, but rather a concentric beast tide. Everyone fell silent upon hearing these words. The encircling beast tide is arguably the most despairing of all. The ever-shrinking encirclement and the endless stream of strange beasts meant that death was the only thing awaiting them in the end. Unless they can find the point where the beast tides converge, turning back will only mean certain death. Old man, Bai said with a hint of helplessness. Lin Feng shook his head in the car. It's unrealistic. They simply cannot do this without a super high-altitude perspective. Even if they did, it's uncertain whether their cars could time the timing perfectly. Ding, please drive. As he spoke, Lin Feng moved silently from the car window to the roof, as if he were a snake. Upon seeing this, Ding Zhu did not hesitate at all, flipped over and sat in the driver's seat so smoothly that the vehicle's speed did not even decrease. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was standing on the roof of the car, closed his eyes and then slowly began to move on the roof. Huang Zheng and old man behind the car behind them looked at each other in bewilderment. What are they doing? Basic spiritual breathing techniques. That's right. Lin Feng was currently cultivating on the roof of the car. This was certainly not because Lin Feng had gone mad. On the contrary, his mind was exceptionally clear at this moment. Spirituality. In Lin Feng's perception, the difference in spiritual density across the wasteland was not significant. They were practically the same. The opening of the spiritual breathing method states that the survival of a living being is a process of absorbing and consuming spiritual energy. Where living beings gather, spirituality will inevitably be greatly depleted. So, we're heading northeast. At Lin Feng's command, Ding Zhu turned the car around without hesitation, and Huang Zheng and old man Bai followed closely behind. The black lines continued to tumble, and the sound of the beast stomping on the ground even reached Lin Feng and the others' ears. Even Ding Zhu, who was driving, felt the vibration transmitted from the tires. Huang Zheng was even more exhausted. He was covered in sweat. Even the usually calm and collected old man Bai's hand holding the wine pot was trembling slightly. Real. At this moment, he had no doubt that a timid person would be scared to death. It's like a knife has been plunged into your flesh. You can even clearly feel the blade slowly tearing your flesh apart. This kind of despair is beyond words. As the dust billowed, Lin Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened. A convoy appeared ahead, and it was quite large, with about a dozen vehicles. However, although the convoy was moving, it was moving very slowly, as if it was still hesitating. Hesitating whether or not to turn back. Just as Lin Feng observed, the convoy was indeed still hesitating. This was the weakest point in the beast hide they could find, and most of the beasts inside were agile creatures like sandwolves. It was far less despairing than the rolling in of iron hoof bulls from other places. Even in such a place, the width of this horde of monsters was no less than 30 meters. To go or not to go. For them, it wasn't just a decision. It was a life-or-death choice. At this moment, the entire convoy was silent, and the convoy's speed was getting slower and slower, as if this was not delaying the time to encounter the beast tide. Instead, they're delaying their lifeline. Suddenly, their communicator rang. "Boss, a car is coming from behind." Is a new convoy of cars arriving? Her fan became excited instantly. His biggest worry was that their convoy was too weak. Once caught in a beast tide, you could be swallowed up in an instant. If a new fleet arrives now, he doesn't need too many. Just 5 or 6 cars to merge with the main fleet would give him the confidence to take a gamble. No, that's not it. The 2 vehicles looked like they belonged to wanderers in the wilderness. Hearing this, her fan was filled with despair. A wanderer? It would be a miracle if they didn't cause trouble. Well, one more person means one more force. So let's stop them and talk to them. The rest of the team didn't have any objections to what her fan said. Putting aside the current situation, their convoy was actually assembled on the road. Wait a minute, boss. They seem to have sped up. Hearing what was being said on the communicator, he fan also peeked out. 2 cars sped past them without the slightest hesitation, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, the communicator inside the car crackled to life again with the voices of their own teammates. "Boss, should we follow them?" The moment her fan hesitated, the 2 vehicles overtook their convoy and plunged into the surging tide of beasts. Full speed ahead. At Herfan's command, the entire convoy roared into action. At the same time, her fans secretly prayed that these homeless people wouldn't actually do that, as long as they didn't hold them back. You guessed right, and these people really did follow. Ding Zhu's deliberately relaxed voice came from the roof of the car. Lin Feng, who was standing on the roof, did not change his gaze and just smiled faintly. Yes, let's see what these big city people are capable of. Of course, Lin Feng himself had no hope. Any normal person could see that the danger level would increase every minute he stayed here. The fact that the other party is hesitating here clearly shows that they lack confidence in themselves. He shook his head to clear his mind of these distracting thoughts. Lin Feng pulled 2 hand grenades from his pocket. 5,432. As the countdown began, both Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng gripped the steering wheel tightly. He had already floored the accelerator, but he eased off it slightly. 1. Lin Feng threw the 3 green spheres out with great force. Chapter 43, Breaking Through the Beast Tide. The beast was already right in front of them. Even Huang Zheng, who was at the back, could see its sharp fangs, smooth scales, and most strikingly, its scarlet eyes. Boom! 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 3 enormous balls of fire exploded directly in the very center of the beast tide. The terrifying heat spread out instantly, tearing a semicircular opening through the dark, swarming beasts. Huang Zheng and Ding Zhu slammed on the gas pedal instantly. Almost the instant the high temperature dissipated, they rushed into the surging tide of beasts. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Lin Feng stood alone on the roof of the car, holding a gun in both hands, black bullets continuously pouring out of the muzzle. At this point, Lin Feng basically didn't need to aim because countless strange beasts had gathered around the car, and every shot he fired hit its mark. A frantic roar. Upping Fu Sobi. The claws scraped against the car body with a screeching sound. It filled his ears almost instantly. However, the black bullet's incredible penetrating power ensured that each bullet tumbled inside the bodies of these monsters. At this moment, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu were like the sharpest point of an arrow, piercing deeply into the body of the beast tide. Of course, the sharpest part also encounters the greatest resistance. The blood of the strange beasts surrounding the vehicle drove them even more frenzied. Almost instantly, they were surrounded by twice as many strange beasts as before. Old man. Lin Feng also turned around and shouted loudly. "It's here." The old man reached into the carriage, lifted a 6-barrel machine gun, slammed it onto the roof, and then pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. The moment the iconic blue flame ignited at the muzzle of the gun, all the strange beasts around Lin Feng's car were wiped out. At the same time, Lin Feng's bullets were also reloaded. This time the bullets are blue. High octane, high penetration, high explosive. Lin Feng's 3rd trump card is finally about to be revealed. Meanwhile, The Hervan convoy that followed behind was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? Just two vehicles, actually managed to tear a gap in the beast tide. And now, they're almost at the very center. These are definitely not the top combat personnel from those major city combat organizations who are on missions abroad. Someone in the communicator immediately made a judgment. Hafan nodded in agreement. The combination was so smooth, and the weapon was ridiculously powerful. It's impossible for a homeless person scavenging for scraps in the wilderness to do that. Follow me. I'm going to make a move too. Herfan immediately gave the order. Just as Lin Feng raised his gun to fire, he suddenly heard a new burst of gunfire. The old man kept moving his hands without even glancing back. It wasn't until Herfan and his men fired that they realized something was wrong. Why? Both were rifles. Lin Feng could take down one enemy with 2 or 3 bullets, but for them, even 10 bullets wouldn't be enough to take down one. The black scales on these beasts are not only tough, but also very smooth, even weakening bullets that hit them head-on. Those that came into contact with the side were bounced away almost instantly, without any lethality. What happened? These strange beasts are so hard and slippery. Why is it different from what I saw? Almost instantly, the communicator became noisy. Standing on the roof of the car, Lin Feng remained expressionless. He had already guessed it, so what was there to be surprised about? Ding Zhu threw it away. With Lin Feng's shout, Ding Zhu in the driver's seat suddenly made a move. 4 grenades were thrown into the air. The folding longsword shook and returned to its full length, followed by 4 clanging sounds. Ding Zhu didn't even need to move his body, as the 4 grenades were sent flying to 4 completely different locations. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 fireballs also displayed their unparalleled brilliance amidst the horde of monsters. Perfect. Ding Zhu, who had been completely still, perfectly pinpointed the direction in which the strange beast was moving. The 4 incendiary grenades also perfectly halted the movement of the alien beasts. Just kill them all. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng didn't stop firing his twin guns. Every single one of the surrounding beasts was given a bullet by him. Puff, puff, puff. The moment the bullets struck the monsters, holes the size of bowls appeared on their bodies. Even though these beasts have gone mad, pain and bloodshed will only make them more violent. But the sudden tearing apart of flesh and blood from the massive loss of blood was enough to make them lie on this desolate land in an instant. Finally, the sharpest blade pierced through the most resilient and interwoven flesh, and a new world lay just ahead. The direction that blocked the flow of the alien beasts almost wiped out all the surrounding alien beasts. At this moment, a strange vacuum zone even formed around Lin Feng and the others. The people following behind, including Hafan, were completely dumbfounded. How exactly did they do that? They're all firing their guns, so why is there such a big difference? Keep up, hurry up, and keep up, Hafan said excitedly. Everyone thought they were doomed, but who would have thought they'd escape death? Click. The magazine was changed again. Da da da. Flames erupted amidst the horde of monsters. The monsters near the edge were clearly less frenzied and mostly dodged quickly whenever possible. That's really clever. Lin Feng, standing on the roof of the car, couldn't help but chuckle. The outermost beasts are actually the highest level, and they're also the most rational. To be honest, if these guys had been at the forefront, they might not have made it out alive. Leave the beast tide. Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng kept pressing the accelerator, and the car sped off into the distance. Just as Hafan and his group reached the edge, a strange beast suddenly attacked. With a bang, a vehicle suddenly suffered a tire blowout, and then a strange beast charged forward from the side. The entire vehicle overturned and landed on the ground. Before Hafan could even react, another beast had taken the opportunity to jump onto the windshield of the car. Before the beast even made a move, chaos erupted inside the vehicle, and it flipped itself over. Not even a minute. In less than half a minute, they lost 2 vehicles at the edge. Walk. Hafan gritted his teeth and said that the convoy was now rushing headlong in the direction where Lin Feng and the others had left. IW Mine Parliament Hall. A dozen or so middle-aged and elderly people of varying ages sat around a round table. How is Ishijiro doing? That's all. Is it the person who is gone or the land that is gone? If the monsters and humans were no longer surrounded, it would be good if even a third of them could escape. Which base? They've been surrounded. We should have a result the day after tomorrow. That's not bad. Are there any other topics? What will be the next steps? For sure, Jiuqing. Let's incorporate them into the satellite city. This compensation should be sufficient. Chapter 44, Against the Stars. The vehicle slowly came to a stop. Lin Feng quickly jumped out of the car and asked, "What's wrong?" Ding Zhu pointed to the fuel gauge and said, "Out of fuel." Meanwhile, Huang Zheng got off the bus, but he wasn't in very good condition. His legs trembled and his face was deathly pale. The vehicle needs to be checked after driving at top speed for so long. Despite his trembling, Huang Zheng managed to say these words clearly. Old Man Bai walked up to Huang Zheng and slapped him 3 times hard before bursting in a loud laughter. "What are you trembling about, kid? Isn't it satisfying to have rushed all this way?" Huang Zheng snatched the old man's wine jug and gulped down several mouthfuls before suddenly looking up at the sky and roaring, "Cool." Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Ding Zhu also got out of the car and lit a cigarette. However, after taking only one puff, he stood there blankly, letting the cigarette in his hand burn out quietly. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Feng took a sip of water and asked. "It's nothing much. I just find it a bit unbelievable." Ding Zhu took another drag of his cigarette. "Unbelievable that we actually survived the beast tide." Lin Feng continued. "That's right. I've heard so many stories about the wilderness, but I only know what the real thing is like after experiencing it myself." Lin Feng looked at Ding Zhu beside him and said calmly. Looking back at the road they had come from, dust was still flying everywhere, and the encirclement of the strange beast was still shrinking. How many people will be able to get out of there now? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of a car engine roared over, and Lin Feng and the others looked in that direction. Indeed, the visitors were none other than He Fan and his convoy. Ding Zhu glanced at it and then said casually, "2 are missing." Lin Feng nodded without saying much. Judging from the numerous scratches on the other car, it was indeed in a terrible state. The convoy stopped about 50 meters away from Lin Feng and the others, but only 4 people got out of the cars. Lin Feng and the others remained silent, simply watching each other. At this moment, the people around He Fan were also observing the people in front of them. On one side was a lame, white-haired old man. On the other side was a strange man wearing a hat with no eyebrows or beard. And on the other side was a young man who looked quite young, Ding Zhu, who was the most normal one. He Fan hesitated for a moment. With such an oddball duo, He Fan was momentarily worried that he might be killed the moment he walked over. After calming himself down a bit, He Fan still came to Lin Feng and the others. "I, He Fan, do not know your names." Ding Zhu stood in front of Lin Feng again and spoke with him. "Ding Zhu, this is Lin Feng." Then, looking into the distance, Ding Zhu suddenly stopped. He certainly knew Huang Zheng's name, but what was the old man Bai's name again? Old Man Bai rolled his eyes. He knew it. "Bai Yuman just calls me Old Man Bai." Upon hearing the old man speak, Huang Zheng quickly replied that his name was Huang Zheng. Ding Zhu gave an awkward smile and didn't say anything more. Although He Fan sensed that there was something wrong between them, he didn't dare to ask and could only cautiously say something. "We really have to thank a few people this time, otherwise we would never have been able to get out of the beast tide." At this point, He Fan sighed inwardly. Previously, it seemed that Lin Feng and his group had no difficulty breaking through. Who would have thought that while others had paved the way forward, those following behind almost crashed and burnt? This only highlights the gap between them. "Those who managed to get out all have their own abilities," Ding Zhu said calmly. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell silent for a moment, but He Fan quickly asked the crucial question. "Where are you 4 headed? Are they also going to find the main force?" Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu and the other 3 exchanged bewildered glances, but Ding Zhu finally nodded at Lin Feng's prompting. Upon receiving this news, He Fan's face immediately broke into a bright smile. Okay. It's a good thing to be traveling together." That night, He Fan, along with the main fighting force among them, began to talk with Lin Feng and the others. Of course, the main purpose was to find out which faction Lin Feng and his group belonged to. Hunters on the Wasteland. Ding Zhu spoke directly without any attempt to hide anything. However, it was clear that He Fan and the others would not believe it. When will the Wanderers in the Wasteland have this level of firepower? Even the beasts they couldn't handle were like lambs to the slaughter in the hands of the other side. It said that these strange beasts seemed to change their bodies when they gathered together. It lost its mind and went mad. Its leather armor became tough and smooth, and its claws and teeth became increasingly sharp. He Fan took a bite of the pancake in his hand, his face both ugly and somewhat puzzled. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Ding Zhu and the old man both looked at Huang Zheng, hoping to get an answer from him. Pity. Huang Zheng also shook his head. I don't know about this thing either. This is a major research topic in the city, and even the biologists in the city have not been able to find a reason. It's probably similar to the swarming effect of locusts, Lin Feng said suddenly after taking a sip of the broth. What is that? Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and began to explain. Just like a locust, if it lives alone, it will not accumulate toxins in its body. At that time, when a large number of locusts gather together and reach the scale of a locust plague, the locust will begin to metamorphose, not only producing toxins inside their bodies, but also undergoing significant changes in their body surface and shape. This change is mainly the result of selective gene expression induced by pheromones within the body. After speaking, Lin Feng looked up at the people around him and saw that they all had blank expressions and lifeless eyes, and he understood. All that talking for nothing. Although Ding Zhu didn't understand much, he keenly caught a word. Pheromones. Can humans use this pheromone you mentioned? Lin Feng nodded lightly. Even Lin Feng's basic biology materials contain information on the extraction and synthesis of pheromones. Upon seeing Lin Feng nod, everyone's expressions turned quite unpleasant. So beast tides aren't necessarily all natural disasters. Perhaps there was also human error involved. Speaking of which, I also have a question about how Shi Jiuqing was defeated. Huang Zheng asked Fan. If I remember correctly, the Zhang family within Shiju City was quite powerful. Hearing this, her fan gave a wry smile and said, the Zhang family was reportedly taken away because a base on a nearby planet was discovered and almost all of Shiju City's military forces were transferred there. Then, the night before last, an explosion occurred at the east gate of Shiju Castle, and then the whole city began to spread rumors that a beast tide was coming and we had been abandoned. After Hufan finished speaking, one of the people next to him threw the tin he was holding heavily on the ground. Chapter 45 Conspiracy Theories. It is indeed infuriating to be abandoned like this. But what right do those wilderness hunters like Lin Feng, who can't even get into big cities, have to sympathize with them? A moment of silence fell over the scene. When? Thump! Don't go over there. Xiaoan, what are you doing? Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the area where ordinary people from the convoy had gathered not far away. Immediately, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Everyone turned around and saw a boy who looked about the same age as Lin Feng rushing towards them. Seeing this, Fan frowned and immediately stood up. What's going on? Fan immediately reprimanded her and then reached out to stop Xiao Han, who was standing in front of him. At that moment, the boy named Xiao Han glared at Ding Zhu with his blood-red eyes and roared. Why? Why did you abandon our city and our convoy? Why did you just leave like that? Didn't you know we were right behind you? Xiao Han's angry roars echoed wildly through the darkness. For a moment, Fan and the others were also stunned, but to be honest, they might not be without resentment in their hearts either. Ding Zhu looked at the old man with a cold expression. The old man was drinking and watching the show. Lin Feng didn't even raise his head. He kept his head down, eating the dried meat in his hand. Cultivation consumed natural energy, and his appetite gradually increased. However, Huang Zheng would not tolerate such behavior. Why? You're too weak. You're lucky you even got to come out with us. Upon hearing Huang Zheng's words, Xiao Han's eyes widened even more, almost bursting out of their sockets. So what if we're weak? You are clearly capable. If you had just turned back, we wouldn't have lost any lives. Do you know that there were children, mothers, and students my age in that car? Huang Zheng couldn't help but laugh when he heard these words. There are actually people who think they're right just because they're weak. How old are you this year? Huang Zheng asked Xiao Han suddenly. The sudden question startled Xiao Han for a moment before she gritted her teeth and said, 15 years old. Upon hearing this question, Huang Zheng showed an expression of, I knew it. After all, the other person wouldn't say such a childish thing if they went to university. Huang Zheng pointed to Lin Feng, whose eyes were glazed over and who was just chewing on the jerky. He was also 15 years old. Upon hearing this, Fan and the others present widened their eyes simultaneously. Although Lin Feng looks very young, is he really 15? They really hadn't expected that the other person was only 15 years old. Even Xiao Han's bloodshot eyes revealed a look of disbelief, and he couldn't help but speak out. Impossible. How could someone so strong at 15? Lin Feng's performance during the Beast Tide was witnessed by everyone, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was an absolute core player. How could someone like that be only 15 years old? Huang Zheng sneered and looked at Xiao Han. If it weren't for the fact that I was just as naive as you back then, I wouldn't have said a word to you. Put aside your so-called status as a resident of a major city, I could kill you on the Wasteland based on what you just said. Bang! A sudden gunshot startled everyone present. Xiao Han's legs went weak, and she almost knelt on the ground, but luckily He Fan's arm caught her. Seeing this, Xiao Han Dingzhu couldn't help but sneer. I didn't hit you. Only then did He Fan and the others notice the corpse of a snake lying next to Lin Feng and the other's car. It seems that the snake was trying to crawl into the car when Ding Zhu discovered it. At that moment, Lin Feng stood up and walked towards the car, never once glancing at the people present. These things seem completely unworthy of the other party's attention. Or rather, it really isn't worth it. He Fan smiled apologetically at Ding Zhu, then quietly pulled Xiao Han away. Back in the convoy, He Fan glanced at Xiao Han, whose face was gloomy, and finally reached out and patted him on the shoulder. I wanted to say something, but in the end I couldn't bring myself to speak. For a 15-year-old to suffer such a terrible calamity and not be tempted to commit suicide is already quite remarkable. On the other side, Lin Feng, Ding Zhu, and the old man Huang Zheng were gathered in one car. Why should we follow them? Huang Zheng was the first to raise his question, seeing these people as a bunch of burdens. And considering what Xiao Han said earlier, who knows what might happen later? Ding Zhu glanced at him sideways and said, We know nothing about the surrounding environment. If Shizhou City can be abandoned, why can't other major cities? It's better to go with them and find out some information. Old man Bai stroked his chin and said, Maybe we can get some good stuff. Lin Feng raised his head only after hearing this. Is there still a chance? Although the city has fallen, according to her fan, the higher-ups in Shizhou City already knew about it. I reckon they were all prepared before they left. Old man Bai shook his head and said, He wasn't talking about Shizhou, but the base of the reverse star. What is a reverse star? Lin Feng had actually wanted to ask this question for a long time, but Ding Zhu and the others seemed to know it all just now, so he didn't ask it. They're a bunch of lunatics. Huang Zheng couldn't help but curse. Then he explained the origin of this inverted star to Lin Feng. Simply put, it's an organization made up of a bunch of lunatics. Their organization has only one goal, to exterminate all humans and establish a kingdom of alien beasts. Lin Feng was completely bewildered upon hearing this. What is that? Could it be that this organization called Reverse Star wasn't established by humans? Huang Zheng shook his head helplessly and said, It's not just that, it's also very likely that it was established by a high-level group that split off from humanity. Long ago, the higher-ups of Rock Peak discovered that the technology of Reverse Star was very advanced, and that these technologies contained the influence of all the top laboratories of the four major factions. At this point, Huang Zheng didn't know how to describe it, but in the end, it was Old Man Bai who spoke up. It's as if the organization was jointly established by four major factions. The old man's deep voice sounded like the whisper of a demon, instantly triggering various conspiracy theories in Lin Feng's mind. Huang Zheng could only shrug helplessly. This was a well-known conspiracy theory in the big city. However, they are not without roots. After all, no one can believe that the smaller Reverse Star faction has maintained the same level of technology as the fourth-generation faction. It might even have surpassed it in some ways. Chapter 46, Seeing Again. The roar of cars began. It was the same wilderness as yesterday, and Lin Feng and the others were still leading the way. However, this time the route was provided by her fan and his group. This route was also distributed to each of their communicators along with the last broadcast that Ishizuki made. Clearly, all of this was planned in advance. It's just that these ordinary people were unaware of it. Even during the lunch break, Ding Zhu was still marveling. Surprisingly, nothing happened at all along the way. This route must have been meticulously planned, Lin Feng said casually, leaning against the car. Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu shrugged and said nothing more. After all, even if they're in a terrible situation, they're still better off than hunters in the wilderness. We continued our journey in the afternoon. However, this time they hadn't gone far when they saw a huge camp appear in the distance. It was even 2 or 3 times larger than the gathering place where Lin Feng and his group started. Even so, Huang Zheng's rather wistful sigh still came through the communicator. There are only so few people left. I estimate that only about a quarter of the entire Shizhou city escaped. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a glance. The difference between the big city and the wasteland was far greater than they had imagined. People came to greet the convoy even before it reached the camp. "Are you all from Ishijima Castle?" A fully armed man came up to the front of the convoy and asked a question. Ding Zhu shook his head and said, "We are not the convoy behind." The man nodded without reacting, then pointed and said, "Once you're inside, just turn right." After speaking, the man went to the back to talk with Hafan and the others, and then left and returned to the guard team at the entrance of the camp. They obviously went in to report on their situation. Yifan drove up to Lin Feng and said, "Brother Ding, thank you all for your help along the way. If you need anything, please feel free to come to us." Ding Zhu nodded and drove into the camp. "Turn right." The vehicle drove directly into a secluded, fenced-off camp. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the area, and his expression showed slight surprise. He sensed many powerful individuals here. The people in this area are significantly stronger than those in the surrounding area. Simply put, the left side of this camp might have a tent with a level 5 character, while each tent on this side contains several level 7 or higher characters. It's like the left side is a residential area while this side is a combat zone. Something's off here. Ding Zhu also spoke up, saying that although he didn't have Lin Feng's sensitive mental power, but with so many years of experience navigating the wilderness, they were still able to easily detect the anomaly here. "I see a tavern. Let me go down and have a drink first." Old Man Bai's words came through the communicator, and everyone nodded. After finding a secluded spot, Lin Feng and the others began setting up tents. By the time they finished building it, the old man had returned with a flushed face, carrying a full jug of strong liquor. "How so?" Ding Zhu pulled the old man into the tent and asked. Although his face was flushed from drinking, the old man was clearly still in good condition. "I've already asked. The people living here are all vultures who have come from surrounding cities, just waiting to follow the army into the base and scavenge some leftovers." Ding Zhu laughed upon hearing this. So it turns out coming here was the right decision. Ding Zhu was initially a little apprehensive about coming with Yifan and the others. This is probably a common mentality among people living in the wilderness. Even when facing people from big cities, I still unconsciously feel a bit weak and always feel that I might not be as good as them. Old Man Bai glanced at Ding Zhu sideways before speaking. "Would an old man like me lie to you? I already told you. You'll get a good deal if you come here." Seeing that the old man was slurring his words, Ding Zhu didn't argue with him and simply put him on the folding bed to rest. The old man, lying down, slurred, "There's a restaurant in the residential area on the left. You could try it." Then came the sound of even breathing. The other person had fallen asleep. Lin Feng, Ding Zhu, and Huang Zheng looked at each other and ultimately felt quite helpless. This old man is really carefree. He could just lie down anywhere and get drunk. "How so?" Ding Zhu asked. Huang Zheng's eyes lit up and he said, "Let's go to a restaurant to eat." "So, is the old man just going to leave it here and ignore it?" "There are patrol teams outside, so it's fine." Lin Feng and Ding Zhu were also somewhat tempted, as they had never tried the food in the big city before. "Let's go." In the end, Lin Feng made the final decision. Huang Zheng's expression became excited as he picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. Yes, that's exactly the taste." Seeing Huang Zheng's excited expression, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu were also puzzled. "That's right. This stuff is definitely much tastier than what you find in the wasteland, but there's no need to get this excited. Huang Zheng, you also came from a big city. How can you act so ignorant?" Hearing Ding Zhu's teasing, Huang Zheng snorted and once again displayed his pride as a native of Dashang. "You know nothing. When my father took me to Shizhou City for a trip, we ate at a restaurant called Xinyu." Ding Zhu couldn't help but shake his head after hearing this. The big city is really different. They even have the concept of tourism. Of course, I started traveling to various major cities when I was 6 years old. I've basically been to all the major cities of the 4 major factions. Huang Zheng said casually while eating his food. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a glance and suddenly realized that Huang Zheng's family background might not be as simple as just being residents of the central city. Huang Zheng seemed to have noticed their thoughts and raised his head arrogantly, saying, "Why are you only realizing this now? You can forget about trying to curry favor with me." Ding Zhu rolled his eyes and said coldly, "If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll throw you into the wasteland. You believe me?" Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng pursed his lips and dared not say anything more. There's nothing you can do if someone from a good family doesn't recognize you. Before the three of them could even take a couple of bites, another person suddenly appeared in their sight. Hafan. Yes, her fan was also surprised, thinking that they would never see each other again. Who knew I'd see it during dinner time? How do you know me? The burly man with bronze skin next to Hafan also noticed Hafan's unusual behavior. They're the group of people I mentioned before who saved us. Upon hearing this, a thoughtful look flashed in the burly man's eyes. Chapter 47, each with their own schemes. Greetings, my three brothers. I'm Egon. Thank you. If it weren't for my brothers, I probably wouldn't be seeing myself again. Seeing that Hagen Dingzhu's eyes were a little red, he quickly stood up. No need, they all rushed out on their own. No, we must treat everyone to at least one meal today. As Hagen was about to add more food for them, Dingzhu thought for a moment and finally didn't refuse. Huang Zheng glanced at Hagen and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Looks like someone's going to be in trouble. Lin Feng is no benevolent person. The group eventually moved to a large private room where Dingzhu and Hegon sat together. The atmosphere between the two became increasingly heated. After a few drinks, Dingzhu's face visibly turned red, and he began to address Hegon as a brother. Brother Dingzhu, aside from anything else, I do have some skills in Shiju City. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me. Dingzhu laughed and immediately spoke. That's perfect. Speaking of which, we all come from a wilderness and don't know many things. For example, we heard that the army is going to attack some kind of base, but we still haven't found a way to get there. Hagen's eyes flashed, and then he said with an incredulous look, You guys are actually wandering hunters from a wasteland? Would I lie to you? Hagen quickly offered a glass of wine and said, But you don't seem like people from the wasteland. Your weapons are all so good. Dingzhu waved his hand and said, So what if it's the wasteland? As long as you have money, even the wasteland will be dark. Cough, cough. Dingzhu was interrupted by Lin Feng's cough before he could finish speaking. Dingzhu seemed to realize what was happening and quickly shut up, offering Egon another cup of wine. Hagen, now in a rather magnanimous manner, patted Dingzhu on the shoulder and said, It doesn't matter. I don't make friends based on status. As long as someone is someone I value, I don't care about their social standing. You haven't found a way in yet? That's easy. Just follow us the day after tomorrow morning. Seeing that Hagen had already said this much, Dingzhu stood up on the spot and said something while holding a wine bottle. Then I must thank you very much, Brother Gon. I'll offer you this bottle first. As he spoke, Dingzhu tilted his head back and poured the entire bottle of wine down his throat. This made the atmosphere in the private room even more lively. Even Lin Feng and Huang Zheng were forced to drink quite a bit of alcohol. By the time they finished their meal, it was completely dark outside. Hagen insisted on escorting them all to the entrance of the right-hand camp before turning to leave. He even watched the three, who were walking unsteadily, enter the tent before leaving with peace of mind. When they returned to the tent, Old Man Bai had already woken up and was cooking a pot of meat soup on the fire, bubbling away. Come on, everyone have a sip. Seeing the three men enter reeking of alcohol, Old Man Bai served each of them a bowl of soup. Lin Feng and his two companions, who had been walking somewhat unsteadily just moments before, were now standing ramrod straight, as if the wine they had just drunk had all gone into someone else's stomach. Tell me, what does her fan want with you? Huang Zheng looked at the old man with some doubt. How did you know it was he fan? The old man rolled his eyes, indicating that he didn't want to talk to an idiot. Do we know anyone else in this camp besides her van? Dingzhu asked, offering a reminder. At this moment, Dingzhu's expression was calm, even more so than usual. Huang Zheng also realized what had happened, but seeing Dingzhu in this state, he didn't dare to say anything. Instead, he recounted what had just happened. After saying that, he looked at Dingzhu and said, Don't you think you're overacting? Dingzhu gave a cold laugh and then said, It doesn't matter whether my acting is good or not. What matters is whether they will be envious of our outfit. As he spoke, Dingzhu looked at Lin Feng, sitting next to him. Lin Feng didn't say anything, but simply said, It's best to resolve this once and for all. Everyone who heard this nodded in agreement, as this was a survival principle in the wilderness that Huang Zheng understood. Inside Hagen and the others' tents, they listened quietly to Hafan's story. Egon only spoke after Fan had finished explaining everything in detail. So, does that mean these people are only strong because of their weapons? He hesitated for a moment before speaking. That's true in theory, but we've never actually seen the other side make a move. Hearing this, Hagen and the others frowned. They had never seen the other party make a move before, and this was dangerous. Just as they were struggling with their decision, Xiao Han suddenly spoke up. Their level is definitely not high, and their close combat ability is not very strong either. Upon hearing this, Higan looked at Xiao Han and asked, "Why?" Their leader, Lin Feng, is only 15 years old, yet his marksmanship is already so good, and his level and close combat ability are so high. How could he possibly be high? Even the most talented people need time to cultivate themselves. Furthermore, they all claim to be wanderers from the Wasteland, possibly lacking even martial arts skills. How could they possibly have high, close combat prowess? Hearing Xiao Han's words, everyone present nodded in agreement, agreeing that Xiao Han made sense. Even her fan was starting to believe it. Hagen, standing to the side, slammed his hand on the table in front of him and exclaimed, "Let's do this job." Upon hearing this, Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and she quickly spoke up. "Uncle, I want to go with you." Hearing this, Hafan was about to refuse when Hagen unexpectedly agreed immediately. "No problem." After saying that, Hagen looked into Xiao Han's eyes and said, "Jealousy can also be a driving force. I hope you can keep it up." Xiao Han made no attempt to hide the resentment in her eyes at this moment. "That's right, I want Lin Feng to die. Why does a homeless, trashy person have a right to mock me? Why can he ignore me just because we're both 15? What annoyed and resentful him more than Huang Zheng's mockery was Lin Feng's indifference. They were clearly just homeless trash in the Wasteland, yet they treated them like trash. Hearing this, her fan understood. In fact, there was no need for so many excuses. Higan had already decided to take action against Lin Feng and the others. As for the reasons, one good weapon is enough. Having figured it out, her fan raised his hand and said, "I'll participate too." Hagen nodded and gave Afan a look that said, "You're very smart." Chapter 48, Military Combat Strength. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Feng and the others stood together on a distant hillside, feeling the tremors beneath their feet, their eyes fixed on the distant torrent. A steel torrent. All sorts of armored vehicles and an astonishing number of tanks formed purely mechanical formations and approached a clear valley. Although Huang Zheng was awestruck by the sight of the steel torrent below, he was still somewhat puzzled. Are we just going to drive straight in like this? People who are incompatible with the stars aren't stupid. They couldn't possibly have no reaction at all, right? Upon hearing this, many people around couldn't help but nod in agreement. Even if Rock Peak Central City wanted to demonstrate its combat power, it wouldn't do it in such a foolish way, would it? Hagen nodded. If the Central City doesn't have any backup plans, I feel like a lot of people will die in this battle. Even those inside the Reverse Star Base were feeling somewhat puzzled. They knew far more than the vultures waiting to feast outside. The people of Rock Peak had blocked all the surrounding roads long ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't be waiting to die here. After surrounding them, Yin Feng's men stopped moving. They initially thought Yin Feng was waiting for some powerful weapon to reduce his losses, but now the other side is still preparing for a strong attack. Why wait so long? Just as they were wondering, the commander-in-chief of the Yin Feng Army's Central Command looked at a woman in a tight-fitting combat suit beside him. "Have all your people been evacuated?" The woman glanced at the smartwatch on her wrist and then nodded. "They've all come out. Can I open the coordinates now?" The woman ignored the coach and instead sent a message directly through her communicator. The next moment, a striking red dot appeared on the screen in front of the commander of the Yin Feng army. The marked location is on the eastern side of this open valley, extending 120 meters underground. As expected, the thick rock layer blocked out most of the signals, just like we had guessed. A special person must be sent down to place the signal generator. The commander-in-chief of the Yin Feng army picked up the red communicator in front of him and gave the order. Strike in 10 seconds. At the command of the other party, Lin Feng suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. "What's wrong?" Ding Zhu looked away from the steel torn below and at Lin Feng, who seemed somewhat unusual beside him. "There's something up there." He looked up and squinted. "Finally, I spotted a small black dot amidst a sea of white clouds. There really is such a thing." Before Ding Zhu could finish speaking, he suddenly felt the small black dot flicker. "What is it? Lie down." Lin Feng suddenly shouted, and Ding Zhu, Old Man Bai, and Huang Zheng all instinctively dropped to the ground. Only the people around them looked at the four of them with puzzled expressions. What are they doing? Bang! Suddenly, a tremendous sound fell from the sky, so loud that many people felt as if they had gone deaf. Sound barrier. Is the sound of breaking the sound barrier. It's a high-altitude bombing. It's a high-altitude bombing. Suddenly, someone shouted in terror. Upon hearing the words high-altitude bombing, Everyone present was startled and bent over, wanting to lie down. But it was too late. Only a black that could be seen falling to the edge of the ridge on the east side of the valley. Bang! The terrifying altitude, combined with its own acceleration, caused the missile to crash almost directly into the ground. It's here. Along with Lin Feng's calm voice came a deafening explosion that instilled awe in everyone. Boom! The terrifying explosion, accompanied by the ground shaking and intense heat, hit everyone present in the face. The terrifying heat wave and shock wave caused the heavy armored vehicles and tanks below to shift to a certain extent. Those still standing there were swept away like flowers being scattered by a shower of petals. Even Lin Feng and the others who were lying on the ground felt as if they had been struck by something, and their bodies moved almost half a meter to the side. Start! Before they could react, the torrent of steel below had already begun to move. Armored vehicles, tanks, and a considerable number of soldiers quickly split up, forming an encirclement, and rushed straight into the valley. Suddenly, the entire battlefield was filled with constant roars and became extremely noisy. Lin Feng looked up and could barely make out a huge black hole appearing on the mountain range rising to the east. Through the flickering electric sparks from the black opening, Lin Feng could barely make out the large amount of high-tech silver metal inside. It has to be said that the technological level of this reverse star is somewhat beyond Lin Feng's imagination. Even with the terrifying power of the missile that just fell from the sky, it failed to destroy this reverse star base. In fact, the red alarm lights inside could still be faintly seen flashing. In other words, this was enough to barely manage to break through the opponent's defenses and inflict a serious injury. To be honest, Lin Feng didn't think that if such a missile landed on the head of a large city, that city would be able to withstand it. I'm afraid the reverse star still has a fighting chance, Lin Feng murmured. Tui, tui, tui. Ding Zhu, standing nearby, spat out the sand in his mouth and said, I don't know if that reverse starbase has any fighting power, but I reckon we're not leaving. They'll be utterly defeated and unable to fight back. Lin Feng nodded and had to admit that they had oversimplified things. They thought the battle would end soon and that once Rock Peak's army withdrew, these vultures could go down and eat some carrion. But it seemed they should go back and wait a bit before making any decisions. Clearly, the people who came with them shared the same idea. After getting up, they all ran towards the camp without looking back. They're here to make money, not to die. The commander of Yin Feng army looked at the words coming from outside, his expression unchanged, but he cursed inwardly. Those incompetent guys in the equipment department are utterly useless. A rock layer like that reduced the missile's power by 40%. They're practically trash. He shook his head helplessly. It was impossible to do it again. Such bombing is powerful, but it also comes at a high cost. Thinking of this, the commander of the Yin Feng army turned his head to ask the woman a question, only to find that the woman who had been standing next to him just moments before was gone. Immediately, the commander of the Yin Feng army's eyes also darkened. The Special Operations Bureau really doesn't know which side you're on. How exactly has that old guy, Lei Xiao, managed to stay in that chair for so long? After thinking it over, the commander of the Yin Feng army gave up. This wasn't a question he should be thinking about. His main task now was to destroy the base and then go back to collect his merits so he could advance further in the military. Meanwhile, on the side of the valley, in front of the woman, stood a 5-person tactical squad with a prisoner in a white coat in the middle. The mission is complete. You can go back now. We have a situation that needs to be reported. Explain. Nixing is currently researching a new type of instrument that is said to have significant advantages in drug separation. Chapter 49, Entering the Base. Upon hearing this, the woman's face immediately showed an expression of interest. It is well known that medicine has always been a major headache for the Iwoman faction, which spends a lot of money every year to buy it from the Higashihama and Takagusa factions. If this thing can really help the Rock Peak faction improve its medicine, then that would be a great achievement. Where's that thing? The team members all looked at the white-coated man they had captured, and the man pursed his lips and said something. I'm in the lab, but even if you ask me to describe it, I can't. Upon hearing this, the woman frowned. The battle was still raging in the valley. It would be unwise for them to return now. It's all right. The army's main task is to destroy this base. I estimate they can finish cleaning up tonight and then go back. We'll go check on the military base first. If you can't find it, look in the ruins. If you still can't find it, then forget about it. Everyone present nodded. In any case, they had already completed their missions, so this was an extra bonus. Brother Lin Feng, let's go. Hagen arrived at the door of Lin Feng's residence and knocked on it. Ding Zhu came out and looked at Egon and the others, who were already fully armed, and asked with some surprise, "Is the battle over there over?" "It's only afternoon," meaning Yin Feng Jun finished the battle in just one morning. "The artillery fire has stopped. We'll have to go over and see what's going on," Hagen said, his face dark. This had nothing to do with Hagen's mood. He was simply blackened by the scorching heat. "Okay, let's set off now." Upon hearing Ding Zhu's words, Lin Feng and the others filed out. Huangjun glanced at the equipment of Egon and the others in front of him and silently mourned for them. Trying to scheme against others with such a small amount of money is really... Holding a lantern in the toilet is suicidal. Once outside the valley, the scene before me was completely different from before. The once empty valley is now completely enveloped by a silvery white semicircle. Of course, this is only based on the remaining rough framework, which shows that it is a semicircular object whose body has undergone countless rounds of artillery fire. All that can be seen now are ruins. Oh, and there were mutilated corpses all over the ground. The sticky feeling of stepping on slightly viscous blood with every step on this battlefield constantly wafted into my mind with each movement of my foot. Many people held their breath as soon as they entered. They were not unfamiliar with killing, but this was the first time they had ever seen such a brutal battlefield. Huangjun glanced around and said with some confusion, "Why didn't we discover such a large building inside the valley before?" Upon hearing this, everyone began to ponder whether some special concealment technique had been used. Because this building was originally underground. Lin Feng pointed to the small, remaining section of the curved wall and said, as everyone looked over, they indeed saw some yellow soil on the silvery white curved wall. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but gasp. What does that mean? In other words, the Yinfeng army managed to blast open this underground fortress using artillery fire. This is what war is all about. Ding Zhu couldn't help but exclaim. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, Hagen pointed to the two pits in front of him and said, "Both of these places seem to lead to the base of this fortress. Which path should we take now?" Upon hearing this, the people behind Hagen seemed to receive a signal as well. They even started silently reciting the lines they had practiced and choreographed before. Try to group Lin Feng and he gone together, and then group the rest of the people together. They mentally reviewed the situation and, finding nothing amiss, prepared to speak. Unexpectedly, a voice rang out first. "Let's split into two groups then. Hagen and I will go one group, and we'll find a few strong people on our side. The rest of the time, Ding Zhu and Huangjun just need to make sure to protect Elder Bai." After Lin Feng finished speaking, the scene fell into complete silence. The people behind Hagen looked at each other in bewilderment. Shouldn't these be their words? How did Lin Feng come out of his mouth? Most importantly, Lin Feng's method of assigning people was exactly as they had expected. This? Why not? Lin Feng glanced at Egon beside him, a strange expression on his face that seemed to be a half-smile. Seeing this, Egon and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Something seemed amiss. Hagen's gaze changed, and finally his eyes widened, emanating a fierce aura. "No problem. I think this distribution is the most reasonable one for Brother Lin Feng." After finishing his speech, Hagen asked a few of the team's top performers to think about it with him, and in the end, he also brought Hafan and Xiaohan along. Yifan's gaze shifted, revealing that there were 3 more people than they had previously planned. The remaining people also gathered around Ding Zhu and the other 2, subtly surrounding them. Lin Feng nodded and took the lead, heading towards one of the large holes blasted out by artillery fire. The Hagen group also hurriedly caught up and arrived here. "But we can't let Lin Feng get away." A smile appeared on Ding Zhu's face as he watched Lin Feng and Egon leave. "We should go now." The group of people following Ding Zhu had a vague feeling that something was wrong. How did Lin Feng and Ding Zhu suddenly take the initiative? But since things had come to this point, they had no choice but to nod reluctantly. Not long after the 2 groups of people disappeared from the cave entrance, many people of the same status as them entered the 2 cave entrances. But not long after, the ground in the valley began to shake again. Many who hadn't yet entered the fortress were astonished to find that the Rock Peak army had actually turned back. This? In the darkness, Lin Feng walked at the front. This reverse starbase had indeed been built into a fortress. It was divided into layers from top to bottom, and the connection between each two layers was basically forcibly blasted through by powerful artillery fire. Lin Feng, who was walking at the front, suddenly turned around and looked at Egon. Egon, who was looking for a place to make a move, was startled when he saw Lin Feng suddenly turn around. Almost instantly, he drew the axe from his waist. However, before he could make a move, Lin Feng spoke first. "How many floors have we come down?" Lin Feng's words startled Egon for a moment before he realized that the other party didn't actually want to make the first move. However, even after calming down, Egon was still a bit confused. Why ask this? Fan and the others looked at each other in bewilderment, but in the end they gave Lin Feng an answer. "We've already come down 4 floors. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's gaze darkened. He'd been tricked. Chapter 50 Special Bullets. Lin Feng sighed and then looked at the crowd in front of him without moving. Egon and the others were puzzled when they saw this. "What are you trying to do? Brother Lin Feng, why aren't you moving forward?" Egon finally spoke first. "I'm waiting for you guys to make your move." Lin Feng looked at Egon and the others in front of him and said calmly. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Egon's eyes, but he still pretended to laugh heartily and walked towards Lin Feng. He kept muttering to himself as he walked. "Ha ha! I think Brother Lin Feng might have misunderstood us. We have a cooperative relationship, so why would I lay a hand on you?" Despite saying that, Egon's pace quickened and quickened. In the last few steps, he almost rushed directly in front of Lin Feng. Upon seeing that they had reached this position, a look of joy flashed in Egon's eyes. How dare they let people get so close? Isn't that just asking for death? The steel axe in his hand suddenly shot out, drawing a metallic arc in the air. Seeing this, Fan and the others couldn't help but smile. Stone-splitting axe. Egon's signature technique that allowed him to thrive in Shurjo City. With one swing of the axe, even a boulder the size of a human body can be split in two. They simply couldn't believe that Lin Feng's head was harder than the stones that built the city wall. Too slow. Lin Feng's voice bypassed Egon and reached everyone's ears. Before they could react, they saw Egon's body collapse with a crash. What happened? What happened? Fan and the others were momentarily stunned. Shoot! Shoot! Xiao Han, who was at the very back of the crowd, was the first to react and screamed loudly. Fan and the others reacted at that moment and raised their hands to fire. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 gunshots and the 6 shots were almost combined into 3 gunshots. The people standing behind Fan looked at the bullet hole in their chests in disbelief. Why? They had all realized what was happening and were already standing behind the person in front of them. But the bullet still pierced his chest. Pass, pass, pass. One after another, corpses fell to the ground, their bewildered eyes staring intently at the ceiling. Lin Feng's gaze, however, fell upon a small, thin figure that had already run far away. "That's right, it's Xiao Han." The other person screamed, and then turned and ran away without any hesitation. Xiao Han also unleashed all his strength. At this moment, he ran at the fastest speed of his life. He even felt as if he had divine assistance. For a moment, I even felt that the more I ran, the easier it became. Even after the pain in the back of his head, he still showed no sign of stopping. If Lin Feng knew how the other person felt, he would probably nod in agreement. After all, it wasn't common to see a corpse with its head blown off that could still rush forward 40 or 50 meters. Lin Feng glanced at the corpse in front of him, shook his head, and left. It's absurd that someone as weak as level 10 dares to rob others. I wonder if he's just clueless or if this level of strength is enough to get by in a big city. Not long after Lin Feng left, a group of people arrived. The one leading the group was the same woman who had led the group earlier. The woman initially had no interest in the corpses on the ground, but she was pulled aside by one of the people in the group wearing a white coat. Etc. What's wrong? A young man with a scar on his face looked at the other person warily. To be honest, this was the other party's home turf, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Even the woman leading the group was giving him a rather unfriendly look. The doctor in the white coat quickly explained, "Didn't you see anything unusual about the corpse on the ground?" Upon hearing this, the tactical squad members finally looked at the pile of corpses lying on the ground. Isn't this just a case of this group plotting against others only to be killed in return? A deep, muffled voice spoke, then pointed to the fallen corpse in front of them, which was holding an axe. The one with the axe who approached quickly was likely defeated almost instantly by the opponent's swift melee attacks. Then, as the body of the man with the axe fell, He instantly shot and killed these people. Anyone could do that. Even a B-level guard in Reverse Star would find this kind of mission a piece of cake, right? At this point, the burly man added, although it's not common to be able to instantly kill a level 8 who is level 10, it's not a big deal. Upon hearing this, the man in the white coat glanced at the burly man with considerable surprise. How could you tell that the other person was only level 8? Below level 10, one cannot generate chi. Besides, the opponent's martial arts techniques are more skill-based, so it's not difficult to tell. It was rare for the woman in charge to speak up personally. As she spoke, she squatted down and began searching through the pile of corpses. The woman stood up and spread her hands shortly after they started searching. The members of the tactical squad also noticed the problem when they looked over. Warhead. There are only 6 warheads, but there were 8 corpses on the ground. The woman tore off a piece of cloth from the corpse and carefully wiped the somewhat deformed bullets before solemnly putting them away. At this moment, the young man with some scars on his face turned somewhat gloomy. Even their special combat division doesn't have bullets with such strong penetrating power. Has the technology of a Reverse Star reached this level? Thinking of this, the young man looked at the white coat beside him. The doctor in the white coat seemed to know what they were thinking and quickly shook his head. I can swear on my life that I have never seen such a bullet in the Reverse Star. After saying that, the doctor in the white coat looked helpless. You don't need to treat me like a thief. People like me are the most useful when they're alive. No matter which side captures me, I will be treated well. I have no motivation to risk my life for either side. Even the woman in the lead twitched at the corner of her mouth upon hearing these words. What did you say? What you said makes a lot of sense, but something still feels off. Regardless, it's best to be cautious and wait for Lin Feng's men to come down before making any decisions. After all, the other party's bait seemed to have worked. The woman gazed into the deep darkness, her eyes seemingly piercing through it to see the remnants of the Reverse Star still hidden at the bottom of the fortress. Lin Feng arrived at old man Ding Zhubai's side. From afar, he saw the 4 or 5 remaining people taking the old man hostage and retreating with a slightly frightened look in their eyes. However, before Lin Feng could make a move, the old man in white who had been kidnapped suddenly attacked. The small submachine gun hidden on his body emptied its magazine almost instantly, sending his 4 henchmen to their doom, filled with questions. Chapter 51 Perfect Teamwork. Looking at the 4 people riddled with bullets, Huang Zheng clicked his tongue and shook his head. Lin Feng is truly a wicked man. Even before he left, he was telling people to protect old man so he could set a trap for these people. But they were really stupid to actually believe the old man and ask for protection. Ding Zhu smiled and patted Huang Zheng on the shoulder. Yes, who would have thought that the worst one among us would be a 20-year-old lad instead of a white-haired old man? Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng's lips twitched, and he could no longer laugh. Ding Zhu shook his head and came to the old man's side, asking, "Is the old man all right?" "I'm fine, but something just feels off," the old man in white said with a slightly puzzled expression. "What's wrong?" Ding Zhu looked around and saw that the area was covered in traces of artillery fire and gunfire, and looked no different from an abandoned battlefield. It's simple. There were signs of such intense fighting, but too few people died. Lin Feng's voice came from the darkness, startling Ding Zhu and the others, but they reacted in the next second. Looking around, although there were signs of battle everywhere and a lot of blood, there were actually very few corpses. Surely the other party wouldn't be thinking about collecting corpses in such a critical moment, would they? Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng also realized what was happening and started cursing at the same time. Lin Feng was helpless. They wanted to be carrion-eating vultures, but the other party wanted them to be charging porcupines. So what do we do now? Judging from the fact that Lin Feng's army is probably turning back and heading this way, we'd better take this opportunity to leave. Lin Feng said quite calmly. Ugh. Everyone agreed in unison and then quickly ran back the way they came. Before he could run more than a few steps, Lin Feng suddenly slammed on the brakes and stopped at a T-junction. Huang Zhengding and Zhu Bai, who were following behind, also stopped immediately. Just as Huang Zheng was about to ask a question, Ding Zhu covered his mouth. Lin Feng glanced at Ding Zhu, who immediately nodded to indicate that he understood. Before Huang Zheng and the old man could react, Ding Zhu had already unfurled his folding longsword, glanced at the ground, and flicked the sword in his hand. A small piece of metal was hammered out like a golf ball and flew into the T-junction passageway ahead. Bang! 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 The moment the metal hit the ground, a series of gunshots rang out fiercely in the corridor. Both Huang Zheng and Old Man Bai felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing this scene. There are actually shady characters here. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged glances. Ding Zhu slowly moved closer to Lin Feng and switched places with him, while Lin Feng walked toward the back of them. Bang, 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 puffed, puffed. Several more shots rang out, and the enemy's firing angle was extremely tricky. Although it was at a T-junction, 2 of the 3 bullets ricocheted and flew towards them. However, the final landing point was still slightly off-center, landing to their left. Upon discovering this, Ding Zhu's eyes lit up, and he slapped Huang Zheng behind him. The sudden pain made Huang Zheng want to cry out, but considering his surroundings, he could only let out a muffled groan and then glared at Ding Zhu with a hostile expression. Bang, bang, bang. But before he could make a move, the enemy's bullets began to rain down. A large number of ricocheting bullets landed to their left, following the exact same ricochet path as before. Upon seeing this, Huang Zheng was so frightened that he dared not speak. The only thing to do is to minimize your standing position to avoid being hit by these ricochets. Old Man Bai gave Ding Zhu a deep look. His ability to adapt to changing circumstances in battle was quite impressive. Ding Zhu's side was suppressed, and the 2 men sent out from behind to flank them also quickened their pace. They were very familiar with the terrain here. Once you get around the wall in front, you'll be able to reach the back of Ding Zhu and the others. They'll take care of this group of people. As they thought about this, the 2 of them walked around the wall that had been half destroyed by artillery fire. But the next moment, he was met with a pair of dark eyes that were clear and deep like the starry sky. Puffed, puffed. A serpent emerges from the sleeve, a double-edged sword. Their tracheas were instantly severed. Before they died, they tried to pull the alarm on their bodies, only to find that their fingertips were numb. Poison. This person is incredibly cunning. Not only was he quick, but he even coated the blade with poison. Seeing that the 2 corpses were about to fall backward, Lin Feng quickly reached out and hooked them to prevent them from falling to the ground and making a sound. However, the moment Lin Feng touched the 2 corpses, his expression changed. Wrong. Something's off about the equipment these 2 people are wearing. The guns they carried were all common 3rd-generation products, and even their clothes were made of the same material as Hagen's. But the bulletproof vests they wore underneath were different. Their clothes were several levels higher than those worn by Hagen and the others. It's even better than the bulletproof vests worn by Walls and his men that I've seen before. Take a deep breath and put down the corpse on your right. Lin Feng used the corpse on his left as a shield and turned to face the other side of the wall. A look of surprise immediately appeared on Lin Feng's face as his gaze swept over. The other party was clearly not an ordinary hunter from a big city or a hunter from the wilderness, as they were completely unprepared for someone coming from behind. If they knew Lin Feng's idea, they would probably cry foul. Out of caution, their B-level guard squad sent 2 people to flank, but they were silently killed. Even an A-level guard team might not be able to do that. However, Lin Feng was unaware of the other party's thoughts and would not give up such a good opportunity. He grabbed the rifle he'd been carrying on his back, reloaded it, and started firing at the guard squad ahead. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh! Crimson bullets continued to fire from the muzzle, and a high flammable gas exploded the moment the bullets hit their targets, instantly engulfing the last 2 people in crimson flames. Upon hearing the unusual gunshot, Ding Zhu swiftly threw another metal plate, about half a person's height, skimming the ground. After a brief period of confusion, the guard team quickly recovered. After quickly finding cover, they split into 2 smaller teams again. 2 of them charged out from both sides to deal with Ding Zhu and the others, while the other 3 focused on dealing with Lin Feng, who was alone. However, in the darkness, one side was at a great disadvantage because they had 2 burning corpses nearby, providing them with visibility. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets were pouring out from both sides, but Lin Feng's side, with its superior firepower, managed to suppress all 3 of them by himself. What frustrated the guards the most was Lin Feng's special bullet that could explode. The key point is that the other side wasn't using that type of bullet all the time. Instead, they were mixing 1 or 2 incendiary bullets in with a large number of ordinary bullets. We can often catch them off guard. Just wait. Once those 3 people are dealt with on the 4th and 7th, you'll be the meat filling inside the dumpling. Then, when number 4 and number 7, whom they had been expecting, rushed to the location where Ding Zhu and the others had been, they were completely dumbfounded. Nobody here? The empty corridor seemed to mock their questionable intelligence. At the same time, the three people on this side also sensed something was wrong. Why was the frequency of the explosive bombs appearing different? Bang! Suddenly, an unusual gunshot rang out in their ears. Bad sniper rifle. Just as they realized what was happening and were about to leave, a black bullet pierced through the cover in front of them and plunged into their bodies. Puff! A bullet hole the size of a bowl appeared where his heart was. Upon seeing this, the remaining two felt a chill run down their spines. What level of sniper rifle was that? Could it be that they've encountered an A-level special tactics squad from the Rock Peak faction? However, Lin Feng did not give them a chance to think too much. Several gunshots rang out in succession, and the other two men also developed the same bowl-sized wounds. The two who had just gone to find Ding Zhu did not go back after seeing that no one was there. Instead, they rushed straight at Lin Feng and his group, wanting to repeat the scene of Lin Feng attacking them earlier. Ding Zhu stood where Lin Feng had just dealt with the enemy's flanking man, leisurely lit a cigarette, and began counting in his mind. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. Time's up. Glug glug. Ding Zhu threw two black grenades along the ground. Boom! Boom! Two violent explosions were followed by a series of clanging sounds and the grating sound of metal rubbing against each other. As for the sound of those steel balls entering the flesh, that sound was hidden beneath the surface of these sounds. At this moment, Huang Zheng and Old Man stopped firing and stood up. They looked at Lin Feng, who was disassembling his sniper rifle, and Ding Zhu, who was walking over slowly. For a moment, they didn't know what expression to keep on their faces. Compared to being amazed by Lin Feng's endless array of equipment, they had actually become numb to it all. However, the teamwork that Lin Feng and Ding Zhu displayed in this battle truly amazed them. The two exchanged no words, only glances. Even when Lin Feng reached this side of the wall, they stopped exchanging glances. They both understood what the other needed most and were willing to do their best to fulfill it as soon as possible. These two were like two cats, toying with each other's team as if they were playing a game of cats. Ding Zhu drew Lin Feng's attention and circled around him. After Lin Feng finished circling around, Ding Zhu led them over to help Lin Feng immediately. Without any communication, the other party's plans completely failed. Did you guys rehearse this? Seeing Lin Feng collect all the sniper rifle components, Huang Zheng couldn't help but ask. Ding Zhu looked at Huang Zheng with some confusion and asked, "What are we practicing? If you hunt together a few more times, you'll understand everything." Upon hearing this, the old man suddenly realized that Lin Feng's life only started to improve after Ding Zhu arrived at the camp. Lin Feng's hunting skills and marksmanship were initially taught by Ding Zhu. "Let's hurry up and finish packing up our spoils, and then we're leaving," Lin Feng said with a serious expression, without thinking too much about it. Huang Zheng and Old Man were also instantly awakened. Yes, now is not the time for chatting. After searching both directions and finding something still usable, the four reunited. The most eye-catching item was the black briefcase in Lin Feng's hand. Chapter 52, 100 million star coins. However, even Lin Feng doesn't have time to open it right now. "Let's go," Huang Zheng urged anxiously. "Now is the time to escape for our lives." Lin Feng nodded and turned to run when suddenly a muffled boom came from above. Before the four could react, a violent explosion came from underground to their left. Immediately afterwards, the four of them felt the ground beneath their feet begin to shake. Immediately, everyone's attention was focused on Lin Feng. What to do? Ding Zhu lit another cigarette and looked at Lin Feng while smoking. "I reckon the Yin Feng army has begun its operation. The small squad we just encountered must be from Nixing. Now that we're being attacked from both sides, we small fry caught in the middle have really no choice but to accept it." Lin Feng was also somewhat helpless for a moment. "Previously, I was only thinking about Hagen's gang. I thought that I couldn't let them be targeted by thieves every day, so I cooperated with them to turn the tables and kill them. Who would have thought that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? This time, they've gotten themselves involved too. Should we go out and explain things to Yin Feng Jun?" Huang Zheng said somewhat weakly. The old man in white beside him snorted coldly. "Isn't this just walking into a trap? Or do you really think Yin Feng's army would be so kind?" Ding Zhu nodded and said, "Yes, they were willing to give up a large city like Shurjo City in order to completely annihilate the Reverse Star base. Aren't they just using us as cannon fodder?" Everyone fell silent. Lin Feng looked at the spoils in everyone's hands, and a flash of inspiration struck him. By the way, why didn't Yinfeng army just fight their way down yesterday? To reduce casualties, they couldn't utilize their artillery advantage in such complex terrain. Yes, the area below is quite complex and difficult for the Yinfeng army to descend, otherwise they wouldn't be fishing like this. Of course, they also calculated that the people from Nixing were in a hurry to leave. Does that mean that what's down there is the safest place? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the eyes of the three of them lit up. Yes, let's go. I reckon there aren't many people left who have reversed the star's direction by now, and quite a few have been lured up. Let's hurry down. Yes, otherwise it will be difficult to handle when Yin Fengjuan's men arrive. Old Bai quickly urged Huang Zheng to speak up, and Huang Zheng echoed his sentiments. The four of them quickly set off and ran down the gap that had been smashed open towards the base of the reverse star. I wonder if it's because the people from the opposing star are all thinking about breaking through, but they didn't encounter any obstacles as they ran down. They easily reached the lower floors, but once there, Lin Feng stopped Ding Zhu and the others from going any further. I reckon there will be quite a few remnants of the rebel alliance further down here. Old Man Bai nodded and said, "All right, let's find a place to stay here." As they were talking, Huang Zheng's gaze fell on a collapsed area in the distance, and he gestured with his hand as he looked at it. Soon, Huang Zheng looked at Lin Feng excitedly and said, "It's behind that pile of rubble. I calculated that there's at least half a room behind it that's still intact." Ding Zhu looked at Huang Zheng with some surprise. "You even know about architecture?" "Of course, geography, architecture, astronomy, and mechanics are the subjects I studied best." As he said this, a warm memory flashed in Huang Zheng's eyes. These subjects were all taught to him personally by his father, but later, for some reason, his father's temperament changed drastically. He not only ignored him, but also neglected his mother. This could be considered the trigger for his later grave mistake. Now that we're certain, let's dig and give it a try. As he spoke, Lin Feng jumped onto the pile of rubble. The four of them dug together and soon saw the light inside. After digging a hole big enough for people to enter, Lin Feng and the others climbed inside. The last old man to enter, Bai, blocked the entrance again, but when he turned around, he found Lin Feng and the other two frozen in place. "What's wrong?" the old man asked with some doubt, and then followed the gaze of the three people to see a huge instrument made of metal and glass not far away. The main structure in the middle alone was at least 5 meters high. Its overall shape resembles a human stomach, with thick metal tubes connecting the top and bottom, a metal skeleton in the middle, and transparent glass inlaid in the middle. Through these transparent glass panes, you can see that they are filled with a milky white liquid. Looking at the milky white liquid, the old man frowned, feeling a sense of familiarity. Just as he was frowning and thinking, Lin Feng had already given his answer. "This is all concentrated nutrient solution." Upon hearing this, Huang Zhengfei quickly started calculating. Even if we fill it into a cylinder, it would be 5 meters high and 2 meters in diameter. The density of the concentrated nutrient solution is only slightly higher than that of water. Even if we use water as a benchmark, that means there are at least 20 tons of concentrated nutrient solution inside. 20 tons? Even Lin Feng couldn't help but get excited when he heard this number. They all knew that concentrated nutrient solution was definitely not as valuable in the big city as it was in the wilderness. But even with a reduction of 500 star coins, each vial would only contain about 100 grams. So, 200,000 vials of concentrated nutrient solution would be equivalent to 100 million star coins. After the calculations were completed, everyone was almost suffocating. This number was so terrifying that even Huang Zheng and Old Man Bai, who always claimed to have seen the world, had their eyes reddened. Not to mention Lin Feng and Ding Zhu, even they were a little red-eyed. Huang Zheng felt his throat was a little dry. 100 million star coins. The total annual revenue of the Huang family was only 4 or 500 million star coins. You should know that the Huang family is already at the pinnacle of middle-class families in the entire Yinfeng central city. But as tempting as it is, how are we going to get this thing out of here? In the end, Ding Zhu was the first to realize the truth and raise a very real issue. Yes, even with this fortress damaged like this, the fact that it can still maintain power supply clearly indicates that this place is one of the core areas of the entire reverse star base. Trying to remove these 20 tons of concentrated nutrient solution from here is practically a pipe dream. Lin Feng thought for a moment and looked at the control panel not far away. Fortunately, the control panel, like the entire instrument, was still well preserved. It just seems like there's a power outage. Huang Zheng came with me. As Lin Feng spoke, he ran towards the control panel. Time is money these days, and he has a feeling that there are definitely a lot of people eyeing him because of how important it is. We have to be quick. Chapter 53, Milky White Balls. Fortunately, the control panel was in better condition than he had imagined. Only the electrical wires next to it had been severed by a broken metal plate. Everything else is intact and undamaged. Huang Zheng and Lin Feng connected it in no time. Huang Zheng glanced at the control panel after it was powered on, then shook his head helplessly. Those who cannot reverse the stars operate using numbers instead of text. We can't use it at all if we don't recognize the serial number. Lin Feng didn't say anything, but instead flicked his sleeve and several parts fell out. Then, with a little assembly, it becomes a multi-size adjustable screwdriver. Huang Zheng's lips twitched as he looked at the screwdriver in Lin Feng's hand. Where do you hide all these things? Originally, it was already amazing that Lin Feng could perfectly disassemble a sniper rifle and hide it inside his clothes. Who would have thought that you could casually pull out repair tools? Lin Feng did not answer Huang Zheng's question, but instead found the gap at the assembly point of the control panel and gently scraped it with a screwdriver. Then the entire panel was removed, revealing the neatly arranged wiring and control board underneath. With another flick of his sleeve, Lin Feng produced a strange device about half the size of a palm, equipped with a display screen. Lin Feng glanced at the intricate wiring under the control panel and swiftly severed two of the wires, connecting them to the strange, palm-sized device in his hand. Lin Feng spoke as he operated something on the display screen of the strange device. There are actually quite a few patterns to follow when it comes to mechanics. Once you find the underlying pattern, all those so-called texts and numbers are just external manifestations. Huang Zheng was stunned when he heard this. That sounds so familiar. It seems that one afternoon, he was disassembling a device that he had somehow acquired. After opening it, he noticed a problem with the colors of the internal wiring. He had absolutely no clue what his father had said when he came to help him figure it out. Before Huang Zheng could react, Lin Feng had already pressed the last remaining button on the instrument in his hand. Tajda. With a soft sound, the once clean and transparent glass began to shimmer with a blue-purple light. Huang Zheng's gaze was also drawn to it. Has it started up? Huang Zheng looked at Lin Feng beside him in disbelief. How could Lin Feng have just started such a huge, complex machine that had been damaged in the explosion? That's way too easy. Lin Feng ignored Huang Zheng's wonderful changes in expression and continued to stare calmly at the situation inside the instrument. I only breathed a sigh of relief when I saw the green button on the instrument in my hand light up, indicating that the instrument was safe. With a gentle press of the button, the blue-purple light immediately intensified. Even those standing outside felt a slight burning sensation on their exposed skin. Disinfect? Ding Zhu and the old man by then understood the purpose of the light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, the milky white liquid inside the huge gastric instrument began to move, and soon a vortex formed in the center of this massive amount of concentrated nutrient solution. Although the vortex appeared inside the nutrient solution, it resembled a bottomless, gaping maw of a glutton, mercilessly devouring the surrounding concentrated nutrient solution. This causes the liquid level inside the instrument to drop at a rate visible to the naked eye. Although they knew Lin Feng was probably doing something to their advantage, the three of them still felt a pang of pain in their hearts as they watched the liquid level drop so rapidly. After all, this is no small amount. That's 100 million. A full 100 million star coins. However, it was clear that the operation of the equipment would not stop just because they were worried about the loss, and soon only half of the nutrient solution remained. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng suddenly shouted. Ding Zhu shattered the glass cover with his knife. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Ding Zhu reflexively threw away the folding longsword in his hand. The speed was so fast that even the old man next to him didn't have time to stop it, and Ding Zhu only reacted after the longsword was thrown from his hand. Ding Zhu couldn't help but curse under his breath as the longsword touched the glass cover. Click! The glass was more fragile than Ding Zhu and the others had anticipated. It shattered the moment the knife tip touched it. It's over. Huang Zheng and the old man by both groaned inwardly at the same time. Nutrient solution that has fallen to the ground is considered contaminated medicine. Even if it were given to someone for free, they might not dare to drink it. But soon, a slightly unexpected sound came from their throats. The remaining quarter of the concentrated nutrient solution was firmly trapped in midair by the powerful centripetal force of the vortex. Even after the glass cover was removed, there was no sign of it falling. Ignoring their questions, Lin Feng walked over, picked up the fallen longsword, and slashed it down at the control behind him. In just a few moments, the entire console was destroyed. At the same time, Ding Zhu and the others were surprised to find that the nutrient solution, which had been liquid before, had now completely turned into small, milky white balls. As for its size, it's less than 1/20th of what it used to be. The three people present looked at Lin Feng with awe, not because of his strength, but because of the natural awe that people from the Wasteland have for knowledge. If it weren't for this respect for the foul-mouthed and arrogant Huang, he would have died countless times back in the camp. As all the solution turned into milky white spheres, the volume further shrank to 1/30th of its original size. Splash, splash, splash. Then these milky white balls fell down one after another, like marbles. At this moment, the old man displayed his amazing speed, arriving at the instrument almost instantly and reaching out to take out a burlap sack. He reached out and caught all the milky white balls, putting them into the sack without missing a single one. Even Lin Feng, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but give Old Man Bai a thumbs up. Amazing. Old Man Bai's legs are faster than a limp one when it really matters. As the last milky white ball fell, the drug rotating separator at the center of the instrument also stopped. Everything was just right, like a perfectly arranged play. The opening was brilliant, and the ending was equally smooth. Should we break this thing? Huang Zheng looked at Lin Feng and asked. This thing looks very valuable. They might be silenced if they even see it now, so it's better to destroy it once and for all. Hearing this, Lin Feng was somewhat tempted, but the next moment his eyes suddenly flashed. My whole body tensed up. Ding Zhu, Old Man Bai, and Huang Zheng also noticed something was wrong. Chapter 54 Special Operations Department. Ding Zhu and Old Man Bai ran towards Lin Feng without looking back. The two had just reached Lin Feng's side when they heard a loud bang behind them. The wall that had collapsed halfway was smashed open, accompanied by a huge cloud of smoke and dust. Ding Zhu took his folding longsword from Lin Feng, and his expression became unusually solemn. Danger! There's a huge danger hidden in this smoke. Then a burly figure emerged from the smoke and dust. Following closely behind were 6 other people, 4 of whom were dressed the same as the burly figure, suggesting they were part of a team. There was also a tall woman, followed by a thin young man in a white coat. The people who came in were taken aback to find that there were actually other people inside. Clearly, they didn't expect there were other people among them. Most importantly, judging from their clothes and demeanor, these people weren't from Yunixing. They don't even seem like people from that big city. On the contrary, they seem more like them, more like a wanderer in the wilderness. After exchanging glances, the people present confirmed this somewhat unbelievable answer. Finally, Ding Zhu spoke up on Lin Feng's side. Please understand, we are just here to seek refuge. Upon hearing this, the tall woman stepped forward, stared at the old man for a while, and then said with some surprise. Then, somewhat surprised, he said, Bai Yumin? Upon hearing his name, the old man paused for a moment, then looked closely at the tall woman's face before asking, somewhat breathlessly, Your surname is Lung? The tall woman shook her head and said, My surname is Liu, and my maternal grandmother's surname is Lung. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression immediately changed, and he then asked very cautiously, Is your maternal grandmother still alive? She also said that he would never leave before you, as long as you are still alive. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, Ding Zhu, and Huang Zheng's gazes towards the old man changed instantly. This is a debt of gratitude owed to the elderly. Old Man Bai ignored them and sighed. Don't worry, I plan to go back to Yinfeng this time, and I'll go find her then. Let her watch me die. The woman surnamed Lu nodded with a strange expression, while the members of the tactical squad behind her didn't know what to say. They simply couldn't imagine how such an old, decrepit wanderer could have gotten involved with a behemoth like the Lung family. The tall woman also felt she needed to calm down. He never expected that a simple mission would lead him to run into his grandmother's old flame. The woman turned to the thin young man in the white coat and asked, Why don't you go and take a look and see if this instrument still has any use? The doctor in the white coat nodded, picked up a flashlight, and went down to the instrument. They began to examine the enormous instrument little by little with the light. At this moment, the woman surnamed Lu had also composed herself and came to the old man's side. "Hello, Grandpa Bai. My surname is Liu, and my given name is Liu Qianlan." Old man Bai nodded, unsure of what to say for a moment, and finally his gaze fell on their clothes. "You're from the Special Combat Unit, right? Does Grandpa Bai know?" "Of course I know that I used to work in the Special Operations Department." Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng stared blankly at the old man in astonishment. "Holy crap! Old man Bai, you were in the Special Operations Department?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Huang Zheng immediately felt a cold gaze from Liu Qianlan, and he instantly realized that he had said the wrong thing. "I misspoke, Mr. Bai." Old man Bai didn't care how many years he'd been called that. Things from long ago are not worth mentioning. After finishing speaking, old man Bai looked at Lin Feng beside him and said, "Zhang Zhao's recommendation letter to you is from the Special Combat Department, right?" Lin Feng paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I don't know, I only know the address is number 404, Haishi Branch Road, 2nd Avenue, Yinfeng City." Upon hearing the address, Liu Qianlan nodded and said, "That's right, it's the assessment address for the Special Combat Department. But I've never heard of the name Zhang Xiao before." As Liu Qianlan spoke, she glanced at the tactical squad beside her. The only woman in the squad raised her hand and said, "I know Zhang Xiao was the captain of a large squad. He said he had an important mission to take care of and went to the wilderness. So even now, Li Chun, the captain of the 1st Brigade, is still the acting captain. However, since Zhang Xiao hasn't returned for a long time, everyone has assumed that he has disappeared." Liu Qianlan nodded to indicate that she understood. But in the end, he only glanced at Lin Feng and then paid no more attention to him. After all, even if she entered the 2-person Special Combat Unit, it would still be a long way from where she was now. Soon, the thin young man in the white coat also brought good news. The key parts of the instrument were still intact, so they could simply remove it and take it with them. Liu Qianlan raised her chin, and the tactical team members went about their business. Seeing this, the old man Bai asked Lin Feng and the others to wait aside for a while, and handed Lin Feng the sack filled with milky white pills. Liu Qianlan keenly sensed something, but she didn't say much while looking at the old man in white in front of her. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu, who had retreated to the corner, exchanged glances and then shook their heads, realizing there was little hope of breaking through. Let old man Bai and that woman named Liu Qianlan talk about it. Huang Zheng stared blankly as the tactical team and the people in white coats disassembled the instrument. After a while, Huang Zheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Rubbish. This skill is absolutely terrible. He's far inferior to Lin Feng, let alone Lin Feng." The person in the white coat, standing below the instrument, also started shouting and cursing. "Don't mess around with things if you don't know how. You guys would have been destroyed, even if you weren't damaged by the bomb." Hearing what the doctor in the white coat said, the tactical team members didn't dare to make a move for a moment. At this moment, Liu Qianlan was also alarmed. The only girl in the tactical squad walked over with a somewhat helpless expression. The squadron couldn't do anything about it. The structure inside was too intricate and required specialized mechanics. Hearing this, Liu Qianlan frowned. If they wanted to find a mechanic, they would have to borrow one from the military. In that case, this thing might end up being credited to them. "Why can't we find a mechanic all of a sudden?" Old man Bai asked. Liu Qianlan nodded helplessly. "It's okay, we have people here." After speaking, the old man turned around and looked at Huang Zheng and Lin Feng. "Huang Zheng, Lin Feng, come here for a second." Huang Zheng came to the old man's side and began to mutter, "You should have called me a long time ago. If you hadn't, this thing would have been ruined." Chapter 55, Joining the Satellite City. Hearing Huang Zheng's words, the girl pursed her lips and muttered to herself, "That's quite a boast." Old man Bai rolled his eyes and then looked at Lin Feng, seeking his opinion. "Huang Zheng should be able to handle it, but if he can't, it's okay. I'll step in." Liu Qianlan, girls in the tactical squad, even more boastful than the previous one. Huang Zheng glanced at the girl's expression, raised his head slightly, snorted through his nose, and then began to climb the huge machine. Lin Feng stood next to the doctor in the white coat. The man in the white coat turned to look at Lin Feng in front of him, then pushed up his glasses and asked, "Is there something you need?" "Fine." After speaking, Lin Feng moved away from the white coat and began to focus on watching Huang Zheng's operation. Although the tactical squad disliked Huang Zheng's arrogant attitude, they had to admit that Huang Zheng was indeed different once he got the hang of things. The spot they thought they would have to pull hard was easily pried open by Huang Zheng's gentle flick of his finger. The speed at which they handed over their tools to Huang Zheng was even faster. The seemingly massive instrument was disassembled in less than 20 minutes, with its core components removed. The tactical squad, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but applaud Huang Zheng. When they came down, the doctor in the white coat immediately went up to examine the top-shaped core separator, which was as tall as a person. He nodded after confirming that everything was all right. Lu Qianlong glanced at the old man with gratitude and then said, "Grandpa, bye. Let me see you out. Otherwise, we might run into some trouble with the Lin Feng army on the way." "Thank you, Xiaolon. It's nothing. It's what we should do," Lu Qianlong said with a smile, appearing quite filial. However, it must be said that Lu Qianlong and the others' identities are indeed very useful. When they arrived on the ground, the Lin Feng army surrounded them almost instantly, but Lu Qianlong easily let them pass thanks to her intervention. "Wow, is this special combat department member really that high-ranking?" Ding Zhu said with some surprise. The Special Combat Department does have a high status, but not to this extent. The main reason is Lu Qianlong's high status. The middle and senior officers of the Special Combat Department are at roughly the same level as the commander of the Lin Feng army, who is in charge this time. Not to mention that Lu Qianlong also has the Lu family and the Lung family, two behemoths, standing behind her. After Huang Zheng gave a brief explanation, he looked at the old man in white and asked a question. "So, old man Bai, you're also a member of the Bai family?" "They're not worthy." Old man Bai raised his head arrogantly, looking down on the Bai family. Huang Zheng pursed his lips, clearly seeing that old man Bai didn't want to say anything more. He then put aside his curiosity, but Ding Zhu, who was standing next to him, became interested. "Huang Zheng, where are all these Lu family, Lung family, Bai family, and such people you're talking about? These are the major families in Rock Peak City. These families are basically at the top of Rock Peak City. The family's disciples are spread throughout the entire Lin Feng faction in various aspects such as business, politics, and the military." Ding Zhu nodded thoughtfully. When the group returned to the Shizhou City camp, they suddenly sensed that something was off about the atmosphere. They actually saw a lot of people walking down the street, constantly banging gongs and drums as if they had encountered some happy event. Lin Feng and his companions were momentarily stunned by what they saw. Well, even if Ishijiro were to be resurrected on the spot, they shouldn't be this happy, right? Huang Zheng couldn't help but say, "Let's go down and find out what's going on first." When the four returned to the campsite on the right, they indeed saw many people leaning against their vehicles, discussing the matter. "TSK, TSK, TSK, look at how happy they are." If you didn't know better, you'd think that all the people who died in Ishizuki's story had come back to life. Yes, so many people died for this identity, and yet I'm still so happy. Be content. At least you don't get anything. Haha, I think you guys are just jealous of other people's cities. Even though their city is dilapidated, it's now full of people from satellite cities. I'm nothing. Did I even make up a quarter of the entire Shizhou City population? Why should I be so jealous if I only get the status of a satellite city at this price, not a real central city? Look at you. You're just getting impatient. What's the rush? What followed naturally turned into a war of words, but Lin Feng and his group finally figured out what had happened. Lin Feng looked back at the cheering crowd and said in a flat tone, "It seems the heads we've collected to get into the city center are worth more than we thought." Of course, if these people hadn't escaped from the prison in the central city would never have offered such terms. Huang Zheng also said with some emotion, "They were really lucky to have managed to take down these people so unexpectedly. Otherwise, would they have even thought they could have entered the central city? Dream." Back in the tent, all four were exhausted and fell asleep wherever they could find spot. Rock Peak City Council office. A group of dedicated secretaries who were handling inquiries to Parliament were also compiling a list of issues that needed to be submitted to Parliament for processing. Has that reverse starbase been destroyed? The message that just came in has been destroyed. Is there anything else today besides this? The main issue is this matter. In addition, there is a topic of jointly conducting drug research with Dongbin and a plan for military operations against Nixing next year. Wait, wasn't the decision about Dongbin Pharmaceuticals made a long time ago? Yes, it was said that it was settled before, but the Bai family said that Dongbin's asking price was too high, so they renegotiated it. This is the new version. Now that the Bai family has entered the fray, there shouldn't be any problems. Yes, that way we can have an easier time. As they discussed, the two began to check if there were any obvious problems with the issues they were about to submit. After confirming that there was no problem, One of the full-time secretaries stood up and delivered the 3 documents to the small private office by the door. Secretary General Xiao, this is today's topic. Okay, put on the table. The young Secretary General Xiao looked at the documents in his hand without looking up and said something. The full-time secretary nodded, put the documents on the desk, and left. However, before leaving, the secretary glanced at the documents in Secretary General Xiao's hand. The document clearly stated a research plan for space-based orbital weapons. The dedicated secretary frowned slightly. Isn't this an internal military document? However, since it was in Secretary General Xiao's hands, she didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, Secretary General Xiao's background is renowned for its prominence. The only heir of the Xiao family in this generation has become a high-ranking central official at a young age. His future career will undoubtedly be meteoric. Chapter 56: The Power of Knowledge. As the wind and sand swept across the vehicle, Lin Feng lay on the seat, his eyes vacant and lifeless. As Ding Zhu drove, he kept glancing at Lin Feng, who had been in this state for the past few days. His eyes would immediately become vacant whenever he wasn't driving. If Lin Feng hadn't seen that there was absolutely nothing wrong with the other person, he would have thought that the other person had gone mad. Because, in fact, the rest of the journey wasn't as boring as the beginning. I don't know when, but they probably crossed a threshold of precipitation. The plants on the ground were beginning to grow lush, and even the variety of strange beasts had increased considerably. Moreover, there are far more large cities to see than in the wilderness. They would occasionally encounter attacks from strange beasts along the way, but they were all small creatures that they could easily deal with. As noon approached, Ding Zhu and Huang Zheng also stopped the car. Snap! The 2 flints rubbed together, and a spark fell into the pile of dry wood in front of them. But the flame was about to go out again. It's even more humid now, Ding Zhu said with some helplessness, as he disassembled a bullet and sprinkled the gunpowder inside onto the pile of dead wood. Only after rubbing the flint again did they manage to ignite the dry wood. Starting a fire is not easy, but getting a drink of water is much more convenient. Huang Zheng walked over carrying a bucket of water and said that the water inside was crystal clear, which made people feel happy. This was especially true for the 4 people who had lived in the wilderness for so long. These days, they basically fetch a bucket of water to boil and drink every time they have a break. Lin Feng casually tossed several different herbs into the boiling water, a move the 3 people present were used to. Once the herbs had released their color after being boiled, everyone served themselves a bowl. The grass-green water, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance, filled my lungs. For a moment, everyone felt as if a gentle breeze had swept through their bodies, which was quite comfortable. TSK Lin Feng, you're getting more and more skilled at preparing potions. Old Man Bai looked at the grass-green herbal soup in the bowl and said. Huang Zheng nodded vigorously in agreement, saying, yes, yes. Before, you had to search for a long time in the grass, but now you can get the same effect from any grass you pick. As he spoke, Huang Zheng gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. There has indeed been some progress recently. Lin Feng looked at his panel and said, Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV8. Age, 15. Race, half-elf. Superpower, none. Strength, 8.3. Agility, 8.4. Physical fitness, 8.3. Spirit, 8.9. Talent/specialty, dexterity. Skills, comprehensive marksmanship LV.7. Sniper rifle LV.7. Rifle LV.7. Pistol LV.7. Serpent dagger LV.7. Basic spiritual breathing LV.1. Tidal meditation LV.2. Knowledge, basic pharmacy knowledge LV9. Biology LV10. Pharmaceutics LV10. Formulation LV9. Basic mechanical knowledge LV8. Mechanics LV8. Materials science LV8. Weaponry. Metals LV8. Machining LV6. Intelligent programming LV10. These days, Lin Feng has devoted almost all of his time to learning new knowledge. Of course, the final reward he received was also astonishing. Apart from the hands-on knowledge, his knowledge in other areas improved by leaps and bounds. Or rather, it can keep up with his level progression. At this moment, he also understood why a 519 provided this knowledge along with the cultivation method. This is actually a very clear way of telling him the importance of walking on 2 feet. Lin Feng didn't feel much when his previous knowledge didn't meet the requirements, but now that his knowledge level has improved, his feelings have become much deeper. Putting everything else aside, It's just because of this one poem that I have such a deep understanding of biology and medicine. If you put him and the elites of the same level as those in Lin Feng City in this area, he would have dozens of ways to defeat them. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at Ding Zhu beside him and then turned his gaze to Huang Zheng. Huang Zheng, do you think there are any places in the central city where adults can learn knowledge? What kind of knowledge? Huang Zheng asked Lin Feng. All of these can be addressed through basic general education. Upon hearing this request, Huang Zheng smiled and said, "That's not difficult. But if it's about studying mechanical engineering or medical pharmaceuticals, then it is indeed quite challenging. However, if it is just general education, you can enter the middle school campus to study together by paying a fee." Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. As long as there are channels, that's a good thing. Moreover, if you are truly talented, you might even get a recommendation from your teacher to enter university. After thinking about it, Huang Zheng decided to share some of the less formal channels he knew. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up immediately. Now the old man in white next to him was quite curious. "Lin Feng, this knowledge probably won't be of much use to you, right? Why are you asking these questions?" Lin Feng didn't speak, but looked at Ding Zhu, who was happily drinking herbal medicine beside him. At this moment, Old Man Bai and Huang Zheng followed Lin Feng's gaze and looked at Ding Zhu. Finally, Ding Zhu also noticed that something was wrong. She suddenly looked up at Lin Feng. "You don't mean I have to go to school with a bunch of 13 or 14-year-olds carrying school bags, do you?" Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng suddenly pictured Ding Zhu skipping and hopping towards the school gate with a small school bag on her back. Huang Zheng felt a chill run down his spine instantly. Horrible. This scene is absolutely terrifying. Lin Feng then reached out to stop Ding Zhu from saying anything more. "There's no room for discussion. Your knowledge is too weak right now. Even if I wanted to teach you something, you wouldn't be able to understand it. I don't have time to help you build a foundation." Ding Zhu immediately snorted coldly and said, "Then I won't." Before Ding Zhu could even utter the word learn, he suddenly recalled a conversation he had with Lin Feng one evening. "Brother Ding, do you know him? In fact, every star above us is a planet just like us. One day I want to travel to these planets and take a look around." Ding Zhu suddenly realized he couldn't continue speaking and could only nod sullenly in the end. The old man's eyes widened in shock upon seeing this. Ding Zhu actually agreed? Don't let Ding Zhu's usual easygoing demeanor fool you. He's actually more arrogant than anyone else. But now the other party has actually agreed. They actually put up with teaching a group of kids. Huang Zheng looked at Ding Zhu and then at Lin Feng, realizing the situation even earlier than Old Man Bai. In the end, Lin Feng moved too fast. Chapter 57, Satellite City, Central City. Lin Feng stood below the city wall, craning his neck to the limit, but still couldn't see the top of the wall. How high is this city wall? Ding Zhu nudged Huang Zheng, who was queuing next to him, and asked him a question. I think it was 360 meters. The satellite city is 360 meters away. The city center is 120 meters away, the old man said with a touch of emotion, taking a sip of his drink. Huh, the central city is even lower. Well, it's because of the satellite cities blocking the way, and the central city is too big. If we build such a high wall around it, it would be expensive and ineffective. Huang Zheng began to explain. Ding Zhu suddenly realized, to enter the central city, one must enter through the satellite cities, which are essentially the walls of the central city. Even Lin Feng had to admire the ingenuity of the design, and, of course, its cold-bloodedness. Using satellite cities as walls completely disregards the residents of those satellite cities. That's right, after nearly a month of travel, they finally arrived near the city center. As for why it's nearby, that's because of the special system in the central city. To officially enter the central city, one must enter through one of its satellite cities. If you go directly there, the central city has no city gates. Those who try to climb the city walls of the central city will only be met with the guns and cannons of the central city guards. Honestly, if it weren't Huang Zheng, but Lin Feng and Ding Zhu themselves, they probably wouldn't know how to claim the reward after killing these wanted criminals. Fortunately, although the central city had no city gates, the gates of the satellite city were large enough that they arrived at the gates in no time. The guards at the entrance looked Lin Feng and his group up and down before asking them directly. From the wilderness? Yes, Huang Zheng replied cheerfully. Is something the matter? The guard asked in a calm tone, without any change in expression. So many people come here every day to try their luck that he's seen all sorts of bizarre reasons, and nothing seems strange anymore. The completed bounty requires a trip into the central city. The guard's expression changed upon hearing this. Bounty? Is it a bounty in the city center? The guard's gaze once again began to scrutinize the four people in front of him. Huang Zheng, whose eyebrows looked like they had just grown out and made him look rather strange. An old white man who was missing a leg and was still drinking. Ding Zhu, a young man with long hair and a gloomy and decadent expression. And Lin Feng, who was fair-skinned and looked like a child. Such a combination. No, the captain already said that the weirder a person is, the stronger their abilities might be. These four are already this weird. Who knows, they might actually be able to complete the bounty on Central City. The guard silently thought to himself that he would not waste any more words and would ask Huang Zheng and the others to wait a moment before connecting the communicator to report the situation. The four didn't have to wait long before a man in a black business suit walked over. So you guys completed the bounty? The man slightly raised his head, his gaze filled with incomprehension. Huang Zheng frowned slightly, but didn't say anything in the end. He just picked up the sack in his hand and opened it for the man. The man, quite curious, craned his neck to look, only to be met with a pair of lifeless eyes. I couldn't help but shiver. Heads. The sacks were full of human heads that looked like they were still alive. The man couldn't help but swallow hard, and when he looked at the four calm and collected people in front of him, he understood. These guys are probably tough guys who've been out there in the wilderness. As for which man is the wanted, it's so obvious that it's just one of those who escaped from prison. The uproar at the time was precisely because of this that the bigwigs in the central city were willing to release a few permanent residency rights in the central city. Come with me, all four of you. Looking at the inspector guard who had suddenly become quite respectful, he was now feeling fortunate that he had heeded his master's teachings and hadn't looked down on people. As Lin Feng followed the other person into the city, the scene before him gave him a feeling of returning to his past life. Skyscrapers rise and fall, and cars stream by on the smooth, wide roads. However, after a brief moment of distraction, all four of them came to their senses. Following the man, we arrived at a reception room. The man pointed to the sofa inside the reception room and said, "Please sit here and wait while I go and fetch someone from the notary office." Okay. Huang Zheng nodded and plopped down on the sofa. A hint of doubt flashed in the man's eyes as he looked at Huang Zheng's demeanor. Why does Huang Zheng seem like some rich young master? Or is he just too out of touch? Has the wilderness developed to the point where people can afford sofas? The man left with a puzzled look, and Ding Zhu also sat down on the sofa. However, compared to Huang Zheng's graceful demeanor, Ding Zhu appeared slightly more cautious. But the moment he sat down, a joyful expression appeared on Ding Zhu's face. Although it was only a fleeting moment, Lin Feng still managed to catch it. Lin Feng sat down as well and had to admit that the sofa was of really good quality with just the right amount of firmness, even better than the ones he had sat on in his previous life. Old Man stood by the clean window, looking at the tall buildings outside, and said with great emotion, "When I left, the satellite city plan had just been proposed. I never imagined that in less than 10 years, the satellite city would have developed to this extent. However, the satellite city has deviated from its original design in this way." Hearing this, Huang Zheng also became interested. What was the initial design like? Upon hearing this, the old man turned to look at him and said, "It's very simple. Build 8 war fortresses and fill them all with soldiers, managing them in a completely militarized manner." "If that's the case, then it's a pure moat," Lin Feng commented. Yes, but that was Yinfeng City's thought under immense pressure. His thoughts naturally changed once the pressure subsided. Immense pressure? What is that? Huang Zheng looked at the old man with some doubt. This was the first time he had heard of such a statement. Old Man didn't intend to hide it, but just as he was about to speak, footsteps sounded outside again. Everyone tacitly kept quiet. The door was opened shortly afterward, and a middle-aged man in a white coat entered, carrying a piece of equipment. "Please produce those heads. We need to verify their identities." Huang Zheng nodded and took out 4 heads from the bag. The rest were Walls and his group. Although they didn't lack permanent residency in the city, they were still very interested in the bounty rewards. The middle-aged man examined it carefully and then frowned slightly. Upon seeing this, the man next to him immediately became anxious. "How? Is there a problem with this head? This case is so big that even if it just passes through his hands, he'll probably get a pretty good reward." The middle-aged man nodded. "There is indeed a problem." Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng was about to get up and argue, but Lin Feng stopped him with a single sentence. Listen to what others have to say. Huang Zheng then sat down comfortably on the sofa again, but his gaze toward the middle-aged man was quite unfriendly. The man glanced at Lin Feng with some surprise, not expecting that the one in charge of the whole group was actually this child. The middle-aged man realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly corrected himself. The genetic testing hasn't been done yet. The only reason I said there was a problem is because these heads were preserved so well. Since it concerns our permanent residency in the city center, we specifically looked for some folk remedies from the wilderness, and it seems they're working quite well. Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged man and explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man did not hesitate and cut off a piece of flesh from a person's head and put it directly into the instrument. 30 seconds later, 4 faces appeared on the instrument's display screen. Below each face were 4 large, blood-red characters. Class A wanted criminal. Verification successful. Chapter 58, The Methods of City Dwellers. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Is everything all right now? Huang Zheng asked the middle-aged man in the white coat. No problem, no problem, the middle-aged man in the white coat said with a smile. The 3 of you, please wait a moment, and I'll go prepare the car now. The man in business attire simply picked up his communicator and contacted a car to enter the city center. Clearly, this matter is very important to him. Soon, along with the nameplates and tickets for boarding, 4 suitcases large enough to hold all these heads were delivered. The heads were placed in suitcases, and Lin Feng and the others each carried one, then boarded the arranged car and arrived at the station. After entering the station, I transferred trains before finally boarding the train into the city. Huang Zheng and the old man didn't react, but Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a glance. At this moment, they deeply realized that even in places like near the city center, there were huge class differences. The train was traveling on a cross-city bridge. The bridge was very wide, with 36 lanes in both directions, and it was divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. The top level is occupied by a large number of soldiers, and heavy weapons can be vaguely seen scattered throughout. The middle floor is the passageway for various cars. The bottom layer was the track of the train Lin Feng and his group were on. Lin Feng also saw many trains marked with grain or speeding along the track. It's clear from any perspective that the bridge is the lifeblood of the city center. What is that? After the train had traveled for some time, Ding Zhu suddenly noticed that small dots of various colors were starting to appear sporadically under the bridges. Oh, that's the outer city. Huang Jing emphasized the words, outer city, in his accent, clearly indicating that these places below were not good locations. How so? There is a very large open space between the satellite city and the central city, although neither side pays attention to these areas. However, since it's right in front of their own homes, they still clean it up periodically, which makes the area relatively safe. Naturally, this attracts many wandering people from the wilderness. This is how the outer city came to be. Hearing Huang Zheng's explanation, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu both nodded in agreement. It made sense. After all, safety is the most precious thing in the wilderness. However, since they're all people from the wilderness, the composition of the group is quite complex. It's more chaotic than safe right now. The man in business attire also spoke up, offering his comments. After a pause, he continued, but it is precisely because of the chaos that there is profit to be made. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu both had a strange look in their eyes as they looked at the increasingly dense clusters of colorful dots below. This sounds like a good place. Captain Li and squad leader Lu are looking for you. Upon hearing this, Li Chun stood up in surprise and immediately saw Lu Qianlan standing at the door. What wind blew Captain Lu over here? Li Chen's words were filled with nothing but surprise. Although both are captains, Lu Qianlan has always led the strongest A-level squad. The other side has always looked down on them, the B and C level squads, and often said that they were no different from ordinary guards. They had never even set foot in the building where their B-level squad was located. Nothing much, just wanted to tell you some news. Upon hearing this, Li Chen frowned. What news? Lu Qianlan is not a good person. Eating alone is something that the A-level team loves to do. It has nothing to do with the mission. Lu Qianlan saw through Li Chen's thoughts at a glance and said directly, It's about Zhang Xiao, the captain who left you. Upon hearing this, Li Chun stood up immediately. You've met Captain Zhang? Lu Qianlan glanced at Li Chun with some surprise. According to her investigation, Zhang Xiao had been gone for almost 10 years. The other party was still referring to Zhang Xiao as Captain Zhang? It seems their relationship is much deeper than she imagined. Instead of seeing Zhang Xiao, I saw a child holding Zhang Zhao's letter of recommendation. Lu Qianlan then briefly recounted how she encountered Lin Feng and the others. The old man in white was omitted, and Lin Feng and Huang Zheng were highlighted. Huang Zheng? Is this Huang Zheng, who was expelled from the city by the head of the Huang family for making a mistake? Li Chun asked with a somewhat strange expression. Lu Qianlan glanced at Li Chun and asked in a somewhat leisurely tone. That's right. Something's not right. Li Chun definitely knows something. Otherwise, why would he ask Huang Zheng first instead of Lin Feng? Wang Jia, Wang Zhen, Zhang Xiu, Li Shen. Lu Qianlan suddenly thought of some rumors. All right. Thank you very much for the news, Captain Lu. Li Chen's tone softened at this moment. Don't thank me yet. I haven't finished speaking. Lin Feng and Huang Zheng have now entered the central city. Their next step should be to collect the bounty. Li Chun frowned and accepted the reward. That's the place we're going to. I understand. I'll be there in a bit. Just tell me what you want. Li Chun looked at Lu Qianlan and said directly that he did not believe that the other party would be so kind as to give him such information for nothing. It's very simple. I'll borrow Li Feng for a few days. I knew you'd go find him yourself. Li Chun sighed and said, if he agreed, then there's no problem. Don't worry, he'll agree. Kill two birds with one stone. Having achieved all her goals, Lu Qianlan strode away with her long legs. Li Chun tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, then suddenly clenched his fist and slammed it on the table before standing up abruptly. He grabbed the coat hanging nearby and walked outside. First squad, assemble. As the train pulled into the station, everyone got off. Before they even left the station, other people approached them. A group of people in police uniforms were already waiting for them there, and the surrounding crowd turned their heads to look at them. Is some important person here? Even the police came directly to the platform to greet them. However, they weren't allowed to watch for long. The police officers took Lin Feng and his group of four away. When they got off the car, they were already in a large hall. Before Huang Zheng could say anything, they were pushed into a room. The four of them walked in nonchalantly, but once inside, they were all a little bewildered. It was nothing like the magnificent and luxurious room they had imagined. The room didn't even have a sofa. It was all made of iron stools. The overall atmosphere was quite gloomy. This doesn't look like a reception room, the old man said coldly, looking at the peeling paint on the wall next to him. Huang Zheng's gaze darkened, and his breathing became heavy. Lin Feng looked around, picked up a metal stool, placed it directly in the middle of the room, and then sat down steadily on it. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. This will also allow me to see the methods used by people in Central City. Seeing Lin Feng's calm demeanor, Old Man Bai and Ding Zhu moved a stool and sat down next to him. Only Huang Zheng paced anxiously around the room. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. In the cold, damp room, time seemed to have slowed down to half speed. Everything was moving at a slower pace, and Huang Zheng grew increasingly anxious. I tried to bang on the iron gate several times, but even so, it remained quiet outside. It's as if they've all forgotten it. After what seemed like an eternity, the sound of hurried footsteps finally broke the silence outside. Lin Feng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally opened them. Creak! The iron gate was pushed open roughly and slammed against the wall with a loud bang. A middle-aged man, who was bloated and had a big belly, wearing a professional police uniform, walked into the room, glanced at the four people, and then continued to speak. So you're the ones who killed those fugitives? How was he killed? Where was he killed? Are the remaining people? He immediately launched into a three-question barrage, showing no remorse for his lateness whatsoever, and even resorting to interrogation. An expression that says, if you don't answer, you're in for a world of hurt. Seeing the righteous and self-righteous middle-aged man with a large belly, Huang Zheng, he became furious. What's wrong? We are the ones who killed the fugitive, not the fugitive. What gives you the right to interrogate us like this? Who gave you the right to lock us up here for 3 or 4 hours without any response? Chapter 59, Mental Shock. The middle-aged man looked up and met Huang Zheng's gaze head-on. Blink. The middle-aged man's pupils instantly transformed from round to cold, serpentine eyes. A chilling feeling instantly rushed into Huang Zheng's mind. Fear. Absolute fear filled Huang Zheng's heart. For a moment, he felt as if he had returned to that night. He was dragged out of the blankets, but he couldn't remember what happened after that. His incoherent ramblings transformed into the whispers of the devil, echoing in his ears. He had long forgotten all the specific details. All that remained was the fear buried deep within his heart. Just when he was so scared he was about to scream, the leader suddenly pulled him out of his terror. Huang Zheng's vision blurred for a moment, then cleared up again. The room around me was still the same cold and gloomy place. Nothing had changed. He was soaked in cold sweat all over. What had he just experienced? At this moment, Huang wanted to look up again to question the middle-aged man with the big belly, but he found that he simply didn't have the courage to look up. My hands and feet are trembling. Ding Zhu and Old Man Bai also had solemn expressions at this moment. What exactly happened just now? Huang Zheng was sweating profusely and trembling like a leaf after just one glance at the other person. If Lin Feng hadn't pulled Huang Zheng back, they would have suspected that Huang Zheng would have peed on the spot. A hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man on the other side. At that moment, a group of people appeared behind him, all with amused expressions on their faces. It's like watching a wildcat play with its prey. After all, they've seen too many scenes like this before. It won't be long before they see either the most vicious or the most righteous. In the end, they would all kneel on the ground, sobbing and recounting the things they had done. They casually picked up the communicator and even started making bets. Guess how many minutes it took for the boy to kneel down and start crying? I'll guess for half a minute. It took 10 seconds to go into space. I felt that although he was young, he still had a lot of presence. I think it lasted about half a minute. I also felt that when I was watching from the monitoring room just now, he was the one sitting the most steadily. Without special means, mental strength grows slowly with level and age. He is young and not high level, so I don't think he can withstand it for so long. Yes, and Fat Snake's mental strength is almost at level 6, so dealing with a child like this is a piece of cake. Then place your bet. 10 seconds. Half a minute. 15 seconds. Half a minute. At this moment, the magnanimous Fat Snake also looked at Lin Feng. So it seems you're the one in charge among these people, little guy? Then you can answer these questions. Answering the question is fine, but who are you? Lin Feng asked, looking at the Fat Snake in front of him. You wanderers in the wilderness. Even if I told you, would you even know? Fat Snake looked Lin Feng up and down, his eyes filled with disdain and even disgust. Another self-righteous vagrant. The kind of person who enters the city center will, within 3 to 5 days, hook up with the trash in those dark corners. It's just pure garbage polluting the city center. And all he has to do is burn all this garbage. Thinking of this, the Fat Snake's pupils immediately began to gleam with anticipation. Lin Feng, however, remained calm as he looked at the person in front of him and suddenly spoke. I really don't know, but I still need to find a place to seek an explanation. Fat Snake grew rather impatient listening to Lin Feng's rambling. Where did all that talking come from? Just answer me correctly. The Fat Snake's voice suddenly rose, and its pupils instantly transformed into vertical, snake-like pupils, staring directly at Lin Feng. TSK, 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 the Fat Snake seems angry. I hope something bad will happen. Yes, didn't I use too much force last time and mistake someone for an idiot? It doesn't matter. Even if the wanderers in the wilderness become fools, who will avenge them or cause them trouble? 2. Just as they were discussing, Lin Feng and Fat Snake's eyes met. At the same time, a loud shout came from outside. Close your eyes. The loud shout drew everyone's attention, and a man in a coat with a fierce aura appeared at the door. The terrifying aura that erupted with that roar made everyone present feel as if they had been struck in the heart. The group of people behind Fat Snake quickly exchanged glances, their eyes all conveying the same 2 words. It's over. Li Chen was also furious. He hadn't even met the person his team leader Zhang had introduced, and he was already being turned into an idiot? The members of the first squad following behind Li Chen also instantly sharpened their gazes. These guys at the State Administration of Foreign Exchange are getting more and more lawless. An incredibly painful scream began to echo throughout the room. The piercing sound shattered everyone's eardrums. It wasn't just the feeling of fingernails scratching across a blackboard. It was as if the blackboard being scratched was right next to my heart. Everyone who heard it felt their hair stand on end and their heart skip a beat. The people behind the Fat Snake instinctively glanced at their watches. 7 seconds. He couldn't even last 10 seconds. But the next second, he felt that it was really unfair and put his hand down. The squad behind Li Chun scattered immediately after hearing the shout. He looked ready to take action at any moment. But the next second, they realized something was wrong. Li Chun, who had been so imposing just moments before, suddenly seemed relaxed. The people from the Foreign Affairs Bureau behind Fat Snake also sensed something was wrong. Although that scream was sharp and horrific, it didn't seem like it came from a child. Thump! Everyone looked over and saw Fat Snake slide off the chair and slam his knees heavily onto the ground. A multitude of questions popped into the minds of everyone at the State Administration of Foreign Exchange. Did something go wrong? Why is the Fat Snake kneeling on the ground? At that moment, Lin Feng, with his dark and bright eyes, stood up from the metal stool and walked step by step to the Fat Snake. He reached out and inserted his hand directly into the Fat Snake's slightly sparse hair. Pry it open with all your might. The people from the Foreign Affairs Bureau could even see several blood-stained strands of hair being pulled out, and the Fat Snake's head instantly went from facing down to facing up. Only then did everyone notice that 2 lines of bloody tears were streaming down the Fat Snake's face. Hiss! It looked so painful. But the next second, the immigration officers realized that this was a Fat Snake. What are you doing? They're always the ones interrogating others. When did it become their turn to be bullied? Just as one of them was about to make a move, Li Chen's words came to his ear. Huh? Are you pretending I don't exist? Chapter 60 Huang Zhang's Departure. Li Chen stood there like a mountain, and even the people from the Foreign Affairs Bureau didn't dare to move. There was no way around it. The pressure from Li Chen was simply too immense. Although they dared not take action, some still gritted their teeth and questioned him. Li Chen, are you sure you want to get involved in this? 2. This is, after all, within the jurisdiction of the State Administration of Foreign Exchange. Even though the Special Operations Department has a much higher status than the State Administration of Foreign Exchange, it cannot break the rules of the game. Before Li Chen could speak, Lin Feng began to interrogate him. Why did you arrest us? Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like a devil whispering in the ear, and a chilling wind swept through the gaps in the snake's bones. Reward. It's all for the sake of rewards. The reward for these fugitives is too generous. You are just wanderers from the wilderness, powerless and vulnerable, at the mercy of others. That's when we started having wicked thoughts. Upon hearing Fat Snake's words, the people from the Foreign Affairs Bureau turned ashen-faced. It's over. It's completely over. It's important to know that the Special Combat Department has 2 subordinate divisions. First Combat Operations Division. The second Internal Audit Department. If these things get back to the ears of the Investigation Department, they'll be in serious trouble, if not dead. Wrong. With someone like Li Chen interfering, it seems like they're doomed. Their thinking was correct. Li Chen immediately took out his communicator and dialed a number. Captain Xiao, I'm now at the Foreign Affairs Bureau to present you with a commendation. On the other end of the communicator came Captain Zhao's hearty laughter. Okay, we're coming right now. The faces of everyone at the Foreign Affairs Bureau immediately turned ashen. This Li Chen was truly decisive. Lin Feng didn't know what happened after that, except that they were moved to a private room that looked very high class. Li Chen came in not long after. Each person was given a sky blue card with a facial scan photo of each person on the left side of the card. This is your permanent resident cards. Li Chen's answer instantly brought tears to the eyes of Ding Zhu and Huang Zhang. Finally, I finally got it. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After working so hard for so long, he finally got it. However, before they could speak, Huang Zhang suddenly looked up at Lin Feng and said, Let's go to the other side now to process the property transfer. Upon hearing this, Li Chen glanced at Huang Zhang with great interest. Property transfer? This must be the young master of the Huang family. Lin Feng nodded and followed Huang Zhang out. Watching the 2 figures leave, Ding Zhu couldn't help but sigh. Does Huang Zhang really want to break away from us? The old man, nestled on the sofa, calmly took a swig of wine and said, After all, this is his dark history, so naturally I want to destroy it as soon as possible. Ding Zhu sat in the chair with his head down and didn't say much. It has to be said that the treatment one receives in this central city is completely different depending on whether or not one has resident status. Although the 2 were dressed simply and roughly, clearly from the wilderness, the other party still arranged for Lin Feng and his companion to stay in a VIP room because of their permanent residence card. Looking at the luxurious decor of the VIP room, Lin Feng asked with some curiosity, I see that there are quite a few people in the central city, so why do people with resident status still receive such good treatment? Huang Zhang's face had returned to calm as he sat in his chair with his hands on the armrests and his legs crossed, explaining calmly. Although there are many people in the central city, The vast majority of them are people from the satellite cities who come to work. Very few people are actually able to obtain a resident certificate for the central city. Huang Zheng paused for a moment, then kindly reminded him. However, don't think that this means there's no danger at all in the central city. The central city is where the population composition is most complex, especially given that there is a huge slum just outside the walls. Lin Feng nodded to indicate that he understood. However, despite what was said, Lin Feng and Huang Zheng still enjoyed privileges here, and the transfer of their house was completed in no time. The entrance to the residence affairs office. Looking at the property certificate in Lin Feng's hand, Huang Zheng let out a long breath and said, "Now that we're even, I hope we never see each other again." After saying that, Huang Zheng turned around and was about to leave. Wait, before he could leave, Lin Feng called out to him. Huang Zheng slightly raised his chin and looked down at Lin Feng with a somewhat condescending gaze. "Is there anything else? We're even now. If you still want to know anything or need any help, please let me know. And it's best not to speak." Although Huang Zheng's attitude was unusually cold, Lin Feng still took out a cloth bag and threw it to him. Reaching out to catch it, Huang Zheng instantly realized that it contained nutrient solution concentrated into small spheres. "This portion is for you to use. Simply dissolve it in water whenever you need it." Huang Zheng's lips moved, but in the end he didn't say a word and turn away. Lin Feng watched the other person leave without saying a word, but Ding Zhuyo's voice rang in his ears. "I hope we never see each other again." It has to be said that Huang Zheng is still the same arrogant Huang Zheng after all. Li Chun appeared beside Lin Feng at that moment, looking at the certificate in his hand and saying something. "Wow, you've gotten so much stuff that most people would spend their whole lives to get just by coming to the city. Are the rooms in the central city very tall?" Ding Zhu asked with a puzzled look. "Hi. Haha. Even now, half of our team still can't afford a house, do you think? This is not to say that the income of special combat units is low. On the contrary, their income is very high, but the combat department's first priority is combat. Most of their income is used to improve their combat capabilities. But this also illustrates how high housing prices are in the city center. Take, for example, the 3rd Avenue house that Lin Feng owns. The entire city center is divided into 5 main avenues. The 3rd Avenue, which is the central area, is already worth nearly 5 million. 5 million? Lin Feng blinked and said, "But Huang Zheng told me that this house is only worth 1 million. Hearing this, Li Chen's lips twitched, and he said helplessly, "You got a bargain. The worst houses on 3rd Avenue are no less than 5 million now." Lin Feng was about to express his feelings upon hearing this number. But then it suddenly dawned on him that the super-concentrated nutrient balls he had just given Huang Zheng must have been worth 10 million. He immediately calmed down. After all, he was now a person with tens of millions in assets. This is a small amount of money, nothing to worry about. Chapter 61, Lu Qianlan's Arrogance. "I just asked you, and it's true that the reward will take some time to arrive. What are your plans now?" Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a glance and wondered what they were going to do. "Captain Li, when does my assessment begin?" Lin Feng looked intently at Li Chun and asked, "What do you think about the assessment that's happening tonight?" "No problem. Okay, I'll take you to this house first so you can settle in and rest. I'll pick you up tonight." "Ugh." Li Chun turned to get in the car, but then suddenly realized, what about the older one? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a magnificent limousine parked on the other side of the road. Lu Qianlan is talking to Old Man Bai. Upon seeing this, Li Chun immediately realized that he had been tricked again. No wonder I was wondering why Lu Qianlan was so kind as to come and inform me. So it turns out they just didn't want to show up themselves. Lu Qianlan also stood by the car, greeting Li Chun with a smile. At that moment, Old Man Bai also saw Lin Feng and Ding Zhu whisper a few words in Lu Qianlan's ear. Although a hint of disbelief flashed across Lu Qianlan's face, she still followed the old man towards the two of them. "Mr. Bai, you almost forgot." As soon as the old man Bai arrived, Lin Feng quickly offered him a cloth bag, which was obviously much larger than Huang Zheng's. Although the old man was certainly not short of money, he didn't refuse and accepted it directly. Qianlan gave the address to Lin Feng. Lu Qianlan took out a piece of paper, wrote down an address, and placed it in front of Lin Feng. "You can come find me if you need anything, but please don't come for everything." Ding Zhu's expression froze upon hearing this. He was about to get angry, but then he clenched his fist and then let it go. Sure enough, among this group of people, only Old Man Bai was the one who truly caught Lu Qianlan's eye. Now that the other party is taking Old Man Bai away, There's no need to maintain a friendly demeanor in front of them anymore. Li Chun, however, didn't care at all. Lu Qianlan, from both the Lu and Lung families, certainly possessed the strength to achieve this, which naturally fostered an arrogance that was difficult for ordinary people to accept. Or perhaps all these so-called scions of noble families are like this. Don't believe me? Look at Huangzhong. Even in their time of distress, they never looked down on the people in the camp. This also includes Lin Feng. Old Man Bai was about to speak when Lin Feng raised his hand to interrupt him. He reached out and took the address written by Lu Qianlan, carefully folded it, and put it in his pocket. Li Chen narrowed his eyes upon seeing this. Is this the kind of person Boss Zhang values? Old Man Bai and Ding Zhu gave Lin Feng a meaningful look. Having spent more time with Lin Feng, they naturally understood that Lin Feng was angry at this moment. A smile appeared on Lu Qianlan's lips, good at recognizing the times. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Lin Feng pull out a piece of paper from somewhere and carefully copy down the address from the property certificate in his hand. He handed it to Lu Qianlan. You can come to me if you need anything. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianlan's eyes immediately filled with astonishment. This is provocative. Before she could react, Lin Feng had already placed the address in her hand. Li Chun, who was standing to the side, also smiled and touched his chin. No wonder Boss Zhang has taken a liking to him. He's definitely extraordinary. Looking at the fair-skinned and refined Lin Feng, he is also a naturally proud character. All right, now that we know where the other person lives, let's go. Li Chen had been tricked by Lu Qianlan and didn't want to see her anymore. After saying a few words, he left with Lin Feng and the other person. Watching the three figures leave, Lu Qianlan fiddled with the address Lin Feng had left her in her hand, but her face showed little anger. She'd seen people like Lin Feng before. They were used to lording it over others in the wilderness, but they didn't realize that the rules of the game were completely different in the big city. Grandpa Bai, is Lin Feng really worth your high regard? The old man chuckled and didn't explain further, simply saying, you'll see in 3 years. 3 years from now? Lu Qianlan casually crumpled the address in her hand into a paper ball, ready to flick it out, but then thought about it and pulled it back. Never mind. No matter what, they're all people that old man Bai values. Get on the bus. The driver in front was a girl brought by Li Chun. Li Chun sat in the back chatting with Lin Feng and Ding Zhu. Although I probably shouldn't say this, I still want to give you this advice. Within this central city, the power of these families is still terrifying, especially top-tier families like Lu Qianlan's. It's best to avoid provoking her if possible. Hearing Li Chen's words, the girl in the front row also spoke with considerable indignation. These families are truly the ones who look down on others first, yet they still force others to submit in the end. Li Chen shook his head helplessly and then looked at Lin Feng and asked, how is Captain Zhang doing now? Finally, he asked the question that concerned him the most. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu had nothing to hide and told Li Chen everything they knew about Zhang Xiao. After listening, Li Chen nodded. It's good that you're still alive. Seeing that Li Chen had finished his reflections, Lin Feng also asked his own question. Aren't Captain Li and Captain Zhang Xiao with worth than the others? Yes, but not entirely. Li Chen organized his thoughts and began to explain to Lin Feng and Ding Zhu. Wools and his team are from the Exploration Bureau. They mainly operate in the wilderness, and their main task is to explore the wilderness. Our primary responsibility as a combat unit is to cooperate with the military and higher command to complete individual tasks. Li Chen paused for a moment before continuing. Team leader Zhang transferred from the Exploration Bureau to our department and became the captain of our B team in just 1 year. He is also one of the strong contenders for the next deputy director position. Unfortunately, he eventually left the city and went to the wilderness. After hearing this story, Lin Feng and Ding Zhu looked at each other in surprise. They never expected that Zhang Xiao had such a rich past. Lin Feng glanced at Li Chen in front of him and then frowned. Something feels off. If Li Chen wasn't lying, Zhang Xiao's strength should at least be at the same level as Li Chen's, but according to his own intuition, Zhang Xiao's strength should at least be on par with Li Chen's. However, back in the camp, Zhang Xiao's strength was far from meeting this requirement. It was only after the other party completed the genetic modification that he could barely stand on the same starting line as Li Chen now. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, keeping this question to himself. The vehicle slowly came to a stop. This should be it, said the girl driving the car. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu looked outside and saw that it was actually a 3-story detached building with large open spaces in front and behind. Wow, what a great place. Li Chen couldn't help but praise. In the past 2 years, the central city has been particularly strict in its building management. Such wasteful buildings are rare now. Most of the time, they can be bought with enough money. Chapter 62, Someone Lived Here. Wow, this house is so nice. The girls in the front row couldn't help but sigh. Although her house is on 2nd Avenue, it's inside a building, which is far inferior to an apartment building like this. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu were quite satisfied after looking at it. Li Chun handed over 2 communicators with screens and said, "Now that you are residents, you can activate these 2 communicators and many things can be done on them." Lin Feng understood immediately after taking a look. Isn't this the cell phone from my past life? While Ding Zhu was still unsure how to use it, Lin Feng was already using it skillfully and even started teaching Ding Zhu. Seeing this, Li Chun asked curiously, "Have you used it before?" This thing has been around for a while now, so it's not surprising that it's appearing in the wilderness. But I guess a lot of things won't be usable in the wilderness, right? Lin Feng smiled and said, "I used a long time ago." Ding Zhu, "I used a long time ago? How come I didn't know that?" However, being young, Ding Zhu quickly learned how to use it, and his face immediately lit up with excitement. This is amazing stuff. Bullets and weapons can be sold directly on mobile phones, and according to Lin Feng, there are even people delivering them to your door. This is so awesome. Seeing that Lin Feng and Ding Zhu had both grasped the situation, Li Chun nodded. "Then you should get some rest. I'll come pick you up tonight." Lin Feng nodded and led Ding Zhu into the interior of the manor. As the 2 walked away, the girl in the front row suddenly asked a question. "Captain, don't you think these 2 were sent in by Captain Zhang to help you?" Li Chen paused for a moment. Then his gaze fell on Lin Feng. This boy definitely gave him a different feeling. As for whether he could help him, let's hope so. The issue of returning to the State Administration of Foreign Exchange Headquarters is still unresolved. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu arrived at the iron gate of the wall, but the gate opened automatically before they could move. Facial recognition should be completed the moment the property transaction is completed. Hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Ding Zhu's face showed a look of admiration. Big cities are so much more advanced. Look around as you go. Suddenly, Ding Zhu and Lin Feng both frowned. Click! The 2 men changed their pace as they loaded their pistols. I quickly arrived at the apartment door, and the door opened instantly after my face was scanned again. The 2 stood at the door for quite a while. Finally, Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng and shook his head, and Lin Feng shook his head as well. Enter the room. A spacious living room comes into view, and a spiral staircase leads directly to the 2nd floor, which is also a living room, but much smaller. The small living room is surrounded by 3 or 4 doors, which should be rooms. Further up, a spiral staircase connects 3 passageways, dividing the space into 2 large rooms and 4 or 5 smaller ones. It should consist of 2 entertainment rooms and 4 or 5 living rooms. After exchanging glances, the 2 went upstairs and began to explore each room. Finally, we gathered in the large living room on the 1st floor. There are signs that someone has lived there. There are 2 rooms on the 2nd floor and 4 rooms on the 3rd floor. The entertainment venues also showed signs of use. The 2 checked and estimated there were 8 people. The rooms on the 2nd floor were all occupied by 2 people, and the rooms on the 3rd floor were all occupied by a single person. The room was half male and half female, and the items inside were very messy, so they probably weren't legitimate people. Ding Zhu put away his gun and said. Lin Feng nodded. It seems the security measures here need to be upgraded. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out his phone and opened the most eye-catching online store to place an order. In the time that followed, Ding Zhu felt as if the money in his hand was flowing out like water. Soon he saw his money turn into people and various other things and enter the house. Ding Zhu looked at the group of housekeepers cleaning and said with some heartache, "We don't need to hire someone to do these things, right?" Lin Feng, head down assembling the things in his hands, said without looking up, "They need to hurry up. I need to rest later. I don't have time." Ding Zhu nodded helplessly. Putting aside everything else, the random parts in Lin Feng's hands alone cost 30 to 40,000 star coins. Anyway, it doesn't matter if it's just a little bit more. Lin Feng installed the final display screen, connected the power, and pressed the power button. Immediately afterwards, Ding Zhu saw Lin Feng take out a card from somewhere and insert it into the machine. Immediately afterward, the entire machine seemed to be given a soul. The previously black interface instantly transformed into a series of highly technologically advanced rings. The secondary system should be sufficient for your needs. A 519th words reappeared on Lin Feng's left eye. No problem. Chapter 63, The Lung Family's Grandmother. Lin Feng placed his hands on the computer he had assembled and began typing rapidly. Ding Zhu couldn't understand what happened next at all. All he knew was that his phone received a few messages, and after following Lin Feng's instructions for a while, he actually saw several faces. Looking at the 8 faces on the communicator, Ding Zhu asked with some surprise, "Are these the people who used to live here?" "That's right, and they're not from the central city, so there's not much information available. All we know is that these people are connected to a gang called Black Cat." Lin Feng looked at the information he could find in his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. He had a feeling that there was something strange about these people. It seems that the security in the city center isn't as comprehensive as we thought. Ding Zhu put away the communicator and said with some emotion. Lin Feng also recalled Huang Zheng's words that the central city was actually far more chaotic than the outside. Indeed, the central city is the place closest to power, and representatives of various forces naturally take center stage. "Sir, we have finished cleaning. Would you like to check it?" Before the two could continue their conversation, the housekeeper they had hired stepped forward to report. "It's all right, you can go back now. I'll transfer the money to your company later." "Ok." Watching the housekeeping staff leave, Lin Feng went up to the second floor, found the largest dormitory room, and went straight inside. "Wash up and go to bed. I still have things to do tonight." Ding Zhu wasn't sleepy at all. Instead, he curiously examined the communicator in his hand. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that through Lin Feng's series of actions. "My communicator seems to have become much smarter." Lung Family Manor. In the pavilion in the back garden, an elderly woman with white hair, but dressed exceptionally elegantly, sat facing an old man. "I didn't expect you to come back," the old woman said calmly. "I never expected that the first old friend I'd see upon returning would be you." The old man looked at the old woman before him with a calm expression. But involuntarily, I recalled what the other person looked like when they were young. "I heard from Qianlan that you brought 2 people with you to the central city?" "No, not at all." The old man shook his head and said, "They brought me to the central city." "Oh." The old woman was genuinely surprised and looked up to observe the white-haired old man in front of her. After a while, he couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. "What happened to you?" The old man opened his wine jug, took a sip, and then said calmly, "You have to pay a price for what you want." At this point, the old man paused for a moment before continuing. "It's just that my price wasn't high enough." The old woman looked at the white-haired old man in front of her with eyes full of sorrow. Did the once dashing young man ultimately fail to take that step? "You went to the mercenary training ground and succeeded, but you were unwilling to leave, even though we don't know what you got. But it seems that what you got did not meet your expectations. Can you tell me now?" Hearing the old woman's words, the old man couldn't help but shake his head. "You really are still you. I never do anything meaningless. Even seemingly warm reunions with old friends are just a means to achieve your goals." As he spoke, the old man took another swig of wine. The old woman listened to the old man's words without any change in expression. She simply looked at him quietly. "So you're not planning to tell me?" "How could I not tell?" Old man Bai quickly waved his hand and said, "I know your methods, but my body can't withstand your torture." After saying that, the old man patted his lame left leg and gave a self-deprecating laugh. The old woman frowned, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't speak. In reality, the place where the mercenaries were trained was a corrupted battlefield. The so-called trial was nothing but a scam. As long as what you obtain on that battlefield is valuable enough, those people will take you away regardless of the outcome of the so-called trial. What I found was clearly not good enough. Old man Bai didn't try to hide anything and spoke directly. The old woman's face turned ugly after hearing these words. "So you mean?" "That's right. Do you really expect to achieve anything by following this group of people? Stop joking." The old man sneered, his eyes filled with mockery as he looked at the old woman in front of him. Back then, Zhou Wei spent a considerable amount of money to send his youngest son away. As for the result, after an unknown amount of time, the old woman finally raised her head. "Your disciple is doing quite well in the central city lately. Would you like to go and see him?" Old man Bai nodded matter-of-factly. "Of course, isn't raising such a disciple my way of taking care of me in my old age and seeing me off in my final days?" The old woman's lips moved slightly before she changed the subject and said, "Why don't you stay with me for a while first?" "No problem. You could decide this. Faced with the old woman's request, the old white-haired man showed no displeasure whatsoever, completely accepting it without question. From afar, Lu Qianlong watched the old woman and the white-haired old man, their faces filled with contemplation. I haven't talked about how long my grandmother has spent with people. Even when her mother comes to visit, they only stay together for a maximum of 30 minutes before my grandmother has to send her away. This old white man is really something else. Not bad. Li Chen looked at Lin Feng and Ding Zhu, who had changed into outfits commonly seen in the central city, and said with considerable satisfaction. Compared to the tattered rags and animal hides found in the wilderness, the clothes in the city center are all patterned. Lin Feng picked out a suit that looked very similar to the Zhongshan suit from his previous life, and changed into it with Ding Zhu. It's true what they say, clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. Lin Feng's handsome face, combined with this outfit, gave him the air of a refined student. Ding Zhu's gloomy temperament, coupled with the scar on his face, adds a touch of domineering power and a sense of history to his already gloomy and handsome appearance. From this perspective, they are even more urban than city dwellers. Even the girl driving in front was looking at the two of them with great interest. Putting everything else aside, at least these two were much more pleasing to the eye than Captain Li Chen. Li Chen's appearance is not ugly, but you really can't find him in a crowd if you don't look closely. Lin Feng smiled, but didn't continue the conversation. Instead, he asked, Brother Ding would also like to go in and take a look with me. I wonder if that's okay? No problem. That's certainly not forbidden, Li Chen said, then looked at Ding Zhu. People from the wilderness will experience a growth peak after entering a big city. Make good use of this period, and maybe I'll need to prepare a letter of recommendation for you too. Ding Zhu nodded solemnly. Chapter 64, Chun, Shuren's Gamble. Get on the bus. Vehicles travel on the main streets of the city center, looking at the bustling traffic on the road, and then at the crowds of people on the roadside. Despite the scene before him, Lin Feng's thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the camp he had left behind. There, more often than not, there are starving youths, malnourished children, and countless people snatching food from the mouths of monstrous beasts. Lin Feng was not a compassionate person, but he remained silent at this moment. Li Chen looked at Lin Feng, who had an unusual expression, but didn't say anything. He had seen many people who entered the big city with the same expression at first, but they gradually adapted over time. His expression then became indifferent. After all, that's just how the world is. The car was silent, but it drove on and soon arrived at the address on the letter of recommendation. Come on, let me take you inside. Li Chen put on his coat and got out of the car with Lin Feng and Ding Zhu. Lin Feng looked up and saw that the building in front of him was filled with a classical color, with mottled stone pillars and heavy doors. They stand out starkly against the surrounding modern skyscrapers, but it is precisely this that gives them a unique and imposing presence. Li Chen led Lin Feng and the other person to the door and pointed to a long, narrow mailbox by the door. Submit your recommendation letters here. Lin Feng reached out, and the letter of recommendation slid out of his sleeve very naturally. He then took the letter and handed it into the mailbox. Both Li Chen and the woman driving the car had a glint of shrewdness in their eyes when they saw this. This move is not simple. It looks like a simple sleeve extension. But neither she nor Li Chen noticed that Lin Feng had something in his sleeve. That's a bit scary. If a sleeve can hide a letter, then it can certainly hide a knife. Not long after the letter of recommendation was handed in, the heavy door slowly opened a crack, allowing someone to enter. The person who opened the door was also stunned when they saw Li Chen. Captain Li? Li Chen nodded slightly to the other party without saying anything more, and then led Lin Feng and Ding Zhu inside. The person who opened the door couldn't help but shake their head as they watched Li Chen and his group leave. Wow, I wonder what kind of day it is today that so many important people have come. He sighed and closed the door again. Since everyone who came was a big shot, he was quite relaxed. Otherwise, he would have had to lead these people with recommendation letters in one by one to explain the rules to them. Lin Feng followed Li Chen through the narrow and long corridor. The corridor was only slightly wider than Ding Zhu's shoulders. A more robust person would probably have to walk right up to the wall. If someone of Tang You's build came over, even if he hugged the wall, he might not be able to get past. Moreover, this corridor is not only narrow, but also long. Li Chen led the way, and it took him almost 15 minutes to see the light ahead. Lin Feng silently calculated that this place was probably 2 kilometers long. Arrive, Li Chen said in a deep voice. The scene before Lin Feng, as he passed through the light, made him pause in surprise. Compared to the narrow tunnel, what lies before us is a huge arena that resembles a gladiatorial arena. In the middle of the tiered seating is a circular open space. The open space was simply divided into rectangular areas with white lines, looking rather rudimentary. What a truly ancient and rustic building. Even Ding Zhu couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng and his group saw the venue first, but Li Chun saw people first. Unlucky. Upon seeing the person, Li Chun couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Lin Feng, who heard the sound, also followed Li Chun's gaze. I spotted a pretentious man in a long trench coat and sunglasses at first glance. Beside the man in sunglasses was a muscular, dark-skinned boy with bandages wrapped around his hands. The boy's gaze was firm. One glance at him revealed a fierce and valiant aura emanating from him. He was probably a genius from the big city. Let's go. Li Chun didn't explain much and led Lin Feng and Ding Zhu towards the area below. The man wearing sunglasses noticed that Li Chun's face immediately lit up with a smile, as if he had encountered something amusing. Huh, our Captain Li Chun is here too. Are they here to kidnap someone? Let me make this clear first. My nephew will never be under your command. Li Chun glanced at the man, then at the boy beside him, and then snorted coldly. Let's test it first. After saying that, he led Lin Feng to sit down to the side. The man didn't seem to care. Instead, he carefully examined Lin Feng. Then, as if she had discovered something, she turned her head and began to whisper something to the boy next to her. The boy nodded and then walked directly towards Lin Feng. Li Chun frowned slightly, but ultimately did not speak to stop him. The boy approached Lin Feng and asked directly, "What's your name?" Lin Feng sat in the chair, slightly raised his head, and looked at the boy with a calm expression, saying, "Didn't your family teach you that you should say your own name before asking someone else's name?" The man in sunglasses looked at Lin Feng with amusement upon hearing this. He thought the kid was rather interesting. The boy stared into Lin Feng's eyes for 3 seconds before finally revealing his name. Chun Shuren. Lin Feng. Chun Shuren looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Which are you better at, shooting or close combat?" "Shoot." "Okay, then let's have a shooting contest." Lin Feng looked at Chun Shuren, who had a resolute expression, blinked slightly in confusion, and asked, "Why should I compete with you? What's the benefit of competing with you?" "Benefit?" Chun Shuren was stunned for a moment. Shouldn't people their age be full of vigor and unwilling to submit to each other? He never received any benefits from the duels he fought at school. The man in sunglasses muttered to himself, "This kind of behavior doesn't seem like that of someone from a big city. It's more like that of a wanderer in the wilderness." Lin Feng ignored the strange looks from the other party and stared calmly at Chun Shuren in front of him. There was no such thing as a boring competition in the wilderness. No one would agree to something that didn't bring any benefits. Chun Shuren thought for a moment and took out a test tube from his pocket. The test tube also contained a light blue liquid. The Spirit Awakening Potion should be worth around 100,000 star coins. Lin Feng glanced at the potion in front of him, his expression suddenly turning somewhat strange. Is this thing worth 100,000 star coins? This kid might have been scammed. This thing should be the lowest level of mental, energy-inducing thing recorded in the information he has, and it still carries considerable risks. Lin Feng has at least a dozen better ways than this. Why do you think it's not enough? Looking at Lin Feng's expression, Chun Shuren couldn't help but ask. No. However, this thing is useless to me and is not enough to entice me to compete with you. After speaking, Lin Feng still looked at Chun Shuren with a calm expression. So you still think the stakes aren't high enough? Fine, I'll take yours. Finally, the man in sunglasses couldn't help but speak up. With a simple reach, you get a card with numbers on it. The front of the card has numbers, while the back has a symbol of cross swords. Chapter 65, The Mad Dog of the Hua Family. Upon seeing this thing, Li Chun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and think to himself, as expected of someone from the Chun family. Chun Zai, that's quite a generous move. I've accepted this bet on Lin Feng's behalf. As he spoke, Li Chun also took out a card, 10 purple star coins. Chun Zai's face immediately broke into a wide smile. No problem. Now it's up to you two to see how you perform. Chun Shuren nodded with a calm expression. Li Chun spoke up, and Lin Feng naturally had no objection. Li Chun glanced at Lin Feng, and seeing that the other party hadn't even asked what the card was for, he nodded with satisfaction. Although Lin Feng was recommended by the old captain had also done him a favor. But in the end, it was Lin Feng who he was with. Fortunately, Lin Feng's performance so far has satisfied him, especially this unconditional trust. Standing behind them, Ding Zhu took in the whole scene and couldn't help but sigh. Another person has been bewitched by Lin Feng. The lively exchange naturally attracted the attention of a group of people nearby. Who are those two? How do they manage to turn such a solemn testing ground into a place for their competition? Don't make things up. That person with bandages is Chun Shuren, one of the geniuses of the Chun family this generation. The Chun family? Which Chun family? The person asking the question couldn't help but raise their voice, and those around them all turned to look. That's right, it's the Chun family, the top family in the central city that you know, and the Chun family that owns 30% of the city's arms market. Holy crap, who was that guy who made the bet with him? The others looked at each other and then shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know either. He's probably some young master from a wealthy family. Although I didn't know the boy's identity, I knew that the person standing next to him was the captain of the Special Operations Department's Class B team. A slightly chubby boy spoke slowly. The scene fell silent immediately, and some people even muttered something under their breath. What's the point of testing like this? These individuals were tested and entered the reserve camp. Only after undergoing rigorous training and elimination in the reserve camp could they possibly enter the C-level brigade. Their performance in the C-level team will determine whether they can be promoted to the B-level or A-level team. And this guy was directly sent over by the captain of a B-level squad to participate in the test. This gap, smack, smack, smack. Before they could think much about it, a burst of applause once again drew everyone's attention. A burly man stood in the center of the field, pointing to a row of guns neatly arranged on a shelf not far away. Everyone go and choose a gun to participate in the test. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly stepped forward to choose their favorite guns. Holy crap, aside from handguns, they're all fifth-generation firearms. Wow, no wonder the Special Operations Department is really rich. I haven't used any fifth-generation firearms yet. I've heard they're incredibly powerful, but I haven't tried them out. Lin Feng glanced at the area with the rifles and sniper rifles. There were too many people there. They then went to the pistol section and began to select one. Anyway, the competition is about shooting skills, so it doesn't matter what kind of firearm it is. Seeing that Lin Feng had reached the pistol area, Chun Shuren naturally followed suit. Watching Lin Feng try out one pistol after another to choose the most suitable one, Chun Shuren casually picked one up, confident in his marksmanship. He didn't care what kind of gun it was. Lin Feng didn't react much until he tried out all the handguns before finally choosing one. At the same time, he had a better understanding of the gun manufacturing level of Yanfeng Central City. Overall, it's average. At least in Lin Feng's opinion, this batch of third-generation peak pistols should be the pinnacle of large-scale firearms manufacturing in Yanfeng City. But in Lin Feng's opinion, with a little modification, the production line could easily produce fourth-generation pistols that meet the requirements. Now that you've made your choices, come with me to take the test. Seeing that everyone was about to use their guns, the man spoke up. Just as everyone nodded, the man was about to lead them to the test when he suddenly heard a voice coming from the entrance of the passageway. Wait, I'm in too. All eyes turned to a magnificent blonde-haired boy standing at the entrance, accompanied by a woman dressed as a maid. I'm already late, fine, but what's with bringing a maid? Before he could finish speaking, someone next to him immediately covered his mouth. Shut up, do you want to die? That man is Hua Wushang, the second young master of the Hua family, and the maid behind him is the third in command of the city's defense forces. Are you kidding me? A maid? The third in command? Just as they were marveling at the scene, a sneer came from the crowd. Who knows if these families are getting their comeuppance for their many evil deeds? The Xiao, Hua, and Lung families are all dwindling in number. It's a miracle if even one of them can squeeze into these positions. Upon hearing this, the scene fell silent. Chun Shuren stared at Hua Wushang expressionlessly, without even turning his head. It's as if their Chun family isn't among these prominent families. Now was the man who was in charge of the test who didn't know what to do and turned to Li Chun for an answer. Seeing Li Chun nod, the man waved his hand, signaling the other man to fetch the gun. The man in sunglasses stood next to Li Chun with his arms crossed and said, "What exactly does your Special Operations Department have?" The Lung and Lu families have both sent a lot of people in, as has our old man. Now the Hua family is also rushing to join in the fun. Li Chun remained silent, watching Lin Feng and the others. When Hua Wushang arrived at the weapons section, instead of choosing a gun, he went to stand in front of Chun Shuren. Chun Shuren? Why did those old fogies in the Chun family finally decide to let you out? Want to have a competition with me, so you can see what kind of trash those old fogies in the Chun family really are. Chen Shuren looked at Hua Wushang, whose expression was slightly distorted, and spoke calmly. Don't bite people indiscriminately, you crazy dog. Upon hearing this, Hua Wushang's expression froze. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at Chen Shuren. This guy looks like a simple and honest young man, but he's quite shrewd when he starts cursing. The others who participated in the test wanted to laugh, but were intimidated by the Hua family's authority and dared not laugh, so their expressions were quite strange for a moment. Chen Shuren, I'm going to bite you today and see what you can do about it. After saying that, Hua Wushang went straight to the pistol section and took a pistol. Come here, Chen Shuren, let me see what kind of genius this Chun family has pinned their hopes on really is. Hua Wushang, holding a pistol, actually aimed directly at Chen Shuren and said. Even Lin Feng frowned at this moment. This really was a mad dog. Seeing this, Li Chun finally couldn't sit still any longer. Get out if you don't test it. Li Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded exceptionally authoritative in this setting. Hua Wushang stuck out his tongue and licked his lips before finally putting down the gun in his hand. The man in charge of the test also led everyone to the test location with a dark expression. Chapter 66, 8.5 shots. We arrived at the test site. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Fixed target? Each person had their own 500-meter track, and the finish line was a mechanical doll that stood there motionless. Each person needs to hit 3 out of 10 bullets to pass the level. The man stood to the side and said calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Was this some kind of mistake? Fixed target, 500 meters. Or is it that you only need to be hit by 3 bullets, or even less than half of them? Even university entrance exams are more difficult than this. It was so simple that no one dared to make a move for a while. This is a special operations department assessment. They don't believe it will be that simple. The man remained silent, standing quietly beside the crowd, watching and waiting for who would fire the first shot. Lin Feng, seeing Chen Shuren with his brows furrowed and Hua Wushang with a slightly solemn expression, took his pistol and went to his own track. The appearance of the first person immediately attracted everyone's attention. Chen Shuren frowned even more deeply as he watched Lin Feng's actions, while Hua Wushang offered his unsparing assessment. A fool with all courage. Some people in the crowd clearly noticed something amiss. Although these puppets look like fixed targets, they have no fixed joints under their feet, and there are mechanisms, so they are obviously not ordinary fixed targets. I reckon this puppet can move, and it moves quite fast. Most importantly, it should be able to move according to people's movements. After hearing the analysis, everyone was stunned for a moment, not understanding the meaning of the last sentence. But soon they couldn't help but gasp in shock. That would be too difficult. This involves not only the random movement of the puppets, but more importantly, the puppets only move after you fire the gun. This means that the doll can try to dodge your bullets. To be honest, dodging bullets is something that's possible even for them, let alone for the mechanical dolls produced by the Special Operations Department. Thinking this, everyone looked at Lin Feng, wondering if he was overconfident or simply ignorant. Lin Feng showed no intention of leaving, remaining firmly standing on the track with his hand raised, ready to hold his gun. No time wasted, just fired. Bang, 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 bang. The scattered gunshots filled the air. At the same time, the puppet at the end of the track also began to move, tilting its head to dodge the first bullet by a hair's breadth. Just as I was about to fire the second bullet, I heard a ding sound and a bullet hole appeared in the puppet's hand. The puppet tried to dodge, but then it made some movements, whether with its feet, hands, or body. However, a continuous series of tinkling sounds reached everyone's ears. Only when the doll raised its leg did the last bullet graze its thigh and veer off course, eventually hitting the ground. Silence. The scene fell into complete silence. Even the man in sunglasses watching from afar couldn't help but take off his sunglasses, and Li Chun even stood up from his seat. Only Ding Zhu's face was filled with an incredibly joyful smile. Lin Feng, begin to show your terror. Finally, Lin Feng looked at the man in charge of the test. So I passed? The man scratched his head and said, wait a minute. After speaking, the man came to Lin Feng's side and took the gun from his hand. Loading, chambering, aiming, and a bang. A bullet was fired at the doll. Despite having 8 bullet holes in its body, the doll still managed to raise its hand with incredible speed and instantly dodge the bullet. This speed, even faster than me. This was the sentiment of everyone present at the test. The next second, Countless questions arose in their minds. How did that guy even manage to hit me? So many shots hit. Upon realizing this, everyone's gaze towards Lin Feng changed. Just now, they could have suspected that the puppet's reaction speed was slow or that there was something wrong with Lin Feng's gun, until the man's fate shattered all their doubts. The doll is fine, and the gun is fine too. Simply put, Lin Feng's marksmanship is indescribably strong. The man exhaled a breath of stale air and said, 8 shots hitting the target and 1 glancing at the edge counts as 8.5 shots passing. Lin Feng nodded, left the track, and came to Chun Shuren's side. I'm watching your performance. Chun Shuren took a deep breath and stepped forward to his own track. Hua Wuxiang glanced at Lin Feng, then at Chun Shuren, and came to the track next to Chun Shuren, solemnly loading his weapon, aiming, and preparing to fire. Both of them are now serious. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Chun Shuren and Hua Wuxiang were both firing at top speed. This truly tests a marksman's abilities in all aspects: speed, rate of fire, stability, adaptability, and self-awareness. With your marksmanship, how many bullets would it take to hit even one? As Chun Shuren and Hua Wuxiang moved, many people also started to move. The air was filled with the smell of burning gunpowder and the sounds of gunfire. 5 shots. 5 shots. 3 shots. 2.5 shots. 3.5 shots. 2 shots. 1 shot. Aside from the 5 shots fired by Chun Shuren and Hua Wuxiang, it was only after these numbers that the man in charge of the test got a sense of what was going on. He always said that. In such a difficult test, it's already good if you can hit 1 or 2 shots, and if you can hit 3 shots, you're already outstanding. Those who can get hit by 4 or 5 shots right away are geniuses among geniuses. Once they leave the training camp, they're the kind of people that everyone wants. Someone like Lin Feng, who was hit by 8.5 shots right from the start. The man suddenly didn't know how to evaluate it. Both Chun Shuren and Hua Wuxiang stood there stunned for a long time before finally exchanging glances and looking at Lin Feng at the same time. They originally wanted to have a showdown, but it seems they should first think about how to face this great demon king. Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk as he looked at the two people gazing at each other with such intense interest. Trouble. The man in sunglasses pushed his sunglasses up again and looked at Li Chun, asking a question. Hey, where did you find this monster? Li Chun suddenly looked at the man in sunglasses with a serious expression and said, I found it in the wilderness. The man in sunglasses suddenly chuckled dismissively. In the wilderness? I'd rather believe my dog can poop upside down than believe such a genius could emerge from the wilderness. Li Chun glanced at the man in sunglasses, utterly disgusted by the analogy, and didn't want to pay him any attention. Ding Zhu silently watched Lin Feng. In fact, from the moment he stepped into the central city, he knew that the name Lin Feng would definitely be remembered by everyone with an unstoppable momentum. After eliminating nearly half of the test takers, everyone was finally able to move on to the next test. Melee. Chun Shuren tightened the bandages on his hands. Hua Wuxiang, at this moment, pulled out a butterfly knife from somewhere and began to scrub his hands. The butterfly knife, fluttering up and down in Hua Wuxiang's hands, truly resembled a butterfly. Nice, but it's also extremely dangerous. Lin Feng didn't care whether it was Chun Shuren or Hua Wuxiang. They were both around level 8. He's truly fearless against anyone at his level. At this moment, the man also spoke. Take care of those mechanical puppets you just shot at within 3 minutes. The timer has started. Chapter 67 disassembled into parts. Without the slightest hesitation, everyone rushed towards the puppets on their respective tracks. They had already witnessed the speed of this puppet when they were shooting. Now they would see how strong it was. Clang! The fastest person had already slashed his knife at the mechanical doll, but the recoil from the next moment almost made him drop the knife. Before he could even draw his sword back, the mechanical puppet's fist was already in front of him. Bang! A powerful punch sent the attacker flying. The testers who witnessed this scene felt a sudden pang of pain in their teeth. This thing was not only fast, but also hard. And not only that, it was incredibly strong. The Special Operations Department probably never intended for them to get through. Although they were internally complaining, everyone still faced their opponents. After all, there were only 3 minutes left. They wouldn't believe that the man was joking with them. Chun Shuren and Hua Wuxiang seemed the most relaxed among them. Chun Shuren didn't know how he trained, but his hands, wrapped in bandages, were in no way inferior to the steel body of the mechanical puppet in front of him. The sound of metal being struck could be heard during the battle. It kept clanging. Li Chen looked at Qin Shiren's bronze skin and suddenly spoke. This must be the successor to your Chun family patriarch. The man in sunglasses stood there with his arms crossed. Qin Shiren is indeed the one who has mastered the best of his family's martial arts. After saying that, he fell silent. Then it's not. Li Chen was slightly surprised, but quickly realized. So, your Chun family has someone even more outstanding? Although it was a question, the tone was unusually certain. This time, the man in sunglasses did not answer Li Chen. His gaze was fixed on Hua Wushang. Hua Wushang's steps were graceful, constantly moving within the mechanical puppet's attack range, like willow catkins or flower petals. No matter how fast the mechanical puppet was, he always managed to dodge it by the slightest distance. At the same time, the butterfly knife in his hand would also leave marks on the mechanical doll's body. Although Qin Shiren and Hua Wushang have two completely different fighting styles, they're about the same in terms of progress. Thinking of this, the man in sunglasses shifted his gaze to Lin Feng. The scene before him, however, left him speechless. Before he knew it, the mechanical puppet that Lin Feng was supposed to deal with was already lying on the ground. At this moment, he is holding a screwdriver and disassembling the docking doll. They actually started researching it right there on the spot. When did he kill the puppet? The man in sunglasses was a little confused. He thought he had only missed looking at the other person for a moment. How did it turn out like this? Li Chen frowned slightly. He had noticed Lin Feng's actions. But only when Lin Feng walked up to the mechanical puppet and touched it did it fall to the ground and remain motionless. Seeing the two looking confused, Ding Zhu had no choice but to speak up and offer some advice. Lin Feng has a high level of expertise in mechanics. If I'm not mistaken, those 8 shots that hit the mechanical puppet just now must have hit its vital points. Unexpectedly, the target of the close combat was still these mechanical puppets, so Lin Feng managed to find an opening. The man in sunglasses and Li Chen exchanged a glance as they stared at Ding Zhu. In other words, Lin Feng was able to identify the key parts of the mechanical doll simply by looking at it. Li Chen's tone was tinged with disbelief. Does he not know even if others don't? This robot was created by experts from their operations department and weapons research institute over nearly 3 years. Moreover, it's already mature and ready for mass production. Although the test here uses a weakened version, that only means the materials are weakened. The mechanical structure is exactly the same. More importantly, it's about time. How long has it been since the other party saw this mechanical doll? Was there a 3-minute interval between him arriving at the testing ground and firing the gun? The man in sunglasses couldn't help but add. Ding Zhu shrugged, looking somewhat helpless. According to Lin Feng's usual approach, the principles of mechanics are all the same. Even complex machines can be understood after a few glances. Listening to Ding Zhu's nonchalant words, Li Chen pursed his lips, suppressing his excitement, and couldn't help but silently recite in his heart. Captain, what kind of monster have you sent me? The man in sunglasses remained completely silent, focusing intently on his nephew's performance. Half-step crushing fist. Gathering all his strength, Qin Shiren found an opening and unleashed a powerful force straight at the puppet's neck. Bang! With a loud bang. Even the specially reinforced steel neck of the mechanical doll couldn't withstand Qin Shiren's punch, and its head, along with half of its broken neck, flew out. Open it! At the same time, Hua Wushang's butterfly knife transformed into a disc, and a sharp edge of the disc smashed fiercely toward the mechanical doll's head. Sizzle. A piercing metallic cutting sound rang out as half of the doll's head was severed off by the disc. Qin Shiren and Hua Wushang exchanged a glance as the two mechanical dolls landed almost simultaneously, and then looked at Lin Feng at the same time. They wanted to see if this marksmanship genius was just as freakish in close combat. The moment their gazes turned, both of them shuddered. What did they see? The mechanical doll that Lin Feng was supposed to face had been reduced to a pile of parts. At first glance, they all felt as if they had seen the design drawings for this doll. At this moment, Lin Feng was playing with the head of the mechanical doll, and a slightly distorted smile appeared on his face from time to time, which looked quite creepy. Is this even human? This wasn't the first time Hua Wushang had felt pressure, but it was the first time she had felt such immense pressure from someone her own age. Lin Feng noticed the slightly frightened looks in Qin Shiren and the other man's eyes, and had no choice but to explain. It's not as exaggerated as you think. It's just that I hit the key spot on this puppet in the first round. Therefore, the second round was much easier to solve. Hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Chun Shuren and Hua Wushang finally breathed a sigh of relief. But soon the two sensed that something was wrong. Although they hit the target 5 times, it was good enough that they managed to hit the target despite their best efforts. Lin Feng not only hit the target 8.5 times, but he also selectively hit the target 8.5 times. Suck. Chun Shuren took a deep breath to calm himself down and walked up to Lin Feng, saying, I lost. Hua Wushang had one hand in his pocket while continuing to play with his butterfly knife in the other, staring intently at Lin Feng, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Feng nodded generously and then casually tossed away the mechanical doll's head. Lin Feng wasn't looking at this thing to learn anything, but rather to observe the level of the robots in Central City. After all, in his mind, this thing would be the absolute main force for guarding his house in the future. Seeing the 3 people already talking, the man standing to the side, looking at his watch, couldn't help but shake his head. You might say that those top families occupy the best positions and possess the most resources, but they are the ones who cultivate the most talent. They are indeed among the most outstanding young talents in this central city. Chun Shuren and Hua Wushang finished their battles in about 1.5 minutes, while the fastest ones after them probably took more than 2 minutes. The difference is obvious. What? How do you think Lin Feng should be accounted for? He chose to ignore this freakish player who could finish the battle within 10 seconds of the start. Chapter 68 Card Functions. Time's up. At the man's command, all the mechanical puppets stopped simultaneously. Even those who failed the test eventually chose to stop, no matter how difficult it was for them to accept it. To be honest, they knew how brutal the test would be before they came and had prepared themselves mentally. Those who were able to come here were already the best among their peers. Even if you leave here, it won't be difficult to find a good place to go. So even in the final moments, they chose to maintain their composure. The man glanced at the number of people who had ultimately defeated the mechanical puppets on the field. Including Lin Feng and the other 2, there are a total of 8 people. There were only about 80 people who came for the test, so it seems like 1 in 10 was selected. But the 80-odd people who made it this far have already gone through countless rounds of selection, and it's no exaggeration to say that the 8 who ultimately remained were chosen from among thousands. Lin Feng and the others looked at each other as the losers left, then simultaneously looked at the man in charge of the test, waiting for the other party's instructions. The man chuckled and said, Now that you've approved us, let's talk about something lighter. As he spoke, the man clapped his hands and then saw someone carrying 8 suitcases over, one for each of the 8 people. Hua Wushang opened the box while yawning. He already knew there would be a reward package for clearing the level, but as the young master of a top family, what would he lack? But Hua Wushang was still stunned when he saw what was inside. Then he said with a slightly surprised tone, Is this Scrophularia extract? Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and open the box to take a look. Inside the small box were 4 bottles of yellowish-brown liquid, neatly stacked. Scrophularia. It is one of the best cultivation supplements for those below level 10, but because the growth environment of Scrophularia is extremely harsh, the annual yield is very small. For the reasons mentioned above, once Scrophularia ningpoensis appears on the market, it can often fetch a high price of hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan. The extract of Scrophularia ningpoensis is even more luxurious. For example, a 100 milliliters bottle of extract like the one in this box requires at least 3 Scrophularia ningpoensis roots to extract. Based on market prices, it will be worth at least 1 or 2 million star coins. Moreover, it's basically a situation where there's demand but no supply. So even young masters like Chun Shuren and Hua Wushang, who had never lacked money since childhood, were somewhat surprised when they saw this thing. That's right, it's Scrophularia extract. 4 sticks each. This is your reward for passing the test. I see that you are all around level 8. I hope that when I pick you up in 3 days, you will have all broken through level 10. Listening to the man's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself, this is what it means to be rich and powerful. Even if we calculate it at 1 million per item, those 8 people took away 32 million star coins from here. All I can say is that the Special Operations Department is really rich. After watching the man leave, the 8 men dispersed. Lin Feng noticed that among these 8 people, besides the 3 of them, at least 4 others had someone pick them up and didn't need the Special Operations Department to arrange for them to go home. This means that at least 6 of the 8 people must come from prominent families in the central city. This proportion, it's a bit high, Lin Feng muttered to himself. However, he was just saying it. After all, This was something that a small fry like him couldn't change. Back at Li Chen's side, the man in sunglasses was gone, but the card was still there. Li Chen handed the card to Lin Feng and began to explain. This card represents an opportunity, a chance for the Central City Weapons Research Institute to customize a weapon for you. The Weapons Research Institute not only has the best weapons experts in the entire Central City, but also the best forging materials that can be found in the entire Central City. Lin Feng nodded, understanding Li Chen's good intentions. Although Lin Feng wasn't very interested in the weapon design of the Central City, he was very interested in the best forging materials. However, I suggest you wait until you reach level 10 before doing it, since you'll develop your own chi once you reach level 10. Although chi will not exhibit special attributes before level 20, it will still show some characteristics, and you can adapt the forging process accordingly. Hearing Li Chen's instructions, Lin Feng bowed slightly and spoke to him. Thank you, Uncle Li. Whether it was out of respect for Zhang Xiao or not, Li Chen took great care of Lin Feng, to the extreme, to the point that it felt like he loved him so much that he planned for him in the long run. Regardless, the other person deserves to be called Uncle. Li Chen smiled and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder without saying anything more, which was his way of acknowledging him as Uncle Li. Come on, I'll take you back. These past 2 days, you've made it through our Special Operations Department's training camp. It's not something you can just do casually. After saying that, he led Lin Feng and Ding Zhu away from the test site and headed home. On the sports car, the man in sunglasses looked at Chen Shuren, whose expression remained unchanged, and couldn't help but ask, "Don't you feel anything?" Chen Shuren looked at the man in sunglasses with some confusion and asked, "What kind of feeling do you want?" It's something like feeling frustrated and pessimistic. He was a genius who had always had a smooth life, but now he suddenly encountered someone who could crush him. Shouldn't you be a little discouraged and pessimistic? Give me a chance to comfort you. Hearing what the man in sunglasses said, Chen Shuren couldn't help but roll his eyes. Second uncle, you're overacting. After pausing for a moment, Chen Shuren then continued speaking. Actually, the main reason is that Lin Feng is too strong. If it were someone like Hua Wushang who is half a shot or 10 seconds faster than me, I might think twice. But Lin Feng, Chen Shuren shook his head, unable to continue. The man in sunglasses nodded. That's true, but you're not without a chance. Upon hearing the man in sunglasses' words, Chen Shuren immediately sat up straight. Although he thought Lin Feng was too abnormal, he still cared a lot if there was a chance to surpass such an abnormality. Just as Lin Feng himself said, he did indeed get a good deal in the second round. His marksmanship is outrageous. In fact, I think his marksmanship is almost as good as mine. However, his close-range combat skills might not be as strong as you think, and might even be weaker, which is where you excel. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuren couldn't help but turn his neck, making a cracking sound as if his bones were popping. He still has the spirit of youth. I'll seize any opportunity and charge forward with all my might. Meanwhile, Hua Wushang, sitting in the nanny van, heard Hua Yao, dressed as a maid, give a similar assessment. Hua Wushang nodded silently, and then suddenly asked, "Does the Chen family have a fourth young master?" Hua Yao thought for a moment and said, "Yes, she should be just 10 years old this year." "Why did you suddenly ask him?" Hua Wushang's gaze suddenly turned deep. "The eldest brother will definitely be the head of the Hua family in the future, so I was arranged to be here. The successor to the Chen family headship has not yet been determined, but Chen Shuren has already been eliminated. The next head of the Chen family will most likely be this fourth young master." Chapter 69, The Relationship Between Qi and Body. Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV10. Age, 15. Race, half-elf. Superpower, none. Strength, 10.3. Agility, 10.5. Physical fitness, 10.1. Spirit, 11.3. Talent/specialty, dexterity. Special attribute, Qi. Skills, comprehensive marksmanship LV.10. Sniper rifle LV.10. Rifle LV.10. Pistol LV.10. Serpent dagger LV.10. Basic spiritual breathing LV.2. Tidal meditation LV.3. Knowledge, basic pharmacy knowledge LV10. Biology LV10. Pharmaceutics LV10. Formulation LV10. Basic mechanical knowledge LV9. Mechanics LV10. Materials science LV10. Weaponry, metals LV9. Machining LV8. Intelligent programming LV11. 2 days. In just 2 days, Lin Feng successfully broke through to level 10, and his internal energy was also generated. Standing in the newly renovated backyard, which has been transformed from a lawn into a martial arts training ground. Of course, it cost Lin Feng a lot of money to repair it in just 2 days. Fortunately, he had obtained so many concentrated nutrient solution pills at the base on Nixing. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't be thinking about cultivation now. He would be looking for a job to earn money. We arrive at a piece of wood, about the thickness of a calf, standing upright in the backyard. Close your eyes and focus your energy. Lin Feng indeed felt a strange current flowing through his body, which eventually gathered in his palm, following his will. Call! With a whooshing sound, Lin Feng swung his hand like a knife. With a snap, the piece of wood about the thickness of a calf was cleaved in two by a single chop. A glance at the port reveals a smooth, mirror-like surface without the slightest burr. It's exactly the same as being cut off with a knife. Is this what qi is? Lin Feng looked at his smooth, clean hands, and a look of amazement appeared on his face. No wonder everyone says level 10 is a critical juncture. Once this energy is born, things are truly different. Moreover, this energy shouldn't just be able to adhere to the body. With a flick of his wrist, 2 daggers appeared in Lin Feng's hands. He channeled his inner energy, which gradually spread to the daggers until they were completely enveloped. With a light kick, the half-stake of the wooden stake that had just been chopped off by a hand strike flew up instantly. The serpent dagger, twin wanderers. Hiss, 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 hiss. For a moment, Lin Feng seemed to hear the sound of a snake flicking its tongue, and the dagger in his hand drew 2 snake-shaped marks in the air. Puff, puff, puff. After a few soft sounds, half of the wooden stake had turned into countless fragments and fell down bit by bit. Lin Feng froze, staring at the 2 daggers in his hands. Is this the real spirit serpent dagger? At the same time, at 519 on the left, I also lit up. A simplified analysis of secondary energy comes from the Imperial Elementary Education series of the Machine Nation. The simple application of secondary energy in shooting comes from the Imperial Primary Education series of the Machine Nation. Basic Pharmacy, Advanced Edition, is from the Primary Education series jointly compiled by the Mechanical Kingdom and Mysterious Continent of Roland. Basic Biology, Advanced Edition, is from the Elementary Education series jointly compiled by the Mechanical Kingdom and the Mysterious Continent of Roland. Basic Simple Potion Preparation, Level 2 Energy Application Chapter, is from the Apothecary series jointly compiled by the Mechanical Kingdom and the Mysterious Continent of Roland. The True Qi True Explanation comes from the early works of Nangong Wentian, the first saint of the true martial empire. The Spirit Serpent Twin Blades originated from the weapon training techniques of the second-year students at the Spirit Serpent Academy, a third-level martial arts academy within the true martial empire. Secondary energy? The Serpent Twin Blades? Lin Feng blinked his puzzled eyes and began to look through the pages. After reading the simplified explanation of Level 2 energy, I finally understood that the Mechanical Kingdom refers to the breath cultivated through breathing techniques, the thoughts cultivated through meditation, and other similar things as Level 2 energy. This energy can be considered as energy born from the sublimation of the organism's own body. This is different from all other forms of energy you can find directly in the universe. It is defined as Level 1 energy and is therefore called Level 2 energy. Of course, these are the claims made by these mechanical countries. As for the explanation in that book on true qi, it's much simpler. When the body is strong, true qi will naturally arise. Only by generating true qi can one continue to strengthen the body. Of course, such a book on true qi could not have only covered this much. It also discussed the relationship between qi and body. However, that was a rather mysterious system, which was difficult for Lin Feng, who had not received a real imperial system education, to understand. However, the cultivation techniques and precautions for the initial generation of true qi described in the book are still worth learning for Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng still noticed some of a 519's ulterior motives in this. 519, you seem to want me to learn more about the mechanical nation, don't you? Is it to help you rebuild your empire? 519 didn't try to hide anything. It's not that there's no point in rebuilding an empire once it's fallen. Providing more knowledge about the mechanical world is beneficial because you have a greater talent in this area, and also because the Skylock itself is more mechanical in nature. As its owner, you should also learn more. Looking at a 519's reply, Lin Feng could only say, as expected of a citizen of the Heavenly Lock. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that he was not only the owner of the Heavenly Lock. However, when he thought of this, Lin Feng remembered the location information of the faceless god mask. It can now be confirmed that the other party is in this central city, and their location is in the very center of the city, which is considered the core area of the entire Rock Peak city. That side is a bit difficult to get into. Lin Feng squinted and glanced at the very center of the city. Over there stand the most important government agencies of the entire Yanfeng faction, as well as the manors of those major families. The question now is, what is the true identity of the person holding the faceless god mask? This is the closest treasure I've ever had to get my hands on. I absolutely must find a chance to obtain it. Just as Lin Feng was silently plotting, Ding Zhu's voice came from inside the house. Lin Feng and Li Chun are here. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng also walked into the house. Upon entering, they discovered that not only Li Chun had arrived, but also the man who had previously been in charge of their tests. Uncle Ali. Li Chun nodded and pointed to the man next to him, saying, "You can just call him Instructor Han." Instrukturen. Instructor Han nodded slightly and then spoke. "Things have changed a bit. The training camp starts today, and we're leaving now. My car is outside, so come with me." Lin Feng glanced at Li Chun, and seeing that the other party didn't speak, he silently nodded. "I'm going to get something, and I'll be right back." As he spoke, Lin Feng went upstairs to his workspace. His gaze swept across the table. He selected a few items, shook them, and they turned into a bunch of parts. He then hid these parts in various places on his body and went downstairs. Chapter 73 Person Team. Downstairs, Li Chun handed Ding Zhu an admission certificate. "This is your admission certificate for Blackstone High School. You can just go there to register tomorrow. They have adult classes, so you should be able to adapt more easily." Ding Zhu held the letter and thanked Li Chun very solemnly. "Thanks." Li Chun patted Ding Zhu on the shoulder and said, "You were all brought in by the captain. He took good care of me back then too, so there's no need to be polite." While Ding Zhu went to pour them water, Instructor Han, who was standing to the side, widened his eyes and asked a question. "So the captain and his men really did come from the wilderness?" Li Chun looked at Instructor Han with a questioning look. "Of course, why would I lie to you?" Instructor Han suddenly felt a toothache. Lin Feng's behavior, considering he came from the wilderness, was a bit too much of a bully. If someone is this strong in the wilderness, wouldn't they be unstoppable if they were raised in the city from a young age? Lin Feng didn't keep the two waiting long before coming down from the second floor. Li Chun and Instructor Han glanced at the items and found that apart from a pistol, none of them met the requirements. After giving some instructions to Ding Zhu, Lin Feng left with Li Chun and Instructor Han. However, in the end, Li Chun and Instructor Han and Lin Feng did not get into the same car. After greeting Li Chun, Lin Feng got into Instructor Han's car. Watching the car drive away, Ding Zhu looked down at his communicator. There was a file that Lin Feng had sent. I opened it and took a look. Inside was an architectural blueprint, a blueprint filled with danger. "Don't worry, I'll show you a different house and me when you come back." Ding Zhu turned back and walked towards his room, only to find two things on the table. Upon approaching, they discovered two pale yellow vials of medicine, along with a piece of paper bearing Lin Feng's handwriting. "Scrofularia extract can help you break through level 10. A simple sentence, no need for the two to say anything more. Ding Zhu silently picked it up and put it in his pocket. After getting into the car, Lin Feng realized that there were already two people inside. The girl looked rather thin and timid, but Lin Feng glanced at her clothes. Although it looked ordinary, Lin Feng could tell that it was a very resilient combat suit. Based on Lin Feng's observation of the technological level of the central city, the thing the little girl was wearing was of extraordinary value. They are probably made from materials that are not available on the market. They must be either rich or noble. Lin Feng thought to himself silently. The other one is a very wildly dressed, muscular young man. Why do I say he dresses wildly? Her hair was clearly dyed red. She wore a large gold chain around her neck and a fuchsia suit without any lining. That's not all. The suit jacket only had 2 buttons fastened, revealing a large expanse of his bronze chest. Instructor Han pointed to the little girl and said, "This is Bai Xiaowen." Then he pointed to the boy and said, "This is Nangong Xiao." Finally, Lin Feng was introduced. "This is Lin Feng. Now you will be a team, and you'll need to complete the training tasks together." Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao nodded and suddenly reached out to hug Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen. Now that we're a team, I'll be your captain and big brother from now on. From now on, you're all under my protection. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. Nangong Xiao announced with great bravado, holding one in each hand. For a moment, Lin Feng felt that there should be a statue of Guan Yu in front of the three of them, and that they should kneel down, kowtow, and become sworn brothers. Bai Xiaowen, however, looked like a hamster that had been caught, wanting to escape but unable to. Finally, under Nangong Xiao's coercion, he could only nod and whisper, "Captain." However, the sound was so faint that even Lin Feng, with his exceptional hearing, had to listen very carefully to hear it. Seeing that Bai Xiaowen had agreed, Nangong Xiao's gaze naturally shifted to Lin Feng. "Hello, Captain." Lin Feng had no objections and simply shouted out. Seeing how obedient the two team members were, Nangong Xiao immediately smiled with satisfaction and gave Instructor Han a rather appreciative look. An expression that says, "You did a great job. Having two such obedient teammates perfectly suits my taste." Instructor Han glanced at Bai Xiaowen, then at Lin Feng, and finally could only give Nangong Xiao a look that said, "Whatever makes you happy." The biggest fear now is not being able to keep the older brother in check. Han is telling us where we're going. Lin Feng looked at Instructor Han and asked. Instructor Han looked at the three of them and suddenly smiled mysteriously. "You'll know when we get there." After saying that, Instructor Han closed his eyes. Only Lin Feng and the other two were left staring at each other. But fortunately Nangong Xiao wouldn't let the atmosphere get cold. "Xiaowen, what does your family do?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, "Government staff." "Oh, so you're a civil servant. Why did you take so long to think about it?" After speaking, Nangong Xiao looked at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, what's wrong?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I have no home in the city. I came from the wilderness." Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao were both stunned when they heard this, but their eyes suddenly lit up the next moment. "Are you from the wilderness?" Seeing Nangong Xiao's increasingly enthusiastic tone, Lin Feng nodded, somewhat puzzled. "What's wrong?" "I heard from the hunters who went out of town that the wilderness is full of gold. They said that if you just take a couple of guns, kill some royal beasts, and dig up some medicinal herbs, you can sell them for a lot of money in the central city. Is this true?" Nangong Xiao became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he couldn't wait to run off to the wilderness and have some fun. Even the timid Bai Xiaowen's eyes were shining at this moment. For a moment, Lin Feng was at a loss for words. "Are you saying Nangong Xiao is wrong?" "That's certainly not true, but for some powerful individuals in the central city, the wilderness really is such a place. But to say that Nangong Xiao is right?" What Lin Feng witnessed most in the wilderness was hunger, slaughter, and the constant fear of being watched by strange beasts. It's both right and wrong. Perhaps for the strong, the wilderness is paradise, a gold mine to be used at will. But for people like us who grew up in the wilderness is more about death than anything else. Lin Feng's words were brief, but Nangong Xiao, Bai Xiaowen, and even Instructor Han all sensed a sense of desolation in them. Nangong Xiao nodded, as if suddenly remembering something. "Oh, I heard that a weirdo appeared during yesterday's testing. During the first round of testing, he hit the target 8.5 times out of 10, which earned him the nickname 8.5 shots. You were also in the test yesterday. Do you know him?" 8.5 shots? What kind of nickname is that? This is so absurd." Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he shook his head, saying, "I don't know anything about 8.5 guns." Instructor Han suddenly chuckled, drawing curious glances from Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen. "What is Han teaching you to laugh about?" "I wasn't laughing at anything. I just suddenly felt happy that my enemy's grandmother had died," Instructor Han said with a serious expression. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged a glance. What the heck? What is all this nonsense? Chapter 71, Seeking Ding Zhu. The three talked for a while longer, and Lin Feng learned about Nangong Xiao's background. He claimed to be from a third-rate family in the city, but Lin Feng noticed Bai Xiaowen's distrustful expression when he said that. She also realized that Nangong Xiao hadn't told the truth, or rather, hadn't told the whole story. However, in truth, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen also see him that way. Although Lin Feng said he came from the wilderness, they saw Li Chun when they opened the door. They hadn't seen Li Chun when Instructor Han came to pick them up before. However, Lin Feng didn't mind, and after exchanging a few perfunctory words with Nangong Xiao, he closed his eyes and began to look at the information provided by A519. Seeing that Bai Xiaowen was no longer paying attention to him, Nangong Xiao also felt bored and began to close his eyes to rest. 2. A fully enclosed carriage. With no view of the outside world and such good soundproofing, there's really nothing to do when no one's talking except close your eyes and rest. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao both felt drowsy. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and sat up straight. Are we on the plane? The sudden words startled Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao awake. Boarding the plane? You don't feel anything. However, both of them looked at Instructor Han at the same time, seeking an answer. Instructor Han also looked at Lin Feng with considerable surprise. How did you know? With such good soundproofing, how can you still hear anything? Instructor Han looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. He only knew he was on the plane by checking the time on his watch. How'd they find out? Upon hearing what Instructor Han said, Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao realized that they had really boarded the plane. The way she looked at Lin Feng immediately changed. How did he discover it? Why don't they feel anything at all? Although the car has excellent sound insulation, the engine system stopped, and the entire vehicle still experienced a slight vibration the moment it stopped, as the engine system is the most important system in the vehicle. The vehicles were also restricted from moving, so they probably hadn't arrived at their destination. Those who need to do this either need to board a ship or a plane. Moreover, even if the vehicle was locked tightly, it is still not a single unit from the aircraft, and there will still be some deviation at the moment of takeoff. Hearing Lin Feng present so much evidence and reasoning, Bai Xiaowen, Nangong Xiao, and Instructor Han all had a series of question marks on their heads. What is he saying? Is this something I should be listening to? Why didn't I observe anything after he said so much? Instructor Han finally gave up thinking, raised his hands, and said, It's nothing that I surrender. This is just to send you to the training area. Driving is too slow, flying is much faster. Hearing this, Nangong Xiao frowned slightly. Isn't our training location inside the city? The city is so small, there's no room for a training camp. Besides, our main adversaries are not just operating within the city. Instructor Han's expression suddenly turned serious as he looked at Lin Feng and the other two. Main rivals? Lin Feng and the other two looked at each other, and finally the same word came to mind. Reverse star? I've always had a question about Korean teaching. After thinking for a moment, Nangong Xiao asked, Explain. Why are the reverse stars so strong? Despite having far fewer people than them, the four major factions united to encircle and suppress them and intensified their internal investigations. It seems we still often suffer losses at the hands of those who go against the stars. This is simply unimaginable. Bai Xiaowen stared wide-eyed at Instructor Han, hoping to get an answer from him. She had asked her family before, but they were all unwilling to tell her. After thinking for a moment, Coach Han shook his head and refused to say anything more. Tech bar. Han Jiao was unwilling to speak, but Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing those two words, Coach Han's eyes widened in surprise, as if to say, How did you know? I happened to witness the army attacking the reverse star base before I entered the city, and I went inside to take a look. The technology of the reverse star is very advanced, especially in terms of medicine and weapons, which should be more advanced than that of the central city. To be honest, both the huge drug separator and the bulletproof vest worn by the reverse star guardians left a deep impression on Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, both Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen wore expressions of disbelief. They believe in medicine, since Yin Feng's medicine is ineffective. That's a consensus among them. But weapons? Yin Feng is definitely the strongest of all factions. How could he lose to Ni Xing? Coach Han shook his head and said, I don't know. Although it's a rebuttal, it's practically a confirmation. Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao both found it hard to believe, but they also felt that this seemed to be the only answer. But if this were true, Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao both had access to high-level people, and their expressions changed repeatedly. As for Lin Feng, that's it. Neither Nixing's technology nor Yin Feng's technology was enough for him. And who knows, there might even be a lot of money to be made here. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Bai Lao. Lu Qianlan stopped the old man at the gate of the manor. Although her expression was respectful, she showed no intention of making way. Why isn't the girl letting me out? I really dare not let you leave without my grandmother's orders, Mr. Bai. Girls, are you planning to put this old man under house arrest? Old man, Bai said to Lu Qianlan with a sudden smile. Lu Qianlan looked at the old man with respect, but did not speak. It's clear they've accepted this. Seeing this, the old man narrowed his eyes and finally spoke. Give me the communicator so I can tell your grandmother. Hearing this, Lu Qianlong breathed a sigh of relief and handed the communicator to Old Man Bai. She really didn't know what to do if the other party actually forced their way in. I took the communicator and quickly got through. What? I can't even go out to see my apprentice? Your apprentice is quite well informed. He found out you were here with me so quickly. Of course, you should check who your apprentice is. Okay, you can go, but you must come back tomorrow. Sure, you decide all of that, the old man said nonchalantly. Give the communicator to Qianlong. Old Bai nodded and handed the communicator back to Lu Qianlong. Your grandmother has something to say. Lu Qianlong took the communicator, nodded a few times, and let them pass. As the old man walked out of the manor, a convoy of cars was already parked at the gate. A tall, strong figure was still standing at the door of the middle car to greet the old man. Seeing the old man appear, they quickly stepped forward and led him into the car. Lu Qianlong watched the convoy leave, then turned to the butler beside her and said, "Go and invite Ding Zhu over." Yes. The butler didn't ask any further questions and simply nodded in agreement. After getting off the plane, Nangong Xiao looked at the dense forest in front of him and then looked back at the pale blue lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. I froze on the spot. What kind of place is this? Lin Feng's expression also turned sour as he looked at the pale blue lake. It's obvious at a glance that the radiation concentration here is too high. Lin Feng was worried that he would be contaminated if he stood on it for too long. Bai Xiaowen looked at the dark forest, and a clear look of fear flashed across her face. It's so dark. Meanwhile, Instructor Han, watching the three perform, had a smile on his face. He even tossed them a flare gun. You can shoot if you can't hold on any longer. After saying that, he turned around and boarded the plane, which immediately started moving, as if afraid of staying there for even a second longer. Chapter 72, The Giant Bear in the Tree Hole. Seeing Nangong Xiao staring blankly in the direction the plane had left, Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let's go stop looking. This lake is radioactive. Staying near it for too long will cause mutations." Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen stared in horror at the pale blue lake that exuded an unusual beauty. Then he quickly ran towards the woods. Lin Feng shrugged and followed the two to the edge of the jungle. Seeing Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao about to rush into the jungle in a panic, he calmly reached out and pulled them both back. This way. Following the direction Lin Feng pointed, Nangong Xiao looked again at the direction he had just been heading, and it seemed no different. The terrain here is higher, so it should be drier. Moreover, this way, the radiation pollution will be much less. Seeing Nangong Xiao's expression, Lin Feng knew what he wanted to ask and took the initiative to explain. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao scratched his head and exchanged a glance with Bai Xiaowen. In the end, she chose to listen to Lin Feng. After all, they've lived in the wilderness for so long and have experience. Following behind Lin Feng, they found that the forests all looked quite similar, but they did feel like they were constantly going uphill. The ground gradually became drier, and even the humus layer formed by fallen leaves was much shallower than the layer below. But, did you discover something? Why do you look so unhappy? Bai Xiaowen asked, noticing Lin Feng's furrowed brows. What do you feel when you look at these trees? The two looked back at the surrounding trees and immediately frowned. Ugly. It's absolutely hideous. Not a single tree is straight. They all seem to want to tie a knot in their trunks before growing upwards. Furthermore, the branches grow in a very messy manner and often grow onto the trees next to them, which is almost impossible to see on normal trees. What's going on? The radiation pollution must have contaminated the groundwater of the entire island, and the trees that grew up drinking this water naturally became like this. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Nangong Xiao knew one thing, but not others. So, does that mean we're out of water? Bai Xiaowen frowned. This was troublesome. Even the strongest beings can't go without water forever, let alone those who are only around level 10. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly turned around and looked at the two of them. Do you think the Special Operations Department would send us up here to die? Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao's little heads immediately started shaking like rattles. Definitely not. That means there will be some supplies on this island, so we need to guess where they're most likely to be placed. There must be strange beasts on this island. Nangong Xiao realized this at that moment. Lin Feng immediately gave him a thumbs up. As expected of the captain, he reacted so quickly. Nangong Xiao smiled smugly, then suddenly realized what was going on. That's not right. Isn't this how he soothes a child at home? Bai Xiaowen was also covering her mouth and chuckling to herself. Frustrated, Nangong Xiao glanced at Lin Feng and finally asked a question. So, which direction should we go in to look for the strange beast? This island is quite large. Their current location is halfway up a mountain, and all they can see in the distance is an endless forest. Keep going up, you should be able to find it. Large predators generally prefer dry places. After saying that, Lin Feng turned and continued walking up the mountain, with Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen following behind him. Suddenly, Nangong Xiao realized what was happening. A dry place? Did Lin Feng already have this plan in mind when he first entered the forest? Looking at Lin Feng's slightly immature face, one could see the signs of his journey. Is this really the quality a wanderer in the wilderness should have? Even the next generation of heirs from top-tier families rarely achieve this level of performance. Thinking of this, Nangong Xiao looked at Bai Xiaowen, but unexpectedly, Bai Xiaowen also turned around and looked at him. Their eyes met, and both understood what the other was thinking, silently following in Lin Feng's footsteps. Holy crap, you guessed right again. Nangong Xiao looked at the huge tree hole in front of him and a huge black shadow that was faintly visible inside with some surprise. They had just walked halfway when Lin Feng suddenly asked them to change direction, so they turned around and came this way. I didn't expect there to actually be a strange beast here, and judging from its imposing presence, it seems quite formidable. How so? Lin Feng suddenly turned around and looked at Nangong Xiao, asking question. Nangong Xiao was stunned for a moment, but then he still showed his dignity as the captain. He reached into his waist and pulled out a pistol. Hee, you didn't expect that, did you? I also brought this. Nangong Xiao looked at Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen and chuckled, clearly feeling that he was quite wise to have taken a pistol with him when he left. As expected of me, I'm so clever. Nangong Xiao thought to himself silently. But the next second, Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen actually pulled out pistols. In particular, Bai Xiaowen, one big and one small, actually took out two. Lin Feng also spoke up. I only took one gun, but I took a few extra bullets. After saying that, he flicked his sleeve, and a handful of bullets of 3 colors appeared in his hand. Nangong Xiao. Depend on. Why are these people so well prepared? Of course, not everyone is as smart as them. For example, a boy with bandages wrapped around his hand was currently wondering whether his iron armor could withstand a single claw from the monstrous tiger in front of him. After the 3 talked for a while, Nangong Xiao, who considered himself the eldest brother, took on the arduous task of luring out the giant bear. Just as Nangong Xiao was about to leave with his pistol, Lin Feng called him back. Let's change the bullets in the magazine. Nangong Xiao didn't hesitate and took the magazine off and gave it to Lin Feng. Then they saw Lin Feng begin to arrange the 3 colors of bullets in a certain order. Nangong Xiao didn't care and went to find the giant bear with his gun. They didn't even give Lin Feng a chance to explain the bullets. Aim at the dark figure inside the tree hole. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Nangong Xiao immediately fired the first shot. Call! The next second, scorching flames erupted directly inside the tree hole, even catching Nangong Xiao, who had just fired the shot, off guard. What kind of bullet is this? Is it really that powerful? Roar! Before Nangong Xiao could be stunned for long, a huge sound accompanied by a terrifying scream burst out from the tree hole. A giant bear with its head charred black and roared as it charged out of the tree hole. He immediately spotted Nangong Xiao holding a pistol. Nangong Xiao looked at the giant bear in front of him, turned around, and started running. Holy crap! How come his bear is so big? 3 meters tall. It's a full 3 meters tall. Roar! Just as the giant bear was about to roar a second time, a sudden scream interrupted its cries. Lin Feng also looked at Bai Xiaowen beside him with a look of horror. Why? How could such a frail body produce such a sharp cry? However, Lin Feng reacted quickly and immediately reached out to cover Bai Xiaowen's mouth. What's your name? I'm afraid this bear is too ugly. Bai Xiaowen looked at Lin Feng and said weakly, her voice becoming almost inaudible again. Even Lin Feng, who was unusually silent, was rendered speechless. Chapter 73, The Miserable Giant Bear. Oh my god, don't call for help yet. At this moment, Nangong Xiao began leaping left and right in the jungle while shouting loudly. No way. This 3-meter-tall giant bear can run several meters on all fours at an astonishing speed. Lin Feng patted Bai Xiaowen on the shoulder and ran towards the back of the giant bear. Without the slightest hesitation, he fired. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots of sharp, penetrating bullets, plus 3 shots with the same impact point, and Lin Feng blew off half of the giant bear's ear. Roar! The pained bear immediately turned around and charged at Lin Feng. The blood from half of its ear stained half of its face, making it look even more ferocious and monstrous. Just as Nan Gongxiao was about to fire his gun after seeing this, he saw Lin Feng's gesture to stop him. He had no choice but to maintain the shooting posture without firing. Lin Feng stood directly opposite the giant bear, maintaining a steady shooting posture, and began to pull the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, the sound of gunfire almost formed a continuous line. The giant bear had been shot at least 3 times in each of its ears, nose, and eyes. In Bai Xiaowen's eyes, Lin Feng's bullets seemed to be automatically tracking her. No matter how much the giant bear shook its head, it couldn't dodge Lin Feng's bullets. But in the end, the giant bear did not die. Its terrifying size gave him not only speed and strength, but also terrifying defensive power. Its enormous size, accompanied by a tremendous whooshing sound, slammed into Lin Feng. 3. Even when facing the terrifying pressure of a charging giant bear, Lin Feng had to overcome his inner fear in order to maintain a steady firing and silent counting. 2. At this moment, the giant bear was only 10 meters away from Lin Feng. He could now see the direction of every drop of blood on the bear's bloody face. Get out of the way. Bai Xiaowen suppressed her fear and shouted anxiously. Although the giant bear's facial features were smashed and it lost all its senses for a time, it could still sense that the little guy who hit it was right in front of it. It's right where I could bite it off in one go. The giant bear opened its massive maw, full of fangs, and lunged at Lin Feng. What I enjoy most about these prey that are trembling with fear and too afraid to move is biting their heads off and feeling their brains flowing into my mouth. 1. Just as he saw the barbs on the giant bear's tongue, Lin Feng channeled his inner energy into his body, pushed off the ground with both legs, and leaped high into the air. He casually slapped the tree behind him, changing his direction and rolling 10 meters to the left. The immense inertia caused the giant bear to slam into the tree that Lin Feng had carefully chosen, a tree so thick it would take at least 7 or 8 people to hug it. Click! The enormous impact actually broke the giant bear's open jawbone. Bang! Immediately following was a loud crashing sound as the tree was struck. The excruciating pain and dizziness caused the giant bear, whose head was stuck in a tree, made it impossible for it to even stand up. Aim for the anus and fire. At the same time, Lin Feng shouted loudly at Nan Gongxiao. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, Nan Gongxiao also unleashed all the bullets in his magazine without any hesitation. Puff, puff, puff. First, 3 armor-piercing shells cleared the way. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more high-explosive rounds with extended magazines. Boom, boom, boom. The final 3 high-temperature incendiary bombs sealed the deal. At this moment, Nan Gongxiao finally understood the meaning of Lin Feng's arrangement and combination, while the lower half of the giant bear was already in a state that could not be seen. Even Nan Gongxiao himself felt a tightness in his anus. This scene, Bai Xiaowen immediately lowered her head. Shame plus cruelty. Although Lin Feng had predicted this outcome, he hadn't expected the scene to be so dramatic. Forehead. He couldn't find the right words to describe it, so he silently walked into the bear's den. Nan Gongxiao and Bai Xiaowen quickly followed him. There was no way they could handle the scene outside. It has to be said that although this guy is a bear, he is quite clean. The ground was covered with a thick layer of weeds, but they were mostly soft and sturdy. Inside the tree hollow, the 3 people found 3 metal boxes. The Special Operations Department's logo is also on it, clearly placed there by those people. Open them one by one. The first box contains weapons. 1 sniper rifle, 2 rifles, 3 pistols, and 1 knife. Below are neatly arranged bullets, which appear to be quite numerous. The second box contains some food and water. The third box was opened and found to be filled with cultivation potions and a map of the island. Nan Gongxiao counted them and couldn't help but curse under his breath. This amount of food is only enough for the 3 of us for 3 days, but these cultivation reagents are enough for us to use for 6 or 7 days. Lin Feng shook his head and said, No, this cultivation potion is only enough for 3 days. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen stepped forward to examine the object and finally nodded. saying, "Indeed, these are all medicines with a purity close to 99.9%, so there's no need to worry about toxin buildup. If we use them quickly, we'll finish them in 3 days." Nangong Xiao now understood the training camp's idea. This is an attempt to suppress their potential by controlling the amount of food they eat. But I like. A flame of struggle ignited in Nangong Xiao's eyes as well. Bai Xiaowen's mood became slightly down. Let's hurry up and leave with these things. The commotion will probably attract other creatures. And so the 3 of them left with the box. Lin Feng also took a look at the giant bear's carcass and finally shook his head. The muscle fascia was filled with a large number of visible particles, indicating that it was severely contaminated. It is completely inedible. However, the 3 of them were quite lucky when they were looking for a place to stay. They quickly found a shallow cave that was just big enough for the 3 of them to live in, and it was also quite secluded. I'm going to chop some firewood. Nangong Xiao took the knife from the box and went out, while Lin Feng came to the side of the 3 boxes. He flicked his sleeve. Several parts fell into his hands, and he assembled them into a multi-functional screwdriver. Bai Xiaowen also came over and looked around curiously. Lin Feng took everything out of the box and started disassembling it with a screwdriver. Soon, the 3 boxes were reduced to pieces, especially the ones containing cultivation potions and food. Each one has a small temperature control device. I knew that with the Special Operations Department's deep pockets, the temperature control devices inside these boxes would definitely be standard equipment. Bai Xiaowen looked at the 2 small temperature control devices on the ground and asked with some confusion, "But what's the point of taking it out?" Lin Feng said as he removed the 2 temperature control devices. This small, disposable thermostat mainly relies on the reaction between 2 substances inside to raise or lower the temperature, and then uses a temperature sensing chip to control whether the reaction occurs and how much. Click! Lin Feng twisted off a wire, and the temperature control device stopped working. He continued to explain. The intensity of the reaction between substances in such a small object, which needs to maintain a constant temperature for so many days, is unimaginable. What if we could control the reaction to complete it instantly within this temperature control device? Explode. Bai Xiaowen seemed to see an explosion. Chapter 74. You're sick. Call. Flames began to burn. The 3 sat around the fire, enjoying the warmth from the flames. Putting aside everything else, this small island surrounded by lakes may not be very cold at night, but it is definitely very humid. The 3 of them finished their food in silence when Bai Xiaowen suddenly spoke. Am I being particularly useless? At this moment, Bai Xiaowen's voice even sounded like she was about to cry. Clearly she was blaming herself for her behavior during the day. Nangong Xiao opened his mouth, wanting to offer some words of comfort, but found himself unable to say anything. Bai Xiaowen's performance during the day was indeed terrible. Even at the very end, they didn't dare fire a single shot. Click! Lin Feng chopped a piece of firewood with his backhand and threw it into the fire in front of him, saying, "If this situation is caused by your lack of ability, then I might blame Instructor Han for putting someone like you in the job. And why can't you recognize yourself?" At this point, Bai Xiaowen lowered her head, and even Nangong Xiao gestured for Lin Feng to stop talking. However, Lin Feng continued to speak. "But this is a medical condition, so why should we blame you?" Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao looked up at Lin Feng with surprise. "What did you say? Is this an illness?" Bai Xiaowen's eyes were filled with disbelief. Nangong Xiao scratched his head. "Is being timid a disease? Is this how you comfort someone?" Being timid is not a disease, but having weak mental strength and poor perception is a disease. Lin Feng looked at Bai Xiaowen and said, word by word. Bai Xiaowen bit her lip and said, "My mental strength is indeed relatively weak. Is that why I'm timid?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "A weak spirit is naturally easily startled, so why isn't that considered an illness?" No wonder he felt Bai Xiaowen was strange from the beginning and then checked her in the A519 database. Bai Xiaowen is a very typical example of someone who is easily frightened and has a weak spirit. This condition is more common in children and is often accompanied by physical weakness. As long as you exercise more after adulthood and your blood and qi become abundant, your spirit will also become stronger and there won't be any problems. But there will always be people in this world who are easily frightened even when they are full of qi and blood or even become strong. In the eyes of the people of the true martial empire, this is considered a weak spirit. Special methods to replenish and strengthen the spirit are needed. The human god half view technique originated from the outer sect basic cultivation method of the Star Mind sect of the true martial empire. These issues are mentioned above, and there could be many reasons for this outcome. A glimmer of hope flashed in by Xiaowen's eyes as she looked at Lin Feng. Although she has undergone numerous examinations and seen many psychologists, they all say that this is a personality problem with no solution. But she was still willing to trust Lin Feng one more time. On the contrary, Nan Gongxiao looked at Lin Feng with some concern, thinking that it might not be good to speak so confidently. If he wasn't mistaken, Bai Xiaowen must come from that family, a family famous for its medical skills and medicine. Do you know about meditation? Bai Xiaowen nodded and said, I remember one of the stories that my family has passed down. Lin Feng nodded and said, Okay, now sit here and practice meditation. I remember, but I've never been able to even get the basics of cultivation, Bai Xiaowen said, shaking her head in frustration. Nan Gongxiao then spoke up. Yes, I haven't even mastered the basics of meditation. Am I also weak in spirit? You're not weak, you just have too many thoughts. After saying that, Lin Feng looked at Bai Xiaowen and said, It's all right, just follow your family's meditation method. Bai Xiaowen sat cross-legged beside the fire with some skepticism and began to meditate. However, she clearly hadn't entered the most basic meditative state and kept adjusting her posture, appearing somewhat anxious and restless. This is a very normal meditation method. Even though it's so widespread in the central city, very few people can actually practice it. Nan Gongxiao looked at Lin Feng, but found that Lin Feng did not make any movement, just staring at the fire in front of him without moving. In the darkness, various monsters kept appearing in Bai Xiaowen's mind. The strange beasts I read in books since childhood, the giant bear I saw today, and the twisted trees along the way. At this moment, they all seemed to have come alive and were about to devour it. Just as Bai Xiaowen was about to give up her meditation, she suddenly heard a whooshing sound. Wow! Sand! Wow! Sand! Suddenly, a rhythmic sound of the tide came from the shore, and Bai Xiaowen was so captivated by it that she listened intently. Nan Gongxiao, watching from the outside, was astonished to see that Bai Xiaowen's words had actually calmed down. But the next moment, Bai Xiaowen's breathing suddenly became erratic and even very rapid. It's like a seriously injured person, exhaling more than inhaling. Oh my God, is something bad about to happen? Nan Gongxiao couldn't help but stand up, but looking at the motionless Lin Feng and the closed-eyed Bai Xiaowen, he didn't know what to do for a while. Roar! A sudden roar interrupted Bai Xiaowen's reverie. At that moment, she clearly saw a monster with a snake's head and a scorpion's tail emerge from the darkness and rush towards her. The other person seemed to be her greatest fear, and now she couldn't help but scream and open her eyes. Huh! A slightly puzzled voice came from behind. Then Bai Xiaowen heard a snap at her ear. A deafening roar, like waves crashing against the shore, was heard. The crashing waves are the waves that previously pounded against the shore, and that's the monster with the head of a snake and the tail of a scorpion. Splat! The monster, clearly lacking the sturdiness of the coastline, was instantly shattered by the tide, its remains swept away by the surging waves. Wow! Sand! Wow! Sand! Listening quietly to the ebb and flow of the tide, Bai Xiaowen's breathing gradually became steady, and she directly entered a meditative state. She didn't react even when the sound of the tide disappeared. From the outside, Nan Gongxiao looked at Lin Feng with even more astonishment as Bai Xiaowen gradually entered a meditative state again. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened. But what happened was absolutely amazing. Lin Feng also woke up and slowly poked at the flames in the pile of firewood. Holy crap, you really taught Bai Xiaowen meditation? Nan Gongxiao stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes, his gaze filled with disbelief. As far as he knew, even those so-called mental power masters in the central city couldn't do this. It's just a special case. For example, I can't get you into a meditative state. Lin Feng looked at Nan Gongxiao and said solemnly. Nan Gongxiao rolled his eyes and sat back down heavily. Seeing him sit down, Lin Feng took a few potions for cultivation, got up, and walked out of the cave. What are you doing? Cultivation. Nan Gongxiao glanced at Bai Xiaowen, who was in a meditative state and could only stay here and watch the fire by himself. He found an open space and took the medicine he needed for cultivation. Lin Feng's body also began to move. As the spiritual energy entered his body, Lin Feng felt the power around him gradually increase. However, his cultivation was as fast as ever. The potion was completely absorbed in less than an hour. Lin Feng opened his eyes, glanced at his watch and paused in surprise. 30 minutes? He frowned slightly. According to his calculations, it should take about 45 minutes for him to absorb all these potions. Looking at the strangely shaped trees around him, Maple suddenly understood why the Special Operations Department had chosen this location for their training. Clearly, the unique environment here has created a good place to help people accelerate their cultivation. Unfortunately, you can't stay here too long or you'll get contaminated. Lin Feng had witnessed far too many dangers of radiation in the wilderness. The Cultivation Acceleration Handbook is from the Mechanical Empire's Elementary Assisted Cultivation series. The materials were filled with methods for using mechanical aids to accelerate cultivation. Try them all when you get back. After watching for a while, Lin Feng silently thought that some of the machines on it were too complicated for him to handle at his current level, but some were relatively simple. It's just a problem with the raw materials. Lin Feng closed the file and took out 2 more concentrated nutrient solution pills to continue his cultivation. He hasn't reached his limit yet, and with such a great environment, he should make good use of it. Chapter 75 says it all. When Lin Feng returned, only Bai Xiaowen, who had already opened her eyes, was warming herself by the fire in the cave. Bai Xiaowen smiled like a child as she held her hands close to the fire to absorb the heat. She was humming a cheerful tune and seemed very happy. How are you feeling now? Lin Feng looked at Bai Xiaowen and asked. Bai Xiaowen could barely suppress her laughter. Upon hearing the question, she nodded hurriedly. Much better. When I'm at home, I need my sister or mom to be with me, even with the lights on to fall asleep. But just now, when I was alone guarding this fire, I only felt a little scared. Lin Feng nodded. I have to say, Bai Xiaowen is really pitiful. Her level was not low at all. It was even higher than Lin Feng's, already at level 11. However, his mental strength was only 2 points. It's 2 o'clock. He's not even as good as Lin Feng, who's still in the wilderness. Not to mention that Lin Feng's level and mental strength increased almost 1-to-1, and even ordinary people who don't practice meditation can achieve a 2-to-1 increase. This is absolutely outrageous. As for that snake-headed, scorpion-tailed monster, Xiaowen, do you or your family have any enemies? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen paused for a moment before realizing what was happening. You mean that snake-headed, scorpion-tailed monster? Lin Feng nodded. He had just looked it up, and it seemed to be a kind of superpower. It's not your average mental martial arts technique. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen gave a wry smile. There are quite a few people targeting my family, or me personally. Lin Feng shrugged. This was one of the unfortunate things about being born into a large family. Those who enjoy the benefits of a large family must also bear its drawbacks. Well, as long as you know what's going on, Lin Feng said calmly. Bai Xiaowen nodded. Her smile vanished, and she fell silent. Faces and names flashed through her mind. Who was the one who made the move? Lin Feng sat down to the side and picked up the map from the box and started looking through it. Is this Mr. Ding Zhu? Ding Zhu walked out of the school while rubbing his fist. Before they had gone very far, someone stopped them. Ding Zhu frowned slightly, but still nodded. Who are you? I am the steward of the Lung family. My young lady, Lu Qianlan, invites you to the Lung family for a chat. Lu Qianlan? Upon hearing this name, Ding Zhu couldn't help but frown. He didn't have a very good impression of this woman, and the old man had been with her for so long without any news. He was also a little worried. Thinking of this, Ding Zhu glanced at the luxury vehicle in front of him and got in without saying a word. Regardless of whether the other party would let him leave if he didn't get on the bus, he still had to go for old man Bai's sake. Seeing Ding Zhu's decisiveness, the butler who came to pick him up was taken aback. I originally thought that even if I didn't have to do anything, I would at least have to use my words. I didn't expect the other party to be so pragmatic. Watching the car leave, the people who had been keeping an eye on Ding Zhu scurried back to report the news. The Lung family. That's the Lung family's car. They've really messed things up this time. The vehicle drove smoothly to the front of the Lung family's manor, where Ding Zhu got out. Looking at the Lung family's manor in front of them, they were momentarily speechless. Were the Lung family really that rich? He's not a novice anymore. He understands that land in such prime locations is incredibly valuable. The manor in front of us seems to have taken up land, or rather, it occupies an entire mountain. A mountain? How much is this manor worth? Ding Zhu suddenly asked. The butler was taken aback upon hearing this, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Worthless. Worthless? The price only has meaning if someone can afford it. If no one can afford it, it's naturally worthless. Ding Zhu nodded thoughtfully and then followed the butler into the Lung family's gate. He was led directly to a pavilion in the back garden and sat down opposite an old woman. Then the butler bowed respectfully to the old woman and left. Ding Zhu frowned as he looked at the old woman and asked, "Didn't Lu Qianlong want to see me? I heard nothing happened on the way, and you came straight here." Instead of answering Ding Zhu's question, Grandmother Lung spoke directly. Although Ding Zhu disliked the way the other person asked the question, he felt that he didn't need to argue with an old lady. After Old Man Bai and Lu Qianlong left, I didn't hear from them again, so naturally I had to come and see them. Old Man Bai? That's what you all call him? Grandmother Lung said with some surprise. Is there a problem? Every time I heard him being called it since the day I entered the camp, Ding Zhu asked, somewhat puzzled. Grandmother Lung nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly asked another question. Do you have a good relationship with Yuman? Yuman? Ding Zhu took a moment to realize that they were talking about Old Man Bai. It's not bad, considering we came to the city together. At this point, Ding Zhu finally couldn't help but ask, where's Old Man Bai now? Unfortunately, Yuman was picked up by his apprentice today. Leave your contact number in a bit, and when Yuman gets back, I'll have him call you. Ding Zhu frowned slightly when he uttered the first sentence. He relaxed his tightly furrowed brows only after hearing the second sentence, but quickly frowned again. Disciple. His martial arts technique that can cripple people, and he even has disciples? Grandmother Lung gave Ding Zhu a strange look. Could someone really cripple someone? Yuman's leg injury wasn't caused by his martial arts technique. His technique was highly sought after even in the central city. Ding Zhu. With that Old Man Bai's skills? Have the people in the city center never seen anything good before? It seems you don't know what he did inside the camp. Let me tell you. Ding Zhu nodded, sat down, and began to tell Lung's grandmother everything he knew about the camp. After listening, a thoughtful look flashed across Grandmother Lung's face. Zhang Xiao. Su Gan. He felt like he'd heard both of those names somewhere before. Where is it? Grandmother Lung was also lost in memories, and the butler who saw this scene asked Ding Zhu to leave the Lung family manor. They even thoughtfully arranged for a car to take him back. It wasn't until he returned to the living room and sat down that Ding Zhu realized what had happened, and then suddenly stood up from his seat. What the heck? What did he just say? Why does he answer every question, even revealing insider information he already knows? This? No, that's not my problem. Which old woman was it that used tricks on me? Nangong Xiao quickly ducked to avoid the fist-sized rock that was thrown at his head. Bang! Looking back, I saw that the stone was deeply embedded in the tree trunk, which was as thick as a person's waist. If he hadn't managed to dodge it, his brains would probably be splattered open. Thinking of this, Nangong Xiao took off running. The next second, a rain of stones began to fall where he had just been standing. Bang, bang, bang! Following in Nangong Xiao's footsteps, the trees around him were in dire straits. At best, branches were broken. At worst, the tree trunk was smashed open. Nangong Xiao gritted his teeth and ran forward, feeling the howling wind around him. At the same time, he thought indignantly, just wait, you'll see. Behind him, on the treetops, the figures of monkeys appeared and disappeared intermittently. Each time they appeared, they would throw something at Nangong Xiao. Chapter 76, This is the Real Mechanic. It's here. Bai Xiaowen spoke up to remind her. Lin Feng nodded, and a vine-like figure appeared in the center of the sniper rifle scope. 3, 2. Bai Xiaowen watched as Nangong Xiao's figure began to count down. 1. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots were fired in quick succession, the bullets piercing through the dense jungle and hitting 3 vines that had been set up in advance. The monkeys, startled by the gunshot, turned and tried to run back. Phew, phew, phew. Suddenly, the drooping vines around us changed completely. With a loud whooshing sound, the apes in the treetops instantly snapped into fish in the net. Clap, clap, clap. The taut vines collided with each other, producing a series of loud, crashing sounds. Interspersed among the sounds were the cracking of bones and the wailing of monkeys. Despite the sweeping force of these vines, many more monkeys were knocked to the ground. Even the highest-ranking and strongest monkeys would need time to recover after falling from such a high treetop. Right now, I'm here. With a roar, Nangong Xiao, with a vine tied around his waist, swung towards the spot where the monkey troop had fallen. At the same time, the 2 rifles in his hand were also used mercilessly. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. The bullets modified by Lin Feng now displayed their immense power. The blows created huge holes in the bodies of those monkeys. The immense power gained at the cost of sacrificing flight distance and accuracy is most useful in such a chaotic scene of carnage. There is none other than this. Bai Xiaowen also picked up a sniper rifle, aimed at the monkeys that Nangong Xiao had missed, and began to fire follow-up shots. Despite Bai Xiaowen's timid nature, even closing her eyes after each shot, her accuracy is impeccable. Basically, every shot either hits the head or breaks the neck. According to her, this was to reduce the other person's pain. Although Lin Feng sensed that her actions were not out of kindness, but rather out of care for his soul, he wisely remained silent, watching as the last surviving ape was finally killed by Xiaowen. Lin Feng also exhaled a breath of stale air as the battle ended. Although these monkeys were troublesome, they eventually found a solution. He took out the map he had obtained earlier and started looking at it. A red route is marked above, starting from the giant bear's tree hole and extending all the way to the center of the island. And they're on that path now. Put another cross on their current location. Lin Feng counted them. There are 5 forks in total. Each fork represents 3 days. We have been on this island for 15 days. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen exclaimed, only 15 days? It feels like a month or 2 has passed. Lin Feng shrugged and said, life is too hard, so naturally it feels like time is going on forever. You know what? The Special Operations Department really is a bunch of bastards. Those 3 boxes contained only weapons, a small amount of food, and training reagents. Basically, we're pushing them forward every day. They knew perfectly well that there would be strange beasts blocking their way at the next place, and each one would be more troublesome than the last. But you still have to keep going. Lin Feng really felt that this life was even harder than when he was in the wilderness. However, Lin Feng glanced at his data panel. Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV13. Age, 15. Race, half-elf. Superpower, none. Strength, 13.3. Agility, 13.5. Physical fitness, 13.1. Spirit, 14.3. Talent/specialty, dexterity. Special attribute, Chi. Skills, comprehensive marksmanship LV.11. Sniper rifle LV.12. Rifle LV.11. Pistol LV.11. Serpent dagger LV.12. Serpent dual blades LV.5. Basic spiritual breathing LV.2. Tidal meditation LV.3. Knowledge, basic pharmacy general knowledge LV.13. Biology LV.14. Pharmaceutics LV.14. Formulation science LV.13. Basic mechanical knowledge LV.10. Mechanics LV.10. Materials science LV.11. Weaponry, metals LV.10. Machining LV.12. Intelligent programming LV.11. The Special Operations Department spared no expense on drugs, and Lin Feng naturally spared no expense on improvement as well. In fact, Bai Xiaowen's feelings over the past month or 2 are indeed valid when applied to their level progression. Moreover, the unique life structure on this small island was very inspiring to Lin Feng. Now, he can easily concoct simple mosquito repellent and detoxifying agents using these less polluted herbs. Also mechanical processing. Although there is not much machinery, thanks to the abundant timber resources here, Lin Feng has now learned to use wood to make mechanical structures. This large net used to deal with those monkeys is a masterpiece of wooden machinery. Standing atop the massive vine net, Nangong Xiao casually dispatched the unfortunate monkeys trapped within with a few shots, then began to quietly admire the enormous vine net. I suffered a loss at the hands of these monkeys yesterday morning. In the afternoon, Lin Feng said he had an idea. He said that according to his observation, the monkeys' activities in the trees were mainly concentrated in the treetops and tree branches. And when attacking them, they concentrated all their attacks on the treetops. Because it was easy to observe and there was nothing to obstruct their projectiles, he designed such a large net. A large number of vines were gathered and woven according to a certain pattern, but they were all left in a relaxed state. Then they found a large number of stones and carved gears out of wood to make a transmission device. When he lured the monkeys over, Lin Feng activated the mechanism to make the boulder fall, and then used the transmission device to tighten the vine net instantly. Shoot down all the monkeys at once. This was the plan Lin Feng had mentioned. He had been skeptical when the trap was set yesterday, but the results he saw today, perfectly achieved. Nangong Xiao also took a deep breath. He really had never admired many people in his life. but Lin Feng definitely counts as one now. Actually, achieving this effect perfectly wasn't the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing was that Lin Feng modified the plan halfway through in order to reduce their workload. The 4 transmission devices were modified to 3, and the number of boulders they had to move was reduced by 1/3. He now felt that all those so-called mechanical masters in the central city were utterly incompetent. He wanted to see what Lin Feng was all about as a top-tier mechanic. "What are you doing, just standing around online?" Bai Xiaowen stood on the ground and shouted loudly. "Here they come." Nangong Xiao quickly grabbed a vine and slid down. "We arrived at the ape's cave." The 3 of them spotted the box in the corner immediately. "Wow, this box is a bit big." Nangong Xiao said with some surprise that these boxes were 3 or 4 times larger than the previous ones. With a click, the box was opened, and sure enough, it contained weapons, food, and cultivation potions. The only weapons available were bullets and knives. In fact, apart from the first 2 boxes which contained guns, the subsequent boxes only contained bullets and knives. Bai Xiaowen frowned slightly as she counted the food. "This food is so plentiful that it will last us for 10 days. The medications are about the same." The 3 looked at each other, wondering what was going on. Has the Special Operations Department changed its nature? Why don't they believe it? Chapter 77, Giving Up. After cleaning up the monkey's enclosure, the 3 of them settled in. This can be considered a result of their observations over this period of time. These powerful beasts have an extremely strong sense of territory. No matter how much noise their neighbors make, as long as it doesn't affect the territory of another family, they will be fine. The other party won't be going out. That's why they were able to rest peacefully. Then, each of the 3 people took out a handful of pebbles and started playing with them in their hands. However, this is not simply picking up pebbles, but using one's own energy to control these pebbles and make them rotate in one direction. This is a little trick for cultivating qi in the initial stage of true qi explanation. He was seen practicing it by Nangong Xiao and the other person that day. He generously taught them. As the pebble in his hand slowly formed a vortex, and the vortex spun faster and faster. "Opposite," Lin Feng shouted in his heart, and the energy in his hand also changed accordingly, causing the vortex of pebbles to freeze in place for a moment. Then it started to turn rapidly in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled. According to the explanation in the book, Initial Understanding of True Qi, this was considered to be the initial control of true qi. Lin Feng looked up at Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen was already able to slowly move the pebble in her hand. The talent is quite good. Lin Feng nodded silently. His gaze shifted to Nangong Xiao's hands. Snap! Nangong Xiao's face turned red as he tried to control the pebbles with his qi. Suddenly, a pebble was launched high into the air and then hit him squarely between the eyebrows with a loud thud. Hiss! It hurts! Nangong Xiao clutched his reddened brow and cried out in pain. Lin Feng covered his face, utterly speechless. This is hopeless. Just as he was about to speak, a whooshing sound suddenly came from outside. A flare gun is a flare gun. At that moment, Nangong Xiao ignored his forehead and ran towards the outside of the cave. The 3 of them came out of the cave, and sure enough, they saw a red line shooting straight into the sky. Then the signal flare exploded in the sky, creating a huge red cloud. In an instant, the flashing light of the signal gun could be seen throughout the entire island. Before they could speak, 3 more whooshing sounds suddenly came out in succession. Looking around, it became clear that there were abandoned teams in every direction. It's not over yet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more signal flares were fired into the sky, instantly turning the entire island sky red. The saying 7 shots, 3 times 7 equals 21, means that so many people have given up in such a short time. Bai Xiaowen said in disbelief. Seeing that many people were just barely holding on, I immediately opened fire as soon as I saw someone give up, not being the first to do so. Nangong Xiao said with some melancholy. There were only so many people on the island, and so many of them gave up. For a moment, there was a sense of shared sorrow, like that of a rabbit mourning the death of a fox or a creature of the same kind. Meanwhile, out of sight of them, some were asking those around them if they should give up, and a small team even broke out infighting, with 3 people fighting over the flare gun. Under the red glow, the island was plunged into chaos, affecting both beasts and humans. The beasts are because of the red light, while the humans are because of their struggle. Is it this outrageous in previous years as well? Lin Feng frowned and asked, if that's really the case. He even doubted whether the current Special Operations Department could assemble 10 complete tactical squads. Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao exchanged a glance, and in the end, it was Nangong Xiao who spoke. Actually, it wasn't this exaggerated in previous years. The training camps in the past were really focused on training. Although the training was quite rigorous, it was definitely not as extreme as this year, with additional tasks added. This situation arose mainly because the Minister of Special Operations suddenly announced that he might retire at any time. This has led to a frenzy of talented individuals from various families and organizations being sent to the Special Operations Department. The ministerial position will definitely be selected from among the current captains, and there are still some opportunities for other important positions. Lin Feng looked at Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen and asked, "So, is this also for you?" Nangong Xiao nodded generously, while Bai Xiaowen shook her head and said, "No, I came here because I wanted to challenge myself. Therefore, I will most likely choose the C-level squad after I leave. After all, there's a significant gap between C-level and B-level and A-level teams, so important positions should be filled by people from B-level and A-level teams." Lin Feng frowned slightly, but didn't say anything more. "I just wanted to find a suitable place to cultivate. Who would have thought that so many things would happen?" Headache. The three of them returned to the cave and rested early. With so many people giving up, the three of them are bound to be affected to some extent and need to adjust their mindset. The next morning, the three of them set off again with their spoils. However, the rest of the journey went surprisingly smoothly, with almost no attacks from strange beasts. It was a rare moment of peace. However, the rugged mountain road still took them 2 days to reach the center of the island. Bang! Nangong Xiao casually shot and killed the snake at his feet, then frowned slightly and said, "Why are there so many snakes in the center?" Bai Xiaowen, who was standing to the side, nodded and said, "We didn't see any strange beasts or animals after that. They were probably all eaten by these snakes." Lin Feng observed his surroundings and then frowned. "This is not a good place. It is damp, but the area facing the sun is large. It can be said to be the most favored by cold-blooded animals like snakes. There might even be a snake den in that valley." After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng pointed to a low hill not far from the valley and said, "Let's go over there first." Ugh. The three set off again and arrived at the top of the low mountain. Although there were still quite a few snakes here, they were much better than before. Bai Xiaowen opened the map and started looking at it, but her brows furrowed after only a short while. "Brother Feng and Brother Xiao, come and take a look." The two leaned closer and saw Bai Xiaowen pointing to the largest red dot on the map and saying, "Look at the red dot marked here and the surrounding terrain. Isn't that the valley?" Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao exchanged a glance and quickly took the map to examine the valley. I watched for a short while. Both of them frowned. It really was true. It seems that the only way for us to leave the island is through that valley. Nangong Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, then added resentfully, "I knew the Special Operations Department wouldn't let us leave so easily." Lin Feng rubbed his temples, wondering where the Special Operations Department got so many ideas. "Let's find an opportunity to investigate first. I suspect that valley might be a snake pit. If that's the case, the three of us alone would only be enough to deliver a plate of food." Nangong Xiao nodded, even though he was still the nominal captain. But in reality, Lin Feng usually decides their course of action. "Do you want to go chop some wood?" Nangong Xiao looked at Lin Feng and asked, "I still have a deep impression of Lin Feng's skill in making mechanical things out of wood." Lin Feng shook his head. "We'll know the exact size of the snake pit tomorrow morning." The two returned to Bai Xiaowen's place. Bai Xiaowen had already set up the tent. As for where the tent came from, it was naturally made by Lin Feng using those boxes and tree bark. You know what, this thing, though simple, has genuinely improved the living standards of the three of them. When they have enough time, they can even take turns taking a shower. Even when we got to a place very far inland on the island, the water was still undrinkable, but taking a shower was no problem. Chapter 78, Horrible Snake Cave. That's why they didn't turn into savages. The three of them gathered some firewood and prepared to start fire. But Lin Feng suddenly stood still. "What's wrong?" Nangong Xiao looked at Lin Feng and asked him something strange. "I heard gunshots." Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen immediately drew their guns without hesitation. Although they heard nothing, they still chose to believe Lin Feng. Lin Feng listened carefully again before letting out a sigh of relief and saying, "It's not on our side. It's over there in the valley. Let's go take a look," Nangong Xiao said, taking the lead. Lin Feng nodded, and the three of them turned a corner and came to another place where they could see into the valley. However, for safety reasons, the location they chose, while offering a view of the valley, was indeed quite far from it. Lin Feng set up his sniper rifle and soon spotted 3 people through his scope. 3 rather disheveled people were running quickly towards the outside of the valley. Behind them was a river made entirely of snakes. Countless snakes of all colors surged in the same direction, forming a turbulent and terrifying snake river. Hiss! This gives me goosebumps. Nangong Xiao touched his skin. The hairs on his body stood on end. He really couldn't stand it. Bai Xiaowen, who was standing to the side, was too scared to even look at the scene. She found it terrifying just thinking about it. So what should we do now? Should we help them? Lin Feng shrugged in response to Nangong Xiao's question. Honestly, I don't know how I can help them. They didn't set up any traps or anything like that beforehand. To say that letting the 3 of them rush in would be tantamount to suicide. Nangong Xiao nodded, and he was even a little glad that he had arranged the observation point to be far enough away. Continuing to watch the small team below, they saw the snake swarm getting closer and closer. However, the 3 of them were already somewhat exhausted. Nangong Xiao couldn't help but frown upon seeing this scene. It was impossible for him to go down and save people directly, but watching them die in front of him was indeed painful for him. What's going on? If we don't fire the flare gun, people will really die. Nangong Xiao frowned and couldn't help but speak. Lin Feng frowned slightly, even though he knew there were definitely people from the Special Operations Department observing the situation on the island. But if the other side doesn't fire the flare gun, he's not sure if the Special Operations Department will take action. Thinking of this, Lin Feng frowned. Huh? Lin Feng, do you see the snakes starting to retreat? Upon hearing this news, Lin Feng quickly took a look. Sure enough, after the 3 people ran out of the valley, the snake swarm that had been so menacing just moments before began to flow backward. It was as if there was a barrier around them. Once they left the valley, it was no longer their territory. Seeing this, Lin Feng frowned and began to think, a vague idea forming in his mind. Let's go back first. I'll check back tomorrow morning. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen nodded, and the 3 of them headed towards the low mountain. The 3 of them were stunned when they arrived at the low hill. There were 3 more people standing at the entrance of their tent, all stiff and motionless. Nangong Xiao smiled upon seeing this. Lin Feng, I didn't think it was necessary when you asked me to set up these landmines before. Who would steal from such a godforsaken place? I guess I was just ignorant. Lin Feng smiled but didn't say anything. Instead, he recalled a funny incident he had shared with Ding Zhu years ago. At that time, he and Ding Zhu were hunting animals in the wilderness, and Ding Zhu also asked him to set up protective landmines. He didn't listen because the protective mines were buried at the entrance of the tents, and it was too troublesome to remember their locations. Also, the place where they were hunting was so desolate that he felt there was no one else there besides them. When they returned from hunting, their tents had all been moved. Ding Zhu was almost driven mad with anger at that time. Later, he even worked for Ding Zhu for free for a month to pay off his debts. Cough cough Nangong, this is our fault, but we are also extremely hungry. Please let us off the hook. Upon hearing this, Nangong immediately went over to take a look, and his smile instantly became even brighter. Oh my, isn't this our young master Lu Wu? How did he end up looking like a beggar? TSK, TSK, TSK. You could probably rub 3 pounds of mud off this body. Don't tell. The 3 of them, Lu Wu and Lu Wu, did look quite miserable. Their clothes were tattered and torn. My hair is all stuck together in clumps. Looking at her face, it's clear she hasn't had enough to eat for days. Faced with Nangong Zhao's arrogance, Lu Wu could only bow his head. Young Master Nangong, it was my fault before, Lu Wu. Now I only ask that you let me off the hook, okay? Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao reached out to stop Lu Wu from speaking. But wait, we're a small team. I need to hear what my 2 teammates have to say. After saying that, Nangong Xiao looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrugged and said, You're the captain, so you make the decisions. Bai Xiaowen nodded. You're the captain. We'll all listen to you. Upon hearing these 2 sentences, Nangong Xiao was ecstatic. I always felt that being the captain was useless, and that Lin Feng should just be the captain. The 2 of them were so accommodating that he ended up stealing the spotlight. Okay, then I'll let you off the hook for Uncle Lu's sake. Lin Feng, could you please help deal with these landmines? Lin Feng nodded, walked over to the 3 of them, and poked their feet with a stick. Then he said, It can move now. The 3 looked at each other, and finally Lu Wu gritted his teeth and took the first step. Seeing that nothing was wrong, The other two breathed a sigh of relief. She also followed Lu Wu to Nangong Zhao's side. The three of them, having regained their senses, looked at each other with somewhat unusual expressions. Had we been tricked? Looking at their expressions, Nangong Zhao knew what they were thinking. The three of them reached out and dug out the landmine that Lu Wu had stepped on. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the landmine was actually made of stone. The feeling of being cheated is becoming increasingly prominent. Nangong Zhao didn't even look at them, casually slapped the stone mine in his hand, and then threw it away. Boom! The stone mine exploded directly in the air, and the scorching blast wave carried the shattered stones in all directions. Bang, bang, bang! The explosion instantly created countless deep craters in the ground below. Hiss! Stone mines are this powerful. Lu Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Nangong Zhao glanced at him arrogantly, but didn't say anything more. The three of them blushed and silently lowered their heads. Stop standing there like an idiot. Come and get something to eat. Before entering the tent, Nangong Zhao said that upon hearing there was food, the three of them disregarded their pride and quickly followed him in. Bai Xiaowen distributed some food to everyone, and the three of them, ignoring everything else, sat on the ground and began to wolf down their food. He looked like a starving ghost reincarnated. Lin Feng then looked at Nangong Zhao. Are you and Lu Wu on good terms? He had just realized that even though Lu Wu hadn't turned around, he knew it was Nangong Zhao behind him just by the sound. When Lu Wu begged for mercy, Nangong Zhao said he was asking for their opinions, but he did not refuse himself. Our two families' grandfathers were sworn brothers. I can't possibly just stand by and watch someone die. It's just that I'm troubling you all. Nangong Zhao said somewhat embarrassedly that although they had no shortage of food, such casual distribution actually infringed on the interests of Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen. Lin Feng waved his hand, not caring about the snake pit. What he cared about most right now was how to get into it. Ultimately, they need to break through the snake pit to leave this wretched place. As Lin Feng watched Lu Wu and the others wolf down their food, a plan gradually formed in his mind. Chapter 79, Distributing Food. However, just as Lin Feng turned around, he suddenly heard Nangong Zhao's teasing. Oh, Mr. Lu, have you not eaten for days? Upon hearing this, Lu Wu couldn't help but start complaining. Damn it, Nangong, you have no idea what we went through. As we approached this place, we encountered a large group of apes on the road. Those apes were incredibly fierce. They stood on the treetops and started throwing stones at us like crazy. One stone hit me, and I felt like my bones were about to break. Moreover, those trees were so tall, and there were so many monkeys that they were constantly getting hit on the head and had to run around to avoid them. At this point, the two people next to Lu Wu also had something to say. Yes, you've never seen anything like it. The sheer power of those stones, raining down like hand grenades, was astounding. That's right, and it's very clever. It just stands on the top of the tree and won't come down no matter what. You can't hit it at all. Finally, Lu Wu spoke up to summarize. Luckily, we were quite frugal when distributing food, otherwise I doubt we would have made it this far. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng suddenly felt that his plan needed to be revised. These people are clearly not as reliable as he had previously anticipated. Maybe he should rely on himself for everything? After finishing speaking, Lu Wu suddenly asked, By the way, Nangong, what was the last challenge you encountered when you came here? The other two also stared intently at Nangong Zhao, ready to give a good critique of the trash they encountered in the final challenge. They're not as good as that troop of monkeys. Nangong Zhao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged a glance and finally uttered two words. Monkey. Silence. A silent silence began to spread inside the tent. Finally, the three of them, not wanting to stay in such an awkward situation any longer, suggested that they go out to sleep. Nangong Zhao shrugged and didn't say anything. So it seems that there aren't many people like us who can beat the game all the way through. Bai Xiaowen said with some surprise. Nangong Zhao nodded, then looked at Lin Feng and said with some emotion, If we didn't have Lin Feng, our choices probably wouldn't have been much different from theirs. Bai Xiaowen completely agreed with this. Following Lin Feng, they experienced little of life, from not having enough to eat to being exposed to wind and rain. In the evening, Nangong Zhao and Bai Xiaowen were practicing their qi control. Lin Feng, unusually, didn't exercise. Instead, he found a piece of tree bark somewhere and started writing and drawing on it with a charcoal pencil. They seemed to be calculating something. After calculating for a while, Lin Feng couldn't help but pinch his brow. If only there were candy. Although he had a plan in mind, Without the necessary materials, he was like a skilled cook without rice. He couldn't make a meal without rice. Especially on such a small island. Even if he had the means, he lacked the materials. Sugar? What do you need candy for? Nangong Xiao looked at Lin Feng with a bewildered expression and asked. Instead, Bai Xiaowen spoke up to explain. Sugar is a very useful thing. It contains a lot of energy and is also one of the most important raw materials for medicine. Lin Feng nodded. Although this thing is common, it is very useful. Even in the previous life, sugar was a strategic resource reserve. I remember that the food we received this time all came with sugar packets, but there weren't many, Bai Xiaowen said, looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head and said, the quantity is still too small. Nangong Xiao thought for a moment and said, it doesn't matter if the quantity is small, just exchange with others and collect more. Now that Lu Wu and the others have arrived, there will definitely be more and more people coming. There will always be someone who manages to pass the final test through various means. They should have candy packets everywhere. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That's right. They certainly won't give it to us easily, but once they come here, they'll definitely have needs, so exchanging it shouldn't be difficult. Bai Xiaowen also actively offered suggestions and advice. Lin Feng nodded. I'd appreciate it if you could help me get some more candy packets back then, Captain. Nangong Xiao nodded without hesitation. Today's title of Captain had made him the center of attention in front of Lu Wu, so he naturally had to return the favor. Of course, things unfolded exactly as Nangong Xiao had predicted. Over the next 2 days, people kept coming to the valley, and several teams even strayed into the snake pit and were chased out in a panic. It even escalated to the point where these people started making bets here. They were betting on whether the next team to arrive would actually end up in the snake cave in the valley. This was one of the few sources of enjoyment amidst hunger and cold. Soon the last few teams arrived. However, these teams are clearly in better shape than the ones that came before them, even though they are all covered in dirt. But it's clear they've all had a full meal. They brought a lot of food, and this group of people arrived almost at the same time. He was quickly surrounded by people. Brother Lu Cheng had no other choice but to swallow his pride and come to you to borrow some food. The others also approached people they knew. Shuren, I owe you something, so lend me some food first. I have no choice but to swallow my pride and come to you, Hua Xiao. Gong Xiao. The phrase barely read instantly made the entire hillside noisy. Chun Shuren frowned slightly and exchanged a glance with Hua Wushang. To be honest, they also felt pressured facing so many people. But before the two of them could make a decision, Lu Cheng spoke up first. Please listen to me first. Lu Cheng's loud shout stunned everyone present. Gentlemen, we have indeed obtained a lot of food from the monkeys. This food is enough for us to eat for 10 days, and we really don't need that much. We are willing to share any surplus, and I believe everyone else present agrees with this. After speaking, Lu Cheng gave Chun Shuren, Hua Wushang, and the others a wink. As the most precious thing on the island, they naturally cannot keep it all for themselves. Otherwise, dealing with so many people would be much more difficult than dealing with those monkeys. Chun Shuren nodded lightly. Although Hua Wushang disliked Lu Cheng's behavior, he agreed. Seeing that they all nodded in agreement, the others naturally had no objections either. Seeing this, the agitated crowd quickly calmed down. Their goal was simply to get a bite of food, and now they had achieved it. Let's see what Lu Cheng has to say. Of course, we were willing to share our food because we hoped we could leave this island together. Everyone now understands the situation. The snake pit below is definitely not something any single team can handle. Since that's the case, we must unite to deal with the snake pit below. I also hope that after everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, we can work together to fight the snake pit. Lu Cheng's words immediately caused the crowd to erupt in excitement. That's right. Young Master Lu is right. Young Master Lu is right. We must unite. Amidst the cheers, Lu Cheng sighed inwardly, realizing that his goal had not yet been achieved. Chapter 80 is about to begin. Nangong Xiao stood on the mountaintop, looking down at the situation below, and chuckled. Looks like everyone's not stupid. Lu Cheng was so eager to speak up and deliberately generous with other people's money that he made Chen Shuren and the others divide up the items. What is the ultimate purpose of this? Isn't it all just to get everyone to elect him as the leader? He made everyone present listen to him, but unfortunately, although the favor was given, everyone clearly understood his intentions. Nobody even mentioned it. Lin Feng patted Nangong Xiao on the shoulder and said, Captain, we'll be counting on you to handle things in a bit. Nangong Shao paused for a moment, then scratched his head. Should he handle it? What to deal with? Since they weren't involved in those things, those people probably wouldn't be able to find him. While Nangong Shao was still wondering, Lu Cheng, Chun Shuren, and the others had already led their men to the mountaintop. The first thing I saw when I arrived at the top of the mountain was Lin Feng and his group's tent. The spacious tent was surrounded by a fence made of vines by Xiaowen, which she had been using to make these past few days. Even if you saw it in the city center, you could call it a cute and refreshing place. Not to mention in a place like an island. Whose is this? Nangong Shao and his team. They were probably the first team to arrive here, and it's unclear how they obtained the food the apes were guarding. However, they were far more selfish. Not nearly as generous as you, young Master Lu. Yes, Nangong Shao and his men buried stones around the area to make landmines in order to prevent us from getting close. Indeed, Nangong Shao and his group's behavior was truly unseemly. Young Master Lu should have a serious talk with them. Clearly, they had been envious or even jealous of Lin Feng and his group for a long time. However, they also knew that their shortcuts were no match for the hard-fought, step-by-step methods employed by Nangong Shao and his team. Not to mention that the power of these stone mines on the perimeter has been violated before. They naturally wouldn't dare to provoke them, but things are different now that Lu Cheng and his group have arrived. Hearing the commotion, Lu Cheng went straight to Nangong Shao. Now is the time for him to show his abilities. If he can get Nangong Shao to grant him the right to use the tent right now, these people should be able to listen to him. We should have met the Nangong brothers before. Looking at Lu Cheng and approaching, Gong Shao finally understood what Lin Feng meant earlier. However, Nangong Shao stretched and wasn't intimidated by these people. I've seen it at the Gong family's banquet. Now that we know each other, it's easier to talk. We all rushed over here and didn't have time to set up accommodations. So what do you think about using this place as a meeting place? Upon hearing this, Nangong Shao glanced at Lu Cheng and said, You have to pay money to rent other people's houses, so what can you afford to pay now? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Nangong Shao. Although her clothes showed signs of repair, they were still neat and tidy. Her skin was clean, indicating that she had clearly taken a shower. You can tell at a glance that they're living a good life. Looking at Lu Cheng, although he was very careful, he still couldn't avoid having a lot of tears on his clothes. Their clothes were also filthy, much like theirs. In comparison, it seems they really can't afford to pay a price to get Nangong Shao and his group to give up the tent. Suddenly, a teammate of Lu Cheng's from the same squad spoke up. Young Master Lu has already given away all his food, so what's wrong with you contributing your tents? Yes, it's such a small matter. Isn't your Nangong family always known for its generosity? Another member of the team immediately chimed in. Upon hearing this, Nangong Shao turned and walked away, muttering to himself as he went. What an idiot! Although it was muttered, it was more like he shouted it out loud. For a time, almost everyone in the low hills could hear this phrase. Lu Cheng squinted at Nangong Shao as he walked through the fence, his expression slightly unpleasant. He hadn't been humiliated like this in a long time. While Wushang laughed instead. He liked Nangong Zhao's personality. He had long disliked Lu Cheng, and from the start, he acted like a big brother. Who did he think he was? The group was now frozen in place, unsure whether to leave or stay. As for infiltrating, they never even considered it. Even though the Special Operations Department never said that they couldn't kill each other, there's still a long life ahead of them, and they'll have plenty of time to get to know each other. In the end, it was Gong Shao who stepped in to smooth things over. It's not good for so many of us to be standing here. Brother Wu, why don't you go talk to Brother Shao? Lu Wu looked at Gong Tianyu and said, Since young Master Gong has asked, I will naturally make this trip. After saying that, he walked over the fence and headed towards the tent inside. He had just given Gong Tianyu a hint, and naturally, she readily agreed. Lu Wu entered the tent and looked at Nangong Shao with a smile on his face. How's my task? I did a great job. The two had grown up together since childhood and could understand each other's intentions with just a glance. Nangong Shao gave a thumbs up and said, No problem. When you go out later, just tell Xiaowen that she wants something sweet and ask them to give me all the sugar packets. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu was completely dumbfounded. You went through all this trouble just for a sugar bun? Don't worry about me. Just say whatever I tell you to say. Lu Wu shrugged helplessly and left. As Lu Wulin left, Lin Feng gave Nangong Shao a thumbs up. It must be said that Nangong Shao reacted quickly. In particular, this achieved its goal while causing trouble for Lu Cheng. After coming out, Lu Wu came up to Gong Tianyu and said, "Since young Master Gong has spoken, Nangong naturally cannot refuse to give you face." When Bai's daughter wanted something sweet, Nangong meant that giving her a few candy packets would be considered rent. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's expression immediately turned ugly. What's the meaning? What does this mean? When you get to Gong Tianyu, all you need is a few candies. He give you everything you need, but won't let you use anything. Nangong Xiao did this on purpose, didn't he? The others looked at Gong Tianyu and then at Lu Cheng, and their own thoughts began to stir. A smile appeared on Hua Wushang's lips. This was going to be interesting. He doesn't care about completing the task or not. All he cares about is having fun. Chen Shuren frowned. This Nangong Xiao really has some tricks up his sleeve. With a casual move, Gong Tianyu, who was originally not very noticeable, gained the ability to compete with Lu Cheng. However, this has directly torn the entire team apart, which might lead to problems later on. Of course, this was Chen Shuren's idea. Nangong Xiao's idea was actually quite simple. He just wanted to get the candy packets that Lin Feng needed. Still the kind that goes unnoticed. Gong Tianyu's thoughts at this moment were similar to Chen Shuren's. He thought to himself that Nangong Xiao was a good friend and also spoke up. Since the Bai family girl wants it, let's be generous and take out all the candy packets. Hearing this, no one had any objections. Now that there was plenty of food, they didn't care about the little sugar packets anymore. Lu Wu went into the tent with 7 or 8 bags of sugar, and when he came out, Nangong Xiao personally greeted him. Nangong Xiao even took out 2 sticks to draw a path before looking at Gong Tianyu and saying, "Young Master Gong, you and your men should walk along this road. There are landmines on both sides, so be careful not to get blown up." The crowd looked at Gong Tianyu and then at Lu Cheng. The difference in their treatment was indeed quite significant. "Thank you very much, Brother Xiao." Gong Tianyu is the youngest among them, so calling him brother isn't a problem. Lu Cheng had no choice but to follow Gong Tianyu into the tent with a blank expression. Upon entering, everyone became even more astonished. The tent is not only spacious, but the ground is also very dry. What's even more outrageous is that there's actually a table in the middle big enough for 3 people to eat in. The 3 of them slept in 3 different corners. Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao's sleeping spots were nothing unusual, but Bai Xiaowen's sleeping spot was actually a closed-off area. Are they here to complete a training mission or for a vacation? Where do they get all these materials from? The crates were used to store weapons, and the rest were just tree bark. Chen Shuren's tone was somewhat wistful. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of it, but rather that he lacked the ability. Those boxes are very tough and sturdy, but they definitely require special methods to process. Who did all this, Ningong? Hua Wushang asked Nangong Xiao suddenly. Why does this eerie feeling, so out of place with the venue, keep reminding him of someone? That guy who dismantled the dolls in the competition area. Nangong Xiao turned around and realized that Lin Feng was gone. Where's everyone? Touching his neck, Nangong Xiao said directly, "You have something to do, go out now. I'll talk to you about the problem later." Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had disappeared, had already reached the edge of the valley. One hand was carrying a suitcase, and the other hand was carrying a bag made of tree bark. Even though it was almost night, the valley was still filled with layers upon layers of snakes, and the snake twisted its neck. Ready to begin. Chapter 81 Single-Player Challenge. Open the bag of bark. Lin Feng took out a spherical object and threw it into the valley. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Lin Feng walked straight into the valley filled with venomous snakes. A pair of special operations personnel in the distance were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Holy crap! Is he trying to commit suicide? Should we take action? He's someone Captain Li told us to keep an eye on. Just as the two were struggling with their decision, what happened below shocked them even more. The thing that had just been thrown down exploded with a loud crack. The next second, countless plumes of smoke shot out from it. Within 3 seconds, the entire valley was enveloped in smoke. The two looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was walking in the smoke, was wearing a mask that covered his mouth and nose, which had a mechanical feel. At this moment, the snakes in the valley seemed to be in a daze, not reacting even when Lin Feng stepped on them. It's as if you can't see such a big person at all. Some of the people outside the tents on the low hill who hadn't gone inside also saw wisps of smoke rising from the valley. What happened at the snake cave? The person next to him glanced at it and said, "It's probably foggy. It's not normal for fog to rise in such a damp place, especially in a valley." The people on the other side said the same thing. For a while, no one paid any attention to the valley anymore. Lin Feng, who was inside the valley, had already reached the very end of the valley. Looking around, he saw that it was exactly as he had guessed. It's a cave. Hiss. Sobbing, sobbing, sobbing. The sound of countless snakes flicking their tongues echoed through the empty cave, eventually forming a strange wailing sound. The pitch-black entrance made it feel like standing before the gaping maw of a demon. The smoke that Lin Feng released in the valley could not enter the cave. Looking at the cave in front of him, Lin Feng took out an arm-length rod-shaped object from the bark bag. Holding the rod, Lin Feng aimed at the cave and turned around to throw it. Go! With all his might, Lin Feng slammed the stick into the cave in front of him. The rod suddenly burst into flames in midair. Immediately afterwards, bright silver sparks flew out continuously, illuminating the entire cave for a moment. Lin Feng's sharp eyes found his target almost instantly. At the deepest part of the cave, a large, bright red snake coiled on a protruding rock. The snake's eyes, looking down at Lin Feng with an unusual gleam, gazed down at him. A person and a snake, inside and outside the cave. In an instant, both sides realized that the other was their greatest enemy. Hiss! With a hiss, the giant snake's enormous body displayed astonishing agility and speed in the instant the sparks disappeared. They also disappeared into the dark cave. Lin Feng's gaze also calmed down at this moment. Viper King, Feng, is a mutated Feng. The size of the Viper King is generally not large. Its enormous size is likely due to pollution on the island. He had become suspicious when he noticed the snakes not leaving the valley. It's all settled now. With a shake of the bark bag in his right hand, Lin Feng threw 12 blue and red spheres into the cave. Danger! Suddenly, Lin Feng became alert and rolled to the side, casually taking out a rifle from his briefcase. Puff! Sizzle! The spot where he had just been standing had been struck by a ball of dark green venom. Even if the venom didn't hit him, the venom that fell to the ground instantly evaporated and turned into poison gas. Even though Lin Feng kept a certain distance, he instantly felt a sweet and cloying sensation overwhelm him. I feel a little dizzy. Lin Feng quickly wiped his mask, and the next second the mask instantly turned greenish-blue. Only then did Lin Feng dare to continue breathing. Call! Another whooshing sound came from the darkness. He ducked and drew his sword. Clang! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The long sword struck the snakeskin with horizontal fangs, and sparks flew. Fortunately, Lin Feng managed to escape the opponent's attack range in this way. Unfortunately, Lin Feng strayed slightly from the direction he was heading and ended up inside a cave. Henji's figure flickered and instantly disappeared from his perception. Lin Feng stood in the cave, holding a knife in one hand and a gun in the other. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. The horizontal tooth had moved to a place far away from him. Could it be? Hiss! Lin Feng turned around and slashed with his knife. A snake that leaped up and was aimed at him was instantly cut in two. But such a scenario is meaningless to cold-blooded animals. In an instant, countless snakes surged towards Lin Feng. This is the strongest move of the king of snakes. Snake repellent. The two who had already sneaked over witnessed this horrific scene as soon as they arrived. Countless venomous snakes raised their bodies high, surrounding Lin Feng, and then all the snakes launched a simultaneous attack on him. For a moment, Lin Feng, all alone, was like a lone boat in the turbulent sea of snakes. There's always the possibility of losing your life. Under their watchful eyes, Lin Feng slung the rifle behind his back and pulled out a long knife with his other hand. With twin swords in hand, Lin Feng's aura changed. Kill! With a roar in his heart, Lin Feng drew his twin blades simultaneously. The twin serpent blades sweep across heaven and earth. The twin swords flashed, and countless blades of light converged into two long gusts of wind. In an instant, two long gusts of wind swept across the ground. The sword light, enhanced by true chi, would shatter upon contact and kill even those level 10 or higher strange snakes that were touched. In just a few dozen seconds, Lin Feng actually cleared a 10-meter vacuum zone around him. Within a 10-meter radius, there was only scraps of flesh, not a single venomous snake. Suck! The two people observing from the shadows couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What was that? Is this a martial arts technique? Isn't this guy famous for his marksmanship? When did his martial arts skills become so abnormal? Yes, there are such martial arts techniques? How can they be so exaggerated? However, after the initial shock, the two quickly calmed down. No, it still won't work. Even someone like Lin Feng, who just advanced to level 10 or higher, could pass the previous levels on this small island. Even at the most incredible level, it would only be around level 13 or 14. How much chi, vital energy, is left in the body? It seems that this money has been almost entirely squandered. Just as the two expected, Lin Feng, who had cleared a space, turned around and ran away. It's too late. As expected, under Henjia's forceful command once again, countless snakes surged towards Lin Feng. He casually slashed and killed several snakes that came near him. Lin Feng suddenly turned around and rushed towards the densest part of the snake swarm. Upon witnessing this scene, the two members of the Special Operations Department were about to intervene to save the person when they discovered that Lin Feng's starting stance was exactly the same as before. The twin serpent blades sweep across the world. Call! A flash of blades, and flesh flew everywhere. The two were completely dumbfounded. How could such a powerful move be used again? Chapter 92 Explosion. The casualties this time were clearly far greater than the last time. In the area where the snakes were most concentrated, the bits of flesh flowed together and formed a small pool. The path Lin Feng rushed through this time was also littered with bits of flesh from poisonous snakes. Having completed all this, Lin Feng turned around once again and walked out of the cave. The two men from the Special Operations Department looked at each other, completely baffled as to what Lin Feng was doing. Is it just to reduce the number of snakes? It's pointless. The vast majority of the snakes are still in the valley outside, and they're all disoriented by his drug. Another question is, isn't everyone saying his marksmanship is insane? Why hasn't a single shot been fired yet? The other person also shook their head, saying they really couldn't understand it. Just as Lin Feng was about to run out of the cave, the giant serpent with horizontal fangs once again drove its swarm of snakes toward Lin Feng. The giant serpent with horizontal fangs is now enraged. He refused to believe he couldn't kill this human in his own lair. Its nimble body darted swiftly towards Lin Feng's direction. As it moved, all the snakes in the cave started moving again. Countless snakes converged into a river and rushed towards Lin Feng. They seemed determined to kill Lin Feng as they charged forward. Just as Lin Feng reached the door, he suddenly turned around again. Not again. The two special operations teams were getting restless. How come this kid has inexhaustible internal energy? Upon seeing his action, the snakes scattered abruptly. Even cold-blooded animals, when driven, still instinctively avoid the danger due to extreme fear. Even the swiftly swimming giant serpent with its horizontal fangs was momentarily halted, but he immediately noticed. The scene that was supposed to happen never actually occurred. They were just bluffing. Startled, the giant serpent with horizontal fangs became completely enraged, and its body transformed into a straight line as it charged towards Lin Feng. He released his grip, shoved the two swords into his back, and simultaneously removed his rifle. Lin Feng's expression remained calm. The big one is coming. Bang, 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 bang. 2 seconds. Lin Feng fired a total of 12 shots in 2 seconds. The most outrageous thing is that none of the 12 shots were fired in the same direction. Finally, the two from the Special Operations Department witnessed what inhuman marksmanship looked like, but they didn't have time to appreciate it. A dazzling white light has begun to shine from within the black cave. Inside the tent on the low hill, the captains of the 17 teams sat together in a row. Of course, the people sitting at the very front were Lu Cheng, Gong Tianyu, Chun Shuren, Hua Wushang, and Nangong Shao. Without exception, they're all top families in the central city. Since you've all decided to join forces, let's make a plan first. As always, Lu Cheng spoke first. No problem. Let Lu Shaoxian share his thoughts. Yes, let's hear from young Master Lu. Hearing the agreement from below, Lu Cheng coughed twice and then spoke. It's quite simple. First, we divide this task into 3 parts. Exploration, attack, and decapitation strike. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a fanged snake in that valley, and it's the one driving the snakes. We need to first locate him, then everyone go in together to sweep away and defend against the snake swarm, and finally send out the most elite people to complete the decapitation mission. Many people present nodded in agreement upon hearing Lu Cheng's plan. Even Gong Tianyu had to admit that Lu Cheng's plan, though simple, was clearly very effective. It's worth a try, but just because something works doesn't mean it's easy to do. Thinking of this, Gong Tianyu gave Lu Wu a wink, and Lu Wu instantly understood and then spoke. Young Master Lu has to admit that your plan is indeed effective, but it might be difficult to achieve. The most difficult part here must be the reconnaissance. With so many snakes in the valley and the situation deep inside unknown, isn't the exploration extremely difficult? The captains of the other teams nodded in agreement. The plan is a good plan, but who would dare to undertake the task of investigation? Or are you going yourself? Lu Cheng? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Lu Cheng, who chuckled and said, "Since the plan is effective, let's all do our part in the action." As he spoke, Lu Cheng looked at Hua Wushang. "Brother Wushang, your Hua family's footwork could be said to be the best in Central City. How about I leave this matter to you?" Hua Wushang glanced at Lu Cheng and said directly, "Our Hua family's footwork is indeed strong, but it's not the best in the Central City. Besides, the most crucial thing in that valley isn't footwork. The most crucial thing is that the snake venom is poisonous. I've heard that your Lu family's techniques are excellent at expelling toxins, so even if you're poisoned, you can expel the toxins quickly. Why don't you go?" Lu Cheng frowned upon hearing this. His gaze swept over the crowd, and he noticed that many people had amusement on their faces. Although Gong Tianyu had no expression on his face, he was overjoyed inside. As expected, Nan Gongxiao was right to tell him not to be the first to speak. It seems that Lu Cheng has become the leader, but now he has dug his own grave. Thinking of this, he spoke up as well. Or perhaps Brother Lu Cheng should go and investigate first. We, the remaining people, are absolutely capable of handling the rest. Faced with Gong Tianyu's counterattack, Lu Cheng couldn't help but grit his teeth. The key issue is that there's no one left speaking up for him. 2. The Lu family already wields considerable power within the Special Operations Department, so naturally, everyone present was even less inclined to want him to perform well. The room fell silent as soon as he stopped speaking. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Chun Shuren suddenly spoke up. "Let's just go on the mission that Nan Gongxiao is investigating." Nan Gongxiao was taken aback by these words. Immediately afterward, Chun Shuren spoke up. "I'm not afraid of being bitten. I'll protect you. Your eyes are good enough to see exactly where that horizontal tooth is." Looking at Chun Shuren, Hua Wushang raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. Nan Gongxiao instinctively wanted to seek Lin Feng's opinion, but finding that the other party had not yet appeared, he could only look at Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen also stood up and took out a bottle made of bamboo joints. "I tried the detoxifying liquid that Brother Feng made these past few days yesterday, and it worked." Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned for a moment, and then their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. They all know Bai Xiaowen's background, so if she says it's effective, it must be effective. No problem. Nan Gongxiao also looked at Chun Shuren and readily agreed. Chun Shuren stood up and looked at Gong Tianyu, saying, "Young Master Gong, why don't you take Lu Wu and the others to help clear the snakes out of the valley?" He then turned back to look at Hua Wushang and Lu Cheng. "Hua Wushang, your team is quite agile, so you can help Lu Cheng hold the line." Then, staring at Lu Cheng, he said directly, "I know you want to behead Henjia and enter the A-level team. No problem, I can give you that opportunity. You two squads can handle the decapitation mission." After finishing speaking, he stood in the center of the crowd and said directly, "We don't have much time, only 2 days. I don't want to waste too much time on task allocation." Upon hearing this, Gong Tianyu was the first to stand up. "I agree to Brother Shuren's assignment." Clearly, Chun Shuren had become the main character at this moment, and Gong Tianyu no longer intended to compete with him. Hua Wushang and Lu Cheng exchanged a glance, and finally Hua Wushang nodded in agreement first. Lu Cheng was about to stand up when Chun Shuren's words made him stand up again. "You don't need so many people standing around. Just say whether you agree or not." Clearly, Chun Shuren also disliked that Lu Cheng was the first to step forward and show his desire to seize power and profit. That's why he made something so simple into such a complicated situation. Lu Cheng had no choice but to sit down and nod. Agreed. "Okay, meeting adjourned." After saying that, Chun Shuren strode out of the tent without changing his expression at all. Seeing this scene, Hua Wushang couldn't help but lick his lips. Did the Chun family really not make the wrong choice? But that's not something he should worry about. Thinking this, Hua Wushang stretched and stood up. Boom! The moment he stood up, a huge explosion slammed into everyone's eardrums. Thump! The next moment, a violent tremor came from everyone, and they felt the low hill beneath their feet shaking. What's wrong with me? Was there an earthquake? No, it's a corner of the valley that collapsed. After a period of noise, everyone came outside. As the sun sets, the valley is now covered in dust and debris from the collapse. Chapter 83 completed. Let's go over and take a look. Gong Tianyu took the lead and ran towards the valley below. The others naturally followed suit. Tui, Tui. Looking at the ruins in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a few times, saying the dust was just too thick. 12 bombs modified with thermostats, plus sugar to increase their explosive power. We finally took care of that thing. It's a difficult situation, really. If you gave him enough materials outside, he could make a bomb and throw it inside. He guaranteed that nothing in the entire snake pit would survive. Now it's all so complicated, and we have to waste our true energy to stimulate the giant serpent and drive it mad in order to lure it into the middle of the trap. He finally detonated the explosives to kill his opponent. However, I never expected the geological structure here to be so fragile. It's probably been modified. If I had known it would be like this battle would have been much simpler. Lin Feng shook his head and prepared to leave. Turn around. His eyebrows suddenly shot up. The dust and smoke from the cave collapse had disrupted the snake-controlling medicine in the valley. At this moment, all the venomous snakes raised their heads high and looked at Lin Feng in front of them. Look at this unique creature that's different from them. The two from the Special Operations Department also started talking at this moment. Should we take action? The other person glanced at their watch and hesitated for a moment. The biochip inside the giant serpent with horizontal fangs indicated that its life was rapidly slipping away. But he's not completely dead yet. According to the rules, they're not allowed to appear yet. But in fact, it is certain that the snake is dead. Should we just take action? This guy is an absolute genius for being able to complete the game all by himself. Yes, and we have powerful backers, so why don't we make a move? But that violates the rules. Just as the two were struggling with their decision, they suddenly noticed that Lin Feng had moved. Lin Feng put down his gun and held a knife in both hands. Not again, but the next moment they realized that Lin Feng's starting stance was a bit off. The twin serpent blades, roaming the world, as they channeled their inner energy into their twin swords and swung them. The two members of the Special Operations Department seemed to actually see two snakes swimming around. Unlike ordinary swords that move with the user, this time Lin Feng moved with the twin swords. Within 10 seconds, Lin Feng had already rushed out of the valley. Although the snakes were no longer restrained by the horizontal fangs, they had not left the valley for a long time, so it was unlikely that they would chase after the snakes again. Moreover, they had already begun to scatter and flee the valley, so they didn't have time to care about Lin Feng, this human. The two members of the Special Operations Department exchanged a glance as they watched this scene. Why have we been arguing with them for so long? They had already made plans all along. But does this kid really have an inexhaustible supply of true energy? Perhaps this is what makes geniuses. They always have a side that exceeds the understanding of ordinary people. Call. Lin Feng, who had just left the valley, exhaled a breath of stale air. My legs went weak, and I almost collapsed to my knees. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his balance by sticking his long sword into the ground. This time, there really isn't a single drop left. In other words, he learned to control his true energy, which greatly reduced the waste of true energy. Otherwise, it would be questionable whether the second scroll of heaven could even be released, let alone escape. Having regained some strength, Lin Feng decisively drew his sword and stood up. But the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Feng? Flower unharmed? As expected of the footwork that Lu Cheng praised as the best in the central city, he left Lu Cheng and the others far behind and was the first to arrive at the valley. What's going on here? Hua Wushang looked at Lin Feng, who was covered in blood, with a slightly strange expression, although he already had a plan in mind. But he still couldn't convince himself. It's so incredibly difficult. He had come here before and seen that the mountains and fields were covered with venomous snakes. Even he wasn't confident that he could enter them safely and come out unharmed. This is actually why he rejected Lu Cheng. He didn't lie or make excuses. The key is the venom of a snake. Are there any problems completing the task? After saying that, Lin Feng walked straight past Hua Wushang, but before he had taken 2 steps, he bumped into another large group. Lu Cheng, Chun Shuren, Gong Tianyu, Nangong Xiao, Lu Wu, and many others are all here. Lin Feng? Chun Shuren couldn't help but exclaim. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen quickly stepped forward and supported Lin Feng on either side. "Where have you been?" Covered in blood. Nangong Xiao couldn't help but ask, looking at Lin Feng's clothes, which were almost soaked in blood. Bai Xiaowen also looked at Lin Feng with a worried expression. Lin Feng looked at the two of them and smiled. "I tried a solo run, and it looked pretty good." After saying that, he patted the two of them to indicate that he didn't need their help. "I'm a little tired. I'm going back to rest for a while." After saying that, Lin Feng led Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen toward the low hill. The crowd that arrived gradually made way for the three of them as they left. One person taking on a snake pit alone? Really? What's there to say when they're already right in front of you? As Lin Feng and his two companions walked away, the crowd began to discuss animatedly. Only Lu Cheng, Chun Shuren, and the others standing at the front remained silent. "Let's go take a look." As he spoke, Gong Tianyu walked towards the valley. Looking out from the top of the valley, there were still quite a few snakes swimming around in the snake cave. But the numbers are no longer as astonishing as before. More importantly, even now that they have reached the edge of the valley, they have not encountered the situation where the venomous snakes gathered into a river as before. Clearly, that horizontal tooth was dead. When their gazes turned to the collapsed corner of the valley, everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. How did they manage to do that? In fact, not only them, but even the two members of the Special Operations Department who had been watching Lin Feng complete the solo run were somewhat stunned. Although they witnessed every step the other party took, it seemed they had no idea how Lin Feng had managed it. Beep, beep, beep. The watch beeped, indicating that the giant serpent with horizontal fangs had completely lost its life. One of them also dialed headquarters. "The mission has been completed. There was a slight mishap during the completion process." Accident? What unexpected event? This final level was completed by a single player. The other end of the phone was also completely silent. After a long while, the other party asked again, "What did you just say? Did you complete the final snake pit level solo?" Was he forcing everyone else to go and die for him? He felt somewhat helpless listening to the increasingly agitated voice on the other end of the communicator. "Boss, I'll send the video back for you to see for yourself. Upload it back immediately." Chapter 84 Internal Discussion. The top floor conference room of the Special Operations Department. Lu Qianlan, Li Chun, and Lu Heng, the captain of the Sea-Level Brigade, were all discussing something in hushed tones. Meanwhile, the captain of the Inspection Department, the director of the Logistics and Equipment Department, and the director of the Training Department all looked rather uninterested. Lu Qianlan and Li Chun quickly finished their discussion. The captain of the Inspection Department glanced at his watch and couldn't help but frown. "Why hasn't the boss arrived yet? On my way here, I saw someone go into the boss's office." "I guess something's up," said Miao Yi, the director of the Training Department. Looking at Miao Yi, Lu Qianlan suddenly asked, "Is this new recruit training almost over?" Miao Yi nodded. "Almost there. We've reached the final stage." Hearing this, Lu Heng became interested. "The final challenge is that snake pit you designed?" Upon hearing this, everyone present showed a look of understanding. Miao, you had to ask them for a lot of help to get the island set up. They all saw that snake pit back then. That's quite difficult. Yes, this is the first time it's been used, and we don't know how long it will take them to complete the game. Miao Yi also smiled. "Are there any promising talents?" Li Chen asked. "Based on their previous performances, there are quite a few people like Lu Cheng from the Lu family, Gong Tianyu from the Gong family, and Chun Shuren from the Chun family who are all quite good." Upon hearing this, Li Chun waved his hand and said, "Are there any geniuses among ordinary people?" Miao Yi thought for a moment and said, "There are a few who still have the potential to be cultivated. I will give you a list later." Li Chen nodded. He still preferred geniuses from humble backgrounds. Suddenly, Miao Yi seemed to remember something and looked at Li Chun, saying, "Speaking of which, your little friend Lin Feng and Nangong Zhao's performance." Miao Yi paused for a moment at this point, but continued speaking. "That's pretty impressive." "Impressive?" Lu Heng keenly noticed the change in Miao Yi's choice of words. Miao Yi nodded and was about to speak when Li Chun interrupted him. "Let's talk about this later." Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at Li Chun and smiled. It's clear that Li Chun really takes good care of this child. Just as Lu Heng was about to tease Li Chun, he suddenly saw someone rushing into the conference room in a great hurry. By the time they could see who it was, the person had already run up to Miao Yi's side. "What's wrong?" Seeing his subordinate Miao Yi's anxious and flustered state, he sat up straight and quickly went through the whole process in his mind. Could it be that the snake pit suffered more casualties than expected? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't we arrange for someone to watch over them? But what else could it be but this? After listening intently, Meow E jumped up. What? The others looked over curiously as Meow E jumped up. Has something serious happened? What happened that scared you like this? A deep voice filled the conference room, and a man wearing a coat, with a resolute face and bulging muscles, walked into the room. Minister. Upon seeing the other person enter, everyone present immediately stood up. The newcomer was none other than Lei Xiao, the head of the Special Operations Department. Please sit down. After saying that, Lei Xiao looked at Meow E and said, Tell me what happened. Meow E didn't speak, but looked at Li Chun. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to Li Chun, who was completely bewildered. Is there something else going on with him? Suddenly, Li Chun also stood up. Has something happened to Lin Feng? Meow E nodded. Something did happen, but not in the way you think. Lin Feng cleared the snake cave and even blew it up. Li Shen? Liu Hang? Others? Are you kidding me? He beat the game all by himself and even blew up the snake pit. Did you give Lin Feng the bomb and let him bring it in? Lu Qianlong couldn't help but ask. Li Chen immediately looked at Lu Qianlong with an expression as if she were an idiot. Are you crazy, or am I crazy? How could he possibly let someone bring in a bomb? How did it explode? Lu Heng was also puzzled at this moment. Finally, someone close to Meow E spoke up to explain. We don't know how he did it. He took out the temperature control device from the box containing food and medicine, modified it, and added sugar from the sugar packet. They then created a trigger-activated bomb. Upon hearing this, countless question marks appeared above the heads of everyone present. What is that? Temperature control device? Sugar packet? Bomb? How did they come together? Can you do it? Lei Xiao also looked at Li Si, the director of the Logistics and Equipment Department, who was known as the explosion maniac in the central city, with an interesting expression. Li Si pushed up her glasses. Theoretically, it's possible, but in reality, it's too difficult. The thermostat is difficult to disassemble, and it's hard to determine the degree of reaction within it. Okay, you don't need to say anything more. Just say it's possible. Lei Xiao decisively interrupted Li Si, who was preparing to start class. Li Si helplessly pursed her lips and muttered under her breath. A bunch of illiterate people. Although everyone present could hear it, they pretended not to. After all, given Li Si's knowledge, this is already a compliment. So, does this little guy named Lin Feng really manage to complete the game solo under the rules? Liu Heng touched his chin, an interesting expression on his face. Yes, Miao Yi nodded. That being said, it has to be said that Lin Feng is still too abnormal. If you've cleared the level, then bring them back. Are there any other questions? Lei Xiao looked at Meow E and asked. The earlier levels do test them, but they are all specific to each team. This final stage is the only test of their teamwork skills and their role within the team. The most important hurdle can now be cleared by one person alone, rendering the assessment meaningless. Hearing Miao Yi's words, Lei Xiao suddenly looked at Lu Qianlong. Qianlong, did you report yesterday that some of the outer members of the Reverse Star were hiding in the outer city? Lu Qianlong nodded and said, Yes, although they are peripheral members, their relationship with Nixing is actually quite close. It's just missing an initiation ceremony. Unexpectedly, Lei Xiao waved his hand and said, Our reserve battalion is benchmarked against these peripheral members. Since they are at the same level, there is no problem. Hearing this, Lu Qianlong was helpless. She knew what Lei Xiao was planning the moment he opened his mouth. That's why it can be pointed out that those people are not just simple peripheral members, but unfortunately, they still cannot stop the other side. After saying these words, Lei Xiao also looked at Miao Yi. Miao Yi nodded and said, Understood. Then let's have an extra test when we get back to the reserve camp. Let's bring them back first. The plane landed next to the low hill. As soon as the cabin door opened, everyone saw Instructor Han. Come on up, everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked at Lin Feng, Nangong Xiao, and Bai Xiaowen. Lin Feng didn't take it seriously and calmly boarded the plane with Nangong and Xiaowen. Instructor Han nodded to Lin Feng and said, Well done. Lin Feng returned the greeting with a smile. The plane took off again, and the expressions of everyone in the cabin visibly relaxed. This time was much faster. They landed in the satellite city shortly afterward and were then taken home by special operations vehicles. Lin Feng, like everyone else, got off the bus after exchanging communicator numbers with Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen. I'll pick you up in 3 days. At the last moment before getting off the bus, Instructor Han said to Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. There seemed to be a hidden meaning in those words. Chapter 85, Ding Zhu's Life. Without thinking too much, Lin Feng went through the door first. The house looked much the same as before, except for a few paint marks. However, he still keenly noticed the hidden traces of modification. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Ding Zhu is reliable. After washing up, Lin Feng went to the hidden door on the first floor. After all, he drew the design drawings, so he still knew what was designed in that area. He reached out and pressed his hand against the hidden door. Verification successful. A cold, mechanical sound came from behind the hidden door, which slowly opened. Lin Feng went down the stairs behind the hidden door and soon arrived at a high-tech basement. The space is separated by 3 layers of all-metal flooring. The facility includes pharmaceutical, machining, and testing rooms. Moreover, all of Lin Feng's previous rudimentary instruments have been completely replaced with brand-new equipment. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. They took out all the remaining cultivation potions from the small island and put them in the potion room. The lack of resources on the island was actually a waste for him. Although these reagents contain very few impurities, their medicinal efficacy is not fully realized. Now, it would be a piece of cake to double the potency of these medicines with just a slight improvement. Lin Feng opened his phone, ready to make some more purchases. But when I glanced at my account balance, I was stunned. How come there's only 5 million left? It should be noted that Lin Feng had previously given Ding Zhu over 40 million yuan worth of concentrated nutrient solution pills. At that time, 20 million was given to Old Man Bai, and 10 million was given to Huangzhong. In total, they only have 70 million left. According to his calculations, building these things would cost at most 20 million. Could Ding Zhu have been scammed? Thinking of this, Lin Feng opened the bill and immediately understood. The recipients listed above are all anonymous accounts. Clearly, Ding Zhu was afraid that buying so many things at once would attract the attention of the Central City authorities, so he found suppliers through these special channels. In that case, the price is understandable. Although this amount of money might not necessarily attract the attention of the Central City, there are definitely quite a few people doing this in a city like the Central City. But Ding Zhu still felt it was best to spend more money as a precaution. Lin Feng thought about it and realized that he needed to come up with some money-making plans. We can't just sit around and live off our savings. Let's wait until things stabilize in the Special Operations Department first, since we have this connection. It's also more convenient to do things. According to his previous investigation, although there are a large number of commercial transactions in the entire Central City, but these business transactions are basically controlled by individual families. Lin Feng didn't believe that these companies were all founded and run by these families one by one. There must have been a lot of cunning and forceful plunder involved, and under such circumstances, he also needed to put on a show of authority for himself. These are the rules of survival here, and he has to adapt to them. With this in mind, Lin Feng went to the machining area and began working at his desk. Lately, he has increasingly felt that the guns he has are no longer suitable for him, and this time he does not plan to upgrade the guns in Central City. The congenital defects are too great. He wants to rebuild a gun, a powerful enough gun that suits him perfectly. Ding Zhu finally returned home after school in the evening. But there was a man and a girl following behind him. The girl had long, wavy blonde hair, a tall and voluptuous figure, and was only slightly shorter than Ding Zhu even when wearing flat shoes. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be a very forthright person. Is this your home? Such a nice house, and you still say you came from the wilderness. The girl crossed her arms and looked at the house in front of her with disdain, staring at Ding Zhu. Ding Zhu glanced back at the girl and said something indifferent. Who says that everyone from the wilderness has to be poor? All right, now that you see my house, you can go back now, Ding Zhu said, looking at the girl in front of him with a rather helpless expression. City life is just so annoying. If this happened in the wilderness, he would have liked to beat this woman up. Unexpectedly, the girl with big waves shook her head and said, "That won't do. I'm moving in a couple of days, and I want to see how the interior design is." Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu frowned immediately. "When did I agree to let you come and live here? I can now suggest that Xiaojia come and stay with us. I was worried about Xiaojia coming alone, so, as her older sister, I definitely had to come with her to prevent someone from becoming a hypocrite." The girl with big wavy hair pointed at Ding Zhu and said, "It has a gossipy feel to it." Interesting. Lin Feng stood on the balcony, watching everything unfold below, a look of interest immediately appearing on his face. At that moment, Ding Zhu looked up and saw Lin Feng appear on the balcony. The girl with big, wavy hair noticed it immediately. "Oh, you have roommates?" Ding Zhu simply hummed in agreement, but ultimately still zoomed in with a large wave of text. After entering, Ding Zhu went to find Lin Feng, letting the Bolong wander around below. "What's going on, Brother Ding?" Lin Feng looked at Ding Zhu and asked with a slightly teasing expression. Ding Zhu, feeling helpless, offered a simple explanation. He has encountered a lot of things at school recently, but the most important thing is that he met a girl who helped him. The girl named Jiang Jia has experienced a family tragedy. "I have nowhere to stay right now, and I'd like to stay at his house for a while." Lin Feng nodded indifferently. "Anyway, there's so many rooms, you can stay wherever you want." "So what about your research?" Ding Zhu was still somewhat hesitant. He originally thought that Lin Feng would not be back for a while, and that if he could resolve this trouble quickly, there would be no problem. Who would have thought that the other party would return so soon? The underground research labs are all built, so there's no problem. "But what's with that big wave?" Lin Feng asked, still somewhat confused. "That's because Yano and Jiang Jie have a very good relationship. Yano often refers to himself as Jiang Jie's older sister," Ding Zhu said, sounding rather helpless. "Okay, there are enough rooms anyway. Let them all come if they want," Lin Feng said nonchalantly. Ding Zhu nodded and went downstairs. A little while later, the two of them left together, presumably to pick up Jiang Jie. Wow, it seems like Ding's campus life is quite exciting. Watching the two figures leave, Lin Feng stroked his chin and said. Shaking his head, Lin Feng returned to the underground research lab. There is more than one passageway into the research lab. Both Lin Feng's and Ding Zhu's rooms lead directly into it. Bai Xiaowen returned home. As soon as I entered the house, I felt like my face was covered by something. The older sister, Bai Xiaowen, also chimed in a coquettish tone. In their family, only her older sister possesses this kind of magnanimity. Chapter 86: The Appearance of Young Master Nangong. Upon hearing Bai Xiaowen's voice, Bai Xia not only didn't let go but hugged her even tighter, saying something at the same time. I see. I know everything. Don't worry. No matter who makes the move. I'll make him pay the price. Bai Xiaoya's gentle voice carried a chilling, killing intent. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen suddenly broke free from Bai Xiaoya's embrace and looked earnestly at this older sister who looked similar to herself. Sister, I'm going to take revenge myself. Upon hearing this, Bai's parents, who had just been looking at the two sisters with kind expressions, were stunned. Is this something their daughter would say? Looking at his daughter's serious face, the Bai family father said loudly. Good. Now that we have a clue, Bai Xinshu, will spare no expense to find out who it is. After finishing his sentence, Bai Xinshu looked at Bai Xiaowen and suddenly changed the subject. Do you know where that guy Lin Feng lives? I have some things I need to talk to this young man, Lin. Bai Xiaowen nodded and said, We exchanged addresses and phone numbers before we left. Okay, you go wash up and rest first, and we'll go after dinner. After washing up, Nangong Xiao came out of his room. Looking around, a question arose. Where's his father? Why haven't I seen his father since he came back? Aunt May, have you seen my father? A still attractive and beautiful woman turned around and looked at Nangong Xiao, saying, Your father won't be back for a while. I heard there's been some chaos in the outer city recently, and some of our family shops have run into problems. Nangong Xiao was quite surprised to hear this. Had he heard correctly? Could there be problems with my shop? Are you kidding me? They built half of the outer city. How could there be any problems? Aunt May could only shrug her shoulders to indicate that she didn't know the specifics either. After washing up, Nangong Xiao went straight to his father's study and started looking through the books on the wall. What are you looking for? Suddenly the study door opened and a tall, robust figure walked in silently. Nothing much. I just suddenly wanted to find a book related to mechanics to read. Why are you suddenly interested in mechanics? Nangong Xiao thought for a moment and then began to tell the other party about what happened on the island and Lin Feng's series of actions. So, you mean you suddenly met a master in the field of mechanics? No. Nangong Xiao shook his head and said, Those so-called master-level figures are far inferior to Lin Feng. Is it really as strong as you say? Nangong Jinsho said, stroking his chin. Nangong Xiao rolled his eyes. Why would I lie to you? Nangong Jinsho thought for a moment and said, How does this level compare to the Huang family? The Huang family's machinery is truly unique in the entire central city. I think it's better. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jinsho narrowed his eyes and asked, What is your relationship with him? So what if it's all right? Let's go find him now. I need his help with something. No way. One of our shops is really in trouble. Nangong Xiao realized what was happening and looked at his father in disbelief. That guy is so bold. The problem isn't with the shop, it's with the factory. Oh, wouldn't it be even more serious if there were problems at the factory? Then we can go right after we finish eating, which will be the perfect time. Ugh. Boss, are you really sure he has no connection with the Lung family? Chu Yin's henchmen watched Ding Zhu and the others walk into the house, still feeling somewhat uneasy. Their fear of these top families is ingrained in their very bones. What kind of connection is this? I've been asking around for days, and I know exactly which day he was summoned to the Lung family for questioning. What connection could a country bumpkin like him possibly have with the Lung family? The group of people breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. 2. The Lung family was already small, so how could they possibly have relatives scattered in the wilderness? Even so, it was found long ago. Thinking about this, everyone suddenly understood. The group headed towards Lin Feng's house. Ding Zhu, who was inside, had just arranged accommodations for Yano and Jiang Jie. Lin Feng usually stays in his room by himself, so please don't disturb him. Seeing Ding and Zhu's serious expressions, the two nodded to indicate that they understood. Let's go downstairs and get something to eat first. Ding Zhu led his men downstairs, but before they even reached the kitchen, they heard a knock on the door. He frowned slightly. Who would come at this moment? Despite her doubts, Ding Zhu still went to the door and opened it. As soon as the door opened, suddenly I saw Chu Yin's face. Upon seeing the other person, Jiang Jie's face showed fear, while Yano's face showed more impatience. That Chu Yin is really persistent. Ding Zhu also narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the other person. Chu Yin? Ding Zhu, before you used the Lung family's assets as a shield, I really thought you, a wanderer in the wilderness, had really made something of yourself. After all that, all I got was to be taken in for questioning. Ding Zhu frowned upon hearing this. What shield? What does it mean to have fun during interrogation? What exactly is this guy trying to say? Chu Yin, this is not a place for you to run wild. I'll say it again, get out. Upon hearing Ding Zhu's words, Chu Yin laughed. Ha! A homeless person who just had a stroke of good luck is quite arrogant. Let me go, but leave Jiang Jie to me. What nonsense are you spouting? Who do you think you were to hand Jiang Jie over to you? Before Ding Zhu could speak, Yano stood in front of Jiang Jie and started cursing at Chu Yin. Chu Yin looked at Jiang Jie and chuckled. Jiang Jie, your parents are still being held against their will and owe our family 35 million yuan. You're not planning to renege on your debt, are you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jie's face immediately filled with despair. 35 million. They can't even come up with 5 million, let alone 30 or 50 million. Arno bit her lip. If this were in Dongbin, she would have crushed this bastard in front of her in no time. Unfortunately, this is a rocky peak. No matter how much money Jiang Jie owes your family, you have no right to take it. Get out of my house right now. Ding Zhu's face darkened completely at this moment, as if he didn't exist. Right now, he hated the city utterly. I hate the rules in the city. Upon hearing this, Chu Yin coldly glanced at Ding Zhu, as if to say, you are not worthy to speak to me. His lackeys immediately started cursing. We've checked Ding Zhu's house. It belongs to a man named Lin Feng who will return your home. I'm starting to suspect that they just found an empty place and claimed it as their own. Ding Zhu ignored his words and suddenly frowned deeply. Dongji, he actually sensed danger. But surely these people in front of me aren't that bad. Oh, so this really is Lin Feng's home. With so many people blocking the entrance, I didn't even see Lin Feng. I thought I had gone to the wrong place. Suddenly, a voice with a slightly raised tone came from behind. Chu Yin and the others turned around and realized that a row of people had been standing behind them without them noticing, and they were all burly men. Everyone was dressed in a neat black suit and wearing a round hat. Although they were dressed smartly, you could still vaguely see half a claw tattoo on their necks or hands. Who are you? They've even started acting like gangsters in the city center. You guys watch too many movies. Seeing the group of burly men standing silently beside Chu Yin, his lackeys began to shout nervously. I've never seen anything like this before. Oh, it's been a long time since anyone has spoken to me like that. Snap! A unified voice rang out, and the burly men instantly parted to reveal Nangong Xiao at the back of the crowd. Nangong Xiao, wearing a fuchsia suit and with red hair. Chapter 87. More arrogant? Who are you? You're just using this to pretend to be your mother. Chu Yin was immediately indignant at Nangong Zhao's ostentatious display and arrogant attitude. What is that? How dare this guy, whom I've never even heard of, be so arrogant? My family. Snap. Before Chu Yin could utter another word, he felt a heavy blow to his face. With a thud, Chu Yin was slapped so hard that he flew through the air and then crashed heavily to the ground. Nangong Zhao looked down at Chu Yin on the ground. You grew up eating shit. How can you speak so rudely? Upon hearing this, Chu Yin struggled to get up, but as soon as he moved, he felt dizzy and disoriented. He then laid down on the ground again, blood still flowing from the corner of his mouth. The lackeys standing nearby were also stunned. What the heck? How'd they get in front of me so quickly? They even took action before their boss could finish speaking. After reprimanding the man, Nangong Zhao turned to look at Chu Yin's underlings. Come here. Brother, we're just errand runners. We all listen to him. The person being looked at by Nangong Zhao was almost crying. Wasn't it said that Ding Zhu came from the wilderness and didn't know anyone? What are you afraid of? I'm not going to hit you. I'll just have you call their family and say someone beat up their son and ask them to send someone over. Nangong Zhao said calmly, his hands in his pockets. Hearing this, Chu Yin, who was still on the ground, perked up. Quick! Chu Yin's left cheek was now arched high, making it impossible for him to speak clearly. Click! Nangong Zhao went up and kicked Chu Yin squarely in the chest. The crisp sound of bones cracking instantly reached everyone's ears. Did I give you permission to speak? Nangong Zhao looked down at Chu Yin and said word by word. At this moment, Chu Yin coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood and dared not open his mouth. Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Jian's gaze towards Nangong Zhao immediately changed. This guy seems even more arrogant and domineering than Chu Yin. The younger brother next to him was now so unsteady on his feet that he could barely hold the dialer. Where did this gangster come from? The call was connected. What do you want now, Chu Yin? A steady voice came from the other end of the communicator. Uncle Chu and young Master Chu. Before the younger brother could finish speaking, Nangong Zhao snatched the words away. 47, Damei Branch Road, Rose Road, 3rd Avenue. Come here quickly. Your son is about to be beaten to death by me. Snap! As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Zhao used his hand to forcefully shatter the communicator in an instant. Those around who witnessed this scene were so terrified that they dared not move an inch. On the other side, the Chu family patriarch's expression was also quite unpleasant. The person who spoke just now was clearly young, yet dared to be so arrogant and domineering. Obviously, they had powerful backing. Thinking of this, the head of the Chu family dialed another person's number, briefly explained the situation, and then led his men to the address that Nangong Zhao had just given them. A car is coming. Ding Zhu, standing at the door of Lin Feng's house, suddenly spoke up. Why did they arrive so quickly? Nangong Zhao also looked back with slight surprise, but a smile quickly appeared on his face. Oh, today's going to be interesting. The convoy of cars was parked on the other side of the road. The stark contrast between the 2 convoys, one white and one black, occupying opposite sides of the road, was immediately eye-catching. A moment later, 2 girls got out of the car in the middle of the white convoy. The younger one was wearing a white dress, while the older one was wearing a military uniform. The 2 walked over and first greeted the people in the car parked at the main entrance before coming over. Young Master Nangong, are you just hitting people for fun? Bai Xiaoya looked at the curved seal on the ground and then at Nangong Zhao and said, Xiaoya, you're wrong about that. I'm here today to rid the world of evil and promote good, Nangong Zhao said, kicking the zither on the ground. This guy not only ruined a girl's family, but also forced her to go with him. He's a complete scumbag. After saying that, he briefly repeated what Chu Yin had just said. Upon learning what had happened, Bai Xiaoya and Bai Xiaowen looked at Chu Yin with disdain. They hate people like that the most. Which girl was the victim? I'll take you to get your parents out in a bit. Bai Xiaoya looked at Jiang Jie and Yano and asked. Jiang Jie timidly stepped forward, her big, teary eyes looking at Bai Xiaoya. In an instant, Bai Xiaoya felt as if she saw the Bai Xiaowen of the past, and her pity for her intensified. He stepped over the curved path, came to Jiang Jie, hugged her, and said, Don't worry. I'm here. Everything will be all right. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jie burst into tears and cried, My brother is still in the hospital. Scumbag. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but curse after hearing this. Click. Nangong Zhao went even further, stomping on Chu Yin's right leg and breaking it. The broken bones were exposed in an instant. Chu Yin finally couldn't help but cry out in pain. But before he could finish, Nangong Shao kicked him in the mouth. I told you not to speak. Now, not only Jiang Jie and Yano, but even Ding Zhu felt that this young master Nangong was a bit arrogant. Finally, without knowing it, Chu Yin felt like he was about to die. A convoy of cars drove into Danmei Street in the distance. At that moment, all the residents of Danmei Street were peering out of their windows. This scene is rare even in the city center. Inside the car, the heads of the Chu and Lan families are talking. I really need to trouble you, Brother Lan, this time. The head of the Chu family was somewhat humble, even though both families belonged to the middle class. However, the close relationship between the Lan family and the Lung family is among the best in the middle class families. Don't worry, it's just kids playing around. I believe that if I mediate, all parties will be satisfied. The head of the Lan family patted the head of the Chu family on the shoulder, clearly not taking this seriously. Thank you very much, Brother Lan. After we finish dealing with things today, we'll go to our family's clubhouse and stay for the night. Upon hearing this, the head of the Lan family's glasses lit up. The Chu family's other businesses were just SOSO, but their club was doing exceptionally well. The staff training, in particular, is incredibly thorough. No problem, no problem. The boss has arrived. As the driver spoke, the doors of their car were opened by his men. After getting off the bus, only then did the Chu and Lan families realize that besides their own convoy, there were two other convoys, one white and one black on either side. The Lan family head glanced at the license plates on both sides of the road, and his expression immediately changed. Brother Lan, what's wrong with you? At this moment, the head of the Chu family looked at the rather unpleasant expression on the face of the head of the Lan family, and asked with some confusion. Ignoring the heads of the Chu and Lan families, he jogged towards the middle of the white convoy. Was it the Bai chieftain in person? The head of the Lan family lowered his body and asked through the glass. A nonchalant voice came from inside the car. Let's go to the other side. The head of the Nangong family is inside. The Nangong family? In an instant, the head of the Lan family felt as if his brain was about to explode. Chapter 88, The Unlucky Chu Family. What kind of day is today? How come even this giant Buddha statue has appeared? Lulingbai, Chun Xiaogong, Huaxing. These are the 8 top families of Yanfeng. And the most important reason why they are top families is that each of them has a person who is above level 30. At the same time, they also seized all the interests of the entire Rock Peak faction. However, the Nangong family was an exception. The patriarch of the Nangong family rose through the ranks of the underworld in the outer city, overcoming numerous obstacles and eventually becoming a being beyond level 30. To be honest, it's incredibly powerful, considering that Rock Peak Central City has been nurturing people for a long time, but hasn't produced many new individuals who surpass level 30. Who would have thought that a nobody from the outer city could actually do it? However, the interests of the Nitian Gay and Nitian Yinfeng faction have already been divided up. The 8 major families were naturally unwilling to spit out what they had already eaten, but they also did not want to clash with the Nangong family. Because at that time, the patriarch of the Nangong family was still young, younger than everyone who had surpassed level 30. So in the end, they all compromised and created a new industry for the Nangong family. Underground industry. In the Nangong family's underground businesses, all sorts of things of dubious origin can be traded. The so-called no difference between inside and outside the city means that as long as you have money, you can have whatever you want. This can be seen as indirectly helping the 8 major families absorb some of their production capacity. Of course, the Nangong family no longer relies entirely on underground industries. Their capital in legitimate businesses is also growing. They have also begun to actively crack down on some of the most shady underground industries. However, because of this, their brand awareness has never been high, but those who know them understand what kind of behemoth they are. More importantly, compared to other top families, they are much more unrestrained and lawless. The head of the Lan family dragged his heavy steps to the other car. Is it the head of the Nangong family in person? At this moment, the head of the Lan family had never felt so mentally exhausted. The Chu family patriarch was completely dumbfounded by the Lan family patriarch's behavior. What had happened? The Lan family? This has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. The image of the old woman flashed through Nangong Zhenshou's mind, and he said with slight displeasure. Although the Lan family patriarch was being bossed around like this, he was secretly delighted. He nodded frantically, said, "Thank you," and turned to leave. Upon seeing this, The head of the Chu family knew something was wrong and immediately gave chase. King of the Underground. But they couldn't stop the other party at all, though the words still echoed in their ears. Upon hearing this, the Chu family patriarch's face instantly collapsed and his hands began to tremble. The King of the Underground. How did they manage to offend this patriarch? Come in and let's talk. Nangong Shao stood in the courtyard and looked at the Chu family head from afar. The head of the Chu family walked into the courtyard with his head down. When he saw his father arrive, Chu Yin wanted to call out, but after looking at Nangong Shao, he held back. Nangong Shao didn't care and put his hand on the shoulder of the Chu family head and kicked Chu Yin, who was lying on the ground, and asked, "Your son?" "Yes, it's my son. My son is ignorant." Before the Chu family patriarch could finish speaking, Nangong Shao interrupted him directly. "I ask, you answer." The Chu family head's expression froze for a moment. Then he could only nod reluctantly. Understood. Even Jiang Jie stopped crying and stared blankly at the scene before her. The arrogant and domineering Nangong Shao, with his red hair, started lecturing someone who could be his father. It looks just like a thug extorting protection money from a middle-aged, honest boss. Well, it's a misfortune for your family to have such a son, but you still have to make compensation. Upon hearing this, the head of the Chu family saw the aggrieved party almost instantly. Seeing Jiang Jie bow and greet him smoothly, he immediately said, "Although I don't know what my son did to you, rest assured I will do my best to make it up to you." Hey, Nangong Shao said with dissatisfaction. "Compensation alone is not enough. Your son said that the girl still owes you 35 million. Upon hearing this, the head of the Chu family wished he could stomp Chu Yin to death, but he could only grit his teeth and say, No, my son misremembered. It's our family that owes the girl's family 35 million. Nangong Shao then patted the head of the Chu family on the shoulder with satisfaction. "All right, now carry your son and get out of here." Upon hearing this, the Chu family patriarch wiped his sweat, bowed to Nangong Shao, and then left with his son in his arms. Nangong Shao, the lackey of Chu Yin, gave him a wink. A group of burly men instantly made their move, and the sound of cracking weapons echoed continuously. The henchmen present all had one leg broken. Jiang Jie couldn't bear to watch this scene any longer and turned her head to hide her eyes in Bai Xiaoya's arms. Bai Xiaoya also frowned slightly. Meanwhile, the head of the Chu family was carrying Chu Yin and leading a group of henchmen with broken legs as they walked outside. But then I saw another car parked at the entrance. The head of the Chu family was now unsure whether he should leave or not. Soon the car door opened and Li Chun got out of the car. He glanced at the two convoys, one black and one white, then at the head of the Chu family, Chu Yin in his arms, and the group of people with broken legs behind him. He also frowned. "What's going on?" Gu Yin, the head of the Chu family. A bunch of crippled lackeys. Ding Zhu, Nangong Shao, and others at the entrance. Honestly, they all felt that Chu Yin's luck today was ridiculously bad. However, Li Chun did not stop them in the end. His attention was mainly focused on the Bai family and the Nangong family. Only then did Lin Feng, who had been working diligently, look up and glance at the time. Oh, it's lunchtime. Following the secret passage to his room, he pushed open the door. "Brother Ding, is dinner ready?" Everyone looked up at Lin Feng. Silence is spreading. Lin Feng was taken aback when he saw so many people gathered at the entrance. What has happened? In the end, Lin Feng invited them in one by one. Lin Feng first talked to Bai Xiaowen's parents, but he didn't know much about them. The main points are twofold. This mark was placed on Bai Xiaowen when she was very young, so it should be a kind of superpower. And what Bai Xiaowen needs most right now is to nurture her spiritual power. After speaking, Lin Feng wrote a prescription on the spot and handed it to Bai Xiaowen's parents. Although the Bai family possessed advanced medical expertise, they still felt that Lin Feng's actions were out of kindness and accepted the prescription. Then the Bai family took their leave. If the Nangong family weren't here, they could have a proper chat, but now is not the time. However, before leaving, Bai Xinchu also said, "Brother Lin, I'll treat you to a good meal at the Bai family home after you complete this mission." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. When the Bai family members reached the door, Bai Xiaoya suddenly stopped and looked at Nangong Shao, saying, "Although I also felt very aggrieved about what happened in Nangong, this is, after all, inside the city, not outside where you can run wild as you please." As soon as Bai Xiaoya finished speaking, Bai Xiaowen grabbed her clothes. Nangong Shao waved his hand at Bai Xiaowen and said, "Sister Xiaoya can destroy other people's families with a flick of her finger, so why can't I?" After speaking, Nan Gongxiao looked at Bai Xiaoyao without any fear. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before Bai Xiaoyao left, saying, "Take care of yourself." Only after watching the Bai family leave Nangong town did he get out of the car. It's not that Nangong Jinshou is afraid of the Bai family, but if the two of them step into Lin Feng's house at the same time, a major earthquake might occur in Yanfeng, Central City tomorrow. "Brother Lin, I'm here today mainly to ask you for a favor." As he spoke, he took out a large sheet of blueprints and unfolded it in front of Lin Feng. "This is our metal production line. It was working perfectly fine before, but for some reason, it suddenly started acting up these past few days. The materials produced had problems with all their properties. Have you confirmed that all the indicators are correct?" Lin Feng asked Nan Gongxiao. Nan Gongxiao glanced back at his secretary, and seeing that she nodded, he nodded as well. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Then someone is playing tricks. Forget about the production line. Just go to the warehouse and check the raw materials. I bet there are people in the testing lab helping to fake it." Upon hearing this, the members of the Nangong family were stunned for a moment before looking at Nangong Jinshou. Storehouse? This is a taboo subject for the Nangong family. Nangong Jinshou's eyes narrowed as well. If that's the case, the cost of causing destruction is indeed lower. However, all of the Nangong family's warehouses were in the hands of one person, his younger brother, Nangong Haisha. Nangong Xiao had obviously thought of this as well, and his expression immediately turned ugly. "Understood. Let's go back and handle it." Watching the other person leave, Li Chen looked at Lin Feng and said, "It seems you two are getting along well on the island." Chapter 89, The Origins of the Operations Department. "Not bad. Uncle Li, what brings you here?" To be honest, if Ding Zhu hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known that so much had happened outside in the short time he was in the lab. Outrageous. "Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you have any thoughts about which team you've been assigned to." Looking at Li Chun, Lin Feng shook his head and said, "To be honest, Uncle Li, I don't know much about these three teams. I'll leave this matter to you to arrange." Li Chen nodded and said, "Okay, just watch your performance in this mission. You don't need to push yourself too hard. I'll take care of the rest for you." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and roughly understood what Li Chen meant. After chatting with Lin Feng for a while, Li Chun patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and turned to leave. Suddenly, he turned to look at Arno. "Princess Arno, although I know you don't want to go back right now. However, Grand Duke Coles has already sent several letters and some items to our foreign ministry. There should be something you need among them. Remember to take it." After saying that, Li Chun smiled, made a gesture to Arno, and left. Arno was stunned the moment he saw the gesture. Lin Feng and Ding Zhu exchanged a questioning glance. Ding Zhu shrugged, indicating that he didn't know either. Arno's expression suddenly turned serious as he looked at Lin Feng and said, "You've joined the Special Operations Department. How did you know?" Lin Feng also looked at Arno with great interest. Judging from Arno's expression, joining this organization that was at the top of the central city didn't seem to be a good thing. "Because I knew he was Li Chun. Is he famous in your area as well?" Lin Feng looked at Yano with some confusion and asked. The title Grand Duke Coles immediately suggests he's from the East Coast region. Special operations departments typically don't extend their operations beyond their immediate surroundings, right? Very famous, extremely famous. However, Arno clearly didn't want to talk about that, and instead started talking to Lin Feng about the Special Operations Department. The Special Operations Department was originally part of all four major factions. Moreover, it was established by four major factions that gathered all the top talents, with only one goal: to deal with the reverse star. Because the opposing star frequently carried out terrorist attacks in major cities at that time. That's why this department was established, and as the department's achievements become apparent, their power also increases. Until one day, this department added an agency audit department. Then the nature of this department changed. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately realized what was happening. They wield immense military power and have the authority to monitor everyone. Isn't this the embroidered uniform guard? But the Jinyui's clients were the Emperor's Special Operations Department. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Arno knew that the other party understood. So this department looks very powerful, but there's a lot behind it. You know what I mean? Lin Feng nodded, his brows furrowing slightly before relaxing again. What does this have to do with him? Didn't he join the Special Operations Department to make it easier to obtain resources for cultivation? What does it have to do with him, whether it's internal power struggles or external pressure? Once he quickly levels up, even if something happens, Wouldn't it be better to just use brute force to overcome all obstacles? Thinking of this, Lin Feng instantly sobered up, said he was hungry, and sat down at the table to start eating. After finishing his meal, he ran back to the research lab to continue his gun-making endeavor. After watching Lin Feng leave, Arno looked at Ding Zhu and asked him a question. Is Lin Feng your relative in the city? No, we came from the wilderness together. Are you sure? I think he's not that old, yet he passed the Special Operations Department's assessment. Can such a person be trained in the wilderness? Ding Zhu shrugged and said, he is indeed not very old, the same age as Jiang Jie. As for his current level of skill, that was all developed through his own practice and had little to do with whether it was in the wilderness or not. Is she the same age as Jiang Jie? So she's 15. Arno couldn't help but exchange a glance with Jiang Jie. This was just too outrageous. The Bai family. Bai Xiaoya and Bai Xiaowen were lying on the same bed. Looking at Bai Xiaowen and Bai Xiaoya, who were standing next to her with their eyes open, she suddenly laughed. What's wrong? Are you thinking about Lin Feng? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen visibly blushed. No, it isn't. Look, your face is all red, and you still say there's nothing there. Bai Xiaoya pulled Bai Xiaowen into her arms and said, tell me, do you like Lin Feng? At this point, Bai Xiaowen calmed down. I don't know. Lin Feng did help me a lot, but I could also sense that he wasn't very interested in us. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoya rolled her eyes and said, you're all men, so go to bed together and strip naked. See if he's interested in you then. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen's entire head turned red. Sister, what are you saying? They're still young. Bai Xiaoya shrugged and didn't continue the topic. Instead, Bai Xiaowen suddenly became interested and said, Xiaoya, were those words you said before you left meant to remind Nangong Xiao? Bai Xiaoya patted Bai Xiaowen's head and said with a smile, oh, Xiaowen has become smarter. She didn't have a good impression of the Chu family. Her words before leaving were just to make the other party understand that the Nangong family was, after all, the king of the underworld. They're not the 8 top families that are actually publicly known, although they are now trying their best to whitewash their image and even play a pivotal role in many industries. But the fact that its reputation still couldn't spread says something, doesn't it? Some people still hope that the Nangong family will remain the kings of the underworld. They don't care about whether it's a king or not. The key is underground. Bai Xiaoya sighed again soon after. I was reminding Nangong Xiao, but he also told me his answer. Bai Xiaowen thought about Nangong Xiao's last words. Hook your fingers together. Family destroyed and people killed. Is there anyone who could bring ruin to the Nangong family? Before Bai Xiaowen could finish speaking, Bai Xiaoya covered her mouth. Some things and some words can only be kept in one's heart. Once you say something to someone, you'll gradually say it a second or third time, and eventually it will spread without you even realizing it. Listening to her older sister's earnest words, Bai Xiaowen nodded silently. Suddenly, she realized why Nangong Xiao, as the absolute heir of the Nangong family, had to join the Special Operations Department. Is it because of that surname? Chapter 90, Am I Going to Have Superpowers? Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV14. Age, 15. Race, half-elf. Superpower, none. Strength, 13.8. Agility, 14.1. Constitution, 13.7. Spirit, 14.9. Talent/specialty, dexterity. Special attribute, chi. Skills, comprehensive marksmanship LV.11. Sniper rifle LV.12. Rifle LV.11. Pistol LV.11. Serpent dagger LV.15. Serpent dual blades LV.7. Basic spiritual breathing LV.2. Tidal meditation LV.3. Knowledge, basic pharmacy knowledge LV.14. Biology LV.14. Pharmaceutics LV.14. Formulation LV.14. Basic mechanical knowledge LV.13. Mechanics LV.13. Materials science LV.14. Weaponry, metals LV.15. Machining LV.15. Intelligent programming LV.13. On the training ground, Lin Feng frowned as he looked at his panel. During his few days back, he verified many of his ideas in the well-equipped research lab. This can be considered as bringing about a surge in knowledge. This can be considered a combination of learning and practice. But the key issue now is that he feels his mental strength has reached a bottleneck. At that time, after shattering the mark in by Xiaowen's mental sea, he devoured the remaining fragments of the mark. Mental strength also saw a small increase. However, problems soon arose. After reaching 14.9, his mental strength remained stuck there and did not increase. Could it be because of that wreckage? Lin Feng thought for a moment and then shook his head. Even this little bit of mental energy could affect him. That would be a disgrace to the reputation of tidal meditation as the most perfect basic meditation method. A simple introduction to mental abilities, a popular science series on the residents of the Celestial Empire. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment when he saw the information provided by A519. Psychic powers? Is he about to awaken a superpower? I quickly opened the document and started reading it. I have to say, it was indeed easy to understand. Lin Feng soon realized that his situation was indeed a precursor to the awakening of his superpowers. But there is a problem. This kind of superpower, which is awakened later in life through meditation, is most likely related to meditation. It's probably meant to make Lin Feng more suited to this meditation method, or to give him an additional means of defense or offense. However, Lin Feng didn't care that even a small mosquito was still meat. He's someone with special abilities, big or small, you know? Thinking of this, Lin Feng began searching for solutions online, and sure enough, the information was very comprehensive. Several solutions were quickly found to help resolve this situation. Lin Feng glanced at the sample and found that the fastest method was to prepare a potion. The preparation of this potion was not difficult, but there was a slight problem with the materials. Do we need a seed of inspiration? Lin Feng frowned slightly, although the name Spirit Seed sounded nice. However, the process of making it is quite cruel, requiring constant torture of a creature with sufficiently strong innate mental power, causing the other party to die in intense pain. Only then could something like this be born. Note that this is only a possibility, not a certainty, so it often takes a lot of killing to create one of these things. Of course, there's also the most peaceful method, which is to cultivate slowly through meditation and wait for the right time to come. How can there be such cruel methods on this? Because the Celestial Empire has a clear hierarchy of residents: senior residents, junior citizens, intermediate citizens, and advanced citizens. Only those with supernatural abilities can become citizens and enjoy all the rights of citizens. They prefer to raise creatures with high innate spiritual power and sensitivity to harm, such as humans, specifically to produce these seeds, rather than creatures below the level of inhabitants and livestock. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at A519's words. Does this alien empire still exist? It's gone. Did they go too far and incur resistance from the lower levels? It wasn't a problem at the top that led to its self-destruction. In fact, many races in the universe survive by selling themselves as slaves to others. Lin Feng closed the file and looked up at the starry sky. It seems this starry sky is much more dangerous than he imagined. Lin Feng checked the time, returned to his room, went to the research lab to get his things, and waited until he was fully armed before going downstairs. Sure enough, a car was already parked outside, and Instructor Han was standing next to the open car door, waving at him. The timing was perfect. Dingzhu and Jiangjia have already gone to school. Without saying goodbye, Lin Feng calmly got into the car. Lin Feng, Brother Feng, Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao were already in the car. It seems it'll be the three of us again this time. Lin Feng smiled. He still quite enjoyed working with Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao. The two were obedient and also had their own unique insights. They are a pretty good partner. Of course, there's still three of us, but next time you plan to complete the game, don't go alone. Nangong Xiao looked at Lin Feng and said, feigning displeasure. Lin Feng could only smile and explain. At the time, we didn't have enough materials and I didn't know the specific effects of those things. It wasn't intentional that I didn't bring you along. Don't worry, I'll definitely make you do your best this time. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao's eyes darted around and he suddenly spoke. I will definitely try my best, but please don't make me suffer too much. Upon hearing this, Instructor Han and Bai Xiaowen both rolled their eyes. This person has quite a lot of demands. Lin Feng was amused. Okay, no problem. After saying that, he took out a bright red pistol and handed it to Nangong Xiao. This is? Crimson made this pistol for you. Unloaded weight, 749 grams. Length, 19.5 centimeters. Barrel length, 11.2 centimeters. Muzzle velocity, 450 meters per second. Magazine capacity, 15 rounds. The main advantage of using 9mm bullets is their high power, 600 meters per second. Upon hearing this, Instructor Han couldn't help but ask, how can we guarantee the recoil, accuracy, and duration of use with such a fast draw speed? It should be noted that even their fourth-generation pistol bullets have a muzzle velocity of only 450 meters per second. They could barely control the recoil. This can be considered a manufacturing challenge for fourth-generation pistols. Lin Feng smiled and said, I added a mechanical mechanism inside that can actively absorb energy, plus Nangong's physical fitness, so it shouldn't be a problem. Nangong Xiao grabbed the Crimson One, already completely captivated by it. It truly lived up to its custom-made status. The moment I held this gun, it felt like it was perfectly integrated into my hand. It was so comfortable to hold. These are your white thorns. The gun handed by Xiaowen was much smaller. The gunshot was only 15.2 centimeters long. But even so, Lin Feng relied on excellent design and special materials to ensure the barrel length so that the bullet's initial velocity was high enough. However, this gun isn't that powerful. Its main strengths are concealment and penetration. Bai Xiaowen also played with it quite happily. After playing with it for a while, Bai Xiaowen suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something else about the gun. Lin Feng nodded, signaling her to be quiet. On the other side, after playing with it for so long, Nangong Xiao also discovered what was hidden in his crimson body, but he was much more clever. Just pretend you didn't see it. Instructor Han glanced at the guns in their hands, and then at the cloth bag on Lin Feng's back. If these two guys have such powerful guns, what will Lin Feng pull out next? Chapter 91 Outer City. All right, you've arrived at your destination. The three of them were stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Have we arrived? So fast. Are we still inside the city? Nangong Xiao looked at Instructor Han and immediately launched into a series of 3 deadly questions. It's not in the city, but it's a place you're very familiar with. After saying that, he took out a yellow-brown paper bag and handed it to Nangong Xiao. Since you are the captain, this information is for you. Nangong Xiao had just received the documents and hadn't even opened them when the 3 of them were kicked out of the car. Suck. After getting out of the car, Lin Feng took a breath and then softly uttered 2 words. Wilderness. He was more than familiar with the air in the wilderness. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen gazed into the distance and could clearly see the outline of the central city and the densely packed tents below. Seeing this, Bai Xiaowen laughed and then looked at Nangong Xiao and said, Captain, we're really counting on you this time. Lin Feng followed their gaze and realized that they were indeed very close to the central city. They were separated by only one city wall, because at this moment they were in what the people of the central city often call the outer city. Nangong Xiao reached out and hugged Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen again. Now that I'm here, I feel like I've come home. Let me take you to experience the wonderful life in the outer city. After saying that, he led the way, while Bai Xiaowen, who was lagging behind, began to explain Nangong Xiao's family background to Lin Feng. The Nangong family controls the largest underground channel in the entire Yanfeng faction. It can be said that half of this outer city was built by the Nangong family. For Nangong Xiao, arriving here truly felt like coming home. Lin Feng still had some doubts. Underground channels? Are you referring to those anonymous materials and supplies? But these resources probably wouldn't be enough to support such a large outer city. The closer he got, the more he saw things that were different from what he had imagined. From a distance, this area looked like it was filled with countless tents, but that's not actually the case. They just look like tents. They're all permanent structures. They're all made of reinforced concrete. Some of what appear to be clusters of tents are actually just a building with paintings on it. This would be completely unaffordable for hunters in the wilderness. That's right, it really can't support it. Therefore, most of the trade occurring here is mainly between the 4 major factions and some forces whose names cannot be disclosed. Exchanges between the 4 major factions. It's probably a problem with our advantageous industries. Yin Feng is skilled in weaponry, so he strictly controls the outflow of top-tier weaponry. Because of the expertise of Takagusa and Tahashin in producing rare potions, the price of these potions skyrockets in Rock Peak. Ultimately, it all comes down to me protecting the interests of my own faction. The goal is to control the quantity of goods in the market in order to maintain prices. The price difference naturally leaves a large profit margin for smugglers. As for that unnamed force, it's probably the Reverse Star. Although people don't like Reverse Star, they still appreciate many of their technological products. So if Brother Feng needs any materials or herbs, he can ask Nangong. That's right, as long as the money is right, I can find you anything. Nangong Xiao also seized the opportunity to interject. After saying that, he pointed to the fortress-like building in front of him. Let's go soak in the hot springs first. Enter the building. Before they even saw the hot spring, they were greeted by 3 scantily clad young women. Bai Xiaowen's face turned red instantly. One of them immediately leaned against Nangong Xiao. Why didn't you give me any notice before you arrived, young master? Compared to Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen's behavior of keeping their distance from these young ladies, Nangong Xiao seemed much more experienced. He reached out and pinched the other person's fat buttocks while speaking. They'll arrange 2 baths for us first, and we'll talk about the others after we finish bathing. Seeing how familiar the other person was with them, Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen exchanged a glance and suddenly felt like they had followed the wrong person. Ah, that feels so good. As the steam filled the hot spring, Nangong Xiao cried out. Lin Feng was sitting in the hot spring, soaking in the water while flipping through the documents in his hand. How about it? Can you see anything? While enjoying a massage from the busted beauty beside him, Nangong Xiao asked a question. According to the Special Operations Department's report, the other party has disappeared since their last appearance. It looked as if they had simply vanished from the outer city. Lin Feng glanced through the documents and said with some surprise. Nangong Xiao frowned upon hearing this. It's indeed difficult to investigate outside the city. Honestly, even if you told me they were all dead, I would believe you. After all, there are all sorts of crazy people here. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I still believe they are hiding, and they should be hiding very well. These 3 people are level 15 and 16, and they're also peripheral members of the Reverse Star, which means that they are not bad in terms of equipment or combat power. It shouldn't be that easy to die. Hearing this, Nangong Xiao, while fiddling with a large steamed bun next to him, pondered where would be suitable for Tibetans. It's the kind of thing that the Special Operations Department can't find. Could it be over at Haigu? A girl next to him suddenly spoke up to remind him. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao paused for a moment before realizing what was happening. That's very possible. Black Gully? Lin Feng looked at Nangong Xiao with some confusion. It's located on the edge of the outer city, which is basically a gathering place for lunatics. Even within the outer city, it's one of the most chaotic places. Most importantly, that place is perfect for hiding. Shall we go take a look in a bit? Nangong Xiao shook his head and said, they have a rule that they don't open during the day, so let's wait until night. Lin Feng nodded, then suddenly started scribbling on a piece of paper and handed it to the young lady who had been standing next to him offering her services, but which he had refused. Could you please buy these items for me? I'll pay you back when I get back. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao waved his hand and said, go and inform the warehouse that it should be delivered in a little while. The young lady nodded and left. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised by the warehouse. So, does this mean your family's problem is resolved? Nangong Xiao nodded and said, you are absolutely right. There's a problem with the raw materials provided by the warehouse, and there's also an inside agent in the testing room. However, these are all minor issues. With my husband in charge, resolving them is quite easy. After saying that, Nangong Xiao seemed to remember something and looked at Lin Feng to ask, Lin Feng, do you know how to repair very delicate instruments? Precision instruments? What is it for? Prosthetic limbs. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned slightly. To be honest, I don't know much about the biological neuroscience involved in repairing prosthetics. Simplified substitute mechanical devices are from the General Knowledge series for mechanical engineers in China. Basic Biological Neuroscience is a primary education series jointly compiled by the Mechanical Kingdom and the Mysterious Continent of Roland. Chapter 92 Lin Feng is missing. Seeing the information that suddenly popped up, Lin Feng changed his tune. But it's still worth going to take a look. It's okay. You don't need to feel pressured. My dad was planning to host a banquet for you anyway, as a way of thanking you for your guidance. Otherwise, we don't know how much time we would have wasted. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Nangong Xiao assumed he was in a difficult position and took the initiative to speak. Lin Feng shook his head, but didn't explain further. It's not easy to explain. You can't just tell the other person that you spent a few days learning it. Even if I told him, Nangong Xiao wouldn't believe me. Lin Feng immersed himself in the hot spring, closed his eyes, and immediately began studying. Nangong Xiao, sitting opposite him, couldn't help but scratch his head. What are they doing now? Although Lin Feng didn't do anything, for some reason, he was like this at this moment. Suddenly, I felt a sense of shame, like a slacker who was still playing around while the top student in the whole school was still studying. Extremely awkward. They waited until Lin Feng needed something before buying it, and then climbed out of the hot spring. It's been so long since I've had a proper soak. It feels so much better. Nangong Xiao stretched his body and said something, and Bai Xiaowen nodded in agreement. I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time. Lin Feng took the materials, found a place where he could process them, and started making them right in front of the two of them. It took less than half a day. 3 thumb-sized spider robots appeared on the table. How do I use this thing? Looking at the slender spider robots in front of him, he felt that he could crush them all with a single slap. Nangong Xiao didn't even realize he had just touched something when he gently touched it. What can this do? Lin Feng casually sprinkled a drop of the prepared medicine onto Nangong Xiao's clothes. The 3 spiders instantly came to life, and with a gentle leap, they landed on Nangong Xiao's clothes. At the same time, 3 red dots appeared on Lin Feng's communicator. Do you feel anything? It's too light. I can't feel it all, Nangong Xiao said, quite surprised. Now he and Bai Xiao understand how to use the 3 little guys. With these 3 little guys and the accompanying medication, if they mark someone, that person basically has no chance of escaping. After understanding, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged a glance and had to admit that Lin Feng was truly a genius. What seemed like very simple parts to them became even more complicated after Lin Feng's processing. It's completely different now. It's about time. Let's head to Haigu. Nangong Xiao glanced at his watch and then led Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen in that direction. Lin Feng kept observing the surrounding environment. After they crossed a boundary, Lin Feng keenly noticed that the entire environment had changed drastically. The number of hunters spying on them from the roadside and the blackened bloodstains on the ground gradually increased. The atmosphere had become more oppressive and chaotic compared to the previous enthusiastic and unrestrained atmosphere. Is this no longer your territory? Nangong Xiao nodded and said, Yes, this is the old outer city. Our family has built the new outer city. The situation here is quite chaotic, and our family can hardly manage it. Following Nangong Xiao's footsteps, they eventually arrived at a pile of ruins. Looking around, this is a large area of destroyed buildings, with numerous ruins standing among them. For a moment, the place seemed unusually desolate. Lin Feng walked to a broken wall and looked down at the end of the wall. The traces from single shots showed a clear step pattern, which is very consistent with the traces of continuous energy emission. Is this an energy weapon? Although a long time had passed, he still easily found traces left by the energy weapon attack on it. However, based on his understanding of Yin Feng's technological level, the other party shouldn't have reached that level yet, right? Could they be extraterrestrials? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's gaze became deep and unfathomable. It seems the water on this planet is deeper than he imagined. What's wrong? Nangong Xiao asked, looking at the motionless Lin Feng with some confusion. Nothing's wrong, let's go inside. Nangong Xiao cocked the pistol with a click and then spoke as he walked. The reason this place is called Black Gully is simple. The architecture here is just too complex. People often get ambushed and their boats capsize here, so we call it Black Gully. Here, if you feel you're in danger. Bang! Nangong Xiao suddenly fired a shot at the wall on the left. Just shoot. Thump. Puff. The bullet pierced through the wall instantly, leaving a hole the size of a bowl. At the same time, the sound of a headshot came from behind the wall. Through the bullet hole, Bai Xiaowen clearly saw that the head of the person behind her was gone. Only one body, holding a large-caliber sniper rifle, remained crouching on the ground. Clearly, if Nangong Xiao hadn't fired that shot, they might be the ones with their heads off right now. This gun is indeed very powerful. Nangong Xiao looked at the crimson in his hand and really liked it no matter how he looked at it. But this place is so big. How are we supposed to find people? Bai Xiaowen looked at Nangong Xiao with some confusion and asked, I originally thought that the so-called Black Ditch was just a street, but who knew it was such a huge ruin? How are we supposed to find these people? Snakes have their own paths, and rats have their own paths. Wherever you are, as long as you find the key person, you can get the information you want. After saying that, Nangong Xiao led the way, taking the two of them around for a while. Finally, they came to an old beggar lying on the ground, his body covered in filth and emitting a foul odor. Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but wrinkle her delicate nose, but ultimately she endured it. Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao's expressions remained unchanged, and Nangong Xiao even squatted down next to the old beggar. Old Bao wants to know some information. Ask. The old beggar didn't even turn his face before speaking. Have these people come over recently? Nangong Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately took out 3 photos and placed them behind Lao Bao, just as Bai Xiaowen was waiting for Lao Bao to turn around and see what he looked like. Suddenly, an eye opened behind Lao Bao's head. A slightly cloudy human eye. Startled, Bai Xiaowen instinctively raised her hand to shoot, but Lin Feng stopped her in time. He glanced at Bai Xiaowen and then continued to examine the 3 photos. I've never been here before. Upon hearing this news, Nangong Xiao frowned. They've never been here? Aside from Black Gully, he really couldn't think of anywhere else suitable for the 3 people from Ni Xing to hide. Nangong Xiao put away the photos, stood up, glanced at Lao Bao lying on the ground, and said, "Someone will bring you the white cake in a little while." Upon hearing this, Lao Bao's eye behind his head closed very naturally, without leaving a trace. She wouldn't have believed it if anyone hadn't just seen an eye there with her own eyes. Bai Xiaowen leaned against Lin Feng, her expression still somewhat frightened. The 3 turned and left. Nangong Xiao began to explain to Lin Feng. Despite his appearance, Lao Bao is actually a very powerful superhuman. Even lying here, the entire Black Ditch is under his surveillance. However, because of his unique energy source that mutates through self-radiation, he has to expend all his energy every day to fight against the physical abnormality. That's pretty tragic. Then isn't that white cake? Bai Xiaowen finally understood. That's right, it's just an anesthetic, which can temporarily relieve his pain. Nangong Xiao shook his head and said that his family had long given up this business, and that what they produced was used as regular medical medicine. Giving Lao Bao special treatment is a rare occurrence. Distortion? Doesn't the central city have any anti-mutagenic drugs? Lin Feng asked Bai Xiaowen with some surprise. Bai Xiaowen shook her head. There aren't many anti-mutation drugs in the 4 major factions. There are mainly 3 types. 2 are in Gao Chao's hands, and 1 is in Dongbin's hands. But as you know, they don't even have enough for themselves right now. Even if you spend a lot of money every year, you can't buy many of them. Lin Feng nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. As they reached the exit of the Black Ditch ruins, they suddenly heard a whoosh and saw a person rush past them. Before they could even see what was going on, a group of people appeared in front of them. They were clearly chasing after the person who had just rushed past. The 3 of them didn't want to cause trouble, so they quickly stepped aside and let the people chase them inside. TSK, TSK, TSK. Why are so many people chasing after that guy? Nangong Xiao said with a hint of sarcasm. Bai Xiaowen looked at the group of people with curiosity, but suddenly she realized that someone seemed to be missing from her side. Huh? Where is Lin Feng? Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao looked over, but Lin Feng, who had been standing next to them just moments before, was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 93: Exaggerated Calculations. Were they scattered by that group of people? No way, that's Lin Feng. Just as the 2 of them were wondering, a message suddenly appeared on Bai Xiaowen's communicator. I have something to do. I'll come find you at the bathhouse later. Both of them were stunned when they saw the message on Bai Xiaowen's communicator. What were they doing? Where did it go? The crowd had run to a dead end and were looking around in confusion. Did it jump over the wall and fly high to escape? It's impossible for us to have been following him the whole time. Besides, he's just a psychic. Where would he get such good stamina? Everyone present nodded in agreement. If they were really that strong, they wouldn't have been chased by them. Quickly spread out and search. Ding, ding, ding. Bang, bang, bang. Knock, knock, knock. Immediately, everyone present started banging and striking the area with their knives. But they gave up after about 10 minutes. There wasn't a trace left. Were we deceived by his mental illusions? I guess so. Let's go back first, kid. At this point, the leader shook his head. The others also showed signs of frustration. In fact, they had already anticipated that the child wouldn't be able to come back. It's just that we finally encountered the murderer, but he managed to escape. As the group emerged from the dead end, everyone suddenly paused in surprise. Unbeknownst to them, someone was already standing at the entrance of the alley, waiting for them. If the other side had just fired, the leader felt a chill run down his spine upon thinking about this. Is something wrong with the child? The leader, with his hand on his waist, looked at Lin Feng, who was clearly not very old, and asked, "It's nothing. I just want to know why you guys are chasing that person." The crowd looked at Lin Feng, exchanged glances, and finally looked at him with wary eyes. "Why should we talk to you?" The person next to the leader was interrupted halfway through speaking by the leader. "How dare you speak like that?" After reprimanding the people around him, the leader turned to Lin Feng and said, "Hey buddy, let's chase after that guy. It's because he steals children. One of the kids in our camp was bewitched by him and went with him. I ran into him by chance today, which is why I chased after him." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded, turned around, and left. Why is the captain being so polite to a child? Hearing what the person next to him said, The leader gave him a hard knock on the head. I've told you so many times. When you encounter strange people, you need to be polite and speak to them properly. Isn't that just a child? The person next to him covered his head and said somewhat indignantly. Upon hearing this, the leader sneered and said, "A kid? Have you ever seen a kid stronger than me? If someone is stronger than you, that means they're at least level 12? The leader nodded and said, "I had a constant sense of unease as soon as he got close. He was right behind us just now. I didn't even know when he appeared. If he had fired, he probably could have wiped us all out in an instant." At this point, a smile suddenly appeared on the leader's face. Well, it's good that bastard dared to provoke such a powerful person. His fate is probably not going to be good. At that moment, Lin Feng saw the red dot on the communicator and hurried towards that direction. The group of people who were just now were right. They were indeed misled by that guy's little trick. In the end, they took the wrong path. However, he had already left marks on the other person's body. However, Lin Feng was not in a hurry and simply followed behind the other person slowly. Since the other party hasn't discovered him, there's no need for him to risk being discovered. Soon they saw that the other party had stopped moving. Lin Feng then quickened his pace. After glancing around, Lin Feng leaped onto a broken pillar. With his amazing eyesight, he could see the man's residence in the distance. It was in a very hidden corner, connected by rows of broken walls on all four sides. The only way to get in was to jump over them. Lin Feng guessed that the other party had probably dug a secret passage from below to make it easier for him to escape. In that case, it would be virtually impossible for him to get there without alerting the other party. Thinking of this, Lin Feng knelt down on one knee and opened his backpack. Click, 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 click. In just 10 seconds, a rather slender sniper rifle was assembled in Lin Feng's hands. What's most eye-catching isn't the slender shape of this sniper rifle, but rather the support it rests on. The support structure has a wave-like shape. If you look closely, you will find that each wave is made of finely woven threads. This is the new gun that Lin Feng designed for himself. Ripple. If we classify it according to the generation of Rock Peak Castle, this ripple is roughly at the level of the 8th generation. It directly creates a generational gap with the best guns in Rock Peak City. They loaded specially designed penetrating bullets and aimed them at the house where the enemy was located. Lin Feng took out his communicator and sent a command directly to the spider robot. Make them crawl from the other person's ankles all the way up to their waist. At this moment, Lin Feng zoomed in on the red dot where the little spider was located to the maximum size and was able to clearly see a section of the red dot's movement trajectory. He closed his eyes and silently did some calculations. Open your eyes. Pull the trigger. With a soft bang, the black bullet transformed into a line and extended towards the house. After firing the shot, Lin Feng stood up, grabbed the gun with one hand, and ran towards the direction the other party was. Inside the room, Li Tao was resting in a chair. He was a psychiatrist, and his least favorite skill was physical labor. As a result, I was chased for so long by a group of homeless trash who had never even been to a big city. Just wait, I'll make you pay the price. As he was thinking, Li Tao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately opened his eyes and looked up at the ceiling. Danger warning? None of the alarms he set up went off. Bang! Suddenly a sound came from the wall. Li Tao looked in the direction of the sound, but before he could see what it was, he was shocked. Li Tao suddenly felt a pain in his stomach and spine. The next second, he realized he had lost control of his lower body. Hey, 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 hey! At the same time, the alarm in Li Tao's room started going off. Premeditated. A premeditated attack. But at this moment, he couldn't even stand up. He reached for his gun, but discovered that the bullet that had wounded him earlier had destroyed his fragile spine. His hands were trembling uncontrollably, making it impossible for him to draw his gun. Whoosh! The next second, a figure jumped down from the door on the ceiling. Li Tao was stunned. His door had been specially modified and had no password. Even a bomb couldn't open it for a while. The fact that no gunshots were heard means the other party used lockpicking techniques. How can lockpicking be so fast? Chapter 94, Rare Anger. As soon as he landed, Lin Feng looked around. The first thing I saw was Li Tao, sitting in a chair, his upper and lower body covered in blood, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Ignoring him, Lin Feng continued looking in other directions. The fact that the opponent didn't run away means that he had calculated correctly and that this shot had crippled the opponent. As his gaze shifted, Lin Feng's brows furrowed the next second. Inside a metal dog cage, a little girl not very old was lying down like a dog. There was an iron rice bowl in front of it. The iron cage was so tight that even if the little girl lay down inside, her head would touch the steel bars above her, let alone stand up. Continue looking behind. It was a wall covered with all sorts of glass jars, each containing an organ. Heart, liver, spleen, kidneys, lungs, eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and tongue. Hands, feet, arms, and head. A baby's head. With his knowledge of biology, Lin Feng could tell at a glance that this was a head that had been cut off shortly after birth. And it will most likely be a cesarean section. My gaze continued to the back, where there were various organs of strange beasts. The very back was filled with organs stitched together from humans and strange beasts, making Lin Feng feel nauseous. It extends all the way to the very end, where there is an abundance of reagents and medicinal herbs. All kinds of reagents and herbs. Looking down at the table he was standing on, he saw it filled with all sorts of medical instruments. After looking around the room, Lin Feng turned to Li Tao and said, "You really deserve to die." At that moment, Li Tao looked into Lin Feng's eyes and spoke. "I suggest you don't mess with me. The forces behind me are ones you can't afford to offend." "Oh, so confident? Tell me about it." Lin Feng jumped off the workbench and began carefully selecting each tool. The quality of these medical devices is quite good. At least they meet Lin Feng's requirements. Although I don't know how you managed to scheme against me for so long without me finding out. But I can tell you seriously that what you know about me is absolutely just the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, Li Tao was certain that the person in front of him had been plotting against him for a long time. Otherwise, how could someone shoot through the wall, break his spine, and still know the password to his door? Hurry up and tell me who your backing is. Stop beating around the bush. After selecting the equipment, Lin Feng began to select the reagents. And they were gradually blended together in a certain proportion. Li Tao was quite puzzled by Lin Feng's behavior, but he managed to utter two words. "Reverse. Star." Upon hearing those two words, Lin Feng's hand suddenly stopped in midair. Seeing this, Li Tao laughed. Sure enough, no matter who it was, they were still startled when they heard the words "Enai Xing." Yes, enough medicine has been added. After saying that, Lin Feng put the medicine back on the table and put the lid back on. "Li Tao, does this person not know what reverse star means?" Enai Xing isn't someone who hasn't killed them before. As Lin Feng spoke, he looked at Li Tao, then picked up a scalpel and a prepared medicine from the table and slowly walked towards Li Tao. "Someone who killed the reverse star?" Li Tao's eyes suddenly widened. "You're from the Special Operations Department?" No wonder you've been scheming against me for so long." "No, that's impossible. Didn't they already delete my information from the Special Operations Department?" "You are not, and you could not be, a member of the Special Operations Department." Listening to Li Tao's words, Lin Feng suddenly realized that he seemed to have caught a big fish. Seeing that Li Tao was becoming increasingly incoherent, Lin Feng had already walked up to him. At that moment, Li Tao suddenly closed his eyes, which had been babbling incessantly, and his eyes turned pitch black with only the whites showing. "You want to kill me? Go to hell." In an instant, Lin Feng saw a monster with a snake's head and a scorpion's tail rushing towards his mental sea. But the next second, Li Tao was stunned. What did he see? Ocean. A sea formed from spiritual energy. This is impossible. How could you have such strong mental power? Lin Feng glanced at Li Tao in front of him with some surprise. Your mental strength is much weaker than I imagined. It seems that such a good mental talent is really wasted on you. This sea is merely a manifestation of his spiritual intent, arising from practicing the tidal meditation technique. His spiritual power has certainly not reached the level of the sea, yet the opponent couldn't even see through it. Snap! A sudden wave swept up the snake-headed, scorpion-tailed monster and carried it away. A mental strength of around 10 points is really too weak for Lin Feng. It's important to understand that every increase on the system panel isn't a simple increase in the standard segment, but rather an extension or even a doubling of the enhancement. In other words, 11 points of strength is not the same as 10 points of strength plus 1/10 of the original 10 points of strength. It's not a 10-point increase in strength, but a doubling of it. Des Zoklaki. If Lin Feng hadn't wanted him to die too quickly, he would have crushed him instantly. At this moment, Li Tao also realized something was wrong. Why didn't the other party, who could have easily crushed and killed him, do so? Lin Feng took the syringe and inserted it directly into Li Tao's neck. The next second, the red reagent quickly flowed into his body, and Li Chun immediately felt the change around him. Sensitive. My body has become so sensitive. The shot you just fired destroyed your spine and caused you to lose most of your senses, but thankfully you have enough reagents here. Otherwise, I really would have let you go." Upon hearing this, Li Tao's body suddenly began to convulse. Pain. It hurts. The intense pain almost made him faint. And all of this was caused by Lin Feng making a small cut on his hand. He wouldn't normally even notice such a small wound. Puff. Another injection of medicine was administered into the body. Li Tao suddenly felt his consciousness become incredibly clear, and he couldn't faint even if he wanted to. There must be quite a few people like you among those who live in the world of Reverse Star. Hiss. A piece of flesh as thin as a cicada's wing was cut off from Li Tao's finger. Ah! The veins on Li Tao's neck started to bulge, and his voice became hoarse instantly after that shout. It hurts so much. Let me go, I'll tell you. Looking at Li Tao's face, which was covered in tears and snot and various transparent liquids, Lin Feng's eyes grew increasingly cold. You've probably experienced this scene many times before. Have you ever let others off the hook? I am guilty. I am a murderer. Kill me. Kill me now. Li Tao kept pleading with Lin Feng to let him understand his intentions with the 2 needles. As someone who was already afraid of pain, he felt nothing but the terror of death. Don't worry. You haven't told me everything I want to know yet. I can't bear to see you die so young. Let's start by talking about Bai Xiaowen. The moment Li Tao heard the name, his pupils contracted instantly. Bai Xiaowen. I don't. Puff. Before Li Tao could finish speaking, a sharp scalpel suddenly pierced his fingernail. The unparalleled pain even caused him to only utter one scream before stopping. Don't tell me you don't know. I need the answer. Lin Feng suddenly pulled out the scalpel again and spoke at the same time. Chapter 95 Memory Cleansing. In the end, Lin Feng got what he wanted from Li Tao. At the same time, I gained a deeper understanding of the Reverse Star organization. For example, many of the materials here were not collected by Li Tao himself, but were sent over by an I Xing. It's not that Li Tao is some kind of biological master or genius. It's just that his mind is always full of wonderful ideas. And I Xing also thought it was worth a try, but it was nothing to send him these things to experiment with. So it turned out like this. Of course, another aspect of understanding the Reverse Star is its power. Or rather, its power on this planet. According to Li Tao, there are definitely quite a few I Xing people lurking in the upper echelons of Lin Feng. Not only in various government agencies, but also in those top-tier families. For example, the mark in Bai Xiaowen's mental C was placed by Li Tao at the behest of an heir from a top-tier family. Lin Feng had originally planned to talk to Bai Xiaowen about this, but now he suddenly felt it was better to keep it to himself for the time being. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at Li Tao, who was already lifeless in front of him. He took out a sharp scalpel and plunged it deep into his forehead. Cut it open. A black, seed-shaped crystal appeared in front of Lin Feng. Seeds of the spirit. For Lin Feng, this could be considered making use of waste. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the house, which was neither too big nor too small, and he began to decorate it. It has to be said that although this guy's experimental skills are terrible, the reagents that Nixing prepared for him are still very plentiful. There was enough material to fulfill Lin Feng's series of arrangements. After finishing, Lin Feng chopped open the dog cage with his other hand. But the moment the cage was released, the girl lay on the ground, still desperately trying to run away. Really, for someone who has witnessed the entire process of Lin Feng's torture, it's hard to believe he's a good person. Running away is a survival instinct. However, Lin Feng didn't mind and gently waved his hand in front of the girl a few times. The girl fainted the next moment. The long period of imprisonment, coupled with the fright just now, the girl was already emotionally broken. However, Lin Feng did not see these as problems. When the girl woke up again, she found herself lying in a bathtub. At this moment, the girl began to try hard to recall what she used to do, but she couldn't find any clues. It was as if her brain had been cleaned, completely pure and innocent. Is Xiao Chun done washing up? Are we going back? The curtains at the entrance to the bathhouse were drawn back, and a girl about her age looked at her and asked. Xiao Chun looked at the girl and then pointed at me. Are you calling me? Xiao Chun, what do you mean by this? Wasn't I calling you to say there was someone else here? Is my name Xiao Chun? Xiao Chun, don't scare me. What's wrong with you? I don't know. I don't remember. Oh no, how could this happen? Come with me to see the supervisor. After finishing speaking to the girl, Xiao Chun pulled her out of the bathtub, took her hand, and started running. At first, Xiao Chun's legs were a little weak, but he quickly got into the running and ran faster and faster. Nangong Shao on the second floor also shook his head. That's how these kinds of weirdos always seem to be born in the wilderness. Lin Feng told them that he had discovered a pervert and chased after him, only to find that the girl had been imprisoned. They even put in a dog cage. Bai Xiaowen nodded with a hint of pity. But then again, Lin Feng, your hypnosis technique is really impressive. It's incredible that it was able to erase Xiao Qin's memories so completely. Lin Feng nodded as well. You know what? Those mystical things from the Roland Mystic continent are actually quite useful. The foundation of the first-tier dream entry technique comes from the complete guide to spells of the Dream Eater Faith School on the mysterious continent of Roland. Even Lin Feng didn't learn this dream entering technique because the requirement was a mental strength of 15 points. However, with some basic tips, Xiao Qin's dirty memories were completely wiped clean. This means that by having people act out a few plays, they can help the other party reshape their worldview. But this would put a lot of pressure on us if we were with you. Nangong Shao suddenly changed the subject and spoke. Bai Xiaowen nodded sharply, agreeing that such hypnosis was indeed terrifying. If Lin Feng had evil intentions, wouldn't he be able to control someone at will? You're overthinking it. The main reason is that Xiao Qin has suffered too much. When mental strength is low and self-awareness is on the verge of collapse, normal people with a strong would not have this effect. Upon hearing this, both Nangong Shao and Bai Xiaowen showed expressions of understanding and felt somewhat relieved. Although I was joking just now, it was actually a kind of test. Unrelated trust is entirely out of self-protection. However, Lin Feng did not finish his sentence. If his mental strength far surpasses that of his opponent, he can easily destroy the target's mental strength and self-awareness. I sat back down on the sofa. Lin Feng looked at Nangong Shao and asked, "Do we have any other information channels now? I sent people down to ask around today, but they couldn't find those 3 people. Now I'm starting to wonder if they're already dead." Lin Feng stroked his chin and began to think. After hearing the information Li Tao provided, he was even less inclined to believe that the people of Nixing would die so easily. However, it is indeed a bit outrageous that Nangong Shao and his group couldn't find these 3 people despite their strength. Just as he was thinking, Nangong Zhao's communicator suddenly rang. Upon opening the communicator, Nangong Zhao's brows immediately furrowed. Lu Cheng? Upon hearing this name, Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen exchanged a glance at Lu Cheng. What does he want to do? As soon as Nangong Shao answered the phone, Lu Cheng's voice came from the other end. "Is there something you need?" Nangong Shao asked directly without any formalities. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng replied readily, "I want to know if you found those 3 people." "No." Upon hearing this, Nangong Shao and his 2 companions clearly heard other sounds coming from the other side. It's clear that Lu Cheng isn't alone right now. In fact, it wasn't just Lu Cheng. Chun Shuren, Hua Wushang, and Gong Tianyu were also there. As for why? Because there's no other way. They had been to the outer city before, but when they did come, they were mostly there for entertainment. What information channels and personnel are involved? They knew nothing about what was going on, but after being scammed a few times by those so-called information brokers, they naturally gathered together. The final solution we came up with was still, call Nangong Shao. Did you not find it, or did you not look for it? Lu Cheng was also somewhat skeptical at this moment. Had Nangong Shao really vanished into thin air? However, these words made Nangong Shao very unhappy. Whether I look for it or not is none of your business. After saying that, Nangong Shao turned off the communicator and didn't give Lu Cheng and the others any leeway. Chapter 96, Art and Disgust. Never mind, Lin Feng is tired today too. Let me arrange rooms for you to rest first. Nangong Shao casually tossed the communicator aside and didn't turn off the incoming call notification. Everyone is a bit tired after working all night. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded, stood up, and was about to leave. Suddenly it dawned on me. I think I know where those 3 people are. Upon hearing this, Nangong Shao and Bai Xiaowen instantly perked up. Where? Exist. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, a blinding light suddenly appeared in the distance. The intense light illuminated half of the outer city in an instant. Even the city guards on the city wall were alarmed and hurriedly sounded the emergency bugle call. The sound of running footsteps echoed incessantly on the wall. In an instant, the city's guards completed a rapid assembly. Everyone was thinking about the place where the light was born, and their expressions were quite serious. At the same time, I was also a little puzzled. Had we been attacked? Everyone in the outer city looked toward the source of the light. Boom! Call! The next second, an incredibly terrifying explosion resounded. The powerful shockwave directly destroyed all buildings within a radius of several hundred meters. A mushroom cloud? A mushroom cloud formed by raging fire slowly rose into the sky under everyone's watchful eyes. Even many residents in the city center saw these things. Everyone looked up at the enormous, blazing mushroom cloud. Beep, beep, beep. Lu Qianlan, Li Chun, and Lu Heng. Lead your people to investigate thoroughly. The roar of thunder echoed throughout the entire office building, and the entire Special Operations Department sprang into action. The heads of the 8 major families began to talk on the phone and eventually decided to hold a special meeting. The explosion was far too close to the city center. I'm not at ease. They were all very uneasy. As the mushroom cloud gradually began to dissipate, Nangong Xiao finally shut his open mouth. Bai Xiaowen's dilated pupils only began to slowly refocus at this moment. Did someone plant a nuclear bomb in the outer city? That's right, this world also has nuclear bombs, and they're the most terrifying weapons of all factions. It was unbelievable that someone could cause an explosion of this scale outside the city. Bai Xiaowen's expression was also somewhat shocked. Although the outer city is said to be a chaotic place, how exactly did explosives of this magnitude get delivered here, right under the noses of the central city? At that moment, Lin Feng also bit his tongue. He saw that Li Tao had the most complete set of materials, so he decided to make the most powerful explosive device. Who would have thought the final result would be so stunning? What do the children of the machine country learn from childhood to adulthood? It can be said that the terror of a top-tier cosmic empire was once again perfectly displayed before Lin Feng. Compared to their shock, another group of people were even more shocked. In the grand study, someone is looking down at the latest developments in weaponry. Suddenly, an urgent phone call connected to his communicator. As he took out his communicator, someone frowned slightly. What had happened? Connect the communicator. Is something the matter? A bald man on the other end of the communicator reported, looking slightly flustered. Chen, the secret secretary, is dead. Chen's secret history? One of them widened his eyes instantly. What exactly happened? Chen Mishi is the chief coordinator of Project Breaking Stone. With his death, wasn't the stone-breaking project essentially aborted? We were unable to contact Li Tao today. We immediately suspected something had happened to Li Tao and sent people to check on him. As expected, Li Tao died in his room, but we couldn't even find out how the person who killed Li Tao got into his house. Li Tao didn't even resist. Because the girl next to Li Tao had also disappeared, we quickly reported it to Secretary Chun. Chun, the secret secretary, also rushed to Li Tao's residence to look for clues. Everything was fine until the moment Chen Mishi entered the room, and then the room exploded. The explosion was so powerful that Chen Mishi and the 2 commanders, Zhang and Hua, were all killed. Even someone who heard this news felt a little dizzy for a moment. Chun, Zhang, and Hua are all gone. Does that mean the 3 most important people in the entire stone-breaking project are dead? But he quickly regained his composure. Do you have a video recording? Send it to me. He soon received a video, which was quite complete and showed that filming had started even before he entered Li Tao's small house. Before the photographer even entered the cabin, he saw several people vomiting nearby. The person who filmed this scene didn't say anything, but clearly showed disdain. The photographer entered the cabin through the door located at the top. Upon entering, one would see Li Tao sitting properly in a chair. Suddenly, the photographer seemed to notice something and stepped forward to observe. The gentle breeze stirred up by his movement blew softly over Li Tao's body. Suddenly, it was as if a wave had surged across Li Tao's body, and the bright red flakes began to tremble, just like delicate flower petals. The scene of flowers blooming one after another on Li Tao's body was so perfect. It was like a work of art. But the person who took the photo realized what was happening. Meat. This is sliced meat. Li Tao was sliced into translucent pieces of meat, one slice at a time. The video being filmed at this moment even shows the internal organs through these extremely thin slices of meat. But the next moment someone pressed pause. No, the location of these internal organs is wrong, and the other party doesn't know what method to use. It actually caused Li Tao's internal organs to reach the esophagus, which is directly connected to the excretory fossa and the oral cavity. The video continues, but the content that follows is no longer informative. The person filming also turned around, ran out, and started vomiting violently. A bizarre beauty. Extremely disgusting. The person taking the photo felt extremely nauseous at that moment. He even felt that this would be a shadow over his entire life. The gaze of one of the people who saw this also darkened. What's this? Is this a provocation? He soon discovered the problem. Why did so many people go in and no one explode, but Chinmishi and his group exploded as soon as they went in? Could be a biometric chip? Thinking this, the man's gaze deepened. This thing wasn't something just anyone could obtain. Forehead. This is actually a misunderstanding about Lin Feng. Although creating a biometric chip wasn't difficult for him, he lacked both the materials and the time. So he ended up making a simple time bomb. Lin Feng simply did a quick calculation and made a prediction. As for Chinmishi and Zhang and Hua, just pure bad luck. As the explosion subsided, large crowds began rushing towards the scene. I want to see what exactly happened. People were constantly coming down from the city walls of the central city to investigate the situation. However, Nangong Xiao and the others did not move. Instead, they were relieved that they had returned early. This explosion happened in Haigu. If we hadn't come back later, we might have been left there. Coming to his senses, Nangong Xiao suddenly looked at Lin Feng and asked as if he had remembered something. Lin Feng, you just said you know where those 3 people are? Chapter 97, I'm at your house. At this moment, Lin Feng also came to his senses and said, you just said that your family has basically searched everywhere they could. The answer is now quite obvious. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen thought for a moment and instantly understood. Nangong, does that mean those 3 people are hiding in your house right now? Nangong Xiao paused for a moment, then immediately shook his head and said, it's not that you don't know our family situation. Almost everyone in our family is trained by ourselves. There are virtually no outsiders. At this point, Nangong Xiao suddenly stopped. Because he remembered a place? Black Tiger Martial Arts School? Isn't this an underground fighting arena? Lu Wu looked at Qin Shuren with a somewhat surprised expression and said, on the contrary, Lu Cheng, who was standing next to him, was the first to understand and looked at Qin Shuren with a sigh. I see. Since even with the Nangong family's power, they couldn't find this person in the outer city, it can only mean that the other party was actually hiding under the Nangong family's influence. They're playing a game of hiding the truth. Gong Tianyu also spoke up. That's right, and the Nangong family has very strict screening procedures for its employees, so there is only one place where the other party can hide. Here, contracted fighter in the underground fighting arena. This is considered a very famous project in the outer city, where about 50 prospective boxers will be arranged to enter the underground maze for a fight. The person who manages to grab the key at the end will become a contracted boxer for the Nangong family. Becoming a boxer who can fight in underground rings means that each appearance fee is a considerable sum. Therefore, every competition is extremely fierce. If they weren't mistaken, those 3 should be among the prospective boxers. With their strength, they could certainly ensure their own safety without trying to seize the final key. And so, they've remained hidden here ever since. Let's go in now. As soon as the group pushed open the door and went inside, the entire hall's attention was drawn to them, seeing such a large and imposing group. A lobby manager immediately came to greet them. Gentlemen and ladies, may I ask what brings you here? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and finally Lu Wu stepped forward and placed the 3 photos in front of the management personnel. Do you know these 3 people? Looking at the 3 people in the photo, the manager felt they looked somewhat familiar, but in the end, he shook his head and said decisively, never seen this before. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than he heard someone next to him shout loudly, look at the screen. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly looked towards the large screen in the lobby. The screen was divided into 36 viewpoints, broadcasting live the situation inside the underground maze. And in the top left corner of the screen, the face of one of the 3 people was clearly displayed. Everyone who saw this was immediately excited. I searched high and low without finding it, but it came to me effortlessly. We need to go in now. Lu Qing also took the lead and looked at the lobby manager and said, upon hearing this, the manager immediately shook his head. Impossible. The underground labyrinth is now open. It's impossible for anyone to open it themselves unless they obtain the final key. Lu Qing looked at the manager in front of him and said, you don't know who we are, do you? The manager, with a wry smile, said, you all look like young masters from prominent families, but this really isn't something I could decide. I beg you young masters to let me go. Lu Cheng frowned as he looked at the manager in front of him, who had a bitter expression on his face. He couldn't say anything more then. Otherwise, it would make it seem like he's abusing his power. Just then, an order came from behind them. Let them in. The crowd parted automatically to make way, and Nangong Xiao, Lin Feng, and Bai Xiaowen were seen standing behind them at some point. The manager immediately picked up the walkie-talkie as soon as he saw Nangong Xiao. The backup door to the underground maze was opened, and the audience was notified that they were in for a treat. After speaking, the manager jogged over to Nangong Xiao's side. "Young master, why didn't you give me any advance notice? I should have sent a car to pick you up. Uncle Han, you don't need to be so polite. I'll explain to you after everyone has gone inside and comes out." "No problem." After saying that, Uncle Han called for people to lead everyone over. Seeing this, Lu Cheng's lips twitched. He felt like he had been tricked. When Uncle Han took the initiative to show weakness, he really thought the other party was just a nobody. But now, judging from Nangong Xiao's attitude, that's clearly not the case. However, now is not the time to worry about these things, so we followed the person leading the group to the backup door. You know what? This underground labyrinth is really something else. The wall alone is 6 or 7 meters high, and its thickness is definitely not small. It took 5 or 6 people a lot of effort to push open the spare door. "Please go inside." Chen Shuren looked at the staff member next to him and asked, "Can we bring weapons and stuff in?" The staff member smiled and nodded. The competition format here is unrestricted. Despite the brevity of the sentence, everyone present could smell the scent of blood. As expected of the outer city, no wonder it's an underground boxing gym. Seeing that everyone had gone in, Nangong Xiao and Lin Feng were about to go in as well, but Uncle Han stopped them. "Young master, would you like a map from inside?" Nangong Xiao shook his head and said, "No need. I also want to see how capable I really am." Upon hearing this, Uncle Han smiled and said, "Then we'll wait outside for the young master's good news." Nangong Xiao nodded and led Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen inside. Soon, the spectators watching the game also noticed that there were suddenly many more people in the maze. At this moment, Uncle Han stood on the stage, looked at the audience in the hall, coughed twice, and then spoke. "Well, everyone, things have changed a little today. The people who just entered are all from mysterious backgrounds, but each of them is a force to be reckoned with. Their targets are these 3. Along with Uncle Han's words, photos of the 3 people and their ranks were displayed on the big screen. Huang Tian Xiao, class of 2016. Fang Wen, level 15. Fang Wu, level 15. There was no other information, but this simple presentation was enough to surprise everyone present. Level 15? Is that a high level? Are you kidding me? Some of those official boxers haven't even reached that level. Why would a level 15 person be a prospective boxer here? Just be a bodyguard. The salary is quite good, and it's safer. Looking at the uproaring audience, Uncle Han smiled. The more intense the competition, the better. It's a pity we didn't do this all in advance. Otherwise, we could have sold more tickets today. Chapter 98, The Power of the Bai Family. At this moment, Huang Tianxiao was still strolling around quite leisurely, although on the surface he was still pretending to be very cautious. But he knew very well that no one in the entire maze could defeat him. Fang Wen, Fang Wu, and Huang Tianxiao all shared the same idea and were unaware of the impending danger. Lin Feng and his 2 companions entered the maze and looked around at the surrounding environment, and were a little confused for a moment. Which way should we go? Nangong Xiao, who had been so righteous just moments before, was now starting to regret his actions. That's overdoing the pretentious stuff. Let's walk slowly. I just noticed that Fang Wu should be to the north. Let's try to get closer to that direction. Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao nodded upon hearing this. Lin Feng, following behind the 2, couldn't help but yawn. "Why do you seem a little tired?" Bai Xiaowen looked at Lin Feng and asked. "That's true. So this time it's up to you guys to see." The main problem is that too much effort was spent analyzing Li Tao's work. Keeping him alive while inflicting sufficient torment on the other party took a lot of his effort. After playing this game, Lin Feng discovered that his biology skills had leveled up. "Don't worry. This time you'll just be watching our performance," Nangong Xiao said with considerable confidence. "Fang Wu is level 15. Are you really that confident?" Lin Feng looked at Nangong Xiao and said with a smile. He could sense that Nangong Xiao was currently at level 13, close to level 14, while Bai Xiaowen was already level 14, which was somewhat unexpected by Lin Feng. So what if he's level 15? Xiaowen and I can definitely beat him together. Bai Xiaowen rolled her eyes upon hearing this. The person who was so confident just now has now added her back. The three continued walking through the maze, but since they were unfamiliar with this underground maze, and Lin Feng was currently in a state of stagnation, I wasted a lot of time getting stuck in dead end several times. Depend on. Looking at yet another dead end in front of him, Nangong Xiao cursed in dissatisfaction. Why design a maze to be so complicated? Forget it, let's turn back. Bai Xiaowen didn't mind spending a little more time here. As she walked, she asked Lin Feng about knowledge related to medicine, although she was the one doing most of the talking. Then, Lin Feng's lazy words gave her the feeling of seeing the moon after the dark clouds had parted. As a member of the Bai family, Bai Xiaowen naturally studied medicine and pharmacology from a young age, and even reached a rather advanced level. Many of the questions are ones that even the bigwigs in the family can't explain clearly. But for Lin Feng, everything was so calm and serene. It was just a casual suggestion, but the effect was remarkable. In fact, Lin Feng also gained a lot of understanding about the development of medicine in this world through Bai Xiaowen. In particular, Bai Xiaowen's family is the top drug manufacturer in the Yinfeng faction and has a very good cooperative relationship with the drug and medical research laboratories of Dongbin and Gaochao. This also contributed to Bai Xiaowen's exceptional strategic vision in drug production. Speaking of which, the best-selling items are definitely nutritional potions and cultivation potions, which are also the most profitable for them. However, if you really want to gain a good reputation, it's probably best to focus on antiteratogenic drugs and prosthetic limb regeneration transplants. Many people, even the strong, are trapped by it. Lin Feng nodded after hearing Bai Xiaowen's words and then asked, how much money would it cost to build a pharmaceutical factory? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up. Bai Xiaowen had absolutely no doubt about Lin Feng's ability to run a pharmaceutical factory well. After all, a good drug formula is the prerequisite for a pharmaceutical company to make a profit. In her view, Lin Feng was definitely not a problem. Brother Feng, you could cooperate with us. We have complete channels, the best drug base, and the most comprehensive operation plan. If Brother Feng agrees, we can give him a factory directly, and he only needs about 10% of the profits. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at Bai Xiaowen. This mouth is either a factory or a gift. She can even finalize the profit sharing directly. I never knew this girl was such a little rich woman. Nangong Xiao turned around and looked at Lin Feng, saying this. Lin Feng, I also think that your cooperation with the Bai family is a good idea. It can save you a lot of trouble. And the Bai family is really rich. Bai Xiaowen nodded generously. Our medicine is good, so the profits will naturally be high. Nangong Xiao admitted this point. Once Bai's medicines enter the underground channels, they will always be priced 10 to 20% higher than those from other companies. That's a rule. Even the herbal remedies from Higashihama and Takagusa don't have this ability. Okay, let me think about it. Lin Feng hadn't planned to make a decision so quickly. As the three were walking, Lin Feng suddenly squinted and looked ahead. Is that person Feng Wu? Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen quickly looked over. Sure enough, they saw a tall young man in tattered clothes rushing towards them, holding a gun in one hand and a knife in the other. Bang, bang, bang. Before the three of them could make a move, Feng Wu fired 3 shots right away. He's now afraid of seeing these 3-person teams. Those guys looked like they were all lower level than him, but if he hadn't run fast, he would have been beaten to death. Bang, bang, bang. Bai Xiaowen didn't back down and immediately raised her gun to exchange fire. Smack, smack, smack. I have to say, Lin Feng's design for this gun is really excellent. Even though Bai Xiaowen fired later and had to take reaction time into account, her bullet traveled a farther distance than Feng Wu's bullet. After 3 loud bangs, all of Feng Wu's bullets were shattered in midair. Even after it was shattered, the bullets fired by the white spikes were still flying towards Feng Wu. Upon realizing this, Feng Wu was nearly scared to death and quickly stopped in his tracks, rapidly wielding his longsword. Clang, clang, clang. Fortunately, the bullet collision earlier did weaken some of the power of the bullets fired by Whitethorn. That's how he managed to block them all. Wow, that's some amazing marksmanship. This girl is no ordinary person. She's amazing. The audience outside gasped in surprise, although those who rushed there had already demonstrated terrifying strength. For example, a group of prospective boxers encountered Chun Shuren's team. Chun Shuren didn't even need to make a move. His 2 teammates attacked him, beating him so badly that he couldn't even get up. Many people have shown a series of impressive performances. Even so, Bai Xiaowen's gun skills still stun them. However, A few people noticed that besides her marksmanship, the gun in by Xiaowen's hand was also key. Xiaowen's gun is good, but her marksmanship is also good. I'd give her an 8 out of 10. However, apart from Lin Feng, her marksmanship is among the best. It's obvious that the Special Operations Department had already found these 3 people, but they just didn't want to tell Lin Feng and the others directly. Now they're here watching the live stream and giving scores. Feng Wu is standing in the alley at that moment. In front are Nangong Xiao, Lin Feng, and Bai Xiaowen. Behind them is a small team led by Chun Shuren, Hua Wushang, and a woman. I looked around. Feng Wu suddenly chuckled. Both of you want to complete the mission. So who's going first? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly took a step forward. Chapter 99 One Move. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, the warriors ahead became alert. Chun Shuren and the others reacted even more violently, taking a step back simultaneously. Both Feng Wu and the audience outside were stunned by this scene. What's wrong? This person doesn't look that old, yet they're so scary? Isn't the reaction a bit too much? Is this person very strong? Listening to the surrounding audience's discussion, the 2 judges looked at each other and then gave a wry smile. Lin Feng's video of clearing the game had already spread within their ranks. It has to be said that this is truly outrageous. No wonder even Chun Shuren and Hua Wushang felt immense pressure when facing him. Lin Feng didn't even glance at Feng Wu before walking past him and arriving in front of Chun Shuren, Hua Wushang, and the girl in white. This move is now in the hands of my teammates. Your opponent is me. Upon hearing this, Chun Shuren and Hua Wushang exchanged a glance, their gazes finally hardening. The girl in white glanced at Feng Wu with some reluctance, but her gaze eventually settled on Lin Feng. No way. They won't be able to meet Feng Wu if they can't get past Lin Feng. Feng Wu was also taken aback for a moment. Are you helping him? But it doesn't quite seem like it. Just as he was wondering, Nangong Xiao had already become impatient. He yanked on the finger-thick iron chain around his waist and attacked Feng Wu. The iron chain in Nangong Xiao's hands was like a venomous snake, striking towards Feng Wu. Feng Wu swiftly changed the shape of his longsword, deflecting Nangong Xiao's iron chains with 2 sharp strikes. Then he turned his sword and stepped forward to fight Nangong Xiao. Chun Shuren and Hua Wushang attacked at the same time. Chun Shuren used hard skills, and his arms gleamed with a metallic sheen. Even in this alley, Hua Wushang, wielding his butterfly knife, managed to launch an attack on Lin Feng with agility and quick movements, despite Chun Shuren occupying most of the space. Whether it was Chun Shuren or Hua Wushang, their every move immediately drew everyone's attention. No, the same. The sheer presence is truly different. Their opponent, Lin Feng, stood still, looking rather lazy, as if he hadn't reacted yet. But just before Chun Shuren and Hua Wushang's attacks were about to hit him, Lin Feng suddenly struck out with lightning speed. His hands, like twin blades, swept across the sky, transforming into coiling silk. Lin Feng used both hands to unleash the Scroll of Heaven technique from the twin serpent blades. However, this time, without the sharpness of the twin blades in hand, it was more like the coiling and skillful movements of a serpent. Chun Shuren's powerful punch was easily delivered to Hua Wushang by Lin Feng with one hand. Hua Wushang gritted his teeth and decided to take the blow head-on, instead launching a spinning butterfly knife at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, remained expressionless and flipped his hand to wrap and pull again. He actually snatched Hua Wushang's butterfly knife with his bare hands, and then with a snap, he sent the butterfly knife flying towards Chun Shuren. Bang! Hiss! Unable to control his strength, Chun Shuren slammed his fist hard into Hua Wushang's body. Hua Wushang was hit hard by the punch and slammed into the wall. He felt like all the bones in his body were broken. As for Chun Shuren himself, a glaring white line was cut into his skin by the butterfly knife. Looking at the white line, Chun Shuren didn't even dare to move. Others may not know, but he knows that the moment he moves, the white line will burst open and become a huge wound. At this moment, Lin Feng returned to his lazy state, as if he hadn't been the one who had made the move. But everyone understood why these people took a half step back the moment Lin Feng made a move. One move. They only used one move. Chun Shuren and Hua Wushang were both defeated. Lin Feng glanced back at that moment. The battle between Nangong Xiao, Bai Xiaowen, and Feng Wu has reached a fever pitch. Feng Wu's swordsmanship is quite good. But neither the iron chain resembling a venomous snake in Nangong Zhao's hand, nor by Xiaowen's pair of delicate hands with the power to cleave through the air were weaker than his. Not to mention 2 against 1. Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen let out a soft shout and slashed down with her slender hand, striking Feng Wu's wrist squarely. Click! Feng Wu's wrist was severed, so he could no longer hold a knife. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Nangong Zhao's iron chain moved swiftly and climbed onto Feng Wu's body before the latter could react. With a twist of the wrist, the chain instantly retracted like a chain lock. Click, 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 click. Lock it. Feng Wu was completely paralyzed, kneeling on the ground. Done. Seeing that the matter was over, Lin Feng also planned to leave. Suddenly a voice called out to him. Wait, I'm in too. The remaining girl in white looked at Lin Feng with a solemn expression. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the girl in white. You know, even when Chun Shuren and Hua Wushang attacked together, they couldn't defeat her in one move. This person actually has the courage to stand up. The audience outside had stopped discussing anything at this point. To be honest, they came here just to have some fun and were quite happy at first. But after some people explained it, I realized that everyone here is the strongest of the younger generation in Yanfeng Central City and the future pillars of the city. Gradually, no one laughed anymore. Instead, they began to seriously observe everyone's performance. This girl is courageous, but I don't know how capable she is. The 2 people giving the scores didn't have as many thoughts and continued their discussion. Someone who dares to stand up at a time like this must have some ability, right? Take a look. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was inside the underground maze, nodded to the girl in white, and he didn't seem to mind. Bring it on. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the girl in white appeared in front of him in a flash. Drink! With a loud shout, he launched an upward kick straight at Lin Feng's face. Facing the powerful and heavy hem of his clothes, Lin Feng was not afraid and swung it away with one hand, then countered with a straight punch. The girl in white, however, used the force of Lin Feng's swinging left leg to turn around and deliver a flying kick in midair. A punch and a kick collided violently. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Both of them took 3 steps back simultaneously. Lin Feng was quite surprised by the girl's strength. A look of seriousness flashed in the eyes of the girl in white. Although she knew Lin Feng was very strong, she could only know how strong he was by experiencing it firsthand. Chun Shuren and Hua Wushang also had somewhat strange expressions. It seems I really underestimated this girl in white. Lin Feng and the girl in white exchanged a brief glance, and the next second they both made their move. This time, Lin Feng changed his usual style, throwing punches like thunder and stepping like the wind, launching a fast and hard attack. Even when facing Lin Feng, the girl in white was in no way inferior. His legs were like a series of rapid strikes, and his fists were like heavy hammers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost every move he made was accompanied by a heavy, whistling sound. Clap, 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 clap. The sounds of their fists and feet clashing were continuous. Hearing that voice, Nangong Xiao felt his hand start to hurt. As the fight went on, Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly strange. That's outrageous. How come this girl's strength is increasing the more she fights? At first, he was only slightly stronger than him, but now his opponent's strength is at least 2 levels higher. Chapter 100. Which team to choose? How dare you get distracted? The girl in white was furious just looking at Lin Feng's expression. She has never lost a fight, and even the martial arts teachers at the academy can only teach her for about 3 months. Unexpectedly, she felt restricted in every way when facing someone younger than her. What's most infuriating is that even so, the other party still dared to get distracted. As she got angry, the girl in white punched even faster. Call! Lin Feng quickly turned his head to dodge. Bang! The girl in white slammed her fist into the wall, creating a crater the size of a bowl. Nangong Xiao couldn't help but swear. Bai Xiaowen's eyes were filled with shock. Was this guy's fist too exaggerated? For a moment, Chun Shuren and Hua Wushang forgot their own pain. Where did this monster come from? The audience outside was also in an uproar. I never expected there was such a powerful one hidden here. Are they pretending to be weak to take advantage of others here? This girl is amazing. The scorers exchanged glances, wondering why they hadn't noticed how amazing this person was before. Lin Feng glanced at the bowl-sized crater next to his head, then looked at the girl in white and narrowed his eyes slightly. Again, upon hearing this, The girl in white didn't hold back and continued to unleash all her strength, her punches becoming even faster. It's a monster! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing the fish shadow in front of him, Lin Feng suddenly made a move. The arm, as nimble as a snake, pierced through the white-clad girl's barrage of punches and then abruptly stopped half an inch in front of her throat. The girl in white didn't dare to move after that. She felt that if she moved her throat any further, it wouldn't look good. Lin Feng withdrew his hand and looked at the girl in white. You're pretty good. Your martial arts skills are rough, but your talent is great. Lin Feng paused for a moment before continuing. Whether it's martial arts talent or physical talent, I hope you can find a good teacher. After saying that, Lin Feng left with Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen. The girl bit her lip as she watched Lin Feng's retreating figure. Suddenly, I'm wondering if I should chase after him right now. She had a feeling that Lin Feng was the one who understood her best here, perhaps even better than she understood herself. However, in the end she sighed and did not go forward. At this moment, the audience outside began to applaud. For Lin Feng, for the girl in white, also by Nangong Xiao, Chen Shuren, etc. They truly demonstrated the style and strength of the new generation of Yinfeng Central City. In fact, it's not just the viewers and scorers here who are watching the live stream. There are also people from the Special Operations Department. And then there are the heads of top families who just finished their meeting and are now sitting together. There's still many people. Lin Feng got out of his bed and stretched his muscles a little. I slept so soundly. Yesterday, when they came out of the underground labyrinth, the Special Operations Department personnel were waiting outside. After handing Feng Wu over to the other party, they were taken to the Special Operations Department's base. They said they would start assigning teams once everyone else had arrived. When it was dawn, Huang Tianxiao and Feng were also brought out. Everyone gave good ratings. However, this rating is not for them to see. It is mainly for the captains of the 3 brigades, A, B, and C. It was at this moment that Lin Feng found out. It turns out that the ABC teams are not a ranking system. It's just a simple grouping. Each brigade is still organized into small groups, and tasks are conducted in addition to mandatory tasks. The rest are all posted above. You need to go and claim the tasks, complete them, and then receive your rewards. That's the pattern. As for why Team A and Team B seem stronger, that's entirely the result of their own development and growth. To be honest, this was a bit of shock to Lin Feng's understanding. But it must be said that Team A is still very strong. Their mission completion rate is as high as 70%. Even though Team B is close to 58%, they haven't reached 60%. As for Team C, barely reached 40%. When this data was released, almost everyone chose Team A without hesitation. However, Team A doesn't accept just anyone. On the contrary, they want very few people, as Lu Qianlong put it. Team A only wants the elite of the elite. So he only accepted Chen Shuren, Lu Cheng, Nangong Xiao, and the girl in white. Gong Tianyu's own team doesn't count as B team. The most bizarre one is Hua Wushang. Lu Qianlong had already called his name, but he didn't go to Team A or Team B. He went to Team C instead. But just when everyone was marveling at how bizarre Hua Wushang was, the most outrageous thing happened. Lin Feng was also assigned to Team C by Li Chun. To be honest, he was stunned for a moment at first. He originally thought Li Chun would put him in Team B, but he didn't expect him to be in Team C. But this made Bai Xiaowen happy, because she can continue to team up with Lin Feng. Seeing Bai Xiaowen and Lin Feng go to Team C together, Nangong Xiao, who could have stayed on Team, suddenly changed his mind. They came running over too. The trio has reunited. However, when Nangong Xiao was about to leave, Lu Qianlong's face darkened, and she warned him that if he left, he would never be able to rejoin Team A. In the end, Nangong Xiao still chose Lin Feng. To be honest, Lu Hang was grinning from ear to ear at that moment. With so many high-quality candidates choosing Team C for the first time, he felt that achieving a 50% success rate for tomorrow's mission was within reach. By the time everything was arranged, it was already evening. Lin Feng hadn't slept for over 30 hours and went straight to sleep when he got home. He usually uses meditation to replace sleep, but recently his meditation hasn't been very effective, which has made his rest a bit poor. Taking a break now is a good option. With that in mind, Lin Feng decided to put aside all his cultivation and take a good rest for the day. While I went downstairs, I found out that Ding Zhu and the others also had a day off today. Jiang Jie and Yano had already prepared breakfast. Through Ding Zhu's conversation, Lin Feng learned that students in the central city had a 10-day holiday. We'll have 2 days off. Lin Feng also briefly inquired about what Ding Zhu had learned recently. Although there were many mistakes and omissions, Lin Feng didn't care about them. All he needed was for Ding Zhu to develop a systematic set of learning habits and a knowledge base at school. As for whether the knowledge is wrong, then it is wrong. He can help the other party gradually replace it with the correct one later, and there shouldn't be any major problems. After finishing breakfast, Lin Feng made himself a cup of tea. I picked up a book about the history of this planet and went up to the second-floor balcony to drink tea and read, enjoying this rare moment of leisure. While he was enjoying his leisurely life, and I Xing on the other side wasn't so happy. The deaths of Chen Mishi and 2 other leaders caused a huge shock throughout the entire central city. The Special Operations Department has been operating very intensively these past few days. One of them sat in a chair and thought for a while before speaking. No, we need to distract the Special Operations Department. Chapter 101. Famous? After a full day of rest, Lin Feng got up very early the next day. When he got downstairs, he found that Ding Zhu, Jiang Jie, and Yano's eyes were always on him. From the moment he got his breakfast to the moment he poured his water and then sat down. Their gazes never left him. Is there something you need? Finally, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Don't you know? Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng with a surprised expression and asked, What do you know? Lin Feng also looked completely bewildered. Seeing that Lin Feng genuinely didn't know, Ding Zhu took out a video and placed it in front of Lin Feng. I opened it and took a look. Lightning strike at the opening ceremony. The strongest young man in Yanfeng Central City, a mysterious figure, easily took on 2 beautiful women, but what happened to him? The most outrageous thing is that the title was accompanied by a photo of him. Lin Feng felt like he'd been shot in the knee just from that title and photo. Are you kidding me? The video shows a battle scene between Lin Feng, Chen Shuren, Hua Wushang, and the girl in white. What Lin Feng initially saw as an unremarkable battle scene. After all, he resolved the initial battle with the girl in white with a single move, and he only used his martial arts skills at the very end. With the other party providing personal analysis, slow-motion playback, and background music, the situation became even more challenging. It actually got really exciting. If you didn't know what was going on, you'd really be thrilled watching it. Where did this come from? Lin Feng glanced at it and saw that Chen Shuren and Hua Wushang's identities were clearly marked. Even their brief accounts of their deeds are clearly something that ordinary forces could not accomplish. However, the most useful information for Lin Feng was that he knew the name of the girl in white. Double One. He was a martial arts prodigy recognized by all the teachers at Yanfeng City No. 1 High School. We didn't know it suddenly appeared online last night. Then it went viral online. As Yano spoke, Jiang Jie added from his side. This is still part of the series, and there are also Lu Cheng, Gong Tianyu, and other people who perform very well. It's just that you're particularly famous for this. Lin Feng thought for a moment and then brought over the computer he had assembled. The entire network system of Yanfeng City is still in the experimental stage. For someone like Lin Feng, whose intelligent programming level is as high as 13, there are no secrets inside. He quickly found out who had originally sent the videos. After a quick glance, Lin Feng understood that this was something the authorities had orchestrated. This person has very high privileges on the internet, but can hide some of their code that is related to the government. This is a classic case of protesting too much. Oh well, since they didn't publish the address, let's just pretend it doesn't exist. Soon, Lin Feng put those things aside and began to eat his breakfast heartily. Jiang Jie and the other 2 looked at each other, and finally Ding Zhu spoke up. Feng, I want to know how you compare to that Lu Cheng. Upon hearing this question, Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Jiang Jie and Yano became excited. Yes, the internet was in an uproar last night. That's right, but we still support you. Although Lu Cheng single-handedly took on Huang Tianxiao, who was level 16, it was far inferior to your nonchalant attitude. Yes, and most people online support you. Jiang Jie and Yano Lin Feng were speechless for a moment as they watched Jiang Jie and Yano Lin Feng chattering away. Finally, he could only sigh and say, Lu Cheng is about the same as Chen Shuren, but if I were to compare myself to him, I'd better defeat Shuangwen first. Hearing Lin Feng's domineering words, Jiang Jie and Yano's eyes lit up instantly. I picked up my phone and started fighting. Before long, seemingly due to the intense battle, they even grabbed Ding Zhu's phone and started speaking wildly. The worst part was that Ding Zhu was watching the battle with great interest, making Lin Feng want to roll his eyes. I'm going to use the training ground today, so don't come. No problem. Go ahead, go ahead. We can refuse to bother you. The three of them stared at the communicator without even looking up. I initially thought these three guys wanted to admire him because of his outstanding performance. But now it seems it was all for the sake of having more confidence to fight as a troll. They ignored the farce. Lin Feng arrived at the training ground in the backyard and first stretched slowly. When he felt it was about time, he plopped down in the very center of the training ground. I closed my eyes and began practicing the tidal meditation method. The rhythmic rise and fall of the tides, heard with each breath, echoed in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng soon realized that his mental strength growth had hit a bottleneck. There was absolutely no upward movement. At this moment, Lin Feng took out the black spiritual seed. This seed was created by combining Li Tao's endless resentment and all his spiritual power. Gently press the black spiritual seed between your eyebrows. Within the sea of consciousness, spiritual energy slowly began to draw the seed into one's own spiritual sea. The moment the seed entered, Lin Feng's mental sea began to boil. At the same time, the spiritual seed that entered the spiritual sea also transformed into a pure black monster with a snake's head and a scorpion's tail. Looking at this monster filled with endless resentment, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, worried that Li Tao hadn't suffered enough. It looks perfect now. Suddenly, the monster saw Lin Feng's consciousness and charged towards him without hesitation. I want you dead. I'm going to take you with me when we die. The monster, infected by endless resentment, made every sound like a demon's whisper, but Lin Feng paid it no mind. Without him even making a move, the spiritual energy within his mental sea rushed towards the monster. Whispering sound. It sounded like a red-hot iron rod being inserted into water, constantly producing a sound of water vaporizing. At this moment, the monster is that red-hot iron rod, and Lin Feng's spiritual power is water. As usual, the boundless seawater cooled the iron rod, and the snake-headed, scorpion-tail monster was naturally dissolved into Lin Feng's spiritual sea. The vaporized spiritual energy reassembled within the spiritual sea. During this process, Lin Feng seemed to have grasped something. From the outside, Lin Feng's face exuded a peaceful and serene aura. The data panel is now updating. Special attribute mind. Innate abilities. Intimidation, darkness. But the moment those two words formed, they began to blur again in the next second. In the distant depths of space, a chain linking millions of planets suddenly flashed. Meanwhile, in another part of the starry sky, black mist suddenly erupted from a magnificent palace built on a nebula. Before the surrounding powerful beings could figure out what was going on, the black mist suddenly dissipated. Chapter 102 Mind Control. Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV14. Age, 15. Race, half-elf. Superpower, none. Strength, 14.3. Agility, 14.5. Physical fitness, 14.2. Spirit, 15.0. Talent/specialty, dexterity. Special attribute, Qi Nun. Innate abilities, mind control, mental mimicry. Skills, comprehensive marksmanship LV.11, sniper rifle LV.12, rifle LV.11, pistol LV.11, serpent dagger LV.15, serpent dual blades LV.7, basic spiritual breathing LV.2, tidal meditation LV.3. Knowledge, basic pharmacy general knowledge LV.14, biology LV.15, pharmaceutics LV.14, formulation science LV.15, basic mechanical knowledge LV.13, mechanics LV.13, materials science LV.14, weaponry, metals LV.15, machining LV.15, intelligent programming LV.13. Mind control? This doesn't seem like a very respectable superpower. Find the complete guide to psychic abilities, a series on the general knowledge of psychic abilities of the residents of the Celestial Empire. Lin Feng then began to examine it. Lin Feng's expression quickly turned slightly surprised. Putting aside whether this superpower is righteous or not, it is undeniably powerful. Mind control. This control has a wide range, whether it is living beings or inanimate objects, whether it is advanced or single-celled, as long as it does not exceed the range of Lin Feng's mental strength. He can control all of this. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng opened the small box containing the spider robot. Mental strength. Oh no, I should say now that mental power is beginning to extend. A moment later, Lin Feng's thoughts stirred slightly as the spider robot, enveloped in his mental energy, was moved. The robot immediately started moving. After maneuvering the spider mechanical machine around the training ground for a lap, Lin Feng frowned slightly. No, it's too mentally taxing to make the spider machinery light enough for easy concealment. Lin Feng hardly equipped himself with any energy source. The heaviest thing he carried was a signal generator. Even so, manipulating the other party still consumes too much mental energy. It's better to go straight for machinery, which is more cost-effective. Lin Feng frowned slightly, feeling that this shouldn't be the case. Simple Spiritual Materials Science from the Celestial Empire's Spiritual Basic Citizen Learning Guide. The crafting of Level 0 spiritual artifacts comes from the Roland Mysterious Continent Spiritual Tempering School Entrance Examination Guide. Looking at the materials provided by A519, Lin Feng then realized that the problem was with the materials. In that case, we'll only be able to see the effect when we use a different material. After recalling the spider robot, his attention shifted to another superpower. Spiritual anthropomorphism? What is this? He flipped through the encyclopedia of mental abilities again and searched for a long time before finally finding it. Lin Feng was stunned after reading the introduction. The meaning of pseudofication is actually for simulation purposes. In other words, Lin Feng can use this talent to simulate the opponent's mental talent. If he simulates it properly, he can even directly use the opponent's mental talent. This is adaptation. Just like the lesser formless skill, although it is not Shaolin's internal energy, it can still use Shaolin's moves. With so much information on psychic abilities in my possession, doesn't that mean? Lin Feng's eyes lit up at that moment. I thought mind manipulation was already pretty good, but this one is even more insane. That's pretty good. However, Lin Feng also had some doubts at this point. Wasn't it supposed to be that awakened superpowers are most likely related to meditation techniques? I can't see any connection between these two abilities and the tidal meditation technique whatsoever. Lin Feng slowly looked up at the sky, and suddenly he seemed to sense something. Splash, splash, splash. Whoosh, whoosh. The vibrations of the chains and the sound of the mist dissipating echoed in his mind. Oh, it's you guys. Cosmic Treasure, the Billion-Star God Chain. Cosmic Treasure, the Black Light Palace. You did a great job on that mission. Now I'm officially appointing you as the captain of a new squad. Hearing Lu Hang's words, Chai Bin scratched his head somewhat blankly. It wasn't that he felt his contributions weren't enough to qualify him as a squad leader. The key issue was that he always felt his brain wasn't quite up to par. Therefore, he could understand why Lu Hang had never promoted him to a new squad leader. Why was he suddenly appointed as the new squad leader today? Boss, I can't do this, right? Lu Hang waved his hand and said, You have made great contributions now. If I don't promote you soon, I'm afraid I will be scolded and demoted. Hearing this, Shibamoto could only give a slightly awkward, wry smile before speaking. Boss, I'm sure I can complete this task without any problem. It can be done by one person, but my brain just isn't up to the task of leading this team. It's not that he's not smart enough. On the contrary, he's definitely one of the brightest among ordinary people. But those people in the Special Operations Department and the Reverse Star are not only incredibly quick-witted, but also ruthless. You really can't compare. Looking at Shibamoto Ryuhang, he laughed heartily. Don't worry, I know you have this problem. So that's why I specifically arranged for Chui Shi to be with you. Upon hearing this name, Shibamoto finally relaxed, realizing that Choi he was a familiar veteran player. All right, your new team members are waiting for you in conference room C5 on the second floor. You and Chui Shi should go there quickly. Don't keep them waiting. Chai Bin nodded and went out. On the way back, he kept thinking about when Lu Hang had become so polite. Don't keep them waiting. After finding Choi He, the two headed towards the C5 conference room. Before he had taken 2 steps, someone came up and patted Shibamoto on the shoulder. Congratulations, Shibamoto. Shibamoto, you're really lucky. Shibamoto, you finally made it big. It seems that someone started it all along the way for Shibamoto and Choi He. I kept hearing people congratulating the two of them. The two of them were completely baffled. What kind of good luck? What does it mean to finally get through the tough times? Why does it seem like they weren't there to pick up new team members, but rather that they were summoned by some important figure? Shibamoto and Choi He exchanged a glance, and both saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Upon arriving at conference room C5, they saw a group of people craning their necks to look inside before they even entered. What are you all doing? Shibamoto asked, looking at the people in front of him with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Congratulations, Shibamoto. You should go in first. Don't keep them waiting. Shibamoto? This won't do. You want to see just who this important person is in the conference room. The two enter the conference room. Shibamoto spotted the red-haired man immediately, while Choi beside him let out a scream. Lin Feng. Chapter 103. How come we all know each other? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but cover his face. Honestly, he never imagined that such a simple online video could be so terrifying. Almost everyone on the road knew him. When I arrived at Team C to report for duty, I thought things would get better. Unexpectedly, the people here were even more enthusiastic than the passers-by outside, greeting each other almost face-to-face, especially in the questions asked by these people. Many people have asked the same question. Who is stronger, you or Liu Cheng? Lin Feng was speechless. Why are people from the Special Operations Department getting involved in this? Clearly, Lin Feng was unaware that in this city where the internet age was just beginning, various network infrastructures had already been established. But since it's still a relatively new thing, people are mostly curious and eager to try it out. This series of online hot topics and the ensuing arguments could be said to be the first time that the entire population of Yinfeng's central city has truly felt involved. That's why it attracted the attention of everyone from top to bottom. However, there were also words of comfort for Lin Feng. For example, tell him to relax and not worry about it so much. For example, you could tell him that things will get better in time and everyone will forget about it. For example, praising him for being very strong, but also for needing to adapt to changes within the Special Operations Department, and so on. Looking at Lin Feng, who was covering his face, Shibamoto also had an idea. He turned around, walked to the doorway, and looked at the crowd of onlookers. All right, don't you guys have anything else to do? Our team needs to have a meeting. Let's go. Only after Shibamoto drove the audience outside the doorway did they reluctantly disperse. Choi smiled as he watched Chai Bin's series of actions and said to Lin Feng and the others, the captain may not be very smart, but he is very caring. After listening to Choi-shi's words, Lin Feng and the other two looked at each other. Is it really appropriate to complain like this? However, seeing that Shibamoto himself hadn't said anything, the three of them didn't dare to speak up either. Shibamoto approached Lin Feng and his two companions and spoke directly. Please introduce yourselves first. Nangong Xiao is 17 years old and level 13. He comes from the Nangong family and is good at fighting, grappling, and gun skills. Bai Xiaowen is 16 years old and at level 14. She comes from the Bai family and is skilled in palm techniques and spear techniques. Lin Feng is 15 years old and level 14. He is good at gun fighting and his combat skills are also decent. Upon hearing this, Choi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had seen the video. Are those levels of fighting just okay? From now on, the team members will be partners who entrust their lives to each other, so it's natural to be more honest with each other. Therefore, both Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen concealed their family backgrounds. But Chai Bin was somewhat bewildered. The Nangong family and the Bai family were both top-tier families. Why is Squad C here? May I ask what your ratings are? This rating is the score given to him by the scorers based on his performance in the Underground Labyrinth. This is considered their standard for assigning teams. Team A's standard is that the score must be at least 90 points. Nangong Xiao remembers it most clearly. I got 97 points. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen remembered. I scored 96 points. Lin Feng was a little confused when it was his turn. He was really sleepy at the time, and besides, he didn't choose. It was Li Chun who arranged it directly. So he didn't even listen to his own rating. Fortunately, Bai Xiaowen remembered him. Lin Feng was the only one who got 100 points on the spot. 97, 96, and another 100? Shibamoto hesitated for a long time looking at the three people in front of him, but finally couldn't help but ask. You guys remember correctly, right? I don't know what the captain is thinking. There are other reasons why we're not going to Team A. Finally, it was Nangong Xiao who spoke up to explain. Shibamoto turned around and glanced at Choi. Choi couldn't help but sigh that his captain was truly oblivious to the changing situation within the department. Going to Team A might not be a good thing for them. After that, Choi also stepped forward and spoke. This is Shibamoto, our squad leader. At 23 years old this year, his level is almost 20, and his combat power is outstanding in the entire C team. My name is Choi, and I'm considered one of the older members of the team. You can ask me any questions you have. He is 22 years old, level 18, and has average combat strength, but he is quite sensitive to intelligence and information. Lin Feng and the other two nodded. It must be said that both Shibamoto and Choi here are quite good, even in the context of the entire Special Operations Department. Don't be fooled by the fact that they've all reached level 13 or 14 after training. However, it becomes increasingly difficult to level up as you progress. Both Shibamoto and Choi here are still young and could potentially reach level 25 before they turn 40. In that case, even if they were sent to a major city under the Lin Feng faction to serve as its city lord, they would still be able to maintain order and control. All three of you are outstanding individuals, so we hope that we can work together to complete each task well. At that moment, Shibamoto also came to Choi. She sighed and coughed twice. Cough, cough. That's what I mean too, this month. There's nothing I can do about being tongue-tied and not good at speaking. Lin Feng and the other two stood up and looked at Shibamoto in front of them. Follow the captain's orders. Seeing how well the three of them were cooperating, Shibamoto quickly gestured for them to sit down. There's no need to be so serious. Since we've come together, we're family. We shouldn't follow anyone's orders. We should discuss things together. After we got to know each other, our conversations became much more pleasant. Through Choi Shi's introduction, Shibamoto also started watching the video series about Lin Feng and the other two. To be honest, the reason this series became so popular is really a bit inexplicable. Choi glanced at Shibamoto, who was watching a video, and said with some confusion, "While the production quality is indeed quite high, it feels too fast for everyone to start discussing it overnight." They looked at each other, and finally Bai Xiaowen spoke up. It's not entirely unexpected that Sister Choi Shi did this, since it was the official people who were promoting it. Those people from the government? Why? Choi Shi was also somewhat puzzled at this moment. Here's what happened. One day, when we were chasing Huang Tianxiao and his group, we happened to be in the underground labyrinth of the outer city. There were many people watching the live stream, and the officials realized that this kind of publicity was very effective. That's how we made the video and started promoting it. If everything goes smoothly, the authorities will then start publicizing the evil deeds of the Rebel Star, which will lead to a nationwide resistance against the Rebel Star. Hearing Bai Xiaowen's words, Choi Shi and Chai Ben exchanged bewildered glances. Did your family tell you this? Cui undicesimo asked, somevat surprised. This kind of plan is definitely classified, isn't it? No, it was just that my dad casually mentioned at the dinner table that the video was made by people from the official side. The rest is easier to guess, Bai Xiaowen said calmly. Chapter 104 Suspicious Points. Silence. At this moment, both Shibamoto and Choi He fell silent. Is this what people from top-tier families are like? Isn't that a bit too strong? Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao didn't show any expression. This was pretty much what they expected. More information about Lin Feng, Lu Cheng, and other high-profile figures is expected to be released later, especially the battle against the Reverse Star. This should be considered a good thing, as it means that Yin Feng now has the confidence to officially start a war with Nixing. Lin Feng then spoke up at the opportune moment. Upon hearing this, Shibamoto and Choi He exchanged a glance. Being in the thick of it, they truly understood the situation best. Compared to the initial difficulties and helplessness in dealing with the rebels, they gradually figured out the rebels' tactics, and their technological level was constantly approaching that of the rebels. The wars are indeed getting easier to fight now. At this moment, Shibamoto also put down his communicator. He had watched all the videos about Lin Feng. Indeed, that's incredible. In addition to this control over the changing situation. Honestly, I think you should be the captain, Shibamoto said to Lin Feng with a wry smile. Lu Heng really found him a great job. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng quickly waved his hand and said, I'm not suitable. The five of them have become quite familiar with each other now. After thinking for a moment, Shibamoto said directly, I think the three members of the Special Operations Department are not just playing around, but also want to make progress. Okay, let's get started. Go claim your mission now. After thinking for a moment, Choi Shi nodded. If it's a normal newbie, they can also teach them some cultivation tips or combat experience. But these three, let's forget about it. The group had just sat down in a small room when they saw someone walk over with a document in hand. Shibamoto, I was just about to go find you. What? Do I have a mandatory mission? Shibamoto asked Chi Mu with a puzzled look. Generally speaking, the people on the mission side don't randomly recruit people, unless there is a mandatory task. You'll see when you take a look. After saying that, Chi Mu handed the mission information in his hand to Chai Ben. Shibamoto opened the document with skepticism, but after reading only the first line, he immediately stood up from his chair. His expression was one of shock, and his whole body was trembling. Shuishi quickly stood up and looked at the documents in Shibamoto's hand. Upon seeing the name above, Shuishi's expression changed. That traitor Yang Hui actually dares to come back. Chi looked at Shuishi in front of him and said, "To be honest, we were also very shocked at first and even a little incredulous. However, based on some clues we found later, it was confirmed that it really was him." At this moment, Shibamoto had quickly flipped through the documents and then handed them to Lin Feng. "We'll take on this task." Shibamoto looked at Chi Mu in front of him and said solemnly. Chi Mu nodded and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to sign." Watching Chai Ben leave, Shuishi began to explain to Lin Feng and the others. Yang Hui was the captain of the first squad that Shibamoto joined. He could be said to be Shibamoto's mentor, but later he joined Nisei, even as a pledge of allegiance. He lured Shibamoto and his former teammates into a trap. In the end, only Shibamoto, who was the youngest at the time, survived. After listening to Shuishi's explanation, Lin Feng and the others understood why Chai Ben had reacted so strongly earlier. After saying that, Shuishi suddenly sighed. "I've actually been quite lucky. I was originally a member of Yang Hui's team, but I was temporarily transferred out later because of time constraints. 3 months after I left, Yang Hui defected." Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged a glance, unsure what to say. Lin Feng frowned after reading the information. Because there were so few clues, only one. Yang Hui took a blurry profile picture while drinking coffee in a coffee shop. The other materials consist of tasks Yang Hui had completed in the past, and some of his achievements. Did Yang Hui, Sister Shuishi, like to drink coffee before? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Shuishi thought for a moment and said, "Back when I was in Yinfeng City, we didn't have this habit. But he's been away for quite some time now, so we don't know if he developed this habit over there." Lin Feng nodded without saying anything, but Nangong Xiao spoke up at this moment. "But no matter what, we should go and check out that coffee shop." Shuishi and Bai Xiaowen both nodded in agreement. On the other side, Shibamoto, who had also finished signing, came over and, after hearing their decision, nodded decisively. They agreed to the decision to go to the cafe together. Shibamoto took the initiative to drive the car. Lin Feng then looked at the photo repeatedly. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Seeing Lin Feng's actions, Shuishi took the initiative to ask. "There is indeed a problem. This person was wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, but not a mask. Moreover, the coffee shop's camera was not well positioned, mainly to film the entrance, but it just so happened to capture a photo of his very distinctive features. It seems a bit deliberate." After listening to Lin Feng's words by Xiaowen, Nangong Xiao, and Shui, she picked up the photo and examined it carefully. They soon discovered the problem. This photo, though blurry, still highlights Yang Hui's facial features very well. A high nose bridge, thin lips, and a very noticeable black mole at the corner of the mouth. If it weren't for these factors, they wouldn't have been so sure that this was Yang Hui. Looking at it this way, Yang Hui really did it on purpose. But what benefit would they get from that? Nangong Xiao still asked with some doubt. Bai Xiaowen nodded. "Yes, is it just so that we can hunt you down?" Shuishi and Shibamoto's brows furrowed tightly. Suddenly, Shibamoto, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Yang Hui wasn't actually the strongest in the team, but he became the captain because of his intelligence. Very intelligent. So in dealing with him, you either shouldn't think about anything at all, or if you do think about it, you should think about it comprehensively enough. Lin Feng nodded, knowing that Shibamoto was giving him pointers. They soon arrived at the coffee shop, which was in a really nice location. It is located at the intersection of several large companies. Even though it was afternoon, the staff here were still incredibly busy, constantly brewing coffee. So much so that when they first entered, no one in the store noticed them. Where was Yang Hui sitting at that time? Lin Feng asked. Shuishi shook his head and said, "I'm afraid we need to go to the guard team and ask them to check the store surveillance footage." After saying that, Shuishi took the initiative to take on the matter. "I'll go." Bai Xiaowen also raised her hand at this moment. "Sister Shuishi, I'll go with you." Shuishi glanced at Bai Xiaowen, then at Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao, and nodded with a smile, saying, "Let's go then. Happy New Year." Little Bear wishes everyone a happy, healthy, and prosperous New Year. Of course, the most important thing is to get rich quick. Chapter 105 Without a Clue. The three people who remained, including Lin Feng, did not stay in the coffee shop but came out to continue observing the situation. His gaze swept across the surrounding streets. All three of them frowned. There's no way around it. This place is just too big. Moreover, the flow of people is enormous, and a large number of large enterprises are gathered here. The situation is too complicated. There is absolutely no useful information to be found. It seems we can only wait for news from Bai Xiaowen and the others. Nangong Xiao was somewhat discouraged. Shibamoto remained calm. If Nisei were so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have caused headaches for the various factions for so long. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the surroundings and suddenly fell on the security camera at the entrance of the company across the street. Which company belongs to whom? Nangong Xiao looked at it and then spoke. Baojun Arms, owned by the Liu family, is a fairly well-known company. They are one of the main manufacturers of the currently commonly used fourth-generation rifles. Can we access their home security camera footage? Lin Feng pointed to the security camera at the other party's door and asked. Shibamoto glanced at it and quickly shook his head. To be honest, these large companies are all backed by families. If it were an ordinary one, it wouldn't be a problem, but if it's backed by a top-tier family, we can only discuss it together. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng thought for a moment, took out his communicator, and made a call to Ding Zhu. It was probably time for Ding Zhu to finish class. By Xiaowen and Chui, she entered the security station set up by the city's security team in this area. Once inside, Chui immediately took out her identification. The Special Operations Department needs your cooperation in handling this case. Upon hearing this, the guards exchanged glances and immediately summoned the deputy director of the guards. Seeing that the other party was Chui Shi, he didn't hide anything and directly explained his purpose. The deputy director of the security bureau nodded and quickly went to find the video recording. Our Special Operations Department has very high authority. If you need any help from these security bureaus in the future, just take your credentials and go to them. It's acceptable to get it without explaining the reason. Bai Xiaowen raised an eyebrow. Is this all acceptable? The main reason is that the Guard Bureau's personnel are not actually good at this kind of thing compared to the Special Operations Department's carefully selected personnel. The personnel of the Guard Bureau are quite diverse, and it would be easy to leak secrets if we talk too much. Therefore, it's better for us to be more decisive and authoritative when handling cases, as this is both convenient and safe. Chui Shi also began to explain to Bai Xiaowen little by little. However, the Security Bureau's efficiency was still reliable. Soon, the deputy director of the Security Bureau brought over the video and handed it to Chui Shi. So, as before, we're no longer investigating cases related to this location, right? The deputy director asked, looking at Chui Shi. After reviewing the video and confirming that there were no problems, Chui Shi said, "Yes, let's expand the scope a bit this time. Submit all the cases in this area to us, and we'll investigate them." Upon hearing this, the deputy director of the Security Bureau smiled. This is actually why the Security Bureau is so willing to cooperate with the Special Operations Department. These elites in the Special Operations Department are all exceptionally skilled and quick-witted. The key point is that they have a lot of power. These security measures are in their hands and can be handled in no time. The credit ultimately goes to their Security Bureau. This is too good to be true. Even if things were delayed, they could easily shift the blame to their Special Operations Department as a perfect explanation. This could be considered an unspoken rule among them. Holding videotapes and several files, the two walked toward the coffee shop. When the two returned to the coffee shop, they found that Lin Feng and the other two were already looking at something. When everyone walked over, they found that Lin Feng and the others were already watching the video. This video is a view of the entire coffee shop taken from the outside. This is what the security camera at the company across the street captured, Shibamoto explained somewhat idly. He had actually been watching for a while, but quickly realized that he couldn't see anything at all. But Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao saw it very seriously, so he gave up. Chui Shi glanced at the company across the street and asked with a somewhat surprised expression, "Why is the other company so cooperative?" Large companies like these, especially those involved in arms dealing, have always been notoriously difficult to deal with. Shibamoto shook his head. Lin Feng simply took a computer, hacked into the other party's system, and copied the video. Both Chui Shi and Bai Xiaowen were stunned when they heard this. Lin Feng can do this. Actually, Nangong Xiao and the others were completely bewildered when they first saw this. They didn't understand what Lin Feng was doing. He just casually typed a command, and suddenly a video appeared on his computer. But since the video was indeed real, they stopped talking about it. Did the store's videotape arrive? Lin Feng turned to look at by Xiaowen. The recordings from the last 7 days are all here. I imported the video into the computer and started comparing it. They quickly pinpointed the location where Yang Hui had been sitting, the very spot where they were sitting. However, Lin Feng was not surprised. This spot offers the best view, but there's something strange about it. Yang Hui stayed in the store for less than 5 minutes in total. Moreover, based on the comparison of internal and external cameras, his gaze did not actually remain fixed during those 5 minutes. My impression of them was that they were simply strolling around. After comparing the recordings for a while, Lin Feng gave his answer. But now everyone was even more confused. So what is the significance of Yang Hui's appearance? Was he deliberately showing his face? They had everyone track him down, but then they found no clues at all. Was it all just to tease the Special Operations Department? Even Lin Feng couldn't do anything about it now. There weren't many security cameras inside Yanfeng Central City. Most of them were installed by the businesses themselves. Therefore, it is impossible to use the video footage along the way to trace the route the other party took when they left. Everyone present fell silent at this moment because they had no better ideas. Lin Feng turned around and suddenly saw several documents in Chuixi's hand. What are these documents, Sister Chuixi? These are all cases related to the Security Bureau in this area. When we investigate these cases, we usually take the initiative to handle them to avoid alerting the suspects. This can be seen as a reward from the Security Bureau for doing things for us. It's still important to maintain this good relationship. Otherwise, even if people listen to you, they won't be very proactive. The battle against the reverse star is a race against time. Is there any clue here? Shibamoto looked at the documents and asked. Chuishi shook her head. I don't see any clues. These are all big companies, and there are mainly 2 types of cases happening here. Theft and smuggling. You could say there are cases like this almost every day here. Hearing this, everyone was somewhat discouraged. Nangon Xiao shook his head, took the document from Chuixi's hands, and said, Since that's the case, then it's easy. I'll have my people take care of things in the next couple of days. Chuixi and Shibamoto exchanged a glance, and finally Shibamoto nodded. This kind of thing was just too easy for Nangon Xiao. Theft? Smuggling? Yang Hui? Large companies? Lin Feng frowned, wondering why he felt there was some connection between his actions and his departure. Sorry, only 1 chapter today. Chapter 106 reaction is the goal. Let's go back and rest first. I can't figure it out no matter how hard I try here. Although Shibamoto was furious, he knew they were now in a real dead end, so it was better to put aside for now. Everyone else nodded and got up to leave. Just as Chai Bin, Chuixi, Bai Xiaowen, and Nangon Xiao were preparing to leave. But they found that Lin Feng was still sitting in the chair and showed no intention of moving. The 4 of them looked at each other. Finally, Chai Bin came to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng, I know you're anxious, but we really don't have any good clues right now. Perhaps we should put it aside for now. Anyway, it won't happen in the next few days. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly sat up straight. Perhaps that's what they wanted. The 4 people were stunned when they heard this. What did it mean? Lin Feng stood up and took the documents delivered by the Security Bureau from Chuixi's hand. I've been wondering just now, is Yang Hui really just bored? But we all know it won't happen. Absolutely not. The other party's deliberate actions must have a purpose. Since we can't find out what his purpose is, why don't we think about what the most likely reaction would be after his appearance? Chuishi crossed her arms and began to analyze the situation. Let me think about it. As a current member of the Special Operations Department and a traitor to the Rebel Star, Yang Hui's appearance is bound to attract the attention of the Special Operations Department. Or rather, it will definitely attract Shibamoto's attention. As he spoke, everyone present looked at Shibamoto. Is Captain Yang Hui familiar with you? Nangon Xiao asked. Very familiar. Shibamoto's expression also turned serious as he spoke. It's not just that he's very familiar with you, but that he's very familiar with the entire Special Operations Department. Lin Feng spread out the documents in front of him. Yang Hui knew the other party well and knew that the captain would definitely come after him as soon as he appeared. In this way, his case will quickly fall into the hands of the Special Operations Department, and according to the Special Operations Department style of operation, this kind of case will definitely lead to us getting our hands on all the cases in the surrounding area. This way, he could remove what the Guard Bureau was about to discover from under their noses through normal means. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Shibamoto and the other 3 changed. My gaze involuntarily fell on the documents in front of me. Nangon Xiao couldn't help but twist his neck. Is this Yang Hui really that amazing? This plan is so well structured. It's as if all our previous actions were exactly what he anticipated. A look of amazement flashed across by Xiaowen's face. Yang Hui is truly remarkable. Shibamoto and Choi he exchanged a glance, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Yang Hui was very familiar with them, and they were naturally very familiar with Yang Hui's style of doing things. This kind of scheming is indeed the other party's style of doing things. But Lin Feng actually saw through all of Yang Hui's plans in such a short time. This, if I'm not mistaken, their stuff should leave Central City tonight through smuggling. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Chai Ben picked up the communicator to contact the security bureau. But before the call could connect, Cui Shi pressed the button. Don't. Why? Didn't Lin Feng say they were supposed to go out tonight? We need to contact the security bureau immediately to see what their planned operation is for tonight. Shibamoto looked at Cui Shi with some anxiety and said that every second counted for them. Yang Hui, the special target, didn't want to wait even a second longer. My Captain Chai, don't you even think about that? Why did Yang Hui need to know yesterday? Wasn't it because he knew the security bureau was going to take action today? Since he knows the timing of the guard bureau's operation, how could he not know if you make a phone call now? Cui Shi also offered his advice helplessly. Shibamoto finally understood and let out a sigh of relief, then said, I need to go outside and have some peace and quiet first. After saying that, Shibamoto left and stood alone outside the coffee shop. Seeing this, Cui Shi couldn't help but sigh and explain. Yang Hui was very different to Cui Shi. He was Shibamoto's guide, pointing out the way forward for the not-so-bright Shibamoto. But it was this very person who pushed him into the abyss. Although Shibamoto never said anything, he never gave up on collecting information about Yang Hui. So I hope you can understand. Lin Feng and the other two nodded and then began to look at the files brought by the Guard Bureau. The first point is to look for cases related to smuggling. Secondly, this item is difficult to transport and is most likely related to medicine. Nangong Xiao frowned slightly. Why is it related to medicine? Because the weapons technology of the Reverse Star is relatively advanced. The companies here should not have any targets worth targeting. Bai Xiaowen can explain this problem. Because their pharmaceutical factories and research labs have repeatedly discovered traces of Reverse Star's activities. That should be case number 45, which involves smuggling a type of drug raw material. White flower grass, stone, acid solution. This raw material is extremely precious, and the entire transportation process cannot exceed 8 hours from start to finish. Otherwise, the structure will change, causing the raw materials to fail. Cui Shi didn't even look at the case file, but gave the answer directly. Lin Feng opened the answer Cui Shi had given him and saw that it was exactly the same as what Cui Shi had said. Sister Cui Shi, you're amazing. I only glanced at it briefly on the bus, and you actually memorized it. Bai Xiaowen looked at Cui Shi with pleasant surprise and praised her. Cui laughed and pointed to her eyes, saying, photographic memory, I can't forget anything I see. After reading the case file, Lin Feng understood why Yang Hui was so impatient. All I can say is that this file is incredibly clear. I don't know how the Security Bureau managed to do that. The time, place, people, and even the quantity of transactions were all recorded clearly. They even know which way the person at the head of the meeting came from. Looking at the number of people listed, Lin Feng guessed that the other party valued this batch of drug raw materials very much. I reckon we'll need to call for backup this time. Cui Shi nodded and went out to find Shibamoto. Seeing Cui Shi leave, Lin Feng looked at Bai Xiaowen, who shook her head and said, There's nothing wrong with Sister Cui Shi. The reason she stood out earlier and left Yang Hui's team was simply because she had been interrogated too many times before and had habitually said it out loud. Lin Feng nodded and took out his communicator again to make a call to Ding Zhu. He only brought a pistol with him when he went out this time. All his equipment was still in the underground research lab. Brother Ding helped me get all my equipment, including the grenades and Type 2 bullets from the equipment box next to me. Chapter 107, The Riverbank. What is a Type 2 bullet? Upon hearing this word, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up instantly. They vividly remembered the 3 types of bullets Lin Feng had used on them before. Penetrating, highly flammable, explosive. They liked each one because the results were so good they were almost exaggerated. Previously, Lin Feng had given them some gifts that they were reluctant to use unless it was an important occasion. Which 3 types of bullets have upgraded versions that are more effective and powerful? Of course, 2 new types of tranquilizer grenades and jumping grenades have also been added. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen's eyes lit up even more. Not to mention that the two newly added bullets were upgraded versions of the previous 3 types. That's enough to fill them with anticipation. Brother Feng, is there any for us? Note that was Nangong Xiao who said this, not Bai Xiaowen. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. It's definitely there. It's definitely there. Upon hearing the answer, Nangong Xiao snapped his fingers and instantly revealed an excited and satisfied expression. Bai Xiaowen was also laughing nonstop beside her. Shibamoto and Choi he also came in, and seeing the 3 of them playing and laughing, smiles appeared on their faces. What's making you so happy? Choi she was the first to speak. Lin Feng was about to bring up the matter of bullets when Nangong Xiao stopped him. I'll give you a surprise in a little while. Upon hearing this, Shibamoto and Choi he exchanged a glance and finally nodded simultaneously. The higher-ups have already approved reinforcements, and this time we will be in charge of planning and arranging them. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng stroked his chin and looked at the location of their transaction shown on the document. Stone River, Sheetsi River, a very magical river whose outlet and inlet are both 2 low hills. The exposed section happens to be located within the central city of Rock Peak, but it wasn't that Rock Peak Central City existed first and then included it. One year, a rare earthquake occurred in the central city of Yinfeng, and a river suddenly appeared on the ground. It's quite remarkable that it runs right across the entire central city from south to north, yet doesn't extend any further out. In a section of the Sheetsi River, deep in a riverbed overgrown with reeds. It's already autumn, and the reeds on the riverbank have all bloomed. The seeds, wrapped in white down, fluttered in the wind. Yang Hui stood with his hands in his pockets, surrounded by 4 or 5 members of the Rebel Star. A young man with a lollipop in his mouth looked at the timer on the box on the ground and frowned slightly. What happened? We've been waiting for almost an hour. Why haven't they come in yet? Yang Hui glanced at the time, then shook his head and said, It's all right, it's not quite time yet. That road isn't as easy to travel as the one near the Nangong family's house, so it's understandable that we're a little late. The members of the opposing star group, next to them, all nodded in agreement. It was so much easier for them when they first came in. They just got into the Nangong family's car and didn't have to worry about anything. When I opened my eyes, I was already inside the central city. Speaking of which, the captain is really smart. With just a little trick, those idiots in the security bureau went silent. A chubby guy next to him snorted. Shouldn't this be considered good luck for them? If they really come, I guarantee that none of them will stay. No one around him refuted him, since what the chubby guy said was the truth. If it weren't for the fact that this batch of drug raw materials was something they urgently needed, they wouldn't mind leaving something behind in the central city of Yinfeng before leaving. As the time drew closer to the exact hour, the wind along the Shahizi River grew stronger. But the reeds along the river are growing really well. Even with the reeds compressed by a third, Yang Hui and his group were still well hidden. As the time drew closer to the exact hour, Yang Hui checked his watch more and more frequently. He's getting a little irritable now. Beep, 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 beep. Des Zoklaki. Yang Hui narrowed his eyes slightly, but he didn't see anyone around the reed marshes. Walk. Upon hearing this, the members of the Rebel Star Group turned to leave without the slightest hesitation. It's not time yet. That means there's a problem. Staying here now would be suicide. But just as they turned around, a voice suddenly called out to them. Crows cross the river. I came here solely for the medicine. Upon hearing the other party's code, Yang Hui reflexively shouted out his own slogan. The others from the Reverse Star Group then stopped in their tracks. But the next moment their brows furrowed again. What's going on with you guys? The group of people who came all had some kind of wound, but they didn't look like they were from a battle. The man at the head of the group smiled sheepishly and said, I apologize for the embarrassing incident. I was in a car accident on the way. Unfortunately, it took a little longer than expected. Yang Hui nodded and said directly, You're the Crows, right? Then let's start the handover now. We don't have much time. No problem, let's get started. The Raven Squad also felt ashamed, cursing the 15-year-old kid who had secretly driven on the road while hoping that things would end soon. At that moment, Nangong Xiao, standing on the outskirts of the reed marsh, couldn't help but give Lin Feng a thumbs up. That car accident on the road, just now, was truly spectacular. With a mere millimeter's breadth, they overturned the Raven Squad's vehicle, yet the other party suffered minimal damage. Then the traffic controllers successfully appeared and discovered Lin Feng's various problems. A 15-year-old secretly drove without a driver's license, refused to give his adult's license plate number, and only repeated that he was willing to pay compensation. The Crow Squad was in a hurry and didn't want to appear too unusual, so they pretended to be helpless as they collected the money and left before quickly running to the reeds. Lin Feng shook his head, indicating that these were minor matters. Has the location been determined? They haven't moved for a moment, and their location has been confirmed. Nangong Xiao pointed to the red that displayed on the communicator and said, Lin Feng's actions in crashing the cars were also purposeful. He wanted to apply a drug to their bodies to facilitate the spider robot's tracking. Determine the final exact location. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng, the captain of the reinforcement team, immediately became excited. Now it's our turn to make our appearance, right? Lin Feng shook his head, took out a map, and marked a location to the upper left of where their red dot was. You could just wait here. If we lie in ambush for a while, we're sure to catch a big fish. Wu Feng and his team looked at the map. The place where they were to ambush the enemy was quite far from the location marked by the red dot. No problem, you guys go ahead. Shibamoto looked at Wu Feng and spoke, and Wu Feng nodded and left. After all, Shibamoto was in command of this battle. Watching the other person leave, Lin Feng murmured to himself, we can start taking action now. Chai Ben, Chui Shi, Nangong Xiao, and Bai Xiaoan all nodded and then plunged into the reed bed. On the other side, Yang Hui and Hanya's handover was also completed. Bon voyage. Yang Hui looked at Hanya and said, Bon voyage. The crow replied in the same tone. After finishing their conversation, the two teams prepared to leave. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 108, Igniting the Reeds. Instantly, Yang Hui and Hanya's two squads all dropped to the ground. Looking up slightly, I saw 3 streaks of fire flashing across the reeds. Call. The cold wind carried flames that instantly ignited a large area of reeds. The 3 lines of fire that suddenly ignited divided the entire reed marshland into 4 sections. What happened? Little Fatty looked up and glared at the Crow Squad. Crow, however, was not intimidated at this moment. Shouldn't this be a question for you? The location, time, route, and number of people were all decided by you. What business is it of ours? Upon hearing this, the morale of Yang Hui's team also weakened. Yes, these were all decided by them, and then leaked out. But didn't the captain already solve it? Now is not the time to discuss this. Let's go our separate ways. Yang Hui decisively interrupted everyone, and although the Cold Crow Squad was dissatisfied, they could only nod. Since they chose to burn the reeds, it means they probably don't know our exact location. Leave before the fire gets completely out of control. Yang Hui's gaze darkened, and he pointed to 2 directions, one to the left and one to the right. The members of the Raven Squad nodded and then began their breakout to the right, which happened to be the direction they had come from. They'll be safe once they get on the bus if they walk in this direction. As for the drug raw materials, they decisively chose to give up. At this point, their lives seemed to be the most important thing. Wu Feng and the others arrived at the place Lin Feng had designated. Their eyes swept around, and it was indeed a well-hidden spot. After making a few hand gestures, the members of Wu Feng's team plunged into the surrounding reeds. Wait patiently for your prey to take the bait. On the other side, Shibamoto, Choi, and the others had already dispersed and were walking along the previously planned path through the reed beds. For a moment, the sound of flames burning reeds on the reed marshland became even quieter. It's as if Lin Feng's 3 shots were not a beginning, but an end. All 4 teams were stealthily moving through the reed beds. The footsteps of everyone grew lighter and lighter. Both Yang Hui's team and Hanya's team were now sweating profusely. There's no way around it. Every step is crucial. At that moment, they had no way of predicting whether they would encounter someone next or whether a gun would appear around the next corner. What are these people from the Special Operations Department up to? Why has there been no movement after the shot was fired? The chubby boy finally couldn't help but curse, and the young man with a lollipop in his mouth also bit it to pieces. He was almost unable to hold back either. The atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. The flames were still burning and getting closer and closer to them. But they dared not move too fast, fearing that any sudden action would be discovered. It's awful. It's so painful. Looking at his teammate's condition, Yang Hui seemed to suddenly understand something. Fire. Cut through the reed beds. Is the other side trying to lure them all to one place by cutting off the battlefield and then annihilate them? Thinking of this, Yang Hui suddenly stopped in his tracks. Etc. For now on, we'll split up and break out. I don't care what method you use, as long as you can break through. That's a good method. Upon hearing Yang Hui's words, Xiao Pang's expression immediately changed. Okay, I've been wanting to stop this for a long time. Fatty, I'm off first. After saying that, little Fatty plunged into the reeds beside him and ran away at an extremely fast speed. Others who saw this naturally followed suit. Suddenly, Yang Hui was the only one left in the spot. At that moment, Yang Hui's direction also changed. He actually ran towards those lines of fire. At this moment, he had his own ideas. Without his restraint, these individuals would definitely cause some trouble. He had already chosen the best hiding place, to follow the burning fire line and play a game of hiding in the dark. The chances of being discovered are naturally very small. Just as Yang Hui reached the edge of the fire line, a loud bang came from the direction where the Raven squad had left. Boom! A violente explosion ripple du toit. Da. Before the explosions had even subsided, a fierce gunfight broke out. Da. The sound of bullets leaving the barrel was continuous. Not a single one could be stopped. Yang Hui's team also suddenly accelerated their movements. The battle over there probably means the Raven squad was ambushed. They should take this opportunity to run fast. At this moment, Wu Feng and the others were also getting a little annoyed. Was this opposing team going a bit too far? They were the ones who ambushed the enemy, but now they're the ones being beaten down. However, the members of the Raven squad also looked grim at this moment. They were ambushed as soon as they arrived, as if the enemy had predicted they would take this route, and they suffered heavy losses in an instant. Many people were injured to varying degrees. If it weren't for Captain Jack's quick reflexes and the power of their weapons, the entire army would probably have been wiped out by now. The six-barrel machine gun mounted on Han Ye's hand spun again, suppressing Wu Feng and the others so they dared not show their faces. Walk! At the command of the Crow, the members of the Crow squad sped off at full speed. Wu Feng and the others gritted their teeth and suppressed their anger, but Han Ye's firepower was simply too fierce. They didn't dare stick their heads out. They really are elite. Lin Feng murmured to himself, and then took out a black bullet. I glanced at the red dot on the screen, and then at the location where the battle had broken out. Press the cartridge. Load. Excitation. The series of movements can be described as flowing smoothly. Bang! The black bullet flew toward the location of the red dot. The Crow, caught off guard in the midst of battle, whirled around, only to find the black bullet already right in front of it. The teardrop-shaped bullet was perfectly smooth. But at that moment, the Crow felt a sudden sense of alarm. Danger! At this moment, the Crow used the fastest speed of his life to place the six-barrel machine gun in front of him. Having reached level 19, he can already keep up with the speed of the gun. But, puff! The next second, a bloody hole the size of a finger appeared on his forehead. The brilliance of life slowly faded from his eyes. Thump! The Crow's heavy body collapsed onto the reed bed. The battlefield even paused for a second at that moment. Give me the beating. In the end, Wu Feng was the first to react, picking up his rifle and starting to fire. Da. After suppressing their anger for half a day, it finally erupted. It must be said that the Raven squad is indeed strong. But if we're really talking about who's the most troublesome, it's the Crow and his six-barrel machine gun arm. Now that he's been dealt with, the rest is too easy. As the chaotic battle on the Crow's side gradually came to an end, the people from Yang Hui's squad who had dispersed were running faster and faster. They don't care if they get discovered now. If the battle on the Raven side ends and their people turn around to look for them, then they will have no chance at all. Chapter 109 shattered with a single palm strike. The little fat boy's movements were the most obvious. His whole body looked like a rolling wheel. They sped along, crushing the reeds all the way. He's racing against time right now, needing to get ashore as quickly as possible. There's a park on the shore that's always bustling with people. The Special Operations Department becomes hesitant to act rashly in crowded places. That's their favorite battlefield. Just as he was walking through a patch of reeds, he suddenly caught a glimpse of white out of the corner of his eye. Before he could even react to what was happening, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his spine. He immediately felt that he had lost control of his hands and feet. Smack! Little Fatty landed face first on the ground and rolled around like a ball. Stop! Stop right now! Little Fatty kept screaming in his heart, but unfortunately, he had completely lost control of his body. Puff! Another faint sound, barely audible even compared to a muffled fart, rang out. At the same time, a bloody hole appeared on the back of Little Fatty's head. As the bloody hole appeared, the light in Little Fatty's eyes slowly faded, replaced by confusion. Bai Xiaowen glanced at the white thorn in her hand, and a smile appeared on her face. Bai Ci is her name, and Ci is the name of the gun. Bai Xiaowen is currently using the silent mode of the white thorn, which is different from the silencer's silent mode, which is better than no white thorn at all. That silent mode is truly silent. The fact that the chubby boy didn't even realize he'd been shot is the best proof of this. Actually, for a level 17 martial artist like Little Fatty, he could react to the firing speed of the 4th-generation pistol. Unfortunately, the white thorn is not only a 5th-generation pistol, but also has a silent effect. In addition, the Type 2 penetrating bullets made it easy to kill this level 17 fat guy. Bang! Ah! It's not hard to guess that Bai Xiaowen's is silent and Nangong Zhao's is silent. Crimson Flame, Burst. Burst mode, plus the most powerful burst bomb. The person with the lollipop stick in their mouth had their heart and half of their lungs blown apart. Nangong Zhao gently blew away the smoke from the gun muzzle, and his smile almost reached the back of his head. The more I use this gun, the more I like it. Then Nangong Zhao looked up at the other members of Nixing who had shown signs of injury, but he didn't seem to care about chasing them anymore. He knew they were doomed anyway. As expected. Bang! 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 After the 3 gunshots rang out, the 3 men stopped moving. The 3 people who had exposed themselves were practically sitting ducks in front of Lin Feng's sniper rifle. Moreover, they are far inferior to the crows. Even if the mind reacts, the body rarely keeps up, unless the brain is unable to process it. In the end, everyone had a bullet hole in their head and fell heavily into the reeds. Yang Hui, who was walking along the front line at that moment, saw a scene that made him grit his teeth. With all the team members gone, even if he escapes, he'll be left all alone. Their squad is finished. It's important to know that, unlike the Special Operations Department's internal member allocation system, Reverse Star uses a captain recruitment system. These members were all recruited with great difficulty. That's it, it's all over. They originally wanted to try their luck at becoming a level 1 squad, but now it's questionable whether they can even find enough new recruits. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. As Yang Hui ran along the front line, his face grew increasingly grim. He absolutely cannot let that sniper spot him. The opponent's marksmanship is truly terrifying. The 3 shots just now were almost nonstop, yet they killed 3 people from different directions nearly simultaneously. Such sniping skills are even within the top-tier squad of Reverse Star. Only someone like Falcon, who practically considers sniping his everything, could do that. However, Lin Feng had already put away the sniper rifle where he couldn't see it. And they slowly walked into this reed bed. Cui she also dealt with her opponent, though she only had a minor cut on her arm. After placing the body down, Cui she began moving in the direction Lin Feng had previously planned. Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Zhao's movements were exactly the same. As Yang Hui ran along the fire line, his expression suddenly changed. The original plan was that when we reached the end of the fire line, there would still be a patch of unburnt reeds. This way, he can escape by using the reeds for cover. How come it's now just a vacant lot burned out by fire? The key point is that the fire in this place burned out a perfect circle, making it look like a fighting arena specially prepared for a duel. You finally arrived. A voice devoid of joy or sorrow came from the reeds opposite Yang Hui. Immediately afterwards, a figure emerged from within. Upon seeing the other person, Yang Hui's pupils contracted sharply, and his expression became somewhat incredulous. Shibamoto. That's right, it's Shibamoto. Chai Ben had been waiting for Yang Hui for quite some time. During this time, Shibamoto thought a lot, but in the end, he still felt that this matter should be put to rest. Yang Hui cautiously looked around, his expression gradually turning grim. The cold wind pressed down on the reeds, and several figures were faintly visible among them. Did you all anticipate I'd take this path? Yang Hui still seemed somewhat incredulous as he spoke. Chai Ben looked at Yang Hui and nodded slightly. That's right. Lin Feng told me before that you were a smart person, but a coward. Then you will definitely take what you think is the safest path, which is to sacrifice your teammates to pave a way out for yourself. At this point, Shibamoto sighed before continuing. At first I didn't believe it, but in the end I saw you here. That's when I realized I had overestimated you. Your so-called choice is nothing more than selling out your teammates to find an easier path. Upon hearing this, Yang Hui stretched his body while coldly staring at Shibamoto in front of him. "Oh, so you're going to start lecturing me now?" Shibamoto shook his head. "Everyone has their own choices, and I have no right to lecture you. What's the point of saying all this?" At that moment, Yang Hui flicked his wrist, and two canes appeared in his hands. "I still want to tell you that the path you've chosen is one that's easy to die on." After saying that, Chai Bin pushed off the ground with both feet and pounced on Yang Hui with the momentum of a tiger pouncing on its prey. At this moment, Yang Hui was not afraid. He changed his double crutches and used the move Double Dragons Probing the Sea to aim straight for Shibamoto's eyes. Smack! A tiger claps its paws. In midair, Shibamoto slapped Yang Hui's crutches away with a single hand. Yang Hui's eyes widened, but he hadn't even had time to react. Shibamoto's other hand slammed down hard on his head. Splash! In an instant, Yang Hui's clever mind was turned into a complete mess under Chai Bin's hands. This scene made Nangong Zhao's body tremble. The captain, who has always been honest and well-behaved, turned out to be so ruthless when he got into a fight. At this moment, Chuishi also began to explain through the communicator. Since that accident, Shibamoto has been diligently practicing his martial arts skills every day. He said that since he wasn't smart enough, all he could do was work hard and hone his skills. His combat strength is now enough to secure him a place even within the entire Special Operations Department. Lin Feng couldn't help but say something. That's true wisdom. After saying that, he looked in the direction where the crows and the others had died. It used to be said that catching rabbits in the snow was the easiest thing to do because rabbits always follow a fixed route home. In snowy weather, rabbits will leave footprints, and you can follow the path to find their burrow. Actually, just look at Hanya and Yang Hui's teammates. Aren't we all just thinking about going to the roads and places we know best? How much smarter are humans than rabbits? Chapter 1, 10 Top Scandal. However, I still feel that this ending was a bit rushed. Nangong Xiao came to Lin Feng's side and said. Lin Feng shrugged and said, "After so many years of pent-up hatred, I don't think the captain wants to spar with Yang Hui for more than 100 rounds. Bai Xiaowen, who was standing to the side, also nodded. However, she suddenly turned to look at Lin Feng. If it weren't for the captain, you wouldn't have specially arranged such an arena, right? Lin Feng crossed his arms and watched as Chai Bin gradually tidied up Yang Hui's messy head. Some things need a slightly more formal occasion to come to an end. At a meeting of the Special Operations Department, Lei Zhao's expression grew increasingly grim as he flipped through the list in his hand. Looking at the last few pages left, Lei Zhao was too lazy to even open them. Are all these people confirmed? Do you realize the impact of submitting this list? Yes. Minister of Special Operations. Lei Zhao, who was always lawless and even dared to slam his fist on the table with the Supreme Council, was scared. I'm really scared. This list involves more than just the top floors of Yinfeng's central city. To be honest, the entire Special Operations Department was well aware of the tacit, indirect cooperation between some top-level officials and the anti-stars. Because this kind of cooperation actually benefits the entire Yinfeng faction, and the impact is relatively limited. It will not affect the overall situation of fighting against the Reverse Star. But the list we have now is different. It indicates the process from top to bottom and from inside to outside. From real power to a transitional or prestigious but nominal position. Both are available. Everyone has a counterstar. Some of them have even been in those important positions for 1 or 2 decades. This is truly terrifying. Lu Qianlan, Li Chun, and Lu Heng looked at each other. In the end, it was Li Chun who spoke up. The ministers on the list are basically confirmed. We are still investigating the remaining ones. Lu Heng also spoke up. That's pretty much it. If it weren't for the bombing in the outer city that caused those people to disappear, we are probably still in the dark. At that moment, Lei Xiao turned his head and looked at Captain Xiao of the Internal Inspection Department. Let's have a word with Captain Xiao. Internally, it can remain within this person's management scope indefinitely. However, an accident happened this time, which is why Li Chun and the others helped out. Who knew they would catch such a big fish? At this moment, Lei Zhao's dissatisfaction with the inspection department was no longer just simple. He even had reason to suspect that Xiaoyu might also be a member of the Reverse Star. Although this statement sounds like I'm defending myself, but I still want to say that there should be someone behind these people. This person not only holds an extremely important and high position in the central city of Rock Peak, but also has a very high status in the Reverse Star. After speaking, Xiaoyu immediately projected a document onto the screen. This is a document from 2 years ago. Lu Qianlong glanced at the document, and her expression immediately changed. Xiaoyu, what do you mean by this? That's all. The document Xiaoyu opened involved a scandal involving 8 top families. At that time, it was a marriage alliance between 2 top families, and almost all the important figures of the 8 major families were present. However, right there at the wedding, the bride actually met her former lover in the bridal chamber. As for what happened, well, you know what I mean. More importantly, the groom discovered this. To be honest, there's never much affection in arranged marriages. Many of the 8 top families also have members who go their separate ways after marriage. But where am I? The wedding ceremony was held at the groom's house. The man immediately couldn't stand it and demanded that the woman's lover be killed. In the end, I don't know how it happened, but it turned into a major war. The groom and bride, along with many others at the banquet that day, died in that great battle. However, the news was strictly blocked by the 8 top families. After all, such a thing is really too embarrassing. That's why Lu Qianlong's expression turned so grim when she saw it was this case. Captain Lu, please listen to me first. Xiaoyu forcefully suppressed Lu Qianlong's imposing manner and then began to explain. First of all, I want to tell you that this was not an accident. That kid from the Huang family is just a scapegoat. This is a scam deliberately orchestrated by someone. Hearing this, Lu Qianlong still looked unconvinced that it was a scam. Who is so amazing? How dare they deceive all 8 major families together? First of all, this woman is not simple. She is not only a noble woman from a top family, but also a senior member of the Reverse Star and one of the 12 secret historians. Codename, Bone Serpent. Bone Snake? Wasn't Bone Snake caught in Dongbin 2 years ago and then committed suicide? I remember it was before this incident, right? Li Chun immediately retorted with a question. Xiaoyu nodded and said, that's right, but it's a smokescreen. Actually, we confirmed the identity of the Bone Serpent a long time ago, about 3 years ago. My people accidentally stumbled upon the collaboration between Reverse Star and a certain biological company in the city. At the time, we didn't make a fuss, but instead began to investigate secretly. I won't go into the difficulties of the process, but I can say that this noble lady's power was indeed formidable. We were misled several times. In the end, it was really by luck that the noble woman's identity was discovered. This confirmed that she was one of the 12 secret historians of the Bone Serpent Reversing Star. We originally planned to make the arrest directly, but as you know, this noble lady's public identity is too powerful. We have no choice but to do our best to collect clues. That's why we didn't act immediately. But just before we were about to take action, we were surprised to find that the Bone Serpent was still online in Rock Peak, Central City. Hearing this, even Lei Zhao's expression became somewhat uncertain. At the time, Xiaoyu only told him that there were some problems with this matter, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Moreover, since it involved the 8 top families, he couldn't let Xiaoyu get involved anymore. The most crucial point is that the person is dead and it's such a huge scandal, so the 8 major families definitely won't agree to let them continue the investigation. Li Chun and Lu Qianlong exchanged a glance. This news is a bit too explosive. According to the structure of the Reverse Star, above the 12 secret historians are the 3 deputy directors, and above them is the supreme commander of the Reverse Star. The Bone Serpent is coming online? That means there's at least 1 deputy director in Lin Feng Central City? But don't be too surprised by this launch. We only had a vague feeling about it at the time. It was deduced by inferring from some of the Bone Snake's behaviors. It was this incident that made me realize that our initial assumptions were correct. After speaking, Xiaoyu looked at Lu Hang, who had remained silent. You knew about this too? Lu Qianlong looked at Lu Hang, who had been rather unremarkable, with some surprise. Chapter 111 starts with a direct attack. Lu Hang shrugged and said, your identity is special, and Brother Chen was still looking for Zhang Xiao at the time. Isn't I the only one left who can help? After saying that, Lu Hang began to tell a story. It's infuriating, really. At the time, Xiaoyu and I couldn't find a breakthrough, so we decided to just capture the Bone Snake and interrogate it properly. After all, people like her are usually quite cooperative. They can make amends by offering minor punishments and getting away with it. But just the day before the operation was to take place, they suddenly announced that the 2 sides would be united by marriage, and we were warned to avoid causing trouble during this period. There was no other way but to wait until after the marriage alliance before taking action. You'll find out what happened next. Xiaoyu looked at the list in his hand and shook his head helplessly. So think about it. Someone of that level, the Bone Serpent, was killed outright. They didn't even think about how high the other person's status should be to get rid of them. Lei Xiao was speechless at this point. In retrospect, he also bears some responsibility for not steadfastly supporting Xiao Yu and Lu Hang at the time. Lu Qianlan has completely stopped talking now. The deaths in that great battle were not limited to that noble woman and the man. There are also many members of the 8 major families who will become the backbone of the future. Why are there so few people in the Hua family? All the maids, under his name, were to be assigned to the guards. Why can't the Lung family afford to send any money and can only send their granddaughter to handle things? And the Xiao family and the Gong family. Then there's no need to say more. The Xiao family, the 2 parties involved, now only has 1 son left. Why was Gong Tianyu, who was clearly younger than Chen Shuren and the others, brought out so early? Isn't it all because of a decline in talent? And they bear a significant responsibility for that great battle. Li Chan frowned slightly and began to look through the documents in front of him. Then she suddenly looked up at Xiao Yu. If you're right, then we must have their people inside our special operations department, right? Why is no one on this list? Upon hearing this, Lu Qianlan snorted coldly. Have we forgotten the exodus of people from the past 2 years? Qian Fangzhong, Yang Hui, Zhao Zhongyuan, and Mu Zhan from the mission office. I don't need to count the rest, right? Li Chen finally understood. Why did so many people defect en masse? I thought it was prearranged. It seems that it was indeed agreed upon, but the deeper reason was fear of Xiao Yu's internal purge. This story is not right. For the Special Operations Department, this should be considered an accident. Lei Xiao stopped hesitating and gave the order directly. First, I will report this matter to the Supreme Council and apply for action. We finally caught them slipping up again, but this time we can't let them get away with it. Investigate them. Seeing that Lei Xiao had made up his mind, Lu Qianlan, Li Chun, and Lu Hang stood up at the same time and shouted in unison. Clear. It's finished so quickly? Chimu looked at Shibamoto and the others who had returned to hand over the mission and said with some surprise, Every second counts, doesn't it? Chui, she said with a smile as she handed the document to Chimu. Shibamoto is definitely not in the right mood to deal with this kind of thing right now. Chimu glanced at the statistics and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They killed a total of 12 people from the Reverse Star. This is at the level of a major case. Yes, otherwise we wouldn't have requested reinforcements. After saying that, Chuishi looked at Wu Fong and the others who looked defeated. Chimu also noticed this. Shouldn't he be happy to have completed the mission? Why do Wu Fong and the others look so defeated? It's like the mission failed. Nothing much, they just found out. After the person who helped them defeat the biggest boss on the battlefield was the newcomer Lin Feng. They have had this expression ever since. Upon hearing this, Chimu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Are these 3 new recruits really that good? Chuishi shook his head and then said solemnly, It's not that it's very easy to use, but it's incredibly powerful. Those who are useful are merely tools that obey their commands. Being formidable is the true nature of Lin Feng and his companions. Chimu finished processing the documents while talking to Chuishi. Another wave of incredibly talented newcomers. Oh, and tell them to wait a bit. Don't forget there's a ceremony. After Chimu finished speaking, he ran into the inner room and began searching and preparing. While they were waiting, the door to the room was pushed open again. 2 small teams walked in. It just so happens that both of these teams have acquaintances of Lin Feng and his group. Lu Cheng was standing in one of the groups. The other team includes Chun Shuren and Shuang Mei. At this moment, Lin Feng could clearly feel the hostility in Lu Cheng's eyes as he looked at him, as well as Chun Shuren's fighting spirit. Lu Cheng and Chun Shuren's captains had obviously also noticed Lin Feng. However, he only glanced at it twice before turning his attention to Shibamoto. Shibamoto, it's been a while since you've come to our A-team to spar. Looking at Lu Cheng's squad leader, Chai Ben, who was speaking, he smiled and said, It's been a while. I'll go in a couple of days. Yes, we welcome you anytime. After saying that, Lu Cheng's captain looked at Lin Feng. Are you all here early this morning to receive your tasks? That's right, cleaning up the battlefield. It took Lin Feng and his team almost a whole night to extinguish the fire and identify the deceased. I'm feeling a bit tired right now. Nangong Xiao was yawning boredly, feeling that the things to come were more tiring than fighting. Just as Shibamoto was about to speak, Lu Cheng's captain didn't give him a chance. But if you ask me, Shibamoto, this is your first time being captain, so I have to give you a heads up. Even if a team member shows great fighting ability, it's hard to help you if they lack ambition. Lu Cheng's captain looked coldly at Lin Feng, who had his head down, and Nangong Xiao, who was half asleep. Is this how he is first thing in the morning? There's no room for improvement no matter how well you perform. Upon hearing this, Shibamoto frowned. What did he mean? Chuixi's eyes narrowed instantly. Wu Feng looked at Lin Feng and then at Lu Cheng, and his face also darkened instantly. Your mother's sarcastic remarks are ridiculous. Why do you have to go to Team A to be considered ambitious? Teams A, B, and C are all of the same level. You just joined Team A, haven't you? People who don't know better would think you're the captain of Team A. You're pretending to be your mother here. Nangong Xiao, who had been drowsy just moments before, instantly perked up and started spewing insults without any restraint. Bai Xiaowen also silently gave Nangong Xiao a thumbs up. That was what she liked most about him. He just spouts nonsense and doesn't tolerate anyone. Shibamoto realized what was happening, and his face instantly darkened, his aura surging. So it turns out these are Yin Yang Lin Feng, Nangong Xiao, and Bai Xiaowen, the three darlings of his team. The captain of Luqing's face turned pale and then red as he listened to Nangong Xiao's words. The sarcastic tone was quickly replaced by direct insults. He was at a loss for words. Just as he was preparing his words to unleash his fury, Chi Mu pushed open the inner door and led 3 people from the mission department out with ceremonial cannons. Bang, bang, bang! The colorful paper strips from the exploding cannons instantly landed on Lin Feng, Nangong Xiao, and Bai Xiaowen. Congratulations to Lin Feng, Nangong Xiao, and Bai Xiaowen for successfully completing a major case on their first mission. Chapter 112 Suicide. Everyone who saw this was stunned. Even Chen Shuren and Shuang Mei's eyes flashed with surprise. Are you kidding me? Aren't they all just here to report for duty? It's only been 2 days, and you've already solved the case. Or is it a major case? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Lu Cheng and his captain looked even uglier. Just now, I was making sarcastic remarks about someone's lack of ambition and drive. What's the result? They've already completed a major case. If this is considered a lack of ambition, then what is it? Chi Mu looked at the eerie silence that had fallen over the room, and a smile appeared on his lips. He had just heard the argument outside. That's why they hurriedly brought people out to hold this celebration. It wasn't that he had a particularly good relationship with Shibamoto. It was mainly because he disliked the people in Team A. They all seemed to think they're the elite of the Special Operations Department. Others might not know how Team A rose to prominence, but how could he, a veteran who had worked in the Special Operations Department for almost 15 years, not know? If everyone has similar talent, why do they grow faster in Team A? Isn't it because Lu Qianlan wants more than just an outstanding A-team? She also wants her own private army. Or perhaps Lu Qianlan represents the Lung family in wanting such a private army. The amount of money and resources that the Lung family invests in Team A every year is an astronomical figure. Compared to the training model of Team A, he preferred the independent training model of Teams B and C. Hey baby, hey baby, hey baby, hey baby, hey baby, hey baby. However, before this eerie atmosphere could last long, the alarm lights in the room suddenly began to flash violently. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to the alarm light. Apart from Lin Feng and his group of newcomers who were still somewhat clueless, the remaining old people all had extremely serious expressions. Everyone stared intently at the alarm light, as if waiting for something. 10 seconds later, the alarm lights suddenly went out, but immediately afterwards everyone's communicators received the message. Lin Feng also took out his communicator and started looking at it. Mandatory mission. Arrest Counselor Guo Haoqiang. The target is located at Villa number 369 in the central urban area, a residential area for counselors. Action time. Start immediately upon receiving the message. Mission level. Top secret critical. Arresting a member of parliament? Lin Feng vaguely sensed that there was something wrong here. When he looked at Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao, he found that their expressions were unusually unpleasant. Shibamoto didn't say much. He just said calmly, "Let's go." He then led Lin Feng and the others out of the room. On the other side, Lu Cheng and Chen Shuren also looked very grim, but their captain didn't say much. They left with them. Once in the car, Bai Xiaowen began to explain to Lin Feng. These legislators all have very unusual backgrounds. As you know, all factions are formed around large cities. The central city is both the political center and the center of interests. This is where everyone completes the exchange of interests, and these counselors are representatives of each major city. The arrest of the legislator represents more than just the issue of that one legislator. It also represents the entire city behind him. Hearing this, Lin Feng understood. Their small team was assigned missions of this level, so now the entire Special Operations Department is mobilized. If each squad has roughly the same tasks, an earthquake is about to strike the city center. Even Shibamoto shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. The vehicle was speeding. Lin Feng and the others then realized that the guards had already taken control of the roads in the entire central city. A large number of vehicles were stopped and not allowed to drive on the road. The only vehicles still able to run on this road are those from the Special Operations Department. The central urban area is heavily guarded and strictly protected in normal times. At this moment, they appeared before them without reservation. At this moment, the Special Operations Department has become the freest and most powerful force in the entire central city. With no signs or notice on their way, they quickly arrived at the councilor's residential area. The residential area consists entirely of detached villas with front lawns and backyards, and each villa is accessible only by one road. Once the direction was clear, Shibamoto stepped on the gas. They arrived in front of the villa of this counselor, Guahaoqiang. Get off! Bai Xiaowen's nose twitched slightly, and her expression suddenly changed. It doesn't smell bloody. Upon hearing this, Shibamoto immediately ran towards the villa. Click, click, click. Lin Feng and the others, with their pistols cocked, followed in a straight line behind Chai Bin. At that moment, Shibamoto moved with great force and quickly reached the villa's entrance. Shake! With a simultaneous punch, Shibamoto smashed open the villa's door. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen simultaneously charged in from the left and right. Cui Shilin was on guard behind Feng. As sunlight streamed into the room, Shibamoto's brow furrowed first. A middle-aged man was slumped on the sofa, a bloody hole in his temple, a handgun beside him, and bloodstains covering half of his body. He committed suicide? Nangong Xiao said with some surprise. It's important to know that even if someone at the level of a member of parliament is arrested, they are generally not sentenced to death. Therefore, most people will not die as long as they are willing to cooperate. It's quite rare to see someone so decisively commit suicide. Chai Bin took a step and was about to walk inside when Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen immediately followed. Just as she was about to go in, she saw Lin Feng make a gesture towards her. Nodding, Cui began to walk in the direction Lin Feng was pointing. Lin Feng, on the other hand, walked in the opposite direction. Hiss! Sliding down the steel wire, Li Xiaowen nimbly jumped onto the grass in the backyard. As soon as Li Xiaowen landed, he heard Bai Xiaowen's voice. Before anything even started moving, a loud bang was heard. Li Xiaowen dared not move at this moment, lowering his head deeply and trying his best not to make a sound. He committed suicide? Only after hearing Nangong Zhao's slightly doubtful words did Li Xiaowen dare to start moving. Li Xiaowen lay flat on the ground and then began to move like a snake, moving so fast that he made no sound at all. Although there was no sound coming from outside, Li Xiaowen was cursing inwardly. Is this the task that idiot gave her? Wasn't it supposed to be about killing a nobody? From a moment Bai Xiaowen spoke until the door was kicked open, less than 3 seconds elapsed. If such a powerful figure has come knocking on my door, how could I be a nobody? Chapter 113, The Correct Way to Use Simulation. Finally, I swam to the fence in the backyard. Beyond the fence lies a small grove of trees. Once she enters the forest, she has a chance to survive using her supernatural abilities. Click! Suddenly, a cold click of a gun being cocked rang out behind her head, followed by a youthful voice. I advise you not to move anymore. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowen broke out in a cold sweat. When? When did the other person get behind her? Why doesn't she feel anything at all? How'd she do that? At that moment, Cui followed. Is this girl the murderer who killed Counselor Guahaoqiang? She saw Li Xiaowen wandering on the ground when she came over, but she didn't say anything for fear of disturbing him. To everyone's surprise, Lin Feng simply swaggered over there. But no one knows how he managed to do it, as the person swimming on the ground didn't react at all. She was the one who committed the murder, but whether she was the real killer is another matter entirely. Upon hearing this, Cui nodded. This girl was quite something, but she was clearly not a top-tier assassin. It was just that the timing of her appearance was too coincidental. Li Xiaowen was also taken aback for a moment. She never expected that the person behind her would actually talk to her. But, get up. Cui looked at Li Xiaowen and said. Li Xiaowen raised his hands and slowly stood up. Cui stepped forward and began to grope Li Xiaowen's body. As soon as Cui got close to Li Xiaowen, He realized that this woman was no ordinary person. Even the special areas that ordinary guards wouldn't notice, this woman explored them all as if nothing had happened. The person standing behind them didn't even change their aura, clearly indicating they had received professional training. She had already put away all the pistols, daggers, and wires from Li Xiaowen's body. Seeing that he had found everything, she finally spoke up. Turn around. The moment Li Xiaowen turned around, a dreamlike purple color instantly rose in his eyes. Phantom serpent, dreamlike. But she froze the next second, because the moment he turned around, he was actually facing away from her. It seemed as if they already knew she had this skill. Wait, there's one more person. This time, Li Xiaowen decided to direct all his firepower at Lin Feng. Sure enough, under her all-out attack, Lin Feng's eyes seemed to be shrouded in a thin layer of purple mist. It was a success. However, before she could even feel happy for 3 seconds, the purple smoke in front of Lin Feng's eyes suddenly dissipated. Spirituelle animation. Fantôme serpent. Dreamlike vision. Seeing the change in Lin Feng's eyes, Li Xiaowen was startled and couldn't help but speak up. However, before he could finish speaking, his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly upon seeing this. The release of mental power, was excessive. However, you can't really blame him. The opponent, a naturally awakened psychic, couldn't even defeat him, a person who acquired it later in life. Hearing the sound, she turned around. How did you manage to confuse her? It's a bit too much. I don't have much strength. She shook his head helplessly and picked up Li Xiaowen with one hand. All right, let's take her back for interrogation then. Lin Feng nodded, and the two returned to the villa together. At this moment, Chai Ben had already reported the situation to his superiors. He was gone, but by Xiaowen and Nangong, Xiao found a pile of burned documents in his study. Shibamoto frowned and said, "The most important thing now is to confirm whether she burned these documents." Lin Feng nodded as well. Gua Haoqiang's death is irreversible. Now all we can do is try to find more useful information. Seeing that there were no new clues, the group had no choice but to take Li Xiaowen into the car. Seeing that Li Xiaowen was still unconscious and wouldn't move no matter what they did, the way everyone looked at Lin Feng suddenly changed. "Brother Feng, how did you do that?" Lin Feng could only roll his eyes. How was he supposed to explain this? Could it be that he accidentally released too much power and ruined a lot of people? The vehicle was driven back to the special heartbeat department. Li Xiaowen was naturally taken away, but Lin Feng and the other 4 were not released either. This is the single dormitory prepared by the Special Operations Department for the 5 of you. I estimate you will be staying here for a few days. Lin Feng, Nangong Xiao, and Bai Xiaowen looked at each other but did not make a move. On the contrary, Shibamoto and he walked in with normal expressions. These are the rules of the Special Operations Department, so please follow them. Looking at Lin Feng and the other 2, Chai Ben spoke up. Lin Feng and the other 2 nodded and went into the room. However, it must be said that the Special Operations Department is still well funded. Although the room looks simple, the standards are actually quite high. Everything used is the best and most expensive. As Lin Feng lay on the bed, he felt a sense of being enveloped, yet also supported. I felt completely relaxed. Lin Feng closed his eyes and thought for a while, then suddenly jumped out of bed, picked up paper and pen from his desk, and started drawing. As Lin Feng made his movements, the camera in the room turned and aimed at the white paper in front of him. However, the person behind the camera soon became suspicious because Lin Feng's drawing on the white paper only showed one line. A winding, meandering line. The person behind the camera shook their head. They weren't interested anymore. They started turning to other people's rooms. But as Lin Feng looked at this line, a map of the central urban area appeared in his mind. His precious treasure is still in the central urban area, a place that is always heavily guarded. This time we finally managed to get in, so we need to gather as much information as possible. After putting down the blueprints, Lin Feng thought for a moment and then opened his system panel. Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV14. Age, 15. Race, half-elf. Superpower, none. Strength, 14.6. Agility, 14.8. Physical fitness, 14.5. Spirit, 15.5. Talent/specialty, dexterity. Special attribute, Qinun. Innate abilities, mind control, mental mimicry. Skills, comprehensive marksmanship LV.12, sniper rifle LV.13, rifle LV.12, pistol LV.12, serpent dagger LV.17, serpent dual blades LV.9, basic spiritual breathing LV.2, tidal meditation LV.3, knowledge, basic pharmacy knowledge LV.15, biology LV.15, pharmaceutics LV.15, formulation LV.15, basic mechanical knowledge LV.15, mechanics LV.15, materials science LV.16, weaponry, metals LV.15, machining LV.16, intelligent programming LV.15. During this period, Lin Feng spent his free time studying materials and verifying what he had learned in his spare time. It seems that the results are quite good. However, the most crucial thing is his second psychic ability. Previously, he thought it was simple. He could just use the data to simulate those mental abilities. However, it's not true that he can only achieve perfect mimicry after he actually encounters and experiences the other person's psychic abilities. For example, the person I met today had a psychic ability, a phantom snake. It was only after he experienced it once that it was perfectly simulated, and of course, the effect was still very good. Chapter 114, A Warning from Li Xiaowen. Lin Feng, who had just woken up, received news that was neither good nor bad. Unwilling to explain, Lin Feng looked at Shibamoto in front of him with some surprise. According to the person who was interrogating her, the girl only spoke a few words after she woke up. She wasn't the mastermind behind it all. She wanted to see the boy who caught her. The boy who caught her is of course him. But doesn't the Special Operations Department have any other means? Lin Feng didn't believe that these special departments would just stand there dumbly and let the other party make all sorts of demands. At this point, Shibamoto also seemed somewhat helpless. Of course, there are methods, but the most accurate ones are psychological ones, which you should have noticed at the time. This guy is an awakened individual with innate psychic abilities. Our methods are completely useless. After finishing speaking, Shibamoto paused for a moment before approaching Lin Feng and saying something. Moreover, you know how rare such talent is. I estimate that even some of the captains were tempted, so they didn't want to use too drastic measures. Hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at Shibamoto with some surprise. How can you be so sure there's no problem with the person who killed the senator? Whether she killed him or not, it's up to us to say something. Didn't you also say that there should be someone behind her, and that she was just being driven by the other party? Shibamoto, on the other hand, didn't seem to care much at the moment. As long as they're not from the opposing star, the Special Operations Department is not that resistant. Moreover, the assassination of Senator might be considered less heinous than random killing on the street by those in the Special Operations Department who have access to a wealth of intelligence. After all, none of these congressmen have clean hands. I understand. I'll go take a look right away. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, and he gained a deeper understanding of Desheng. Although it appears to be an advanced society, it is still a world where the law of the jungle prevails everywhere. Compared to so-called character, people value usefulness more. When Lin Feng arrived at the so-called interrogation room, he discovered that it was actually a single room. It's exactly the same as his. At that moment, Lin Feng's lips twitched. They're all the same, not allowed to leave the Special Operations Department and live in the same single rooms. Now that you're telling me she's a criminal, I feel like I'm the criminal more. Especially when you see that there are recovery potions on the other person's table. His room doesn't even have this thing. Lin Feng casually pulled out a chair and sat down in front of Li Xiaowen, getting straight to the point. Your environment is nice, even better than mine. Li Xiaowen shrugged indifferently. I'm used to it. How so? Lin Feng said, somewhat surprised. Even if a treasure has an illegitimate origin, you still need to find a good place to put it, right? Li Xiaowen looked at Lin Feng in front of him and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly understood. It's actually quite simple. Those with innate superpowers are either mental beings or those who have awakened them. Isn't this a treasure? Moreover, the idea that awakening superpowers leads to a good life is something you often hear, even in the wilderness. After arriving in the big city, Lin Feng found that this was indeed the case. Everywhere you look, there are notices recruiting people with superpowers. Once you become one, wealth and honor await you. So you shouldn't be doing this kind of thing. Assassin. Whether this kind of job is profitable or not is another matter, but at least the risk factor is extremely high. It's very simple. Because of freedom. Li Xiaowen stared at Lin Feng and said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Free? Not free. Lin Feng understood Li Xiaowen's words. She was reminding him not to reveal his special abilities. Otherwise, you will become unfree. Let's talk about Gua Haoqiang first. Lin Feng looked at Li Xiaowen and asked if they were discussing the previous issue. I don't know anything about Gua Haoqiang. This is just an order my agent helped me get. Then I went to complete the task. At that time, the name written on the list was Gua Yi. At this point, Li Xiaowen looked frustrated. She had clearly been tricked by her agent. What's the name of your assassin organization? The White Killer Alliance is a very transparent organization. You can easily find information about them by asking around. Lin Feng nodded to indicate that he understood. This place is a place that only cares about money and doesn't care about anything else. If you have money, you can post all sorts of tasks on his platform without any problem. I remember the White Killer Alliance was a platform, right? The killers could take orders themselves. Why do we still need agents? The people in the monitoring room were somewhat annoyed as they watched the two people sitting in the room who had turned into chatting. You should know that before, no matter who went in, the girl always remained calm and didn't say a word. As soon as Lin Feng entered, the two seemed to start chatting like friends. They not only say everything directly, but they've also started giving Lin Feng a basic lesson on assassins. The biggest problem is that the White Killer Alliance only provides one platform. It simply categorizes tasks into different levels based on the amount of money involved, but the information within is actually quite complex, containing both true and false information. If you don't use an agent and try to find and verify people yourself, you might not find a suitable one even in 10 days. At this point, Li Xiaowen also started to complain. Moreover, this platform charges a whopping 5% in fees, which is simply making money off of the platform itself. Seeing Li Xiaowen's indignant expression, Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. They're making money through shady means, but you're making money by killing people. But don't talk about others. What kind of talk is that? I did some work before I killed him. Okay? It just provides a platform. Isn't that unethical? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Xiaowen immediately complained. Lin Feng could only shrug and say, "Fine, you win. Let's talk about the details of this mission." At this point, Li Xiaowen's face showed a thoughtful expression. This task is actually quite strange. However, when I received it, I found that this assassination mission was different from the usual ones. His first requirement is time. He gives a precise time requirement to kill the opponent at that exact moment. The second requirement was to fake a suicide. Moreover, the task description provided a very detailed route, even specifying when to go, where to go, and which route to take. After listening to Li Xiaowen's words, Lin Feng suddenly noticed a problem. Did you encounter any obstacles along the way? Obstacles? Li Xiaowen's gaze fell on Lin Feng. You are the biggest obstacle I've ever encountered. Lin Feng quickly shook his head. I mean, you're on your way to kill Gua Haoqiang. There's no such thing as a smooth journey. Hearing this, even the people in the monitoring room were stunned. Had they traveled all the way without any obstacles? Chapter 1:15, Mingshui City. They hadn't cleared security from the counselor's residential area yet, right? But was Li Xiaowen already traveling without any obstacles at that time? It's probably because he had no trouble getting through that Li Xiaowen didn't realize what kind of person he was killing. Have you seen the documents that Gua Haoqiang burned? Document? Li Xiaowen frowned as he recalled the events. Oh, it's that pile of things burning in his study, right? I did sneak in from the study. According to the mission, Gua Haoqiang should have been in the study. But when I went in, I only saw a pile of burning things in the study, and Gua Haoqiang was downstairs answering a phone call. The rest is self-evident. Did you see the contents of the documents that were burned before? Li Xiaowen shook his head and said, I'm an assassin, not a thief, so why would I notice these things? Upon hearing this, everyone in the monitoring room sighed. There was nothing they could do. The trail had gone cold. Li Chun shook his head helplessly. Lu Qianlan also frowned. It's a pity that N.I. Xing went to so much trouble to kill Gua Haoqiang. This means that Gua Haoqiang must know some of N.I. Xing's secrets. Yes, I suspect this secret is quite significant. Even N.I. Xing was afraid that Gua Haoqiang would fight to the death, so he didn't dare to send his own people to kill him. Lu Heng continued his analysis, following the lead of the two. It has to be said that these people are indeed worthy of being the captains of the Special Operations Department. Their minds are all incredibly sharp. Yes, it's a pity we don't have any leads, Li Chun said with a hint of helplessness. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged at this moment. The meticulously designed plan by N.I. Xing doesn't seem like it would leave any loopholes. However, this Li Xiaowen. Is there something on my face? You're looking at me from left to right. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowen made an exaggerated expression and said, Aren't you at all surprised that there are no clues? I can't see any expression on your face at all. Lin Feng shook his head calmly. You've had everything planned out for you, and we're clearly part of their scheme too. Obviously, this was all part of their plan, so it's not surprising that they didn't get any information. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Xiaowen was stunned for a moment and suddenly asked, So, do you know who the other person is? Besides Nixing, I don't think I can find any other force with this capability. Lin Feng didn't hesitate or try to hide anything. Instead, he directly stated the name of Ni Xing. Lu Qianlan frowned in the monitoring room. It's too hasty to leak the information like this. Li Chun, however, disagreed. They didn't hide anything from Xiao Feng, so Xiao Feng should naturally reciprocate. Li Chun, remember your identity. Even if Lin Feng was recommended by Zhang Xiao, don't forget your principles. Lu Qianlan's voice also turned cold at this moment. What does it matter who recommended Xiao Feng, or whether Lu Qianlan should just say what she wants to say? Li Chun wasn't intimidated and immediately started a confrontation with Lu Qianlan. Li Chun, don't forget that our Special Operations Department has confidentiality regulations. Lu Qianlan's fierce expression and cold gesture instantly revealed her aloof and icy demeanor as an ice queen. Li Chun's expression remained normal, but his aura was obscure and unclear, and for a moment he seemed about to disappear. Captain Lu, so you still remember the secrecy regulations? How much of our Special Operations Department's information was leaked from your Lung family? You've forgotten so quickly? Upon hearing this, Lu Qianlan's expression immediately turned ugly. That person is dead, and that matter is long over, Li Chun. The end? That's your Lung family's way of putting it. He's nowhere to be found, dead or not, and we haven't even seen his body. Li Chun's tone was flat, but it was clear that he also harbored resentment. So many brothers died back then. Why can a Lung family just say they're dead and call a day? They even parachuted in Lu Qianlan to take direct command of Team A. Seeing that the two were about to really get into a fight, Lu Heng quickly stopped them. The most crucial one right now is Guo Haoqiang. Let's talk about these trivial matters later. Seeing Lu Heng step forward, Lu Qianlan and Li Chun both snorted coldly and then fell silent. Seeing this, Lu Heng could only be thankful that he still had some face here. Inside the room, Li Xiaowen's expression was also not very good. Reverse star? That's right. Lin Feng observed Li Xiaowen's expression and asked, You don't like this organization? Of course, I hate it. All the superhumans hate this organization. Li Xiaowen stared into Lin Feng's eyes and said, half warning and half reminder. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng remembered Li Tao's experiments and immediately understood. Understood. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowen's expression softened slightly, and he stood up and spoke. Since you're being so honest, I'll tell you what I know. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Do you have any further news? Of course, I didn't notice that pile of documents. It was when Guo Haoqiang went down to make a phone call. I still heard a place name. Warehouse number 85, Baoshan Ferry Crossing, Mingshui City. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianlan, Li Chun, and Lu Heng in the monitoring room instantly became excited. What a wonderful turn of events. Lu Qianlan turned to go to Team A to send someone to Mingshui City, but Lu Heng stopped her, etc. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianlan turned around and looked at Lu Heng with some confusion. How? Do you want to compete with our Team A for this mission? Lu Heng shook his head and said, It's not that I want to take this mission from you, but that you forgot something. The minister just said at the meeting today that, in order to prevent the rebels from resorting to desperate measures, Team A and Team B will remain in the central city for the next 2 days. All overseas assignments will be assigned to Team C. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianlan also remembered, but her brows quickly furrowed. Can you guys handle this? Even Li Chun looked at Lu Heng at that moment, clearly not entirely trusting him either. Seeing this, Lu Heng wasn't angry. After all, it was a fact that Team C was inferior to Team A. I wasn't very confident before, but now I have them. Lu Heng pointed at Lin Feng, Chai Bin, Cui Shi, Bai Xiaowen, and Nangong Xiao on the monitor screen. Looking at these people, Lu Qianlan's suspicions only intensified. Shibamoto was quite good, and Choi he was also very quick-witted. But Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen are both newcomers, right? This is their first mission, isn't it? Lu Heng shook his head and took out the case files of Yang Hui, placing them in front of the two of them. Chapter 116: The Plan to Catch a Turtle in a Jar. Lu Qianlong reached out and took the document, then began to read it. Li Chun pursed his lips, but ultimately did not argue with the other party. After quickly glancing at the information in her hand, Lu Qianlong turned her gaze to Li Chun in front of her. I never expected you to be this kind of person, Li Chun. Upon hearing this, Li Chun frowned and looked at Lu Qianlong in front of him, wondering what she was up to now. Li Chun took the documents from the other person and began to read them. After watching for a while, Li Chun also turned around and looked at Lu Heng with a puzzled expression. Did you tell Shibamoto to write it this way? Even if the goal is to highlight Xiao Feng's role, why not attribute all the credit to him? The one who discovered Yang Hui's whereabouts was him. The one who devised the plan was him. The one who killed the most people was him, Yang Hui alone, and it was Shibamoto who personally dealt with him. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? At this moment, Li Chun did not believe that Lu Heng was helping Lin Feng. On the contrary, it was a form of flattery to kill him. Lu Qianlong also looked at Lu Heng with a curious expression. To be honest, whether the three of them fight or get along, it doesn't matter. After all these years, Lu Heng shouldn't be the kind of person who schemes against others in secret. Lu Heng shrugged and explained, "This is not my idea. On the contrary, it is Chai Ben's own idea. You can always trust Choi He, right? He even signed this document." When Shui she was mentioned, both Lu Qianlong and Li Chun pictured the image of that irritable woman. Initially, it was just a routine arrangement for Chui Shi to be suspended from his duties due to his involvement with Yang Hui, but he was dissatisfied. She stated that she had left Yang Hui's team 2 months prior and that her interactions with others were normal. On what grounds should she be suspended? You can investigate him. Suspension is not an option. This very incident eventually escalated all the way to Lei Xiao's desk. In the end, Lei Xiao agreed with Chui Shi's opinion. If it weren't for Lin Feng's influence, the other party would probably have already made a scene. So does this mean that Xiao Feng really did all of this? Li Chun touched his chin, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. It seemed that the surprises this person was bringing him were still ongoing. Lu Heng nodded and said, "Lin Feng is indeed amazing. You all saw it, didn't you? Whether it was the training island or the maze, you all witnessed it." At this point, Lu Qianlong had nothing more to say. Lin Feng's journey has truly been extraordinary. Lu Qianlong snorted coldly, turned around, and left the monitoring room. Upon seeing this, Lu Heng and Li Chun exchanged a smile. Based on their understanding of Lu Qianlong, it was clear that she had tacitly agreed that this matter was their responsibility. Someone is sitting in a chair. In front of him was a live broadcast projection. The projection showed a round table with 14 people sitting on it, except for the head seat, which was empty. All other seats were taken. "How's the plan going?" "Everything is ready, and we're just waiting for you to confirm the date." The person to the left of the main seat immediately spoke up. "Okay, let's set the date for a week from now." "Ugh." After he finished speaking, the person to the right of the main seat also stood up and began to report. Reporting to the director. "This operation by the Rock Peak Special Operations Department has essentially eliminated all of our key personnel in Rock Peak Central City. The rest are either people who have a cooperative relationship with us, or people who are stuck at the bottom and haven't yet played a role." At this point, the atmosphere in the entire conference room became tense. Even though no one was in the meeting room, everyone inside still unconsciously became more cautious in their breathing. "You've confirmed that everything has been completely removed, right?" Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Confirm." Although they didn't know what the other person meant, the person to the right of the main seat still keenly noticed it. "The bureau chief doesn't seem to care much about this loss. That would be fine if it were all cleaned up. But why are there still no clues about the outer city bombing?" Clearly, compared to the deaths of these Reverse Star members, the director was more concerned about who caused his stone-breaking project to turn out this way. But the person to the right of the main seat also said with a rather helpless expression, "The explosion was so violent that nothing was left behind. Finding clues solely based on video footage is indeed quite challenging." The bureau chief frowned. He had seen that video too. Indeed, there was nothing useful to him, so he could only wave his hand and say that. This matter still needs further investigation, but at this stage, the most important thing is still the catch the turtle in the jar plan. "I don't want to be messed up again this time." Although Director N.I. Xing's tone was not harsh, everyone around the round table stood up. "Yes. All right, sit down. By the way, Guahao Qiang has been dealt with, so you don't need to worry about those things anymore. I sent someone to pick it up." Everyone present was taken aback upon hearing Director Enai Xing's words. Did they send someone else? The bureau chief has other subordinates besides them. Just got off the plane. Chai bin Lin Feng and the others were put into a car and sat in the car that sped away. Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Shibamoto and ask, "Is the Special Operations Department always this busy, Captain?" From the very first day of reporting. First, they found Yang Hui, then they plotted to kill him. After completing the mission and closing the case, they were assigned to arrest a counselor. As it turned out, the counselor died before they even arrived. Fortunately, Lin Feng was quick-witted and captured Li Xiaowen to report back. As a result, Li Xiaowen refused to speak, cooperate, or disclose anything, leaving Lin Feng with no choice but to reappear and talk to Li Xiaowen, which finally allowed him to obtain the information the Special Operations Department wanted. But that's not all. Having just received the information, they were then assigned to investigate the place Li Xiaowen had mentioned. Even the donkeys in the production team weren't exploited like this. This was an accident. We've never been this busy before. Shibamoto didn't know what to say for a moment. To be honest, the intensity of the tasks he had been doing these past few days was more than what he had done in the previous 1 or 2 months. I no longer ask for anything. I just hope that this mission will end so I can have a day off. Nangong Xiao was speechless at this moment. Bai Xiaowen nodded helplessly. They were given 30 minutes to go back and retrieve their belongings before they arrived. This wasn't really a rest. It was more like pre-battle preparation for them. It will definitely happen. It will definitely happen. That was all Cui could say, offering only dry words of comfort. The intensity these past few days has indeed been a bit excessive. The vehicle sped along and soon arrived at a port. At this moment, a giant ship was still docked in the port, surrounded by these 3 warships. Chapter 117, Bloodthirsty Warrior. There was no extra time to explain, and the 5 of them were pushed onto the boat. As soon as they boarded the ship, the eyes of hundreds of people on the deck were all focused on their faces. At this moment, they also wanted to see what kind of person he was. It's incredible that this giant ship, carrying tens of thousands of people, was forced to wait for an extra 2 hours. Looking at the expressions on everyone's faces on the deck, Lin Feng and the others could guess what had happened. He quickly bent down and apologized to everyone on the deck. However, before anyone on deck could react, the first mate had already appeared. 5 of you come with me. The first mate looked at Shibamoto and the others in front of him and said in a rather amiable manner. However, Lin Feng and the others keenly noticed that the vice-captain's gaze was mainly focused on one person. Bai Xiaowen. The group nodded and followed the first mate to the prepared luxury cabins. Located at the very top of the ship, this area boasts excellent views and luxurious decor. This was probably the best room on the entire ship. Are you satisfied, Miss Bai? The first mate no longer concealed his intentions and directly asked Bai Xiaowen. Bai Xiaowen frowned slightly upon hearing this. Have we met? Of course. It would be my honor not to meet you. We once attended the same banquet on the Pearl Sea. Hearing this, Bai Xiaowen could only manage a weak smile. To be honest, she couldn't recall it. However, she had seen many such scenes before, so she wasn't too surprised. I'm very satisfied. But why is there only one guest room? Bai Xiaowen looked at the guest room in front of her with slight dissatisfaction and asked. Upon hearing the other party's tone, the first mate's heart skipped a beat. Miss Bai, please rest assured that we will also arrange for your bodyguards to stay in the deluxe rooms. However, there aren't many of these luxury rooms available, so it's impossible to fit one on each side of you. But the sofa in this luxury room is also very nice. The female bodyguard can sleep inside. Upon hearing this, the scene fell into silence. Did they think Lin Feng and his group were Bai Xiaowen's bodyguards? Bai Xiaowen was about to explain when Lin Feng stopped her. Let's leave it at that. Lin Feng figured it out. In the eyes of this vice-captain, someone like Bai Xiaowen, who came from a top-tier family, was an absolute gem. I figured that if Bai Xiaowen tried to explain, it would only make things more complicated, so I decided to just leave it at that. As long as we can reach Mingshui City safely, it's not a problem. However, this also refreshed Lin Feng's understanding of such top-level families. They were indeed terrifying, and their influence was no longer limited to the Yin Feng faction. Although the first mate felt the atmosphere was a little strange, he didn't pay too much attention to it. He was mainly happy to be able to serve Bai Xiaowen, a top-tier noblewoman. In the end, Bai Xiaowen and Cui, she moved into the deluxe room, while Lin Feng, Chai Bin, and Nangong Xiao moved into the superior room directly below theirs. After settling in, Lin Feng finally had time to ask his question. Why do we need to take a boat to get to this city of Manhwa? Mingshui City is located at the junction of Yinfeng and Dongbin. Although it belongs to the Yinfeng faction, it is closer to the Dongbin central city than Yinfeng's central city, Nangong Xiao explained. It would be too dangerous for an airplane to fly that far. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. Speaking of which, the ship we are sitting on, as well as the 3 escort warships outside, are all products of the Dongbin faction. They are close to the sea, and their entire faction has a well-developed water system, making their ship technology far more advanced. Nangong Xiao pointed to the escort warships outside the window and said. Lin Feng glanced at the escort warship and found it to be well made. Not only was its firepower system powerful, but the steel plates on its outer surface were also clearly reinforced. Clearly, they had put in a lot of effort to deal with the strange beasts in the water. Speaking of Mingshui City, it was located at the junction of the inner river and the outer river when it was first established. The Yinfeng faction and the Dongbin faction fought fiercely for it, both wanting to incorporate it into their own territory. The family supported by both sides have been engaged in a long-standing power struggle in Mingshui. In the end, it was thanks to a batch of smuggled special weapons that the side supported by the Yinfeng faction won. Chai Bin was stunned when he heard Nangong Xiao's explanation. Does Mingshui, a major city, have such a history? He'd never even heard of it. Of course, the location of Mingshui City on the river is very important, as a large number of smuggled goods gather and disperse there. When it comes to smuggling, that's Nangong Xiao's family's forte. Shibamoto naturally didn't suspect anything. Instead, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up and asked a question. So, does that mean your family has connections over there? Nangong Xiao smiled confidently. Of course, wherever there is smuggling, there is our family shadow, regardless of where they come from or what faction they belong to. When I got back, I specifically asked Li Xiaowen about the Baoshan ferry, which turned out to be a major smuggling hub. At least half of the items in that warehouse are of dubious origin. Chai Bin nodded at this moment. That does fit the nature of the deal between Guahaoqiang and Nixing. Really, for people on both sides, smuggling is probably the only viable option. In that case, I'll have to trouble you with this investigation. Lin Feng also looked at Nangong Xiao and said. Nangong Xiao gestured with his fingers, indicating that this was nothing. Speaking of which, we should be able to reach Minha in a few days. Around tomorrow night, we received word that the Special Operations Department personnel had already boarded the ship. What time is it? The Haoyun giant ship will be at Yueshan port tomorrow night. Upon hearing this news, the man with the scarred face smiled and turned around. He looked at the blood warrior in front of him, whose muscular upper body was bare, with a few chains hanging on his body and a dog collar around his neck, and said calmly, I've never really liked being passive. It's always the Special Operations Department that investigates us. This time, let's not wait for him to investigate. Let's just give them a big gift. What do you think? The group of bloodthirsty warriors remained expressionless upon hearing the man's words. However, the man who saw this nodded in satisfaction. Good. That's the performance of a qualified soldier. Now I order you to ambush this special operations team. Clear. Suddenly, the group of Reverse Star warriors roared, their voices soaring into the sky. The man nodded in satisfaction. This was a bloodthirsty warrior he had spent a lot of time training. He hoped it wouldn't disappoint him. The ship sailed as calmly as ever. Lin Feng also helped Shui upgrade his gun a little. As for Shibamoto, it wasn't that he didn't want to help the other party upgrade their weapon, but rather that the other party genuinely didn't have any weapons. Fighting relies solely on bare hands and internal energy. Captain, how did you pass the Special Operations Department's test? Lin Feng asked curiously. Doesn't the Special Operations Department's assessment include both close combat and shooting? There's no need to rely on martial arts skills to defeat the instructor, Shibamoto said casually, looking at Lin Feng. A series of question marks appeared above Lin Feng's and Nangong Xiao's heads at the same time. That was a perfect display of coolness. Chapter 118 Bowing Down. 5 shots, 5 explosions. As the sun gradually set, the great city of Mingshui came into view. Unlike the usual large cities of the Rock Peak faction, the city of Mingshui is frequently attacked by strange beasts from the water due to its location. However, they did not have enough powerful ships and cannons to clear the waters around the great city. Therefore, the builders of Mingshui ingeniously designed 3 long bridges that transcended conventional thinking. The entire long bridge extends directly from the center of Manhwa to 3 islands in the middle of the river. In this way, these 3 islands became the port of Mingshui City. More importantly, this extremely long bridge also largely eliminated the danger of being attacked by strange beasts in the water. The giant ship began to move toward its target, Moon Mountain Island. 1 port, 1 island, 1 mountain. Yueshan, Baoshan, and Zhushan. This is the layout of these 3 ports. The giant ship docked, and the first mate was already waiting for Bai Xiaowen at the door. Miss Bai, let's go to the ferry. Bai Xiaowen simply hummed in agreement, and then came out with Cui Shi. As for Lin Feng and the other 2, they were woken up early by the vice captain and followed behind him. Miss Bai, this way, please. After he finished speaking, the first mate began to lead the way. At this moment, the stairs leading from the giant ship to the ferry dock had already been set up. The ship was huge, the stairs were long, and there were many people on the deck. However, those on deck were stopped. Clearly, they would only be allowed to disembark after Bai Xiaowen went down. Looking at the expressions of the people on the deck, Lin Feng noticed that they seemed to think it was only natural. No one showed any surprise or resentment. At most, 1 or 2 people in a hurry kept glancing at their watches. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just silently followed behind Bai Xiaowen and the others. I guess you could say I got to enjoy this privilege. Bai Xiaowen, who had revealed her identity, walked with an elegant demeanor, displaying composure and poise with every step. Clearly, she had experienced this kind of scene too many times and was no longer bothered by it. She knew exactly how to behave. The first mate led the way, followed by Bai Xiaowen and the others. Below is a car sent by Mingshui City, bearing the badge of the operations department, clearly there to welcome them. It's estimated that Mingshui City had already received news of their impending arrival. Lin Feng was taken aback when he thought of this. Etc. Mingshui City received advance notice of their impending arrival. In that case, bow your head. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen reacted the fastest, instantly squatting down. Shibamoto and Choi he reacted a little slower, but they still quickly squatted down. Upon hearing this, the first mate turned around with some confusion. Wilo. Bang. Puff. Before the first mate could finish speaking, his head exploded as if he had been hit hard by a watermelon. Lin Feng glanced at the location where the first mate had been shot, and information began to rapidly surface in his mind. Located at a 35-degree angle to the southeast and a horizontal altitude of 90 meters, Yueshan is situated in the woods directly opposite the river. Tajda. Immediately following this was a burst of bullets hitting the stairs or the hull of the ship. The information then surfaced in Lin Feng's mind. 4 people are sitting side by side, with an empty seat between 2 of them. Not good. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly widened. Both the passengers on the deck and the official from Mingshui City who were there to greet them were taken aback. What's going on? Click, click, click. Lin Feng's hands moved as if dancing, and within 3 seconds he had assembled his sniper rifle. Without the slightest pause, load, adjust position, and fire. The movements are beautiful and fluid. Bang! The bullet then unleashed an astonishing speed in the next second. Even Nangong Xiao, Bai Xiaowen, and Chai Ben could barely keep up with the speed of the bullets. Bump! Boom! The bullet was loaded with a black rocket midair and exploded with a loud bang. At this moment, whether it was Nangong Xiao or Bai Xiaowen or Chai Ben or Cui Shi, they couldn't help but start cursing. What the hell? This is outrageous. They're even using rockets directly? And they finally understood why Lin Feng had been so fast just now. The 2 hands really started dancing. If they had been even a little slower, they would probably be burnt to a crisp by now. Jump! With a shout, Shibamoto jumped down the stairs halfway down. Nangong Xiao, Bai Xiaowen, and Cui Shi also quickly followed. The instant they landed, 4 sniper rifles were aimed at them. The people from Mingshui who came to pick them up were also anxious when they saw this scene. We're doomed. How could you make such a wrong judgment? There is absolutely no room for you to move during your descent. Isn't this just a sitting duck? But the people of Mingshui City were dumbfounded the next moment. Lin Feng was seen raising the sniper rifle halfway with one hand, his hand moving continuously. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 shots fired at the same time were almost without any gap. The snipers from Reverse Star were initially seeing the figures of Shibamoto and his 3 companions in their scopes, but the next moment a much clearer bullet appeared in their scopes. Teardrop-shaped, black, smooth, and extremely fast. Besides, clap, 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 clap. The Blood Warrior who had just launched his rocket was still reeling from the shock of his rocket being intercepted. The next second, I saw the heads of the snipers around me explode one after another. By the time he looked over, Lin Feng had already jumped down the stairs to the ground. At that moment, everyone on deck finally realized what was happening. Aowa, there's an explosion over there. Someone's dead. The first mate's dead. There's an ambush below. Don't go down. In an instant, the entire overtime work session descended into chaos as everyone frantically squeezed towards their former rooms. Fear is spreading. The chaos continues. At the same time, the 3 warships escorting the giant ship also sounded the alarm. Hey baby, hey baby, hey baby. Hey baby, hey baby, hey baby. The alarm blared throughout the entire Yueshan port area, and cars with flashing lights rushed towards them from the bridge in the distance. However, the 5 Shibamotos who landed on the ground still had rather solemn expressions. There's something there. There's something in the water. Puff! A splash of water erupted, and a man with an exceptionally ugly appearance, a muscular upper body exposed, a dog collar around his neck, and iron chains around his body emerged from the water. Aowa! The strong man rushed towards Lin Feng and his group of 5, without saying a word as soon as he got ashore. Unarmed. Nangong Xiao, however, didn't care and let him have his way, so he grabbed the crimson flame and fired a shot. Bang! A greater power naturally requires a louder sound. Clang! Beside, no one expected the man to react so quickly. The chain on his body swung and hit the bullet right in the middle. But after all, it was a bullet fired by crimson flame. Its speed and power were far beyond what ordinary bullets could compare to. Even though the bullet was hit by the iron chains on the other party, it only deviated slightly from its trajectory and still hit the man's arm. But it stuck. The bullets fired by Qi Yin were actually jammed by the opponent's muscles after being weakened by the iron chains and skin on the opponent's body. Chapter 119, isn't this a bit too fierce? Level 20? Only a physical body at level 20 could achieve this, right? It's probably because only when the body undergoes another transformation at level 20 can this level be achieved. But that doesn't make sense. Although the opponent reacted quickly, their physical speed obviously didn't reach the level 20 standard. In other words, their physical fitness levels are similar. If a bullet were to hit a level 20 iron chain and the person dodged it, the bullet would simply pass by. There's absolutely no need to use such a rigid method of squeezing it with your muscles. What kind of monster is this? Puff, 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 puff. Before they could react, 4 more figures dressed the same as before jumped out of the water. If there's any difference, it's just that their faces are different. Although they're all ugly, they are ugly in different ways. Aya, aya. Without uttering a word, these people charged towards Lin Feng and his group with hoarse roars as soon as they saw them. Their frenzied energy made it seem as if they weren't even human. They were like wild beasts. Suck. Upon seeing this, Shibamoto took a deep breath and then charged into the group of 5. Drink, drink, drink. Shibamoto's fists moved with incredible speed, so fast that even his sleeves fluttered in the wind. Clap, 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 clap. Shibamoto's fists were not only fast, but also powerful, like heavy hammers slamming into the chests of these men, creating a sound like heavy hammers beating drums. It made a cracking sound. Under this powerful impact, these people were directly knocked away. People in the distant city of Mingshu couldn't help but gasp at the sight. Is this the legendary Special Operations Department? As expected, they're all top geniuses. Just now, Lin Feng detonated a rocket with a backhand shot and then took down the enemy sniper with 4 consecutive shots. They had already said they didn't understand. This guy is just as outrageous. He took on 5 people at once, and with one move, he sent all 5 flying. Honestly, with that kind of force, let alone whether he can withstand it. He's now doubting whether the car next to him can withstand that punch without being totaled. But he soon realized something was wrong. Neither Shibamoto, who had made the move, nor Lin Feng and the others, who remained standing still, made any action. There was absolutely no reaction after the battle ended. Instead, his expression grew increasingly grim. Thinking of this, he quickly looked at the people who had just been sent flying by Shibamoto's hammer. Hiss! He gasped in shock. The 5 people who had been sent flying by Shibamoto's hammer were now getting up. He really got up. The 5 men were on all 4s, their necks stretched to their maximum length, and it looked as if they were about to snap their necks. What's most striking about them, however, are their eyes. Everyone's eyes looked as if they were stained with blood, which was quite eerie. Is this a human or a ghost? Even those around him couldn't help but comment. Shibamoto stretched his neck and clenched his fists tightly, causing a series of cracking sounds to be heard. Let me. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the others, who were about to make a move, looked at each other and then retreated. I watched Shibamoto perform quietly in front of me. Bang! With a single push off the ground, Shibamoto charged into the midst of the 5 men once more, like a tiger descending a mountain. Their reaction speed in directly confronting Shibamoto was also the fastest. His mouth suddenly opened wide, reaching an angle far beyond that of an ordinary person. With a simultaneous exertion of both jaws, the other person bit down hard on Shibamoto's jaw. This feeling is that even if the opponent can bite through steel, they will still leave a mark. At the same time, the other 4 people suddenly split up and rushed toward Shibamoto from different directions. A fierce tiger battles a hyena alone. This image immediately flashed through everyone's minds. Crazy and disgusting hyenas, majestic and domineering tigers. Who is truly superior? There's no one else. Only me. At this moment, Shibamoto exuded a terrifying aura of arrogance. With a single, powerful swing, it slammed head-on into the hyena's face. Just as Shibamoto's hand touched the hyena's face, Shibamoto suddenly transformed his palm into a claw. Smack! His gaping mouth and blood-red eyes were instantly mauled. Splat! Half of his face's skin and the muscles connecting to his facial bones were torn off in an instant. Without giving the opponent any chance to retaliate, they launched another direct attack straight to the heart of the enemy's defenses. Bang! In an instant, Shibamoto smashed a hyena's head. Silence. Silence. Both the soldiers in the Mingshui Great City and those on the warships who had finally reacted were frozen in place upon seeing this scene. Isn't that a bit too fierce? But Shibamoto never stopped. The tiger turns its head. Using one leg for support and his core muscles, Shibamoto actually pulled off a difficult reverse spin. At the same time, a pair of tiger claws slammed down hard on the back of the hyena behind it. A sound came from the side. The hyena behind him was slammed to the ground, and with a powerful kick, Shibamoto flipped over and plummeted into the air. All the power in the body was concentrated at the tip of the elbow, which then struck the hyena's spine firmly. There was a snapping sound. The hyena's spine snapped instantly. Aowa! The same howl, but this time it wasn't a call to attack but a death wail. Even with Shibamoto taking on 5 opponents, he could easily defeat 2 of them, so the remaining 3 would be no problem at all. Equally ferocious attacks and equally terrifying killing methods. Within a minute, only 5 bodies remained at the scene. Moreover, each corpse instilled a sense of dread in both the troops of Mingshui City and those on the escort ships. That's all. It's just so tragic. Looking at the blood warrior in the distance, who was carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder, he gritted his teeth and took out another rocket launcher. Bang! The next moment, Lin Feng flicked his sniper rifle, and this time the rocket was only just loaded. But his head had indeed exploded. Seeing this, Nangong Xiao asked in a somewhat strange way, "Why didn't you kill him just now?" To be honest, with Lin Feng's sniping skills, is there any difference between 4 or 5 people for him? I thought he would call his superiors. But then I found out there wasn't one, so I just let it go. Upon hearing this, Chuishi couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. What should we do if he really brings a lot of people? Lin Feng pointed to the escort ship in front of the giant ship, or more precisely, to the row of cannons on the side of the escort ship. Clearly, this is the main course to welcome those people. Upon seeing this, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but say, luckily, he didn't have his superiors send anyone else. Otherwise, Lin Feng might have wiped them all out. Even if others don't they know Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao? Since Lin Feng pointed at those cannons, he must have a way to make them fire. Meanwhile, inside a warehouse, a man with a scarred face was taking inventory, humming a little tune as he waited for his good news. Yinfeng Central City caused so many deaths among the rebels, and this time he'll make sure a few more from the Special Operations Department die in front of everyone. Let them know that the rebels aren't to be trifled with. Chapter 1:20 Anatomy. As night fell, the giant ship restarted. Continuing downstream along the Mingshui River, we entered the territory of the Dongbin faction. Inside the laboratory, Lin Feng, scalpel in hand, was dissecting the things he had encountered that afternoon. Bai Xiaowen, who was helping out on the side, looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of surprise. She had never seen such a clear and distinct anatomy before. Every incision could be described as precise, targeting the skin, fascia, muscles, blood vessels, and then organs and bones. There are almost no places where repeated incisions are needed. He can always get the result he wants and find what he wants with just one cut. Soon, the person on the dissection table had been disassembled into a pile of parts by Lin Feng. Did you find anything? Bai Xiaowen asked with some curiosity. To be honest, she also felt that these machines were not quite normal, but she wasn't sure what the specifics were. Because the most crucial part, the heart, is still very bright red and healthy. To be honest, Reverse Star is more ruthless than I imagined. After saying that, Lin Feng casually cut open the lung that had just been dissected in front of him and gestured for Bai Xiaowen to come forward and take a look. Bai Xiaowen stepped forward and gently pressed down. The alveoli are stiff, the bronchial mucosa is yellow, and the lung activity is not very good. But looking at the bright red, strong heart next to it, what's going on? Why is the development of his internal organs so unbalanced? Normally, physical strengthening is a holistic process, but this person's heart and muscles are both very strong and powerful. However, the lungs are already similar to those of an elderly person, and if it progresses further, organ failure may occur. This is a typical disease of the elderly. Lin Feng first nodded in agreement with Bai Xiaowen's observation, and then explained. It's actually quite simple. It's just a way of squeezing out potential. The use of certain drugs severed their nerves and greatly enhanced the abilities of their muscles, bones, skin, and other organs that are most useful in combat. However, unidirectional enhancement inevitably leads to an imbalance in the body structure in order to provide these so-called fighting organs with sufficient nutrients. Other organs had to work twice as hard, which ultimately led to their accelerated death. Bai Xiaowen frowned upon hearing this. Why not strengthen all of their organs at once? Because it's too slow and too difficult. The overall enhancement requires not only cultivation, but also the consumption of a large amount of expensive and scarce medicines. Whether an I Ching is willing to part with these things or not is a question of whether he even has them. Lin Feng put down his scalpel, took off his white coat, and walked outside with Bai Xiaowen. At this moment, only Nangong Xiao remained outside the laboratory. Shibamoto and Choi, he have already gone to check on the warehouse. As for why Nangong Xiao didn't go in, killing someone was nothing more than a head falling to the ground for him, but dissection was still a bit terrifying for him. Seeing Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen come out, Nangong Xiao quickly stepped forward and asked, "Did you make any discoveries?" Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao briefly explained what they had discovered. After listening, Nangong Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. This really fits the style of an I Ching. Is there any solution? Nangong Xiao looked at Lin Feng and asked. Not at the moment, Lin Feng said, shaking his head. Actually, it's not that there's no problem. The key is that Lin Feng simply doesn't want to use this method. Compared to Nixing's method, both the Qianni Empire's low-level war slave production program and the Jinwu Empire's Wang Jiabao assassin training manual are better than Nixing's crude approach. Let's go find the captain first and see if there's any news from him. Lin Feng nodded, and the three of them set off for Baoshan Port. What did you say? The man with a face full of scars suddenly turned around and stared at the woman in front of him, who was wearing a white coat and square-framed glasses with a gloomy expression. This squad is very strong. Our bloodlust warriors are no match for them. The woman pushed up her glasses and said rather calmly. But the scarred man couldn't calm down and instantly appeared in front of the woman. The strong wind caused the woman's bangs to flutter in the wind. The opponent is too strong? Tell me what this means. The woman looked at the scarred man in front of her and spoke in the same, unchanging tone. You train these bloodthirsty warriors. You should be aware of their abilities and strength. You don't need to adopt such an attitude. Upon hearing this, the scar on the scarred man's face seemed to come alive and began to writhe like a centipede. Even so, the woman's breathing did not change at all. She continued to look at the scar man calmly. Call. Suck. After taking a deep breath, the scar man nodded and said, Let's go see what kind of people are making our blood warriors no match for us. The woman nodded, turned around, and left the warehouse with the scarred man. As soon as the two left the warehouse, they saw a group of children chasing each other. Hey, you stinky monkey, stop right there. A slightly thin child was running ahead, with several older-looking children chasing after him. He kept muttering curses under his breath. The woman frowned slightly and moved to stand next to the scarred man. They clearly disliked these dirty, smelly children. The scarred man didn't react much and let the group of children run past him. His eyes still held a hint of reminiscence, recalling how he had stolen something from someone in a port when he had no food and ran away. In the end, they even got chased for several blocks. However, he had a keen sense of danger from a young age, which enabled him to escape danger repeatedly and grow up. Let's go. As the group of children had already run past, the scarred man calmly said. The two then moved away from the warehouse. Meanwhile, in a room some distance away, Shibamoto Choi looked at the red dot on the communicator and a smile appeared on his face. Lin Feng spider robot is really useful. Knock, knock, knock. Just as they were celebrating, there was a knock on the door. Choi glanced at the communicator and then went to open the door. Upon seeing that it was Lin Feng and his group, they quickly pulled them inside and said, Lin Feng, we've now located their position using your spider robot. Lin Feng was quite surprised to hear this. Do you know who the owner of this warehouse is? Upon hearing this question, Chai Ben and Shui, she both looked at Nangong Xiao. As I've mentioned before, my family still has some influence here. The warehouse they rented, number 85, actually belonged to our family. It's quite simple to check their identities. The most crucial point here is that Lin Feng learned the exact name of the warehouse from Li Xiaowen. Baoshan Port is not small at all. It has more than 3,000 warehouses of all sizes. If it weren't for the definite information they had, they would have had plenty of time to search. At this point, a smile suddenly appeared on Nangong Zhao's lips. Speaking of which, our family has a secret passage in this warehouse. Do you want to come with me and take a look? Shibamoto and the others looked at each other and finally nodded. One of the main tasks this time was to find out exactly what the other party wanted to transport. Chapter 121, The Bai Family and the Bloodthirsty Potion. Seeing that everyone agreed, Nangong Xiao started making phone calls to make arrangements. Shibamoto and Choi, he also took the opportunity to ask about the results of the autopsy. Lin Feng naturally told Shui everything he knew, and Shui, she nodded slightly after listening. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and looked up at Bai Xiao. Xiaowen, your family is a family of pharmacists. Do you know what kind of medicine that white flowerstone acid solution is used to make? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen both began to quickly recall. Bai Xiaowen's expression quickly turned ugly. She remembered, white flower calcite is not a raw material, but it is an excellent stabilizer. Reverse Star's target is the Bloodthirst Potion. Bloodless Potion? Upon hearing the name, Shibamoto and Choi he raised their heads slightly. The name sounded so familiar. They seemed to have heard it somewhere before. That's it. Shibamoto suddenly realized what was happening, his eyes widening in shock as he spoke. Choi she understood, and her expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, what are you talking about? What is a bloodlust potion? At this point, both Chai Ben and Shui, she glanced at Bai Xiaowen, but remained silent. Bai Xiaowen gave a wry smile and began to tell her story. This is actually a scandal in our Bai family. Bloodlust potion is the name my grandfather gave it. At the time, our family's laboratory accidentally produced this reagent, which, when ingested, could significantly increase the user's strength and speed in a short period of time. As for the after effects, it's just a few days of weakness. Lin Feng nodded slightly, signaling Bai Xiaowen to continue. The military loved this drug as soon as it was introduced, and then we signed an agreement. This product became a special supply for the military because it was so effective. The Special Operations Department also found out and, together with the military, signed another special supply agreement with us. Then we discovered the problem. This medicine is very expensive. The military only had someone test it at first and found the effect acceptable, so they accepted it all. But the Special Operations Department is a different story. The Special Operations Department is well-funded and operates on the front lines against the Reverse Star, frequently undertaking various high-intensity operations. Ever since I discovered how useful this thing is, every member of the Special Operations Department must carry several bottles of this stuff with them before going out. It was because of this drug that the Special Operations Department's mission completion rate once reached as high as 90%. This can be considered the most glorious moment for the Special Operations Department. But something happened during this moment of glory. One of the members of the Special Operations Department drank a bottle of this drug during a mission. Their combat power began to surge at that time, but the other members of the team soon realized something was wrong, because this team member actually started indiscriminate killing. At that moment, the rest of the team didn't care about the mission and took the initiative to subdue the team member. But just half a minute after being brought under control, the player died with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Subsequent statistics revealed that the team member killed 3 members of the Rebel Stars and seriously injured 1 member of the same squad. But more tragically, he caused the deaths of nearly 50 civilians. Although the matter was suppressed, the deaths of civilians were attributed to nixing. However, the Special Operations Department still investigated the investigation conducted by the investigation team directly appointed by the top-level council. The investigation revealed that the problem lay with this blood-boosting potion. Bloodlust potions can greatly increase strength and speed, but they can also cause organ failure. After repeated use, it can even directly burn life force, resulting in a significant increase in combat power. It can also lead to indiscriminate killings caused by loss of reason. This is the final investigation result. Hearing this, Lin Feng blinked, unsure of what to say for a moment. It can only be said that both the Bai family and the Special Operations Department are ultimately driven by greed. Normal pharmaceutical production involves a very fixed process, and post-production verification is a crucial step. Clearly, the Bai family saw the drug's effectiveness and immediately started negotiating the price. The Special Operations Department and the military were so focused on its effectiveness that they forgot about the necessary procedures. So, does that mean the people we encountered were actually cultivated using the bloodlust potion? Nangong Xiao, who had just entered, understood what was going on and said with some surprise, "That's probably true, but they modified the bloodlust potion." Then, these people were given the modified bloodlust potion for a long time, which permanently enhanced their strength and speed, but they wouldn't live long. Bai Xiao sighed and said, "It must be admitted that the technology of the reverse star is indeed impressive. No wonder I said that a batch of bloodthirst potions suddenly appeared on the black market recently. I previously thought they were released by your company." Nangong Xiao looked at Bai Xiaowen and said, "Do you still have this stuff on the black market?" Shibamoto also became curious at this moment. "There's nothing left on the black market. As long as you don't use this stuff for an extended period of time, it's generally fine. To be honest, the Bai family no longer produces this stuff. What's circulating on the black market now are all old stock, and they're quite expensive." Nangong Xiao touched the red hair on his head and said, "By the way, have you made the arrangements on your end? Can we go over and take a look?" Chuishi looked at Nangong Xiao and deliberately avoided the topic of the bloodthirst potion. This topic itself is a stain on the Bai family's reputation. More importantly, although Ni Xing's bloodthirst potion has been modified, but that was still a modification of the original formula. So the question is, how did the bloodthirst potion recipe end up in Reverse Star's hands? Thinking of this, Chuishi glanced at Bai Xiaowen's somewhat uncertain face. "Of course we can go now." Following Nangong Xiao's footsteps, they arrived at a somewhat dilapidated bungalow. There are already people waiting for them here. "This way." After saying that, the man opened the floor tiles and slid down with everyone. They really slid down. It was a cylindrical slide. Lin Feng even found an observation hole at the top of the slide. Obviously, if they were discovered, they could blow this place up at any time. Moreover, the design of this slide makes it impossible for people on it to stand firmly. They can only be observed, and there is no way to counter it, allowing people behind the observation hole to do whatever they want. It has to be said that it is a very simple design, but it is very effective. Although everyone was a martial artist, their feet landed steadily on the long slide. There was no light in the dark tunnel, and we could only rely on the person in front of us to lead the way. However, it was clear that the person was very familiar with the way. As they walked, she could also explain the situation to Nangong Xiao. The warehouses here are mostly constructed like this, not mainly for spying on other people's things. Rather, it facilitates the transfer of some special supplies. Nangong Xiao nodded. "Tell us about the situation of this warehouse number 85. Ugh. Speaking of which, warehouse number 85 is our largest warehouse. The monthly rent here is 5 million. The person who rented this was quite strange. They rented it for a full 3 months, but didn't use it for the first 2.5 months. 3 days ago, they suddenly started bringing things in all night." Hearing this, Lin Feng and the others felt a chill run down their spines. 3 days ago? Isn't that the night Guo Qiang died? Chapter 122, 100 tanks? Have you guys been here before? Upon hearing Nangong Zhao's question, the person walking at the front shook his head. "No, we don't usually seek out every little bit of information. We don't bother with things that are irrelevant to us, and no one's paying us for them." After saying that, the person stopped and pointed to the stairs above his head, saying, "Just climb up this way." The group nodded and followed the other person's steps, climbing upwards. The stairs were quite long. It took quite a while to climb them before we reached a platform. The Nangong family member, who was squatting on the platform, carefully reached out and opened a partition in front of him. The partition can be disassembled to reveal a one-way glass panel. You can see inside the warehouse from here, but you can't see anything from inside the warehouse. Through the glass, everyone realized that their location was not on the warehouse roof. The entire warehouse was completely visible to them. What is that? Tanks? Nangong Xiao stared wide-eyed at the rows of large, black vehicles parked below, and for a moment he was speechless. Lin Feng also glanced at it. Wide tracks, solid black armor, a cannon barrel as thick as an arm, and sensors all over the top. What is this if not a tank? Moreover, according to Lin Feng's understanding, this was not an ordinary tank. But the quantity is even more important. 9 in a row and 9 in a column equals 81. Adding the 2 rows behind it, 10 cars per row, that makes a total of 101 cars. 101 tanks. Even setting aside other factions, the Rock Peak faction, a military-industrial complex, only has about 500 tanks in a large city. Note that this refers to the total number. If we're talking about tanks that can immediately join a battle, then there are even fewer, probably only 200 to 300 tanks. And right inside this warehouse was a tank force that was almost half the standing combat strength of a large city. This is shocking. This is terrifying. What are we going to do? A rebellion. At this moment, Shibamoto and Choi-Hee's expressions also turned very ugly. This is utterly lawless. Shibamoto practically gritted his teeth as he uttered those words. Choi-Hee also said with a gloomy face, "If I'm not mistaken, all of these tanks below are the most advanced 4th-generation tanks in Yanfeng City. This tank can fire without slowing down at a top speed of 90 kilometers per hour. The armor plates are also made of the latest technology, with 30-centimeter plates that have a greater impact resistance than the 50-centimeter plates of the previous 3 generations of tanks. The most terrifying thing is that it also has an automatic aiming system, so the number of operators has been reduced to just 2. In extreme cases, it can be done by just 1 person." Choi-Hee sighed and continued, "Even the military hasn't completed the upgrade of this latest type of tank. I never expected to see so much here." Lin Feng's gaze swept across the warehouse below, and besides the tanks, he also saw quite a few boxes. It's probably not that simple. I looked down and saw there were quite a few boxes below, which probably contained cannons or similar items. Based on this, these equipment could form a mechanized combat unit of 5,000 people. This level of combat power is more than enough to attack some of the weaker major cities. This is not a simple smuggling issue, but rather someone fabricated a special receiving unit and then transferred the equipment directly to Nixing once it arrived. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged a glance. Who else besides the 8 great families could possess such power? Shibamoto and Choi nodded and led them away. They need to report this matter to their superiors immediately. Meanwhile, the Special Operations Department was holding a meeting. Is the news confirmed? Lei Zhao's expression was also quite serious at this moment. It has been confirmed, although the information they provided was outdated. At that time, the downstream cities were attacked by a horde of monsters, and there were no ships to cross the river during that period, so they were still trapped in Haoshui City. Lu Qianlan said with some excitement. There was a slight tension mixed with the excitement, but it was the kind of tension you feel when you see a big fish take the bait and are afraid it will get away. Lei Xiao clasped his hands together, supporting his chin, his mind racing with thoughts. Should we go or not? Going there might be a way to severely damage the reverse star. However, to severely damage the enemy, they would definitely need to eliminate a sufficient number of personnel in case they were ambushed. That means they were severely damaged. Lu Heng then looked at Lu Qianlan and asked, "Have you found out who the other party is?" What we can confirm now is 1 deputy director and 4 secret envoys, but we haven't heard anything about the deputy director of the reverse star. The envoy's words confirm that one is a raging bear and the other is a killer. Hearing this, Li Chen's eyes narrowed. Bear Killer Kuei, these are old rivals. Many of their brothers died at their hands. So what's their purpose in staying in that city? Lu Heng asked repeatedly, still seemingly having some doubts. Lu Qianlan thought for a moment and then spoke up. It seems he is meeting with someone very important. This person should still be a high-ranking member of our Yanfeng faction. At this point, Lu Qianlan paused for a moment before continuing. It's estimated that members of our 8 major families also hold important positions in the government. Upon hearing this, Lu Hang sighed. It's all about profit. It's all about interests. Thump, thump, thump. Just as they were thinking, there was a sudden, urgent knocking on the door. The 4 people present couldn't help but frown. Their meeting today was of a very high standard. Why were they being disturbed at this time? Was something serious happening? Mean. In the end, it was Lu Hang who spoke up. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Hang realized that it was someone from their C Brigade's intelligence unit. Is there something you need? Lu Hang stood up and asked at that moment. The man glanced at the slightly hesitant expressions of the people in the conference room. Upon seeing this, Lu Hang frowned and said sternly, "This is the minister and the various captains. What can't be said here?" Upon hearing this, the person cleared his throat, took out the document, and began to read it aloud. "This is a report from Shibamoto's squad. Please read it now. Our Shibamoto squad has reached the port of Baoshan in Meisui. After investigation, we have determined that the transaction between Guahaoqiang and Nixing involved 101 fourth-generation tanks and a number of artillery pieces. Preliminary estimates suggest that it can equip a mechanized combat unit of 5,000 men." After hearing the report from the visitor, Li Chun couldn't help but turn around and look at him. "Can you tell me again how many tanks there are?" "Report to Captain Li Chun. There are 101 tanks, and they are all fourth-generation tanks. We've already confirmed with Shibamoto 3 times. The visitor looked at Li Chun and answered with full confidence. There was nothing they could do. At first, they also thought Shibamoto had misread it and checked it 2 or 3 times before coming to report. Lu Hang took the document, waved his hand, and said, "All right, you can leave now." "Yes." Watching the door close again, Lu Hang couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, "I initially didn't approve of such a risky action, but now we do." Lei Zhao's gaze darkened, and he immediately gave the order. "Lu Qianlan and Li Chun, listen to my command." Lu Qianlan and Li Chun stood up abruptly. "Please give your instructions, Minister." Chapter 123, A Ship is Coming. Lu Qianlan led 5 teams, while Li Chun led 9 teams to Haoshui City. Sniper Deputy Director Nixing and his secret agents. Clatter. Lu Qianlan and Li Chun straightened up instantly and spoke at the same time. "Lu Qianlan and Li Chun, heed my command. The message has been reported, but there is still one problem. According to the information Nangong Xiao and his team received, the people from Nixing would likely move these things out soon. If that's the case, even if the Special Operations Department sends people immediately, it will be too late. As for the people of Shuaida City, shake your head. Shibamoto and his group have completely lost trust in these people. Putting aside the issue of Guahaoqiang, the counselor of Mengshui City, the fact that they were attacked as soon as they disembarked is already outrageous enough. And with the hundreds of tanks now, they don't believe there are any high-ranking officials involved in the Mengshui City project. However, even without the people from Mengshui City, they'd already seen the scene inside that warehouse. There were at least 100 of those so-called blood warriors standing there. No matter how strong we are, we can't possibly fight 100 of them one by one." Nangong Xiao said with a hint of helplessness. Shibamoto nodded. Don't be fooled by his ability to easily kill 5 people. But that state couldn't last long at all. Lin Feng frowned slightly and then looked out the window at the Mengshui River. A question suddenly popped into his mind. "You guys think they need a huge ship to transport all those tanks and artillery pieces?" Nangong Xiao glanced at it and then said, "Actually, it's not so bad. A 3rd-generation cargo ship would suffice. The technology is quite mature." Bai Xiaowen nodded and said, "That's right. Cargo ships only need to bear weight and don't really care about speed. A 3rd-generation cargo ship like this would have more than enough room to carry all of these things." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Cui Shi. "Does Nixing have such cargo ships?" After thinking for a moment, Cui Shi nodded and then shook his head. According to the department's speculation, one of the 3 major bases of the Reverse Star is located on a small island in the sea. So they must have cargo ships, but even if they did, they probably couldn't get here. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao instantly understood. Because both cargo ships and cruise ships have their own identification numbers. If you're sailing on the Ming River and your boat doesn't have a number or the number doesn't match the boat's number, you'll be stopped. Even Shibamoto realized what was happening at that moment. So it seems that Reverse Star will need to charter a cargo ship to transport these supplies. The eyes of everyone in the room lit up at that moment. That's right. That's exactly it. That's right. The maintenance and resupply time for third-generation cargo ships is also very long. If they wanted to leave soon, this ship should be in Baoshan port right now. Nangong Zhao's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he spoke, and he even stood up in the end. Let's go check it out right now. Shibamoto also stood up. This was a hard-won clue, and he had to investigate it thoroughly. Lin Feng nodded and said, "You guys go ahead. I still need to prepare some things." "Okay, go ahead." Cui Shi and the others readily agreed and ran towards the port supply depot. Lin Feng also turned his attention to the electronics market. Haoshui City. Lu Qianlan and Li Chun, each with their own people, disembarked from the military plane. Lu Qianlan frowned as she looked at Li Xiaowen, standing next to Li Chun. "Why did you bring her along? Reverse Star is our common enemy, and she's quite adept at dealing with that group. The battle between the superpowered and the inverted stars is no secret. Many people know about it." Li Chun answered calmly, while Li Xiaowen, chewing on a lollipop, began to dart around with his eyes. "Huh, Lin Feng? He's on a mission in Mingshui City. Do you want to see him? Is Mingshui City far from here?" "It's not far, and his mission is almost over. I'll have him come over so we can go back together." Li Chun remained calm as he spoke. To be honest, Lin Feng's mission was indeed over for him. The number of personnel guarding the area with over 100 tanks is considerable. Given the current situation, it's clearly impossible for the Special Operations Department to send more people over. Therefore, the result is obvious. Lu Qianlan didn't say anything at the moment, but turned around and talked to a little girl behind her. The other person nodded and began to lead the way. They were quickly taken to the hotel they had booked. Just as they stepped into the hotel, they saw two people rushing towards them. "Captain, we just received news that those 5 people from Ni Xing seem to be planning to leave." "What?" Lu Qianlan frowned immediately, and Li Chen's eyes flashed as he also spoke up. "Are you sure? They're currently at the port, and, through a shipping company, we know they appear to have chartered a boat." Upon hearing this, Li Chen looked at Lu Qianlan and said, "Isn't this too much of a coincidence that we just arrived here, and they're already renting a boat to leave?" Lu Qianlan thought for a while, and then suddenly spoke. "Perhaps they aren't actually leaving? If they really wanted to leave them, the best option would be to mingle with the cruise ships that have been around for a while. If you rent a boat and it's gone, the shipping company will definitely find it. At that point, all their efforts to hide it will be meaningless." Hearing this, Li Chen nodded in agreement. "Let's go see what they're up to." "How about it?" Seeing Nangong Xiao and the others return, Lin Feng put down the electronic components in his hand and asked them a question. "It has been confirmed. This is a third-generation cargo ship that sailed down the river from Minsha to Helfen, a city belonging to the East Coast faction. Now that we've taken over, all the people above have been replaced by our family." Lin Feng was slightly surprised to hear this. Are the crew members of this ship not from the Reverse Star? Such an important matter, and the crew on the ship aren't even from the Rebel Star's own side? Nangong Xiao shook his head and said, "No, they belong to the first shipping company under the Xiao family. I guess Nixing plans to deal with them after they board the ship." "Can?" Lin Feng nodded, which would give him more room to maneuver. "However, time is a bit tight. According to Ni Xing's requirements, we need to go to the warehouse in half an hour. Are you ready?" After saying that, Nangong Xiao looked at the strange, Z-shaped electronic devices in front of Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng counted them down to 15 in total and finally nodded. "That's enough. Okay, let's get on the boat now." The two had just boarded the cargo ship when it quickly set off towards warehouse number 85. At that moment, the scarred man and the woman in the white coat reappeared in the warehouse. The scarred man's face was full of contemplation, while the woman remained as calm as ever. "The ship has arrived." The woman spoke up to remind her. The scarred man, without even looking up, said, "Okay, then let's arrange for the cargo to be loaded onto the ship." Chapter 124, I'll take over your cannon fire. Then Lin Feng and his group discover problem. The Reverse Stars don't shy away from people at all. They just drive tanks right onto the ship, and as for artillery, that's even simpler. They carried box after box onto the ship. They didn't seem worried at all about being seen by the people on the cargo ship. They weren't planning on letting us leave the ship alive. Looking at the scene below, Nangong Xiao said with a cold smile. Cui Shi also gave a cold smile. "We didn't intend to let them take the things, did we? It's a draw. But we should still go all the way, Nangong. You should send your people over to ask them," Bai Xiaowen said, looking at Nangong Xiao. Nangong Xiao nodded and beckoned one of his men to go and ask him. After making the arrangements, Nangong Xiao turned around. But then they suddenly realized that Lin Feng was gone. Where did Lin Feng go? Shibamoto pointed to the man directing the tanks to be parked inside the cargo hold. He's right there. He said he'd go down and help direct the tank placement. Upon hearing this, a bunch of question marks appeared above everyone's heads. The question is about the placement of the tanks. Yes, that's how it's placed to the side. These big guys of yours are too heavy. Placing them in the middle will bend the base plate. Yes, these are the big guys. Just leave them parked on both sides with the muzzles facing outwards or inwards. It wouldn't be good if they were accidentally damaged. Yes, 15 of them are arranged like this in a row. Looking at Lin Feng and Shi below, who were actively participating in the command, their expressions became somewhat strange. What are they trying to do? I don't know, but he must have his reasons for doing this, Bai Xiaowen said, shrugging. On the other side, the people arranged by Nangong Xiao also came to the Scar Man's side. You must be the owner of the goods. The man who was about to step down looked at the Scar Man's face and was immediately startled. He didn't even need to pretend to be timid. His confidence was already shaky. The Scar Man turned around and looked the man from the Nangong family up and down. Seeing nothing amiss, he finally spoke up and asked, "What's up? I noticed that what you're transporting seems to be some kind of weaponry. I just don't know if you have a military shipping permit issued by Lin Feng's central city. Ours is a non-enclosed cargo ship. If you're seen on the street, you'll definitely be questioned." Upon hearing this, the scarred man revealed an extremely terrifying smile on his crisscrossed face. Even the people from the Nangong family who were sent down were so frightened that their legs went weak. The scarred man reached out and helped them up, saying, "Sorry, I startled you." No, it's my problem. The person from the Nangong family quickly waved his hand. "No problem. Of course we have the military transport permit. Otherwise, how could I dare to approach you so openly?" After saying that, the Scar Man actually took out a flight permit, handed it to him, and carefully checked it over. It turns out this is actually a genuine aviation certificate. "Yes, it's true. Thank you so much. I'll go check on their installation now." The head of the Nangong family also pretended to be relieved and went back to the cargo ship with a happy expression. The scarred man didn't react to this scene. Instead, he turned to the woman beside him and said something. "To be honest, the people we selected are all quite untalented and can't learn any advanced martial arts techniques. Why don't we find some more talented people to try?" The woman shook her head and said, "Few are naturally gifted. Even if someone is just a little better and learns martial arts, they don't have much of an advantage compared to those in the Special Operations Department. Why don't we try a different approach and use drugs to raise enough people? Then use these people to form a legion and make them the most elite weapons of war." Upon hearing this, the scarred man's eyes lit up. The conflict with Shibamoto has proven that these people are still significantly inferior to those in the Special Operations Department, but they are far superior to ordinary soldiers. Although the military also has its own elite regiments, those elite regiments take at least 4 or 5 years to train. And by directly administering drugs, they can quickly build an elite army. That's a good suggestion. I'll go back and talk to the director about it. The woman nodded and watched as the goods in the warehouse were gradually loaded onto the ship. There was a lot of stuff in the warehouse, and it took almost 5 hours to move it all. They watched as the last crate of cannons was carried up. The Blood Warrior captain in charge of moving things also came to the Scar Man's side. The instructor reports that everything has been loaded onto the boat. The Scar Man nodded and looked at the bloodthirsty warriors lined up in a square beside him, giving the order. "Everyone board the ship. Buzz." Seemingly in response to the Scarred Man's slogan, the cargo ship also started moving at that moment. "Act quickly." The Scarred Man, unaware of what was happening, gave a brief explanation and then prepared to turn and board the ship. When he turned around, he also noticed the problem. "Ladder? What happened? Is the gate open? Why is it locked? And why is your boat getting further and further away from the shore? What is it?" The Scarred Man's face instantly turned ugly. The Blizzard Warriors standing on the shore were at a loss for what to do. A slow-moving cargo ship trying to double-cross you." A mocking smile appeared on the Scarred Man's lips. Putting aside everything else, this kind of boat made him run for 5 minutes. He can keep up. The Blood Warrior climbed up. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." The scar on the Scarred Man's face began to move again, and this time it moved even faster. Anger. He was truly furious. He was already very unhappy that his hard-earned squad couldn't beat the Special Operations Department's Class C squad. How dare a small cargo ship belonging to a shipping company swallow his cargo? Isn't that just asking for death? Yes. The bloodthirsty warriors' eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and they exuded a terrifying killing intent. At this moment, Lin Feng's figure appeared on the ship's side, looking down at the scarred man and the group of bloodthirsty warriors who were preparing to go into the water. A smile appeared on his lips. "We're fully loaded. Now it's time to deliver your gifts." Lin Feng slowly extended his palm. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of shells being chambered came from a row of tanks nearby. Shell loading complete. At the same time, a cold electronic voice rang in Lin Feng's ears. Put. Lin Feng clenched his outstretched hand into a fist. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 125, A Spirited Escape. 15 tanks roared to life simultaneously. 15 exploding bullets charged straight at the scarred man and the bloodthirsty warrior. Danger! 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 In fact, the moment Lin Feng appeared on the ship's side, the scarred man's mind had already begun to frantically warn him. He hesitated for less than a second. The scarred man grabbed the woman next to him and stomped his feet hard on the ground. He was sent flying backwards like a cannonball, actually landing back inside the warehouse. What happened the next second proved that his choice was correct. 15 tanks fired simultaneously, and 15 of their carefully selected high-explosive shells landed among the group of bloodthirsty warriors. Before these so-called bloodthirsty warriors could even react, they were already being thrown into the air by the shockwave of the cannonball. Just when they thought they could withstand the impact with their strong muscles and skin, the shrapnel easily pierced through their proud bodies. In the end, all that was left was a huge crater and a mass of bloody flesh around it. Lin Feng coldly watched the scene, his face expressionless, and even instantly shifted his gaze to the scarred man's face. The scarred man's eyes widened instantly upon seeing this. He had no feelings for these people, but these were the fruits of his labor over the past few days. Court death! With a roar, the scarred man threw the woman down and leaped onto the boat. Lin Feng smiled slightly upon seeing this. "I was worried you wouldn't come." With a single wave of his hand, Lin Feng activated the turrets of 15 tanks simultaneously. They aimed directly at the scarred man. The scarred man in midair snorted coldly. He was a powerful expert over level 20. Could these tanks keep up with him? Whoosh! The scarred man's figure blurred, and then he became a blurry shadow leaping through the air. Furthermore, the scarred man's image has been completely removed from the tank's auto-aiming system. Upon realizing this, Shibamoto and the others immediately became serious. Shibamoto took a single step forward, preparing to strike. But Lin Feng stopped him with a gesture. Lin Feng slowly moved one hand in midair. Along with Lin Feng's gestures, the cannons of the 15 tanks also began to move. No, Lin Feng doesn't know that person's location. Bai Xiaowen suddenly spoke as she watched the flashing phantom grow faster and faster. Cold sweat appeared on the face of the scarred man in midair. The trajectory of the opponent's hand movement is his action. 1. What happened? How can a little guy who's not even level 20 see through my movements? Flash. His flash shadow technique is not just a simple martial arts skill. It also incorporates his supernatural abilities. He could accept that his martial arts skills were exposed, but how could his superpowers be exposed too? At this moment, he kept moving around in midair using the flash shadow, but dared not approach the cargo ship at all. The pressure he faced from 15 cannon barrels thicker than an arm is unimaginable. Sweat beaded on his face. The scarred man gritted his teeth and suddenly spun around. The light from his entire body became increasingly intense. Lin Feng's expression was also serious at this moment, his hands clenched, ready to fire the shell at any moment. Thump, 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 thump. All the tanks were loaded and ready to fire at that moment. Beside him, Shibamoto's hands were clenched into tiger claws, his eyes were wide open, and a faint tiger's roar could be heard from his body. He was at his peak condition at that moment. Cui Shi, Nangong Xiao, and Bai Xiaowen also took out their weapons. The pressure from the scarred man, who was over level 20, was indeed extraordinary. The scarred man's figure flashed to its limit before he suddenly plunged into the water with a splash. After a while, Chai Zhou's tiger roar subsided, and Lin Feng lowered his arm. Did it run away? Cui Shi, Bai Xiaowen, and Nangong Xiao were all speechless. I thought they were about to unleash a powerful attack. It turned out to be a feint? Lin Feng's expression was more uncomfortable than if he had swallowed a fly. He had been quite nervous just now. Facing a superhuman being who was also level 20 and possessed special abilities, he was under immense pressure. Who knew that the opponent would actually be afraid in the end? Shaking his head, Lin Feng turned back and walked towards the inside of the cargo ship. Lin Feng, how did you know the other party's movement trajectory? Cui Shi approached Lin Feng and asked with some confusion. Didn't you tell me that? Us. Cui Shi pointed to himself and suddenly understood. You mean the spider robot? Lin Feng smiled and nodded. There were no useless arrangements. He would always show his worth when needed. However, the woman who was still inside the warehouse suddenly received a message. I looked down. She then realized that the message had been sent to her by the man with the scar. You go first, I'll follow you. Upon seeing the message, the woman instantly understood the scarred man's intentions. Is this a plan to launch a sneak attack? How Shui City? Lu Qianlan and Li Chun sat in the conference room and began to watch the footage that had been filmed that afternoon. The ship disappeared into a fog and then vanished. Was this fog there before? Lu Qianlan looked at the guards of Haoshui City beside her and asked. This fog has been present on the river for a long time. We previously sent people to investigate and found that there was a small island inside this fog. However, the island was quite desolate, so we only took a quick look around before coming down. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianlan and Li Chun exchanged a glance. The fog obscured the view. Isn't this the same method used by reverse stars overseas bases? Now, they've actually moved to the river. After thinking for a moment, Li Chun looked at the guards of Haoshui City beside him and said, Could you arrange for a group of fishermen to wander in over the next few days so I can have our people infiltrate and investigate thoroughly? Upon hearing this, the members of the Haoshui City Guard nodded in agreement. These are minor matters. We can arrange them tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. We will arrange for the fishermen to go up there the day after tomorrow. Li Chun spoke first. Upon hearing this, the guards of Haoshui City nodded, indicating that it was a minor matter and they could come whenever they wanted. The cargo ship sailed through the night. After a brief exchange, Lin Feng and the others returned to their respective rooms. It was nearly midnight when we set off, and everyone was exhausted. Click! All the lights were turned off, leaving only the lights in the driver's cab on. Just then, a shadow floated gracefully from the water onto the boat. He didn't even make a sound. Only the ripples on the water's surface testified to his presence. It quickly wandered through the warehouse. Nobody's here. Then comes the deck. Nobody's here. At that moment, Shadow's gaze locked onto the driver's seat. Through the glass, you can clearly see two people operating the equipment inside. Should we deal with them first? Shaking your head doesn't make much sense. And now that he's all alone, he needs someone to help him get the ship back to its designated location. Then, the boy whose face appeared on the ship's side. Thinking of this, a terrifying smile appeared on the scarred man's face. You're the one. The body once again transformed into a shadow and began moving at lightning speed. At the same time, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes inside the room. He raised his left hand and looked at the watch on it. Countdown begins. 1, 2. The shadow moved with lightning speed, appearing at Lin Feng's doorway in the next second. He reached out and touched the door. It looks like I touched a thread. 3. Boom! After the explosion, a pool of blue liquid with lightning flashed instantly spread out. Crackling. Then a white hairdryer suddenly appeared through the crack in the door. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the room entrance was filled with an intoxicating atmosphere. In the last moments before the scarred man fell, he vaguely saw a person wearing a gas mask push open the door. Then he lost consciousness. Plasma grenades combined with tranquilizer darts are perfect for someone like you. The woman in white, who had already boarded the boat, glanced at the message on the communicator one last time and then threw it into the Mingshui River. There's been no news for 2 days. The scarred man is probably gone. When the scarred man opened his eyes again, he was facing Bai Xiaowen, who was holding a syringe. Who are you? Before the scarred man could finish speaking, he saw Bai Xiaowen's needle already inserted into his body. As the liquid entered his body, the scarred man lost consciousness again. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of a powerful being from the reverse star, their resistance to drugs is ridiculously stronger than that of ordinary people. In such a short time, their awakening time has actually decreased from 3 hours to 2 hours. After saying that, Bai Xiaowen shook her head and left. The poor scarred man, a powerful expert at level 20-something, fainted before he could even utter a single word. Of course, I wonder what he would think if he knew this was his first awakening in 2 days. Chapter 126 Beast Tide in Haoshui City. Buzzing. The cargo ship continued its voyage on the Mingshui River. The captain's cabin was filled with Shibamoto Cui Shi, Nangong Xiao, and Lin Feng. Bai Xiaowen came up. Cui Shi also asked, "How is it?" She woke up once, but is now in a coma. This adaptability is really impressive, Nangong Xiao couldn't help but remark. He was the one who administered the injection last time, and he even increased the dosage. While they were talking, Lin Feng was looking at a map. Where do we go next? Bai Xiaowen came to Lin Feng's side and asked. We just contacted our superiors, and they told us to go to Haoshui City. We're currently carrying out a mission there. Before Lin Feng could speak, Chai Ben spoke up to explain. Seeing this, Cui Shi rolled her eyes. He just wanted to talk to Lin Feng. Why was he so eager to say something? How long will it take us to get to Haoshui City? Bai Xiaowen didn't show any reaction. She just continued to ask with a smile. We'll arrive in 8 hours. Lin Feng put down the map and said with a smile. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. No sooner had he finished speaking than all the communicators in the captain's cabin suddenly went off. Lin Feng frowned immediately as he picked up the communicator. Alarm! 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 The area around Haoshui City is experiencing a massive riot of aquatic beasts. The scale has reached the level of a medium-sized beast tide. All ships bound for Hiawatha City are hereby ordered to cease operations. All vessels bound for Hiawatha City are hereby ordered to cease operations. Something happened at Haoshui City. Shibamoto was a bit confused. If they couldn't go to Haoshui City, where would they go now? Cui undicesimo immediately frowned. A beast tide? A city of luxury? It feels like such a coincidence. At this moment, Lin Feng also recalled his encounter in the Wasteland. Sure, Jiuqing. It's a beast tide, a special operations unit, and a mission. This. Captain, please contact the department. I also feel there's something wrong here. Lin Feng stood up from his seat and said. Hearing this, Shibamoto nodded with a serious expression. Lin Feng looked around and then went to the captain's side to ask, where's the tool shed? It's on the ground floor, right next to the power room. Okay, you turn off the power and let the boat drift for a while. After saying that, Lin Feng turned and left, leaving the captain somewhat dumbfounded. Let's drift for a while? This. Looking back at Nangong Xiao, she saw that he simply nodded. The captain had no choice but to nod and slowly shut down all the power. Upon arriving at the bottom floor, Lin Feng didn't go to the tool shed, but instead went to the power room first. As soon as you push open the door to the power room, a wave of heat hits you. They went inside to take a look. The combined power system of gas turbine and electric propulsion has abandoned the old transmission rod. The gas turbine generates electricity and uses electricity to drive the ship forward. If modifications are needed, adjust the gas compressor's airflow speed and change the motor's rotation angle. That should achieve the effect he wants. With this in mind, Lin Feng quickly devised a modification plan and turned to go to the tool room to start selecting tools. When he returned to the power room, the gas turbine had already stopped. Lin Feng has also begun to take action. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. The dense barrage of bullets, under the control of the Special Operations Forces, formed a perfect bullet barrier. Even with the fiercest attacks of these strange beasts, they couldn't penetrate the bullet barrier and reach within 20 meters of them. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Suddenly, a violent coughing sound rang out, and everyone's heart couldn't help but tighten. Lu Cheng, who had entered a resting state, couldn't help but look over. Li Chen was lying on the ground with a broken razor blade stuck in his chest. The blood that seeped from his chest when he coughed just now stained his clothes again. Li Chen is now barely breathing. Lu Qianlan, standing next to Li Chen, also had a gloomy expression. However, Lu Qianlan's current condition is not very good. Her dominant right arm has now become twisted and contorted. His body was covered with numerous wounds. He was clearly seriously injured. At this moment, she realized that it was all a setup, a scheme targeting them. From the moment that person was captured in the central city, all the way to Haoshui City, and then to this misty island. Besides, Lu Qianlan's gaze fell on the black briefcase on the ground. They rushed in without hesitation because they saw this, but the final result was explode. Ambush. Moreover, there are not just one deputy director and 4 secretaries here. It's about a deputy director with 8 unlucky secrets. If it weren't for Li Chen's last-minute outburst, they would have been wiped out long ago. Turn around. Looking at this boundless tide of beasts, Lu Qianlan looked at the white-haired girl beside her. How long until Yi Shuanghao's army from Shuicheng arrives? Yi Shuang shook his head and said, there are no warships left in Haoshui's city port. All the warships there have been destroyed. They can only notify the warships operating upstream and downstream to come over. But it will take at least 3 hours to assemble a fleet. Only by forming a fleet can they possibly break through the beast tide and rescue them. Hearing this, Lu Qianlan's expression grew even more unpleasant. 3 hours. They could withstand these beast tides alone, but a glance swept across the outer edge of the beast tide, and there stood a person, a man wearing a white coat and a half-mask on his face. A gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, peeking out from under the half-mask. But it was this smile that sent chills down the spines of everyone present. This is the person who made Li Chun fall to the ground and unable to get up, thanks to Lu Qianlan's help. Suddenly, Deputy Director Inai Xing raised his hand. Not again. Almost reflexively, all the members of the Special Operations Department present lowered their heads. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all the bullets fired by the Special Operations Department flew back. Superpower, metal control. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets began to ricochet erratically around them. Although its power was not great, it effectively destroyed the bullet barrier created by the Special Operations Department. I don't know who cursed, but it was just one curse. Their bullets posed no threat to the other side. The only way to kill him would be to cross the beast horde, which was too difficult for them in their current state. Continue the attack. In the end, it was Lu Qianlan who gave the order, and everyone quickly looked up and rearranged the fire net. But just now, the monsters were only 15 meters away from them. Upon seeing this, Lu Qianlan looked toward the deputy director of the Nixing Bureau. The smile on the other person's lips clearly indicated that this was his purpose. Turning around and disappearing behind the beast tide, Deputy Director Nixing also arrived under a tree. Looking at the situation of the people under the tree, the smile on his lips disappeared. On the contrary, his face was unusually gloomy. The bear kills the Demon King. A bullet hole appeared between their eyebrows. Of the other 6 secret envoys, 3 were seriously injured and 3 were slightly injured. Furthermore, nearly a third of the members of the first and second level squads they brought with them have been lost. You have to understand, they were waging an ambush. The final result was like this. White Ghostly Chun. Wasn't he the one who shot and killed Wang Bo and Dongbin back then? Black Scorpion next to him nodded. That's right, it's him. Chapter 127 Ship Stalls. Get out of the way. It's all over now. Today they will all die by my hand. Deputy Director Inai Xing said, his eyes gleaming with a metallic sheen. After so much design and effort, we've finally managed to solve a major problem. Deputy Director Inai Xing turned around and looked at Blood Pigeon beside him. Continue to expand the scope of the introduction and try to attract some big names. Lu Qianlan watched as the ammunition dwindled. He hesitated for a moment as he watched the approaching horde of alien beasts. Suddenly, Yi Shuang, who was next to her, raised her head. Li Xiaowen. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianlan looked around and indeed found that Li Xiaowen had disappeared. Lu Qianlan shook her head and said, forget it. He has already helped us so much that it has exceeded my expectations. Li Xiaowen deserves at least 1/3 of the credit for severely injuring those 3 reverse star envoys. A confusing situation created an opportunity for Lu Qianlan. If it weren't for the quick reaction of that deputy director of the Reverse Star Bureau, those 3 Reverse Star envoys would be dead by now. Subsequently, Li Xiaowen's several surprise attacks disrupted Inai Xing's plans. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape to this defensive position backed by a giant rock. After Yi Shuang's interruption, Lu Qianlan made up her mind. Get ready, everyone. We're about to break out. Lu Qianlan's words were not harsh, but everyone could foresee the bloodshed and death that was about to come. However, the members of the Special Operations Department present did not show any change in expression. They all knew that the casualties during a breakout would be enormous, but they also knew that this was their only chance of getting out alive. The interconnected Reverse Star project has turned them into an isolated island. Even so, they are still the elite. They are elites belonging to the Special Operations Department. Even when faced with life and death, they remained calm and thoughtful, considering how much energy they needed to conserve. Calculate how many bullets need to be left. With a soft poof, Li Xiaowen leaped out of the water. When she turned around, she was already out of the fog's reach. Floating on the water, Li Xiaowen's face showed a struggle. She had already run out. Those people have nothing to do with her, right? Besides, she's already helped the other person so much. Wouldn't it be a bit impolite to ask for her help again? But, never mind. I'll just wander around here, and if I see a boat, I'll pass on a message for them. I'm not doing this to help them. I'm doing it to thwart the Reverse Star's conspiracy. After saying that, Li Xiaowen plunged into the water again and began to swim around. However, Li Xiaowen's face quickly darkened. No, there's nothing there. There are hardly any ships or even any living creatures around here. I was so naive after all. How could such a basic mistake occur with the methods of an I Ching? Li Xiaowen gave a bleak smile and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Despair. It's truly despair. This isn't just about the lion using all its strength to hunt a rabbit. It's about the lion covering the area with barbed wire and laying concrete before even starting the hunt. They practically tied the rabbit to the spot. Buzz. The vessel has lost speed. Vessels ahead, please give way immediately. Li Xiaowen was stunned for a moment upon hearing the loud broadcast, and then immediately turned his head to look over. A massive black cargo ship was speeding down the river at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary warships. What the hell is this? Li Xiaowen's expression became even stranger when he looked closely and saw that the cargo ship was loaded with tanks. Yishuang took out a rope and tied Li Chun to her body. On the other side, Lu Qianlan used the remaining rope to forcibly fix her right hand to prevent it from becoming uncontrollable during the battle. The other injured team members did similar things. 4 lacerations. Simply wrap the fabric around the lacerations. For penetrating wounds, just plug them up. As long as the bleeding stops, you can still move. That's it. Suddenly, a member of B team patted a member of a team next to him. What's wrong? The members of Team A looked at him with some confusion. I just keep saying how amazing Team A is after all this competition. Upon hearing this, the members of Team A also showed expressions of pride. Of course, having gotten A, we naturally want to become the strongest. That's right, you guys are definitely the strongest. Then you should leave a few more people behind. After saying that, the member of Team B suddenly stood up and said loudly, all members of B team, step forward. Yes. In an instant, apart from those still resisting the beast tide, the rest of the B team members broke away from the group and stepped forward. A sharp, arrowhead-shaped breakout. Clear. Without the slightest hesitation, all members of Team B instantly completed their formation. It transforms into an arrow-shaped triangle. Team A members Li Chun and Lu Qianlan were all blocked behind them. Everyone present, including the members of Team A and Lu Qianlan, was stunned for a moment. Such a rapid movement Was this prepared in advance? Captain Lu, remember to take our boss out. The leader of Team B glanced back at Lu Qianlan, or rather, at Li Chun next to Lu Qianlan, and said calmly. Without waiting for Lu Qianlan's reply, the leading member, acting as the spearhead, turned and charged directly into the beast tide. The strange creatures from the water have come ashore. Fish that used to swim in the water now appear to resemble snakes. It can move using its own scales. Even their movement speed is not slow at all. Kill. With a roar, the members of Team B began to demonstrate their melee prowess. They are the elite troops carefully selected and recruited by the Special Operations Department with countless resources. Their marksmanship is excellent. Top tier in close combat too. With a punch and a kick, the head of the monster in front of him was instantly blown off. The scales on their swords and blades offered no defense whatsoever. In less than 10 seconds, the members of Team B had cleared a vacuum zone. Walk! With these shouts, the members of Team B, forming a formidable force, carved a path through the vast horde of beasts with their bare bodies. The members of Team A quickly followed. Deputy Director N.I. Shing's expression remained unchanged upon witnessing this scene. Let's go for it. They braved the beast tide and the warriors of the Reverse Star. Behind the warriors who charged past the Reverse Star lay an endless expanse of water. As the Special Operations Department personnel charged all the way to the center of the beast tide, Deputy Director Nixing suddenly smiled. Let me help you. As he spoke, the Deputy Director of the Anti-Star Bureau waved his hands, and the Special Operations team members holding weapons felt their weapons tremble. The B team member at the very tip of the spearhead flicked his long sword and deflected it directly at the head of the blue fish beast in front of him. Bang! There was a tremor in the midst of the beast tide. A giant bluefish head instantly rushed towards his chest. With a snap, his ribs broke and pierced his lungs. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. With his eyes bloodshot, he unleashed a final roar. Kill! With a mighty slash, the long sword in his hand instantly cleaved the blue carp beast in front of him in two. Thump! But the next moment, he also knelt down on both knees, and his eyes lost their luster. Someone in the crowd cursed angrily, but others quietly filled his place, wielding long swords and continuing the charge. Calm and ruthless. Even Deputy Director Inai Xing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. As expected of an opponent they've faced for so long, this level of interference didn't even slow down their advance. Black Scorpion, send our men. Yes. Black Scorpion waved his hand, and the people of Nixing began to join the beast's tide. They charged toward the Special Operations Department members. Suddenly, Deputy Director Inai Xing seemed to sense something and turned to look at the shore. Buzz, the vessel has lost speed. Vessels ahead, please give way immediately. Chapter 128, Overwhelming Power. The loudspeaker announcements reached the island first. Immediately afterwards, a huge black cargo ship broke through the thick fog and rushed towards the island. At that moment, the captain of the cargo ship in the bridge looked at the small island in front of him with a look of horror. Should we slow down and move closer to the island? We don't have time to go at full power. Let's head straight to the island. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng pushed the gas turbine push rod to its maximum position. Buzz. Buzzing. A terrifying roar instantly resounded throughout the entire island. Without the slightest hesitation, the massive cargo ship crushed the monster's body and crashed directly onto the island. Under the cargo ship's terrifying weight, the alien beast beneath it was instantly crushed into a bloody mess. To the captain's surprise, the cargo ship managed to come to a stable stop thanks to its immense weight and the small beach in front of the island. This is outrageous. At that moment, Lin Feng, inside the driver's cab, took out a walkie-talkie and spoke. Set off the firecracker. Upon hearing the order, Nan Gongxiao on the deck also waved his hand sharply. Thump, 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 thump. Two long iron plates on either side of the deck fell directly down, and at the same time, a large number of cannons on the ship fired. In an instant, the sound of cannons boomed, and the shells rained down on the beast's tide. Boom! The shells, exploding upon impact, began rapidly decimating the number of alien beasts. Under such continuous shelling, smoke filled the cargo ship, and for a moment the situation on the ship became difficult to see. The members of the Special Operations Department were stunned as they watched the shells falling into the surrounding horde of beasts. Are reinforcements arriving? However, the arrival of these reinforcements is a bit strange. Deputy Director Inai Xing was also dumbfounded at this moment. No, if you're coming to provide support, shouldn't it be warships that are sending them? How did a cargo ship end up here? And why is this cargo ship's firepower so outrageous? Tajda, Tajda. Before they could even react, they suddenly saw something moving down on the metal plates that had fallen on both sides of the cargo ship. The wide metal tracks, the imposing all-black paint, and the robust cannon barrel. This is tank? Blood Pigeon's face was also filled with disbelief. What the hell is this? Why are there tanks on this ship? Rumble, rumble, rumble. One tank after another began to be unloaded from the cargo ship. A cold, imposing cannon barrel. The members of the Reverse Star were completely dumbfounded. How were they supposed to fight this? They originally thought they were well prepared for this small island, but they were still dumbfounded when faced with such a tank formation. Blood Pigeon suddenly wiped his eyes and then discovered an astonishing scene. There's no one inside any of these tanks. Everyone present was stunned. Was it just a bluff? However, after careful observation, they also found that the operation of these tanks was indeed a bit stiff and not as flexible as when driven by a human. Thinking of this, Deputy Director Inai Xing's gaze fell upon the people on the ship. Black Scorpion and White Jackal went and killed everyone on the ship. Kill those people on the ship, disable their cannons, and we can turn the tide. Yes. The two lightly stepped off the ground and sped towards the cargo ship. Someone's coming. Upon seeing this, Nan Gongxiao quickly spoke up. Lin Feng had already left the captain's cabin and entered the cargo hold. Lin Feng snorted coldly as he watched the two approaching figures. Now you could try the food that Scarface couldn't get to eat. After saying that, Lin Feng reached out and aimed at the two of them. Thump, 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 thump. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of shells being chambered immediately rang out from the tanks around them. Here's a big one for you. The 50 tanks that hadn't yet disembarked from the cargo hold simultaneously turned their turrets and aimed at Black Scorpion and White Jackal. They're still bluffing. A look of disdain appeared on Black Scorpion's face. The White Jackal's method is even simpler. With a light tap of its foot, its speed instantly increases to the next level. They rushed toward the cargo ship at an even faster speed. The two of them charged straight at Lin Feng. Once the target is identified, kill this guy who's using a tiger's skin as a banner first. At that moment, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. They just rushed over like that? Is there some other trick up their sleeve? Never mind. Never mind. I'll just give you guys one shot first. Lin Feng suddenly clenched his fist. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. 50 tanks fired simultaneously in an instant. The regularly arranged cannonballs arrived in front of Black Scorpion and White Jackal in an instant. The densely packed artillery shells blocked all their possible escape routes. Certainly, they didn't even consider escaping because of Blood Pigeon's words. There's no one in any of these tanks. Boom! The 50-meter-long shells collided, and the final scene was predictable. Even the fireball generated by the explosion burned in midair for dozens of seconds. Lin Feng looked even more puzzled. Are they here to die? They charged straight at us without even flinching. Meanwhile, 25 tanks on each side of the cargo ship had arrived on the island and began to move under the control of by Xiaowen and Shui Shi. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Although neither of the girls could drive a tank, these things, after Lin Feng's modifications, were really not much more difficult to operate than toy cars. An outstretched hand indicates the direction the tank will move, while a clenched fist signals to fire, relying on the tank's tough armor and powerful firepower. Both the Beast Tide and the Reverse Star members mixed in with the Beast Tide on the island were easily crushed by the two women. This feeling is absolutely amazing. Bombard them. On the other side, Lu Qianlan's eyes also shone with boundless brilliance. Squad A, kill them all. Kill. Kill. All members of Team A instantly had tears in their eyes. From the moment they arrived on the island until now, the images of all those who had fallen before them reappeared before their eyes. Anger. Extreme anger. I am furious at the cunning of the Reverse Star and furious at my own incompetence. Only blood can quell their anger. Meanwhile, the deputy director of the Reverse Star was also furious and turned around to glare at Blood Pigeon. Is this what you call having no one? No one can achieve this level of exquisite teamwork. 50 tanks firing at the same time sounds exhilarating. But this requires very close coordination. Otherwise, what if the shells overlap? What if you hit the vehicle in front of you? Those 50 tanks didn't just fire simultaneously. They completely blocked all escape routes for the two envoys from the Reverse Star. Blood Pigeon also felt aggrieved at this moment, but there's really no one inside. She's innocent. Walk. However, Deputy Director Inai Xing also knew that now was not the time to pursue such matters. With a wave of his hand, Blood Pigeon and he left with the three people lying on the ground. Lin Feng on the ship narrowed his eyes as he watched the direction in which Deputy Director Inai Xing and his group had left. Go ahead. Something is waiting for you there. How could we let you go so easily after injuring Uncle Li so badly? Deputy Director Inai Xing led Blood Pigeon, Blue Snake, and others to the other side of the island. There's also a small team from Reverse Star guarding 3 fast yachts. Board the ship, Deputy Director Inai Xing said coldly. At this moment, he regained his composure and decided to leave first and deal with the rest later. After all, if this cargo ship loaded with weapons could break in, I estimate that Lin Feng's naval fleet will arrive soon after. If that were the case, they would truly have no chance of survival. Yes, there weren't many of them, but they all boarded the same fast yacht. With a whoosh. With the engine started, the yacht shot off like an arrow. Just after they left, Li Xiaowen slowly emerged from the water. In her hand was a remote control as she watched the other person surpass the distance Lin Feng had told her. Drop. She pressed the red button without hesitation. Chapter 129, The Dejected Deputy Director of the Reverse Star Bureau. This was the first time Li Xiaowen had ever seen an explosion emitting a blue glow. Seeing the electric arcs jumping on the water surface, Li Xiaowen understood why Lin Feng had told her to press the detonation button at least 500 meters away from him on the yacht. After all, The water around the yacht was instantly electrolyzed into hydrogen and oxygen, and a secondary explosion occurred on the water surface. At that moment, all the fish within a radius of 500 meters floated to the surface, belly up. Those closer to her were all right. Only their bellies were turned up. Those closer to the speedboat were all electrocuted and charred black. Li Xiaowen did not go over to check again. He simply muttered Lin Feng's name a few times before turning and leaving. However, judging from the direction she left, she didn't go to the small island or Haoshui City. "How's it going?" Lu Qianlan, whose arm was completely wrapped in a cast, stopped the doctor who came out of the operating room and asked. But then I saw the doctor give me a thumbs up. "What does this mean?" "The surgery went very well." Members of Team B couldn't help but ask as well. "I mean, the child's surgical technique was excellent. I have never seen such good surgical skills in my life." "That's amazing." Upon hearing this, the members of the Special Operations Department in front of the operating room were all dumbfounded. So Lin Feng carried Li Chun into the operating room and didn't come out. He actually became the chief surgeon. Yes, they are all in the hospital now. They were cleared by the large number of artillery pieces and tanks on the cargo ship. The beast tied on the island, and the members of the Rebel Star were quickly wiped out by them. The warship that Haoshui City had arranged finally arrived, albeit belatedly, and carried them all onto the ship, taking them directly to the port hospital. Actually, the warships from Haoshui City arrived quite quickly. It was just that Lin Feng arrived too fast and brought a ship full of weapons. Upon arriving at the port hospital, Lin Feng carried Li Chun into the operating room. They were immediately surrounded by doctors. They had thought that Lin Feng and Li Chun would be fine once they entered the operating room. The main problem is that none of them know any medicine. Those with minor injuries were bandaged up and rushed over to inquire about Li Chen's condition. After waiting for ages, finally someone came out. Who knew that the final result would still be like this? After a moment's hesitation, everyone turned around and looked at Shibamoto and his group of 4. Seeing everyone's gaze, Shibamoto and the others immediately raised their hands. "I don't know, I'm not sure." Of course, despite saying so much, after knowing Lin Feng for so long, they now realize that they are not surprised by anything Lin Feng can do. This person is truly extraordinary. By the way, how did you know we were on that island? Lu Qianlan looked at Chai Ben and asked. "This was told to us by Li Xiaowen. We met her on our way here. She boarded the ship and told us about it." Upon hearing this, Lu Qianlan paused for a moment, then nodded silently. No one expected that Li Xiaowen, whom Li Chun had suddenly decided to bring along, would actually save them several times. "Where is she now?" Yishuang also asked. After saying that, she left. She spoke before Shibamoto could. She was a little worried that Shibamoto might have revealed that Lin Feng and Li Xiaowen had talked alone. "Never mind. She has already helped us a lot. Add her to the list of the dead," Lu Qianlan said calmly, and the people in the Special Operations Department all nodded in agreement. "I have another question. What's the deal with this ship?" Lu Qianlan asked, voicing her second question. "That's a long story." Then Shibamoto gave a brief explanation of what happened to them in Meisui. "I mentioned that I contacted the ministry while on the way, and that's how I learned they were trapped on a small island. Then they rushed over. As for the matter of converting artillery and tanks into cargo ships, these were already fixed in place along the way." Shibamoto wasn't stupid. He just mentioned it briefly. But it was only mentioned briefly. The members of the Special Operations Department present all thought it was a bit of an exaggeration. Who exactly is Team A, Team B, and Team C? Although Lu Qianlan still had many questions, it was indeed not appropriate for her to ask them now. He could only nod faintly and then lean against the wall to wait. And this wait lasted for 6 hours. Finally, 6 hours later, Lin Feng walked out of the operating room. Just as everyone was about to step forward to ask Li Chun about the specifics, Lin Feng stopped them with a gesture. He went straight to Bai Xiaowen and handed her a piece of paper. "Xiaowen, I need some medicine here. Could you please have someone send it over as soon as possible?" Bai Xiaowen picked it up, glanced at it, and then immediately nodded. "No problem. It will arrive in 3 hours." "Okay, I'll go take a rest first." After saying that, Lin Feng followed the nurse next to him to an empty ward and went to sleep. This left Lu Qianlan and the others standing there dumbfounded. She reacted quickly and immediately stopped the doctor who came out from behind to ask him questions. "How's Captain Li doing?" The doctor glanced at Shi and then spoke. The injury was too severe and the arrival was too late. These words sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Is there no chance left? Fortunately, Lin Feng was the surgeon. Otherwise, the patient definitely wouldn't have survived. Now, there's a glimmer of hope. Okay, I need a rest now. The surgery will continue once the medication arrives. After saying that, the doctor left. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. Inside a dilapidated house in Haoshui City, a projection was shown on the wall. Director Inai Xing looked at Deputy Director Inai Xing, whose clothes were tattered and covered in bruises and black marks, with a rather gloomy expression. Let me tell you what happened. Deputy Director Inai Xing nodded and recounted everything that had happened on the island in a clear and organized manner. The narrative begins with the setup on the island and continues until the ambush is completed. Li Chun was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Lu Qianlong lost an arm. In the end, they escaped to a slope with a huge rock behind them and barely survived. On their side, 2 people died, 3 were seriously injured, and 3 were slightly injured, resulting in a reduction of 1/3 of their personnel. The beast tide has formed, and the people from the Special Operations Department are already trapped. It would take at least an hour, not half an hour. The task can then be completed. But everything changed when Lin Feng and his group sailed the cargo ship ashore. A large number of artillery pieces and 100 tanks. Neither the beast horde nor their people were a match for this terrifying firepower. They didn't know when or where the ship they were on was planted with bombs, and they weren't ordinary bombs. Instead, it is a bomb capable of releasing ultra-high voltage current. In the end, he was the only one left alive after this battle. After listening to the deputy director's words, Director Inai Xing fell silent. This was arguably one of the heaviest blows they had suffered since they were established. Come back first. There was silence during this period. Upon hearing this, the deputy director couldn't help but raise his head and look at Director Inai Xing, asking a question. Director, do we still have a chance? Although he shouldn't have said that, as the deputy director, he couldn't help himself at that moment. Director Inai Xing looked at the deputy director and said calmly, "Our energy extraction and infusion device has been successfully developed." Upon hearing this, the deputy director's eyes lit up instantly. That thing actually worked. Chapter 130, a few billion, I guess. Li Chen slowly opened his eyes, but the blinding sunlight made him close them again. Although his eyes were closed, a smile appeared on his lips. Alive. Still alive. For someone like him, waking up to see the sun every morning is already a blessing. When he opened his eyes again, after his eyes had fully adjusted to the sunlight here, only then did he realize that there was already someone standing next to him. Xiao Feng, Uncle Li. Li Chen looked at Lin Feng, who had a calm expression, and suddenly laughed. Come to think of it, I even dreamt that you were performing surgery on me. It's quite funny. Lin Feng shrugged and said, that wasn't a dream. You were in a semi-conscious state at the time, and you could still vaguely sense the situation outside. Upon hearing these words, Li Chun was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. It really was you who performed this surgery on me. The main surgery was performed by me, while the other minor details were handled by the doctors at this hospital. Looking at Lin Feng, who spoke these words with such a calm expression, Li Chen blinked and was genuinely dumbfounded for a moment. You can still perform surgery? Knowing a little bit doesn't mean you really know it. Lin Feng shrugged and said that his current skills couldn't even directly restore Li Chen's body to its original state. To be honest, I only know a little bit. According to the basic medical practice standards of the country, one must be able to repair all the functions of any damaged organ in a living organism within 1 hour to meet the standards of medical practice. Lin Feng is still far from good enough. If Mr. Lin only knows a little bit, then our hospital, it's not that there's no one in the entire Yinfeng medical community who can perform surgery. A middle-aged man dressed as a doctor walked towards them, speaking as he did so. Behind him was a large group of doctors. Li Chen also keenly observed that the way the entire group of doctors were looking at Lin Feng was a little strange. That look in his eyes didn't seem like he was looking at a person, but rather like he was looking at a priceless treasure. Seeing that Lin Feng had no expression, the middle-aged doctor immediately looked at Li Chun and said, Mr. Li, you have no idea. Your injury was very serious and had been delayed for too long. If it weren't for Mr. Lin Feng's superb surgical skills, you might not even see the sun today. Li Chen nodded silently. He was aware of his injuries. He had even prepared his last words. However, he was seriously injured after the outbreak and was unable to say his last words. Most importantly, Mr. Lin Feng also repaired your riddled muscles and blood vessels. I think the most precious thing for you is that we have reserved another opportunity for you to practice. Li Chun, who was initially just admiring the talent of the younger generation, became instantly excited upon hearing this. A chance to start over. Really? To be honest, family members know their own situation best. How could he not know how serious the consequences of the secret technique that could unleash the power to instantly kill 2 reverse star envoys would be? He felt incredibly lucky to have survived. But now the doctor is telling him that he actually has a chance to continue his training. This is no longer a surprise. This is amazing. Seeing Li Chen's agitation, Lin Feng quickly calmed him down. Don't panic, Li. You still need to rest for a while. You can only continue training once the muscles and blood vessels have healed on their own. After saying that, Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged doctor and spoke directly. Okay, you can all go out now. I can give you a lecture tonight. You can ask any questions during the lecture. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise instantly appeared on the faces of all the doctors. The middle-aged doctor could hardly contain his joy. All right, you two can rest now. We'll come to see Mr. Lin Feng again tonight. After saying that, he quickly left. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. These people are really persistent. They've come looking for me 3 or 4 times already. Li Chen nodded rather perfunctorily and then hurriedly asked about cultivation. Can I really still cultivate? No problem. The medicine from the Bai family arrived promptly, and your muscles and blood vessels are being well nourished. Then we can focus on targeted training, and there won't be any problems. Seeing Lin Feng's calm expression, Li Chun finally felt completely relieved. Whether he can cultivate or not will become clear later. Lin Feng has no reason to lie to him. Even so, Li Chun still sighed. I've been practicing cultivation since I was 5 years old, and now I'm 29. After 24 years of cultivation, I have to start all over again. Alas, life is unpredictable. Lin Feng frowned upon hearing this. Why we need to start training again? Didn't I already say that? Your muscles and blood vessels have recovered and been nourished quite well. Once they have regenerated and recovered, you can use the energy infusion device to infuse them. Your cultivation level will naturally return. Upon hearing this, Li Chun couldn't help but scratch his head. What is an energy infusion device? Simply put, the essence of the qi in our bodies is a secondary energy that is generated within our bodies after we digest the energy that exists in the universe itself. An energy transfer device is a device that enriches the energy that already exists in the universe. Enriched energy can greatly accelerate our energy processing speed, since the energy density is higher. Infusing this energy into the body can make our cultivation speed faster, similar to your situation. It's like a water tank breaking and all the water inside is leaked out. Now that we've repaired the water tank and have the energy transfer device, we can simply fill it with water. Although Lin Feng had given a relatively easy-to-understand explanation, Li Chun was still confused. Seeing Li Chen's bewildered expression, Lin Feng had no choice but to directly explain the effects of the energy infusion device. Simply put, it only takes about 3 energy infusions to restore your cultivation level. Hearing this, Li Chun finally understood. I understand. So where can I find this kind of energy transfer device? We don't need to build it ourselves yet. This device sounds incredible. How long would it take to build it myself? Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, if we have enough money, it won't take much time. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's eyes lit up again. Having served as the captain of the Special Operations Department for so long, he still had some savings. How much will it cost approximately? At this moment, Li Chun thought that he could still come up with 30 to 50 million, and if it was 70 to 80 million, he could scrape together the money without much problem. It's not much, maybe a few billion. After quickly considering the matter, Lin Feng said calmly, Li Shen, I'd rather cultivate on my own than not at all. Chapter 131, The Traitor Has Been Captured? Lin Feng shrugged and didn't say anything. As for making money, he had already planned it out. All right, I haven't asked Lu Qianlan and the others yet. Where do they go? I told them I was fine and let them go home. Li Chen nodded in agreement and said, they should go back and report that so many people have died. The casualties in the Special Operations Department must have been severe this time as well. At this point, Li Chun suddenly became cautious. Lin Feng briefly explained the situation. Lu Qianlan's injuries were actually not too serious. However, the A-team she led suffered a loss of almost half its members. B Brigade suffered even greater losses during the breakout, as they played a crucial role in clearing the way. Nearly two-thirds of them were buried on that small island. Although he had expected it, Li Chun suddenly fell silent upon hearing the data. It's my incompetence. Li Chun suddenly spoke up, but Lin Feng shook his head. It's not Uncle Li's problem. Xiaofeng, you don't need to comfort me about something like this. No, this is not a consolation. Upon hearing this, Li Chun frowned and looked at Lin Feng. What's the meaning? There's a traitor among the high-ranking members of Yin Feng, and that traitor wields terrifying power. After finishing his sentence, Lin Feng began to recount Gua Haoqiang's story. Poured assassinations, arms dealing, and bloodthirsty warriors. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's gaze regained its previous sharpness. Before they came here, they had heard that Deputy Director Nixing was meeting with high-ranking officials from Yin Feng. Everything that happened afterward had dispelled his doubts about the high-ranking traitor. They thought this was just a trick by N.I. Xing to trap them. It seems that the traitor in that high-ranking position still exists. The two were talking. Soudainly, Lin Feng guesse communicateur. He opened the phone and found it was a call from Nangong Xiao. Hello. As soon as the call connected, Nangong Xiao's almost roaring voice came from the other end. Big news. Big news. Big news. We found a traitor that N.I. Xing planted in the upper levels of Rock Peak. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Li Chun exchanged a glance. They both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Let me explain what happened in detail. Lin Feng, do you still remember that Scar guy you tricked? Could be a message he gave us? No. That day we brought Scarface back to Rock Peak Central City, and he was temporarily imprisoned in the guard cell. 30 minutes it is. Scarface died in the guard cell. This immediately shocked the entire Special Operations Department, but the minister, being experienced, quickly suppressed the news and then had us release false information. Let's say this scarred face guy isn't dead yet and is in critical condition. We then urgently moved it to the Special Operations Department's affiliated hospital. Sure enough, this scarred man definitely knew a lot of things. 5 assassination attempts in one night. If we hadn't been well prepared, they would have succeeded in their second assassination attempt. Later on, the other side also became somewhat exasperated, and the people they sent out got closer and closer to the truth. In the end, Hua Wushang deduced from a single detail that the weapons used by the last wave of assassins came from the guard headquarters. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Li Chun exchanged a glance, and Lin Feng clearly saw the shock in Li Chen's eyes. Guards. Those are the Imperial Guards. If the Special Operations Department is like the embroidered uniform guard, then the Imperial Guard is like the Imperial Bodyguard. They are the true ballast of the entire Yin Feng Central City and the true national treasure of the entire Yin Feng faction. And these assassins' weapons actually came from the headquarters of this place. The entire central city of Yin Feng has been thoroughly infiltrated. Nangong Xiao also took a breath during this break. He had spoken too hastily and was about to run out of breath. After catching his breath, Nangong Xiao continued his passionate explanation. After that, Lu Qianlan led the people of Team A to the Guard Army and followed the clues until she actually found them. There are still 2 deputy army commanders. They're the 2nd and 4th in command of the Guard. The 2nd in command is responsible for training and deploying troops from other major cities. The 4th in command is in charge of intelligence work for the entire Guard. Both of them are high-ranking members of the traitorous organization, Rebel Star. Hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but ask his own question. And then? Have they caught them? Upon hearing Li Chen's voice, Nangong Xiao quickly replied. The 2nd in command has been captured, but the 4th in command was killed in the battle. During interrogation, the 2nd in command revealed the names of many rebel counselors, as well as the fact that the city guards were fictitious and their equipment was faulty. In particular, he also revealed that a member of the Anti-Star organization was lurking in the Weapons and Equipment Research Institute, and that person was already the deputy director of the institute. It's fair to say that we've completely cut off Reverse Star's access to weaponry from the Rock Peak faction. After listening to Nangong Xiao's words, Li Chen nodded, but there was not much joy on his face. Okay, I'll go back in the next couple of days. We can talk about anything else when I get back. Okay, no problem. Lin Feng put down the communicator and asked, looking at Li Chen's expression. Uncle Li thinks there's a problem? Li Chen shook his head, but quickly nodded again. Li Chen sighed before speaking. I've spent my whole life dealing with N.I. Xing, and now I've gone through this life-or-death battle. I have come to a profound understanding of Reverse Star style. Be meticulous, cautious, and cunning. But listening to Nangong Xiao's words, An I Ching style of doing things doesn't fit these 3 points at all, right? Lin Feng picked up where Li Chen left off. Li Chen nodded, but quickly smiled with relief. Maybe it's my pride that's getting the better of me. Just because I wasn't able to participate in this operation, I started to doubt this and that. The reason why N.I. Xing is so impatient can be explained in one sentence. That scarred-faced guy knows too much. After speaking, Li Chen looked at Lin Feng. After all, this person was the biggest contributor to capturing Scarface. Lin Feng just smiled and didn't say anything. That scarred guy's superpower is indeed quite powerful, especially his very strange ability. If it weren't for the plasma grenade that tricked him, it would have been really difficult to capture him alive. People tend to believe in what they have experienced. In fact, neither the minister nor Lu Qianlan are mediocre. I can think of things they can do too. Li Chen seemed to have completely let go at this moment and explained again. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Although the timing was a bit coincidental, the result was not unacceptable. I'll get you a glass of water, Lin Feng said, walking towards a corridor. As Lin Feng reached the door, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back to ask Li Chen. Uncle Li, do you think weapons or the base are more important than mixing? Chapter 132, A New Direction. Upon hearing this, Li Chen fell silent. Arms. It seems that the reverse star also has the ability to create its own. If the base. To be honest, the base of the reverse star left a very deep impression on Lin Feng. For example, the base next to Ishigaki Castle. If it weren't for Yin Feng's space-based weapon directly penetrating the base's defenses, even Yin Feng's army might have been able to take it down. There will likely be many casualties. However, Li Chen only pondered for a moment and didn't say anything. After waiting a few days until Li Chen's condition stabilized, the two of them took a plane back to Yin Feng's central city. The central area of Yin Feng's central city. Someone was sitting in a spacious study with 5 photographs in front of him. Lei Xiao, Li Chen, Liu Ang, Lu Qianlan, Xiao Yu. After some picking and choosing, someone finally selected a photo and then swept all the others into the wastebasket next to them. After Lin Feng and Li Chen returned to the central city of Yin Feng, all was quiet. Only 2 vehicles from the Special Operations Department came to pick them up. This time it was obviously much more lenient than before. Lin Feng was sent directly home, while Li Chen was taken to the Special Operations Department. Lin Feng pushed open the door and went inside. They discovered that Ding Zhu and the others were not at home. Only a letter was left on the table. I looked through it and found that it was about some kind of wilderness survival activity that Ding Zhu's school had organized. Ding Zhu was hired as an instructor, and Zhang Jie and Yano both participated. They should be undergoing wilderness training somewhere in the wild right now. Lin Feng put away the letter and went straight to the underground research room. After looking around, Lin Feng began to ponder. The equipment here is top-notch, even by comparison, in the entire Yin Feng central city. However, he is now falling behind Lin Feng's research. It seems that making money is now a pressing matter. Whether it's energy infusion devices, drug purification, or my own research, I need more money, so that he can build more and better instruments. Thinking of this, Lin Feng opened his own panel first. Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV-15. Age, 15. Race, half-elf. Superpower, none. Strength, 15.1. Agility, 15.3. Physical fitness, 15.0. Spirit, 16.5. Talent/specialty, dexterity. Special attribute, Qi Nun. Innate abilities, mind control, mental mimicry. Skills, comprehensive marksmanship LV.12. Sniper rifle LV.13. Rifle LV.12. Pistol LV.12. Comprehensive artillery technique LV.5. Serpent dagger LV.17. Serpent dual blades LV.9. Basic spiritual breathing LV.2. Tidal meditation LV.3. Knowledge, basic pharmacy general knowledge LV.15. Biology LV.15. Pharmaceutics LV.15. Formulation LV.15. Neurology LV.9. Basic mechanical knowledge LV.15. Mechanics LV-15, Materials Science LV-16, Weaponry, Metals LV-15, Machining LV-16, Intelligent Programming LV-15, Electromagnetism LV-8, Energetics LV-5. Lin Feng has also learned a lot of new things recently. However, to Lin Feng's slight surprise, this cannon technique began. This document automatically popped up when they unpacked the cannons from these boxes on the cargo ship. Simple manual for metal artillery users from their 79 Alien Star Central Control Fortress, Edge Control Zone of the Mech Nation. The gun user manuals that Lin Feng obtained came from a similar place. It was only through studying this manual that Lin Feng was able to so easily mobilize so many tanks to fire simultaneously and deliver each shell to the appropriate location. As for electromagnetism and energy science, this allowed Lin Feng to observe the changes in A519 as the things he was learning were gradually becoming more diverse. If it's not a very important item and it hasn't reached level 5, it will no longer be displayed on the panel. According to A519, there's a shortage of energy and energy needs to be conserved. Lin Feng shrugged and returned to the living room. After thinking for a moment, he picked up his communicator and called Bai Xiaowen. Hey Feng, you're back? Yes, I'd like to discuss a collaboration with your company. Okay, no problem. I'll send a car to pick you up right now. Upon hearing this news, Bai Xiaowen jumped up from her chair. Bai Xinshu frowned slightly as he looked at his rather excited youngest daughter and said, What's making Xiaowen so happy? Is your second uncle still here? Bai Xiaowen realized what was happening after hearing this. She immediately regained her previous elegance and composure and gave a slight bow to her second uncle, who looked quite similar to her father. I apologize, uncle. My niece lost her composure. Bai Xianheng, the second uncle of the Bai family, nodded lightly and said, Xiaowen needs to be persistent and calm when doing things. How will you manage the family business if you're so unconventional? My second uncle was right to teach me a lesson. Bai Xiaowen sighed inwardly. This second uncle valued these superficial things the most, but his status and position were extraordinary. One reason is that his second uncle is from this generation. On the other hand, it also involves their interest with the Takagusa faction's Drug Research Institute, so she could only listen to what they said. Speaking of which, her older sister was smarter. Upon hearing that her second uncle was coming, she found an excuse and ran away. Now it's all good. She was left alone here to suffer. All right, tell me what the news was. Bai Xianheng asked directly. Bai Xiaowen first glanced at her father, and only after seeing him nod did she agree. Lin Feng has agreed to open a pharmaceutical factory with us. Real? Hearing this, Bai Xinshu also became somewhat excited. Do you think he doesn't know Lin Feng's skill level, even if others don't? The medicine that the other party prepared for Bai Xiaowen was remarkably effective. After just 1 month of medication and meditation, Bai Xiaowen's mental strength had recovered to the normal range expected of her. This level of drug preparation capability is truly astounding. He also learned about Li Chen's situation. To be honest, they had no idea that the drugs they sent had the ability to repair blood vessels and muscles. Yes, I'll go pick him up right now. You can go. Having gained her father's approval, Bai Xiaowen stood up, gave Bai Xinshu and Bai Xianheng a slight bow, and then quickly walked away. Watching Bai Xiaowen leave, Bai Xianheng looked at Bai Xinshu beside him. Is this Lin Feng some kind of new master in the field of pharmaceuticals? How come I've never heard of this? Bai Xinshu smiled and answered Bai Xianheng's question. He was not Bai Xiaowen's comrade in arms who had saved Xiaowen. Hearing this, Bai Xianheng nodded. Our family is not short of money. If you want a factory, then we'll give him a good one. We don't need the shares. We don't need them anyway. Chapter 133, Collective Leave. Bai Xinshu nodded, but didn't say anything. Bai Xiaowen arrived at Lin Feng's place soon, and the two began to talk in the car. Brother Feng, you can have any kind of factory you want. It doesn't need to be too big. I might need to modify it later. Do you want something newer or older? An older one is fine, and you don't need too many people. Based on their conversation, Bai Xiaowen quickly selected a factory, and the contract was even generated in a flash. There's no way around it. My family owns factories and lots of them. Actually, the contract is very simple. The most crucial part is just one sentence. The Bai family is responsible for raw material supply and sales channels, while Lin Feng's factory is responsible for the production of the medicine. The final profit can be split 91/10. Lin Feng yu Bai Jiai. Are you sure your family won't lose money on this contract? Lin Feng looked at Bai Xiaowen in front of him and asked with a smile. That depends on how well brother Lin Feng manages it. Bai Xiaowen smiled and said. Lin Feng nodded silently. Let's change the profit split to 70/30. You guys take 30%. Bai Xiaowen thought about it and didn't refuse. So a new contract was generated. Lin Feng also wrote his name down without hesitation. There's no need to be embarrassed, because he knows that even 30% of the profits he can bring to the Bai family far exceed the benefits of this factory. The vehicle arrived at the Bai family's house quickly. Lin Feng looked up as he got out of the car. However, they discovered that the Bai family's house was not as luxurious as they had imagined. Few people probably know exactly how much money the Bai family, who control nearly half of the pharmaceutical market within the Lin Feng faction, has. However, Bai Xinchu's house, as the head of the Bai family, was far from luxurious as one might imagine. It was a simple villa, not small, but it was inconspicuous compared to their family status. Along the way, many middle-class families have villas that are much larger and more luxurious than this. Brother Feng, let's go. After saying that, Bai Xiaowen led the way. Lin Feng followed behind Bai Xiaowen and looked around, discovering that it wasn't just a problem with the villa. Apart from a doorman, the villa had no other security measures. At first, Lin Feng thought they were hiding well, but after careful observation, it's not that it's simply non-existent. What's wrong? Bai Xiaowen noticed that Lin Feng's expression was a little strange and asked first. Nothing much, just a bit surprised. I didn't expect your family to not have any security arrangements. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen laughed and said, My grandfather once spoke about security. If the other party wants to kill you, security is actually meaningless. It's just something done for show. It would be better to practice more on your own. Or perhaps it's about making fewer enemies. Lin Feng nodded. Although his simple statement was quite accurate, it was actually correct. Perhaps this is how the Bai family's principles of conduct were formed. After all, the Bai family has the best reputation among the 8 great families of Lin Feng. Although they control half of the drug market, they never profit from drug price increases. While we wouldn't say it's all about low profit margins and high sales volume, they have indeed managed to maintain price stability in the entire pharmaceutical market. This is a fortunate thing for the entire Rock Peak faction. More importantly, the Bai family and the Gaochao and Dongbin research institutes have close ties. Many medicines were introduced by the Bai family, who would even actively lower prices to help the residents of the Lin Feng faction obtain affordable and high-quality medicines. They have always been known as a family with a conscience. Upon entering the villa, one is greeted by Bai Xinshu and Bai Xianheng standing in the living room, even though the visitor is a junior. However, both of them maintained good manners. Father, second uncle, and this is Lin Feng. Lin Feng, this is my father, and this is my second uncle. Hello, welcome to the Bai family. Bai Xinshu spoke first, and then invited Lin Feng to sit down in the living room with him. The 3 of them sat on the sofa and did not talk about the factory. Instead, Bai Xinshu asked about the Special Operations Department's operation. I heard that the Special Operations Department suffered heavy losses in Haoshui City, and it was you who led the team to rescue Lu Qianlan and Li Chun. They also killed quite a few people from the Reverse Star. Bai Xianheng glanced at Lin Feng in front of him with some surprise upon hearing this. Leading the team? Did they even kill the people from the Reverse Star? This person looks younger than Bai Xiaowen. Yes. We had another batch of munitions that we had intercepted from the Reverse Star, and they just happened to come in handy there. It was a stroke of luck, I suppose. Upon hearing this, Bai Xinshu smiled. Normal people would be humble at first. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng readily accepted it, his gaze resolute and clear without the slightest ripple. It's as if this isn't about something remarkable, but rather a trivial matter in life. Actually, it's pretty much the same for Lin Feng. Shattering almost half of the Reverse Star is indeed an extraordinary thing for ordinary people. But he is Lin Feng, and his vision has long since transcended this world. Those who acted against the stars deserve to die. They did a good job, Bai Xianheng said with a serious expression, clearly showing his strong dislike for nixing. At this point, Bai Xiaowen looked at her second uncle and suddenly asked, Second uncle, I remember you said something like that before. Did the Reverse Star organization not exist when you were young? Lin Feng was also stunned when he heard this. Bai Xianheng looks to be in his 40s or 50s. If the Reverse Star organization didn't exist when he was a child, does that mean the Reverse Star was only born on this planet 3 or 4 years ago? Bai Xianheng nodded and said, No one knows the exact time of Ni Xing's birth, but he first used this name 40 years ago. Has the 40-year-old Reverse Star theory developed to this point? Bai Xiaowen was also somewhat incredulous for a moment. Yes, although it sounds a bit strange. However, the period of Reverse Star's rise was indeed very short. Bai Xinshu took a sip of tea and said calmly, What's so strange about that? Isn't it just the support of some people from outer space? Bai Xianheng snorted coldly and said with displeasure. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly raised an eyebrow. Someone from beyond the heavens. All right, second brother, don't say things carelessly. Bai Xinshu spoke with a rare serious expression, while Bai Xianheng did not refute him but merely glanced at Lin Feng and said, "You did a good job, kid. However, some things are none of your business, so don't worry about them too much." Lin Feng was actually a little confused when he heard those words that night. He didn't even stay at the Bai family's house for very long. But 3 days later, he finally understood what Bai Xianheng meant by those words. Special Operations Department. C Brigade, Lu Hang Office. Chai Ben, Chui Shi, Lin Feng, Bai Xiaowen, and Nan Gongxiao sat in a row. You have all made such great contributions. You are all heroes of the Special Operations Department. You should take a good rest for a while, and our Special Operations Department's medicine depot will also be open to you. Use this time to improve yourself. Chapter 134, Shibamoto's Pain. Upon hearing this news, Shibamoto was about to stand up and refute it on the spot. But Shuishi pulled him down. "Okay, Captain, we understand." Lu Heng didn't even dare to look Chai Ben in the eye. Seeing that Shuishi had agreed, she immediately turned her gaze to Nangong Xiao. "Nangong, if you don't want to rest. Alternatively, you can go to the headquarters of Brigade A and discuss it with Captain Liu." Nangong Xiao shook his head and said, "No need. I need to rest for a while too." Lu Heng's gaze finally fell on Lin Feng. He opened his mouth as if he had a lot to say, but he couldn't say anything. Lin Feng smiled slightly. "It's okay. I've just been busy with other things lately." "Oh, it's which pharmaceutical factory, right? How's it going lately?" Lu Heng seemed to know to ask the question. "Internal assembly has already begun, and production should resume soon." Lin Feng smiled and said, "We'll definitely go and support them when the time comes. I can send you invitations later," Lin Feng said with a smile. After chatting briefly for a while, Shibamoto and the others left. "How about we go grab a drink?" As they approached the entrance to the Special Operations Department, Nangong Xiao looked at the group and spoke. Shibamoto nodded and said, "You could call this our farewell dinner." Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Take a vacation. For them, a vacation with no time limit is no different from being disbanded. The food and drinks were served quickly upon arrival at the restaurant. After sitting down, the group began to eat and drink. At first, he remained silent, but after a while, Shibamoto was clearly a bit drunk. With a blush on her face, she began to tell her story. "You probably don't know that I joined the Special Operations Department when I was 15. I'm 23 years old now. I've worked in the Special Operations Department for a full 8 years. I wouldn't say that fighting against the stars is my faith, but it has truly become my entire life." At this point, Lin Feng clearly saw tears glistening in Shibamoto's eyes. "But today, right now, I have truly been abandoned by the place where I lived for 8 years. I'm not even angry." Shibamoto slowly stood up, holding a wine glass in his hand, 2 lines of clear tears already streaming down his face. "Why am I angry today? Why did it have to happen right after I severely damaged Reverse Star?" Shibamoto slammed his hand on the table and shouted, tears streaming down his face. Choi Hee, who was standing to the side, also lowered her head and covered her eyes with one hand. His body began to twitch uncontrollably. Chai Bin was born in the 8th year, but this has been her 7 years too. He went from a squad to the intelligence department, but then returned to the squad after Yang Hui's defection. These were 7 years of hardship and struggle that she endured. She could have left the Special Operations Department, but she didn't. Why? To prove myself. To prove I'm not a traitor. Until recently, when I resumed my collaboration with Shibamoto, I personally learned about the traitor Yang Hui. She thought she had moved on from the shadows. Who knows? Who knew it would turn out like this? Looking at Shui, Shi, and Chai Benangong Xiao, who were sobbing uncontrollably in front of him, he lowered his head and poured himself one glass of wine after another. Bai Xiaowen also stared at the wine glass in front of her with a pale face, seemingly lost in thought. Perhaps only Lin Feng calmly drank each glass of wine. It's because I don't care. It's not that everyone would be extremely unhappy if this happened to them. However, for Lin Feng, since it's his decision, he will definitely do it. He doesn't like Reverse Star. He wanted the other person to disappear from this planet. As for the so-called extraterrestrial forces, Lin Feng swallowed another glass of wine. There's only one sentence in this universe. Strength reigns supreme. We have completed the mechanical automation transformation of this part of the product line, and I estimate that it can achieve unmanned operation. Ding Qishue, who was in charge of the renovation, looked at Lin Feng with a sigh. This boss is truly the most professional boss he has ever met. The so-called modification is actually just a matter of them being a simple executor responsible for the simplest installation. The real designer is the person in front of you. Many of the parts were custom-made by him. They came with only one purpose: assembly. Lin Feng nodded and turned to look at Ding Qishui behind him. At your pace, the remaining part should be ready in about 10 days, right? Ding Qishui nodded with difficulty. It's really accurate. It's exactly the same as the maximum speed they calculated themselves. Don't worry, I won't let you operate at full capacity. You have 13 days to do your job perfectly. Upon hearing this, Ding Qishui smiled helplessly. He wanted to speak, but the other party had already spoken. What else could he say? He could only nod seriously. They must be helpless in the face of such customers. Lin Feng nodded and left the factory area with Bai Xiaowen. Are you trying to build an unmanned factory? Bai Xiaowen looked at Lin Feng beside her with some surprise and said. Lin Feng nodded. That's right. Drug production is better when it's unmanned. But is it really possible? We've tried it before, but all sorts of unexpected problems arise during production. Lin Feng smiled and said, It is difficult, but it's fine for me. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen raised her eyebrows but ultimately nodded. After all, she had witnessed Lin Feng's expertise in mechanics. After leaving the factory area, Lin Feng looked back at the bustling factory area. The lack of manpower is certainly not just for drug production. She came to the Bai family with Bai Xiaowen. This time, he was facing only Bai Xinshu. Bai Xinshu poured tea for Lin Feng while asking him a question. How's the factory renovation going? We should be able to start construction in about 2 weeks. Bai Xinshu nodded and said, I've read your rectification plan. I originally thought it would take at least 2 or 3 months. Who knew you'd get it all done in just 1 month? Lin Feng thanked him and picked up the teacup. Actually, it was quite good. During the renovation, I tried to rely on the original structure as much as possible. The parts are ordered from outside. We only need to assemble them, so it's very quick. I still think it's better to have no one in drug production. Pai Shin-su also expressed his agreement. Yes, in addition to sophisticated processing methods, the training of personnel is also very important in maintaining the high quality of our medicines. If you don't have the time to reduce staff, then reducing staff is naturally the best option. However, too much of anything is bad. It is clear that Pai Shin-su still has some doubts about unmanned factories. Lin Feng smiled and didn't say much. He'd just wait and see how it went. Looking at Lin Feng like this, Bai Xinshu doesn't seem to care about the young man at all. There will always be something you hold on to, and you'll eventually hit a wall. Oh, right. Tonight is the coming-of-age ceremony for the second young lady of the Chen family. We elders won't get involved in this fun. You and Xiaowen go instead. Chapter 135, So Dirty. Although Lin Feng didn't like this kind of thing, it was Bai Xinshu who had told him to do it. And because I was also trying to help him, I could only nod. Bai Xiaowen looked at Lin Feng and then at Bai Xinshu, but she wasn't as happy as she had expected. After all, she knew those people's character best. If Lin Feng goes like this, something bad might happen. Bai Xinshu smiled slightly, indicating to Bai Xiaowen that nothing would happen. After agreeing on a time to attend the banquet, Lin Feng turned and went home. Push open the door. Lin Feng saw Ding Zhu sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, drinking beer. What happened to your wilderness survival training? Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu immediately started to complain. I think we should call this wilderness survival training a wilderness plant mini lesson instead. On the very first day, 5 or 6 people confidently mistook white aconite for sand aconite. White aconite is highly poisonous and cannot be eaten. After processing, it can be used as a raw material for medicine. Aconite is non-toxic, contains a large amount of starch, and is edible. The key point is that they were quite generous and even shared the poison with the people around them, resulting in more than a dozen people being poisoned. Thankfully, they discovered it early. Otherwise, they could have been cremated along with aconite. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. These people in the big city are used to a life of luxury. To them, wilderness survival is nothing more than a game. Soon, Jiang Jie and Yano also emerged with their hair completely wet. Oh, you're back? We heard as soon as we got back that your special operations department seems to have accomplished something big. Arno's eyes lit up when he looked at Lin Feng. Really? What did you see? Said. That's what they say. Ding Zhu pointed at the television and said. The television was currently broadcasting Lei Xiao's interview live. Minister Lei Xiao stood there, his hair gray, yet he still exuded an aura of extraordinary authority. The reporter, who was about the same height as him, looked like a primary school student in front of him. Our Special Operations Department achieved great success in this operation. Our captains Lu Qianlan and Li Chun, along with their teammates, disregarded their own safety and ventured deep into dangerous territory, successfully sniping down the 4 secret envoys of the Reverse Star in Haoshui City. More than 15 Level 1 and Level 2 squads of the Reverse Star were wiped out. It not only dealt a blow to the anti-stars from the top level, but also greatly weakened their manpower. With the relentless efforts of myself and my teammates, we will definitely defeat the Rebel Star. Lei Zhao's words were powerful and highly infectious. As soon as he finished speaking, a round of applause and cheers erupted from below. Okay, thank you, Minister Lei Xiao, for explaining the situation. Now it's time for questions. Immediately after the host said this, a reporter stood up to ask a question. With such tremendous results, I still want to ask about the casualties suffered by the Special Operations Department itself. Of course, the casualties were also very heavy. Nearly a third of our teammates were lost, and Captain Li Chun was seriously injured and almost lost all of his cultivation. Oh, that's serious. We should all pay tribute to these heroes. The host interjected again at an appropriate moment. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he watched Lei Xiao speak eloquently. Whether he attributed the head of the secret envoy he killed to Lu Qianlan and the others, or he gave them a leave of absence, Lin Feng wasn't particularly angry. But Li Shen, Lei Xiao actually talked about Li Chen's situation in such a public place. It only mentioned that Li Chen was seriously injured and his strength was reduced to 1/10, but it didn't say that he could continue to cultivate. What are they doing? Playing the victim? This is not a coup. They forced Li Chun to give up his position as captain of Special Operations Unit B. Aside from Jiang Jie, who still looked completely bewildered, both Yano and Ding Zhu's expressions instantly darkened. How could Lei Xiao, who seemed so dashing, do such dirty things? Lin Feng picked up the communicator and dialed Li Chen's number. The communicator connected, and Li Chen's laughter came from the other end. I knew you were going to call me today. Is Uncle Li on the news? There's nothing wrong with me. It's just that I disagree with Minister Lei. So he used the news to force his way out? Besides, all just tactics. I never expected Minister Lei to go to such extremes. And you? Didn't you just say I needed a rest for a while? I'll take good care of myself. Lin Feng fell silent upon hearing Li Chen's seemingly casual words. But Lin Feng's expression quickly returned to calm. Uncle Li, don't worry, I will take care of some things for him. This time, it was Li Chun who remained silent. However, Lin Feng didn't wait for the other party to speak and decisively hung up the communicator. At this moment, Lei Xiao was still talking eloquently on television, and his witty remarks in response to reporters' questions won continuous applause from the audience. It looks quite glamorous. Ding Zhu also stood up and silently looked at Lin Feng. Because I'm familiar with it, I know it. Lin Feng was truly angry at this moment. Someone was sitting upright in the office. On the computer in front of him, a video of Lei Xiao being interviewed was playing. He chuckled. Someone said something casually. Politics is dirtier, but it's also less strenuous. Night fell. Bai Xiaowen was wearing an elegant dress, with Lin Feng, who was dressed simply, by her side. As the two walked towards the magnificent clubhouse, Bai Xiaowen explained some things about the Chun family to Lin Feng. The second daughter of the Chun family is named Chun Shirling. She is also the eldest daughter of the Chun family patriarch, so her status in the Chun family is very high. Then she's Chun Shiren's older sister? Lin Feng asked. Chun Shiren was relatively lucky. When Lu Qianlan selected a team to go to Haoshui City, they were already out on a mission. There's no way we can come back. Even after Lu Qianlan and the others returned, Chun Shiren and the others still hadn't come back. I only rushed back a couple of days ago after the mission was announced as a failure. Bai Xiaowen shook her head and said, It's not that Chun Shiren's background is special. He was considered the illegitimate son of Chen's second uncle, but his mother's side was the sole heir of a middle-class family. So he didn't return to the Chun family at first. It was only after he started to show his talent that the Chun family asked him to go back. However, Chun Shiren was unwilling and casually mentioned a condition. He would only go if Chen's second uncle was willing to divorce his wife. Hearing this, Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. Just by looking at Chun Shiren's name now, he could tell that Chen's second uncle had made a choice. Your circle is really messy. Lin Feng was speechless and could only say this in the end. Bai Xiaowen shrugged and said, Actually, the Chun family is too anxious. There are no outstanding people in this generation. It is not easy to find someone outstanding enough, but he is an illegitimate child. There's no other way but to do it this way. However, I heard that the Chun family has recently produced another genius who is younger than Chen Shuren, but even stronger. Chapter 136 Banquet Turmoil. Lin Feng nodded without saying anything more. Upon entering the banquet hall, one is greeted by a group of young men and women chatting with each other. The atmosphere in the city seemed quite lively. However, the two still attracted everyone's attention when they entered the venue together. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't the one attracting attention. It was Bai Xiaowen. It's the second young lady of the Bai family patriarch. The eldest daughter of the Bai family has joined the guard, and it is foreseeable that she will hold a high position within it in the future. It's highly likely that Bai Xiaowen will be the successor to the Bai family's pharmaceutical business. Especially considering that Bai Xiaowen was previously unknown, the incident at Haoshui City truly proved her abilities. Taking over the Bai family's pharmaceutical business is practically a done deal. Furthermore, given his young age, he may be able to reach an even higher position in the future. Therefore, naturally, even more people are interested in it. But many people's attention shifted to Lin Feng, who was standing next to Bai Xiaowen. Many people frowned slightly upon seeing Lin Feng's simple attire. What's going on with this person? After a closer look at his face, he doesn't seem to be anyone's son. Who is this person? I don't know him, her, and have never seen him, her before. I don't know him, her, and have never seen him, her before. I don't know him, her, and have never seen him, her before. Many people asked around and ended up getting the same answer. Even when Bai Xiaowen was just standing there, many people came up to talk to her. However, seeing that Bai Xiaowen didn't take the initiative to introduce herself, she naturally didn't ask any further questions. Lin Feng simply stood next to Bai Xiaowen, acting as a human stand-in. Soon, the Chen family also came to find Bai Xiaowen. Xiaowen, thank you for coming too. It's Shirling's birthday, so I absolutely have to come. The one who stepped forward was Chun Xia, the eldest sister of the Chen family. A woman who looked quite alluring was dressed in a very glamorous and daring manner. Lin Feng only glanced at her before politely not looking at her again. On the contrary, Chun Xia seemed very interested in Lin Feng. Is this your boyfriend? Chun Xia pointed at Lin Feng and asked. Sister Xia, don't talk nonsense. This is a business partner of the Bai family and also my comrade in arms. They helped me a lot. Upon hearing this, Chun Xia couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Business partners? Or was he Bai Xiaowen's former comrade in arms? This identity is so unconvincing. Lin Feng then looked at Chun Xia. Hello, Lin Feng. Chun Xia also politely returned the greeting. Hello, Chun Xia. Brother Lin, my sister is still waiting for Xiaowen upstairs. Can I leave for a while? You can ask Xiaowen about that, Lin Feng said with a smile. Bai Xiaowen glanced at Lin Feng and said, I'll go up first and come down in a bit. Before Lin Feng could reply, Chun Xia spoke first. Okay, stop explaining. Your boyfriend isn't going to get away. After saying that, he grabbed Bai Xiaowen and ran away. As the two women left, Lin Feng's gaze settled on the sofa in the corner. I found an inconspicuous spot and sat down. This kind of place really held no appeal for Lin Feng. Lin Feng randomly opened a basic aerodynamics textbook and started reading. However, before he could settle down and read for long, a very elegantly dressed young man came up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked up at the man's obviously made-up face and asked, Is there something you need? Nothing much. I just wanted to ask what your relationship is with Miss Bai. Is this a case of someone risking everything for a beautiful woman? That's interesting. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips as he leaned back in his chair, resting his chin on one hand. What does this have to do with you? Xiao Yu actually laughed when he heard this. It seems you're not from high society either. Everyone in high society knows that I'm pursuing Miss Bai. And then? Did you manage to win her over, or what? Lin Feng remained calm as he looked at the young man in front of him, his face showing no change in emotion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu was so angry that his nostrils flared. His pursuit of Bai Xiaowen was common knowledge in high society, and Bai Xiaowen's indifference towards him was naturally the same. Do you know my last name? Have no idea. My surname is Xiao, from the Xiao family. Lin Feng shook his head and stood up. I see you're in your 20s, yet you're still able to say threatening things. You must be from the Xiao family. You're under a bit of tension. Upon hearing this, someone nearby burst out laughing. That's direct enough. There are naturally many people who dislike this arrogant and domineering man. Xiao Yu's face turned bright red, and he raised his hand to slap Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng's statement is true, that his arrogance outside is based on the Xiao family's reputation, Can you really say that? Ah. Just as some people felt that Xiaoyu had gone too far, a scream suddenly rang out. It instantly attracted the attention of everyone at the banquet. Everyone looked over, but the scene before them left them all stunned. Xiaoyu's hand was being held in Lin Feng's hand and twisted at an angle that looked extremely painful. Xiaoyu himself was kneeling on one knee, his whole body convulsing. Seeing Xiaoyu's miserable state, everyone present was momentarily stunned. They actually dared to lay a hand on Xiaoyu. How could a pretty boy like Bai Jia withstand the pressure from the Xiao family to protect him? Let go! Let go of me! Even though Lin Feng was controlling him, Xiaoyu was still shouting loudly. However, before Lin Feng could even speak, a shout came from the doorway in the distance. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Let go of me right now. Hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Lin Feng looked up. Huang Zheng charged straight up to Lin Feng from the doorway, his expression showing great anxiety. Seeing this, Lin Feng casually flicked his wrist. Snap! Xiaoyu suddenly felt his body tremble, and he couldn't even support himself on one knee. He fell to the ground with a thud. Huang Zheng rushed over to Xiaoyu and helped him up. Cousin, are you alright? Xiaoyu stood up and cursed angrily. You son of a bitch, Huang Zheng, fucking to death. Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng looked up and saw Lin Feng's bright and spirited eyes. In an instant, Huang felt as if he had returned to that desolate wilderness, and the smell of blood and sand returned to his nose. At that moment, his head involuntarily lowered. Lift it up. Lin Feng's calm voice rang out, and Huang Zheng was startled and realized what was happening. This is not the wilderness. It's inside the city, in the central city of Yanfeng. Lin Feng, come over here right now and apologize to my cousin. Now that Huang Zheng was confident, he roared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Although I don't like to say this, the fact that you dare to speak to me in this tone now shows that you've grown a lot. Huang Zheng helped Xiaoyu up and looked at Lin Feng with a firm gaze. Lin Feng, this is the central city of Yanfeng, not the wilderness. The Xiao family's resources are beyond your imagination. Chapter 137, Nangong fires the shot. Lin Feng looked Huang Zheng up and down. The Xiao family's resources are indeed quite good. You've been raised to level 13 by now. Huang Zheng snorted coldly, clearly unwilling to bring up the matter. Because, more importantly than the resources from the Xiao family, there's also the bag of concentrated nutritional pills that Lin Feng had given him. That thing is really useful. Wilderness? What wilderness? Xiaoyu, however, also keenly caught the key words in Huang Zheng's words. Lin Feng entered the city from the wilderness. Huang Zheng looked at Xiaoyu and explained. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was so angry that he laughed instead. Wilderness, haha wilderness. I actually got beaten up by a wild kid who came from the wilderness. Haha, that's really interesting. Someone kill him. Was Xiaoyu truly enraged by the wilderness at this moment? This isn't just insulting, it's utterly disgusting. Hearing Xiaoyu's shouting, many people in the banquet hall frowned. But nothing was done. After all, the word wilderness is an insult to them. Not to mention that Xiaoyu has the Xiao family backing him. Seeing the restless Xiao family guards beside him, Huang Zheng immediately reprimanded Lin Feng in front of him. Lin Feng, don't you realize how serious this is? Get over here right now, kneel down, and admit your mistake. Looking at Xiaoyu and Huang Zheng in front of him, and the several Xiao family guard behind them who were itching to make a move, Lin Feng put his hands in his pockets and tilted his head slightly. Huang Zheng, do you think I won't dare to kill anyone now that I'm here? Bang! Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, a loud gunshot suddenly rang out. In an instant, everyone in the banquet hall was so frightened that they squatted down. Xiaoyu's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Huang Zheng and the Xiao family guards also crouched down to avoid them. This is insane. Someone in the banquet hall couldn't help but curse. They actually dared to fire. You don't need to do this yourself. I, as the team leader, will take care of it. A voice slowly echoed in the banquet hall. When everyone looked up, they saw Nangong Xiao, who was wearing a dark suit and had his hair dyed back to black. He's standing at the door, armed with a gun. Nangong Xiao. Many people were momentarily stunned by Nangong Xiao's appearance. How did this person get involved? What about captains and substitutes? Isn't Lin Feng the gigolo who came from the wilderness and climbed up to Bai Xiaowen? How is this related to Nangong Xiao? Xiaoyu was truly terrified and lay sprawled on the ground, his lips trembling. Bullet. That bullet really grazed his scalp. If it had been even the slightest deviation, he would probably be in serious trouble by now. Lin Feng glanced at Nangong Xiao, nodded slightly, and returned to his seat. Nangong Xiao, carrying a gun, walked up to Xiao Yu and slapped him twice. Stand up. Upon hearing Nangong Xiao's words, Xiao Yu looked up and immediately saw his gun. He swallowed hard before standing up with Huang Zhang's help. Young Master Nangong. Xiao Yu, the Xiao family Xiao? If I remember correctly, didn't you change your surname? Standing next to Lin Feng, Nangong Xiao wiped the crimson flames from his hands and spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu lowered his head and didn't dare to raise it for a moment. At this moment, the other people in the banquet hall also slowly stood up, but they all looked at Nangong Xiao, who was cleaning his gun, and did not say anything. Answer my question. Nangong Xiao slapped Xiao Yu's face hard with his pistol. Xiao Yu's lips moved, but he still didn't dare to speak. Huang Zheng, standing beside Xiao Yu, dare not even breathe loudly. The incident at Nangong has caused us to fall short of our hospitality. I apologize to you and Lin Feng. Chun Shuren walked quickly towards them from a distance, and immediately spoke as soon as he reached Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao turned to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng simply nodded casually. It wasn't worth his breath to discuss such a matter. Seeing Lin Feng nod, Nangong Xiao then spoke. All right, you can all get lost now. Today is Shirling's birthday, and I don't want to make too much of a fuss. Upon hearing this, the people in the banquet hall were speechless for a moment. Isn't that a big enough commotion? They've already fired shots. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt as if he had been acquitted and released, and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He turned and left the banquet hall with Huang Zheng, without looking back. After the two left the banquet hall, it soon returned to its lively atmosphere. However, amidst this excitement, people became even more interested in Lin Feng. Chun Shuren didn't leave. He stood next to Nangong Xiao and Lin Feng and asked them questions. I heard you guys had a holiday? Yes. Is there a problem with getting a long holiday for making a great contribution? Nangong Xiao looked at Chun Shuren in front of him with a smile. Chun Shuren casually took a glass of wine from the waiter's plate next to him and drank it down in one gulp. There really isn't a problem. I'm also planning to resign in a couple of days. Nangong Xiao raised an eyebrow and glanced at Chun Shuren with some surprise. Is he preparing to return and continue vying for the position of family head? After all, he had other options if he left the Special Operations Department, but Chun Shuren didn't. Or are they content to be a subordinate? He felt the other party wouldn't. I'm not planning to go for a walk in the wilderness. At this point, Chun Shuren looked at Lin Feng with a determined gaze. What are you going there for? Nangong Xiao asked with some surprise. Even though he often hangs out outside the city, he's unwilling to go to the wilderness. How can one hone their martial arts spirit without experiencing life and death? In fact, Chun Shuren joined the Special Operations Department for this very reason. He didn't care about power or status at all. There's only one thing he cares about: martial arts. Lin Feng looked at Chun Shuren and suddenly smiled. If you come back alive from the wilderness, you can come find me. Chun Shuren glanced at Lin Feng and finally nodded quite solemnly. After chatting for a few more minutes, Chun Shuren returned to the second floor. At this moment, many young ladies from prominent families were standing in the room where Chun Shuren was. What has happened down there? Chun Xia looked at Chun Shuren, who came up and asked. Nothing much happened. Xiao Yu and Lin Feng had a minor conflict, and Nangong Xiao fired a shot, but no one bled. Chun Shuren remained calm, but the expressions of the young ladies around him changed. Even after shooting, this is still a minor matter? Chun Xia looked at her dull-witted younger brother with a displeased expression. Chun Shuren glanced at Chun Xia and said indifferently, The city beneath your feet was also forged through blood and sweat. What's the big deal? Upon hearing this, Chun Xia's expression immediately turned even uglier. In her view, Chun Shuren was a stain on the Chun family. The family had previously relied on him to maintain its image, along with the support of the elders. She barely acknowledged him. But things are different now. With Chun Shifeng around, the other party has long lost its meaning. Chun Shuren, how dare you speak to me like that? However, Bai Xiaowen couldn't wait any longer before Chun Xia could finish speaking. I'll go down first, you guys chat. After saying that, she picked up her dress and walked downstairs. After this interruption, Chun Xia couldn't bring herself to speak. Instead, Chun Shuren looked at Chun Xia calmly and said, Today is my second sister's birthday. I don't want to argue with you. Tomorrow I will leave Yinfeng, Central City, and the Chun family, so you don't need to put on airs like an older sister in front of me anymore. Upon hearing this, Chen Shirling hadn't even finished her makeup. He stood up. Shirin, what are you saying? Chapter 138, Ice-type abilities. Do you need something? Lin Feng looked at Nangong Xiao and asked, How did you know I came to see you? Nangong Xiao asked, somewhat surprised. Some people who came to the banquet still had mud on their shoes. Nangong Xiao looked down and realized that he had come in such a hurry that he hadn't even had time to change his shoes. Yes, I am here to see you. Do you remember the questions I asked you before about neuromechanics? What's wrong? I still want you to take a look at it for me, Nangong Xiao said after a slight hesitation. Although it might seem like a desperate measure, there's no other way now. Removing the prosthesis again is no different from amputating it again. Lin Feng nodded and said, No problem. I can talk to Xiaowen about it later. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, he saw by Xiaowen running over. Brother Feng, are you all right? Lin Feng shook his head and said, It's okay. Those few can't hurt me. They were scared even before the bullets hit their heads, just because of a few rotten fish and shrimp. These people could possibly hurt Lin Feng? Nangong Xiao said with disdain. Doesn't he know Lin Feng's strength? Bai Xiaowen then turned her head to look at Nangong Xiao. Hey Nangong, what happened to your hair? She didn't even recognize that this person was Nangong Xiao when she came over. They thought Nangong Xiao would leave after helping Lin Feng out of the predicament. Having experienced the ways of the world, one should understand some things, shouldn't one? Bai Xiaowen nodded silently, but still turned to look at Lin Feng and said, Brother Feng, this time it's my fault. This isn't a place you like. Let's leave now. Lin Feng glanced at Nangong Xiao and said, It just so happens that Nangong wanted to see me about something. We'll be going now. Okay, wait for me a moment. Bai Xiaowen said to Lin Feng, then turned and went upstairs to the second floor. Sure enough, Bai Xiaowen came down again before the two of them had to wait long. It's just that she changed her clothes. She no longer wore formal attire, but everyday clothes. Let's go. I'll go with you to take a look. You're not attending the banquet? I didn't like the situation here to begin with, and the Chen family is in complete chaos right now, so I'd better run away as soon as possible. Bai Xiaowen shrugged and said, A complete mess? Chen Shirin told the Chen family he was leaving? Nangong Xiao said with some surprise. I didn't expect Chen Shirin to react so quickly. You guys knew too? Bai Xiaowen was quite surprised. He spoke up himself just now. Lin Feng also chimed in. The three of them talked as they walked out of the banquet hall. As the three left the banquet hall, the noise inside grew even louder. This time, however, the target of the commotion was Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao, who stood up for them. Bai Xiaowen immediately followed suit. This is clearly not your average pretty boy. The three of them were still somewhat restrained during their discussion, but now that they've left, they're naturally even more unrestrained. Even the people on the second floor heard it. Chen Shirin's joking remark, made to deflect criticism, was taken seriously by the Chen family. In the end, he joined the Chen family, which displeased Chen Shirin. Naturally, there were also many people in the Chen family who disliked him. Bai Xiaowen naturally knew more about the affairs of the 8 major families than Nangong Xiao. In just a few words, Chen Shirin's predicament was made clear. So, Chen Shirin wanted to leave a long time ago? Nangong Xiao said, fiddling with a gun in his hand. That's right, he had mentioned this matter a long time ago, but the elders of the Chen family disagreed. After all, it's not easy to find someone to put on a good show. Nangong Xiao nodded to indicate that he understood that for the 8 great families, the continuation of the family line was more important than anything else. However, it is not easy for such a large family to continue. It takes a highly capable person to support such a large family. I've heard this guy say he's even stronger than Chen Shirin several times, but I just didn't hear his name. Nangong Xiao still highly regards Chen Shirin. Especially noteworthy is Chen Shirin's unwavering determination and courage when he stepped forward to take on the task of clearing the way on the small island arranged by the training camp. He still highly approves of it. Call Chen. Chen Shifeng's sharp edge is truly dazzling. The sudden sound made all 3 of them stop in their tracks. A somewhat thin boy slowly emerged from the bushes by the roadside. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked at the young man in front of him. The other person is about the same age and level as me, around level 16, and that striking head of blue hair, though casually draped, exuded a chilling aura. You must be Lin Feng, right? Chen Shifeng looked at the refined-looking young man in front of him and asked. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Yes, is there something you need? It's very simple. Let's have a match. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword gleamed coldly under the moonlight. A chilling aura swept over Lin Feng. That's something. A smile appeared on Nangong Zhao's lips. Now he was somewhat convinced that the other party could suppress Qin Shiren. But you're not good enough to challenge Lin Feng. Bai Xiaowen stood up and spoke at that moment. Qin Shifeng looked at Bai Xiaowen and frowned slightly. Sister Xiaowen, you're my second sister's good friend. I don't want to fight with you. Bai Xiaowen shook her head slightly in response to Qin Shifeng's words. Then you'll never get to Lin Feng. Looking at Bai Xiaowen in front of him, Qin Shifeng narrowed his eyes slightly and twirled the long sword in his hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 3 swords hurtled straight toward Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, the long sword was already in front of Lin Feng, but Lin Feng remained unmoved. I already told you I'm here. Bai Xiaowen's voice was cold and sharp, her breath controlled in her palm. A palm strike that cleaves through the air. With a single palm strike, the 3 sword shadows were instantly swept away. With a slight movement of her feet, Bai Xiaowen transformed into a white shadow and instantly rushed in front of Qin Shifeng. The speed was so fast that Qin Shifeng was taken aback. He quickly thrust the sword down with a backhand motion. Too slow, little Feng. The white figure dodged the long sword to the side and transformed his palm into a blade, heading straight for Qin Shifeng's neck. The howling wind startled Qin Shifeng so much that he turned his head to dodge, forgetting that Bai Xiaowen's other hand was still ready to strike. Call! Another powerful and heavy blow arrived in front of Qin Shifeng in an instant. Qin Shifeng was genuinely frightened when faced with his palm strike. Ice! He quickly exclaimed in his heart, and instantly a lump of solid ice appeared in front of Bai Xiaowen's palm. Snap! Although the ice was shattered instantly, Qin Shifeng took the opportunity to create distance. Upon seeing this, a smile appeared on Nangong Zhao's lips. So it turns out he has superpowers. No wonder I was so sure he was stronger than Qin Shiren. Chapter 139, The Lung Family. However, to be fair, Xiaowen's white-clad movement technique is truly impressive. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng turned his head and glanced at Nangong Zhao. So how's your Fire Lion Fist training going? Fire Lion Fist, white-clad body technique. This is the martial arts technique he gave to Nangong Zhao and Bai Xiaowen. After all, the two of them had helped him a lot, and these things were already plentiful in a 519's database, so it wasn't anything special. The amount given to them was just right. Nangong Zhao chuckled, touching his head. We're practicing. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, The martial arts techniques I gave you all have follow-up steps. If you don't learn them quickly, you'll fall behind. That's your own problem. Nangong Zhao was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded, indicating that he would definitely work harder when he got back. At that moment, Bai Xiaowen looked at the ice shards on her hand, and then at Qin Shifeng, who had distanced himself from her. So this is your source of confidence. Bai Xiaowen lightly brushed the ice shards off her hands and said calmly, I underestimated Sister Xiaowen. I never expected her martial arts skills to be so superb. Qin Shifeng looked at Bai Xiaowen in front of him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. When did Bai Xiaowen become so strong? Does the Special Operations Department really have this magic? But wait, Qin Shiren went to the Special Operations Department too. The progress isn't that exaggerated. How do you look down on your older sister now? Okay, we don't have time to joke around with you. Move aside. We're leaving. Bai Xiaowen glanced at Qin Shifeng and raised her head slightly to speak. I think Xiaowen's temperament has become more and more generous and poised since she recovered from her illness. Nangong Zhao looked at Lin Feng and said, It's already quite remarkable that a girl raised in a wealthy family isn't arrogant and domineering. As he said this, Lin Feng glanced at Nangong Zhao's hair, which had been dyed back to black. Sigh, that's because of my environment, okay? Nangong Zhao said, stroking his hair with some dissatisfaction. How could he possibly learn anything well if he grew up in a place like the outer city? Besides, even if he wanted to study hard, there was nothing he could do. Where could he find good people around him? Lin Feng simply shrugged and didn't say anything more. Qin Shifeng, on the other hand, was not as relaxed as the other two. He looked at Bai Xiaowen with a serious expression and said, Since you insist on standing in my way, Sister Xiaowen, I guess I'll just have to defeat you first. It has to be said that Qin Shifeng never expected Bai Xiaowen to be so difficult to deal with. Well, it seems we still have to fight to see who wins. Then I'll do my best. Superpowers deserve everyone's attention. Bai Xiaowen's gaze locked onto Qin Shifeng, and her aura became increasingly fierce. Seeing this, Chen Shifeng became wary. Was this the opponent's full power state? Never mind, Xiaowen, I'll do it. Let's not waste any more time. Lin Feng slowly walked in front of Bai Xiaowen to face Chen Shifeng directly. Seeing Bai Xiaowen restrain her aura, Chen Shifeng's gaze also shifted to Lin Feng. Pressure. Immense pressure. Even before Lin Feng made a move, Chen Shifeng already felt waves of pressure coming from him. Although he didn't know why, the other party's level was not even higher than his. But there's an invisible pressure. This. Ice picks. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Chen Shifeng took the initiative and roared in his heart, causing 5 or 6 crystal-clear ice spikes to appear around him. Go! The ice spikes drew transparent lines in the air as they rushed towards Lin Feng, reaching him in the blink of an eye. But this won't hurt Lin Feng, Nangong Shao remarked casually, toying with the crimson flame. Smack! 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 In Chen Shifeng's eyes, he only saw Lin Feng's hand make a feint. The ice spikes in the air exploded one after another, then fell to the ground and turned into a pile of ice shards. Lin Feng glanced at Chen Shifeng, but did not make another move. Chen Shifeng slowly lowered his head. This was his strongest move. During the initial test, even the master, who was already at level 22, was shocked by the power of the superpower and felt that he would have to put in a lot of effort to deal with it. But in front of Lin Feng, it seemed so childish. This seemed to be the most suitable adjective he could think of. Should we continue? Lin Feng looked at Chen Shifeng and asked. Chen Shifeng shook his head and stepped aside. If you can't beat someone, you have no choice but to give way. Lin Feng led by Xiaowen and Nangong Shao away into the distance. Watching their departing figures, Chen Shifeng suddenly spoke. Brother Shuren, is this your reason for leaving? Chen Shuren emerged from the shadows, shook his head, and said, Lin Feng cannot be dealt with simply by going to the wilderness. I went to the wilderness only to break through my current predicament. Chen Shifeng exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly nodded. The vehicle was driving very fast. However, the direction of this journey was different from what Lin Feng had anticipated. I originally thought that Nangong was coming to invite someone from the outer city, but I didn't expect that the car was actually heading towards the center of the city. Where are we going? Bai Xiaowen asked the question before Lin Feng did. You said it? Aren't there only a few people living in there? Nangong Shao deliberately kept everyone in suspense. There are indeed only a few people living here, but it seems that none of them are close to your family. Bai Xiaowen didn't stand on ceremony and spoke directly. Haha, that's true. While the two were talking back and forth, the car had already stopped in front of a house. Looking at the enormous manor, Bai Xiaowen said with some surprise. The Lung family? If he remembered correctly, the relationship between the Nangong family and the Lung family was exceptionally bad, wasn't it? As soon as Lin Feng got out of the car, he saw Lu Qianlan standing at the door waiting. Lu Qianlan's expression upon seeing him was even more surprised. Lin Feng, what happened to you? At that moment, Lu Qianlan subconsciously thought that Lin Feng had encountered something and was seeking her help. However, she quickly realized what was happening. With the protection of the Nangong and Bai families, and given his own considerable strength, Lin Feng doesn't seem to need any help from the Lung family. No, but it seems like something has happened to your family. Lin Feng looked at Lu Qianlan and said calmly. Nangong Shao nodded and said, That's right, I found Lin Feng to take a look at the old man. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianlan glanced at Nangong Shao with a strange expression, then looked at Lin Feng. Seeing the other person's expression, Nangong Shao also frowned. What does this mean? All right, hurry up and let us in. The old man is in pain right now. Old man? Doesn't the Lung family only have the grandmother? Where did this old man come from? Bai Xiaowen stood next to Lin Feng with a rather strange expression. Could it be that grandmother Lung, at this age, is going to take in another son-in-law? The thought sent a chill down Bai Xiaowen's spine. Is Grandma Lung's appetite a little too good? Lu Qianlan looked Lin Feng up and down and said, We have witnessed Lin Feng's surgical skills, but that one is unrelated to surgery and has some mechanical issues. And Lu Qianlan paused for a moment before continuing. To be precise, this matter is not just a family matter, but also a matter concerning Lin Feng. Hearing Lu Qianlan's inexplicable words, Nangong Shao felt a surge of irritation. What business is it of yours or mine? How did it become Lin Feng's issue again? I understand. Please take me in. Lin Feng, however, already understood and looked at Lu Qianlan, speaking in a slightly serious tone. Chapter 140 is a bit dirty. Inside the Lung family's main hall at this moment, Almost all the well-known mechanics in the entire Rock Peak Central City are here, but they all shake their heads like rattles. We've never even seen this before, so there's really nothing we can do about it. Yes, the level of machinery in our Yinfeng Central City is so high that we can't even understand it now. This is probably something only extraterrestrials could fix. We're not skilled enough to take action rashly. The mechanics in the hall were all talking at once, but the general idea was the same. No way. Can't read. Is it possible to alleviate pain? Nangong Jinsho looked at the ferocious-looking old man with a hint of pity flashing across his face. The old man had this expression since the afternoon. His disciple was truly heartbroken to see this. The people in the hall looked at each other with somewhat helpless expressions. That's right. It's impossible. Such a sophisticated design is simply beyond their capabilities. Patriarch Nangong, let me tell you the truth. To us, this thing is no different from a book written in the heavens, and even abandoning this leg is something that would be difficult for us to do now. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair stepped forward and said something. Then he reached out and touched the connection between the old man's prosthetic limb and his body. This uses a special type of connector that perfectly connects the nerves and mechanical circuits. With our current mechanical technology, it would be difficult to forcibly sever it. Grandmother Lung and Nangong Jinsho remained silent at this moment. In fact, they all knew this result. Back then, Old Man Bai was quite famous in the starry sky. The things that could possess him were naturally extraordinary. Even if the mechanics in Yinfeng Central City were given several more decades to conduct research, they probably wouldn't have much of a chance. After all, their technological levels are not on the same level. Sigh, there's really nothing I can do to help. I, an old man, had no choice but to take my leave. The white-haired old man shook his head with a wry smile and said. The other mechanics followed suit and echoed his sentiments. I am truly sorry. I am powerless to help. I am truly sorry, everyone. Hearing the endless stream of resignations, Nangong Jinsho and Lung's grandmother exchanged a glance. Then he nodded helplessly. There's no need for that, everyone. We've been too forward in inviting you all here today. I will see you all out. Nangong Jinsho stood up and said. After saying that, he waved his hand, and his subordinates forced each of these famous mechanical masters to give them a red envelope. Then they prepared to ask these mechanical masters to leave first. However, just as he reached the door, it was pushed open. Lu Qianlong, Lin Feng, Nangong Xiao by Xiaowen. The four appeared before them. Lin Feng and Xiaowen, what brings you here? Nangong Jinsho was somewhat surprised and then looked at Nangong Xiao. Didn't you say you were going to invite a mechanical expert? Nangong Xiao pointed at Lin Feng and said, He's the one I invited. Nangong Jinsho looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. You understand neuromechanics? Nangong Jinsho was, after all, quite knowledgeable. There are many different types of machinery. It's already quite difficult to be proficient in even one category. Lin Feng easily identified the problems in the factory last time, which meant he was very familiar with the large machinery in the factory. After all, a person's energy is limited, and Lin Feng is still so young. It's impossible for him to understand neuromechanics as well. I know a little bit about him, so I'll go in and check on Old Man Bai first. Old Man Bai? He turned around and looked at Bai Yuman lying on the sofa. He was indeed an old white man. But why would Lin Feng know his own master? Ignoring the gazes of these people, Lin Feng went straight to the old man in white. He reached out and tapped the old man's left leg. I never thought much of it before, since I only saw you using a cane every day. So it turns out it's just a prosthetic leg. When the old man saw Lin Feng arrive, a smile appeared on his ferocious face. However, it was only a fleeting thought before she gritted her teeth and said to Lin Feng, Isn't it because your own skill level is insufficient? Lin Feng shook his head and took out a tranquilizer dart from his body. He took out the dagger he always carried and made a small cut in the bullet with 2 quick strikes. He then stabbed the old man in the groin of his left leg with another backhand motion. Blood spurted out with a sizzle. Everyone present was stunned. What was going to happen? He flipped the bullet over and pressed it against the wound. As the anesthetic gas was slowly released, the old man's face, which had been twisted into a pretzel shape, finally calmed down. As soon as the pain disappeared, the old man collapsed onto the sofa. Lin Feng glanced at the old man and realized that his clothes were soaked with sweat. It must have taken a long time to suffer. Is this okay? Nangong Jinsho looked at Lin Feng with some worry and said, If there's nothing else, just take the old man to take a bath first, and then let him move around a little for a while. Hearing Lin Feng's rather relaxed words, the group of mechanical masters present exchanged bewildered glances. Where did this person come from? That toad yawning has such a loud voice. Nangong Jinsho expressed his understanding. Yes, this is a good time for you to prepare some medicine and tools. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, for repairs of this level, no special preparations are needed. I feel like I'm sweating a bit too much. Dirty. Silence. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Even the old man who was slumped on the sofa mustered his strength, grabbed a pillow, and threw it at Lin Feng. Get the hell out of here. The pillow couldn't hit Lin Feng, but he still immediately raised his hands in surrender. Just kidding. Okay, take the old man downstairs to wash it, but be careful not to get this leg wet. Nangong Jinsho quickly called on the maid beside him to help the old man by to the bathroom. Watching the old man enter the bathroom, Lin Feng pulled out a sheet of paper from the table that they had used for drawing and research. After writing down the names of the two medicines, he handed them to Bai Xiaowen. Could you please have it delivered to your store? Many people present expressed their doubts upon seeing the paper in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes at this. What's with the idea that you don't need to prepare anything? I just gave him an emergency treatment. Old Bai has been in pain for so long, and suddenly relaxing could easily cause his heart to stop. Oh! Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen understood and snatched the paper, then started making a phone call. Why don't we use those tools? Lu Qianlan, being more rational, looked at Lin Feng and asked. He shook his head. This isn't necessary. It's just a temporary relief. It seems that some things will need to be recast in the future. Recast? Lu Qianlan and Grandmother Lung both gave Lin Feng a deep look. Chapter 141 by Xianchu's Worries. Watching Bai Xianchu answer the phone, listen for a few words, and then make another call. After giving a series of instructions, he even mentioned the Lung family at the end. Bai Xianheng, who was sitting to the side, was a little surprised. The Lung family. What is it that the Lung family needs? When his younger brother asked him a question, Bai Xianchu first shook his head before explaining. The Lung family has a patient who said it's quite important. Lin Feng is receiving medical treatment over there, so he asked our family to help deliver some medicine to him. Bai Xianheng's face also showed a hint of interest. Lin Feng can also cure diseases? I know how to do it, and I've heard that I'm quite proficient at it. Rumors circulated that during a major battle in Haoshui City, a captain used a desperate technique and was severely injured, appearing to be on the verge of death. Not only was he saved, but he was even able to continue his cultivation. Bai Xianheng nodded, becoming increasingly interested in Lin Feng. This is no ordinary medical skill. It's a life-or-death secret technique. Just from the name, you can tell it's for risking your life. But she quickly realized what was happening. Is there a sick person in the Lung family? Who? The old lady of the Lung family? Bai Xianchu shook his head, his expression somewhat strange. Wasn't it supposed to be some old white man? Old man Bai? Bai Xianheng also frowned, looking quite puzzled. Who is this? Still surnamed Bai? White? Bai Xianheng suddenly remembered someone. Bai Yuman. Bai Xianchu was stunned for a moment when he heard the name, but then he realized what it meant. It must be that Bai Yuman and his group were originally a small team. I never expected him to come back too. Bai Xianchu instantly realized what was happening. Bai Xianheng nodded in agreement. Of all the people who came from their planet, Bai Yuman was the most promising. It's a pity he was betrayed. In the end, disheartened, he returned here and eventually didn't even want to stay in the big city, so he ran to the wilderness. It's also true that the other person is quite old. I'm not surprised to be back in the big city, Bai Xianchu said with some emotion. At this point in the conversation, Bai Xianheng also spoke up and asked a question. So, have you guys been keeping in touch with the outside world lately? At this point, Bai Xianchu picked up the cup next to him with a slightly uneasy expression, took a sip, and then spoke. I can still get in touch with them, but it seems like there's some problem on the other end as well. Do you have spies over there? Bai Xianheng glanced at his older brother in front of him with a hint of surprise. If I had that kind of ability, would I still be here? Bai Xianchu gave a wry smile and then leaned forward slightly to get closer to Bai Xianheng. The main point is that the Xing family said things are not very peaceful outside the heavens right now. Bai Xianheng frowned upon hearing the name Xing family. This family is quite different from them. Forget it. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. After all these years, how could it be more painful than before? Bai Xianchu was the first to give up thinking and said. Bai Xianheng picked up his teacup, took a sip, but the worry on his face did not disappear. Are there really no other tools needed? Nangong Jinsho was genuinely uneasy seeing that Lin Feng was only holding a dagger. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. As he spoke, Lin Feng's dagger had already landed on the old man's left leg. With a tearing sound, Lin Feng slashed open the artificial leather covering the old man's left leg. However, what was revealed inside was a metal thigh with no visible seams. The mechanics present all had knowing expressions on their faces when they saw this. This was clearly a scenario they had anticipated. That's why they didn't dare to touch old man Bai's leg. At this thought, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Feng. What should you do when faced with such an incredibly arrogant young person around you? At this moment, Lin Feng did not stop at all. He gently inserted the tip of his dagger into a spot on the old man's thigh. Boom! Suddenly, a long, rectangular slot appeared before everyone's eyes. All the mechanics present were stunned. What exactly did the other person move just now, and how did he figure it out? Lin Feng gripped the dagger in reverse and locked his gaze on it. Hiss! The blade of the dagger slid down the slot from the top to the ankle. Click, 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 click. With a click of a mechanism opening, Lin Feng reached out and gently lifted the last layer of covering on the artificial thigh, exposing the lower half. A dense array of pipelines, yet neatly arranged. There is also a transmission mechanism filled with a transparent liquid. Even the old man was momentarily attracted by his own thigh. Although this thigh has been with him for so many years, he has never seen what's inside. Even Liu Qianlan, Nangong Xiao, and the others who didn't know much about mechanics couldn't help but sigh when they saw the dense network of pipes inside. How magnificent! It was as if they were seeing the magnificence of an ant nest for the first time. It is intricate and complex, yet orderly and harmonious. Humans are always amazed and appreciative of things that are full of ingenuity and harmony. The eyes of the many mechanics were practically sparkling with excitement. Immersed, worshipful. That's how they feel right now. As for Lin Feng, the person who made this prosthetic limb must be really busy. Many details were poorly done, which is why your mechanical transmission coolant, which could have lasted for 70 years, became unusable in less than 30 years. This is the real culprit that's causing you so much pain. While explaining, Lin Feng's hands didn't stop. With the dagger in hand, Lin Feng easily removed the transistor containing the transparent liquid between his thighs in 2 swift movements. He casually poured out the liquid inside. Then the 2 liquids sent by the Bai family were poured into it. The 2 liquids reacted rapidly and turned into the color of blood in no time. Put it back in and seal it properly. Lin Feng was about to close the lid on the thigh. Upon seeing this, Nangong Jinsho quickly spoke up. Lin Feng, didn't you say that some details weren't handled well? Why don't you deal with it first before putting the lid on? Lin Feng shook his head and said, no need for that. The manufacturing and design quality of this prosthesis is just average. I'll just recast one for old man Bai in a while. After saying that, he gently pressed down on the lid on his thigh, and sure enough, it fit perfectly. The previous card slot also disappeared very naturally. The old man closed his eyes and felt it for a moment, and sure enough, he found the feeling he had when he first put on this prosthetic limb. However, when he tried to move, he found that his legs still didn't respond at all. Why can't it move? Hearing this, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines, while many mechanics secretly gloated. You brag like that. Now you've gotten yourself into trouble. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at the old man's question. The anesthesia hasn't worn off yet. Why are you moving around? Chapter 142 Progress. Sure enough, after a while, the old man was able to stand up on his own. It's just that I haven't been able to walk on 2 legs for a long time, so I'm not used to it yet. Even so, everyone present could see it. Old man Bai's leg has been repaired. Immediately, the mechanics on site showed an extremely terrifying enthusiasm for Lin Feng. Master Lin Feng, we are from the First Machinery Research Institute. We hope you can come and exchange ideas when you have time. Master Lin Feng, we are from the Weapons and Equipment Research Institute. We have the best equipment in the entire Rock Peak City. You are very welcome to come and take a look. Master Lin Feng, we are from the Baoao Metals Group. We are willing to offer 1 million yuan to have you give a presentation. Even when they were being forcibly removed, these people continued to waive various offers in an attempt to recruit Lin Feng. After finally managing to send all these people away, Nangong Xiao couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. These mechanics, who always seemed so refined, have suddenly become so crazy. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Lin Feng. Crazy? Honestly, if they didn't all know Lin Feng, they'd probably be waiving all sorts of offers to recruit him right now. It might get even crazier. Faced with everyone's gaze, Lin Feng could only shrug. Oh, bye, there's nothing wrong with that. I'll go back now. After saying that, Lin Feng was about to leave when Old Man Bai called him back. I'm so happy today. Let's go to your house for a drink. Old Man Bai looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile. Lin Feng smiled upon hearing this. I've helped you so much. Shouldn't you buy me a drink? Why are you still coming to my house? Ha! Don't you still have Ding Zhu at home? Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Although Ding Zhu didn't say it, it was obvious that she still cared about Old Man Bai quite a bit. He took Old Man Bai, Nangong Xiao, and Bai Xiaowen home together. Grandmother Lung pushed her wheelchair to Nangong Jinsho's side. Is this Lin Feng really from the wilderness? Nangong Jinsho nodded, but quickly shook his head again. The sources of information in the wilderness are too scattered and cannot be confirmed. According to the information I received, he was almost 10 years old when he first appeared in Zhang Zhao's camp. I have no memory of anything from before. If something like this happened in a big city, it would definitely be a problem, but in the wilderness, that's all too common. Not to mention the numerous cases of amnesia caused by various accidents in that wilderness survival environment. Self-concealment is even more numerous. Anyway, once you change camps, as long as you don't cause trouble, other people won't care what kind of person you were before. However, we also found an interesting clue. Lin Feng does not appear to be a pure human. Upon hearing this, Grandmother Lung finally turned her gaze to Nangong Jinsho. Half-elf race? That's right, and judging from his ears and appearance, the concentration of his elven bloodline seems to be very high. Hearing this, Grandmother Lung nodded. It's not surprising that the elven race, being an extremely powerful race in the universe, possesses some special means of transmitting knowledge. Nangong Jinsho could only stand aside and listen. Because he had never been to the starry sky, he knew nothing about these things. Push open the door. Ding Zhu spotted the old man and widened a glance. Huh? Old man, are you still alive? The old man rolled his eyes. Even if you die, I can still live. After saying that, he walked straight past Ding Zhu into the room and saw Jiang Jie and Yano sitting on the sofa. Hey, who are these two? Ding Zhu has nothing to do with me, Lin Feng said first, then went into the kitchen and brought out the wine. Jiang Jie also volunteered to help with the cooking. Night. For the first time, the tables in the restaurant were full. Lin Feng, Old Man Bai, Ding Zhu, and Nangong Xiao. Bai Xiaowen, Jiang Jie, and Yano. The atmosphere during the meal and drinks was quite harmonious for a while. Old Man Bai also said with great emotion, I haven't felt this relaxed in years. In the past, I relied on alcohol to numb my senses, but now I don't need it anymore and can properly enjoy the real taste of alcoholic beverages. Lin Feng took a sip of wine and looked at the old man in white in front of him, asking a question. I still really want to ask Old Man Bai, where did you get this prosthetic limb? Upon hearing this, the old man laughed heartily and then said, rather than wanting to know the origin of this prosthetic limb, you're probably more interested in what's happening in outer space. Lin Feng nodded generously. That's right. That place was Lin Feng's ultimate goal. Old Man Bai thought for a moment and finally shook his head and said, it's too early to tell you all this now. Let's wait and see. Lin Feng and the others nodded silently. None of them were level 20 yet. Indeed, the starry sky is too far away from them. The drinking party continued until dawn before Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao were taken back, but Old Man Bai didn't want to leave and stayed there. After washing up, Lin Feng went to the underground research lab. Although he had stayed up all night, it was a minor issue given Lin Feng's current physical condition. The factory's production line has been almost completely upgraded recently, and the Bai family is urging him to provide a list of medicinal materials. There are also samples. Standing in front of the pharmaceutical research counter, Lin Feng began to search through the items. I left it right here. Didn't he casually prepare a few bottles and leave them here before to help Ding Zhu? After a long search, Lin Feng finally found the remaining bottles of reagents at the very bottom of the cabinet. Lin Feng took it out and placed it on the counter, not in a hurry to send it to the Bai family. Instead, he opened his own attribute panel. Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV16. Age, 15. Race, half-elf. Superpower, none. Strength, 16.5. Agility, 16.8. Physical fitness, 16.3. Spirit, 18.0. Talent/specialty, dexterity. Special attribute, Qinun. Innate abilities, mind control, mental mimicry. Skills, comprehensive marksmanship LV.13. Sniper, rifle LV.13, rifle LV.13, pistol LV.13, comprehensive artillery technique LV.10, serpent dagger LV.20, serpent dual blades LV.13, first tier dream illusion LV.3, basic spiritual breathing LV.2, title meditation LV.3. Knowledge, basic pharmacy general knowledge LV.16, biology LV.16, pharmaceutics LV.17, formulation LV.17, neurology LV.11, basic mechanical knowledge LV.16, mechanics LV.16, material science LV.17, weaponry, metals LV.17, machining LV.17, intelligent programming LV.18, electromagnetism LV.9, energetics LV.7. Recently, Lin Feng has had more free time, which has allowed him to settle down and seriously cultivate and study. So the progress made during this period has been quite significant. In particular, various skills have finally seen a collective increase. He also learned some so-called spells from the mysterious continent of Roland, which can be considered as making use of his super high mental power. Chapter 143, Are you sure it's 30%? Is this your sample? Bai Xinshu looked at the pale green medicine in the two boxes in front of him and said. Lin Feng nodded. Yes. What type of medicine is this? Mental awakening potion. Mental strength increases as a person levels up, but without mental strength awakening. Even the strongest mental power cannot be controlled or utilized. It's like a stagnant pool. Only when one's spiritual power is awakened can one be considered a being that can be controlled and used by humans. This turned into running water. Normally, the awakening of spiritual power should rely on meditation. However, meditation is obviously too difficult for most people, so people have been looking for other ways, which eventually led to the emergence of mental awakening drugs. How effective is your medicine? The most important point about increasing the chance of awakening by 30% is that even if you fail, it won't damage your mental strength. You can do it a second or third time. Real? No damage at all? A look of disbelief flashed across Bai Xinshu's face. As far as he knew, even failure in outer space would inevitably cause damage to one's mental strength during the awakening of spiritual power. As for the potions they made themselves, if they failed, they could only awaken their spiritual power through meditation. But to be honest, not all people who choose the potion are those who cannot successfully meditate. This is almost to say that once you fail, you will never have another chance to awaken your spiritual power. I didn't say there wouldn't be any damage. Even if it fails, you still need to rest for a month before you can try again, Lin Feng explained. A month? What's the difference between that and no damage? Bai Xinshu glanced at Lin Feng and then at the medicine on the table. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised by Bai Xinshu's expression. Could it be that he diluted it too much and Bai Xinshu was dissatisfied with the medicine? That's right. Lin Feng diluted the medicine. After all, how could he possibly allow Ding Zhu's spiritual awakening to go awry? That's definitely 100% awakened. However, he had previously seen that the mental awakening potion Qinshuren had taken out was such a piece of junk. I figured the potion-making skills in the entire Rock Peak City must be pretty average. Offering this level of product should already sell very well. After all, anything too exaggerated will only arouse suspicion. Could it be that he's mistaken? Is it actually that Qinshuren is unwilling to offer anything good? At this moment, Bai Xinshu also spoke up. Butler Li, go and find any child who hasn't awakened their mental abilities. It's a master. As he spoke, a middle-aged man dressed as a butler slowly emerged from the darkness and then floated out the door. Lin Feng glanced at the other person and made up his mind. No wonder the guards outside the Bai family don't value them much. Having someone like that in the family really makes the guards outside unnecessary. At this moment, Bai Xinshu put down the medicine in his hand and looked at Lin Feng in front of him and asked, "How is your cultivation progress lately, my friend?" It's acceptable. Although Lin Feng didn't understand what Bai Xinshu meant by his question, he still answered it. That's all right then, but let's try to speed things up as much as possible recently. It just so happens that you guys have also been given a long leave by the Special Operations Department, which gives you more time to cultivate. If you have any needs, please feel free to let us know. The Bai family will do our best to help. Lin Feng frowned slightly upon hearing Bai Xinshu's words. Has something happened to Uncle Bai? Bai Xinshu picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then sighed. Something definitely happened. All we can do is prepare more. Lin Feng nodded, seemingly understanding. The master has arrived. Without a sound, Butler Lee had already led 5 boys of about 15 or 16 years old into the room. They haven't taken any mental awakening drugs, have they? No one was randomly selected. If that's possible, then let each of them drink one. Clear. Butler Lee picked up the medicine from the table and began distributing it to the 5 teenagers. While getting their medicine, the 5 teenagers secretly sized up Lin Feng. Why is this boy, who looks to be about the same age as them, sitting next to Baek Wook? Moreover, despite his relaxed demeanor, his aura was in no way inferior to that of Baek Wook. Okay, take the medicine, sit down, hold your breath, and concentrate. Butler Lee looked at the 5 teenagers in front of him and spoke directly. The boys nodded without the slightest hesitation. The medicine was poured directly into the mouth. Slightly bitter, but then a cool sensation rushed straight to the top of the head. Just a few seconds later, they clearly felt that something had been added to their brains. It seems ethereal, yet its presence can be felt. It appears real, but its location cannot be determined. Amidst the interplay of reality and illusion, a sudden realization dawned on these people. Mental strength? Is this what spiritual power is? Thinking of this, all 5 of them began to consciously activate their mental energy. However, this process can be fast or slow. The fastest one can probably give instructions in front of you within 10 minutes. However, even the slowest one can be moved after taking 30 minutes. An hour later, all 5 of them opened their eyes. Bai Xianxu's face remained expressionless upon seeing this scene. There's a 30% chance that none of these 5 people will awaken, so it wouldn't be surprising. The question now is whether their mental strength has been damaged. How much damage did you suffer to your mental strength after the failure? Bai Xianxu asked first. Faced with Bai Xianxu's question, the 5 boys looked at each other in bewilderment. They don't know. Seeing the 5 people who seemed a little hesitant, Bai Xianxu frowned as well. What happened? Why aren't you replying? Could it be that the damage was so severe that he became mentally impaired? Uncle Bai and the others have all successfully awakened. Of course, they can't answer the question about the psychological damage they suffered after their failure. Seeing the expressions on both sides, Lin Feng had no choice but to explain himself. They all successfully awakened? Even Butler Lee's face showed a hint of surprise. They had all successfully awakened? Have you all successfully awakened your spiritual power? The 5 boys nodded quickly in response to Butler Lee's question. They then showcased their own achievements. As the spiritual energy was channeled to the center of the forehead, the center of the foreheads of all 5 boys turned silver. Silence. Bai Xianxu and Butler Lee both fell silent. Butler Lee, you really didn't make a choice? In the end, Bai Xianxu still pointed the finger at Butler Lee. Butler Lee shook his head and said, I'll go find another group of people who haven't been selected yet. Soon, 5 more teenagers were called in. 5 more bottles of medicine were consumed. An hour later, even Lin Feng couldn't resist picking up a bottle of medicine and taking a look. He remembers it being diluted to only increase by 30%. How come these 5 have awakened again? Looking at the 5 people whose foreheads were shimmering with silver light, Bai Xianxu and Butler Lee exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Change it again. Then 5 more teenagers were brought up. Fortunately, Lin Feng had prepared 2 boxes of sample reagents, totaling 30 vials. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough for this test. Finally, a failure occurred. Yes, only one of these 5 people failed. Does this really only increase the awakening probability by 30%? Bai Xianxu looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng could only helplessly shrug and say, only a 30% increase. Even he himself couldn't believe it. Chapter 144 is priced at 500,000. After carefully inquiring about the situation of the person who failed, Bai Xianxu confirmed that Lin Feng was not lying to him. Not only did it not lie to him, but it was even more effective than he claimed. Now that the drug is effective, we need to look at another crucial issue. Are the raw materials for this medicine expensive? Lin Feng really didn't know that he would just hand over the prescription he had written beforehand to Bai Xianxu. Looking up and down, Bai Xianxu couldn't help but look up at Lin Feng again. There are several raw materials that we don't have. Lin Feng leaned closer to take a look and asked, which kinds are they? This product contains white flower alcohol, Imperata cylindrica extract, and also contains granules of plague red turtle. Oh, that's easy. I remember that there is silk white flower liquid on the market. If you add some ethanol to the silk white flower liquid, my factory can produce it itself. To make small thatch water liquid, simply put small thatch in clean water and add some blood from aquatic creatures. Bai Xianxiu could only nod in agreement as Lin Feng offered various solutions. It's clear that Lin Feng didn't just come up with a simple plan. He genuinely had a design in mind. He had actually wondered before if there was an old man with a long and eventful past behind Lin Feng. They were helping him plan and carry out all of this. After all, Lin Feng was too young. In his view, the accumulation of any knowledge takes time. However, this time Lin Feng perfectly demonstrated his knowledge and dispelled his doubts. That's one way to put it. The cost of such a dose is probably between 10,000 and 20,000. Although Pai Xin-su is familiar with the prices of various drug raw materials. However, the recipe Lin Feng provided was a very simplified version. There are only the drugs, but no specific formulation. After all, Lin Feng isn't stupid. Profits can be distributed, but he still needs to keep the core elements in his own hands. Therefore, his estimate can only provide such a broad range. That's about right. After all, the cost is definitely not high considering the effect. That's fine. In that case, we'll set the price at 500,000 per pen to round it up. 500,000? Lin Feng couldn't help but blink. Isn't this price a bit outrageous? Bai Xianxiu glanced at Lin Feng's expression and said with some surprise, "Why do you think this price is too low?" This price is indeed a bit low, but for those large families and powerful groups, this price is just right to meet their threshold for bulk purchases. In this way, we can increase our sales volume. At that time, we will work with the government to withdraw the preferential version for ordinary people. The government usually offers this half-price version. 250,000 is a sum that parents can reach by stretching a little. As a result, sales naturally improved. Lin Feng nodded somewhat mechanically as he listened to Bai Xianxiu's words. It has to be said that although his knowledge base far surpasses that of Bai Xianxiu in front of him, when it comes to doing business, the other party is still more capable. That's all there is to it. It can be said that they completely wiped out everyone, from the lowest levels of society to the top-level powerful groups. Let's decide on the number you mentioned, Uncle Bai. How many should I produce in the first batch? What are your thoughts? In my opinion, producing about 5,000 doses should be enough. Lin Feng's original plan was to produce 20,000 doses in the first batch. But Pai Xin-su's pricing of 20,000 doses seems a bit too much. 10,000 doses. With 10,000 doses, the entire market is almost saturated. From this perspective, even producing 5,000 doses would be considered somewhat excessive. After all, this is equivalent to producing more than half of the entire market share in one go. Bai Xianxiu shook his head. I don't think you're a conservative person, so why did you give such a small number? Your production target is 50,000 doses. This time, it was Lin Feng's turn to be frightened. 50,000 doses? That's way too much. The price of 50,000 doses per vial is 500,000. That's 25 billion. Even if he gets the pure profit, it'll be close to 20 billion. Isn't that a bit too much? Isn't this too much? After all, even within the entire Rock Peak faction, few would be willing to spend that much money to sell a mental awakening potion, given its price of 500,000. Sigh, Xiaofeng, this shows your narrow-mindedness. Who said your potion is only sold within our Rock Peak faction? Don't forget about the 3 factions of Higashihama, Takakusa, and Noera, each of which has hundreds or thousands of large cities under its control. How many of these people can actually afford to pay this amount? After listening to Bai Xianxiu's grand vision, Lin Feng had to admit that his own perspective was too narrow. I knew I would start ramping up production as soon as the raw materials arrived. That's more like it. Bai Xianxiu was satisfied only after seeing Lin Feng make a pledge. However, in addition to production, we also need to create momentum. These raw materials can be gathered in about 3 days, and the subsequent process will proceed smoothly. We'll hold a press conference and factory opening ceremony a week from now. Lin Feng nodded to indicate that he understood. I will invite people from various families and forces, and you can also invite some relatives and friends. After finalizing some details, Bai Xianxiu personally saw Lin Feng out the door. Watching Lin Feng's departing figure, Butler Li floated to Bai Xianxiu's side again. Master, this Lin Feng is quite extraordinary. I know that anyone who can produce such a potion must be extraordinary, Bai Xianxiu said calmly. My lord, I wasn't referring to the medicine, but rather his spiritual power. Bai Xianxiu turned to look at Butler Li. What do you mean? I noticed it when the teenagers I brought over awakened their spiritual power. He already knew whether they had successfully awakened or not, even before they had actively shown themselves. Bai Xianxu really didn't know what this meant. How so? This means that young Master Lin Feng's mental strength has at least undergone a transformation. At this moment, Bai Xianxu couldn't help but look at Butlerly beside him. You call him a spiritual master? Above the awakening of spiritual power is the transformation of spiritual power. Such people are known as spiritual masters on this planet, and they are currently in the central city of Rock Peak. The total number of spiritual masters does not exceed 20, and each of them was a figure of immense prestige. The most famous one is Grandma Lung. Bai Xianxu lowered his head and thought for a moment before quickly walking to the phone at home. I picked it up, ready to dial a number. After thinking it over, Bai Xianxu finally let it go. Go and wake Xiaowen up. I have something to ask her. Just as Butlerly was about to go upstairs to call Bai Xiaowen, Bai Xianxu stopped her again. Never mind. Anyway, since Xiaowen and he are on good terms, there's no need to rush things. After saying that, Bai Xianxu plopped down on the sofa and began to ponder. Chapter 145 is really stingy. Snap! Don't deform it. As soon as Lin Feng entered the living room, he heard Old Man Bai's reprimand coming from the martial arts training ground in the backyard. Walk over there. Ding Zhu was standing in the training ground in a strange posture, while the old man in white was circling around him with a pointer in his hand. The old man looked up and saw Lin Feng. Have you reached an agreement? Production is scheduled to begin in 3 days, and a press conference will be held a week later. After saying that, Lin Feng stretched and finally confirmed it. Old Man Bai nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Lin Feng, money is just an external thing. It's best not to take up too much of your energy with this factory. Seeing the old man's expression, Lin Feng also walked into the training ground and looked at the two of them, saying, I know that too. Running a factory like this will definitely take up a lot of my energy. But there's nothing I can do about it. Many of the mechanical designs and manufacturing aspects simply can't be implemented here. Only by making money from this factory can I fulfill my own requirements in the field of machinery. At that moment, a look of realization flashed across the faces of both Old Man Bai and Ding Zhu. They said, Lin Feng isn't a greedy person, so why would he bother to set up such a factory? However, the entire Rock Peak Central City was unable to design and manufacture such machinery. Then I understand. So it seems you've decided to become a mechanic? Old Man Bai looked at Lin Feng and asked. More or less. Indeed, his main focus was on the mechanic path, and he just studied the rest a little more. Snap! I told you not to deform it. As he spoke, another whip lashed Ding Zhu's body. Ding Zhu had no choice but to concentrate again and maintain his posture. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then went to the underground research lab and soon came out with a bottle of blue potion. After finishing your practice, apply some to your body. The bloodstains disappeared within an hour. Ding Zhu! Ignoring Ding Zhu's wails, Lin Feng turned and disappeared into the underground research lab. Someone. At this moment, he is walking with a robust man in his own base. The silver-white, technologically advanced passageway was completely deserted. He quickly walked to the front of the door, and someone stood in front of him. Instantly, countless infrared beams swept across his body. Beep, 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 beep. At the same time, an extremely loud alarm sounded. The person standing behind someone frowned, but ultimately remained silent. Meanwhile, one person stood firmly in place without moving an inch. Beep, 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 beep. Finally, the alarm stopped abruptly at its most intense moment, and the silver-white door in front of them finally opened. Your door lock is quite unique. One of them smiled slightly, and then explained with considerable pride. This door can collect not only fixed biometrics such as fingerprints, palm prints, irises, and breath from my body. It will also record my physical reactions when I hear the alarm, and if any one of them doesn't match, this door won't open. The man nodded silently, having to admit that Reverse Star's technology was indeed impressive. Following in someone's footsteps, the two entered the heavily guarded room together. As soon as I came in, the first thing you see is an inverted cylindrical instrument. Around this instrument were numerous pipes, whose function he could not discern. Would you like to go in and give it a try? Someone asked, looking at the man. The man shook his head. Find someone to try and show me. Someone scoffed dismissively. Back then you were a heroic genius with boundless ambition. How did you become like this? The person's expression remained unchanged despite the mockery. Since you're too scared to go in, then I'll go myself. After speaking, the man walked straight into the somewhat crude-looking instrument. Buzzing. The moment someone walked in, the entire instrument started roaring. Flashes of blue light began to burst forth from the exposed pipes, and the man's eyes began to widen slowly. Energy. He could clearly feel the energy inside the instrument rising rapidly. Just 1 hour later, the energy inside this instrument was at least 20 times that of the outside. Chirp, 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 crash, 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 crash. A series of dazzling fireworks rose into the sky, and many passing vehicles and pedestrians took out their communicators to start filming. Many people are asking this question. Is there some kind of celebration here? Maybe so. I saw a sign ahead that looked like something for Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory. A pharmaceutical factory? What kind of pharmaceuticals does it mainly produce? I don't know why. Even though it's a new factory, there are always a few of these every month. 2. At this moment, no one realized that this factory would ignite the entire Lin Feng central city in just a few days. Meanwhile, inside the hotel rented by Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory, there were many business people and bigwigs from various families drinking and chatting. As soon as I came in, I saw a lot of Bai family members busy running around. How come this is a newly opened factory by the Bai family? Zhao Hualong, who owns 3 pharmaceutical factories, looked at Du Quan, who also owns 3 or 4 machinery factories, and asked him a question. If the Bai family has a new factory, they might have another opportunity to cooperate. Where is it? It seems that only the Bai family owns a share in this factory. A clear look of distrust flashed across Zhao Hualong's face. The Bai family owns shares in many factories, and many factories have even been willing to give their shares to the Bai family. But the Bai family has never treated them this well. So you think you can win over the second young lady of the Bai family by giving away shares for free? After speaking, Du Quan pointed to Lin Feng, who was standing with Bai Xiaowen in the distance. Although the two looked like a perfect match standing there, many people were secretly envious. Pretty boy. So that's what happened after all. Zhao Hualong shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. Du Quan sighed. You know, we've worked so hard for so long, and we're still not as good as some people who can have a relationship. Yes, I was just wondering why all the people who came seemed to be related to the Bai family. At that moment, Wu Fan, who was heavily pregnant, also came over and chimed in. Zhao Hualong nodded silently as he listened to Wu Fan's words. That's true. Even they themselves were working under the Bai family. These are your gifts, gentlemen. Just as they were talking, a waiter brought over 3 small boxes. What's this? This is a product that Aoba Pharmaceutical is about to release, and it is also a gift to everyone present. Du Quan then nodded, accepted the small box, and opened it to take a look. He's not only a pretty boy, but also a miser. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hualong and Wu Fan opened their boxes, glanced at them, and shook their heads. 1. There is only 1 vial of medicine in this box. Chapter 146, The Arrival of the Special Operations Department. Sure enough, even after climbing to a higher position, he still couldn't shake off his impoverished air. Zhao Hualong casually tossed the small box onto the table beside him, clearly looking down on such a gift. This person doesn't just have a simple, shabby air about them. It should be noted that this person's background was far inferior to that of ordinary residents. Li Quan said with a smile. How so? Wu Fan was also intrigued at this moment. This person came from the wilderness and supposedly got into Rock Peak Central City by completing some kind of mission and being lucky enough to do so. Li Quan took a sip of wine and then explained calmly. Zhao Hua shook his head even more violently. It really is a matter of fate when it comes to people. Who would have thought that this wanderer from the wilderness would actually climb up the social ladder to the Bai family? Wu Fan touched his big belly and said, Yeah, when did these homeless people get to share the stage with us? The second young lady of the Bai family is truly blind. At this moment, Wu Fan also made no attempt to hide his disgust for the wilderness wanderers. Sigh, that's just how little girls are. I'm sure we'll have something funny to watch soon. Zhao Hualong didn't believe Lin Feng could stay in the Bai family. After all, the second young lady of the Bai family has poor judgment, but the head of the Bai family wouldn't be so clueless. In their view, the head of the Bai family would eventually expose the hypocritical face of this wanderer. Such exchanges did not only occur among the 3 of them. Rather, it was widely present at this banquet. Bai Xinshu nodded expressionlessly as he listened to Butler Li report the matter. Does the gentleman need us to clarify something? A rare smile appeared on Bai Xinshu's face at this moment. Clarify? Why bother clarifying? Ultimately, Isn't it just that some people in my family want to undermine my authority in this way? Let's see whose prestige is actually damaged when things change. Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen stood there, although most of the people discussing them were quite far away from them. But they were not ordinary martial artists after all, so this distance was as if it didn't exist in front of them. Bai Xiaowen glanced at Lin Feng with some concern. Brother Feng, do you need this? There's no need for these idle gossips. They don't affect me at all. Before Bai Xiaowen could finish speaking, Lin Feng shook his head and said. Bai Xiaowen nodded and was about to speak when she heard a loud rumbling sound coming from outside. Or rather, the entire hall heard it. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to look outside the door. A large, fully armed black vehicle was seen driving towards them. He tilted his head slightly. That's when they realized it wasn't just this one big black thing. Instead, a whole row followed behind. What's most impressive is that these vehicles managed to form an incredibly neat straight line while maintaining a considerable speed. They drove towards the lobby in unison. Whose place is this? Such a huge scene, equipped with so many weapons. It doesn't seem to belong to any particular organization. It looks more like a military force. Military vehicles aren't this color, are they? Who else? Not even the military could deploy so many weapons in the city center. Police? That doesn't seem right either. Just as they were discussing this, Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen exchanged a glance. They knew the Special Operations Department was coming, but they never expected it to be in such a spectacular fashion. A fist emerged from the lead car at the front of the hall. A sudden vertical jump. The long line immediately came to a complete stop. Then, one by one, the car doors opened in an extremely orderly manner, and one by one, the people got off. Uniforms, sunglasses, and standardized firearms. Why is he carrying a gun? No, look at the person in the lead. That's Lu Qianlong? Many people recognized Lu Qianlong, and their eyes widened immediately. At the same time, they also learned the identities of this group of people. Special Operations Department. Why are these people here? Yes, could it be that the Bai family invited them? No way. The Bai family and the Special Operations Department have never been connected. Are they here to check on people? The Special Operations Department made such a big commotion when they investigated someone. Last time, the entire city center was locked down. Stop talking nonsense. That was just an accident. While they were discussing this, Lin Feng had already walked up to Lu Qianlong. But this time, it wasn't just Lu Qianlong who came. Li Chun, Lu Heng, Xiao Yu, Li Si, and many others all came. Looking at the people in front of him, Lin Feng smiled and extended his hand. Please come in, everyone. Lu Qianlong and the others nodded and led the Special Operations Department personnel into the hall. They marched forward in perfect unison, silently. For a moment, everyone in the hall was stunned. Although the Special Operations Department may seem loosely organized in normal times, that's all a result of internal competition. It's only when it comes to uniting against external forces that things truly come together. They were still very united. For example, the sacrifice on the small island outside Haoshui City. This is just a press conference, so let's all relax a bit. Lin Feng looked at the people from the Special Operations Department and said. Lu Qianlong nodded and glanced back at the people behind her before speaking. Free time? Yes. After answering, the members of the Special Operations Department dispersed. Looking at the Special Operations Department members who had scattered, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head and say something. I didn't expect everyone to be so kind as to send so many people. You're a great hero in our Special Operations Department. How could we not come? Lu Qianlong said, looking at Lin Feng. Lu Heng, Xiao Yu, and even Li Si all nodded. The minister was originally supposed to come, but he couldn't because of some urgent matters these past 2 days. The minister's thoughtfulness is commendable. The fact that you all came is already a great honor for me. Lin Feng said with a smile that he really had no complaints. Xiao Yu glanced at Bai Xiaowen, then at Lin Feng, and sighed inwardly. What a pity. Such a heroic team was sidelined for such a ridiculous reason. It's such a pity. They were chatting and laughing together. The other people at the banquet also took in the scene. So it seems that Lin Feng is actually from the Special Operations Department. It seems they are quite popular within the Special Operations Department. Wu Fan looked at Li Quan with great interest and asked, and even his opinion of Lin Feng changed slightly. After all, the Special Operations Department has a very good reputation. Li Quan shook his head and said, So what if I'm popular? The fact that they're setting up factories here clearly indicates they've come from the Special Operations Department. It's estimated that they couldn't stand the Special Operations Department's constant life on the edge, So they clung to the leg of the second young lady of the Bai family and hurriedly came out. The Special Operations Department probably only came because of the Bai family's influence. Zhao Hualong, holding up his cup, pointed at Li Quan and said, "I think Mr. Li is right. At his age, and not some high-ranking official, who else but the Bai family could have the influence to get so many people to come to his factory?" Wu Fan nodded, clearly agreeing with this viewpoint. Chapter 147 isn't important. It's useful. That's true, Wu Fan echoed. It was just another Special Operations Department. Dealing with a nemesis naturally requires more power, but in business. Li Quan shook his head and then drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Zhao Hualong and Wu Fan exchanged a glance and nodded. It can only be said that the second young lady of the Bai family misjudged people, and it's hard to say whether the Bai family's future legacy will have to be taken over by someone else. Li Quan shook his head and said with a sigh. Zhao Hualong and Wu Fan exchanged a glance. Zhao Hualong seemed to understand something and quickly moved closer to Li Quan. "Brother Li Quan, I heard you have a good relationship with the fourth master of the Bai family." Even the most slow-witted Wu Fan understood at this moment. He also moved closer to Li Quan and said, "I've also heard that Bai Fengsheng, the young master of Master Bai's family, is very talented in business." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Li Quan's lips. "We chatted for quite a while here. Isn't that what we're after? As for young master Bai Fengsheng, I don't need to say anything more. Don't you all know about what happened at Baiwa Pharmaceutical Factory? Baiwa Pharmaceutical Factory, a small factory with an annual output value of only 50 million, was on the verge of bankruptcy. However, ever since it was given to Bai Fengsheng as a birthday gift, that was a meteoric rise, supposedly without any assistance from the Bai family. In just 1 year, the annual output value reached 1.5 billion. It's increased in size by a full 30 times. Of course, we know that we greatly admire Bai Fengsheng's abilities. Yes, Bai Fengsheng is clearly more suitable." Before Wu Fan could finish speaking, Li Quan reached out and stopped him. "Sai, don't say things like that carelessly. The second young lady was just too well protected by her family before and didn't know about the dangers outside. They only realized they had been deceived later." Zhao Hualong glanced at Li Quan, comparing the issue of succession to what Wu Fan had mentioned. Isn't Li Quan clearly implying that the second young lady of the Bai family is a hothouse flower who can't withstand any tests? But what Li Quan said isn't wrong, is it? They had heard of the Bai family's eldest daughter's reputation long ago. She was very powerful. However, their minds were not on the Bai family's main business. As for this second young lady, they seem to have seen each other very rarely before. After all, they all rely on the Bai family for their livelihood, and they also need to think about the future of the Bai family. Yes, they will definitely realize it. However, we still want to get to know young master Bai Fengsheng as soon as possible. This way, both sides can get to know each other a little better, don't you think? Hearing Wu Fan's conciliatory words, Li Quan smiled and then spoke. 3 days later, young master Bai's factory will launch a new medicine. You are all welcome to attend and show your support. Zhao Hualong immediately nodded. That's for sure. We'll definitely go. Yes, we will not only go, but also give our full support to young master Bai Fengsheng's new medicine. Wu Feng, however, spoke in an even more radical manner. Li Quan nodded with considerable satisfaction. If you want to be friends with young master Bai Fengsheng, you naturally have to offer something. While the discussion was in full swing, Aoba Pharmaceuticals' first press conference finally began on the other side. The first person to go on stage was not Lin Feng, but Bai Xinshu. The other party first went on stage to talk about their expectations for Aoba Pharmaceutical and their future development plans. To put it bluntly, what others see are just empty words and platitudes. What drugs cover the 4 major schools of thought? What? Its output value exceeded 10 billion yuan that year. What has reached the pinnacle in drug development across the 4 major schools of thought? These are all ideas that seem very impractical to those below. After Bai Xinshu finished speaking, Lin Feng went on stage. This is even simpler. When Lin Feng took the stage, he simply explained the effects of the medicine. However, those in the audience mostly heard it as boasting. What increases the probability of mental power awakening by 30%? Even if it fails, it can be used again after a month. Which medicine is the most effective among the 4 major schools of thought? The things everyone was saying at the press conference were basically ignored. The press conference ended amidst eating and drinking. After seeing Lu Qianlan and the others off, Lin Feng returned to the press conference hall. By this time, everyone in the hall had left, leaving only a mess on the table. His gaze swept across the tables, and he discovered that quite a few people had not taken the potions he had given out. Bai Xiaowen had clearly noticed this as well. However, she didn't care. It's better if you don't want it. I'd feel bad if I gave away 500,000 yuan worth of each one. Bai Xinshu also came out and said, yes, they won't blame me if they regret it later. Lin Feng nodded without saying anything more. That matter is finally settled. All that remains is just waiting to collect the money. On the way back to the Special Operations Department, Lu Heng opened a suitcase he had given them. Inside was a pale green vial of medicine. Is this thing really as useful as Lin Feng said? A member of team, seen next to him, shook his head and said, you actually believe what the captain said? How many people can believe what was said at the press conference? If it were really that good, wouldn't it be a miracle drug? The only thing that matters is that the drug won't kill anyone, as long as it's not something that will cause a death. The others in the car nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, didn't Lin Feng forget to mention one more price? Yes, I thought I might have missed something. Oh well, I got a free meal and even a gift. Isn't that great? Ha, that's true. For a moment, the car was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, and no one took the medicine seriously. Just as the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Special Operations Department, and these people were about to get out. Liu Anges communicateur Sudin Liron. When I opened the call, I found it was from Li Si. What a feed. Before Lu Heng could finish speaking, Li Si fired a gun and spoke up. You all took the gifts we gave you at the press conference. Those who haven't taken it yet, hurry back and get it. When Li Si stopped speaking, everyone in the car was stunned, and Lu Heng also frowned slightly. Is this thing really that important? It's not just important, it's incredibly useful. Just now, Lu Qianlong and her team tested the drug, and 8 out of 10 people who took it achieved mental awakening. That one sentence left everyone in the car completely dumbfounded. 8 out of 10 people have awakened. Lu Heng paused for a few seconds and immediately called the members of the C Brigade in the other cars. What do you need, Captain? You all took the gifts we gave you at the press conference. Chapter 148 is incredibly popular. Fortunately, the final answer was that everyone brought them. Lu Heng nodded in relief, just as he hung up the communicator. A member next to him handed a communicator to Lu Heng. Captain, look at this. Lu Heng took it and saw that it was an advertisement. An advertisement released by the Bai family. The medicine featured in this advertisement is the one they have in their hands. Aside from Lin Feng's introductory remarks at the press conference, the only other thing on the advertisement was that it was sold in all of Bai family's pharmacies. It seems that Lin Feng's potion is indeed very good. The Bai family is also pushing it with all their might. No, Captain, scroll to the bottom and check the prices below. Upon hearing this, Lu Heng scrolled down to the bottom, and a striking yellow number appeared in front of him. Surprise special price, 500,000. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. 500,000. Lu Heng carefully counted how many zeros were after the number 5. He was almost incredulous when he got to the last number. 500,000? 500,000. The car was filled with words of surprise and disbelief. Lu Heng shook his head helplessly and said, Lin Feng has really given us a great gift. They can definitely earn 500,000. But he just attended a press conference and then casually gave this away. I used to think that having so many of us go would be a great honor for Lin Feng. Whether our face is increased or not is unknown, but we've definitely gotten our hands on the wool. One of the people in the car said helplessly, Not necessarily. Medicines have always been priced high, but sold at low prices. Another member of Team C hesitated for a moment before speaking. Some people agree with this view. Yes, this stuff is effective, but this price is still too high. Lu Heng nodded in agreement, giving 500,000. This price is really a bit high. However, their views were completely overturned just 3 days later. It's gone, really gone. Brother, although we each had one, we used quite a few that very day. Sai, I know you did it for the children, but we really have nothing left. All right, I have to go now. I'm hanging up. After saying that, Lu Heng hung up the 19th phone call he had received that day from someone asking him for the Qingyun mental awakening potion. At that moment, everyone in the conference room was staring at Lu Heng with blank expressions. How many calls have you made so far? Xiao Yu asked with a hint of helplessness. The 19th. Xiao Yu sneered and said, You're already impatient? I've received almost 20 calls this morning alone. Even Lu Qianlong couldn't help but shake her head. Not to mention you guys, I've received several phone calls today. Everyone present was truly shocked when they heard Lu Qianlong speak. Those who have your phone number should be able to contact the Bai family. Li Chen couldn't help but say, because the phone number for the Bai family is no longer working, I heard from my family members. Today, to entertain the guests who came to their home, the Bai family went directly to a restaurant to hold a banquet. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in astonishment. This was truly incredibly popular. Meow, he also had a smile on his face at this moment. Luckily, I bought one from a teammate who didn't need it. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be able to buy it now even if you wanted to. It's not just that you can't buy it there. You can't even get it by paying extra. Now, the market price outside has been inflated to $2 million per bottle. This was despite the Bai family repeatedly emphasizing that the medicine would be gradually rolled out later. Xiaoyu has received many phone calls these days, and he has learned more about these things. Yes, it seems Lin Feng has really given us a great gift. Li Si couldn't help but speak up as well. Oh, right. Why didn't I see you answer the phone, Li Si? Li Si shrugged and said, because my phone has been off for the past few days. How come I didn't think of such a great idea? Turn off your computer immediately. Lu Heng and Xiaoyu quickly took out their communicators and started to turn them off. Seeing this, Li Si rolled her eyes. Foolish humans. But Li Chen's thoughts were drifting back to the day he returned from Haoshui City. How much? It's probably over $1 billion. It's faster for me to cultivate on my own. At this rate, Lin Feng might actually earn over 1 billion yuan faster. This guy, Bai Fengsheng, is behaving so badly. In the car, Wu Fan patted his stomach with a resentful expression on his face. Zhao Hualong nodded as well. Bai Fengsheng's conditions are truly outrageous. We provide him with raw materials and machinery, and then the medicine produced is used to offset the debt. Isn't this basically like getting something for free? Moreover, his medicines are priced 30 to 40% higher than similar products on the market. Can this thing even sell? Wu Fan downed his drink in one gulp and said indignantly, Sai, now I know where his 1.5 billion yuan in output value came from. With this approach, let alone 1.5 billion, even 3.5 billion or 4.5 billion would be easily achievable. Zhao Hualong said helplessly. However, they're now also at the mercy of others, like fish on a chopping board. It would have been fine if he hadn't come to this press conference, but now that he's here, it's understandable that he's expressing his disagreement. This is likely offended Bai Fengsheng to the point of no return. If the other party really becomes the head of the Bai family later, thinking of this, a hint of annoyance flashed across Zhao Hualong's face. Wu Fan and his expression were almost identical. I thought I had found a powerful backer, but it seems like this isn't a powerful backer at all. They're more like jackals. So what do we do now? Beep, 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 beep. Wu Fan was interrupted by Zhao Hualong's phone ringing before he could finish speaking. Upon picking up the phone, Zhao Hualong showed an apologetic expression and said, I answer my wife's call first. Wu Fan raised his hand to signal him to answer the phone first. Hello, what's up? Old Zhao, did you attend the press conference of Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory a couple of days ago? Abwa famasa call. Zhao Hualong recognized the name, but couldn't quite place it for a moment. It's the one with the second young lady of the Bai family. It was only after Wu Fan reminded him that he remembered. Oh, I went. Is there something you need? Upon hearing Zhao Hualong say that he had gone to the woman on the other end of the phone, she was immediately overjoyed. So you also have that Aoba awakening potion, right? It was a gift they gave you when you attended the press conference. Oh, that thing? I didn't take it. What's the point of holding such a shabby one? Zhao Hualong then remembered and spoke directly. What? You didn't take it? How come you didn't take it? That's something that's related to your son's college entrance exam. How can you not take it? Chapter 149. Saying there was a thief got you arrested. I heard someone yelling on the other end of the phone. Zhao Hualong was also completely dumbfounded. What is it? How does this have anything to do with her son's college entrance exam? What? You should speak properly. What a load of crap, Zhao Hualong. I'm telling you, I pretended not to see all the messing around and womanizing you've done all these years. But if you can't get the mental awakening potion back this time, and it interferes with my son's college entrance exam, I'll never forgive you. It's not over yet. Drop. The woman on the other end of the phone roared for a while before the call was disconnected. At this moment, Zhao Hualong was also completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Wu Fan, however, seemed to be deep in thought as he turned on his communicator and began to investigate. The first result found was, a family member is offering 2 million yuan to purchase Qingye mental awakening drug, as their 15-year-old child is at the critical juncture of taking the college entrance exam. Wu Fan now even thinks he's seen it wrong. 2 million. Is this number a mistake? Zhao Hualong also saw this and immediately began investigating. The search results showed that all the offers to buy this drug range from a minimum of 1 million to a maximum of 3 million. This, Zhao Hualong and Wu Fan exchanged a glance, both seeing the turmoil in each other's eyes. Right now, things are in complete chaos. Everyone's arguing about a single mental awakening potion. It's quiet here. Nangong Xiao, Bai Xiaowen, and Lin Feng walked inside the Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory. At this moment, there are no workers in Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory. All the production is automated. Mechanical noise was also reduced to a minimum under Lin Feng's design. For a moment, the entire factory seemed more like a paradise. The timing of this announcement coincides with the crucial period for college entrance exams. That's why it became such a craze, but the hype gradually died down later. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "This was just a coincidence, but it still helped him make a fortune. I bet the price of this stuff will skyrocket on the black market soon. I've heard that many people have discovered that awakening one's mental power also has a strong suppressive effect on physical abnormalities. Therefore, several battles have already broken out in the outer city over the struggle for this potion." Nangong Xiao shook his head as he spoke. These battles were clearly exceptionally fierce. Are there many distortions outside the city? Lin Feng still had some doubts when he spoke. A lot. Nangong Xiao nodded heavily. In fact, proportionally speaking, there should be more people with deformities in the wilderness. However, most creatures in the wilderness are not physically strong enough, and once they mutate, most of them simply perish. Those who survive the mutation are generally quite capable, and those who want the latest anti-mutation drugs can come to the vicinity of the central city. Lin Feng nodded silently as he listened to Nangong Xiao's words. Actually, the strange beasts in the wilderness were formed due to pollution and mutation. In addition to protecting against attacks from strange beasts, the establishment of large cities also had an important function. It allowed for the raising of livestock and the cultivation of food. This can greatly reduce the probability of human deformities. So you came here today for the awakening potion, right? Bai Xiaowen glanced at Nangong Xiao and smiled. Nangong Xiao also gave a thumbs up and said, "Of course. However, we're not in a hurry. We'll just wait until this period is over before giving us another batch. Are you going to buy out other factions' major cities?" Bai Xiaowen knew Nangong Xiao and the others' plans almost instantly. Nangong Xiao didn't hide it. "Yes, you're stocking up over there. It will definitely take some time to negotiate, and after the negotiations are over, the share will need to be adjusted and allocated to them. We can smuggle goods quickly, making a little money by taking advantage of the time difference." Lin Feng simply nodded, which was considered his agreement. "Anyway, it doesn't matter who I sell to, since Nangong Xiao wants to sell to him, it doesn't matter. But speaking of which, your business is booming. Security issues also require some caution." Nangong Xiao looked around, but didn't see any security guards or surveillance cameras. "I can't help but feel a little worried. Yes, I reckon it won't be long before someone comes to test the waters." Bai Xiaowen also spoke up. Their pharmaceutical factory also experiences various thefts almost every month. Lin Feng nodded. "I will be careful in this regard." Just as Lin Feng said this, his communicator suddenly rang. When he answered the call, he discovered that it was Ding Zhu calling. "What's wrong?" As soon as the call connected, Lin Feng asked the question. After listening to Ding Zhu's account over the phone, Lin Feng's expression suddenly turned strange. "What's wrong?" Seeing Lin Feng hang up the phone, Bai Xiaowen immediately asked. "My house was burgled." Bai Xiaowen. Nangong Xiao. They were still talking when a thief actually made his move. The three of them returned to Lin Feng's house together. At this moment, old man Ding Zhubai looked at Lin Feng with a blank expression. "Where are they?" Nangong Xiao asked first. "He's still trapped, and only he knows how to open that trap." Ding Zhu pointed at Lin Feng and said, "Trap?" Nangong Xiao asked with some doubt. "Your house is traps?" Lin Feng didn't know what to say for a moment. "This matter is a bit complicated to explain. I'll tell you about it when I have the chance." After saying that, he led the group toward the trap he had set. Following Lin Feng's steps, they walked towards the wall of the backyard. "When did you find out about it?" "The notification sound I heard when I got home." "So they came in after they left?" Nangong Xiao said thoughtfully. "That's right." Ding Zhu nodded, confirming Nangong Xiao's statement. Lin Feng stood by the wall and pressed his hand against it. Suddenly, a staircase winding down to the ground appeared before everyone. "Let's go down and take a look. Someone's here." A green-haired boy suddenly opened his eyes and spoke from inside the steel cage. The girl standing behind him, dressed in combat gear, also spoke with a cold expression. After a while, when someone comes in, you start to confuse them. Clear. The girl named Ju nodded sharply without saying a word. Instead, he stared intently at the direction of the door. The steel mechanical door slowly opened. The purple light in the eyes of the girl named Jiu, who revealed Lin Feng and the others, instantly spread out. But another mental superpower? A faint voice came from behind them. Jiu's expression also darkened at this moment. That's because the electronic projector was fooled. Electronic projection? The four people in the cage looked increasingly grim. The other party knows to guard against their supernatural abilities, which means they have some understanding of them and are able to understand them. They've fallen for their trap. The green-haired boy sighed and said, Chapter 1, 50 Little Duck. Just when the atmosphere inside the cage was incredibly oppressive, a rather surprised voice came again. A baby duck? A little duckling's cry. Inside the steel cage, the girl dressed in combat gear who had just been directing the two people beside her suddenly shed 2 lines of tears. This voice, this name. It's been a long time. She hasn't heard it in a long time. Ding Zhu realized what old man by meant. It really is a little duck? Lin Feng quickly opened this cage. Lin Feng reached out and turned off the projection. Only then did the 4 people inside the cage realize it. Everything they had just seen was actually a projection. They were now suspended in mid-air in a steel cage. All around were cold, menacing gun barrels. The 4 people watching were chilled to the bone. How ruthless. After another series of mechanical turning sounds, the cage was slowly lowered. The fighting girl nicknamed Little Duck spotted Old Man Bai, Ding Zhu, and Lin Feng at a glance. Grandpa Bai, Brother Ding, Brother Lin Feng. The fighting girl almost cried out those 3 names. The people around her looked completely bewildered. The eldest sister can cry? Upon seeing the girl start crying, the old man couldn't help but urge Lin Feng to hurry up even more. Lin Feng nodded as well. As soon as the cage was put down, the old man rushed forward. Girl, where have you been all these years? I've looked for you several times since I came to Central City, but I couldn't find you. The little duck could only shake its head and couldn't say a word. Let's take Xiaoya out first and then talk slowly. Upon hearing this, the green-haired boy immediately began to shake his head. No. If we go out, we'll be discovered and then it will be dangerous. At this moment, Xiaoya also realized what was happening, wiped the tears from her face, and said, Grandpa Bai, I'm not in a very good situation right now. I'll come back to you after this period has passed. Upon hearing this, the old man patted Xiaoya on the back before speaking. Since you've said you're in a bad situation, I'm even less likely to let you go. Come and talk to Grandpa. Did you offend someone? Seeing that Xiaoya was still stubbornly refusing to speak, Jiu, who had been watching silently from the side, suddenly spoke up. It's a reverse star. A reverse star. Old man Bai couldn't help but turn around and glance at Lin Feng, Nangong Xiao, and Bai Xiaowen, and he was also stunned for a moment. A reverse star. Seeing the stunned crowd, the green-haired boy sighed softly. Now you all know how dangerous it is. Let's just take our things and leave, otherwise it'll be troublesome if the reverse star sends people over. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao stroked his chin and said, Even after being so badly beaten, Nixing still dares to show its face. Lin Feng, do you think we should give them another big surprise? Lin Feng looked at the 4 people in front of him and said, It's fine if you don't want to show yourselves. Come with me, I know a place that's safe enough. Hearing what Nangong Xiao and Lin Feng said, Xiaoya and the other 3 looked at each other in bewilderment. Why does the name Rebel Star seem so intimidating to these people? Old Man Bai patted Xiaoya and said, Don't worry, your brother Lin Feng is best at dealing with reverse stars. No fewer than 4 of the reverse star envoys died at his hands. The first reaction of the 4 people upon hearing this was disbelief. Secret envoy of the counter star? 4 more were killed? How is that possible? He looks about the same age as them. Even getting in touch with the reverse star envoy is a problem. Let's go. This isn't the place to talk. We'll talk after we get outside. Ding Zhu also interrupted. This time, Xiaoya and the other 3 didn't say anything and silently followed behind them. However, along the way, they did meet their requirements and basically didn't let them see the light of day. We boarded the bus directly through the underground passage and then drove towards the edge of the city center. Finally, we entered a factory. As Xiaoya got off the bus inside the factory, she looked at the green-haired boy next to her. The boy nodded and said, Nobody's here. However, all the machines inside are running. Lin Feng glanced at the green-haired boy and said with a smile, "The ability to detect wind sounds is indeed quite suitable for investigation." The boy's pupils contracted instantly upon hearing the word wind. How did the other party find out? Even those guys who had been studied by Nixing for so long still couldn't figure out what their superpowers were. How did he figure it out at a glance? What are you standing there for? Let's go. Gio patted the green-haired boy on the shoulder and said. The green-haired boy finally came to his senses, but his gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with vigilance. Finally, the group arrived at the factory office. This is the highest point in the factory, offering a panoramic view of the entire facility. However, there wasn't much to see, and the entire factory was deserted. Everything is hidden inside these factory buildings. All you can see here are rows of blue roofs. Let me introduce it to you first. I, Old Man Bai, and Lin Feng don't need introductions. We used to be in the same camp as Xiaoya. These two are Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen. Xiaoya reacted almost instantly upon hearing these two names. The Nangong family and the Bai family. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen nodded as well. However, the four of them, including Xiaoya, showed no signs of relaxation after learning about Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen's family background. No, it should be said that they have become increasingly vigilant. Upon seeing this, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged a glance. Why should we be wary of us? We shouldn't have anything to do with the retrograde stars. It certainly has nothing to do with Nixing, but it does have something to do with the Xiao family. Xiaoya looked at Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen and explained with a serious expression. The Xiao family? This time, it wasn't just Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen who were stunned. Even the old man was dumbfounded. What does Xiaoya mean by this? Is the Xiao family involved here? Xiaoya looked at the old man and exhaled. Grandpa Bai, when I awakened my superpower, you immediately contacted passing caravans to have them bring me into the city, right? That's right, but isn't this caravan from the Lung family? Old Man Bai not only had the caravan bring Xiaoya into the central city, but also gave the caravan leader a letter. Tell him to pass it on to the Lung family. However, when he arrived in the city center to inquire, Grandmother Lung said she had not received anything. Old Man Bai immediately realized something was wrong. That's why she was so excited to see Xiaoya. That's right, that caravan belonged to the Lung family. Later, they encountered the Xiao family's caravan on the road, and the Xiao family's caravan claimed that they were going directly back to the central city. So the Lung family handed me over to the Xiao family's caravan. That's when the four of us met. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen nodded silently. It's quite common for the 8 major families to help each other out when they're away from home. Chapter 151. Your superpowers are strong, but you're not strong enough. However, the Xiao family's caravan hadn't gone very far when they were robbed. And those people were targeting us. Hearing this, everyone present finally realized what was going on. This Xiao family caravan did on purpose. Everyone knows that if someone with superpowers is found in the wilderness, they should be sent to the central city. The Xiao family's caravan took advantage of this, wandering the wilderness and constantly collecting people who had awakened supernatural abilities. Then they gathered together and were eventually robbed by the inverted star. This sounds like it's almost becoming an entire industry chain. But even so, it can't be said that the Xiao family has a problem. The Xiao family is powerful, but they don't have many members, so they might not actually know about the affairs of these merchant caravans. Nangong Xiao spoke first. It wasn't that he was on good terms with the Xiao family. They all knew about the Xiao family situation. This generation has only one son who has entered officialdom. It's really not possible to manage all of the following things. Xiaoya shook her head and said, "We thought so at first, but when we escaped from the Reverse Star and arrived in the central city, they were discovered by the Reverse Star people even before the central city was still a satellite city. After we escaped the people of the Reverse Star and arrived in the central city, we even encountered the guards trying to capture us. Our investigation revealed that the Xiao family was behind them. The Imperial Guard?" Upon hearing this word, Lin Feng, Nangong Xiao, and Bai Xiaowen exchanged glances. The news of the deputy commander of the guard was not released because the impact would be too bad. Those who knew about this news were almost exclusively limited to the middle and upper ranks of the Special Operations Department and the Guard. Neither of these groups will disclose the information. The fact that Xiaoya and the others could say that the guards had captured them instantly increased the credibility of their story. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen's expressions turned much uglier at this moment. The Xiao family. That's the Xiao family, after all. Could it be that the pawn that Xing has planted in the upper echelons of Yinfeng City is the Xiao family? Oh, right. Xiaoya, why do you need to go back to get something? Lin Feng suddenly realized what was happening. We talked for ages about things from the past. I forgot to ask about things now. In order to go back and get those clothes and such. Hearing this, Ding Zhu couldn't hold back any longer. If you're all in such a hurry, why do you care about those clothes? Xiaoya shook her head helplessly. We'll be wanted by the police as soon as we go out, and we won't be able to make any money. Even if it's just some clothes, we can't just throw them away like that. Old Man Bai sighed and gently patted Xiaoya's shoulder. The four superhumans were forced to run around for a few pieces of clothing. It's clear how difficult their lives are. It's all right now. Everything's fine, the old man said gently. Lin Feng's gaze darkened. I remember when we were cleaning up, there were traces of about 8 people living there. At this point, Xiaoya and the other 3 lowered their heads simultaneously. Jio's tears fell like raindrops. When we went to investigate the location of the reverse star base, we were discovered, and Sister Huang and her team were captured while covering for us. Lin Feng squinted and asked, the location of the reverse stars base. Have you found it? Xiaoya shook her head and said, we were scammed. We received fake information and made a wasted trip. As a result, on the way back, we ran into the people from the reverse star, and in the end, only the 4 of us made it back. When did this happen? 2 days ago. 2 days? Bai Xiaowen counted on her fingers and immediately said, Nixing's forces have recently suffered a great blow. 2 days, and 4 people who are also superhumans. They should not have moved away yet. The key issue is that the city center is so large that it's difficult to find the location where they are detained. Nangong Xiao also said with a solemn expression, it's not difficult to be wrong. The forces of the Rebel Star Guardian Army have been wiped out, so now the only thing they can rely on is the Xiao family. Lin Feng said decisively, that's true, and the Xiao family certainly wouldn't want to keep these people around. So now the Xiao family should arrange for them to be placed in a place where they can quickly leave the city. Bai Xiaowen immediately echoed this. Caravan. Nangong Xiao immediately added. The Xiao family caravan is of average size, only of medium to low size in the central city, so they don't have a caravan leaving the city every day. Generally, it takes 3 days to accumulate enough supplies before leaving the city. If I'm not mistaken, those 4 people should be in the warehouse of the Xiao family's caravan right now. I'm preparing to leave with the caravan that recently ventured into the wilderness. Nangong Xiao verbally confirmed Nixing's departure plan. Bai Xiaowen also confirmed the departure time of the Xiao family caravan through the official website of the Xiao family caravan. Tomorrow morning. At this moment, everyone in the office was stunned by Lin Feng and his 2 companions. Even the old man couldn't help but applaud. As expected of the Special Operations Department, you guys are really professional at dealing with the reverse star. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged a glance. Although they didn't stay in the Special Operations Department for long, it has to be said that the entire Special Operations Department has been benchmarking against Reverse Star for far too long. So much so that their thought patterns are quite similar to those of Xing. Anyone who spends a period of time in the Special Operations Department will naturally understand Reverse Star's style of doing things and his way of thinking. Should I notify the Special Operations Department to take action tonight? Nangong Xiao looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng shook his head. If the Xiao family really has a deep relationship with Nixing, who is behind our being sidelined this time? Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen's gazes also froze for a moment. Yes. Who's behind this? Who else within the Special Operations Department was cooperating with this? That? Let's do it ourselves. Lin Feng immediately sent a text message to Cui, Shi, and Chai Ben after he finished speaking. Without needing to say more, Lin Feng only said one sentence. Meet at Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory at 7 p.m. tonight. When Cui Shi, who was browsing the information, saw this message, she was visibly dazed for a second, and a somewhat conflicted expression appeared on her face. During a break from training, Shibamoto glanced at the communicator, then calmly put it down and continued practicing. This time, however, the movements were noticeably faster. How many of you are going? A team of 5 people. Then let's go together. There are too few of you. There were at least 20 people chasing us back then. The green-haired boy couldn't help but stand up and speak. Nangong Xiao looked at the green-haired boy and said with a smile, Young man, fighting is not about numbers, but about combat strength. The green-haired boy frowned slightly as he spoke. Even we, who are superhumans, couldn't defeat them. Are you sure you can? Nangong Shao smiled upon hearing this. Why don't you attack me and show me the power of superhuman? Looking at the frivolous-looking Nangong Shao, the green-haired youth narrowed his eyes, and a green wind blade instantly formed in his hand. Bang! A sudden gunshot startled Xiaoya and the others present. The green-haired boy froze on the spot. Bullet. The bullet just whizzed past his ear. Nangong Shao still looked at the green-haired boy with a flippant expression and said, "Your superpower is strong, but you are not strong enough." Chapter 152, If you kill fast enough, your schemes can't catch up with me. Night gradually fell. The Shao family's caravan warehouse had also come to an end after a busy day. I just need to get a good rest tonight, so I can leave the city with the goods tomorrow. Just after everyone had left, and the warehouse was completely quiet. This continued until late at night, when someone secretly opened the warehouse door again. A group of about 20 people pushed several large boxes into the warehouse. Insert one box in each location according to the plan. The leader said softly. Clear. Soon, the people behind them started moving, pushing their own suitcases and looking for a spot. To keep it a secret, he didn't even turn on the lights and could only rely on the faint light reflected from outside to find where the goods were stored. Although the Shao family caravan is of average size, the warehouse it actually contains is quite large. It's about 700 to 800 meters from the entrance to the innermost part, and also 100 to 200 meters wide. It was filled with all sorts of odds and ends. From food to water, from medicine to firearms, from machinery to cars. It can be said to have everything, especially since resources are scarce in the wilderness. These items will sell easily if you take them to the wilderness, and you can also exchange them for wild herbs, furs, or exotic bones along the way. Returning to the central city would mean making a fortune again. So I try to bring as much stuff as I can each time. Seeing his subordinates scatter and busily stuffing things in, the leader started checking the time. They only had about 30 minutes to get in during the time the surveillance cameras were reset. Call. Suddenly, a faint gust of wind was heard, and the leading member of the Rebel Star immediately scanned the area with heightened alertness. Dark. He saw nothing in the complete darkness. Wrong. Something's not right. Even though he hadn't seen anything, a sense of danger constantly lingered in his heart. Whoosh. Suddenly, a faint sound came from behind. The members of the Rebel Star widened their eyes and vaguely saw a black object shooting towards them. Oh no, it's a bullet. You need to dodge the bullets by turning your body to the side and shout a warning to your teammates. But the next second, I suddenly felt my neck tighten and I couldn't make a sound. When I tried to retaliate, I was surprised to find that. Even so, he still couldn't see where the person was. He raised his leg high, ready to slam it hard into the ground. He had already decided that even if it meant his death, he had to make a scene first. Seeing this, Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Shao felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. It was all over. Bai Xiaowen was too far away for Nangong shouting to intervene. If they get discovered, their mission will become much more difficult. Suddenly, 3 bullets from a greater distance struck them in an instant. Whoosh whoosh. Puff puff puff. After a few more soft sounds, Nangong Shao clearly felt the bullets enter the body of the person in front of him. The leader's eyes gradually lost their sparkle. Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Shao exchanged a glance and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Fortunately, Lin Feng intervened in time. Lin Feng, who was hiding in the shadows, quietly moved his gun barrel aside and leaped to find his next target. The operation continues. Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Shao also entered the huge warehouse separately. Claw. Suddenly, a pair of large hands covered the head of a member of the Rebel Star who was walking. Click. In an instant, the other person's neck was completely snapped. Use one hand to gently support the person's body as they are about to fall and lower them down. Shibamoto was like a bloodthirsty tiger in the jungle, constantly searching for his next target. A silent massacre is now taking place inside this enormous warehouse. After eliminating another enemy, Lin Feng stood on the high ground and watched the killing process below, which was already halfway through. His gaze suddenly darkened. Wrong. That was so easy. That's almost too easy. These people are members of the Reverse Star, so it's impossible that half of them would be gone without anyone noticing. Could it be a trap? At the same time, Chuishi's voice came through Lin Feng's earphones. Lin Feng's men are here. Another group of about 20 people ran towards the warehouse. Bai Xiaowen, Nangong Shao, and Chai Bin were all stunned when they heard the news. His expression immediately turned grim. No need to hide, just kill quickly. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongxiao and Bai Xiaowen suddenly quickened their pace. Roar! A sudden tiger's roar instantly echoed throughout the entire warehouse. Even the most oblivious people noticed something was wrong at that moment. It's bad to have enemies. Bang! Smack! At this moment, Lin Feng no longer held back. The sniper rifle in his hand was like the book of life and death in the hands of a judge, and whoever it pointed at would die. Bang, 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 bang. Clap, 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 clap. And every single shot was a headshot without exception. For a moment, everyone in the warehouse was in a state of panic and hurriedly looked for places to hide. But Lin Feng snatched these hiding places as if they didn't exist. They've already entered the park. They're very fast and will be at your location in 3 minutes at most. 3 minutes? The killing was over. There was no need for further bloodshed. Withdraw. Swoosh. Puff. As Bai Xiaowen shot the last person, Lin Feng gave the order without hesitation. Without the slightest hesitation, the four of them immediately went through the hole that had been corroded by the medicine. Upon exiting, we were immediately enveloped in the darkness of the factory area. The night combat gear that Lin Feng provided to everyone once again proved effective. They moved so fast that they were like shadows, leaving no trace of their movements. At this moment, the people from Nixing finally arrived late and barged into the warehouse. Tajda. As soon as they entered, they turned on all the lights in the warehouse. But the scene that appeared before them made their faces instantly darken. Dead. They're all dead. There was no trace of living people left in the entire warehouse. Are there any survivors? The captain of the Reverse Star Level 1 team shouted, barely suppressing his anger. Yes, I'm still here. Suddenly, a slightly stuttering voice came from behind. Bring it here. The captain of the first level squad was filled with anger. He had planned everything perfectly, knowing that one of the four superhumans possessed a strong ability to detect things. To avoid the other party, they retreated outside the park, waiting for the other party to move inside before bringing their men over to catch them red-handed. Who would have thought it would take less than 10 minutes? In less than 10 minutes, they had killed everyone. It's important to know that this group doesn't just consist of randomly selected gang members. A third of them are from Reverse Star. And this personnel configuration couldn't even hold off the enemy for 10 minutes. Looking at the man in front of him, who was completely limp and being dragged there, Captain Nixing asked with a gloomy face, describe what kind of clothes each person is wearing. The man, his eyes glazed over and his whole body trembling, shook his head as he spoke. I can't see it clearly. All that could be heard was a roar, followed by the continuous sound of people dying. They died too quickly. They're all dead. Yes, they're all dead. They're all dead. Captain Nixing waved his hand irritably at the increasingly erratic man in front of him. Take them away. Take them away. Clearly, this person has been terrified and won't get anything out of them. Chapter 153, Light and Fog. The captain noticed a hole corroded in the side of the warehouse. They must have entered through that hole. Are there any other clues over there? The team member shook his head. No more. After hesitating for a moment, the team member finally spoke. Captain, I don't think they're like those guys with superpowers this time. These people are incredibly honest and have a much stronger fighting ability. As I was walking around, I noticed that quite a few people had been shot in the head with a single sniper rifle shot. The most outrageous incident involved someone who was clearly hiding behind a car, but the bullet pierced through 2 layers of car windows and blew him in the head. Those 4 superhumans probably don't have that kind of marksmanship. Hearing this, the captain frowned deeply. Then whose work do you think this is more likely to be? Special Operations Department. The guard hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Upon hearing this term, the faces of all the members of the Reverse Star present instantly turned ugly. The Special Operations Department had already caused them considerable trouble before. And what happened some time ago was even more. Take the survivor away and then have the caravan call the police. Let's leave this place and move on. The captain of the Reverse Star decisively gave the order. Clear. The people from the Reverse Star group arrived quickly and left just as quickly. They quickly left the factory area and ran towards their gathering place. As Chuishi watched the direction they were moving in, she couldn't help but nod. Reverse Star is really clever. The gathering place of the Reverse Stars is not far away, right next to the factory area where the Shao family's caravan warehouse is located. In this way, they don't need to put the goods in the Shao family caravan's warehouse in advance. They can simply send a few vehicles to follow the Shao family caravan the next day. This also made it easier for them to break away from the Shao family caravan. That's definitely a good idea. So what do we do now? Shibamoto looked at Lin Feng and asked. If you know the location, then it's very simple. Lin Feng looked at Chai Ben and said, however, I just checked, and the other side has about 1 level 1 squad and 2 level 2 squads. We still have a bit too few people. Chuishi silently calculated for a moment and then said, she wouldn't assume they truly possess the ability to withstand a force far exceeding their own, just because of a low-probability event that occurred on a small island outside Haoshui City. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. I personally prefer suppressing firepower. Lin Feng took out his communicator and dialed Ding Zhu's number. Brother Ding, please bring all your things over. Ugh, you prepared something else? Nangang Xiao asked Lin Feng, somewhat surprised. It just so happens that there is some in the factory. After saying that, Lin Feng smiled slightly and jumped onto the road outside, heading in the direction Ding Zhu had come from. And at this moment, the place where the reverse stars gather. Under Captain Nixing's command, they quickly got to work. Huang Man and the others who were being detained were also completely bewildered by their actions. The people started exchanging glances. Has something happened outside? Maybe. Is there a chance? There's little chance of getting stun handcuffs. Well, I just hope that Xiaoya and the others didn't do something stupid. As the last person's eyes revealed the unspoken message, Huang Man and the other three immediately became worried. Fearless of heaven and earth. That's exactly what they fear most right now. Let's go, everyone. The person from the opposing star stood calmly in front of Huang Man and the others and spoke. The four exchanged a glance and then slowly stood up. Seeing Huang Man and the others dawdling, the people from Nixing didn't urge them on. Even if these people were to go to the reverse star, they would still be of great research value. There's no need to fuss over such trivial matters with them. Boom! 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 The sudden sound of artillery fire echoed throughout the entire factory area. The people of Reverse Star also listened intently. Why were people still setting off firecrackers in the central city of Reverse Star? But the next second, the leader of the Reverse Star team suddenly widened his eyes. No, that cannon is aimed at us. Upon hearing this, the group from Nixing quickly retreated, seeking refuge. Pity. It's too late. Bang, 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 bang. The metal sheeting of the warehouse was torn apart instantly, like a piece of paper in the face of these blue shells. The shells flew into the warehouse and exploded in midair. Intense light and smoke. The blinding light instantly filled the entire warehouse, and any member of the Reverse Star team who looked up felt as if their eyes were being pricked by needles. Instantaneous blood rushing to the head can cause blindness. Ouch, that hurts. I can't see. Wait, there's still fog. After the bright light, the members of the Reverse Star team who didn't look up found that the warehouse had become a fog, and they could only make out shadowy figures. But the specific people are completely unclear. Enter. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng immediately issued an order, leading Chai Ben, Nangang Xiao, and Bai Xiaowen directly into the rolling fog. Even the closest level 1 and 2 squads to the Reverse Star were thrown into brief chaos amidst the thick fog. First, get out of the fog. Captain Nixing immediately shouted, becoming impatient as well. Could it be that the Special Operations Department has already discovered that they have opened fire? His eyes were also injured by the bright light, so he could only barely open them a crack. I still can't see anything clearly. The members of the Reverse Star also ran quickly toward the edge of the mist. The four people wearing special glasses saw the fog as if it were daytime. Without the slightest hesitation, the four of them rushed towards Huang Man and the others. Swish, swish. Lin Feng drew his gun quickly while moving. Puff, puff, puff. The members of the Rebel Stars who reached out to pull Huang Man were still confused about what was happening. I felt a sharp pain in my neck and then collapsed to the ground. What's wrong with Chin Chong? Seeing the figure fall, another member of the Reverse Star team immediately asked. Before he could hear the answer, a figure suddenly darted in front of him. Who? Snap! Snap! Shibamoto's hands, like the mouth of a tiger, snapped the neck of the Reverse Star member. Nangang Xiao and Bai Xiaowen rushed to Huang Man's side. Walk! They grabbed them and ran. Huang Man and the others weren't stupid. They immediately realized that they had come to rescue them. Unlike before, when he dawdled, he started running wildly after the two of them. At this moment, Captain Reverse Star's ears twitched slightly. A different voice was immediately noticed. Stop, right everyone! Following Captain Nixing's orders, the Nixing team members began to demonstrate the qualities of top-tier combatants. Orders must be obeyed. All the members of the Reverse Star were instantly frozen in place. The scene fell silent instantly, with only the sound of Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen running with Huang Man and the others. The next second, Huang Man also noticed something was wrong and couldn't help but speak up. This direction? This is a wall. Those who heard Huang Man's loud reminder to Nixing were stunned for a moment. Wall? These people dare to come in even though they can't see it themselves? Just as he was about to crash into the wall, Nangong Xiao threw a bottle of medicine out. Snap! The medicine bottle shattered, and the medicine inside fell onto the metal wall of the warehouse. TSK. A piercing sound came from a wall, and a hole half the height of a person appeared. Seeing this, Lin Feng grabbed Shibamoto, who was about to run away. Do not move. At the same time, he quickly tapped his communicator a few times. Chapter 154. The explosion circle around Lin Feng. At this moment, the captain of the opposing team also realized that the target was Huang Man and the others, and immediately shouted loudly. Block it! Hurry up and block it up! Although the smoke was still thick, the breached wall was still quite eye-catching. All the members of the Reverse Star team inside the warehouse ran in that direction. Chai Ben raised an eyebrow at Lin Feng, who had told him not to move. Now, they can't leave even if they want to. They've arrived. Lin Feng calmly uttered 2 words. They've arrived? What's coming? At this moment, Ding Zhu and Shui, she were both stunned as they stared at the cannon turret that was automatically adjusting its angle. However, before they could figure out what was going on, fire began to flash on the gun emplacement. Throw! 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 A barrage of shells was unleashed without mercy. Break! 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 The shells easily tore through the metal sheeting of the warehouse again, but this time they didn't explode in the air. Instead, it plunged hard into the warehouse floor. This time, the shells were falling at a much faster speed than before. In addition, the thick smoke meant that many members of the Rebel Star were unaware of what was happening. Only Captain Nixing, with his keen hearing, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Not good. Lie. It wasn't that he didn't shout out the last word, but rather that his voice was drowned out by the explosion. Boom! The flames from the explosion shot directly out of the warehouse roof, burning several large holes in it. Huang Man and the others, who had already escaped outside, looked back at the warehouse and stared wide-eyed. This explosion, that's outrageous. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she looked at Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen with a surprised expression and said, Are there 2 more people? They haven't even come out yet. How come they've already opened fire? Neither Nangong Xiao nor Bai Xiaowen answered his question. They just kept running with them. Seeing this scene, Huang Man and the other 3 felt a deep sense of sorrow. Is this how they rescue people? To avoid sacrificing oneself and the enemy in a mutual destruction during the capture? Shibamoto touched the black ash on his face, his expression showing slight disgust. Couldn't they wait until we got out before setting off the cannons? Lin Feng, whose entire body had turned completely black, shook his head and explained. No way. If we let them chase us, it will cause too much of a commotion, and then we won't be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. Was the commotion too loud? Shibamoto looked around and found that everything was intact except for the 2-meter radius around where they were standing. Look around. Everywhere is a mess. Even the rooftops weren't spared. And not far away, there were charred corpses still burning on the ground. Shibamoto's lips twitched involuntarily. Was this noise very small? Let's go. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Lin Feng said calmly as he listened to the alarm sounding in the factory area. Nangong Xiao nodded and followed him out of the warehouse. I still have a question. I'd like to ask why the explosion didn't kill us. Yes, those guys from the Reverse Star were all burned to a crisp while we were just covered in soot. Although he was a bit disheveled, Shibamoto clearly felt that he only felt a little bit of heat. They're much better than those people from the opposing star group. If those people from the Reverse Star hadn't been so close to us, we wouldn't have needed to deal with all this shady stuff. Lin Feng shook his head and continued explaining. The impact points of these shells were calculated so that the shock waves generated after their explosions would cancel each other out, transforming into an upward burst of force. Of course, the explosives also need to be modified appropriately to strictly limit their impact range. It does sound really simple. That's bullshit. How could it be possible to simply kill those around them without affecting them? Do they really think these shells are living things and recognize them? The explosion and the shock wave from it cancel each other out. This is way too difficult. The two of them left the factory area in silence and walked along the path. After thinking for a moment, Shibamoto spoke up. However, your methods are truly... Shibamoto was momentarily speechless, unsure of what adjective to use to describe his words. It is indeed simple, effective, and even very powerful. But compared to his own style of doing things, it always seems like something is missing. There's a feeling that he doesn't feel at ease killing people in this way. Well, a martial artist's quirk is that he has to kill the other person himself before he can feel at ease. Captain, you are a martial artist, and I am a mechanic. We walk different paths. There's no need to be too surprised. In fact, Lin Feng was able to understand Shibamoto and the others' feelings quite well, especially considering that Shibamoto was a near-pure martial artist. This weapon's firepower is indeed almost heretical. Lin Feng discovered this while looking at some materials about the true martial empire. Everything in the Jinwu Empire is designed to serve martial artists, which is why they possess one of the strongest individual combat capabilities in the reign, even though they also have technology. However, they mostly use technology to enhance the power of martial artists rather than choosing technology as a combat method. Shibamoto thought about it for a moment and finally nodded. Yes, I was biased. The two chatted as they walked toward the Aoba pharmaceutical factory. Only the warehouse behind it remained, still burning fiercely. Meanwhile, Ding Zhu and Shui Shi on the other side also began to retreat. However, since they were driving, it was obviously not easy for them to hide themselves. They were stopped by the guards before they even left the factory area. The guard in the pickup truck frowned slightly as they looked at the two men's family backgrounds. What are you here for? When questioned, Ding Zhu immediately offered an explanation. We came to deliver something, but when we heard explosions and flames over there, we were about to run away. Upon hearing Ding Zhu mention the explosion and fire, Shui Shi immediately feigned anger and glared at Ding Zhu before looking at the guards and speaking. We didn't see anything either. Seeing the fire in the distance, we thought something must have happened and prepared to leave. Seeing Shui Shi's expression of reluctance to get involved in trouble, the guards relaxed their vigilance somewhat. Really, when a normal person sees something like this, their first reaction is definitely to want to stay away and avoid contact. We understand, but we still need to check your carriage. Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu's forehead immediately broke out in a sweat. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he nodded. Pulling back the tarpaulin on the back of the pickup truck, you can immediately see 5 or 6 large boxes, each about a meter square. Open it and take a look. Ding Zhu nodded and opened a box with a helpless expression. The guards glanced inside and saw a box full of medicine. They then gave Ding Zhu and Shui Shi, who were looking at them with a meaningful look. That's all, let's go. Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu and Shui Shi immediately got into the car, stepped on the gas, and sped away. She had an expression that said she was afraid he would call her again. Are you sure it's okay to run that fast? Another guard came to his side and asked. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a few boxes of medicine, probably smuggled to make a little money. How big are those boxes? Someone nearby asked cautiously. A meter square isn't very big, but judging from the sounds we heard, the other side was probably using heavy artillery. Even if you disassembled those small boxes, they wouldn't fit. The people around nodded in agreement and turned to check other vehicles. Chapter 155, Welding. Back at Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory, Huang Man and the other 3 still looked somewhat distressed. Even seeing Xiaoya and the others' joy couldn't ease their sadness. After all, they were able to get out because those 2 sacrificed themselves. Is Xiaoya really one of you? The man next to Huang Man said with an incredulous look on his face. Xiaoya nodded and looked at Huang Man, who was dressed in tattered clothes, with great heartache. Sister Huang, you've suffered so much. Huang Man shook her head and said, Even without you, you know we are important experimental materials for the Reverse Star, and they won't do anything to us. They came to our rescue instead. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya immediately saw Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Where's brother Lin Feng? Nangong Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Feng will be fine. The man next to Huang Man couldn't help but frown. How could they be unharmed when they hadn't even left the warehouse during such a violent explosion? Nangong Xiao didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only shake his head and say, Don't worry, everything will be fine. Even if we all die, Lin Feng won't. Although he didn't know what Lin Feng would do, he believed that Lin Feng would definitely not get into trouble. Even Xiaoya felt something was off when she heard this. Why does it seem like both Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen have an almost superstitious trust in Lin Feng? A car drove, and shortly afterward, Cui Shi and Ding Zhu came down from inside. Huh? Haven't Lin Feng and the others returned yet? Ding Zhu glanced at it and said with some surprise. Something must have happened, Cui Shi commented dismissively. Then they asked Nangong Xiao and others to come and help move the boxes. He casually placed the medicine aside, and below it was a disassembled cannon. Despite its small size, only about the length of a thigh, the explosive power of this cannon is in no way inferior to the heavy artillery that Cui Shi has ever seen. Wrong. Even stronger. Watching Cui Shi and the others fiddling with the cannons, Huang Man and the other three looked at each other in bewilderment. Clearly, no one here considered the possibility that Lin Feng might get into trouble. Another hour passed, and Xiaoya's expression grew increasingly anxious. Huang Man and the others also turned gloomy. Haven't they come back yet? But whether's Nangong Xiao, Bai Xiaowen, Ding Zhu, Cui Shi, or even Old Man Bai, at this moment, everyone is calmly drinking their beverages and watching the news. Reports have already started here. The report stated that an accidental fire caused by aging wiring in the warehouse eventually ignited the goods stored inside, leading to the outbreak. Cui Shi said, looking at the news. What's the news about the warehouse at the Xiao family's place? Nangong Xiao suddenly asked. Cui Shi shook his head and said, there are no reports. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged a glance. It seemed that the Xiao family really was hiding something. Should you go back and report this to your family? Cui Shi looked at the two of them and said. After thinking for a moment, Bai Xiaowen finally shook her head. There are too many people in the family. Nangong Xiao nodded in agreement. However, he still couldn't quite understand why, at their level, they could cooperate with Nixing. But why should we exert so much power and effort for the opposing star? Could it be that the Xiao family is a shareholder behind Nixing? That's impossible. If that were the case, the Xiao family would have been the #1 family long ago. So, the Xiao family is backed by Nixing? That's utter nonsense. How many years has Nixing been around? The 8 major families were established along with the central city. Seeing that Nangong Xiao and the others were still in the mood to discuss other things, Huang Man didn't know for a moment to say who was too carefree. Just when Xiaoya was about to give up, Lin Feng walked into Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory. Huang Man and the others were also taken aback by this scene. How could someone survive such a violent explosion without even showing any injuries? Lin Feng led Chai Ben into the office, glanced around, and said, Hey, why are your handcuffs still on? Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, Ding Zhu explained. These handcuffs are electric shock handcuffs. They discharge electricity whenever we get close to them, and we don't know how to open them. After glancing at the handcuffs on Huang Man and the other three, Lin Feng waved and said, Follow me. As he spoke, he led the group toward a factory building outside. Upon arriving at the factory gate, Lin Feng made no move. The door opened by itself the next moment. Step into it. Here in the pharmaceutical packaging workshop, bottles of medicine, already sealed inside reagent bottles, are being inserted by robotic arms into boxes stuffed with sponges. Once a box is full, it will be automatically transported out. These boxes will be sent to the warehouse next to the entrance, where the Bai family will come to transport them all away. Then it was distributed to the Bai family sales network, which spanned the entire Yanfeng faction. Ultimately, they were sold to customers who were constantly vying for them. Of course, Lin Feng didn't bring them here just to explain these things. Following behind Lin Feng, the group arrived at the deepest part of the factory. Lin Feng chose a spot and stood still. They barely had to wait for the ground to slowly open up, revealing a staircase leading underground. Everyone who saw this was stunned. Let's go. Following Lin Feng's footsteps, the group went down the stairs to the underground. Along their footsteps came the lights that kept coming on. The white light illuminates the silver metal walls, creating a sense of technological sophistication and mystery. They soon discovered the depths of the underground. The lights illuminated as Lin Feng walked. Only then did everyone realize that beneath this factory building lay a vast underground space that was no less impressive than the factory above. At this moment, Bai Xiaowen was so shocked that her mouth opened slightly. Do others not know that he also doesn't know the origin of this pharmaceutical company? She was certain that the previous Aoba pharmaceutical factory definitely did not have such a huge underground space. That means this was completed by Lin Feng during the transformation of Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory after he took over. But she would come to see me often back then. Why was she completely unaware that such a large space had been unearthed? Could it be? Suddenly, Bai Xiaowen thought of the automated production line outside. In an instant, she seemed to realize that the automated production line probably could do more than just automatically load and unload reagents. Bai Xiaowen was right. Lin Feng's mechanical production line could easily be transformed into a fully automatic excavator with just a few minor modifications. Put your hand on this. He pointed to an octagonal workbench next to him and said. The four obediently placed their hands, handcuffs and all, on the workbench. Lin Feng glanced at them and pressed the button next to him. Smack, 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 smack. A few soft crackling sounds followed as blue electricity struck the handcuffs. Snap. The four handcuffs shattered almost simultaneously. After flexing her wrists, Huang Man asked with some curiosity. Even though the shock was an electric current, they didn't feel a thing at all because of the metal handcuffs they were wearing. What is this? High-voltage welding melting stations are used for welding or melting metals and can typically release power up to megawatts per second. The release area can also be controlled between 1 micro square meter and 1 square meter to prevent it from spreading randomly. This technology is Lin Feng's latest masterpiece. He'll rely on it for welding the equipment later on. However, upon hearing his introduction, a series of question marks appeared above the heads of everyone present. What did you say? What is this? They're all words, but why can't I understand them when they're put together? It's electric welding. Nangong Xiao and others. Oh, I see, welding. Chapter 156, The Xiao Family's Invitation. After leaving the underground factory, the group returned to their office. You should rest here for a while. We'll talk about the rest later. Hearing this, Huang Man and the others looked at each other, and finally Xiaoya spoke up and asked a question. Brother Lin Feng, won't we cause you trouble by being here? Lin Feng shook his head and said, Don't worry, I've offended far more badly than you've offended any of the opposing stars. As for the Xiao family, there's even less to worry about. They should be more concerned about whether we'll expose their problems. Huang Man frowned slightly and said, That's true, but aren't you afraid the Xiao family might use some extra tricks? Lin Feng glanced at Huang Man, then turned his head and looked down at the entire pharmaceutical factory, saying calmly, There's no way to get in here by any means. Hearing Lin Feng's incredibly confident words, Huang Man and the others, as well as Nangong Xiao and his group, were all momentarily at a loss for words. Are you that confident? Beep beep beep. 1. Suddenly, Big Xiao Wen es communicateur. When she answered it, she was stunned. Xiao Shibei's phone call. Xiao Shibei. He is the only son of the Xiao family in this generation, and the current head of the Secretariat of the Top-Level Council, and the leading figure of the Xiao family in this generation. Upon hearing this string of titles, Huang Man and the others visibly tensed up. The position of director of the Secretariat of the Top-Level Council is no simple matter. All proposals that enter the Top-Level Council for discussion must go through the Secretariat, meaning that the director here must be a core figure of the Iwamatsu faction. Simply put, the person in this position will inevitably move on to the Top-Level Council. The Top Council can be considered the highest authority within the entire Rock Peak faction. Hey Shibei, is there something you need? There's a small matter. My father-in-law is turning 60 soon, isn't he? We're planning to make it a bit more lively, so we'd like to invite more people. Hearing this, Huang Man and the others relaxed, while Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao exchanged a glance. Oh, I see. I'll definitely go then. Bai Xiaowen also said with a smile. Of course you're coming, but I'd like you to help me invite one more person. Oh, that one. Do you need me to help you invite them? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen glanced at Lin Feng and, seeing that he didn't speak, immediately pretended not to know and asked. It's quite obvious whether you need her to invite someone or not. Is there even a need to ask? Of course, it's the famous director of Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory. Oh, this one. As she spoke, Bai Xiaowen looked at Lin Feng, and seeing Lin Feng nod, she immediately agreed. No problem. I'll definitely pass it on to him. Okay, call me again if you have any questions. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Bai Xiaowen looked at Lin Feng. This phone call came at a rather convenient time, said the boy next to Huang Man. Probably not. After all, how can you control the timing of a 60th birthday celebration? Ding Zhu frowned and said. Lin Feng smiled and said, When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. Once we've dealt with it, we'll know what he's up to. Make arrangements for Xiaoya, Huang Manman, and the others. Shibamoto and Choi he also moved directly into the factory. Lin Feng was worried that the two of them, both living alone, might encounter danger. Although they were all quite strong, they were still just individual soldiers. Ding Zhu and Old Man Bai went home, but Ding Zhu's special training was not over yet. Soon, only by Xiao Wen, Nangong Xiao, and Lin Feng remained in the office. Lin Feng crossed his arms and looked at the factory outside before suddenly speaking. Xiao Wen, may I borrow some money from your family? How much can be needed? Bai Xiaowen looked at Lin Feng and said, it will probably cost about 2 billion. 2 billion? Nangong Xiao was stunned when he heard the number. So much money? What are they going to do with this? After thinking for a moment, Bai Xiaowen shook her head and said, are you in a hurry for this money? If you're not in a rush, I suggest you wait until the middle of next month, then you shouldn't need to borrow money anymore. Lin Feng was stunned when he heard this. What's the meaning? Don't you know how much money you've made now? Bai Xiaowen was also looking at Lin Feng with a surprised expression. I really don't know that. Since the factory got on track, Lin Feng has devoted himself to cultivation. The progress so far has been acceptable. Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV18. Age, 15. Race, half-elf. Superpower, none. Strength, 18.2. Agility, 18.5. Physical fitness, 18.1. Mental state, 19.8. Talent/specialty, dexterity. Special attribute, Qinun. Innate abilities, mind control, mental mimicry. Skills, comprehensive marksmanship LV.14. Sniper rifle LV.14. Rifle LV.14. Pistol LV.15. Comprehensive artillery technique LV.13. Serpent dagger LV.23. Serpent dual blades LV.17. First tier dream illusion LV.7. Basic spiritual breathing LV.2. Tidal meditation LV.3. Knowledge, basic pharmacy general knowledge LV18. Biology LV18. Pharmaceutics LV19. Formulation LV19. Neurology LV14. Basic mechanical knowledge LV21. Mechanics LV21. Materials science LV23. Weaponry, metals LV21. Machining LV22. Intelligent programming LV23. Electromagnetism LV15. Energetics LV16. Not only does it reach level 18, but its mechanical aspects also improve significantly, reaching level 20 across the board. Advances in electromagnetism and energy science have enabled him to support his plans. Naturally, they don't have much energy to pay attention to how much money they've made. According to our statistics, as of yesterday, the sales volume of the medicine has reached 3,236 units, calculated based on a profit margin of 97.4% at 500,000 per unit. Gross profit has reached 1.54 billion. Lin Feng OOO. Nangong Xiao. Wow, this potion is making way too much money. Not only does it cost a whopping 500,000, but the profit margin is also incredibly high. Bai Xiaowen smiled and said, first of all, this is just the gross profit. It doesn't include costs such as equipment depreciation, factory renovation, distribution, and advertising. Secondly, we should be even more amazed at how many wealthy people are in the Lin Feng faction. We originally thought that even if this medicine had a very good reputation, we would only need to sell it slowly for about 6 months to reach this level. But who knew that this medicine would be snapped up within just 1 week? At this point, Lin Feng shook his head with a sigh. The frenzy surrounding it can only be attributed to intense competition. The recent sales are so good mainly because students are about to take their college entrance exams. The first person might just think that having more mental power is a bonus, but when 40% or even less of people awaken their mental power, therefore, not awakening one's spiritual power becomes a point deduction. Chapter 157, The Astonishing Speed of Spending Money. Just like that classic story, 2 hostile nations, A and S, began a diplomatic visit. When the head of state of country S visited country A, he found that there were many more people to greet him than he had expected, and they were very welcoming to him. The head of state of country S asked the head of state of country A, how did you do that? The head of state of country A replied, it's very simple. Just give everyone who comes here 100 yuan. When the head of state of country A arrived in country S, he found the entire airport packed with people who had come to greet him, all holding banners or notes to welcome him. The head of state of country A was very surprised Why did so many of you come? Did you distribute more money? The head of state of country S told him. No, I just told them that if they didn't come, they would be fined 100 yuan. When a bonus item becomes a penalty item due to intense competition, everyone will become even more frantic. Thinking of this, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Things will be much better once the goods are distributed. If 1.5 billion is enough for me, then I don't need a loan. However, 30% of the profit is yours, so you could deduct it from my share next month. Bai Xiaowen nodded to indicate that this was no problem. The money should be fully deposited into your account tomorrow. Lin Feng nodded, indicating that they had to speed things up. At this moment, he also felt a rare sense of urgency. Previously, being under the Special Operations Department was like being under a big tree, providing good shade. Although he is still officially a member of the Special Operations Department, in reality, he has little to no contact with it anymore. Even when I contacted Li Chen a couple of days ago, he said that he had been marginalized. I'll probably be stepping down in the next few days. From now on, they can only rely on themselves, especially since they intercepted so many superhumans from N.I. Xing's hands this time. It's likely that Nixing now sees them as a thorn in their side. Even if Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory is absolutely safe, he can't stay there forever. So that thing needs to be built quickly. Lin Feng thought to himself. Shirbei, come back now. My dad's voice wasn't loud, but he was clearly very unhappy. Xiao Shirbei immediately agreed. Okay, I'll be right back. Xiao Shirbei quickly put on his coat and headed out of the office. He bumped right into an office clerk who came to deliver documents to him. Section Chief, are you going out? Yes, I have to go back home because of some family matters. I'll put this document on your desk first, the Secretariat staff member said immediately. Xiao Shirbei glanced at the name of the document. The Bai family proposes a student price reduction quota for the Spirit Awakening drug in cooperation with the government and Xingye Pharmaceutical. Give me this one first, I'll take it back and take a look. Although this was clearly a violation of regulations, the Secretariat staff hesitated for a second before nodding immediately. The document was handed to Xiao Shirbei. Ugh. Xiao Shirbei took the documents and left the solemn and imposing parliament building. He got into his car and drove home. Although he has a driver at home, he still prefers to drive himself. They arrived at the Xiao family's manor in no time. Compared to the vast and luxurious Lung family estate and the cautious Bai family estate, the Xiao family estate clearly places greater emphasis on privacy. Nearly half of the estate is planted with dense trees, and their villa is hidden among these trees. I went inside and returned home. As soon as Xiao Shirbei pushed open the door, he saw Xiao Zong, the head of the Xiao family, sitting on the sofa with a not-so-good expression. What's wrong with Dad? Why are you in such a hurry for me to come back? Xiao Zong casually tossed the file to Xiao Shirbei and said, Take a look for yourself. Look what you've done to the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shirbei picked up the document and began to read it. Before he had even finished reading, Xiao Shirbei's expression turned extremely ugly. Dad, I'm so sorry. I've been busy helping you manage the positions your uncles and elders used to work with, but I never expected the Chamber of Commerce below would cause such a big problem. Not only did they collude with N.I. Xing, but they even used the name of our Xiao family to command the guards. Xiao Zong glanced at Xiao Shirbei, but his expression had softened considerably. The more important task is to place one's own people in the ground. Okay, I know you're busy. However, the people below who were in charge couldn't be ignored, so they quickly contacted the Special Operations Department to have them handle it. Xiao Shirbei did not refuse, but gently placed the document on the table. These people, including Dad, need to be dealt with. But let's not let the Special Operations Department get involved. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zong stared at Xiao Shirbei with a serious expression. What do you mean? Could it be that Xiao Shirbei is also involved in the Rebel Stars operation? This is the biggest taboo. Seeing his father's expression, Xiao Shirbei guessed what he was thinking and quickly waved his hand. You might not know this if you weren't Dad. Lei Xiao, the head of the Special Operations Department, has officially submitted his resignation. The next head of the Special Operations Department will be chosen from among Lu Qianlan, Lu Hang, and Xiao Yu. Lu Qianlan is the most likely candidate. Moreover, they didn't warn us beforehand about their actions, so it's still... Xiao Zong nodded slowly. There were also internal conflicts among the 8 major families. I understand. Then ask your third uncle to clean it up. Okay, I understand. Oh, and also, what about your 60th birthday? Do you know when that will be? Sai, you decide this one, Xiao Zong said casually, waving his hand. Clearly, they don't care about this kind of thing at all. Suddenly, he noticed the documents in Xiao Shibei's arms and asked a question. What's that in your arms? Oh, the Bai family's recently popular mental awakening potion is being offered at a reduced price in collaboration with the education department as a reward for outstanding students. A hint of disdain flashed across Xiao Zong's face. This Bai family really knows how to win people's hearts. After saying that, Xiao Zong suddenly added, however, Lin Feng from Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory is still worth trying to win over. Lin Feng is indeed a talent. Xiao Shibei nodded, a strange look flashing in his eyes. Bite. The system has reminded you that it's time to check in. Hearing the system's reminder, Lin Feng silently checked in. Bite. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a cosmic-level treasure, the Space Rift Crystal, beginning of the Confession of God. The next second, countless fragments of unknown meaning flashed before Lin Feng's eyes, eventually merging together to form a 12-sided crystal. What's wrong? Li Chen looked at Lin Feng, who seemed a little dazed, and said something. Lin Feng smiled and replied, nothing much. I was just thinking that money really doesn't last long. $1 billion or so seems like a lot, but it was all gone in less than a week. Li Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The speed at which you spend money is truly terrifying. Chapter 158 Energy Infusion Instrument. As long as it works. As he spoke, Lin Feng continued to lead the way. It's not that Lin Feng was extravagant to just throw away billions like that. Rather, it's because the things he needs are indeed expensive. Let's take the simplest example, the steel used in this device. Ordinary steel cannot prevent the diffusion of energy, which means that the steel used in every part of this device must be able to isolate the diffusion of energy. In order to manufacture qualified insulating steel, Lin Feng added a large amount of fishbone powder to the steel to create a special alloy. This alloy is then subjected to high-temperature calcination to ultimately form a qualified and usable insulating steel. This alone cost over 300 million star coins. This is just the most basic steel issue. There are also the crucial extraction device, the essential stabilization device, and the extremely difficult transmission device. None of these are simple things. $1 billion may seem like a lot, but when you actually spend it, it's just enough to get by. They brought Li Chun to the underground factory. At this moment, a 3-meter-high cylindrical device stood prominently in the center of the underground factory. This is the energy extraction and infusion device is something I mentioned that helped Uncle Li restore his level. Li Chun glanced at the instruments, then looked back at Lin Feng, his expression a mixture of emotion and guilt. Xiaofeng, thank you. Of all the words he wanted to say, he finally uttered just this one. Uncle Li, you don't need to do this. Besides helping you recover your level, this thing also assists in cultivation. Even without Uncle Li, I would still have built it. Hearing this, Li Chun felt a little better. After all, if it were $1 billion poured directly into him, he still wouldn't be able to get over it. Uncle Li, why don't you go in and try it now and see how much you can recover in one go? Lin Feng looked at Li Chun and said. Li Chun nodded and was about to walk towards the device when Lin Feng pulled him back. Uncle Li can't just go in. Drink this first. As she spoke, she took out a bottle of blue potion and handed it to him. This is? The principle behind this instrument is to directly infuse energy to increase concentration and accelerate your conversion process. However, this process puts a lot of pressure on the internal organs. If it happens a few times, the effects may not be noticeable, but if it happens a lot, it can easily cause hidden damage to the internal organs. This medicine is used to protect internal organs. Li Chen nodded and drank the medicine in one gulp. He quickly felt as if his internal organs were covered with a membrane. It's gotten much thicker. As Li Chun stepped into the installation, he looked up and noticed numerous blue stripes embedded in the interior of the cylinder from the top. These blue stripes look like a glass material, which is very beautiful. Clang! Once Li Chun was seated, the device was completely sealed off. Lin Feng carried a box up the stairs to the top of the cylinder, opened the top connecting pipe, and revealed a black funnel underneath. He opened the box in his hand, revealing rows of purple star coins. That's right. It was the purple star coin that Zhang Xiao had given him back then. Zhang Xiao wanted him to absorb it directly, but Lin Feng chose to stay. He took out 10 purple star coins and threw them down the funnel. Inside the device, Li Chen also noticed that the blue stripes inside the cylinder, which looked like threads, had lit up. He instantly realized that he should start cultivating now. With his eyes closed, Li Chen began to circulate his internal energy. Like a tidal wave of energy, it rushed towards him. This was the first time Li Chun felt that his body couldn't keep up with the energy. This feeling is completely different from the lingering sense of satisfaction I had during previous cultivation sessions. Cool. Li Chun even made a series of incomprehensible sounds. Lin Feng then went to the instrument panel to observe the numbers displayed on it. Energy extraction power, 300 ES. Energy output power, 268 ES, 280 ES. Looking at the data, Lin Feng shook his head in dissatisfaction. Too much output loss will also result in poor output stability. Really, many things produced in a rush may seem fine to you. However, once it's installed on the device, the effect starts to be compromised. But it still works. I'll make some changes later once I level up. After another series of actions, Lin Feng glanced at the time and found that half an hour had passed. That's when we arrived in front of the device. Whispering sound. The door to the device slowly opened, revealing Li Chun, whose face was rosy. Li Chun raised his arm and said, I feel like I've recovered to level 15. His previous level was 25, but this time he has recovered more than half of it. A couple more tries should be enough. Lin Feng was satisfied with the result. Li Chun smiled and nodded. When will the arrangements be made? We can do it again tonight and then again tomorrow morning. Is it all right with such a short time frame? This means that he leveled up 25 times in one day. The device's effectiveness was so good that he was a little scared. No problem. Uncle Li, you didn't go directly from level 1 to level 25. This is just a recovery process for you, plus the medicine to protect your internal organs, so there won't be any problems. Li Chun nodded in agreement. What are Uncle Li's plans after he recovers? Although Li Chun still holds the position of captain of B team, he is no longer involved in the affairs of the lower-level teams. Since you have such a big business, I thought I'd come and check out the door for you. Li Chun said with a smile. Lin Feng laughed and said, If you were here, you'd have to be a factory manager. Ha ha, I can't be the factory manager. I'll just be a gatekeeper. Upon hearing this, Li Chun's expression immediately improved, and he burst into laughter. After saying that, he patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, and the two left the underground factory together. Inside the office right now, Xiaoyao was sitting next to the old man and talking to him, and so we entered the central city of Yanfeng. Wow, brother Lin Feng is so amazing. How come I never realized he knew so much when we were in the camp? Xiaoyao blinked her big eyes and asked, Girl, the universe is vast. You also possess many magical bloodlines and abilities. Your brother Lin Feng's elven bloodline is quite extraordinary. Elven bloodline? Is it strong? Stronger than superpowers? Old man Bai thought for a moment and then explained. Superpowers are special abilities that exceed the capabilities of a race. However, there are many races in this universe that are born with similar special abilities. They call it a talent or special ability, which is an ability that some people in a race possess and is not necessarily inferior to superpowers. Hearing this, Xiaoya nodded, seemingly understanding a little. The old man frowned as he looked at Xiaoya. Although Xiaoya and the others had lived in the wilderness for a long time and could even be said to have faced danger and pressure every day. However, due to a lack of systematic education, their ability to understand knowledge becomes very poor. Just like Ding Zhu, who had just entered the city, or even worse. Chapter 159. He even leveled up 3 times? So you want to hire a tutor for Xiaoya and the others? Lin Feng looked at the old man in white and asked. Old man Bai sighed. Yes, as you know, Xiaoya and the others have been on the run for a while. Although they still had spiritual energy, their comprehension abilities were clearly lacking. Life has been too hard. Lin Feng nodded. No problem, I'll arrange it. Old man Bai always felt guilty towards Xiaoya. After all, it was he who sent Xiaoya away. Although he didn't have bad intentions, it directly led to Xiaoya's life on the run afterward. That's why old man Bai wanted to make up for the other party in every way. Of course, these are all minor matters and not difficult for Lin Feng. Old man Bai hesitated for a moment before speaking after looking at Lin Feng. How's your cultivation going lately? So what if it's not bad? Lin Feng frowned slightly. This seemed to be the second person to ask him this question. I received some news a while ago. Something seems to be happening in outer space around our planet, and there's a fear that something might happen that could affect us. Lin Feng frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then asked directly. Actually, I've always been curious about what level most of the mercenary groups outside the heavens are. Assessing the strength of one's opponent is crucial for Lin Feng. Didn't you see the recruitment brochure before? The lowest ranking mercenaries in the top 100 mercenary groups are generally around level 30. Going up a little further will get you to level 40. Level 40? Lin Feng nodded slowly. As far as the Rock Peak faction is concerned, those who can reach level 30 are already at the level of the patriarchs of the 8 major families. These mercenary groups from outer space are indeed far superior to those on this planet. Understood. Reverse Starbase. Do you want to give it a try this time? One of them glanced at the robust figure beside him and said calmly. Can. Go ahead. Someone said calmly. Although she didn't seem to care much on the surface, she was actually relieved inside. Anyway, he finally got the other person inside. He believed that once the other person went in, they would definitely become addicted to the feeling. As they watched the muscular figure disappear into the room, a voice came through someone's earphones. How high should the power be turned up, Director? Maximum. The Director can operate it at maximum speed without any problem, but I'm afraid our extraction device will have to be scrapped, and it will take at least 3 weeks to manufacture a new one. Hearing what the other person said, the person couldn't help but pinch the bridge of their nose. The extraction device costs over $1 billion, yet it is still so fragile. But, go ahead and drive. Yes. As soon as the command was issued, the device immediately began to roar. Suddenly, all the connecting pipes began to tremble, looking as if they were about to fall apart at any moment. Director Nixing felt his heart bleed when he saw this scene. This time the losses were significant. This thing, which cost billions to build, will probably be ruined after being used a few times. Meanwhile, the robust figure inside the device, sensing the ever-increasing energy concentration, also began his cultivation. Soon, a look of surprise flashed across his face. It's improved. His internal energy had actually improved. Even though it was only a tiny bit, and I Xing really didn't lie to him. Li Chun, who had just emerged from the device, looked at Lin Feng with a look of surprise and delight. Lin Feng, I've broken through, and he even broke through level 3 to level 28 in one go. Seeing the surprise on Li Chen's face, Lin Feng nodded lightly and said, This is normal. Your physical training is already more than adequate. It's just that the energy density on our planet is too low. Therefore, even if they train their bodies to the limit or even beyond, the accumulation of internal energy still needs time to come little by little. So this isn't because you broke through, but because your level was already 28, you just hadn't noticed it before. Listening to Lin Feng's words, Li Chen gradually understood. In fact, they weren't completely without experience. Their most direct feeling was, although he was also the city lord of a level 25 city, few city lords of major cities could withstand his burst of power. For example, the 2 rebellious star envoys, Explosive Bear and Killer King. So, does that mean our difficulty in breaking through level 30 isn't entirely our own problem? Li Chen quickly realized that there was something more important. Lin Feng nodded in agreement with Li Chen's statement. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly sighed. Now, I suddenly understand why Captain Zhang left Central City. At this point, Lin Feng suddenly thought of Su Gan. My previous knowledge and skills were not enough. There's also insufficient understanding of the energy within Su Gan's body. He suddenly realized that Su Gan's strength wasn't due to his own power, but rather the presence of an extremely powerful energy within him. Su Gan and Zhang Xiao. A thoughtful look flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. I had approached Captain Zhang before, but his strength had suddenly declined drastically, even falling below level 10. At the time, I thought he didn't want to return to the Central City because he lacked the strength. At the time, Captain Zhang simply replied, You'll find out later. I used to think that Captain Zhang was just putting on a brave face, but today I finally understand. Li Chun looked at Lin Feng with a look full of emotion. Although Li Chun was expressing his feelings, Lin Feng knew that Li Chun was mistaken. After Zhang Zhao's transformation, he embarked on a different path, and the thickness or thinness of the so-called energy concentration was of little significance to him. However, Lin Feng did not offer any explanation. Uncle Li, you should familiarize yourself with your own strength first. I'll be away from the pharmaceutical factory tonight. Their safety depends on you. Li Chen smiled and nodded, saying, No problem. You go ahead and I'll go out and familiarize myself with the power first. After saying that, he ran out of the underground factory in a flash, and then went to another place to vent his excitement. After all, he hadn't been promoted for 2 or 3 years. Watching Li Chun leave, Lin Feng exhaled a breath of stale air and walked into the energy infusion device in front of him. This time it's his turn. The blue lines lit up, instantly increasing the energy concentration inside the cylinder. Lin Feng swallowed 2 doses of the medicine and began practicing the spiritual breathing technique. The medicine and energy work simultaneously, one internal and one external. At this moment, Lin Feng actually felt the same exhilarating sensation he experienced when he first practiced the spiritual breathing technique and leveled up. As expected, this remote and desolate planet was a waste of him and the cultivation techniques he had learned. The Yinfeng Center is bustling with activity today. Almost half the city was ablaze with fireworks, and even the guards shone their lights into the sky, creating a spectacular light show. All of this was because of one thing: the 60th birthday of Xiao Zong, the head of the Xiao family. Chapter 160, The Self-Important by Fengchen. That's really grand. Lin Feng was somewhat moved to see that the spacious banquet hall was now completely packed with people. Of course, although this person's power has been largely transferred. But since he is still the head of the Xiao family, everyone still has to give him face. Bai Xiaowen swirled her wine glass and looked at the bustling crowd as she spoke. Lin Feng suddenly asked with some curiosity, although 60 years old seems a bit old, isn't it a bit too early for a leader of a powerful and influential organization to hand over power? It is said that the head of the Xiao family encountered a beast tide attack on one of his outings. Although he survived, his body was severely injured, and Xiao Shibei was also exceptionally talented. This naturally led to him being given more authority. Bai Xiaowen shrugged and explained. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Bai Xiaowen saw several of her friends waving at her in the distance and turned to Lin Feng to speak. I'll go over there first and be back in a bit. Go ahead, don't worry about me. Lin Feng said with a smile. He came here mainly to see the Xiao family's attitude. He didn't care much about anything else. Bai Xiaowen gave Lin Feng a meaningful look. It seemed that Lin Feng still didn't realize his own worth. As Lin Feng watched Bai Xiaowen leave, he turned his head and saw a man in a white suit walking up to him. You must be Lin Feng. The man looked at Lin Feng and asked directly, his tone quite impolite. Is something wrong? Lin Feng looked at the man and asked directly. It's nothing major. Just transfer all your shares in Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory to me. The man looked at Lin Feng and spoke casually, with a matter-of-fact expression on his face. Lin Feng was truly speechless at this moment. It's like someone walking up to a billionaire and telling them, transfer all your money to me. Why wouldn't you want to? Do you know that our Bai family is losing money because of your so-called wildly popular potion? The man looked at Lin Feng, snorted coldly, and began to speak. Do you know how much channel resources are used up by each of your medicines that are available throughout the city? Do you know how much our Bai family has invested in advertising your medicine? Do you know how much of the so-called popularity of your medicine is due to consumers' trust in Baijia? These are costs you can't see. Since you're my little sister's boyfriend, I'll give you 100 million to hand over the shares. Hearing the man's shouts, Lin Feng suddenly laughed. So you're also from the Bai family? The man shook his clothes and looked at Lin Feng in front of him. Of course, Bai Fengcheng from the Bai family. Bai Fengcheng? Lin Feng thought for a moment and remembered, the son of the 4th master of the Bai family, right? He remembered that Bai Xiaowen had mentioned this person to him before, a self-important idiot. Looking at this assessment now, absolutely accurate. Is there a problem? Bai Fengcheng looked at Lin Feng and said with a calm expression. It was as if what he had just said was perfectly normal. Forget it, there's no point in talking to you like this. Just have your dad come find me if you have anything to say. After saying that, Lin Feng turned to leave, thinking that talking to this kind of person was a waste of his time. Call your father over? What's the meaning? You look down on me. Bai Fengcheng reached out to grab Lin Feng, but the next second he grabbed nothing. Upon realizing this, Bai Fengcheng looked up at Lin Feng, only to find his eyes meeting Lin Feng's as he turned around. Trembling. Fear. Bai Fengcheng felt as if the person standing in front of him was not Lin Feng, but a man-eating tiger. With a tremor and his legs buckling, Bai Fengcheng collapsed to his knees. The surrounding guests were all stunned by this scene. What are you doing? Lin Feng, who had broken away from Bai Fengcheng, hadn't even taken 2 steps. He immediately saw a well-dressed, middle-aged man walk up to him. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Gong Sheng. My older brother wants to meet you. As he spoke, Gong Sheng pointed to Gongya, who was waiting for Lin Feng in the distance. Although Lin Feng did not know Gong Sheng, he did know Gongya, the head of the Gong family. This was thanks to Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao working together to introduce him to the list of figures from the 8 major families. This was limited to the heads of each family, as Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao also believed that there was no need to know the other people. Lin Feng nodded and followed Gong Sheng toward Gongya. At that moment, Bai Fangqing was also helped up by his follower. Is young master Bai all right? Bai Fangqing turned around and glared fiercely at his follower. What could possibly happen to me? After saying that, he quickly added, quickly help me to sit down and rest for a bit. The follower's lips twitched, but he could only help Bai Fangqing, whose legs were limp, to sit on the sofa. Before Lin Feng could even speak, Gongya spoke first. I'd always heard Tianyu say that young friend Lin was incredibly skilled, and seeing him today, I can see for myself that he truly is a remarkable person. Flattery will get you everywhere. Faced with such praise, Lin Feng could only smile and reply, you flatter me. My skills are nothing but child's play compared to yours. Besides, this is no small trick. If any family could make billions a month with their little tricks, I'd love to have a few more in my family. Gongya shook his head and said. Lin Feng's heart tightened upon hearing this. Indeed, none of the 8 great families were simple. It's just earn a little living expenses, you flatter me. Lin Feng humbly added that he also mentioned Gong Tianyu. Although Gong Xiao is young, he is quite capable. Hearing someone praise his son Gong, you made him very happy. It's because you people his age should get to know each other better. After saying that, Gongya glanced at Bai Fangqing, who had just sat down. Our Tianyu may not be anything special, but he does a good job of being kind to others. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, glancing at Bai Fangqing's position but not paying much attention. Bai Xinshu, who had been keeping a close eye on Lin Feng, immediately looked displeased. He turned to butler beside him. Go and fetch the 4th son. Sensing Bai Xinshu's anger, the Bai family senior members immediately fell silent. Baek Shin-wook has always been known for his gentle personality, but don't assume that his methods are also gentle. The 4th son of the Bai family, who had been notified by Steward Li, also rushed over immediately. Upon seeing Bai Xinshu's expression, sweat instantly poured down his forehead. 4th brother, have your son apologize to Lin Feng later. Before the other party could speak, Bai Xinshu reprimanded him first. Fangqing made a mistake. Before Bai Laosi could finish speaking, he noticed Bai Xinshu's unfriendly gaze and quickly lowered his head. Yes, I'll go call Fangqing right now. After saying that, Bai Laosi turned around and strode towards Bai Fangqing. On the other side, Gongya also noticed this, but he just smiled and didn't say anything more. By the way, we received some news yesterday. I think this information will be useful to you. I've already sent it to Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory. Seeing Gongya's meaningful smile, Lin Feng nodded, though he was a little puzzled as to what information could be useful to him. Thank you very much, Patriarch Gong. We can cooperate in the future if there is an opportunity. Gongya smiled and nodded, just as he had been waiting for those words. There will definitely be an opportunity. Chapter 161, What's so interesting about men? You come out here. The 4th son of the Bai family didn't care about anything else at this moment and pulled Bai Fangqing out of the hall and into the small garden next door. What did you just do? Tell me. Bai Fangqing had originally intended to hide it, but seeing his father's murderous expression, he immediately spoke weakly. I want to tell Lin Feng not to go too far. It was clearly all the hard work of the Bai family that resulted in the bulk of the profits, yet he was the one who was forced to hand over a portion of his shares. Upon hearing this, the 4th son of the Bai family instantly exploded. Why should they hand over their shares? Do you really think they can't make this much money if they leave the Bai family? Do you know how much profit they make in a month? Bai Fangqing really didn't know and could only shake his head blankly. 1.5 billion. In less than a month, they've already earned 1.5 billion. Do you really think they're inferior to the Bai family? Even if it's only a 30% profit share, the Bai family can earn back their initial investment in just 1 month. Upon hearing the figure of 1.5 billion, Bai Fangqing felt dizzy. 1.5 billion? Or is it net profit? You should know that even with all that exploitation, his factory only dared to claim an output value of 1.5 billion. As for profit, not worth mentioning. Come with me now, let's go apologize to them. Hearing his father's words, Bai Fangqing wanted to refuse, but couldn't seem to find reason. They could only stand still and not move. Upon seeing this, the 4th son of the Bai family snorted coldly. How can you still think you're a child who can just throw a tantrum and let it go? This is the head of the family's requirement. If you can't do it, you can expect to be expelled from the Bai family. Upon hearing this, Bai Fangqing suddenly raised his head and looked at his father with disbelief. Dad, I'm your own son, your uncle's own nephew. Looking at Bai Fangqing like this, the 4th son of Bai family only gave him a cold glance. Nephew? For a family like the Bai family, What wouldn't they sacrifice for the sake of inheritance? I have more than one son, and your uncle doesn't need another nephew like you. Take a good look at who is talking to Lin Feng. Even Gongya and Gongsheng are not qualified. What are you anyway? At this point, the fourth son of the Bai family was no longer angry. In fact, this statement also explains why he is being so humble now. Isn't it because they know he's no longer qualified to compete? Before the second young lady of the Bai family achieved anything, he and Bai Fangcheng still had a chance to use rumors to slightly undermine Bai Xianqu's prestige. But now all of that is in the past. Now, even if he wants to live a peaceful life, he has to be humble and loyal enough. Loyalty to Bai Xianqiu. Upon hearing the names Gongya and Gongsheng, Bai Fangcheng's face turned deathly pale. Those are the people who truly stand at the pinnacle of power. Seeing his father walking ahead, Bai Fangcheng immediately followed. Enter the hall. At this moment, Lin Feng was already beside Bai Xianqiu, and the two were chatting and laughing. Surrounding them with smiles were all high-ranking members of the Bai family. Status. Their status is no longer on the same level. With his head down, he followed the fourth son of the Bai family to Lin Feng. The fourth son of the Bai family spoke first. Mr. Lin, I am truly sorry about what happened just now. It was my fault for not raising my son properly. I apologize to you first. Bai Fangcheng, you come up here and apologize too. Upon hearing this, Bai Fangcheng was about to step forward, but Lin Feng calmly refused. Lin Feng went to great lengths to deal with this kind of person. No need, let's just leave it at that. I didn't take it to heart. Bai Fangcheng, who had his head down, felt a jolt in his heart. How stupid. He's so stupid. In other people's eyes, he's nothing more than a clown. Does he really care whether or not he apologizes? Yes, I didn't know you would worry about such a small thing. Mr. Lin, you're so magnanimous. Why don't you get lost already? Hearing his father's reprimand, Bai Fangcheng lowered his head, turned around, and ran away as if fleeing. Bai Xianqiu watched all this calmly without saying anything more, but looked at Lin Feng and said, My friend, sales should stabilize after this period. However, the profits are still sufficient. Lin Feng said with a smile, I'm not sure of money right now. This is even better. It's been so popular lately that I'm a little scared. After all, if people knew about this high profit margin, our Qingye pharmaceutical factory would probably be cursed as heartless. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Bai Xianqiu laughed and then spoke. Don't worry, my friend. Everyone knows about this, but it absolutely won't get out. Seeing Bai Xianqiu's unusually confident expression, Lin Feng nodded as well. I have gained a completely new understanding of the power of the Bai family, or rather, the 8 top families. Uncle Bai, I will develop new drugs after this one stabilizes. Lin Feng twirled the wine glass in his hand and said. Bai Xianqiu was taken aback at first. Then a glint of light flashed in his eyes. What type of drug are you planning to develop this time? We plan to develop 2 directions. One is anti-teratogenicity, and the other is physical recovery. After hearing Lin Feng's plan, Bai Xianqiu clapped his hands and said, Great! The idea that anti-teratogenic treatment can bring fame and that restoring physical strength can generate income is a very comprehensive consideration. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, but anti-teratogenic drugs are more difficult to obtain. I need some mutants to conduct drug experiments. My small factory's reputation is probably not good enough. I'll need Uncle Bai's help later. No problem, these are minor issues. However, we don't actually have much contact with people who have undergone birth defects. Bai Xianqiu glanced at Nangong Xiao on the other side of the hall. I've already spoken to Nangong Xiao about this, and they'll help. Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao already had a good relationship, plus Lin Feng's relationship with Old Man Bai. Nangong Xiao was naturally very willing to help. Even if Lin Feng's current earning ability had nothing to do with the Nangong family, Nangong Xiao would still be willing to help. Bai Xianqiu's expression remained relatively calm, even though he knew about the relationship between Lin Feng and Nangong Xiao. However, the Bai family's high-ranking members around them were a different story. Although Bai Xianqiu values Lin Feng, they also consider Lin Feng to be a very important partner. However, I still feel that I have the advantage in this cooperation. After all, the Bai family is a top family. No matter what, Lin Feng is still just a person. But it now seems that Lin Feng's relationship with the Nangong family is quite good, at least no worse than his relationship with the Bai family, which is completely different. Although the Nangong family's medicine sales network is shady, it is still quite extensive. Replacing the Bai family would be no problem at all. Instantly, The Bai family's higher-ups felt that the young man in front of them was of even greater importance. However, they soon noticed that Lin Feng hadn't spoken for a while and was instead staring at one spot. Following the other person's gaze, I was immediately struck by Xiao Shibei in the center of the banquet. Upon discovering this, the higher-ups of the Bai family exchanged bewildered glances. It would be understandable if they were looking at a beautiful woman, but Xiao Shibei was a man. What's so interesting about this? Chapter 162 Spaceship. Do you want to get to know that person? Bai Xinshu looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng suddenly came to his senses and realized his lapse in composure. I really want to get to know them, mainly because they looked so much like an old friend of mine. Upon hearing this, the many high-ranking members of the Bai family around him finally came to their senses. Bai Xinshu, however, visibly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that there was still hope for his daughter. That's Xiao Shibei, a very outstanding young man. You can get to know him better. Oh, so this is Xiao Shibei. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. By the way, is this Xiao Shibei also outstanding in cultivation? Upon hearing Lin Feng's sudden question, not only Bai Xinshu, but also the group of high-ranking members of the Bai family around him were taken aback. Finally, it was Bai Xinshu who spoke up. I don't think so. I remember the Xiao family hasn't produced anyone with outstanding cultivation talent in a long time. Furthermore, Xiao Shibei, having spent so much time in officialdom, probably didn't have much time for cultivation. In that instant, a series of thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind, forming a coherent line. He understood. He understood everything. Since you're so interested in Shibei, I'll take you there to meet you. Bai Xinshu took the initiative to lead the way, guiding Lin Feng toward Xiao Shibei. Along the way, people around him kept making way to show their respect for Bai Xinshu, the head of the Bai family. Even Xiao Shibei, after being reminded by others, hurriedly walked towards Bai Xinshu. When the two met, Xiao Shibei took the initiative to speak. Uncle Bai, thank you so much for coming today. What kind of talk is this? I have to come to Lao Zong's 60th birthday celebration, but I haven't seen the birthday person yet. The birthday celebrant was preparing in the back. After Xiao Shibei finished speaking, he leaned a little closer and said, After the banquet, my father hopes Uncle Bai will stay and discuss something else. Bai Xinshu nodded. No problem. Let me introduce it to you first. Lin Feng is an important partner of our Bai family. Xiao Shibei noticed a hint of surprise flash in Lin Feng's eyes this time. Young. Too young. He looks to be only 15 or 16 years old, or even younger. So this is Mr. Lin. I've been hearing so much about you lately. Although surprised, Xiao Shibei immediately offered his compliments. Lin Feng, of course, was just using the same old tricks and excuses. For a time, the two sides had a very pleasant conversation. If we have time later, we must get together again and have a good chat. Xiao Shibei was still very busy today. Even when he was with Bai Xinshu, he couldn't stay too long, otherwise he might be labeled as a snob. Despite his background in officialdom, he still cherished his reputation. That must be because Xiao and an old friend of mine look very alike. If I had time, I would definitely talk to you about him. Lin Feng smiled and spoke with great sincerity, as if he truly had such a very important old friend. Xiao Shibei looked somewhat surprised, but immediately nodded and said, Definitely. He didn't care whether they were old friends or not. What he really wanted was the opportunity to win over Lin Feng. Watching Xiao Shibei leave, Bai Xinshu stood beside Lin Feng and said, What do you think of Shibei? Pretty good, well-dressed and elegant. Really? Bai Xinshu glanced at Lin Feng with a questioning look in his eyes. Real. That's good, that's good. Bai Xinshu downed the drink in his glass and turned to leave. Lin Feng stood still, his gaze fixed on Xiao Shibei. He really didn't expect it. Baby, his treasure was actually on Xiao Shibei, the far west of the wilderness. This is the truly desolate place. Looking out over this far western region, all you can see is an endless desert. But even in this place where there is no sign of life, there are still two human figures. Two figures wrapped in white cloth were seen struggling through the swirling sandstorm. If the camera zoomed in, Lin Feng or Old Man Ding Zhubai would immediately recognize who these two people traveling through the desert were. That's right. Su Gan and Zhang Xiao are them. What are the results of the analysis of the recently collected samples? Su Gan looked at Zhang Xiao and asked. Zhang Xiao shook his head and said, It's very barren. There's basically no useful crystals. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiao asked, Have we gone the wrong direction? Su Gan smiled and shook his head. This means we've found the right direction. The group that set out back then coveted the energy crystals underground in this area and, taking advantage of the lack of competition, resorted to the most brutal methods. The waste generated from direct energy extraction using supernuclear extractors is directly discharged into the surrounding area, causing desertification and pollution of the wilderness. However, because they used the simplest type of supercore extractor, the most essential energy crystal still remains in the very center. After listening to Su Gan's explanation, Zhang Xiao understood. To put it bluntly, although that so-called supercore extractor can forcibly extract energy from the entire wasteland, its collection methods are not sophisticated. Eventually, a piece will definitely remain. But wouldn't they know about the supernuclear extractor they themselves are using? Zhang Xiao still had some doubts. They're nothing but a bunch of robbers. The supernuclear extractor and this planet are nothing but things they've stolen. They're good enough to know how to use it. How could they possibly know these subtle details? Su Gan clearly looked down on those people, but this disdain also concealed a hidden envy of their power. Look, I just checked. As we've come this far, our energy levels have become increasingly depleted. If I'm not mistaken, we'll find the crystals soon. Zhang Xiao nodded, and the two began to hurry on their way. After walking a few steps, Su Gan suddenly raised his head, and Zhang Xiao followed his gaze. But all we could see was a cloudless sky and a bright golden sun. How? Before Zhang Xiao could finish speaking, a line appeared in his vision. A line of fire. A streak of fire shot across the sky and hurtled into the distance. The spaceship is a spaceship. Su Gan's pupils suddenly widened in disbelief as he spoke. To be less precise, it was a crashed spaceship. Zhang Xiao's aura solidified, and he suddenly spoke. In an instant, several expressions flashed across Su Gan's face, but in the end, they all turned into determination. Let's go over there. Chapter 163, you're the ones who went to the Shao family warehouse, aren't you? Several major cities of the Takagusa faction also witnessed all of this, just like them. What is that? The latest weapon? What kind of weapon is so outrageous? The residents inside the city were discussing it, but the city lords of these great cities all had increasingly serious expressions. Our planes simply can't reach that altitude. There is only one thing that can reach the spaceship. The Aoba pharmaceutical factory was unusually lively today because there were many more people. But, looking at these strangely shaped creatures in front of her, Bai Xiaowen was momentarily unsure whether she should even call them people. Skin ulcers and the like are minor issues. Even more serious is that many people's flesh is rotted down to the bone, yet they still don't feel anything. The most outrageous thing was that Bai Xiaowen also saw a mutant whose entire stomach was rotten, and black bits of flesh kept falling out with every step and tremor. It looks quite horrifying. There are also those who grow an extra hand, an extra pair of eyes, or an extra leg. There's truly no one who is completely unharmed. Looking at these mutants, Nangong Xiao sighed. As soon as people say you're researching antiratogenic drugs and recruiting drug volunteers, all these people want to come. I had no choice but to bring them all over because they were really pitiful. To be honest, when Nangong Xiao saw this group of people who were no longer human, his first reaction was pity. Although he did not undergo any mutations, he witnessed the suffering of these people. Although the animals sent to Lin Feng were said to be experimental subjects and drug volunteers, the situation was different. But Nangong Xiao actually understood that coming here meant he had a chance to survive. It's okay. I counted and there were less than 100 people. There shouldn't be any problem with this number of people. Let's give them an injection of painkillers to heal their injuries before considering anti-teratogenic treatment. Lin Feng was indifferent. These few people didn't affect him much. He would even accept having more people since it was part of his plan. No problem. I'll have the doctors who were assigned here start the treatment right away. Bai Xiaowen looked at the roster in her hand and said, the Bai family has always been very interested in schemes that can win them fame. Furthermore, since this was being conducted under the Bai family's name, they still needed to send some people over to demonstrate that the Bai family was still present. Watching the doctors treating the mutants, Lin Feng said to Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao, you guys keep an eye on things here for now. I need to go back. It's all right, you can go ahead. Go ahead. Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao had no objections. But just as they watched Lin Feng leave the pharmaceutical factory, their communicators simultaneously rang. The two exchanged a glance, and each took out their own communicator. Connected. As they listened to the story told on the other end of the phone, their expressions gradually became serious. Okay, I understand. Okay, I understand. No problem. Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao exchanged a glance after hanging up the phone. Something big is about to happen. Nangong Xiao exhaled a breath of stale air and said. Bai Xiaowen glanced at the roster in her hand, and then at the entire Qingye pharmaceutical factory. Her previously serious expression suddenly calmed down. It's okay, even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. As for us, at least standing here means I have some protection of my own. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao looked at the factory buildings inside Qingye pharmaceutical factory and then slowly nodded. I'll go back first and come back in a bit. Go ahead. Bai Xiaowen looked at the mutants in front of her and slowly nodded. Once back home, Lin Feng began searching. Watching Lin Feng plow through the mess of tall trees like a plow, Ding Zhu frowned slightly. What are you looking for? Upon seeing Ding Zhu arrive, Lin Feng immediately stood up and spoke. It was during that encounter with the Reverse Star Squad at the destroyed Reverse Star base that we wiped out. And then they found a box. Ding Zhu nodded. Yes, what are you looking for? Yes, that's the one. Then come this way with me. After saying that, Ding Zhu led Lin Feng to a storage room. When you opened it and saw that there was a complete instrument inside, didn't you say it was useless and throw it aside? He was placed here when we renovated the house. Found it. It's right here. Ding Zhu reached out and pulled out a black briefcase that had been pressed onto the paper crane. The lock on it had already been broken by Lin Feng. Open the box. Inside, a spinning top-like device was exposed. I knew it. I knew it felt somewhat familiar. I understand. Looking at Lin Feng's strange smile, Ding Zhu's lips twitched slightly. He had a feeling that someone was going to be in trouble. Holding his things, Lin Feng was about to head out again towards Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory when he suddenly stopped as he passed by Ding Zhu. Huh? What's your level? Upon seeing that Lin Feng had discovered this, Ding Zhu immediately revealed a smug smile. Level 17, already? Pretty fast, huh? It's all right. Lin Feng said dismissively for a couple of minutes before adding, let's come back to Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory for the potion tomorrow. Ding Zhu, is your reaction really okay? However, before he could react, Lin Feng had already left the room and headed towards Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory. But when he arrived at Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory, he saw two people coming out of the factory. Captain Liu? Indeed, it was Lu Qianlan and Lu Heng who came out. Lin Feng? What are you doing here? Lin Feng suddenly realized. You're here to see Uncle Li, aren't you? We did come to see him, but he wasn't very willing to see us. Lu Heng said with a wry smile. Lu Qianlan, standing to the side, spoke with a much calmer expression and a straightforward manner. Removing someone from their post and then expecting them to return for the new captain's inauguration ceremony? I'm being lenient by not kicking you out. Hearing Lu Qianlan's words, Lu Heng simply shook his head, while Lin Feng suddenly asked, was the newly appointed captain of B squad parachuted in? Lu Heng nodded. The deputy commander of the elite unit in the guard was named Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao. It seems the Gong family's intelligence was correct. According to the Gong family, Wu Xiao was Xiao Zong's initial secretary, later working in the government and the military, and is now in the Special Operations Department. Xiao Shibei has great ambitions. Lin Feng nodded and said that he knew what he wanted to know. Then I won't see you off. See you again sometime. Lu Heng simply nodded, but Lu Qianlan suddenly asked a question. Did you guys go to Xiao family's warehouse a while ago? Chapter 164 starting with Li Tao. Lu Heng was stunned when he heard this. Xiao family warehouse. The next second, he realized that the Xiao family had sent a letter to their Special Operations Department 2 days ago. It is said that the internal elements related to the Reverse Star have been wiped out, but it is still hoped that they can communicate with them before their next operation. To be honest, everyone in their Special Operations Department was completely dumbfounded when they received this letter. What does this mean? When did the Xiao family get involved with Nixing? After some investigation, they learned about the Xiao family warehouse. Their people went to check it out. The method was indeed that of the Special Operations Department, but they didn't send anyone there. I initially thought it might be someone deliberately imitating it to avoid trouble, but now it seems it might not be the case. Thinking of this, Lu Heng looked at Lin Feng with a scrutinizing gaze. Lin Feng smiled calmly and said, you will know about this soon. After saying that, he left immediately. Watching Lin Feng walk into the Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory, Lu Heng was puzzled, wondering what Lin Feng meant by those words. Lu Qianlan's brows furrowed tightly. There's a problem. There's definitely something wrong. On the other hand, Lin Feng, back at Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory, turned around, and plunged into the underground factory. I began forging the part of my hand. This thing will be a key factor in whether he can get his treasure back. By the time he came out, it was already dark outside. Bai Xiaowen, however, was waiting for him at the factory gate. What's wrong? The injuries on those mutants have been mostly treated. At this point, Bai Xiaowen couldn't help but lament the quality of the medicine Lin Feng had provided, given that it was only a simple treatment done in an afternoon. Skin ulcers, bone fractures, muscle ruptures, all those injuries have mostly healed. Even the doctors brought by the Bai family were dumbfounded and began to ask if they could take some of the medicine with them. It's just too good to be true. That's good. We should be able to start testing the new drug tomorrow. Lin Feng nodded and said. Of course, although these things were called experiments, both Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen knew that they were just regular treatments. I don't really understand what you're trying to do by gathering these people together. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Xiaowen still asked her question directly. So many powerful mutants have all been cured. That's a considerable force. Let's talk as we walk. Lin Feng, carrying 2 suitcases and accompanied by Bai Xiaowen, headed towards the office. Do you remember the first time the 3 of us went to the outer city? Bai Xiaowen nodded and said, Of course I remember. I still remember how you brainwashed that little girl. And let me tell you, your brainwashing really had no side effects. That little girl was smart and quick-witted. I heard she's now climbed to the middle level of the Nangong family's outer city organization. Bai Xiaowen was amazed when she heard about this. Lin Feng nodded, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Let me tell you about the place where I rescued her. It was a square room. A man named Li Tao lived in the room, and besides that girl, there was also someone else in his room. Others are infants whose heads were cut off right after birth and forcibly sewn back together with organs of monsters and humans, as well as various hands and feet, either human or monster, and a large quantity of medicines. Bai Xiaowen frowned deeply, and a look of disgust involuntarily appeared on her face. Just by listening to Lin Feng's description, one can imagine how disgusting that place must be. Aside from a small portion that Li Tao collected himself, most of these items were given to him by Ni Xing. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he glanced at Bai Xiaowen, whose expression turned ugly. In fact, these people don't have a very deep understanding of the concept of the reverse star. Even within the Special Operations Department, most people still felt that Rebel Star was difficult to deal with and cunning. Sometimes, as an opponent, one can even feel a certain respect for the reverse stars. They do some things really cleverly. Only those who have truly been persecuted by the reverse star will feel genuine disgust towards these people. Actually, if Li Tao were a top-notch biologist, I might feel a little better about this. It's possible to tentatively assume that the retrograde star is researching something. But is that the truth? The truth is that Li Tao is nothing more than a delusional, utterly ignorant lunatic with no biological knowledge. All that Ni Xing provided for him was simply because they thought Li Tao's ideas might be useful. At this point, Lin Feng's gaze became even sharper. Having lived in the wilderness since childhood, I've witnessed countless life and death situations. I've never considered myself a good person, but at that moment I was still angry. My attitude towards things I hate has always been one of destruction. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen glanced at Lin Feng. At that moment, she truly saw a murderous intent on Lin Feng's face. This boy was always calm. She seemed to have never seen him so openly display his murderous intent. The two had already arrived at the office door and pushed it open. Lin Feng continued. Actually, I already knew when your second uncle said that there were extraterrestrials behind Nixing at your house that day. It's impossible to destroy Nixing by relying on Yin Feng, or rather, the 4 major factions. Because their rule is based on extraterrestrial beings, this aspect is beyond their jurisdiction. Although Bai Xiaowen didn't want to admit it, she could only nod. I see. I will discuss with Nangong how to recruit as many mutants as possible. Lin Feng nodded. These mutants are actually quite powerful. To be honest, weak mutants wouldn't have survived to this point. They would have been bound by the terrifying mutations. Any team that can help them break free of their bonds and form a powerful fighting force is undoubtedly formidable. After all, this is ultimately a world where all power resides in one person. However, if that's your plan, then you might not have enough time. Lin Feng frowned slightly. What do you mean? Someone from outer space might be coming. Bai Xiaowen looked directly at Lin Feng and said solemnly, Employee dormitory of Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory. To be precise, the area behind the former employee's dormitory was converted into an unmanned factory by Lin Feng and then became unused. It's perfect for housing these mutants who were brought here. Knock, knock, knock. Enter, Old Bao said in a slightly hoarse voice. Although I speak much better now, it's still hard to break the habits I've maintained for so many years. Then they saw a huge man slip in through the small crack in the door with unusual agility. How does Lao Bao feel? Chapter 165, 3 sentences, 2 things. Old Bao, lying on the bed, didn't even open his eyes, only uttering 2 words softly. Alive. The large man paused for a moment. Then a look of emotion flashed across his face. Yes, we are alive. This is the first time in all these years that I feel like I'm still alive. The man sat next to Lao Bao, his massive body failing to suppress even a single wrinkle on the cloth. Lao Bao, why do you think they're being so good to us? Old Bao opened his eyes at this moment, but although he didn't look at the man, he felt as if he had been seen through. But he was already familiar with this feeling. Feel his life. The man listened to Lao Bao's words and reached out to touch his stomach. He looked as fat as a pig, but only he knew that his body had long been hollowed out. The deformed stomach is constantly devouring itself. He's only alive now because his family still owns a business, and he's quite shrewd. It was by consuming large amounts of food every day that its stomach was too busy to digest itself, thus allowing it to survive. However, his deformed stomach would occasionally improve his diet by letting him eat some of his own meat. He had long been tired of this kind of life. For him, eating every day involves using a funnel to add highly concentrated nutrient solution before it reaches his stomach. Even livestock don't eat like this. After thinking it through, the man glanced at Old Bao lying on the bed and said, "You still live life with such clarity after all these years." Old Bao looked up at the sky and suddenly sighed. Clarity? I've just had enough. Old Bao started talking more often. However, although the medicines he has here are quite effective, whether they can cure our illness is still another matter. The man touched his chin and said. Old Bao thought for a moment and then shook his head. I feel like we can survive. Still concise, yet powerful. The man nodded and then left the room. Over the next few days, both Lao Bao and the man noticed. A continuous stream of mutants were sent to this dormitory, which had been empty for just 3 days. Nearly 1,000 people have already gathered. The exact number is clearly 1032 people. All the mutants who were willing to come from around Rock Peak Central City have now been gathered here. Inside the underground factory, Xiaowen looked at Lin Feng, who was constantly busy, and said, ever since she told Lin Feng about the impending arrival of extraterrestrial beings, she has seen him become very busy. But what puzzled him was that the most important part of completing Lin Feng's plan wasn't those mutants. Why are they spending all their time tinkering with something in underground factories these days? Have they given up? Lin Feng stood up with a smile on his face. It's finally finished. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Bai Xiaowen. Okay, I understand. I'll go check out the staff dormitory in a bit. Bai Xiaowen was about to close her notebook and leave when Lin Feng called her back. Xiaowen, I need you to do me a favor. What kind of help? Tell me. Help? Lin Feng rarely uttered those 2 words, so Bai Xiaowen was also a little curious. The other party's current status is different from before. Many things can be done even if he doesn't show his face, as long as the news is released. There are also a lot of people willing to help him sort it out. Please arrange a meal with Xiao Shibei for me. Invite Xiao Shibei to dinner? Bai Xiaowen was truly confused now. Why was she going to see Xiao Shibei again at this time? That's right. He decides the time and place for dinner with Xiao Shibei. All I need to do is get him to come out. Hearing Lin Feng's solemn tone, Bai Xiaowen thought for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, no problem. After saying that, Bai Xiaowen immediately made a phone call to Bai Xinshu. About 30 minutes later, Bai Xinshu sent Lin Feng a message. Tonight, at 10 p.m., Chun Zhao's private hotel, Mingwei Room. Bai Xiaowen leaned over for a look. This hotel is nice. There's only 1 table of guests a day. It's very spacious and offers good privacy. That's good, that's good. Lin Feng silently repeated it twice before looking at Bai Xiaowen and speaking. Let's go to the staff dormitory now. Okay. Upon hearing the news that Lin Feng was coming, these mutants all consciously came down to the auditorium to wait. To be honest, I've had a very comfortable time these past few days, but they lived in constant fear. They received the best medicine, the most comfortable nutritional meals, and have dedicated personnel to measure their data at various times of the day. You could say they were given all the best things. But the big boss who supplied all of this didn't even show his face. The eldest daughter of the Bai family would come over every day, collect some data, and leave without a second thought. Knowing this is a pharmaceutical factory where they are conducting drug trials, people who don't know might mistake it for a nursing home where they are there to retire. The obese man casually found a seat and sat down next to Lao Bao. Looking at the man who was taking up 3 seats, Lao Bao's face showed a rare look of helplessness. Lao Feng, you seem to have gained weight again? Old Bao, you have to admit, the medicine and food here are really amazing. My stomach has been calmed down for a while now. I only need 4 drips every day, and although I've gained weight, I feel really relaxed. Old Feng didn't try to lower his voice, and many people around him heard him and nodded in agreement. Although the symptoms are different, the effects of the medicine are the same. Just as they were talking, Lin Feng appeared with Bai Xiaowen. The group of mutants were all stunned when they saw Lin Feng, who was still a teenager. I thought the young lady from the Bai family was young enough, but now they've sent a teenager? But a look of amazement flashed across Lao Bao's face. It was him. Yes, Nangong Xiao, Bai Xiaowen, and he came together at that time. Since Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen have both appeared, it's only right that he should also show up. However, he had previously fallen into a misconception that the person who could cure their illness was either an elderly person or at least a knowledgeable middle-aged person. But now it seems to be this young man. After all, he had witnessed the young man's methods firsthand. Just like Nangong Xiao said back then, nothing about Black Ditch could be hidden from him. Lin Feng waved his hand, dismissing the Bai family members and leaving only Bai Xiaowen and him. Lin Feng patted the microphone and spoke without any hesitation. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Feng, the factory manager of Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory. This is the first sentence. There are 2 reasons for gathering everyone here. This is the second sentence. First, I want to help everyone get better. Second, I want you all to help me eliminate the inauspicious star. This is the third sentence. Chapter 166, The Thoughts of the Mutants. In an instant, the entire auditorium fell into an eerie silence. Destroy the reverse star. The mutants present exchanged surprised glances. Let's set aside whether this goal is realistic or not, and just say that this is what they should be doing. If the rebels aim to overthrow humanity, then dealing with them should be the responsibility of the 4 major factions. The 4 major factions did indeed do just that. Judging from the results of the past few days, the 4 major factions have done a pretty good job. Why would the factory director of Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory have to get involved like this? Furthermore, is the strength of Ni Xing really something that these people can contend with? Can something that has existed for 40 years and fought against the 4 major factions for 40 years really be destroyed by them? Lin Feng remained silent as he watched the mutants below discussing amongst themselves, waiting for them to finish their conversation, until the sound gradually subsided. Finally, the entire auditorium fell silent. Cough, cough. 2 soft coughs were heard as a figure sitting in the front row slowly stood up. All eyes turned to them. Old Bao. That's right, it was Lao Bao who stepped forward. Old Feng smiled as he watched Old Bao get up. Others may not know this. However, he knew that his terrifying intelligence-gathering ability and his prestige among the mutants, thanks to his care for them, were not to be underestimated. I only have one question. Can our illness be cured? Old Bao asked Lin Feng, voicing the most important question for them. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng. That's right. To these mutants, any goal or battle is nothing more than ordinary. As far as they are concerned, who hasn't killed a few people and fought a few battles? Now there's only one most important question. Can we pull them out of the abyss of distortion? Let them truly live like human beings. Lin Feng glanced at Lao Bao, then at the mutants below, and nodded. You have all already used the medicine I have here. Curing you all is a little troublesome for me, but definitely not a difficult task. Old Bao nodded, having received the answer. Since that's the case, then I won't ask any questions. After speaking, Lao Bao sat back down in his original seat, and everyone else in the Great Hall nodded in agreement. In fact, it's very difficult for normal people to understand their mentality. The torment of the deformity is not only physically unbearable, but also psychologically devastating. Watching themselves grow more and more inhuman, and seeing the gazes of their loved ones and companions turn from concern to smoke is even more terrifying for their psychological trauma. This is why they're so eager to get cured and become human again, a normal person. The condition Lin Feng offered was exactly what they found hardest to refuse. The right to live like a normal person. Having obtained the answer, Lin Feng left the great hall with Bai Xiaowen, and the mutants inside slowly dispersed. Fortunately, Lao Feng also stood up. His physique was really unsuitable, and he had to compete with others for the right of way, so he had to stay at the back. What's Lao Bao thinking? Let's go. Looking at the pensive-looking Lao Feng, he spoke up. I'm wondering what the odds are that we'll destroy the reverse star? As Lao Bao spoke, he glanced at Lao Feng. What's the meaning? Do you really think we have a chance to destroy reverse star? Don't be ridiculous. This is something that even the four major factions, which have existed for 40 years and mobilized countless elites for, have failed to accomplish. We're the only ones who can rely on us. A group of deformed individuals living in the shadows. Old Feng waved his hand, and his plump figure nimbly walked back to his room. At this moment, Lao Bao's eyes were filled with a strange meaning. If it were anyone else, Lao Bao would definitely not care at all right now. I just think it's nonsense. But Lin Feng, he had seen this person's methods firsthand. He still vividly remembers that earth-shattering explosion. It's quite rare to see a 15-year-old boy in the 24th grade. Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen walked inside the Qingye pharmaceutical factory. Bai Xiaowen asked with some confusion, "Why do you want to say it directly? Aren't you afraid they'll leak the secret?" And I Xing is no simple character. Isn't it easy for them to want to know this information? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Believe it or not, there are definitely many people watching outside our factory with over 1,000 deformed individuals. Bai Xiaowen shrugged and said, even without these 1,000 mutants, there are still quite a few people watching outside the factory every day. The trash that's thrown out gets rummaged through countless times a day. After all, the money-making speed of the mental awakening potion has been seen by many people, if it weren't for the fact that the security here is really strong. They had already run into the factory and searched it thoroughly. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. That makes so much sense. No, I've been led astray. What I mean is that instead of hiding it tightly, I should just tell them my purpose openly. Anyway, there are definitely not many people who believe it. Bai Xiaowen believed this statement wholeheartedly. Really? After all, even she herself didn't think such a goal could be achieved. If this plan hadn't come from Lin Feng's mouth, such a far-fetched plan would hardly be believed by many people. Bai Xiaowen nodded and said, "That's their business." After finishing up here, Lin Feng looked at Bai Xiaowen and said, "Go home first tonight. There might be some explosive news tonight." "Is this some explosive news?" Bai Xiaowen paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. Lin Feng saw Bai Xiaowen off at the Qingye pharmaceutical factory and then turned to walk toward his office. Lin Feng remained calm throughout the journey, as if nothing could stop him. Arrive at the office and put on your gear. Finally, he put on a black outfit similar to a Zhongshan suit, then carried 2 suitcases and walked out of the Qingye pharmaceutical factory. Lin Feng sat in the back seat of the car, resting with his eyes closed. Li Chun then acted as the driver, steadily driving the car ahead. Looking at Lin Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed, through the rearview mirror, Li Chun did not find the tension and irritability he had expected in the other man's expression. Perhaps this is Lin Feng. Li Chun suddenly chuckled to himself, realizing that he was the one who was more unsettled than the other person. After finishing the last document, Xiao Shibei called home. "Father, I won't be coming home tonight." "Who are you with?" Xiao Zong asked casually. Xiao Zong is very satisfied with his son. He handled everything very well, but his daily inquiries were still necessary. "I'm going to meet Lin Feng from Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory today." "Oh, you arranged to meet him?" Xiao Zong was also very interested in Lin Feng. Their earning power is exactly what their family lacks most. If they could win over the other party, it would truly solve their biggest problem. "He arranged the meeting with me, or it was through the Bai family." "He invited you?" Xiao Zong thought for a moment and said, "That means there's still a good chance. Let's talk it over and try to win him over." "Okay, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Shibei straightened his clothes and went out. Chapter 167 Director Reverse Star. Qinzhao's private hotel, Minji Weijin. To be precise, the entire private hotel is essentially a garden. The bright moon shines on a wooden house perched on a pond. The origin of the term bright moon is that the bright moon is reflected on the shimmering water. Inside the wooden house were only Xiao Shibei, Lin Feng, and a square table. 2 people sat facing each other on either side of the square table, one to the east and one to the west. Xiao Shibei poured Lin Feng a glass of wine first. "To be honest, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to treat me to this meal." Lin Feng raised his glass, thanked him, and then spoke. Do you know why I invited you, Mr. Xiao? Xiao Shibei smiled and shook his head. To be honest, that's what I wanted to ask you too. However, if you're trying to brush me off with something like, you look a lot like your deceased friend, then there's no need to say anything more. Lin Feng also laughed at this moment. So, it seems that young Master Xiao doesn't trust me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shibei smiled and then looked at Lin Feng with a serious expression. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that you're planning something really big. Lin Feng swirled the wine glass in his hand, then looked at Xiao Shibei in front of him with some surprise. He had to admit that the other party was really perceptive. Actually, I do have something to show you. Oh, what is that? Xiao Shibei looked at Lin Feng with a curious expression and asked. Lin Feng took out the two boxes beside him and opened one of them first. Inside, there was a device that looked like a spinning top. A glint of light flashed in Xiao Shibei's eyes the moment he saw the device. He didn't recognize the device, but he recognized a rather cryptic symbol on it. That symbol belongs to the retrograde star. What is this? Xiao Shibei feigned interest and asked. This thing is pretty amazing. One of the core components of an energy extraction and infusion device. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Shibei in front of him and spoke slowly and clearly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shibei's face clearly showed a hint of surprise. What is that? However, Xiao Shibei quickly regained his composure and looked calmly at Lin Feng in front of him, asking a question. However, Xiao Shibei's fist was already clenched under the table. Impossible? How do you know? Who exactly is he? Lin Feng remained calm despite the oppressive aura emanating from Xiao Shibei. I bet you're wondering how I found out, right? Xiao Shibei is now silent, staring intently at Lin Feng in front of him. It's actually very simple. This device is what told me. This device is so well developed that it's large enough to be usable. The most important parts of the entire energy extraction and infusion device are extraction and transmission. I saw your drug separator at the base next to Shurjo City, just looking at the transmission pipelines inside. You shouldn't have any problems with the transmission equipment. If I'm not mistaken, you were just one step away from completing this energy extraction and infusion device. The man in the white coat that Lu Qianlong brought back to Yanfeng Central City was probably the designer or chief engineer of this project. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shibei could no longer hold back and asked directly, Who are you? Who exactly are you? Absolutely perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Their research and development process was exactly as Lin Feng described. At that time, the project being carried out at that base was already in its final stages. However, they did not expect that the higher-ups of the Yanfeng faction would be so ruthless. They're willing to abandon Shurjo City altogether and destroy their base. This led to the destruction of the research inside, but fortunately they arranged for the chief engineer in charge of the research to pretend to be captured by the Special Operations Department. As he expected, the chief engineer indeed followed the Special Operations Department to Rock Peak Central City. It was only by transmitting the plan back to the interior of the reverse star that the flame of the energy extraction and infusion device was preserved. Ultimately, the entire device was successfully developed. They did all of this so discreetly, but to Lin Feng, it was as if it were happening right under his nose. I am no one. I am Lin Feng. I've come to you today only for the sake of the skin on your face. After sitting opposite each other for so long, Lin Feng finally discovered where his treasure was. It's on Xiao Shibei's face. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shibei's expression turned even uglier. Lin Feng, where did you get all this information from? Xiao Shibei's gaze was gloomy, and his voice was filled with undisguised killing intent as he persistently asked this unanswerable question. Lin Feng took the wine pot, poured himself another cup of wine, and said, Actually, these are all just my guesses. My guess is based on the fact that Xiaoya and the others were the people who were rescued from the Xiao family's warehouse. Lin Feng downed the drink in his glass again, shook his neck, and said, I used to think that this kind of thing might have been something that someone from your Xiao family contacted in Aishing on their own. But then I realized something was wrong. If it's just the people below contacting Nixing, wouldn't the returning caravans ask questions? Wouldn't this expose the whole thing? Later, I thought that probably only someone with enough power could step in and suppress these voices. You agree, right? I was thinking that if that person were you, many problems could be solved. Whether it was what I encountered in the Special Operations Department or everything I saw in the wilderness. As Lin Feng spoke with a smile, he also picked up another suitcase next to him. Open it gently. The exposed parts are exactly the same as before. These two parts are exactly the same, but your original one is so fragile that it would probably break down after just one full power test. Xiao Shibei's expression had returned to calm, but he still looked at Lin Feng with some confusion. I have no idea what he's up to. The one I made uses the best materials, and it will work perfectly no matter how many times you run it at full power. Now I'm using this thing to replace the skin on your face. Lin Feng stared intently at Xiao Shibei in front of him, his eyes filled with longing. Xiao Shibei looked at the parts on the table and then touched his face. Is this important to you? Xiao Shibei asked, touching his face. Whether it's important to me or not is irrelevant. The key point is that this thing is unimportant to you. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Shibei gave a cold laugh. Indeed, since you've given me so many ways to prove my identity, my face really doesn't matter anymore. If I'm not mistaken, you've already arrested my chief engineer, haven't you? Lin Feng nodded as a matter of course. Such an important project should be the only place worth taking the risk for, and the other party should be the only person who has ever seen your face. You agree, right, Director Nixing? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shibei couldn't help but applaud. Chapter 168, My Treasure is Mine. Wow, you're really smart. Over the years, I've encountered countless reasons and methods by which I would reveal my true intentions. The only thing I never expected was that I would be defeated by a boy who came to the city from the wilderness. Listening to Xiao Shibei's words, Lin Feng stretched his muscles and said, Actually, there must be quite a few people who doubt you. First of all, the location you chose is very prominent. Having access to so many classified information and being so high profile is not a good thing. During the second long period of concealment, many things were also very careless, the simplest being the migration of the center of the inverse star. 2 of your 3 bases are in the wilderness, and 1 is on the East Coast. But now there's almost no news from Dongbin, so it's not hard to guess where you are or what your plans are. However, the reputation of the 8 great families was too great. This is the same drug sales term that Lin Feng personally experienced. Bai Fengcheng was right about one thing. Without the Bai family's distribution channels, the Spirit Awakening potion would never have become so popular so quickly. However, the Bai family's power is actually inferior to that of the Xiao family. It is easy to imagine how influential the Xiao family, especially in the political arena, is. Has Xiao Shibei really been flawless all these years? Lin Feng felt that it was unlikely, and that he, having only been in the city for a short time, could possibly guess the other party's question. Not to mention that among the many intelligent people in the Special Operations Department who have been dealing with Reverse Star for a long time, there must have been some of them who discovered the problem. But still the Xiao family. Under the protection of the Xiao family, everything was dissolved without a trace, achieving a truly seamless outcome. Xiao Shibei smiled and nodded, then looked at Lin Feng and said, All you've said is just for the mask on my face, right? To be honest, I'm really curious. This mask is quite peculiar. It can transform into an almost human face without being detected. But in the end, that's about all it does. After all, a person's actions, expressions, and habits still depend on their own imitation. So why do you value this so much? As he said Xiao Shibei, he pressed his face against the glass and gently lifted it off. Suddenly, the mask on his face was removed. Director Nixing was surprised to discover that Lin Feng had absolutely no interest in him, the most mysterious person on the planet. Instead, my eyes were immediately drawn to the mask in his hand. But what Director and I, Xing, didn't know was that Lin Feng had gone to such lengths and taken such a roundabout route. Ultimately, it all comes down to one thing. The Faceless God. Actually, he spent half a day explaining to Bai Xiaoan the reasons for destroying the Reverse Star. Besides those, there's one more thing I haven't mentioned, and that's this thing. His precious item is still in this person's hands, and the other party has used it for so long. With difficulty, Lin Feng looked away from the mask and onto the face of the director of the Reverse Star Bureau. He had a face that looked to be about 40 years old, with several crisscrossing scars on his left cheek. But if it weren't for those few scars adding a bit of character, his face would really be just another face in a crowd. A type that you would never notice. Come on, let's exchange goods. Director Nixing took the initiative to speak. Although he didn't know what was special about the mask in his hand, Director Nixing knew that he needed this crucial component. This part can solve his immediate problem. In the end, both of them got what they wanted, and it was just the moment Lin Feng touched the mask. A smile also appeared on Lin Feng's face. As expected of a cosmic-level treasure, this effect is almost heaven-defying. Seeing Lin Feng's smiling face, Director and I, Xing suddenly smiled as well and casually placed the two briefcases beside him. Honestly, I don't quite understand it. How could someone as intelligent as you not realize that you are in a very dangerous situation? Director N.I. Xing's gaze darkened, and he launched a fierce right punch. Call! The whooshing sound stirred up the surrounding air currents, and the dishes and drinks on the table were directly blown away by the air currents. The rolling stone shook the earth. Looking at the fist that resembled a rolling boulder from a mountain, Lin Feng's expression had returned to its usual calm. With the items in hand, Lin Feng felt relieved. He suddenly raised his not-so-thick forearm and blocked the fist of the director of the Inverse Star Bureau. At this moment, Director Nixing was filled with disdain. That's it. His punch could destroy a tank. That little forearm could block his fist. Clang! Fist and forearm collided violently, and the next second, a metallic, clanging sound rang out. A look of surprise flashed across Director N.I. Xing's face. What is it? What was the other person hiding under their sleeve? Director Nixing was taken aback. Lin Feng could do without him. He threw a backhand punch straight at Director Nixing's face. At this moment, Director N.I. Xing also showed no mercy, launching a direct counterattack. The rolling stone shook the earth. The powerful energy gathered on the surface of the fist and instantly formed a thin yellow film. Just as their fists were about to meet, with a whooshing sound, a short blade suddenly sprang out from Lin Feng's sleeve. Lin Feng gripped the short blade with his backhand, and a series of clanging sounds suddenly came from his arm as a mechanical device attached to his arm broke through his clothes and came out. The serpent's wanderings. The transmission blade of a pneumatic mechanical arm, imbued with true chi, instantly unleashed a speed that even the director of the Anti-Star Bureau couldn't believe. The short blade slashed through the air in a Z shape, dodging the director of the Inverse Star Bureau's fist and heading straight for his heart. Faced with Lin Feng, whose rank was far lower than his own, Director N.I. Xing actually felt his life was in danger. No, that's impossible. Air anti-shield. Purple illusion. Cloud annihilation. Lin Feng was determined to strike, and just as the blade was about to reach Director N.I. Xing's chest, he felt himself sinking into a muddy swamp. Air. The air has changed. At the same time, the director of the Reverse Star Bureau, whose eyes were flashing purple, unleashed a powerful spiritual purple cloud that shot straight into Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. Lin Feng was speechless. Psychic abilities are clearly the rarest of all abilities, so why are there so many on this planet? And this director Reverse Star, not only does he have psychic ability, but he also has the ability to manipulate air. Phantom Serpent, Coil Protection. A serpentine body, barely visible, was born from the center of Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. Its massive body instantly protected the entire sea of consciousness beneath it. The powerful purple cloud impact failed to budge the serpent in the slightest. At this moment, Lin Feng knew he had no chance, so he drew his sword, turned around, and left without the slightest hesitation. It was originally based on the confidence of the director of the Inverse Star Bureau that he was able to manipulate the situation with his own intentions. But who would have thought that the opponent not only had a high level, but also possessed two rare superpowers, mental and physical manipulation? Is this even giving people a way to survive? Let's run first. Watching Lin Feng burst out the door, Director N.I. Xing glanced down at a glaring red dot on his chest. That's right. That knife just touched him. If he hadn't released his powers quickly, he might have already been disemboweled. Upon realizing this, Director Nixing's gaze instantly darkened. Lin Feng, I'm going to kill you. Bang! The air around the body instantly spread under the control of the director of the Inverse Star Bureau. The wooden cabin was no match for such an attack and exploded directly. The air beneath Director Nixing's feet was compressed before he stomped down hard. He caught the recoil from the air explosion, transforming into a blur as he hurtled straight towards Lin Feng's back. Hearing the whistling wind behind him, Lin Feng swung his arms, and the complete mechanical structure burst through his clothes, revealing his body. The black, matte metal covered Lin Feng's entire back, with the extended mechanical structure fitting tightly to his arms. Chapter 169 Pneumatic Robotic Arm. Pneumatic Robotic Arm. Weight, 10 kilograms. Length, 175 centimeters, longest. Width, 70 centimeter, weitest. Assistance, 1000 kilogrammes. Application, attached to the user's arms, it primarily provides mechanical assistance, allowing the arms to rotate in all directions. It also provides secondary protection for the back and one side of the arms. Lin Feng reached out and flicked his wrist, and two folding long swords instantly unfolded in his hand. The mechanical arm extends and the sword extends, unleashing a powerful martial arts technique. The twin serpent blades, a narrow thread of sky. This time, Lin Feng didn't even care about conserving his true energy. He poured all his power into the two long swords in his hands. At the same time, sizzle. The two robotic arms instantly released a burst of compressed gas, which pushed back to help the arms control the long sword. True Chi martial arts combined with a mechanical arm. This is Lin Feng's strongest strike to date. The long sword instantly transformed into a black line, carrying a terrifying aura of annihilation as it slashed towards Director Nixing. Even a level 30 martial artist would likely be torn apart instantly by this strike. And this slash arrived in front of Director Nixing in an instant. Director Nixing was also taken aback by the sudden attack. However, he still reflexively used air shield, and at this moment, his arms were covered with a layer of yellow, true energy as he smashed towards the blade. A rolling boulder crushes the sky. He had already discovered from the mental energy clash that mental attacks were completely meaningless against Lin Feng. Why not combine martial arts with air-based superpowers? The force of the punch returning from the long sword made Lin Feng's tiger's mouth tremble. His body involuntarily retreated. As expected, when Director Anai Xing gets serious, he's still a level 34 superhuman warrior, completely outmatched by Lin Feng, who is only level 24. Looking at Lin Feng, who had been deflected, Director Anai Xing made no attempt to hide the murderous intent on his face. You're pretty good, kid, but your chance has already passed. The difference in levels is still too great. This isn't just a simple 10-level difference. There's a huge 30-level gap in between. Lin Feng exhaled a breath of stale air. That's right, there really is no chance anymore. But you won't have the chance to kill me anymore. Upon hearing this, Director Anai Xing frowned. What did he mean? What? You still expect the guard or the Special Operations Department to save you? Lin Feng shook his head and said, they're too slow. You should look behind you. Upon hearing this, Director Anai Xing turned around and glanced behind him. The next second, I was stunned. He saw Li Chun standing not far away from him. Li Shen, relying on him, a useless person? A hint of disdain flashed across Director Nixing's face. He knew Li Chen's situation all too well. Even before Li Chun was crippled, let alone now, he was still just a punch away from him. Oh, looks like I'm being looked down upon. Li Chun stretched his body, and a pistol appeared in his hand. Snort. Director Nixing snorted coldly and waved his hand casually. A burst of compressed air shot towards Li Chun. Bang! The compressed air flew in front of Li Chun and exploded instantly. The blast wave instantly overturned a fir tree as thick as a thigh. But the next second, Director Nixing suddenly started to experience a frantic warning in his mind. Danger! Air anti-shield. The anti-shield instantly covered the entire body of the director of the Inverstar Bureau, who then shifted to the side. As expected of Director Nixing, his reaction was truly terrifying. Li Chun slowly emerged from the smoke and dust, a wisp of smoke still rising from his pistol. Director Nixing looked down at the bullet holes in his clothes with some disbelief. Level 30? That's right, he could feel the true energy accompanying that shot. This guy in front of me is level 30? How is that possible? Before he was seriously injured, Li Chun was only level 25. How did he become level 30 after being on the verge of death? A smile also appeared on Lin Feng's face. Li Chun wouldn't dare to come to the appointment if he wasn't at level 30. Looking at Li Chun on the left and then at Lin Feng on the right, Director Anai Xing's expression grew increasingly grim. Okay. Lin Feng, you're really smart. See you next time. Bang! No sooner had he finished speaking than a violent explosion resounded throughout half of the city center. A cloud of smoke rose into the air and instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. Li Chun swiftly moved to Lin Feng's side, fearing that Director Anai Xing might launch a surprise attack. The two stood there for a while until the smoke and dust completely dissipated and the figure of Director Nixing disappeared, at which point they relaxed their vigilance. Call! Lin Feng threw down his long sword and couldn't help but rub his wrist. A leap of 10 levels is truly difficult to overcome. Even with the assistance of a robotic arm, his bones aren't made of alloy after all. Li Chun looked at Lin Feng with a look of amazement. I thought I would be making my appearance right away. Who would have thought that your knife could actually threaten the other party? Oomph. Lin Feng snorted in dissatisfaction upon hearing this. It's only because it was arranged here. If it were Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory, I guarantee he wouldn't be able to leave. The mechanic is most effective when there is enough time to prepare. Li Chun shrugged indifferently. He believed that statement now. Let's go back to the pharmaceutical factory. Lin Feng shook his head. It's not possible now. We need to go to the Xiao family. The Xiao family? Where are we going and what are we doing? Of course, we need to put an end to this completely. Without the cooperation of the Xiao family, it would be too difficult to completely eradicate this Director Nixing's influence within the Yin Feng faction. Li Chun shook his head upon hearing Lin Feng's words. That's impossible. In their eyes, all that mattered was family interests, even though they knew these people were part of Director Nixing's scheme. They won't settle accounts immediately. They'll wait for what they call their opportune moment. By the end, Li Chun's tone was laced with sarcasm. Lin Feng sheathed his long sword, folded it again, and said, It's okay. I have a way to get Xiao Zong to agree. Seeing Lin Feng's confidence, Li Chun could only nod, and the two left the hotel and got into the car. Before leaving, Lin Feng left a note for the gatekeeper, who was already terrified, instructing him to report the losses to the Special Operations Department the next day. Why not report to your Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory? You're much richer than the Special Operations Department. Although Li Chun wasn't the captain of Team B, he asked out of habit. This is a battle between me and Director Nixing. Okay? Isn't the Special Operations Department in charge of everything related to the Reverse Star? Of course, they should be the ones to pay for it. Besides, I haven't been removed from the Special Operations Department yet. I'm still a hero member of the Special Operations Department. Are the hero team members supposed to pay for the damage caused by their battle with the Reverse Star Bureau chief? Li Chun was speechless for a moment after hearing Lin Feng's self-righteous words. That's absolutely right. Of course, when Lei Xiao saw the compensation bill of nearly 100 million yuan, he couldn't help but curse Lin Feng in the office. 100 million? Couldn't they at least find a cheaper place to fight? Chapter 170 Xiao Zong's reaction. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care about these things at the moment and went to the Xiao family's manor with Li Chun. It really is the convenience brought by the change in status that made him possible. If no one had invited him before, he would never have been able to enter the very center of Rock Peak City. But now, he still couldn't get in, but the security guard had already informed him. The vehicle soon stopped at the entrance of the Xiao family's manor. Xiao Zong also made his stance clear by personally coming to the door to greet them. However, seeing that only Lin Feng and Li Chun got out of the car, his brows immediately furrowed. Is it sure, Bei? Lin Feng sighed and said with a serious expression, Patriarch Xiao, I have a video that I need you to witness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zong's expression immediately turned cold. As a top politician, he instantly realized that something was wrong. Xiao Shibei was in trouble, and their Xiao family was in trouble. Upon entering the living room, Lin Feng laid the communicator horizontally, on which was playing footage of someone being interrogated. It was a man in a white coat, and sitting opposite him were Nangong Xiao and a man in black. Tell me your true identity. Don't you already know? Do I need to say more? We want to know more details about Dr. Cheng. Okay, Fina. My name is Cheng Zhang. I was the chief engineer of the Reverse Star Energy device. I was captured by Lu Qianlan and sent to the Weapon Design Institute. Now I am the chief engineer for the research and development of a new generation of space-based weapons. Why was Dr. Cheng captured? Because this was Director Nixing's arrangement. When the number 3 base next to Shizhou City was breached, we couldn't leave it all and could only leak information to the Special Operations Department through people inside Nixing. Let the Special Operations Department capture me and then bring me out. Who is that person inside Dr. Cheng's Reverse Star? He is Xiao Shibei, the director of our Nixing Bureau and also a member of the Xiao family. Xiao Zong couldn't hear what was said after that. At that moment, he only felt his head buzzing. It looks like it's about to explode at any moment. No, that's impossible. Who is this person? Why can't what he said be false? Xiao Zong stood up and yelled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Of course, I also hope this is fake, so I met with Brother Shibei today to show him this video. As a result, Lin Feng paused for a moment before continuing. He attacked me and then ran away. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Zong surprisingly regained his composure. Did he attack you? If Xiao Shibei is the director of the Reverse Star Bureau, then he must be at least level 30 or above. If he attacked you, how could you still be alive to see me? Xiao Zong's gaze was icy, as if he would tear Lin Feng to pieces the moment he got the answer he wanted. Lin Feng pointed to Li Chun beside him. Xiao Zong's expression suddenly changed as he looked at Li Chun, whose aura was murky and unclear. This feeling? Level 30. The person in front of me has actually broken through to level 30? Who are you? When did Yanfeng Central City start having people like this? How did I not know? Despite the considerable power of the Special Operations Department, these captains also hold important positions. However, this status was not enough in front of Xiao Zong, the head of the Xiao family. I am Li Chun, the former captain of Team B of the Special Operations Department. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zong suddenly remembered something. A few days ago, Xiao Shibei seemed to have told him about Li Chun from the Special Operations Department's B team, whose identity was seriously injured and a position was now vacant. They can plant their people in there. In that instant, Xiao Zong also thought of many things, including many of Xiao Shibei's arrangements. Xiao Zong picked up the phone next to him and made a call. Hello, what's up, bro? Fourth brother, where are you now? Me? I'm home. I asked you if Xiao Shibei had approached you to deal with the Nixing members in the caravan. The person on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, seemingly thinking for a moment before speaking. Shibei called me, but he said it was his own fault and he didn't want to bother me. He said he would handle it himself, and that if he called to ask, just say that he had already taken care of it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zong's face immediately darkened. I didn't even realize when I dropped the phone. The fourth son of the Xiao family was still talking on the other end of the line. Why didn't Shibei clean up the mess? If it doesn't work, I'll try again. Hey bro, are you still listening? Lin Feng picked up the phone and spoke into the other end. Master Xiao, you should come over here. Zhao's fourth son frowned upon hearing the immature voice on the other end of the phone, but he didn't ask any further questions. Okay, I'm coming. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Zong lay back on the sofa, facing the ceiling, and slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, Xiao Zong felt as if the sky had fallen. The Xiao family was already in decline and had no one left. Now that Xiao Shibei has been proven to be an imposter, is there any future for the Xiao family? Does Xiao Zong deserve to sit in the position of family head? Lin Feng silently took out a palm-sized box from his pocket. Patriarch Xiao, you don't need to be so troubled. The Xiao family still has you, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zong sat up and immediately noticed the small box that had already been opened on the table. There are 2 kinds of medicine inside. There are 3 blue potions and 1 pink potion. What is this? If I'm not mistaken, the Xiao family head mainly suffered a heart injury. Xiao Zong nodded. Many people already knew this. That's good. These 3 blue potions are called heart secondary repair potions, which are specifically designed to repair the heart. You'll see the effect yourself with 1 dose a day. As for the pink potion, it's called a growth promoter. The effect is obvious even without explanation. Looking at the 4 vials of medicine in front of him, Xiao Zong's expression suddenly improved. At least he no longer looked as despondent as before. What does this mean? The Xiao family is still one of the 8 major families in Yanfeng Central City, but Nixing is an absolute cancer. We still hope to completely eradicate this malignant tumor. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Zong glanced at him and finally nodded slowly. Having received the answer, Lin Feng didn't linger and got up to take his leave. This time, Xiao Zong still saw them both to the door. I got in the car, started it, and drove off for a while. Li Chun couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng several times through the rearview mirror. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked. Nothing much. I was just wondering why Xiao Zong agreed. To be honest, Li Chun was quite surprised that Xiao Zong agreed so easily in the end. After all, this was a real blow to the Xiao family's power. People always have desires. For Xiao Zong, the continuation of his family line is very important, but it is also important for him to control his own power. Lin Feng looked at the power center of the Yanfeng faction outside and explained calmly, "We'll be attending his 60th birthday banquet someday." Xiao Zong only made a brief appearance at the very end of the banquet, seemingly having completely relinquished power to Xiao Shibei. However, after the banquet, he summoned the heads of the 8 major families for a private talk. This shows that he did not give up his rights, but the objective conditions did not allow it. Li Chun nodded and understood. To put it bluntly, family is very important, but in Xiao Zong's eyes, he himself is even more important. Chapter 171 Reactions from All Sides. What? Did you hear me right? Bai Xianxiu suddenly stood up, looking at Bai Xiaowen in front of him with disbelief. Even Bai Xianheng was stunned, staring blankly at Bai Xiaowen in front of him. At this moment, he didn't care about etiquette anymore. Even Bai Xiaoya was stunned. When I came back just now, my younger sister told him that there might be some big news tonight. But even though it was big, I never imagined it would be this terrifying. Is Xiao Shibei the director of the Reverse Star Bureau? You're not kidding, are you? As Bai Xinshu spoke, his expression grew increasingly grim. This is not just about the secrets of Lin Feng's Central City. The key point is that the new generation leader of the 8 major families is actually this kind of person. The impact on the reputation of these 8 great families would be unimaginable. To be precise, it was director N.I. Xing who killed Xiao Shibei and then impersonated him. Bai Xiaowen also let out a long breath. Fear. This news is truly terrifying. One of the top executives of Lin Feng is actually the director of Nixing. What could be more terrifying than this? Where is he now? Bai Xinheng immediately asked. Bai Xiaoya also realized it instantly, yes. This news is shocking, but it also presents an opportunity. An opportunity to kill the director of the Inverse Star Bureau. Lin Feng went to see him tonight, but neither of them were a match for director N.I. Xing, so they let him go. After that, Bai Xiaowen recited the story that Lin Feng had made up. It was after he discovered that Chang Zhang had a problem that he had Nan Gong Xiao arrest him. Lin Feng didn't really trust Chang Zhang's words, so he took the interrogation video to Xiao Shibei. Who knew that Xiao Shibei would take action and then escape? Beep, 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 beep. Just as they fell silent, a sudden, urgent ringing interrupted his thoughts. Bai Xinshu glanced at the number and immediately raised an eyebrow. But in the end, they still answered the call. Hai Lao Xiao. Sai, you know about Lao Bai's situation, right? To be honest, I still find it hard to believe that I actually know. Bai Xinshu said with a wry smile. To be honest, which family wouldn't envy the Xiao family for having such a capable and resourceful young man as Xiao Shibei? The fact that someone with Xiao Zong's personality would delegate authority shows just how satisfied he is with Xiao Shibei. But is that so? This was a bolt from the blue. No, for the Xiao family, it was like the sky had fallen and the earth had collapsed. Sigh, I find it hard to believe too. But after carefully recalling all these years and that enormous disaster, I suddenly realized that perhaps I should have suspected him long ago. It was me, I was blind. It's rare to see Xiao Zong like this, but he couldn't help but open up to Bai Xinshu. It's not that the person was acting too convincingly. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Zong sighed and then suddenly said in a resolute tone, I've decided that your family should also contribute some people. I'll give you the list of personnel that Xiao Shibei has transferred over the years. Investigate this thoroughly, completely. Upon hearing this, Bai Xinshu's eyes flashed with surprise. He actually heard such words from Xiao Zong. He initially thought the call was from Xiao Zong pleading for leniency. He hadn't expected that by handing over the right to investigate to the Xiao family, they would actually demand a thorough investigation. Old Xiao, I truly admire you for making this decision. Sai, it's all my own doing. At this point, Xiao Zong suddenly changed his tone. However, I still hope that we, the Xiao family, can have some dignity. Don't worry, I understand and I will support you. Hearing this, Bai Xinshu felt much more at ease. Otherwise, he would have suspected that Xiao Zong was also an imposter. Thank you. Yes, it will be fine. Bai Xinshu immediately looked at Bai Xiaowen after ending the conversation. Call Lin Feng and ask him to come over. Ugh. Bai Xiaowen started calling Lin Feng. Bai Xinshu then looked at Bai Xiaoya. Go back now and work with the guards and that person from the Hua family to fully cooperate with the Special Operations Department's operation. Yes. Bai Xiaoya agreed and turned to leave. Bai Xinshu thought for a moment and then made a call he hadn't made in a long time. Hello, Dad. The Special Operations Department was exceptionally busy today. However, unlike usual when they were busy arresting people, today they were busy interrogating people. Since last night, people have been continuously being brought here, all on the same charge, suspected of having connections with Nixing. From last night until this morning, the entire Special Operations Department cells were packed to capacity. Inside the conference room on the top floor, Lei Xiao, Lu Qianlan, Lu Heng, Li Si, Xiao Yu, and Miao Yi were all present at this moment. Zhao Huanfeng, Lu Heng asked, somewhat surprised. This person is the newly appointed captain of B Team. He is suspected of having connections with Nixing and is currently imprisoned. Xiao Yu glanced at Lu Heng and said helplessly, what exactly is going on? Since last night, people have been continuously being sent here for this reason. Lu Heng's expression was also quite unpleasant. Wasn't it said that they were in charge of everything related to the retrograde stars? It seems like they don't know what's going on. Qianlan, please tell us. Lei Xiao looked at Lu Qianlan and said helplessly. Xiao Shibei knows about this, right? Lu Qianlan didn't keep anyone in suspense and asked directly. This is certainly known to the Xiao family as the next generation head of the family and the new generation of political leaders of the 8 major families. That's right, it's him. He's the director of the Reverse Star Bureau in disguise. Silence fell over the entire conference room. Are you kidding me? Even Xiao Yu, who is usually the boldest, hesitated to ask his question at this moment. Even Li Si, who is a full-time researcher, had an expression of disbelief on his face. Lu Qianlan nodded. This matter has to start with Lin Feng. Suspicion of Cheng Zhang, interrogation by the Nangong family, meeting with Xiao Shibei, surprise attack, escape. After listening, Lei Xiao frowned slightly and then asked, "That's not right. If that's the case, how did Lin Feng survive under the control of Director and Aishing? It's impossible that he also broke through level 30, right?" "Yes, according to our estimates, Director and Aishing should not be an ordinary level 30, right? This is something Lin Feng can resist." Lu Heng also spoke up to question him. It's true that Lin Feng couldn't possibly reach level 30, but Li Qin can. Upon hearing this, Lei Zhao's face immediately fell. Lu Heng and Xiao Yu exchanged a glance, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Although it's hard to believe, the head of the Xiao family has confirmed that Li Qin is now at level 30. Lu Qianlan looked at Lei Xiao and said, Chapter 172, Shouting Kill, while wearing a hospital gown. For a moment, everyone present fell silent. Is Li Qin in level 30? Lin Feng must have been the one to help. Xiao Yu suddenly spoke up. Liu Hang Sai help. It doesn't matter who helped. What matters is that Li Qin is now level 30, which completely changes things. Everyone present fell silent upon hearing these words. I have to admit that Lu Heng was right. Level 30 means that Li Qin has already stepped into the top tier of this planet. Wait, isn't Lin Feng still one of ours? Meow, he suddenly said. To be honest, they were just on a long vacation and weren't fired. Upon hearing this, everyone present exchanged glances, and finally all eyes turned to Lu Heng. Lu Heng's lips twitched, and he said with a hint of helplessness, Okay, I'll go ask him again. But don't get your hopes up too high. Lei Xiao and the others didn't have high hopes. They just wanted Lu Heng to give a try. After all, this long holiday is practically the same as being fired. Wait a minute, I'll go with you. Finally, Lu Qianlan stood up, and Lu Heng nodded in agreement. It was better to have someone with you. However, he only realized it after he got on the bus in Lu Heng. You're trying to avoid interrogation, aren't you? Lu Qianlan nodded calmly. With so many smart people, who knows how long the interrogation will take? Let's leave it to Xiao Yu. Lu Heng shook his head and said, As expected, you are the smartest. Even if Li Qin and I combined, we still couldn't beat you. Lu Qianlan, who was also sitting in the passenger seat, said listlessly, Now it seems that Li Qin is the smartest, much smarter than me. Oh, how so? Lu Heng started the vehicle and asked while driving. Actually, I met Lin Feng earlier than Li Qin, and Lin Feng and I had plenty of opportunities to build a good relationship. After all, with old man by in the middle, he was quite happy for Lin Feng to build a good relationship with Lu Qianlan and the Lu family. Unfortunately, all of this... Lu Qianlan sighed and recalled the time when Lin Feng handed her the note. At first, she just thought she was watching a clown, but now it seems like she's the clown more. But come to think of it, it hasn't been that long since Lin Feng went into the city and gave her the little note, has it? After all, Lin Feng was introduced by Zhang Xiao, which held special significance for Li Qin. Lu Heng said calmly, The image of that upright, indomitable man who never farted involuntarily appeared before my eyes. Speaking of which, I often hear you guys mention Zhang Xiao. It seems that you, Li Qin, and even the minister all respect him quite a bit. Lu Heng said this with a smile. You probably don't know this yet. Li Qin and I used to be on the same team, and Zhang Xiao was our captain. Hearing Lu Heng's words, Lu Qianlan was stunned, and her face became even more incredulous. What? Haha, I knew you didn't know. After laughing, Lu Heng began to tell his story. Back then, we were all in the same small team. The main target of Nixing was not our Yinfeng, but Dongbin. Our Yinfeng team was definitely the strongest in terms of individual soldier skills and weaponry, so when Dongbin asked us for help, my team, Lu Heng's team, and Zhang Zhao's team were the most elite team. Then we were sent to freeze the ice. At that time, Dongbin was already in chaos. Apart from the central city of Dongbin, the other major cities had lost trust in each other because of the reverse star. They are in constant danger of collapse because they are so afraid of the reverse star that they don't even dare to leave the big city. At that time, Captain Zhang led us to do something big, proving that reverse star was nothing special. What's the big deal? Lu Qianlan asked curiously. The five of us ran to the island base of the reverse star and blew up their prison. Island base? Prison? Just the five of you? Lu Qianlan was truly dumbfounded. People she used to disregard were all surprisingly overbearing. Now that her true colors have been revealed, she seems more like a clown relying on her family's power and influence. That's right, it's the five of us. However, Lu Heng's expression didn't look too good after saying this. That's right, it was the five of us, but in the end, only three of us survived, him Li Chun and Zhang Xiao. It's inevitable for a general to die on the battlefield, so he didn't really blame Zhang Xiao. But later he learned the truth about Zhang Xiao leading them to break out of prison. Zhang Xiao's purpose at the time was not to boost the confidence of the major cities in Dongbin by directly attacking the reverse star base. But it was only for one person, one man. That's right, it's Su Gan. Looking at Lu Heng's expression, Lu Qianlan blinked, as if there was some hidden story behind it. Wait, isn't this the road to Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory? Lu Qianlan suddenly realized something was wrong, and quickly spoke up to remind her. Lu Heng rolled his eyes. Of course I know this isn't the way to Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory. We need to pick up Chai Ben and Chui Shi first, otherwise I doubt we'll even be able to get into the factory. However, Lu Heng miscalculated because even though he brought Chai Ben and Chui Shi with him, they still couldn't get into the factory. It wasn't that Lin Feng wouldn't let them in, but rather that they were shocked to find Li Chun sitting in the guardhouse at the entrance of the Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory. What's going on here? Lu Qianlan looked at Li Chun, who was dressed like an old man, wearing a coat and holding a thermos, and for a moment she didn't know what expression to make when facing him. How? Security guard. Li Chun didn't seem to care at all. On the contrary, he looked quite happy. You think you're one of the most elite people on the planet, working as a security guard here? I don't think even the top-level council at Rock Peak is this extravagant. Lu Heng said with a helpless expression. Chai Ben and Chui Shi exchanged a glance, both unsure of what trick Li Chun was playing. Li Shen smilat calmly. Yes, it's precisely because I'm now one of the very top few people on this planet that I'm qualified to be a doorman here. For some reason, a somewhat pathetic statement sounded so domineering when Li Chun said it. Okay, I know why you've come. Lin Feng is currently busy and probably doesn't have time to meet with you. Let's talk about it after you finish interrogating those people. Hearing Li Chun's words, Lu Qianlan and Lu Heng exchanged a glance and finally shrugged helplessly. But it's all right, since they didn't have much hope anyway. Even so, we're old friends. Why won't you invite us to have a meal here? Just as Lu Heng finished speaking, a series of incredibly synchronized footsteps suddenly came from behind. Top, 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 kill, 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 kill. Immediately following the sound of orderly footsteps came a burst of battle shouts. The overwhelming killing intent instantly put Lu Qianlan and Lu Heng in a battle mode. Shibamoto narrowed his eyes, and a ferocious tiger seemed to roar faintly around him. But their gazes were fixed on a group of people in hospital gowns marching past them in orderly steps. Chapter 173 Weapon Design. This is a mutant. After careful observation, Lu Qianlan recognized the identities of these people. Yes, that's right. These are the volunteers who came to Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory to participate in drug trials. Li Chun took a sip of tea and said calmly, Volunteer? So what are they doing now? Lu Qianlan pointed to the group of mutants running past and asked, Could this also be a way to treat them? Lu Heng asked uncertainly, Get lost. Have you ever seen treatment like this? Li Chun rolled his eyes and then explained, This is a training program set by Lin Feng. Lin Feng will treat their illnesses and they will fight for Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianlan frowned and said, So, does Lin Feng want to attack that big city? These thousands of people are all quite capable, and they're no match for most big cities. Li Chun shook his finger and said, Too small. Too small? They don't even care about the big cities. Are they going to attack our central city? Lu Heng said this half-jokingly. Lu Qianlan's smile vanished, replaced by a wary look as she stared at Li Chun. Unexpectedly, Li Chun still shook his finger. It's still too small. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianlan and Lu Heng exchanged a glance. Is this still young? Who else can they fight? Reverse star? Shui suddenly interjected, but her tone was rather uncertain, as if she herself couldn't believe the answer. Shui was clever enough to answer correctly. Li Chen's face immediately lit up with a smile. Not to mention Lu Qianlan and Lu Heng. Even Chai Ben and Shui Shi, who had guessed the answer themselves, widened their eyes in astonishment. Are you kidding me? Is it really an inverted star? Are you kidding me? This number of people wouldn't even be enough to fill a gap in the teeth of a planet like an Aishing. Lu Heng shook his head first, and Lu Qianlan also didn't believe it. The problem is that this group of people has a good foundation, but their backgrounds are too diverse, so even if they are cured, they will not be able to form a cohesive whole. It's likely that the elite troops facing the inverted star would immediately scatter. Military operations and one-on-one combat are two completely different concepts. Putting aside other factors, the difference in fighting spirit cannot be cultivated by shouting slogans once or twice. It takes at least 3 bloody battles to hone one's skills. Is it possible? Doesn't that depend on the results? Li Chen lowered his head to drink tea, but a glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. He didn't believe it a day ago, but he believes it today. He didn't know what method Lin Feng used, but in just one morning, the group's fighting spirit had completely dissipated. They've become perfectly synchronized and brimming with murderous intent. And this was only for one morning. Well, since Lin Feng is still busy, we won't bother him any longer. But you should come back and visit more often when you have time. After all, you've been here for so many years. Lu Heng looked at Li Chen and suddenly spoke. Li Chen looked at Lu Heng, and the two exchanged glances. Finally, Li Chen nodded. Yes, yes. Lin Feng was naturally unaware of what had happened at the entrance. He had just stepped out of the energy infusion device. He practices every day and now feels refreshed and invigorated. Open the system panel. Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV24. Age, 15. Race, half-elf. Superpower, none. Strength, 24.3. Agility, 24.7. Physical fitness, 24.1. Spirit, 28.0. Talent/specialty, dexterity. Special attribute, Qi magnetic thought. Innate abilities, mind control, mental mimicry. Skills, comprehensive marksmanship LV.19. Sniper rifle LV.19. Rifle LV.19. Pistol LV.20. Comprehensive artillery technique LV.20. Serpent dagger LV.30. Serpent dual blades LV.20. Tier 1 dream illusion LV.10. Tier 1 legion technique LV.3. Basic spiritual breathing LV.2. Tidal meditation LV.3. Knowledge, basic pharmacy general knowledge LV.23. Biology LV.24. Pharmaceutics LV.23. Formulation LV.24. Neurology LV.18. Basic mechanical knowledge LV.25. Mechanics LV.25. Materials science LV.26. Weaponry, metals LV.24. Machining LV.26. Weapon design LV.10. Intelligent programming LV.28, electromagnetism LV.20, energetics LV.20. It has to be said that Lin Feng has made great progress during this period. But the most crucial advancement is in mechanical engineering. A new weapon design has been added. The weapon design mentioned here refers to the ability to design a completely new weapon independently. It's not like the previous kind of gun design. Although those were designs, they were more accurately described as modifications. After all, the basic principle remains unchanged. It still involves launching the warhead. No matter how much you increase the power of a gun or design all sorts of bullets, it still doesn't deviate from this basic principle. The weapon design here requires the independent design of something similar to the pneumatic mechanical arm we're working on this time. Even if there are some references, the main principle is to design the most suitable weapon according to your own situation. And this is also a mechanic's core competency. Furthermore, Lin Feng also knew why A519 said he was suited for the path of a mechanic. It was because of his Qi awakening attribute. Magnetic. This can be considered the most suitable true energy attribute for mechanics in the universe. By leveraging the powerful adhesion of magnetism and the free conversion of electrical forces, Lin Feng can unleash mechanical power exceeding 100%, and there's even a chance he'll surpass 100%. This is very important, since mechanics are all about combat. If the equipment is similar, it all comes down to performance. This time, due to the tight schedule, electromagnetic applications could have been incorporated into the design and manufacturing process. Lin Feng looked at the hanging pneumatic robotic arm and thought to himself. Just as Lin Feng was deep in thought, Bai Xiaowen arrived at the underground factory. Xiaowen, you're here? Lin Feng said without turning his head. Yes, I called you yesterday, but you didn't answer, so I had to come over. Oh, my communicator was smashed during yesterday's battle, and I haven't had a chance to replace it yet. Lin Feng also remembered that the compressed air explosions from Director Nixing were too annoying. Precision instruments like communicators would break after just a few gas impacts. Bai Xiaowen also came to Lin Feng's side, looking at the hanging pneumatic robotic arm with curiosity. The matte finish gives the robotic arm a very stable look, while the sophisticated transmission mechanism and compressed pneumatic pump indicate that it can unleash terrifying power at any time. What's this? My new invention, a pneumatic robotic arm. Would you like to try it? Bai Xiaowen shook her head and said, Let's try it when we have time. For now, come home with me. No problem. Lin Feng agreed to the request without asking any questions. Chapter 174, Saying and Doing. Is Xiao Shibei really the director of the Anti-Star Bureau? Bai Xiaowen, who was in the car, couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair and nodded slightly. Although it's hard to believe, it has to be admitted that Director Nixing is indeed very bold, but that's also why he was able to accomplish this. Sigh, I really didn't expect that. But does this director of the Inverstar Bureau have some kind of superpower? Otherwise, it would be strange that so many people who had lived together for over a decade, or even decades, failed to notice his abnormality. Bai Xiaowen sighed sincerely. If you were to suggest who should play his sister, she would probably immediately realize something was off. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng silently looked at a mask mark on his hand that only he could see. Perhaps even the director of the Anti-Star Bureau himself doesn't realize that it wasn't actually because he was dressed up so well. That was merely a tiny bit of aura emanating from the faceless god mask that helped him. Yes, it really is quite outrageous. That's probably why he was in such a hurry to create that chaos. Lin Feng also learned from Li Chen about the process by which Xiao Shibei was identified as the Soul Heir. As expected, Director Nixing's methods were truly intricate, with each step carefully orchestrated to manipulate everyone. Anyway, he was the only one left. Even if something seemed slightly off, no one would suspect anything. Bai Xiaowen nodded in agreement with Lin Feng's statement. The car soon stopped in front of the Bai family villa. Bai Xiaowen led Lin Feng inside. The first thing Lin Feng saw upon entering the villa was an elderly man with a full head of white hair sitting on the sofa. Although his hair was completely white, the old man still looked very energetic. There was no sign of aging or decay. Even Bai Xinshu, the head of the Bai family, was standing to the side. Seeing this, Lin Feng understood the identity of the old man in front of him. Lin Feng, right? The old man spoke first. Yes, sir. The old man of the Bai family looked at Lin Feng and nodded. You're great. I've heard about what you've been doing lately, and you've done a great job. It's all right, but it didn't completely eradicate evil. Lin Feng said with a smile, looking at the old man of the Bai family. Upon hearing this, the old master of the Bai family turned his head and glanced at Lin Feng before speaking calmly. It's probably impossible to eradicate evil completely. This is the best-case scenario, so you should stop here. These words immediately chilled the atmosphere. Both Bai Xiaoya and Bai Xinshu glanced at Lin Feng with some unease. Lin Feng maintained his smile and simply said, The rest is up to me. The old man of the Bai family rubbed his brows and sighed. Why can't you children understand our good intentions? Even when beating a dog, one should consider the owner's connections and the potential repercussions. Lin Feng didn't refute these words. While there are things that can be said, there's no need to say them here with the Bai family. Old man, if you came to me today for these kinds of things, then there's no need to talk any further. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Bai Xinshu and Bai Xianheng both turned their heads slightly. This strong tone is unacceptable, let alone theirs. No one on the entire planet would dare speak to their master in that tone. The old man of the Bai family sighed and didn't dwell on the matter. Since that's the case, I just hope you won't regret it later. After he finished speaking, the old man waved his hand and a neatly dressed young man carried a box and placed it on the table. Open. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Inside, there were countless purple energy crystals. You originally planned to give me a factory as a thank you gift for helping me with Xiaowen's illness. But now it seems we got the better deal, so we'll give this to you as compensation. Lin Feng nodded and accepted the gifts without even saying thank you. Since that's the case, our two companies are now simply engaged in business cooperation. Xiaowen escorted Lin Feng home. Bai Xiaowen paused for a moment, opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. He could only nod and say, okay. Lin Feng also left the villa carrying the box, watching Lin Feng and Xiao Wen's departing figures. The young man who had been carrying the box couldn't help but speak up. Grandpa, this is your entire year's allowance. It was just sent out like that. The old man of the Bai family glanced coldly at the young man and said, how can we show that we have severed ties with Lin Feng if we don't give enough gifts? After saying that, the old man looked at Bai Xinshu and said, the price of raw materials supplied to Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory will be increased by 30% in the future. 30%? In that case, the price of the raw materials we give to Lin Feng will be higher than the market price. Bai Xinshu said somewhat hesitantly. The agreed-upon 30% commission will be settled as usual, even after that. After saying that, the old man of the Bai family stopped listening to Bai Xinshu and turned to leave. On the other side, Bai Xiaowen sat in the car with a pout, looking somewhat aggrieved. She never imagined that the Bai family patriarch had sought out Lin Feng for this reason, but he soon noticed that Lin Feng had a smile on his lips. Brother Feng, how can you still laugh? Why are you so eager to break up with the Bai family? Bai Xiaowen said with slight dissatisfaction. Of course not. I appreciate all the help the Bai family has given me. I just think that the old man of the Bai family is really a very shrewd person. What's the meaning? Bai Xiaowen sat up and asked with some confusion. To understand a person's true thoughts, don't look at what they say. Instead, look at what they do. The old man is already severing ties with you. Isn't that going too far? Bai Xiaowen muttered under her breath. Sever ties? I'm cutting ties with you, yet I still expect you to send me back? And is this energy crystal truly a way to buy out a debt of gratitude? The old man guessed that what I needed most right now was energy crystals, so he sent them to me. Lin Feng glanced at Bai Xiaowen and said. Hearing this, Bai Xiaowen suddenly realized, so Grandpa is... In the old man's opinion, my behavior was too risky. He said that if I could take risks, so could he. But the Bai family cannot take risks. He did it for your sake. Of course, this can be considered a two-pronged approach by the Bai family. It wouldn't be a problem to abandon Lin Feng if necessary. However, these energy crystals did indeed solve Lin Feng's immediate problem. After all, he had almost used up the purple star coins that Zhang Xiao had given him. He had originally planned to get some more through Nangong Xiao, but now it seemed unnecessary. This is not enough for just one person. Tomorrow, go and find out about the production of the Gong family's next batch of medicines and include them in the project. Chapter 175 1 month? Bai Xiaowen nodded, saying that didn't matter. Anyway, the Bai family hasn't withdrawn their shares in Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory, so they'll still get the profits. The Gong family was quite pleased when they received the news the next day. After all, they invested in peaches, and now they've received plums in return. Gong Tianyu was still somewhat worried. It seems Lin Feng has been training his team to prepare for attacking the reverse star lately. Wouldn't it be bad if people from outer space arrived? Just like what the old man from the Bai family said, you have to consider the owner before you beat a dog. Gong Tianyu, standing next to the head of the Gong family, couldn't help but ask, do you really think they can beat reverse star? Gong Tianyu thought for a moment and finally shook his head, saying, it shouldn't be possible, right? If he could defeat reverse star with a bunch of sick people. I kneel down and call him Dad. You've seen what Enai Xing is capable of. You don't think you could defeat him so easily? Gong Tianyu tried to recall the events, and his expression suddenly became somewhat strange. I think Enai Xing's methods are good, but Lin Feng doesn't seem to think so. After all, he crippled Enai Xing as soon as he joined the Special Operations Department, and now he has directly exposed Xiao Shibei's identity. You might really have to call him. Before Gong Tianyu could finish speaking, he was struck hard by the head of the Gong family. Snap! Ouch, that hurts! Gong Tianyu squatted on the ground, holding his head, while the head of the Gong family rolled his eyes. You heartless little brat. You really think your old man will lose? The things you've said are just indirect evidence that proves Lin Feng is indeed capable. However, these methods won't be enough to defeat the reverse star. What's needed is to overcome it in a direct, head-on confrontation. Gong Tianyu understood and nodded. So, in a way, Lin Feng was giving the money. Of course, these words were not only the thoughts of the Gong family patriarch, but also the thoughts of many people in Yinfeng's central city. After all, that's a reverse star. They're not so easy to deal with. They've been fighting against Nixing for so many years, but they can only watch Nixing grow stronger step by step. Only in recent years have they been able to put up a fight with their opponent. Lin Feng, a nobody who walked from the wilderness into the central city of Yanfeng, managed to defeat Ni Xing after casually training more than 1,000 patients? Even in dreams, there should be some basic principles, right? The voices from the outside world have never affected Lin Feng. His daily task now is to go among the 1,000 mutants, most of whom have been cured, and unleash a legion spell, then announce today's training tasks. What followed was the work of the coaches invited from the Nangong family. Nangong Xiao sat in his office, flipping through the materials submitted by the coach, and was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. Young master, Xiao has never seen anyone so easy to train. These are the people who are truly capable of going east and never going west, and they mechanically complete every project from time to time. They're all using their brains, so their training is going exceptionally well. They should be able to reach the standards of the elite team project in 15 days at most. The coach sitting in front of Nangong Xiao said with a wry smile. Having been a coach for so many years, even training top-tier teams, how could he possibly find a sense of defeat in dealing with this group of sick players? Why the frustration? Because they completed all the projects so well, they basically didn't need to teach them a second time. All projects require learning once, passing twice, and mastering 3 times. Even if you want to check the initial training of those elite armies, they wouldn't be this good. How is their fighting spirit? Nangong Xiao asked. To do a good job on a project, you also need to have a strong will. Simply put, the most direct effect of fighting spirit is the combat effectiveness after casualties. It's important to understand that many legions with weak fighting spirit will collapse the moment they start losing men. They've turned into a bunch of useless and destructive soldiers. A legion that can maintain its fighting strength even after losing 10% of its members is considered quite good. A legion that can maintain its combat effectiveness even after losing 20% of its men is definitely a top-tier legion. An absolute ace, a true steel body, capable of maintaining combat effectiveness even after a 30% reduction in personnel. In my opinion, it's at least top tier. The instructor touched his head and couldn't help but sigh inwardly once again. This group is seriously outrageous. Almost everything has been completed. Now all that's missing is combat experience. Thinking about it now, it makes sense. They were a group of people who had been tormented by mutations for so long, so their willpower was naturally not bad. Furthermore, with Lin Feng's special guidance, his fighting spirit is bound to be strong. As Nangong Xiao leaned back in his chair, he suddenly realized that perhaps everyone had underestimated this unit. Perhaps one day in the not-too-distant future, this army will show the world what true awe is. Just as he was thinking, Nangong Xiao's communicator suddenly rang. When he answered the phone, he found it was his father calling. "Hey Dad, what's wrong? Go tell Lin Feng that someone from outer space will be coming in a month." "What? Only a month later?" Nangong Xiao stood up abruptly from his seat, his face filled with shock. "Yes, it's that fast. This shows that this matter is bigger than we imagined." Nangong Xiao's expression immediately turned serious. "Okay, I understand." Nangong Xiao went straight to the factory. But he was dumbfounded as soon as he walked in. This is... Lin Feng had already hoisted the energy infusion device, and below was a scorching hot furnace. As Lin Feng pressed the button, the energy infusion device was completely thrown into the giant furnace. Puff! The energy infusion device slowly sank down as if it had fallen into a whirlpool. Holy crap! Why would you melt down something so good? Nangong Xiao came to Lin Feng's side and said with some heartache. Or rather, anyone who has used this thing will know just how useful it is. His progress these past few days is entirely due to his tireless practice inside day and night. Of course, cultivation is secondary. Staying inside is the primary focus. Lin Feng chuckled and then said, "Don't get excited. Of course, melting him will produce something even better." As he spoke, Lin Feng turned around and pointed behind him, where a transparent glass ball the size of a human head was placed steadily. This is electromagnetic confinement energy condenser. A special magnetic field is created by using a super strong discharge method. This magnetic field can quickly gather energy and achieve the same effect as an energy infusion device. Most importantly, it can adjust the range of special magnetic fields, so anyone who wants to cultivate can simply enter the magnetic field. No need to queue anymore. Forehead. After all that effort, all we solved was a queuing problem. No, that's not right. You interrupted me, and I forgot about the important matter. My father told me to tell you that the beings from outer space will be arriving in a month. Nangong Shao quickly spoke up. A month? That should be enough. Chapter 176, Unanalyzable Materials. Is that enough? What's enough? Nangong Shao glanced at Lin Feng with some surprise. Did he really think that they could destroy Nixing in just 1 month? Looking at Lin Feng's smile, Nangong Zhao's premonition grew stronger. Is that really what Lin Feng thinks? After all the coaches from a Nangong family left the pharmaceutical factory at night, Lin Feng activated the energy ball. Instantly, a unique electromagnetic field enveloped the entire Aoba pharmaceutical factory. Isn't that a bit of a waste? Lin Feng shook his head and changed the shape of the magnetic field so that it mainly enveloped the 2 areas. The staff dormitory is located in an underground factory. This creates a barbell shape that is large at both ends and thin in the middle. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and put an energy crystal into the energy ball. Instantly, the energy concentration in both locations began to rise rapidly. Lin Feng glanced at the display screen. The energy ball outputs 400 E to 450 E per second. Although the fluctuation range is large, the scope it covers is also large. This falls within the scope of what is understandable. Lin Feng, however, had already adapted to the sudden surge in energy in the underground factory. However, the deformed individuals in the staff dormitory all wore expressions of shock. What's going on? My cultivation speed has increased so much. Old Bao opened his eyes, a hint of doubt flashing in them. They haven't cultivated for a long time, since they used to devote almost all their energy to resisting the mutation. He no longer had the energy to cultivate his own skills. He had forgotten most of them. The cultivation techniques they are currently practicing were all provided by Lin Feng. Speaking of which, they didn't feel that they were cultivating so quickly a few days ago. They even felt that these techniques were somewhat difficult. Why is today different? After thinking for a moment, Lao Bao lifted the back of his hair. Then another face suddenly appeared in his mind. Many people actually misunderstand and think that the face on the back of his head is the deformed part. But in fact, this face is where his superpower lies. The face on the back of his head slowly opened its eyes, and soon the entire Qingye pharmaceutical factory appeared before his eyes. Pharmaceuticals, production lines, raw materials. No, wrong. Soon, Lao Bao was somewhat shocked to discover that the entire underground of the Qingye pharmaceutical factory was covered by a mysterious material. Even his special abilities couldn't penetrate this material. Old Bao was truly shocked at this moment. In fact, for Lao Bao, the entire Yinfeng Central City held no secrets. This stems from his confidence in his special abilities. But his superpower failed at the Aoba pharmaceutical factory. However, Lao Bao quickly changed his target. The nose on the back of the head slowly opened up. Suck. Call. After taking a deep breath and finishing the analysis, Old Bao let down his hair, and the face behind his head immediately closed again. At this moment, he also understood why his cultivation had accelerated. Has the surrounding energy density increased? How did you do that? Old Bao is not an ignorant person. In his youth, he traveled all over the planet and saw mountains, oceans, deserts, and islands. I also know that some places have significantly higher energy density, making them very suitable for cultivation. But those places are basically all heavily polluted. But here, Lao Bao clearly sensed that the situation was different from those places before. This was Lin Feng's doing. It is indeed a terrifying existence. Old Bao closed his eyes and began his cultivation again. Once he realized there was no problem, he stopped caring so much. Reverse Starbase. In front of the energy extraction and infusion device, Director Nixing is listening to a report from his subordinates. The director said there was simply no way for us to analyze the materials they presented. The furnace device used by the other party was truly remarkable. It not only completely melted the material, but also achieved a near-perfect mixture. Even if we could analyze the material ratios, there's no device that could do it. However, we have also determined that it is impossible to insert any tracking devices or similar devices into this level of integration. Director Nixing nodded silently as he listened to the staff member's words coming through his earpiece. Then she turned around and looked at the strong figure beside her. Come on, don't you want to experience it again? Let's go then. The robust figure nodded and strode into the energy infusion device. At the same time, Director Nixing also began issuing orders to his subordinates. Then let's just use it. Yes. The instrument was installed into the device, and the energy delivery device was activated immediately. What's the situation? Director Ni Xing slowly retreated to a safe distance before asking the question. Although the engineers in the lab said there was no problem, Director Nixing still thought it was better to be cautious. He didn't intend to go in by himself, at least the first 10 times. The situation is very, very good. Our previous materials were too poor to fully utilize the device's capabilities, but now they are. The peak energy output per second has now reached 40 E. This is the best result we've achieved so far. Director Nixing nodded. That's good, that's good. In his view, what he lacks most right now is time. With time and the fully powered energy transfer device, he will be fearless. But if that's the case, will Lin Feng also build an even better energy infusion device? Director Nixing suddenly thought of Li Chun. This person, who should have been a cripple, suddenly became a top-tier combatant exceeding level 30. It's unlikely. It's not that Lin Feng lacks the skill. The problem is that such an energy transfer device is simply too expensive. We spent nearly 10 billion yuan to barely get Lin Feng's pharmaceutical factory up and running. Although it was profitable, it would take at least a year to save up that much money. Director Nixing nodded in agreement as he listened to the technician's words. Really? This expenditure of tens of billions is the source of their funding, which is roughly equivalent to that of a faction within the Rebel Star organization. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to afford such a large project. Lin Feng, just you wait, I'll make you pay the price. Whether or not he had to pay the price, Lin Feng was unaware that his current worry was that his promotion speed was too slow. Although it seems that he is only 15 years old and has already reached level 24, he should be satisfied. But then again, those people from beyond the heavens will descend in just 1 month. In that case, his current level is not very impressive. The team can definitely be trained in a month. It's enough to deal with the reverse star, but it's not enough to face those mercenary groups. In particular, although I have arrangements inside the Aoba pharmaceutical factory, I can't stay inside the factory all the time. Lin Feng sat down in the chair and began to ponder. The Cultivation Acceleration Handbook is from the Mechanical Empire's Understanding of Cultivation series. Lin Feng opened the book again and began to browse through it, but he didn't find any answers. It wasn't that there weren't faster growth plans inside. It's not that I can't do it. Too many things are missing on this barren planet. The mechanical nation itself never expected that the things it distributed to its people would end up on such a remote planet. At that moment, another document appeared in front of him. The Black Iron Knight Training Manual originates from the Dragon Knight Order's Initiation Training Manual on the mysterious continent of Violet. Lin Feng quickly found what he needed after opening the manual. Chapter 177, Want to Kill in One Shot? Dragon-like Creatures? Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao both frowned. This kind of thing is really rare. If I remember correctly, most of the dragon-like creatures that have appeared so far have been found in the wilderness. We don't get much news in the wilderness. Bai Xiaowen sighed and said, News from the wilderness? Suddenly, Nangong Xiao had a flash of inspiration and slammed his hand on the table. What? Where did you get it? Lin Feng looked at Nangong Xiao expectantly. No, I don't know of a family that has a lot of news in the wilderness. Nangong Xiao looked at Lin Feng and said, Which company are you referring to? Bai Xiaowen became curious and admitted that she really didn't know this. The Huang family. The Huang family? I've never heard of them living in the wilderness. This surprised even Bai Xiaowen. To be honest, the Huang family did a very discreet job of gathering information in the wilderness. Even we only found out about this during a transaction. I did some research out of boredom and discovered that the Huang family had been quietly collecting information about the entire wilderness for about 40 or 50 years. The Huang family? Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, Okay, then let's go to their house and ask. I remember the Huang family was subordinate to the Xiao family. You can talk to the head of the Xiao family first. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Is it Xiao Zong? That's something we can definitely discuss further. As Lin Feng expected, Xiao Zong was quite polite to him, especially after personally experiencing the effects of the medicine Lin Feng provided. Is it the head of the Huang family? No problem. After saying that, Xiao Zong immediately called Huang Sheng, the head of the Huang family, and told him that Lin Feng was coming to see him. Huang Sheng was clearly quite surprised on the phone, but since it was Xiao Zong who introduced him, he didn't refuse, or rather, wasn't his place to refuse. The 8 major families firmly control everything in the entire Rock Peak faction through this layered, pyramid-like power structure. These so-called middle-class families may sound like families, but in reality, they're no different from vassals. After giving his instructions, Xiao Zong gestured to Lin Feng with his eyes. The two went to the study to talk in detail. Why hasn't the Xiao family head's heart problem been resolved yet? Lin Feng frowned and asked. That shouldn't be happening. Although it's described as an adult-onset intractable disease, this potion was developed by combining the top wisdom of the Violet Mystic Continent and the Machine Kingdom. It should be very effective for a secondary life form that hasn't even reached level 30. No, I'm in a different medicine. Oh, that one. That one should be just as effective, right? The fertility-enhancing potion comes from the mysterious continent of Violet. This is a potion created specifically for accumulating wealth by one of their churches that worships a goddess of fertility. Its applicable scope is also very wide. Xiao Zong chuckled and said, the effect is of course exceptionally good, but families like ours naturally hope to have more children. Lin Feng finally understood. It's for the prize draw. This is a common practice among large families. Having more children means they don't mind spending less money on raising them. With a larger pool of participants, the probability of finding talented individuals or even geniuses naturally increases. Excessive forced labor can also negatively impact health. Here's what I'll do. In a couple of days, I'll have someone send some medicine to help Master Xiao regulate his body. It also boosted your energy. After saying that, Lin Feng gave Xiao Zong a knowing look. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on Xiao Zong's face. Okay, then I'll trouble you. When you arrive at the Huang family's house, just state your requests. If they disagree, call me. Lin Feng nodded and led by Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao toward the Huang family. On the way, Bai Xiaowen also asked about Lin Feng and Xiao Zong's conversation. There's nothing special about it. I just want to have more children. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao glanced at Lin Feng with considerable surprise. You can make this too. With Lin Feng's potion-making skills, he can make you succeed on the first try without any problem, Bai Xiaowen said, shrugging her shoulders. She quickly realized what he meant. I was wondering why Xiao Zong, who always values power the most, was willing to take the initiative to eliminate those people promoted by Xiao Shibei this time. So is all you're doing? Lin Feng smiled and said, you always have to be prepared when you do things. Bai Xiaowen nodded thoughtfully. Hey Lin Feng, is what you said about getting a kill in one shot really true? Nangong Zhao's sudden question startled both Lin Feng and Bai Xiaowen. What do you mean? Bai Xiaowen immediately moved away from Nangong Xiao, staring at him in disbelief. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment before asking, what's wrong with you? You're only 17. Yes, I'm 17 years old now, and I also want to leave a seed early so I can go out and have fun with you. Bai Xiaowen fell into deep thought as she listened to Nangong Zhao's words. Both she and Nangong Xiao understood that Lin Feng would never be confined to this small planet. The starry sky beyond the heavens is his journey. So if they want to keep up with each other, family relationships may indeed be a problem they need to consider. Lin Feng smiled slightly as he looked at Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao, who had suddenly become serious. Don't worry, even if I have to leave. I will handle things properly here before leaving. Bai Xiaowen and Nangong Xiao exchanged a glance and finally nodded. Okay, ok. As the group chatted casually, they soon arrived at the Huang family's house. At this moment, Huang Sheng, the head of the Huang family, stood at the door to greet them. Beside Huang Sheng, besides his wife, was a familiar face to Lin Feng. Huang Zheng. Nangong Xiao recognized him at that moment. Hey, isn't that the henchman of the guy I scared out of his wits with my shot before? You really know how to belittle people. The follower of someone who's been scared out of his wits has suddenly lost his status. Bai Xiaowen also said with a smile. Lin Feng shook his head and said, his name is Huang Zheng. He came to the city with me from the wilderness. Huh, then why wasn't he on your side back then? Nangong Xiao said with some surprise. Bai Xiaowen rolled her eyes and said, do you think everyone is like you, born with a noble status? What is the Huang family compared to the Xiao family? Even if that person was just a collateral branch of the Xiao family, he still couldn't afford to offend him. It's already good enough that they didn't make a move directly. Nangong Xiao curled his lip in disdain. Anyway, if I were him, I definitely wouldn't do that. I believe that. Lin Feng smiled, patted Nangong Xiao on the shoulder, and then opened the door and got out of the car. Ultimately, it all comes down to personality choices. It has nothing to do with right or wrong. Only the parties involved know the truth in their own hearts. It's Huang Zheng again. Lin Feng looked at Huang Zheng as soon as he got out of the car and said. Huang Zheng glanced at Lin Feng with a complicated expression, then nodded silently. Hello, Mr. Lin. Huang Zheng showed no surprise, but his wife looked at her son and Lin Feng with some confusion. When did my son get to know Lin Feng, who is currently very popular in Yanfeng City? Chapter 178, Take me and Huang Zheng with you. Upon arriving at the Huang family's villa, everyone took their seats in a row. Lin Feng didn't want to beat around the bush and asked directly. Today we came to the Huang family head mainly to ask some questions about the wilderness. What happened in the wilderness? Madame Huang frowned slightly, wondering if Huang Sheng and his family knew about things in the wilderness. Huang Sheng glanced at Nangong Xiao, then shook his head and gave a bitter smile. As expected of the Nangong family. Mr. Lin, please feel free to ask me anything. I will answer all your questions to the best of my ability. I want to know the location of dragon-like creatures in the wilderness. Lin Feng asked Huang Sheng. Upon hearing this question, Huang Zheng was taken aback and immediately thought of Zhang Xiao. Is Lin Feng going to follow the same path as Zhang Xiao? Huang Sheng was lost in thought when he suddenly looked up at Lin Feng and said, I actually know the location of a dragon-like creature, and, if I'm not mistaken, the dragons there are no more than 3 generations old. The dragon-like creature that crashed in the wilderness was the 1st and 3rd generation, which is his great-grandchild. If that's the case, then the bloodline within their body should still be very strong. So what are your requirements? Although the Xiao family was pressuring him from above, Lin Feng still felt that fair trade was the best approach. I hope Mr. Lin can take Huang Zheng and me with him on this trip. Huang Zheng was stunned when he heard this request. By Xiaowen and Nangong, Xiao exchanged a glance. What did that mean? Good. Lin Feng agreed without asking any questions, since it was just a trip and taking 2 more people wouldn't make a difference. As for what they want to do there, what does it have to do with him? Lin Feng is a typical action-oriented person. After obtaining the specific location, he had already made all the preparations and set off the next afternoon. Lin Feng brought his team with him on this trip. Chai Ben, Cui Shi, Nangong Xiao by Xiaowen himself, and of course Huang Sheng and Huang Zheng who had agreed. Are you sure you don't need me to come along? Li Chen looked at Lin Feng and asked again. The others present also cast inquiring glances. Having a level 30 being with them would definitely make them much safer, especially since they were dealing with a dragon. No problem. Besides, now that we've all left, the factory really needs someone to stay and oversee things. Li Shen nodded. Indeed, it was based on what Lin Feng showed him yesterday. There's really no time to leave the factory. If someone accidentally discovers those things, it'll be a huge problem. Be careful on your journey. Clear. Watching Lin Feng and the others leave, Ding Zhu clenched and unclenched his fists, finally looking at Old Man Bai and saying something. Old man, let's go. I'm going to begin my practice for today. Old Bai took a sip of wine and chuckled as he spoke. It's rare to see someone so proactive and enthusiastic. Come with me. As Ding Zhu and Old Man Bai left, Li Chun returned to the security booth at the entrance, calmly watching the traffic on the street outside. Kill, 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 kill. They marched in unison, shouting powerful slogans. The mutants ran past the gate again. This was part of their daily training routine, running around the factory. At the same time, a high-ranking official in Yanfeng Central City also learned of Lin Feng's departure from the city with his men. However, no one cared, since their top priority was to prepare to welcome the extraterrestrials. Compared to when they entered the city, the vehicles Lin Feng and his group were driving this time were much more sophisticated. The speed of vehicles has also been significantly improved. By evening, they had already reached the desert area and were met with a strong wind. Oh, Huangshen couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of sand and muttered to himself afterward. This place is really not suitable for living. Huang Zheng, who was standing next to him, handed him a kettle of water and said something. That's far from it. The place you're referring to is in a desert, where the sandstorms are even worse. Huang Sheng frowned, nodded, and then looked at Huang Zheng and asked, Have you ever been to the desert before? Huang Zheng leaned against the car and said calmly. Zhang Xiao and Su Gan seemed to be searching for something. The route they chose was basically along the edge of the desert. If you run out of supplies, go and replenish them. Once you've replenished them, continue walking along the edge of the desert. Hearing this, Huang Sheng raised an eyebrow. So you have no objections? In Huang Sheng's view, wasn't this behavior just asking for trouble? Faced with this childish question, Huang Zheng simply rolled his eyes at his father. Inside the camp, Zhang Xiao and Su Gan were the kings. They are in charge of all the movements. Most of the other people probably don't even know where they are. In fact, Zhang Xiao and Su Gan are very good at route planning, which is something that Huang Zheng, who is a human map expert, could only realize. Does Lin Feng know? Huang Zheng suddenly asked, somewhat curiously. Huang Zheng shook his head, but quickly nodded again. What's the meaning? He certainly didn't know that before, but now it's hard to say whether he does or not. Huang Zheng keenly sensed Huang Zheng's meaning. So, does that mean Lin Feng is very different now than before? I don't know how to put it, but his personality hasn't changed much, although his knowledge has obviously increased to an exaggerated level. Huang Zheng nodded. I understand. It's time to eat. Just as the two finished their conversation, she shouted loudly from the other side. They've arrived. Huang Zheng responded and then took Huang Zheng over. Only after sitting down did I realize that Lin Feng wasn't there. Mr. Lin? They must have gone to set up a perimeter. Before Shi and the others could answer, Huang Zheng spoke first. Huang Zheng looked at Huang Zheng with some confusion. Huang Zheng explained, we'll be spending the night here. Lin Feng is always quite cautious. Besides sending people on night watch, he also arranges for some guards. It's quite useful. Huang Xiao and Lin Feng are quite familiar with each other. Shi asked, somewhat surprised. He didn't know about Lin Feng and Huang Zheng's past. We used to be in the same camp, and he brought me back to the city center. Huang Zheng picked up his lunchbox and began to wolf down his food. Huang Zheng frowned slightly. This way of eating was too unsightly. However, before he could even speak, he saw Huang Zheng had already shoveled the soup down his throat. We need to eat quickly in the wilderness. I'll go help Lin Feng make some arrangements. Huang Zheng said to Huang Zheng, then went to find Lin Feng. This used to be his and Ding Zhu's job. Huang Zheng stared at Huang Zheng's retreating figure and suddenly fell silent. On the other side, Lin Feng smiled slightly as he watched Huang Zheng walk over and silently pick up the things to put them in place. It seems you're happier in the wilderness than in the city. Huang Zheng saw his son's unusual behavior, but Lin Feng saw Huang Zheng's genuine ease. Huang Zheng squatted on the ground, looked up at the yellow horizon in the distance, and said, I used to desperately want to move to the city and return to that kind of life. When I actually return to the city, I often dream of going back to the camp. At that time, I feel fear, pride, and contempt. But it just won't hide. Chapter 179, A Big Shot is Coming. After finishing speaking, Huang Zheng suddenly looked at Lin Feng and asked a question. To be honest, am I being a little sentimental by saying all this now? Even if you asked me to go back to the wilderness now, I wouldn't go back. Lin Feng stood up, smiled, and said, Actually, I often think about life in the wilderness, but I think people eventually have to go further afield. Watching Lin Feng's departing figure, Huang Zheng glanced at the alarm device in his hand again and continued installing it. After wolfing down their food, everyone went about their business. Some rested, others kept watch. The heads of the 8 major families in Yinfeng Central City are all gathered in the conference room at this moment. First of all, the arrival time of the mercenary group has been confirmed to be in the first 10 days of next month. However, the existing shutdown platform is no longer sufficient, and a similar one must be built. The head of the Xing family sat at the head of the conference table and spoke with a serious expression. About the same size? That's an exaggeration. The head of the Liu family found it hard to comprehend how many people were coming. In the past, the number of people coming here was so high that one helipad was not enough to fill up the entire helipad, and now they want to build another one. Do mercenary groups need to bring so many people? In that case, we need to make some good preparations. The Gong family patriarch's expression also turned serious. Those mercenary groups don't really have any sense of rules, and coupled with their strength, they always cause trouble every year. To everyone's surprise, the head of the Xing family shook his head. No, the other landing pad not only needs to be large enough, but also relatively luxurious. As for the specific parking area, only 3 are needed. The entire venue fell silent. The helipad they built was constructed to accommodate the land occupied by 50 mercenary groups. Such a large density only needs to welcome 3 even more magnificent ones. Is a big shot coming? Faced with the question from the Lung family grandmother, the Xing family head shrugged helplessly and said, It's uncertain whether it will come. However, preparations need to be made in advance. Another silence fell. It seemed the person arriving was indeed quite important. They need to make preparations quickly, even if it's uncertain whether they'll come or not. Understand. I'll go back and tell my men to get to work as soon as possible, the Chen family head said immediately. Almost all the houses and public facilities in the entire Yinfeng central city were built by their family. Now, this kind of thing has naturally fallen on him as well. That's good. Oh, and there's one more thing. The person behind Reverse Star is also coming. They'll be quieter lately, so we need to restrain our own people too. Upon hearing these words, the heads of the 8 major families all nodded casually. Suddenly, the head of the Liu family looked at Bai Xianxiu. Old Bai, it seems your son-in-law is still training an army to attack the Reverse Star. What do you think about this? The atmosphere on the desktop immediately changed upon hearing this. Is this the first move? Bai Xianxiu, on the contrary, looked at the head of the Liu family with a calm expression and said, "First, he is not my son-in-law. The second, old man doesn't like him. We're just having a normal business partnership now. Your daughter ran away with someone, and isn't he a son-in-law yet?" The head of the Chun family sneered disdainfully. Bai Xianxiu then calmly replied, "We're still partners, not estranged. Besides, when will the kids make friends? How could it possibly influence the Bai family's decisions?" Upon hearing this, some people's faces flashed with disdain, some thought seriously, but most remained indifferent. The 8 major families have been arguing and bickering for decades, so this verbal sparring is nothing. Hopefully, your partner won't cause you any trouble. All right, do you really think 1,000 or so patients could do anything to Ni Xing? Gong Jiazhuang interrupted Chun before he could finish speaking. If Lin Feng really wiped out Ni Xing with just over 1,000 men, it only shows that the people behind Ni Xing had terrible judgment. The head of the Gong family spread his hands, his face full of disbelief. The others present nodded in agreement. As far as they knew, Ni Xing had quite a few more trump cards up his sleeve. Let Lin Feng do whatever he wants, as long as he doesn't leave the Yinfeng faction for another faction. Clearly, this is all that the head of the Xing family cares about. Seeing that the head of the Xing family had spoken, the head of the Qin family had no choice but to shut up. After all, this person is still the nominal manager of the Yinfeng faction. Meeting adjourned. With the final announcement, everyone present went home. Upon returning to the Bai family villa, Bai Xianxiu frowned slightly and spoke with the old man at home about the events of the meeting. It seems the White Iron mercenary group behind the Chun family is definitely coming? Probably. Bai Xianxiu sighed after saying that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so arrogant. The biggest problem for the Bai family right now is that the mercenary group that supports them has suffered heavy losses in another battle, resulting in a significant decline in their strength. This is actually one of the reasons why the Bai family cares more about their reputation than the other families. After all, everyone else has powerful backers, including the Bai family, but this person is getting weaker and weaker. After thinking for a moment, the old master of the Bai family said, "Tomorrow, you should host a banquet for the grandmother of the Lung family." The Lung family? Didn't they fall out with the person behind them? Bai Xianxiu said with some surprise. It's strange that the mercenary group had a falling out with the Lung family. Even after arriving in Yinfeng Central City, he didn't stay at the Lung family's place, but he still supported the Lung family in many matters. The old man of the Bai family leaned on his cane with both hands, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Although Grandma Lung has never left her planet, she knows a lot about extraterrestrial matters, so we can still ask her for advice. Besides, although they seem to have fallen out, there is still a lot of room for reconciliation. I'll go to the Lung family manor myself, right away. Bai Xianxiu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Reverse Star, Director Nixing was also giving orders to build another landing pad. A luxury car only needs to park in one spot. Ugh. Ding 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 ding. The wind and sand kept hitting the car body, making a piercing sound. Looking out through the tiny window at the raging sandstorm, Huang Sheng was momentarily alarmed. Although his cultivation level was not bad, he still felt as insignificant as an ant when he saw such a huge sandstorm. Lin Feng and Huang Zheng are the ones with experience. Last night, they made us remove the wheels and pile up stones to support the car, otherwise we'd be rolling around in a sandstorm right now. Shibamoto said with a sigh. The others in the car nodded in agreement. Huang Xing noticed that Lin Feng and Huang Zheng both looked serious. Is there still a problem? Lin Feng and Huang Zheng exchanged a glance, and finally Huang Zheng spoke. This sandstorm came too strangely. Something big must have happened in the desert. Chapter 180 The Bad Breath is terrible. After Huang Zheng finished speaking, he discovered that apart from Chui Shi and Chai Ben, there were no others. The other people, on the other hand, did not show much surprise. After thinking for a moment, Nangong Xiao took the initiative to explain, "You've all heard some news that someone from beyond the heavens is going to descend ahead of schedule, right?" Everyone present nodded. Really? Even Shibamoto and Choi, he had heard some rumors about it. After all, the parliament did not intend to stop the news from spreading. Indeed, one of the main reasons they arrived ahead of schedule was that a spaceship had crashed at the border of the plateau in the desert some time ago. Takagusa sent people to check immediately, but they found nothing. All that could be seen was an empty shell. The person inside had vanished. Lin Feng nodded slowly. It seems that the changes in the desert were the work of these people. It's all right. Such a big sandstorm shouldn't last long. We'll set off as soon as he stops. Huangzheng exhaled a breath of stale air and said. The others nodded silently. Just as Huangzheng had predicted, the terrifying sandstorm passed completely in less than 30 minutes. Get off. Lin Feng and Huangzheng started working on the tires while the others cleared away the rocks. 3 minutes later, the vehicle continued moving forward. After driving for about 3 hours, Huangzheng called for the vehicle to stop. After everyone got out of the car, Huangzheng climbed directly onto the roof. Standing on the roof of the car, Huangzheng looked down at the map in his hand, then frowned and looked at Lin Feng beside him with a puzzled expression. This is the location, but I didn't see the dragon's nest. Did that dragon move away? Lin Feng smiled slightly and then said, Right here. Do you remember the time we helped Zhang Xiao? I remember that the most eye-catching thing back then was those mythical dragon guards. Yes, dragons like to use dragon breath and dragon blood to create dragon guards, but this actually reflects the dragon's carefulness in protecting their nests. In places like deserts, where there aren't enough exotic beasts for them to transform into dragon guards, people naturally build their nests to be well hidden. Cui Shi, Chai Ben, and the others nodded thoughtfully. How do we get the other party to come out? Huang Sheng still asked with a puzzled look. Even if you know the other party's habits, it won't be easy to force them to reveal themselves. Yes, if I had known this would happen, I should have brought Lao Bao with me. Nangong Xiao also frowned as he spoke. Huang Zheng, who was standing to the side, thought that the old man Bai's earth-listening device should be very useful now. No need, I have a way. Lin Feng reached out, and a folded four-clawed flying machine suddenly unfolded and flew forward. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw red and purple lights flashing continuously beneath the four-clawed aircraft. Beep, 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 beep. The four-clawed aircraft made a steady sound as it searched the area. Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly, the previously regular and stable voice became short and anxious. Found it? Huang Sheng was stunned for a moment. So fast. After Lin Feng glanced at the screen and confirmed that everything was fine, he pressed a button on his hand with a backhand motion. Suddenly, the roof of the car next to them popped open, and then a rocket slowly rose up. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. This is... rockets. Go. Lin Feng then pressed the button twice more. Boom! Purple flames burst forth from the tail of the rocket, and before anyone could react, the rocket had plunged headlong into the desert. However, the expected explosion did not occur, and everyone present immediately looked at Lin Feng. This is... a dud? Thump! Bang! The next second, everyone felt a sudden tremor beneath their feet and quickly steadied themselves. Just as they had stabilized the flames, a huge ball of fire suddenly shot into the sky. Even those 100 meters away felt a wave of heat wash over them. Back off! Lin Feng calmly said that everyone had only taken a couple of steps back when they heard a thud. A 2 or 3 meter tall, blackened dorsal fin burst through the glass-like sand, its imposing presence soaring into the sky. A whoop! A dragon's roar caused the ground around it to tremble, as if welcoming the king. First to break through the sand were the 2 sharp dragon horns, followed by the ferocious dragon, head covered in fangs. Name, Desert Tyrannosaurus. Race, dragon. Features, powerful physique, control over sand and gravel. Damn, this dragon must be level 30. Nangong Xiao said, quite shocked. Shibamoto was also on high alert, surrounded by the phantom image of a fierce tiger. At this moment, his aura reached its peak, and his beastly instincts told him directly that the dragon in front of him was terrifying. Although the level is not yet 30, the combat power is probably not bad. Huang Sheng looked at the desert Tyrannosaurus in front of him with a somewhat grim expression, mainly due to the opponent's powerful defense. The violent explosion just now only burned the opponent's dorsal fin black, There was no sign of any damage whatsoever. This defensive capability is terrifying. Lin Feng had even more powerful explosives. Before Nangong Xiao could finish speaking, he saw Lin Feng stomp on the roof of the car with one foot and fly towards the desert Tyrannosaurus like an arrow. Huang Sheng was stunned by this scene and immediately stepped forward, but the next second he realized something was wrong. Why aren't you going up to help? Seeing that Lin Feng had already reached the desert Tyrannosaurus Rex, the people around him were still unmoved. It's okay. Lin Feng will let us know in advance if he needs our help. Since there isn't one, it means we don't need to take responsibility for guarding the surrounding area. Huang Sheng raised an eyebrow upon hearing Huang Zheng's explanation. But this is no ordinary beast. Its combat power has reached level 30. Just watch Lin Feng's performance when you have nothing to do. Seeing that even the usually calm and honest Shibamoto was speaking in this tone, Huang Sheng was at a loss for words. Isn't this a bit too much confidence? Level 30. That's a level 30 barrier, known as the planetary barrier. The desert Tyrannosaurus also noticed the excruciating pain in the back of the small insect that had jumped in front of it, which shattered its already dwindling sanity. At that moment, he opened his blood-red maw and bit down at Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned and swayed, climbing onto the top of the desert Tyrannosaurus's head like a snake. It wasn't that he couldn't beat his opponent in a head-on fight. It was just that the opponent's mouth, which hadn't been brushed in years, was incredibly smelly. Although the desert Tyrannosaurus Rex was unaware of Lin Feng's true intentions, it felt even more enraged by the creature that had climbed onto its head. Chapter 181 Fear from the Level of Life. Rush! With the activation of his supernatural power, the sand on the ground instantly transformed into countless spears that shot straight towards Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng was surrounded by dozens of spears made of sand and gravel. The rapid impact of the sand and gravel caused sparks to fly as they rubbed against each other. Huang Sheng and the others were terrified. If they were hit by that impact, they would be severely injured, if not killed. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire erupted, and the gravel spears were like venomous snakes struck at their vital spot by these bullets. It instantly crumbled and fell. Only then did everyone look and see two black rectangular guns on either side of Lin Feng's waist, continuously firing bullets. This was because they aimed precisely at the transmission point of the sand spear and fired in advance, shattering the sand spear directly. Huang Sheng said with some disbelief, "Is this really something a human could do?" It's important to know that those crucial transmission points are constantly changing as the spears move, and there's more than one such spear around Lin Feng. What incredible marksmanship it must take to shatter dozens of sand spears in such a short time. That's terrifying marksmanship. Although Lin Feng performed very well, the desert Tyrannosaurus Rex was not stupid after all. Taking advantage of this moment, he suddenly shook his head and threw Lin Feng off. Of course, while airborne, Lin Feng retaliated by unleashing a barrage of fire from the desert Tyrannosaurus's eyes with the two square-bladed spears at his waist. Da-da-da-da-da. Tajda. The desert Tyrannosaurus, with its transparent eyelids similar to those of a lizard, instantly blocked the bullets. But the fact that every bullet hit the same spot precisely still caused the desert Tyrannosaurus to feel a stabbing pain. With another roar, the desert Tyrannosaurus, writhing in intense pain, wanted nothing more than to slap the insect in front of it to death. Its thick claws burst directly through the sand. This terrifying power gathered and slammed down directly towards Lin Feng. Oh no, Lin Feng is trapped. Huang Sheng frowned and keenly sensed that a semicircular sand shield had appeared around Lin Feng, locking him in place. Wow, this dragon has pretty strong fighting spirit, Nangong Xiao also said with considerable surprise. After all, it is a legendary dragon, a natural-born fighting creature. Shibamoto also spoke quite solemnly. It has to be said that the legend of the dragon race is truly widespread throughout the entire universe, and even the totems of many marginal planets are dragons. Their strength is beyond doubt. Huang Sheng nodded in agreement. That's not right. Is this the time to discuss this? If that claw strike landed, it would probably destroy a tank. Lin Feng was still held in place and had to take the hit. Why are you all reacting less than him, a mere outsider? Thump! At the same time, the desert Tyrannosaurus's claws slammed down. The massive impact left 4 enormous gullies in the ground, grotesque trenches that would be difficult to erase even in the desert in a short time. But they saw it. A figure, shirtless with well-defined muscles, carrying a strange mechanical device on his back. He stood firmly in place, supporting himself with both hands on the giant claws of the desert Tyrannosaurus. Hiss! Upon seeing this scene, Huangshan couldn't help but gasp. He had thought of ways for Lin Feng to survive, but the only methods he could think of were to escape or evade. But Lin Feng told him that none of this was necessary. He could tough it out. Simply toughing it out is enough. Beep, beep, beep. 30,000 tons of power will be collected and released in 3 seconds. Hearing the mechanical voice in his ears, Lin Feng stomped his feet on the ground, which had been solidified by the terrifying impact, and wrapped his arms around one of the desert Tyrannosaurus's claws. Sizzle. Overpressure gas is released instantly. The distance of 30,000 tons was transmitted along the robotic arm. At this moment, Lin Feng also mobilized all his strength to forcibly change the direction of the force released by the pneumatic robotic arm. Get up, sir. Half-bow stance, over-the-shoulder throw. Lin Feng is going to perform an over-the-shoulder throw on this desert Tyrannosaurus today. The immense traction was transmitted from the desert Tyrannosaurus's claws to its entire body. The next second, the desert Tyrannosaurus discovered something terrifying. It had been forcibly pulled out of the sand by this tiny insect in front of it. The desert Tyrannosaurus looked on in disbelief as its body was rapidly torn from the sand. At this moment, it even began to hate its own bones and skin for being so tough. It can withstand a force of 30,000 tons without breaking. Even Nangong Xiao, Bai Xiaowen, and Chai Bin were all gaping in astonishment. What do they see? An ant pulled an elephant out of the sand? Thump! The desert Tyrannosaurus landed. In an instant, an even larger and more massive sandstorm erupted, and a powerful shockwave swept away all the surrounding sand dunes. Even Nangong Xiao and his men could only lie down on the ground to avoid being blown away by the terrifying impact. As for their car, it had already rolled away into the distance. However, they couldn't care less about that now. They hadn't even fully recovered from the shock when they saw Lin Feng leap high into the air again. The square spear at his waist had now been replaced by 2 straight swords in his hands. The twin serpent blades, a narrow thread of sky. The twin blades transformed into a black line, a single move that gathered all of Lin Feng's true energy and the immense power of his mechanical body. It landed on the head of the desert Tyrannosaurus. Puff! Dragon blood gushed forth in the sky like a spring, bursting forth to form a blood-red lotus flower. The dragon's eyes lost their luster. Penetrate. This strike pierced straight through the desert Tyrannosaurus's skull. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Standing on the corpse of the desert Tyrannosaurus, Lin Feng was also panting heavily. The combat power of level 30 is indeed terrifying. Already somewhat exhausted, he now felt all his muscles aching and his lungs burning as if they were on fire. Nangong Xiao and the others were completely dumbfounded. Is that all? This was a level 30 dragon-type creature, and it's over just like that? However, in this silence, smack, 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 smack. The sudden applause made Lin Feng tense up, and the hairs on the back of his body stood on end. Chai Bin, Nangong Xiao, and the others also felt a chill run down their spines and began to scan the area incessantly. Where did that applause come from? Call. Lin Feng's breathing became heavy and steady, but he could clearly feel that the wind blowing around him had become quiet. Pharynx. Shibamoto couldn't help but swallow hard. His animal instincts told him that he was no longer facing danger. It was despair stemming from a fundamental level of existence. I never expected to encounter such an excellent half-elf mechanic on such a remote planet. A deep, elegant voice came through. Lin Feng slowly raised his head and saw a figure draped in a black robe, standing in midair. Yes, it means standing in midair. I didn't sense any mechanical or supernatural aura. I was simply standing in midair. Greetings, senior, Lin Feng said, bowing slightly. Hello. Did you make this robotic arm on your back yourself? As the other person spoke, Lin Feng suddenly felt a lightness in his body. Look up. His robotic arm had already appeared in the other person's hand. Chapter 182, Insufficient Energy to Extract Data. Yes, the idea of using the compression and release of gas to regulate force is quite orthodox. Orthodox? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this word. A very neutral term. After playing with the mechanical arm for a while, the man in black robes handed it back to Lin Feng, and just like before, it appeared directly on Lin Feng's back. It was as if the robotic arm had never left. I'm giving you something. See you again sometime. This sentence seemed to be audible only to Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a sudden weight in his hand and looked down at it. This is? Badge. A silver-white badge appeared in his hand. It also has a complicated symbol carved on it. Strangely, Lin Feng understood the meaning of the badge the moment he saw it. South Oars? At the same time, the black-robed figure in midair vanished into thin air. When they reappeared, they were in front of two people wrapped in white cloth. Grown-ups. One of them stepped forward and respectfully called out. Did you find the item? I've already received it. Okay, let's go then. The man in black robes glanced intently in the direction Lin Feng was. Is a lost hybrid who has inherited part of the mechanical kingdom's heritage capable of stabilizing the situation in South Oars? Suddenly, the man in black robes gave a bitter smile and shook his head. How much of a role could he expect from a seemingly insignificant move? Just as Lin Feng was wondering why he could understand a badge, A519 also provided a document. The Elf Empire's Noble Rank chart comes from the tax reduction documents submitted by the Elf Empire to the Violet Mysterious Continent. Holy crap! Why do you guys even have the past documents for the mysterious continent of Violet? Lin Feng was truly stunned. I can consider all kinds of martial arts techniques, secret arts, and magic as your collection, but things like walkthrough documents. Shouldn't it be one of the country's secrets? Why do things like this even exist? A519. Insufficient energy to extract higher privilege data. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment when he saw A519's answer. This seems to be the first time I've seen an A519 give such a response. Are you lacking energy? Lin Feng couldn't help but recall that when he first started it up, he seemed to have seen that it could only extract data below level C. Open the documents. Lin Feng immediately realized that now was not the time. He had more important things to do. Walking on the corpse of the desert Tyrannosaurus, Lin Feng located the heart and aimed, bringing down his blade. It made a tearing sound, but only left a faint white mark. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Feng was too exhausted. He shouted at Shibamoto, "Captain, come and help." Just as Shibamoto came to his senses, he heard Lin Feng's call and hurried over. Others seemed to jump up as well, ready to help. Only when they stepped onto the beast's hide did they clearly feel its oppressive aura. Though the tiger is dead, its might remains. The captain is here to help me make an exception. Lin Feng pointed to the white mark he had just created and said, "Unfortunately, during the battle with this giant beast, its claws shattered my clothes, and the medicine inside them was also destroyed. Otherwise, taking a sip now could speed up his recovery considerably." "Okay." Shibamoto gave a simple reply, took the straight sword from Lin Feng, and stared intently at the white mark. Cut! With all his might, Shibamoto slashed the white mark with a powerful blow. Hiss! A piercing sound rang out, and everyone looked again at the person who had obtained the white seal. Forehead. Surprisingly, the color just got a little darker. Shibamoto couldn't help but shake his slightly numb arm. Indeed, this strike not only failed to cleave the opponent's hide, but the recoil also caused his arm to go numb. Is this thing really something a human could break through? Shibamoto glanced at Lin Feng, standing beside him, and didn't know what expression to make. Only by experiencing it firsthand can one truly understand just how monstrous Lin Feng is to be able to pierce through the head of a desert Tyrannosaurus with a single strike. After all, the skull is usually the hardest part of a creature's body, and dragons are no exception. Isn't this a bit too hard? Nangong Xiao couldn't help but sigh, saying that no one would doubt Chai Ben's strength. Just look at how they felt when they stood next to Chai Ben, who was exuding an aura of power. Are you surprised that the captain's martial arts skills have been honed to this level? However, this is the result of such a person's all-out strike. So, just how far has Lin Feng's martial arts reached? While they were still in shock, Lin Feng also came to his senses. Oh, I forgot that this dragon has a very high blood concentration, and its skin is indeed quite tough due to years of exposure to this desert environment. After saying that, he took off his pneumatic robotic arm. The captain put this on. Shibamoto nodded and walked up to Lin Feng, asking him to put the pneumatic robotic arm on him. After putting it on, Shibamoto moved around a bit. It's lighter and more flexible than I imagined. I thought equipment capable of unleashing such tremendous power would be very heavy. It seems that's not the case now. What should I do now? Although this thing is very light and flexible, Shibamoto didn't feel any benefit from this equipment. Lin Feng said with a smile, "You don't need to do anything, just swing your sword with all your might in a moment." Shibamoto nodded and closed his eyes in deep thought. His aura was slowly building up, though he was wearing protective gear. Shibamoto suddenly opened his eyes and was about to slash with his long sword. TSK. The compressed air releases a powerful boost. In that instant, Shibamoto seemed to understand something and couldn't help but roar. Slash! The tiger seemed to roar to the heavens, wielding a heavy sword to cleave the dawn. With this strike, Shibamoto displayed his peak form. For a moment, everyone present seemed to see a white tiger fall from the sky. The white tiger's sharp claws landed heavily on the white seal. Puff! Finally, a completely different sound came from inside. The incredibly tough skin was still cleaved open by Shibamoto's blade. A huge wound appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, they could even see the enormous heart inside. That's right. Shibamoto's cut not only pierced the skin, but also severed the muscles and fascia. Call! Shibamoto exhaled a deep breath and then looked at the pneumatic robotic arm on his arm. With the help of this amazing item, I even know how to do things at a higher level. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "The mechanical arm doesn't actually increase strength. Your breakthroughs in martial arts mainly come from years of consistent daily practice." Shibamoto shook his head and said that. "I know myself well. Without this, I wouldn't be able to do it now. 10 years of consistent hard work is definitely the right thing to do. But it is precisely because of his 10 years of unwavering hard work that he knows his own condition best, and he has been struggling for a long time in front of this hurdle. There are very few people on the entire planet who have been taught martial arts by an unknown master and have not had any special opportunities. He originally thought that he would have to struggle at this threshold for decades. I never expected that I could achieve such a breakthrough in one day with the help of machinery. Are machines really that much superior?" Thinking of this, Shibamoto couldn't help but look at the mechanical arm on his body. But the next moment, Shibamoto looked at Lin Feng and suddenly smiled. Perhaps it wasn't the strength or weakness of the machine, but the strength or weakness of the person. Seeing Shibamoto Rinke smile, he sensed it. Shibamoto's mental strength actually started to surge. Is this a sign that the martial arts realm has begun to improve after breaking through mental barriers and rebuilding beliefs? Chapitre 183 Dragon Cours Secret Technique. Those around them clearly noticed Shibamoto's change, and Huangsheng was also somewhat astonished. Another martial arts master is about to be born. Thinking about this, Huangsheng realized that Lin Feng was indeed a bit outrageous. Because of Huangsheng, he noticed Lin Feng very early on. I also saw many people who were originally unknown change after coming to his side. Li Chun, who was originally crippled, now stands at the pinnacle of martial power on this planet. Shibamoto used to be an unknown squad leader who didn't know how to lead a team, but now he's become a rare martial arts master. Bai Xiaowen, the second young lady of the Bai family, used to rarely appear in public, but now she manages almost all the affairs of the Qingye pharmaceutical factory. Every day, countless people beg her to do business with the Qingye pharmaceutical factory. Nangong Xiao remained as arrogant and domineering as ever, except that he had changed his bright red hair. Lin Feng glanced at the wound and said, "Wait a moment, I'll go downstairs first." "Go ahead." Shibamoto spoke calmly, then stood beside him wearing a mechanical arm, like a guardian standing guard. Lin Feng, who had burrowed into the body of the desert Tyrannosaurus, struggled to pry open every muscle fiber blocking his way. It must be said that although he was dead, but these muscles are still strong and powerful. The blood that permeated the surroundings was also incredibly thick and heavy. Fortunately, Lin Feng is now at level 25 and can store enough oxygen in his body for a short time to keep him moving around here. Soon, Lin Feng finally saw a different color. Yellowish-brown. A yellowish-brown Tyrannosaurus Rex heart, even larger than Lin Feng's, appeared before him. Lin Feng stood before this enormous heart, and his mental energy began to spread and eventually envelop the entire Tyrannosaurus Rex heart. Come on, activate the secret technique. Dragon Court's secret technique, devouring the dragon to feed it back. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, magic circles of 5 colors, red, gold, blue, yellow, and green, formed and spread throughout the entire heart of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Lin Feng's mental energy infusion at this moment has reached its peak. Thump! The heart, which had been dead, suddenly pounded violently. But after just that one moment, the heart began to shrink rapidly, shrinking drastically. In just half a minute, the heart had shrunk to the size of a fist. At the same time, Lin Feng opened his eyes, his gaze filled with exhaustion. This was the first time he had unreservedly unleashed all his mental energy. Using his telekinesis, Lin Feng slowly flew the heart to him and swallowed it whole without any hesitation. It struggled to descend into the stomach through the throat. The next second, a powerful energy began to fill Lin Feng's body. His previous fatigue was almost completely gone, and he could even clearly feel his body strengthening little by little. I roughly estimated that with the natural energy dissipation of the dragon heart and the combination of spiritual breathing techniques, it would take about half a month to completely digest it. At that time, the level should see a significant increase. This is truly a wonderful thing. It seems the Dragon Clan is indeed a treasure trove, Lin Feng remarked sincerely. A519, dragons have always been a treasure trove. Their skin is incredibly tough and has excellent energy conductivity. Their bones can be transformed into super powerful materials, and their flesh is filled with strengthening factors. A519. But it is precisely these qualities that make them a dominant force in the universe. Similarly, this kind of Dragon Court secret technique is not to be passed on to outsiders. A519. If discovered and a warrant for arrest issued by the Dragon Court, there is virtually no chance of survival. Seeing A159's words, Lin Feng understood that the other party was reminding him and immediately nodded. Understood. Speaking of which, this secret technique is indeed terrifying. If it were to spread, it might really cause a huge blow to the dragon race. Lin Feng crawled out of the desert Tyrannosaurus's corpse again and looked at his blood-covered body with some helplessness. Okay, I'll just go down and roll around in the sand first. There's no other way but to do this because there's no water in the desert. Looking up, Lin Feng suddenly realized that Huang Sheng and his son were gone. Where are Huang Sheng and the others? Nangong Xiao pointed to the huge crater left by the desert Tyrannosaurus when it emerged in the distance and said, "It's inside. I was wondering why he insisted on coming along. It turns out he just wanted us to work for him," Nangong Xiao said with some dissatisfaction. The key point is that these two people were sneaking over behind their backs, and they were guarding against them like thieves. Who cares? It's nothing. It's all about exchanging benefits. Lin Feng didn't care. They jumped straight into the desert and started giving themselves a sand bath. On the other side, Huang Sheng and Huang Zheng couldn't help but marvel at how large the lair left by the desert Tyrannosaurus was. This is the desert. It's incredible that the Tyrannosaurus Rex could keep such a large nest structure stable. Huang Zheng, having his own insights into geography, naturally understood the difficulty of this matter. Huang Sheng didn't speak, but instead kept searching with his eyes. Huang Sheng watched it over and over again, but still couldn't find what he was looking for. That's impossible. According to the calculations, it should be right here. Huang Zheng looked at his father with a puzzled expression as he listened to his words. From the moment they entered, the other person kept searching but couldn't find it. It's unclear what it was that was making them so fixated on it. Suddenly, Huang Sheng seemed to see something and grabbed Huang Zheng, running over there. Arriving at the easternmost side of the lair, Huang Sheng knelt down and looked at a pit the size of a head in front of him. Huang Zheng frowned and observed carefully, and he did see something different. Just as he saw it, Huang Sheng was already digging at the bottom of the pit with a thin glass needle. In the end, they even managed to dig out a 7-colored gemstone that shimmered with mesmerizing colors. However, this gem is really too small. If we're talking about gemstones in carats, it's about 1 carat. But Huang Sheng was unusually cautious about such a small gemstone, and even took out a specially made test tube and put it inside. What's this? Huang Sheng's meticulous movements kept Huang Zheng from speaking until he watched Huang Sheng carefully place the test tubes before daring to open his mouth. It was a good thing, but it was supposed to be about the size of a head. Now that I think about it, that man in black robes must have taken it. Huang Sheng didn't explain, he just said it calmly. However, after he said that, Huang Zheng understood how precious this thing was. Given the level of that man in black robes, the things he would be interested in are clearly extraordinary. Let's go. This mission is a success. Although he only reaped a small harvest, Huang Sheng was clearly in a good mood. After so many years of calculations, the actual harvest was very little. He was satisfied with how much he had gained so effortlessly this time. Seeing Huangsheng and Huangzheng emerge, everyone prepared to leave the desert. But are we really going to give up on this huge Tyrannosaurus Rex carcass? Bai Xiaowen still felt it was a waste and a pity to look at the huge Tyrannosaurus Rex corpse. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "There's a way." Chapter 184, The Scattered Beasts. What's going on today? Why are all these strange beasts coming out in broad daylight? Many of the strange beasts are nocturnal, but what they saw now was swarms of them wandering around. This made them extremely tense, even though they had formed a camp and gathering place. Everyone was gathered in the camp, armed with long guns, on high alert and not daring to relax their vigilance for even a moment. Although the strange beasts also assess the situation, they won't approach if there are too many people. But this unusual situation still worried them a lot. "What do you think?" Someone asked the people around them, but everyone shook their heads. "I've never seen anything like this before. Could something have happened deep in the wilderness? I feel that even though it's not yet the expected time for a sandstorm, large sandstorms still occur frequently. Unfortunately, we don't know what happened." For a moment, everyone present was filled with worry. Only those who live in the wilderness can truly understand the hardships of wilderness life. Even a small change could result in countless people being buried in the wilderness. Just as they were discussing, they suddenly saw the strange beasts around them begin to scatter at an extremely fast speed. It looks like these strange beasts are running for their lives. Upon hearing this, all the wilderness hunters present nodded in agreement. "That's right. It's about escaping for your life. Is something terrifying coming our way?" The person next to him hesitated for a moment before speaking. "That can't be right. If so many strange beasts are running away, what kind of thing must it be to make so many strange beasts feel scared?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a man holding binoculars beside him said in a terrified tone, "It's really, really big. What the heck did you see?" People present took out their binoculars and started looking, and what they saw was quite surprising. Even those holding binoculars couldn't help but open their mouths in astonishment. "It's huge. Is this a small hill? What is it? Can I borrow it to take a look?" Just as the people nearby were getting anxious, someone suddenly saw a small black dot appear in the distance. There was still a cloud of dust flying around the small dot. "What the heck is this?" As the black dot drew closer, the first thing the entire settlement saw was a group of panicked, haphazardly fleeing beasts. Some strange beasts even rushed into the settlement because they couldn't find their way. Of course, what awaited him when he rushed in was death. However, most of them rushed past the gathering place, and seeing such a large group of fleeing monsters, the people inside the gathering place did not dare to fire their guns to provoke them. All that's left is a serious defensive posture. After the strange beast, that small black dot began to slowly magnify in their eyes. "What is this?" At this moment, they finally saw clearly what that little black dot was. "Is this a strange beast? A gigantic beast? What the hell is this? Where did such a huge beast come from? I have a feeling they're targeting us." The entire settlement was thrown into chaos. Fortunately, their rationality prevented them from scattering and fleeing. After all, staying together meant there was still a chance of survival, while scattering would be suicide. As the other person gets closer, he can see more and more details in his dream. The first thing I noticed was that it looked like someone was sitting on the top of this strange beast's head. "Wait, this thing seems to be dead?" Upon hearing this, many people at the scene were initially stunned, but then they quickly realized what was happening. The opponent ran a normal distance, but didn't seem to change his mind at all, as if he were really dead. But how exactly was this enormous beast killed? To be honest, they've seen some so big that they needed 2 or 3 trucks to transport them after they were cut up. But they'd never seen a monster's corpse the size of a small building before. A gust of sandstorm accompanied the terrifying aura emanating from the giant beast's corpse as it charged towards them. Upon closer inspection, the people in the settlement indeed saw that the strange beast's eyes were closed. However, as the giant beast's corpse drew closer, even though its eyes were already closed. But just as the other party reached them, everyone in the gathering place couldn't help but hold their breath. Pharynx. Many people couldn't help but swallow hard, gripping their guns tightly and looking at the enormous creature with serious expressions. At this moment, they finally understood why those strange beasts were fleeing for their lives. Even though they knew the other party was dead, they couldn't help but worry about what would happen if the other party opened their eyes and attacked them the next second. The enormous, exaggerated beast slowly came to a stop in front of them. It was only then that they discovered that the giant beast had many wheels installed under its body. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder even a corpse can run. The next second, 3 people jumped down from the top of the giant beast's head, and in an instant, everyone's gun barrels were pointed at the 3 of them. The 3 of them remained calm, but did not move forward any further. After a brief discussion within the settlement, a middle-aged man wearing a hat ran out. The middle-aged man approached the 3 men and immediately bowed, asking them a question. What do the 3 of you need? Lin Feng looked at the other person, then at the gathering place, and finally had no choice but to speak. I need some water, vegetables, and edible meat. There was no other way. In order to bring the Tyrannosaurus Rex carcass back, Lin Feng dismantled both vehicles and used all the parts on the carcass. Even so, it can only be said that it has started moving. Don't even think about speed. They didn't bring much food or anything. They just wanted to finish the problem quickly and go back. Now that things have slowed down, there's nothing we can do but find a gathering place to exchange some items. However, it seems that this gathering place has been somewhat frightened. Soon, the middle-aged man you just saw came out pushing a small cart with the things Lin Feng had instructed on it. Lin Feng nodded, paid the other party, and then the 3 of them jumped onto the Tyrannosaurus Rex corpse with their belongings and continued their journey. The people in the settlement breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the Tyrannosaurus Rex's corpse disappear into the distance. Was that oppressive or, really from a dead beast? It's terrifying, but what's even more astonishing is how these people managed to hunt down such a giant beast. Yes, I think they're really impressive with only 7 people. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that they were actually only hunting down 1 person. Otherwise, the words would be even more surprising. When the middle-aged man returned to his tent, he suddenly slapped his forehead and looked at his young master, saying, "Young master, I remember that boy is the one who bought that old-fashioned folding mechanical workbench from us a while ago, isn't he?" The young master nodded. "Yes, I recognized it too." Hearing this, the middle-aged man was puzzled. "Young master, you recognized it too? Why didn't you go out and catch up with us earlier?" The corpse of such a huge dragon-type beast, even just a piece of its hide would be enough for us to make a profit. The young master shook his head slightly and said, "The difference in status is too great." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. "I misspoke, young master." The young master simply shook his head slightly as he looked in the direction Lin Feng had left. In just a few months, his status had undergone a complete transformation. We finally arrived. At this moment, Lin Feng and his group finally arrived at Yinfeng's satellite city. However, it is already late at night. The only ones still with their eyes open were the guards on the city wall. At this moment, there was a commotion among the guards as countless searchlights swept towards Lin Feng and his group. Fortunately, Bai Xiaowen made a phone call to Bai Xiaoya, which calmed the tense guards down. "Let's go into the city first and deal with this tomorrow." Lin Feng was also a little tired at this moment. This thing is really hard to drive. It's okay in the wilderness, where there's mostly open space and you can drive it around freely. The closer they got to the city center, the more vegetation they encountered, and they even had to cross a river, which exhausted them all. Yes, let's go into the city first. Aside from Huang Zhengbai and Xiaowen, who else has spent such a long time in the wilderness? Not only was the food poor, but what they found most unbearable was that they hadn't taken a bath for so long. Once they entered the city, everyone went their separate ways. Only the giant beast corpse was left outside the satellite city. The residents of a satellite city felt something was amiss when they woke up the next day. What the heck is this? A frontal photo of a desert Tyrannosaurus began circulating online. Chapter 185 can begin. What is that? Bai Xiaoya answered a phone call, her face filled with disbelief. Don't you know? Didn't you give the order yesterday to the guards to ignore it? Hua Xiaofeng on the other end of the communicator was also stunned. How dare Bai Xiaoya give orders without knowing anything? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoya snapped out of her daze and slapped herself on the forehead. I remember now. It was my younger sister who called me last night, saying she had left something outside the city and asked the guards not to make things difficult for them. I didn't ask any more questions. Hearing this, Hua Xiaofeng was speechless. Okay, now that you know what happened, hurry up and have your little sister come and handle it. Now a group of people ran over to watch, but they were all surrounded. Okay, I'll go find my little sister now. As she spoke, Bai Xiaoya quickly arrived at the restaurant and immediately saw Bai Xiaowen having dinner with her parents. Bai Xiaoya ran over grabbed Bai Xiaowen's hand, and said, "Let's go, let's stop eating for now and deal with that little mountain you brought back first." "Oh no, has something happened?" "Nothing bad has happened, but a crowd has gathered around them, and the guards are there to help maintain order." "I'll call Lin Feng now." Bai Xinshu and his wife exchanged a puzzled look. "A hill? Did Xiaowen bring back a mountain?" But before he could even ask, Bai Xiaoya had already pulled Bai Xiaowen and run out. After thinking for a moment, Bai Xinshu looked at Butler Li beside him. "Old Li, go check it out. You don't actually need to investigate this matter, sir. You can find out by looking it up online." Upon hearing this, Bai Xinshu picked up the communicator and looked at it. Sure enough, when he opened it, the last thing he saw was that a mountain-sized monster corpse had appeared outside the satellite city to the west. Bai Xinshu opened the specific image and looked at it carefully, then suddenly frowned. "This is a dragon-type mythical beast?" Butler Li nodded and said, "Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, this should be the desert tyrant from the desert. Top-tier families like theirs are well aware of the most powerful alien beasts on the planet. Each top-tier beast has its own unique number. Did Xiaowen and her friends hunt this? Did Li Chen go too?" Bai Xinshu was genuinely shocked at this moment. Each of these numbered beasts possesses a combat power of level 30. According to their calculations, such a top-tier alien beast, situated in terrain advantageous to them, would require at least 2 level 30 armies, each with a force of at least 10,000 men, to subdue. And now, how many people are there in Lin Feng's group? 7. Let's include both Huang Sheng and Huang Zheng. Li Chun hadn't gone. He'd been guarding the pharmaceutical factory. The day before yesterday, he'd actually considered making a strong charge. Several of them were killed by Li Chun. Bai Xinshu remained calm upon hearing this. He wasn't unaware of this news, but he simply couldn't believe that Lin Feng and his group had actually hunted down a beast of this caliber. Meanwhile, outside the satellite city to the west, there's also a great deal of noise and bustle. A large crowd gathered around the corpse of the desert Tyrannosaurus. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even in death, it has such a powerful aura, truly worthy of being a dragon-type mythical beast. Yes, I think he's been dead for more than a day or two, but he doesn't seem to show any signs of decay at all. It is said that this is because the blood of dragons has the effect of killing bacteria. That's incredible. I wonder who killed him. You're not even close yet. You're the factory manager of Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory. Ah, isn't the Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory the place that manufactures spiritual awakening potions? However, the factory manager, a man of both literary and martial talents, led 6 men to hunt down and kill the giant beast. Aren't there 7 people? Are you stupid? 6 people plus the factory manager's own makes 7 people, doesn't it? Nangong Xiao looked puzzled as he listened to the discussion below. Who leaked our information? It's not surprising that many of our guards recognized Lin Feng last night, Cui Shi said with a shrug. Nangong Xiao also realized that this was indeed true. After all, Lin Feng was a rising star in the Yinfeng faction, especially for his treatment of mutants, which earned him a good reputation. How do you plan to bring this thing in? Shibamoto looked at Baolong's corpse below and asked thoughtfully. I don't know, but Lin Feng definitely has a way, Nangong Xiao said calmly. That makes sense. Shibamoto nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Cui Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Something's wrong. Buzzing. Whoosh whoosh. The roar of spinning wings, accompanied by a tremendous gust of wind, came into view. A total of 16 heavy transport helicopters were divided into 4 groups, one each in the southeast, northwest, and southwest, and then grappling hooks were seen falling from above. Lin Feng jumped directly from one of the helicopters onto the Tyrannosaurus Rex corpse. The guards then began directing the men to help attach the hooks and locks. Then, with Lin Feng's command, the 16 helicopters simultaneously lifted the Tyrannosaurus Rex corpse off the ground. That's a good method, Nangong Xiao said with a smile. Cui Shi nodded and said, Let's go back to the pharmaceutical factory. Many thanks to the guards for their help this time. This is a thank you gift for the brothers who flew the helicopter, some factory specialties. After saying that, a briefcase was handed to Hua Xiaofeng. Needless to say, what else could this specialty product be but medicine? Looking at these highly sought-after medicines in his hand, even Hua Xiaofeng of the Hua family couldn't help but admire Lin Feng's generosity. Okay, then I'll thank you on their behalf. We'll be going now, if there's nothing else. Hua Xiao said calmly that Lin Feng's network of relationships was too complicated and that the Hua family did not plan to contact him for the time being. But just as she was about to leave, Lin Feng called her back. Wait, There's something else I want to ask General Hua. You say it, Hua Xiaofeng asked calmly. I'd like to ask which factory you bought your troop carriers from. I'd like to buy a few myself. What are you doing with that troop carrier? Hua Xiaofeng looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. The troop carriers they use are not ordinary cars. Instead, it is a stable transport vehicle with large carrying capacity and strong explosion-proof properties. After all, in addition to transporting personnel, it is also used to transport weapons, some of which require a relatively stable environment. Therefore, they all use these special transport vehicles. Look at this big thing. We also need to cut it up and send it to another place for processing. This beast has extremely dense and heavy muscles, but some of its special organs are very fragile. I estimate that most cars on the market would hardly meet my requirements. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, as if he had thought of something, and said, Our cars are all manufactured in-house. However, since Mr. Lin needs them, we can sell some to you. What's the price? The price is negotiable. As long as the guards are willing to sell, we can also sponsor your military factory with an additional 50 million. Okay, it's settled then. I'll send someone to talk to you tonight. After saying that, Hua Xiaofeng turned and left without any hesitation. Lin Feng watched the other person leave, muttering to himself, We can begin now. Chapter 186, The Origin of Heavy Weapons. As for why Lin Feng wanted to buy a car from them, it was purely because it was fast. Although he could manufacture it, it would be too time-consuming. It would be better to just buy it directly. Anyway, I have money. That's right. After this period of sales, Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory has accumulated a large sum of money in its accounts. The Bai family still didn't take any funds. It seemed they were so careful to avoid suspicion that they even forgot to take their own money. Back in the office by Xiaowen and by Xiaoya, the two sisters were whispering to each other. The two sisters stopped abruptly upon seeing Lin Feng return. Bai Xiaoya turned to Lin Feng and asked, Lin Feng, what do you plan to do with this giant beast? It's probably used to forge some weapons. Lin Feng now has a way of dealing with these things in mind. Arms? Could you send me one then? Items made from materials from behemoths of this caliber are always of excellent quality, and even Bai Xiaoya hopes to obtain one. Of course, no problem. You can have a whole set. What weapons does Miss Bai usually use? A rapier. We can use the teeth and skin of Tyrannosaurus Rex to make an alloy that can be made into a rapier that is both extremely sharp and resilient. Upon hearing Lin Feng's plan, Bai Xiaoya smiled and said, Then I'll thank you in advance, but I won't give you any reward. After all, my sister is all yours. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Bai Xiaowen blushed and slapped Bai Xiaoya. Bai Xiaoya smiled slightly and said the rest. I'll give you this factory. After saying that, Bai Xiaoya looked at her younger sister and asked, What did I say wrong? Bai Xiaowen's face turned even redder, and Lin Feng touched his nose, unsure how to respond. After a few more brief words, Bai Xiaoya got up to say goodbye. The previous turmoil within the Guardian Army has confirmed that many individuals were indeed connected to the Rebel Star, resulting in numerous vacancies in the Guardian Army's high command. Young people like Bai Xiaoya, who have both frontline support and top-level favor, rise very quickly. Although Bai Xiaoya is young, she is already a high-ranking member of the Guardian Army. She will be able to enter the upper echelons when she gets a little older. Therefore, the daily tasks are very busy. She wouldn't have come here if it weren't for Bai Xiaowen being involved today. Bai Xiaoya had just left when Nangong Xiao came in, carrying a thick stack of reports. Lin Feng's side contains the evaluation report given by the instructor. Take a look. During the days Lin Feng was away, the instructors of the Nangong family did not stop. On the contrary, they worked even harder. It's a terrible idea to cram all the knowledge you have into these people's heads. Lin Feng quickly flipped through the report handed to him by Nangong Xiao. It must be said that the instructors of the Nangong family were very professional. They divided the people into groups of 3 according to Lin Feng's requirements, and each group underwent a very detailed evaluation. It also gives the final score. I just checked the ratings, and they're all above 85 points, so you can say that you've really trained an elite force here. Nangong Xiao also said with some emotion, I've seen the instructor's training before, and it's indeed quite good, but there's a problem. Such an army should at least be equipped with heavy weapons, such as tanks. Let's not even talk about whether we have the key point. The important thing is that they haven't even learned it yet. Bai Xiaowen also raised her own question at this moment. Heavy weapons on the battlefield are extremely important. Although these soldiers are highly skilled individually, it cannot compensate for the lack of heavy weapons. This would be a huge loss on the battlefield. Lin Feng smiled and said, "This matter is actually very easy to handle, just like you were on the island." Upon hearing this, by Xiaowen and Nangong, Xiao suddenly realized what was happening. Yes, Lin Feng made those tanks so obedient with just a few modifications. So now that he has so much time, it shouldn't be a problem to modify them into even more convenient and intelligent tanks. Thinking of this, Nangong Xiao suddenly realized something. Those tanks? Lin Feng smiled. After all, I didn't spend those days in Haoshui City for nothing. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen exchanged a glance. Wrong. It's not just about the time Lin Feng spent in Haoshui City. And Li Chun won't be retiring immediately after joining the Special Operations Department. On the contrary, he held that position for a long time. So, my father also knows about this? Nangong Xiao asked. After all, if Lin Feng wanted to transport so many tanks back, it seemed that he could only rely on his family's resources. That's right. Nangong Xiao and Bai Xiaowen were truly stunned. They had been by Lin Feng's side for so many days, and yet they knew absolutely nothing about such a significant event. Horrible. Desert tyrant. At this moment, many people in the central city of Yinfeng noticed this news, and even many top families began to think about their relationship with Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng's current strength is somewhat excessive. The key issue is that he hasn't yet achieved a status commensurate with his abilities, and if that's the case, there's no guarantee that he won't run into trouble in the future. Huang Sheng is currently being questioned by Xiao Zong at the Xiao family's residence. After listening to Huang Sheng's story, Xiao Zong rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. He hates instability, especially these unstable factors that are completely beyond their control. All right, you can go back now. If you have the chance, you should maintain a good relationship with Lin Feng. Xiao Zong has now decided to give up, since it seems that this is not something he can solve alone. Understood. Huang Sheng replied calmly before leaving the Xiao family's manor. Back in the car, Huang Zheng was waiting for him. What did Xiao Zong say? How else can I say that Lin Feng is someone he can control? Huang Sheng said expressionlessly, then added, most likely, we'll find a way to get rid of him. Huang Zheng nodded and drove away. On the other side, the Lung family manor. Grandmother Lung and Bai Xinshu sat facing each other. I know what you want, but I still think you should talk to the company behind you first before discussing this. Bai Xinshu frowned slightly as he listened to what the Lung family grandmother said. But I'm afraid they won't be willing to let go. Grandma Lung nodded. That's right, getting someone to let go isn't that simple, but giving them a generous breakup fee isn't impossible. It all depends on what you do. Upon hearing this, Bai Xinshu's gaze became hesitant, and he finally sighed. Never mind, let me think about it some more. Grandmother Lung didn't say much. She admired this choice but didn't understand it. Never mind, I'll ask you to come back and meet someone again in a while. Upon hearing this, Bai Xinshu raised an eyebrow, immediately stood up, and bowed in thanks. Thank you. After releasing another army unit at the dormitory building, Lin Feng went to the underground factory alone. Spiritual breathing. Lin Feng began his first formal training under the blessing of the Tyrannosaurus heart. Chapter 187, Level 26. Previously, most of the strengthening was done autonomously. Only now is it true cultivation. A continuous flow of heat originates from the stomach and then spreads throughout the entire body, reaching every inch of muscle, skin, bone, and internal organs. And they were all greedily devouring this warm current. Feeling the greedy hunger in the cells of his body's organs, Lin Feng suddenly realized that perhaps this was the state he should maintain when practicing this breathing technique. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that this point wasn't mentioned in the spiritual breathing method. It seems that even the great master who created this technique never imagined that someone would practice it in such a barren place. A 519, yes. Seeing a 519 sudden reply, Lin Feng's lips twitched involuntarily, and he then opened his own panel. Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV26. Age, 15. Race, half-elf. Superpower, none. Strength, 26.3. Agility, 26.5. Physical fitness, 26.1. Spirit, 29.9. Talent/specialty, dexterity. Special attribute, chi magnetic thought. Innate abilities, mind control, mental mimicry. Skills, comprehensive marksmanship LV.19. Sniper rifle LV.19. Rifle LV.19. Pistol LV.20, Comprehensive Artillery Technique LV.20, Serpent Dagger LV.30, Serpent Dual Blades LV.20, Tier 1 Dream Illusion LV.10, Tier 1 Legion Technique LV.5, Basic Spiritual Breathing LV.2, Title Meditation LV.3, Knowledge, Basic Pharmacy General Knowledge LV.23, Biology LV.24, Pharmaceutics LV.23, Formulation LV.24, Neurology LV.18, Basic Mechanical Knowledge LV.25, Mechanics LV.25, Materials Science LV.26, Weaponry, Metals LV.24, Machining LV.26, Weapon Design LV.13, Intelligent Programming LV.28, Electromagnetism LV.20, Energetics LV.20. Aside from level increases, the other growth rates aren't that significant. Looking at the level column, Lin Feng silently began to calculate. Half a month. With another 2 weeks, the energy level of the Dragon Heart should be high enough to meet my needs. Come on, let me see if I can really destroy your reverse star. Early the next morning, the vehicle that Lin Feng had ordered from the guards arrived. It has to be said that Hua Xiaofeng was extremely generous, sending 40 cars at once. Each vehicle can accommodate approximately 20 soldiers, plus a load capacity of at least 800 kilograms. Of course, the price is also quite high, with one car costing around 5 million. Lin Feng nodded. The price was really not expensive. He made the payment very quickly, and also transferred the 30 million sponsorship amount at the same time. The factory manager who received the money all had a smile on his face. Seeing this, Lin Feng asked curiously, "The Guardian Army makes such a large purchase every year, so this little bit shouldn't be much, right?" The factory manager shook his head helplessly and said, "The guards buy a lot, but the payments are slow. Basically, they give you a cost price, and then they keep dragging out the payment from the beginning of the year to the end, and from the end of the year to the beginning again." The factory manager shook his head helplessly as he spoke. That's normal, since the military has many expenses. Lin Feng truly understands this deeply. He supports 1,000 people here, and the cost of food alone is about 3 million yuan per month. After all, they are both martial artists and patients, so their diet naturally cannot be bad. Not to mention the costs of training, practice, and medical care. Fortunately, these are all patients who come here as volunteers. Otherwise, we would have to pay them wages. Otherwise, hiring a group of people at that level would be even more expensive. Fortunately, Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory's profitability is truly outstanding, so he doesn't need to worry about money. After the factory manager left, the people Lin Feng had arranged began to dismantle the giant beast in front of them. The materials on the beast were all valuable. The things he creates can further enhance the combat effectiveness of his troops. The Lin Feng Pharmaceutical Factory was bustling with activity, and the Chen family's construction team outside the city was doing the exact same thing. How's the work going? Seeing that the Chun family head and the Gong family head were personally supervising the construction, they took the initiative to ask questions. It looks good. It should be completed on schedule. Is there something you need from me? The head of the Chun family glanced at the head of the Gong family and asked, "I just came to check on the progress and see if there's anything I can help with." The Chen family patriarch nodded at this seemingly perfunctory answer. This is the most important thing for the 8 major families. In fact, it wasn't just the head of the Gong family who came. People from several other prominent families have also visited. However, seeing him personally supervising the construction here put their minds at ease. Will the important person who came this time be able to find what they want? Hearing the Gong family head's doubts, the Chen family head frowned slightly and asked, "What news did you receive?" The Takasago faction's central warehouse was robbed by 2 people. When they took inventory afterward, a large amount of energy, ore, and rare metals were missing. Most importantly, the wreckage of the spaceship was also stolen. The head of the Chen family sighed helplessly and said, "Let them handle things that aren't our business. You should really think about whether you can exchange for enough energy crystals this year." Upon hearing this, the head of the Gong family sneered. "Energy crystals? I don't plan to accept it this year. I'm prepared to provide some basic materials, just like the Bai family." The head of the Chun family frowned slightly before asking, "How? Has your family given up too?" "It's just a carrot in front of the donkey. I don't want to be that donkey anymore." After finishing his sentence, the head of the Gong family turned and left without any hesitation. The Chun family patriarch was left alone here pondering, and finally murmured, "Yes, but they're all just donkeys. Why bother to be sober?" Lin Feng was adjusting the production line in the factory when he suddenly received a call from Bai Xiaowen. Hello, what's up? Are you free to come over now? Someone is looking for you. Lin Feng jumped off the production line and said, let them wait for 2 hours. I'll be back when I'm done. As he spoke, Lin Feng started the production line, and Bai Xiaowen on the other end of the phone nodded in agreement. At the very top of the production line, the molten metal, heated to a high temperature, was poured directly onto the skin of a severed Tyrannosaurus rex and immediately sent into a medicinal pool before the metal solidified. Reaction, aging, output, cutting, and finishing. 2 hours later, exactly 2 hours later, we finally saw the product being shipped out, one after another, yellow threads gleaming with a metallic sheen. It's done. Chapter 188 Weapons and Equipment Research Institute. After tidying up the produced materials, Lin Feng returned to his office, where several people dressed in a rather scholarly manner were already sitting. Feng and the others are all from the Weapons and Equipment Research Institute. Bai Xiaowen gave a brief introduction. The main focus is on the leader, the deputy director of the Weapons and Equipment Research Institute, Li Jie. Director Li, what brings you here? Lin Feng asked bluntly. He values his time and doesn't intend to waste it playing games with the other party. Li Jie said with a smile on his face. Director Lin is straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. We've come here mainly to exchange some materials from the Desert Tyrant. Desert Tyrant? Lin Feng thought for a moment and realized. You mean that Tyrannosaurus Rex? That's right, we mainly want one of the other's dorsal fins. I wonder if you would be willing to part with it? Of course, we will also pay you a satisfactory price. Li Jie said with a smile, but the smile couldn't hide the bitterness in his heart. Ultimately, what kind of compensation can they offer? Money? If you're overthinking it, just say that Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory's monthly profit exceeds that of their entire research institute in a year. Arms? But in reality, their most prized weapon was meaningless to Lin Feng. Mechanical knowledge? The people from the Weapons and Equipment Research Institute at the Lung family manor were there and naturally witnessed Lin Feng's amazing performance. Ultimately, none of this matters. As expected, although he disliked it, Lin Feng still asked the question. I don't seem to lack anything. I wonder what kind of compensation you all receive. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere at the scene momentarily froze. We have relatively advanced equipment and a pool of talent. If Director Lin has any complicated issues, he can also entrust them to us for handling. It seems that now they only have these two things left, people and instruments. Lin Feng shook his head slightly as he listened to Li Jie's words. You can't handle it. There was no mockery or contempt, just a straightforward account. But it was precisely this tone that sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Although they represent the highest level of technology in the entire Rock Peak, that is the reality. In Lin Feng's opinion, they were really not enough. Li Jie gave a wry smile. Director Lin is right, but this material is indeed what I need, so I still hope to reach a cooperation agreement with Director Lin. Even though there was little chance, Li Jie still wanted to persevere. Lin Feng thought for a moment and asked, Who told me before that your research institute has quite a lot of different kinds of minerals? Upon hearing this, Li Jie's eyes flashed. That's right. Although their technology is not advanced enough, they have stood for many years and still have a lot of natural mineral resources. Without exaggeration, our research institute has all types of minerals that can be seen outside, and we have prepared a considerable quantity for the convenience of research. If Director Lin is interested, we can go and take a look now. If you have something you like, we can discuss it. Li Jie immediately spoke up, saying, hearing the deputy director's such generous terms. The numerous mechanics standing nearby were speechless for a moment. When had they ever been so humble? At the pinnacle of technology within the Rock Peak faction, how come he's always been the one being begged by others? Without further ado, the group got up and headed towards the Weapons and Equipment Research Institute. Wait a minute, you guys go outside and wait for me. I have some things to tell you. Okay, we'll wait for you outside, Li Jie said with a smile, showing no impatience whatsoever. After watching them leave, Lin Feng turned back to Bai Xiaowen and gave her instructions. I've already adjusted the equipment in the underground factory below factory, building number 2. Go check on it in a bit. If all the materials on the production line have been processed, have the people who handled the Tyrannosaurus Rex carcass transport all the materials to factory building number 2. There are signs inside. They can just transport it to the appropriate location. Bai Xiaowen nodded to indicate that there was no problem. I'm sorry to have troubled you during this time. How about we go home together for a meal in a couple of days? Lin Feng suddenly said with a smile. Of all the people in the factory besides him, Bai Xiaowen was the most exhausted, not to mention handling all the factory affairs and receiving guests. Okay, it's been a while since I've seen Jiang Jie and the others. Bai Xiaowen naturally wouldn't refuse. We can invite Nangong Xiao and the captain to join us for a proper get-together later. After Lin Feng finished speaking with a smile, he patted Bai Xiaowen on the shoulder and went out to find Li Jie and the others. After watching Lin Feng leave, Bai Xiaowen also headed towards factory, building number 2. How's the debugging going? Director Ni Xing asked the technicians beside him. This time, everyone had experience with the transport and there were no major problems, so it's ready to use now. Director Nixing breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the technician's words. Just to be on the safe side, he moved the instrument to 2 different locations until he was sure there were no problems before bringing it back to headquarters. The first shipment encountered a major problem due to an accident, which even startled him. Thankfully, everything was fixed in the end. Otherwise, his plan would fall through again. Fine. This time, nothing major went wrong. With that thought in mind, Director Nixing immediately gave the order. Okay, since there's no problem and that part works so well. Starting tomorrow, we will keep the device running at all times, allowing the higher-ups of the Reverse Star to take turns entering it for cultivation. Upon hearing the director of the Reverse Star Bureau's order, the technicians hesitated for a moment. His knowledge told him there was no problem, but his intuition told him that things might go wrong. What's wrong? Faced with the director's question, the technicians finally shook their heads violently. No problem. As long as the supply of energy crystals is sufficient, there will be no problem. Okay, then it's settled. After he finished speaking, Director Ni Xing's gaze also became deep. Lin Feng, I'd like to see if your 1,000+ patients can destroy my Reverse Star. He now hates Lin Feng to the core. Based on his understanding of Xiao Zong, he shouldn't have been able to eliminate the people he had arranged so quickly, whether it's for the Xiao family's sake or for his own benefit. What? You're talking about the interests of Yinfeng City. Without the Xiao family, what does Yinfeng City mean to them? By doing this, Xiao Zong still has the opportunity to slowly get some information back from his own people and then smear others. This might even cause internal strife in Yinfeng Central City, since these people are all high-ranking officials with considerable power. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zong was so decisive this time that he destroyed all his arrangements in Yinfeng Central City overnight. He'd been a son for so many years, and this was the result he got in return. This is something he finds hard to accept. When he found out that this was also because of Lin Feng, and that Lin Feng had even gathered more than 1,000 patients to beat him up, he completely broke down. If circumstances allowed, he would rush to Rock Peak Central City and wipe this guy out right now. Chapter 189: The Truth About This Planet. After calming himself down, Director Ni Xing turned around and approached the device. And standing beside him was that same robust figure. Haven't you already broken through? What's the point of coming here? Director Nixing frowned slightly as he looked at the other person. This guy is really addicted to using this device. I'm sending you something. After speaking, the muscular figure shoved a document into his hand. The first thing you see when you open the page is a few photos. Raising an eyebrow, Director Nixing was quite surprised. Is this the Desert Tyrant? Seeing the expression on the face of the bureau chief's muscular figure, he nodded slightly. I only just found out that those rebels actually had designs on him, though of course the outcome wasn't good. Director Nixing ignored the dig in the other party's words and instead took out the documents to read them carefully. The information about this Desert Tyrant above is almost identical to what they have collected. But when I saw it later, the Desert Tyrant, who had survived for over 150 years, finally died at the hands of Lin Feng and his team members, Chai Bin, Cui Shi. The hunt by Nangong Xiao, by Xiaowen, Huang Sheng, and Huang Zheng. Director Ni Xing remained silent for a long time after reading this sentence. Compared to those armchair strategists like those in Yinfeng Central City, Director Nixing himself had a better understanding of the strength of this Desert Tyrant. Because at the time, the leader of the team that Reverse Star wanted to hunt down the other party was none other than Director Reverse Star himself. Its terrifying defensive capabilities, overwhelming power, extremely troublesome sand controllability, and mountain-like size. Even with plenty of help and an elite force, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. Instead, they were easily wiped out by the enemy, losing a third of their forces and ultimately forced to retreat from the desert in a sorry state. Who would have thought? They actually managed to take care of it all, with just 7 people, led by Lin Feng. He knew that Shibamoto Choi and his group were just a small team, and thought they could provide some help. As for Huangsheng and Huangzheng, he knows them too. Aren't they just two burdens? I think you should take Lin Feng's 1,000 men seriously. Hearing the words of the muscular figure, a cruel smile appeared on Director Nixing's face. Of course, we should pay attention to this. I will send my strongest troops to teach them a lesson. Lin Feng looked at the large, multicolored crystal in front of him with considerable astonishment, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. This thing, how could such a thing exist on this planet? Although Lin Feng was still trying to maintain a composed expression, Li Jie and Mao Cheng'an, the director of the Weapons and Equipment Research Institute, could still tell that he was very interested in the ore. So, Director Lin, are you interested in this, or we can exchange it with you? Mao Cheng'an also spoke very directly and immediately. How much of this, or do you have left? Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, Li Jie quickly started searching and soon replied, there are 7 or 8 more pieces of this size, with a total weight of about 30 kilograms. Based on this, the density of this crystal is not very high. Lin Feng nodded and said, okay, I'll trade you 3 dorsal fins, 10 teeth, and 10 square meters of skin. Is that all right? Sure, but we also want some flesh and organs. Li Jie spoke excitedly, but was glared at fiercely by Mao Cheng'an. In an instant, Li Jie realized that he had gone too far. However, Lin Feng's reaction was quite calm. It's okay, you can take 100 kilograms from each of the other parts except the heart. Thank you so much, Director Lin. Mao Cheng'an said gratefully. I'll arrange for them to send all this or to Director Lin right now. No, I'll install it myself. Lin Feng nodded. Then I'll trouble Director Mao. I'll also be able to give some lectures on machinery here when I have the chance. Since they were so polite, Lin Feng naturally wanted to reciprocate. This has always been Lin Feng's principle. If someone respects me, I will respect them even more. Okay, I'll go right away. After saying that, Mao Cheng'an and Li Jie quickly walked out, leaving Lin Feng alone in the empty mineral warehouse. However, he didn't mind and instead started strolling around. After leaving the house, Li Jie and Mao Cheng'an walked side by side. Li Jie saw that they were some distance apart before he spoke. This must be very valuable. Should we keep some for research? Mao Cheng'an shook his head and said, the things he can fancy are naturally all very valuable, but even if we get them, they're useless to us. After all, processing ore is also a difficult problem. Instead of doing that, we might as well give it our all. It's clear that Director Lin isn't a greedy person. Maybe we can even get some unexpected benefits. Li Jie nodded in agreement with Mao Cheng'an's words. That's right. After saying that, Li Jie suddenly smiled and said, no wonder people say you can become the director. You're not only good at mechanical things, but you're also good at dealing with people. Mao Cheng'an sighed. This isn't exactly a good thing. Let's go. After saying that, the two left. Lin Feng then wandered around the huge warehouse. Iron sand deposits. Iron ore veins that are mostly found in desert areas. Copper crystal mines, often found along riverbanks where copper is abundant. High-grade white bauxite. It should be produced from a whole mineral belt, and the mining is still in a place relatively close to the surface. Understanding ores is the foundation of manufacturing materials, and manufacturing materials are also the foundation of machinery. With the help of information provided by A519, Lin Feng also developed the ability to identify minerals with his eyes and hands. Sandstorm silver. It is mostly found in silver mines located in the central part of deserts. Fragmented manganese, or often found in places where energy is suddenly depleted. Monovalent silver, or it often appears in places where energy suddenly accumulates and the concentration is extremely high. 1 yuan gold mine, mostly found in sandstorms. Lin Feng suddenly froze and took a step back. Slightly fragmented manganese, ore, and silver, or with a faint silver sheen, appeared before him. The energy suddenly ran out. Energy suddenly accumulates. Lin Feng lowered his head and began to carefully examine the place of origin on the label below. B364 Desert Edge. B364 Desert Edge. Yes, the same place. Lin Feng stood there, his expression changing as if he had touched upon some truth. Energy suddenly becomes scarce in the same place, and then suddenly becomes abundant again. What does this mean? This means someone is forcibly extracting energy. Lin Feng began to wander quickly through the mineral warehouse, which covered an area of over 3,000 square meters. Depleted. Enrichment. B364 Desert Edge. B365 Desert. B196 Gobi Desert. B196 Gobi Desert. Deserts and Gobi. If they were connected as one. That's right. It's just wilderness, the entire wilderness. Chapter 190, The Mercenary Group's Tactics. Director Lin, everything you requested has been packed. After saying that, Mao Chang'in placed a box in his hand with a big smile on his face. As for why he was all smiles, it's because Lin Feng had already met his conditions. Just now, a truck delivered everything they wanted. Lin Feng nodded indifferently, appearing somewhat absent-minded. However, Mao Chang'in and Li Jie didn't mind and politely escorted Lin Feng back to the Qingye pharmaceutical factory. Lin Feng stood by the office window, overlooking the entire Qingye pharmaceutical factory, lost in thought. Bai Xiaowen came to find him in the afternoon. What happened? Did something go wrong? Bai Xiaowen stood beside Lin Feng and asked softly. She had never seen Lin Feng like this before. He always resolved everything in no time. Even dealing with the seemingly insurmountable and invincible Lin Feng, the opponent of an I Xing, is proceeding with his plan in an orderly manner. But now he's been standing here watching all afternoon. Nothing much, just some things were discovered. Bai Xiaowen blinked, not quite understanding what Lin Feng meant. However, she knew that Lin Feng didn't need any comforting words. He could recover on his own. Let's go. I talked with Zhang Jie and the others this afternoon. They should be ready by now. The captain and sister, she should be waiting for us. Lin Feng looked at Bai Xiaowen and said with a smile, Thank you, Xiaowen. As her mental strength increased, Bai Xiaowen's demeanor became more and more like that of wealthy young ladies, and she also became closer and closer to her sister. But Bai Xiaowen is still the same Bai Xiaowen, gentle and considerate. That's right. Nothing is expected. Once this period is over, everyone will feel more relaxed. That might mean they'll be even busier? Probably not. The two chatted as they drove home. Push open the door. Sure enough, Ding Zhu, Lao Baitu, Jiang Jie, Yano, Chai Bin, Cui Shi, and Nangong Xiao were all there. Li Chan said he needed to cultivate and check on the factory, so he wouldn't be coming. The food will take a while. You two have been busy all day, so please take a rest. Ding Zhu pointed to the sofa next to him and said. The two nodded and sat down on the sofa. Lin Feng immediately spotted the old man, Bai Tu, who was half reclining on the sofa, drinking and watching TV. Old Bai, aren't your legs all better? Why are you still holding onto that wine bottle every day? I'm used to drinking it and don't want to change. Old man, Bai said, nonchalantly, then suddenly looked at Bai Xiaowen. Are you planning to find a new backer for your family recently? Bai Xiaowen is now able to access the highest levels of family affairs. Naturally, he nodded generously and said, Father, they do have this plan. After all, you know that the mercenary group suffered a great calamity. Our strength has declined significantly, and we are somewhat worried that the previous agreements will be nullified. Old man Bai thought for a moment and then said, This afternoon, Lin Feng told me about this, saying that your father was planning to invite us to dinner together. Since you're here, I'll just tell you directly. The decline of that mercenary group actually makes it even more necessary to abide by the rules set by the biggest boss. So you should just continue as before. We'll talk about it again if something really goes wrong. Bai Xiaowen nodded in agreement and then got up to contact her family. Lin Feng, sitting here listening, understood what was going on. So, does this mean that each of the 8 major families has a mercenary group as its backer? Old man Bai took a sip of his wine and said calmly, It's not the 8 great families, but 4 factions. All the top aristocratic families are like this. At this point in the conversation, Old man Bai felt it was time to tell Lin Feng about these things. So he began to tell Lin Feng about these mercenary groups. As you know, these mercenary groups recruit every 5 years, but those recruited don't directly join the mercenary group. They first enter their reserve force. Only after they emerge from the reserves can they officially become members of these mercenary groups. However, the reserves are not like the reserves of the Special Operations Department who receive free training and have their subjects carefully selected. The place only provides a venue. Everything else costs money. Training, techniques, cultivation, medicine, etc. And all of these cost money, and they are very expensive. It's not just about money. There are also phase tasks. You have to complete all the phase tasks to become a full member. Therefore, after becoming members of mercenary groups, they are basically all heavily in debt and need to work hard to earn enough money to pay the ransom before they can leave these mercenary groups and become free. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. This was a rather elaborate scheme. Most importantly, they sometimes force you to do things, and they'll even explain it to you from the beginning, saying that the choice is in your hands. However, Once you agree to pursue higher achievements, you will inevitably join in. That body could not escape the fate of being exploited. How many of them can become free agents? Lin Feng asked. How many do you think there could be? There probably aren't many, right? Not many? Haha, not a single one. The old man spoke in a deep voice. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Not a single one? Wasn't that a bit too much? So who were the founders of these top families? Lin Feng quickly realized that if none of them were there, the founders of those families couldn't have been official members who came down directly. They came back to work and pay off their debts. In any case, they must have the strength to crush the entire planet after returning from the mercenary group. They can build a family and pay off the debt little by little. Generally, it should be possible to pay it off within 3 generations. 3rd generation? This is outrageous. They're even squeezing money out of their grandson. What about 3 generations later? Lin Feng continued to ask. After 3 generations, by handing over enough resources, one can allow their children to enter the reserve force. However, this time, everything for the reserve force is free. If you contribute enough resources or are truly outstanding, you could become a full member directly. After all, the mortality rate of the reserves is also quite alarming. Hearing this, Lin Feng roughly understood how these mercenary groups operated. Plunder talent, spend money, bind them to work to pay off debts. How similar this is to the student loan scams of my past life. Selecting targets, inducing consumption, robbing Peter to pay Paul, and finally emptying the family's pockets to help pay off the debts. They really know how to have fun. But it seems that there's no other way to leave this planet except through a mercenary group. Lin Feng frowned as he spoke. If that's the case, it will be quite troublesome for him to leave this planet. If you simply want to leave this planet, you don't actually have to go through this trouble. You see, those who can control these top families are ultimately just a few among the mercenary groups. The main purpose of most other mercenary groups is to take away 1 or 2 people who want to leave this planet. Of course, they'll also empty their wallets along the way. Old Man Bai clearly noticed Lin Feng's doubts and immediately spoke up to explain. However, once you leave this planet, they'll just dump you at the mercenary center. Ultimately, if you want to obtain better resources and stronger techniques, you still have to follow this path. Old Man Bai shrugged and said. Lin Feng pursed his lips, feeling helpless, but at least he had found a way to leave this planet. As for the problems he would face after revealing them, he wasn't worried because he didn't have a solution. Chapter 191 Grand Duke Coles. Bai Xiaowen returned soon after. My father meant that he would consider it. Old Man Bai nodded indifferently. If it were any other family asking him, he probably wouldn't say a word. Dinner's ready. Come and eat. Jiang Jie called out, and the 3 of them came over. These people are already very familiar with each other, so there's no need to say more. However, Lin Feng was surprised to find that Ding Zhu and Nangong Xiao had a very good relationship and were even having a fierce drinking contest. Soon Shibamoto joined in, and unsurprisingly, Lin Feng was also drawn in. Thump, thump, thump. Just as the atmosphere was at its most enthusiastic, there was a sudden knock on the door. Everyone present was stunned. Did you invite someone else? Ding Zhu looked at Lin Feng and asked with some curiosity. Lin Feng shook his head no. Nangong Xiao stood up and walked toward the door. He opened the door and saw a blonde, blue-eyed man and woman standing there. The moment Nangong Xiao saw the other person's face, he felt that the face looked somewhat familiar. Wait a minute, this guy looks like he's from Dongbin. Logically, he shouldn't know anyone there. Is there something you need? Seeing that the person didn't recognize Nangong Xiao, his tone immediately turned unpleasant. Just when I was having a good time, this spoils the mood. Upon hearing this, the boy immediately frowned. No one in Dongbin had ever dared to speak to him like that before. Just as he was about to retort, the girl next to him grabbed him. Hello, my name is Rose. I'd like to ask if Arno is here. Nangong Xiao stared blankly at the 2 people in front of him, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Arno sitting there expressionlessly and gently shaking his head. Arno, you're not here. Leave. The girl only slightly frowned, but the boy's expression changed. Arno, I know you're in there. Get your ass out here right now, you thieving bitch. Return our Cole's family property to. Smack. Before the blonde boy could finish speaking, a footprint was already imprinted on his face, and the next second he was sent flying backward. With a thud, the blonde boy flew directly onto the street outside. Rose was stunned for a moment before she realized what was happening when she heard the blonde boy land on the ground. Robergen, are you all right, Robergen? Nangong Xiao stood high above in the room, looking down at Robergen who was struggling to get up from the ground, his face cold and indifferent. He never tolerates other people's bad habits. Not to mention someone who came to Lin Feng's doorstep and started shouting, "Tell me who you are, or I'll kill you." Robert spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his face filled with rage. That person not only hit him, but also kicked him in the face. This was an utter humiliation for him. "Nangong Xiao, go and inquire." Snap. After saying that, Nangong Xiao turned around and closed the door. "You just wait." Robergan yelled at the house, then got up and left with Rose's help. Inside the house, Arno sighed, stood up, and said, "I'm sorry I've disturbed everyone's enjoyment today." Nangong Xiao waved his hand casually and said, "Ignore this lunatic and let's continue." Despite saying that, the atmosphere on the table was not as lively as before. Arno was clearly preoccupied, but that's understandable. It would be strange if she were still so carefree after people had come knocking on her door. Rose drove Robertson directly into a hotel. Rose opened the car door to get out, but Robigen grabbed her arm. "The plan has failed. Should we still go up now?" At this moment, Robigen's face was gloomy. Rose smiled slightly. "Failure? I don't think so. How can it not be a failure if you didn't even get the items?" This left Robert a little confused. That thing is important, but the position of Grand Duke is even more important. This is a perfect opportunity to further damage Arno's image in Grand Duke Cole's eyes. Robergan realized what was happening and nodded, following Rose directly to the top floor. A grand banquet is being held here right now. Many people froze when they saw Robert's face still bearing shoe prints. Rose grabbed the person next to her and asked, "Where the Star family head and the Grand Duke?" They were chatting on the balcony. Rose nodded and pulled Robert towards the balcony. Sure enough, as soon as they got to the balcony, they saw the head of the Xing family and Grand Duke Coles chatting, surrounded by a group of high-ranking members of the Coles family. Grand Duke. Upon seeing the Grand Duke, Robergen burst into tears. Upon seeing this, Grand Duke Coles frowned immediately. "What's going on? Weren't you guys going to find Arno? How did you end up coming back with such a bruised face?" Upon hearing this, Rose also started crying. "Grand Duke, let's go find Arno. If she doesn't want to see me, then so be it." She even had Robertson beaten. Look, half of Robertson's teeth were knocked out by Arno's men. Hearing Rose's words, Grand Duke Coles couldn't help but rub his temples. That rebellious daughter. Tell me where she is now, and I'll personally go and invite her in a bit. After speaking, Grand Duke Coles glanced somewhat embarrassedly at the head of the Xing family, clearly still caring about the other's opinion. The head of the Xing family casually waved his hand. Every family has its share of troubles. Even if you have many children, it's one thing if they can't be properly educated. Just as the head of the Xing family said these words, Robigen and Rose looked down at each other. As expected, the information I had gathered was correct. The head of the Xing family was known for being strict with his children and disliked arrogant and domineering young people. Grand Duke Coles also quickly agreed. "You're right. I'll definitely pay attention. The Rock Peak faction has always been the strongest of the four major factions, and the Star family is the nominal manager of the Rock Peak faction. Coles will have to rely on him for many things this time. Sai, this daughter of mine, is my only child with my ex-wife, and I have spoiled her rotten. I still envy you. I've heard you've produced several outstanding young people here." Hearing this, the Xing family head smiled slightly and said, "The Bai, Chun, and Gong families are all quite good. Even the little guy from the Nangong family, who used to be hopeless, is now very outstanding." The Nangong family? Grand Duke Coles was stunned for a moment before he realized, oh, their family can stand in the limelight now? It's not possible now, but it should be possible in the next generation, the Xing family patriarch said calmly. His perspective is different. The emergence of outstanding descendants from the 8 great families is actually a good thing for him. He hates turmoil because turmoil implies the rise of new people, the breaking of old rules, and the need for a redistribution of interests. This is something he cannot tolerate. Upon hearing the name Nangong, Robigen couldn't help but glance at Rose, only to be glared at back by her. "Don't be fooled by my calm demeanor." "Oh, the next generation of the Nangong family is so outstanding." The head of the Xing family took a sip of wine and said calmly. It was also a stroke of luck that he had a very good relationship with Lin Feng, the founder of Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory. The other person brought about many changes in him. Chapter 192 Ding Zhu's father-in-law. In fact, change is only one aspect. What is more important is the improvement of strength and status. As for Nangong, no matter how outstanding he is, in the eyes of the Xing family head, he is just a child. But when Nangong Xiao appeared as Lin Feng's partner, even he needed to change his attitude. However, Grand Duke Coles didn't seem to think anything of it and simply nodded slightly. Oh, I see. Aoba Pharmaceuticals is the company that manufactures the spiritual awakening drug, right? I'm quite interested in this pharmaceutical company. I wonder if the Xing family head could make some contact with them? The spiritual awakening potion from Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory has already entered the 4 major factions through the Nangong family's channels. After a simple trial, all the families realized the huge profits hidden behind it. Even families of their caliber would be tempted by such profits. The head of the Xing family laughed and said, "My relationship with Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory is generally not one of cooperation. If you want to contact them, you'd better look for the Bai family, the Gong family, or the Nangong family. However, if you really want to cooperate, you'd better hurry. From what I've heard, quite a few people are after Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory." Grand Duke Coles nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, Lord Xing." The banquet drew to a close as the two conversed. Grand Duke Coles saw the head of the Star family out of the hotel before returning to his room. This is a hotel their family owns in Yinfeng, Central City. Originally, they were supposed to be invited to a family banquet here. After all, they are guests who have come from afar. However, the Xing family status was indeed different, and he himself needed their help, so it naturally became his invitation to the banquet. "We'll go to the Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory first thing tomorrow morning." Grand Duke Coles looked at Robert and rose beside him and said, "Is it Arno?" Hearing the name Arno, even Grand Duke Coles felt a headache coming on. This daughter of his is really giving him no peace of mind. Maybe he should take a look at what the head of the Xing family said. I'll leave her be for now and wait until everything is over before letting him come to see me. Robert and Rose were both secretly pleased. Arno had been at Rock Peak for so long, so logically he should have invited her to this matter, but it was clear that Grand Duke Coles no longer wanted to deal with her. Plan successful. Rose and Robertson left together. Robert rubbed his bruised face, still somewhat annoyed. What should we do with that guy from the Nangong family? Are we just going to let him go like this? A smile appeared on Rose's lips. I also remember the Nangong family. They didn't have the support of a mercenary group until people from outer space arrived. There are naturally many ways to deal with them. Fine, then I'll wait and see how it goes. A fierce glint flashed in Robijan's eyes. Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory. Seeing that the materials had all been manufactured, Lin Feng transferred them all to another factory to begin manufacturing the finished equipment. After testing several finished pieces of equipment and seeing that they met the requirements, Lin Feng felt relieved. He turned around and went back to the electromagnetic energy ball to continue his cultivation. It's really great to feel your body getting stronger and your strength increasing without even having to train. After completing another set of spiritual breathing exercises, Lin Feng clearly felt that he had improved significantly again. Upon opening the panel, I immediately saw that my level was already 28. It'll be here soon. Reverse Star, I'll be coming to find you soon. Lin Feng looked at the projected map in front of him, which was marked with 3 red dots. Scarlet and glistening. Brother Feng came upstairs. Someone was looking for him. Bai Xiaowen's voice came through the communicator, and Lin Feng immediately replied, "Okay, I'm coming right now." After leaving the underground factory, Lin Feng went straight to his office. Bai Xiaowen is currently organizing materials. "Is there something you need? Several companies from Dongbin have come to discuss cooperation with us. What's your opinion?" Bai Xiaowen asked Lin Feng. "No problem. As long as the profits are distributed fairly, I will definitely agree." Lin Feng was naturally very happy to have someone help him make money. "Okay, then you show up in a bit, and I'll talk to them." Bai Xiaowen took the initiative to take on the task. Lin Feng nodded. "Okay, take a look at these conditions they offered and see which one suits your taste." Lin Feng took the documents Bai Xiaowen handed him and began to read them. Grand Duke of Roland, Grand Duke of Hollemans, Grand Duke of Bolet, Grand Duke of Coles. Lin Feng suddenly stopped when he got to this point. Grand Duke Coles, who is this? What's wrong, the Coles family is also a prominent family in Dongbin, and their family seems to have a good relationship with the Xing family. Bai Xiaowen tilted her head and thought for a while before speaking. "I'm not saying that. If I remember correctly, those 2 people yesterday were also from the Coles family, right?" After hearing Lin Feng's words, Bai Xiaowen carefully recalled. "It seems that's really true. That would be fun." After saying that, Lin Feng looked at Bai Xiaowen with a playful smile on his face. "I'll go back first, and you can leave the Coles family members behind, saying they're coming to my house to discuss things in detail." "Can." Bai Xiaowen understood Lin Feng's meaning and nodded in agreement. But is this necessary? If you really dislike those two guys, Coles, let me just say it's because of what happened yesterday that you're not cooperating with them. Isn't it simpler? Lin Feng waved his hand, knowing that Bai Xiaowen had misunderstood him. I wasn't interested in those two people. The main thing was Ding Zhu, as this was Ding Zhu's first time meeting his father-in-law. Ding Zhu in Yano? Doesn't he have Jiangjia? Bai Xiaowen was stunned for a moment before she realized what he meant. It's a blessing to have two wives and a long-lasting relationship, Lin Feng said, shrugging. Lin Feng had already noticed something was wrong. Ding Zhu had personally experienced how suitable the factory was for cultivation. But when did Ding Zhu ever spend the night here? With two beautiful women at home with completely different styles, Ding Zhu naturally didn't want to lie on the cold, impersonal bed in the pharmaceutical factory waiting for Lin Feng. I understand. Bai Xiaowen shook her head helplessly. I'll go down and talk to them now. Okay, thank you for your help. Bai Xiaowen went down to talk to all parties and finally chose the Coles family, which was of course the most suitable. The process went so smoothly that even Grand Duke Coles was somewhat surprised. They had already discussed the conditions he had offered privately. He had thought he had no chance, but who would have thought he would actually be chosen? Afterwards, Bai Xiaowen even took the initiative to approach Grand Duke Coles. Our factory manager is currently unavailable and, to express his apologies, would like to invite Duke Coles to his home for a chat. Chapter 193. You've grown up. Meanwhile, the other family members nearby also wore thoughtful expressions. Grand Duke Roland went even further and spoke directly. Grand Duke Coles is truly resourceful. Even with such favorable terms offered by our family, they still refused. They haven't even shown their faces. The conditions you've set are generally acceptable for hospitality at home. It was clear that Grand Duke Roland was somewhat resentful. Accidents are all accidents. Grand Duke Coles was so bewildered that he could only offer these weak and feeble words. Bai Xiaowen also spoke up to explain, it's not that our factory manager didn't come, it's just that there are some things that need to be addressed. We will definitely apologize to everyone in person when we have time later. Moreover, our new drug will be launched soon, and who knows, there might be opportunities for cooperation in the future. These people are, after all, top families in Dongbin, and Bai Xiaowen doesn't want to have too much of falling out with them. This is not in the best interests of Aoba Pharmaceutical Factory. Upon hearing that there was a new medicine, the eyes of Grand Duke Luo Lin and the others immediately lit up. This is great news. As long as Director Lin asks us, we will definitely agree. Grand Duke Hollemans immediately chimed in with his support. Grand Duke Roland was slightly reserved, but he made it clear. I will definitely visit again then, and I hope that Director Lin will give me the opportunity to visit and talk. Definitely. Bai Xiaowen agreed very politely. The conditions offered by Grand Duke Roland were indeed the best. Furthermore, it is the largest pharmaceutical company in Dongbin, bar none. After seeing everyone off, Bai Xiaowen turned to Grand Duke Coles and said, Grand Duke Coles will follow me for a while. And so Bai Xiaowen's car led the way, with Grand Duke Coles' convoy following closely behind. And so they headed toward Lin Feng's residence. Grand Duke Coles frowned in the carriage. What happened to the Grand Duke? Rose, who had been acting as the other party's secretary, couldn't help but ask. Something feels off. We know our own situation, and we have no connection with Qingye Pharmaceutical Factory. Why were we chosen in the end, when the conditions offered were not as good as those of Grand Duke Roland? Rose and Robert, whose faces had already gone down in swelling, exchanged a glance, and then both shook their heads. Perhaps Director Lin had some other considerations. Cole stared ahead expressionlessly. Well, we'll just have to meet and talk about it then. He silently followed behind Bai Xiaowen's car. But the further Rose and Robertson walked down the road, the more something seemed off. Why did it look so familiar? It seems like they've been to this place before. Wait a minute, isn't that a splash of red over there where Robigen was kicked and landed yesterday? The bloodstains are still there. Grand Duke Coles, keenly aware of the changes in Rose and Robert, frowned slightly and asked, What's wrong with you guys? Rose and Robertson exchanged a glance. Robertson felt uneasy and quickly gestured to Rose to be quiet. Unexpectedly, Rose's eyes opened and closed, and tears instantly streamed down her face. My lord, it seems I've gotten you into trouble. Grand Duke Coles frowned. What do you mean? Sister Yano lives here. We were beaten up here yesterday. We never imagined this was the home of Director Lin. I think your cooperation is over. I'm sorry. I think Sister Yano might still be angry. She probably called you over because she had something else to say. He said this while looking at Rose, who was shedding tears. Grand Duke Coles frowned even more deeply. You beat me up, yet today you've chosen me as your partner. What does Director Lin mean by this? Is he planning to continue avenging Yano? It has to be said that Rose knows Grand Duke Coles very well. With just a few words, he swayed Coles's thinking. Robergan, standing nearby, pointed and gave his sister a thumbs up. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. My lord, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. I'll go apologize in a bit. I can't let this deal fall through. Robert also lowered his head and spoke as if he were wholeheartedly considering the family's interests. Grand Duke Coles snorted coldly. There's no logic in the world in a person admitting fault after being hit. This business is not worth doing. Before Coles could finish speaking, he saw his daughter leading a man out. The two walked straight toward their car. Upon seeing this, Coles's expression instantly turned serious, and he pushed open the car door and got out. Arno, this is how I taught you. Who is holding your hand? Despite the furious expression on Corsiano's face, his expression was much calmer at this moment. Father, this is Ding Zhu, my man. Since you've come all this way today, we'd like to treat you to a meal. Upon hearing this, Coles froze on the spot, having imagined all sorts of scenarios of meeting his daughter. It's nothing more than arguing, throwing things, turning around, and walking away. But he never expected it to turn out like this. At this moment, as Coles looked at his daughter and saw the other woman's calm face, he suddenly thought of her mother. Back then, he wasn't even a Grand Duke, nor was he a contender for the position. He was merely a marginal member of the Coles family. However, Arno's mother is the only daughter and future heir of the Yafeng Consortium, one of the top 10 consortia in Dongbin. It seems that Arno's mother also took him to meet his father-in-law in the same way. Hello, uncle. My name is Ding Zhu. Ding Zhu seemed a little nervous at this moment, but still managed to finish what he was saying. Coles didn't nod. Instead, he walked straight toward the house behind them. Upon seeing this, Ding Zhu and Arno naturally followed quickly, while Rose and Robert in the car were completely dumbfounded. What should we do? Robigen asked Rose. Rose's eyes were incredibly gloomy at this moment. Her plans had completely fallen apart. Let's follow them and see. After saying that, he took Robert and followed. I walked into the room and looked around. It was small compared to his family's estate, but it was full of life. Father, this way please. After saying that, Arno pulled Coles to the dining table, arranged for his father to sit down, and Yano served his specially made Dongbin hometown dishes. Grand Duke Coles finished his meal silently without saying a word, then put down his cutlery and looked at Arno. You've grown up. Arno nodded. Yes, I've seen a lot since my father came here. Grand Duke Coles looked at Arno, then at Ding Zhu, and finally spoke. Come back with me first, and we'll have a proper talk. Clearly, Grand Duke Coles felt this was not the place to talk. Upon hearing this, Ding Zhu wanted to speak, but was pulled back by Yano. Okay, father. Watching Grand Duke Coles's convoy leave, Ding Zhu felt a mix of emotions, a sense of loss and uncertainty. Bai Xiaowen found it rather strange. Lin Feng? Why haven't I seen him? Chapter 194 Reverse Star. Here I come. Lin Feng came back, gave me some instructions, and then left. Ding Zhu suppressed his anxiety and said. Old man Bai leaned back on the sofa, watching TV and drinking while answering Bai Xiaowen's questions. Lin Xiaozi doesn't come back often, and Li Chen hasn't seen him for a long time either. Has he been at the factory the whole time? Bai Xiaowen froze on the spot, seemingly not seeing Li Chen at the factory gate. Awakened by old man Bai's words, Bai Xiaowen pushed open the door, got into the car, and headed towards Xingye Pharmaceutical Factory. Sure enough, Li Chen was nowhere to be seen at the entrance. Continue walking in. Bai Xiaowen went directly to the place where the mutants lived, and sure enough, there was no one there either. Upon arriving at the office, I found a rapier, a set of equipment, and a letter on the desk. Open the envelope. Bai Xiaowen quickly skimmed through the text, mainly explaining 3 things. The first rapier and equipment were for Bai Xiaoya. Secondly, they will be back in 3 days. The new drug launch conference will be held on time, 3 days later. 3 days? Could it be that Lin Feng left this time because of something else? At first, Bai Xiaowen thought Lin Feng's sudden departure was for Ni Xing, but wasn't 3 days a bit too short? Shaking her head, Bai Xiaowen picked up the equipment on the table and headed home. Night fell. Lin Feng glanced at the time on his watch and pulled over the communicator beside him. Set off. Lift it. The adaptive tarpaulins on the vehicles were lifted one by one. Buzzing sound. Buzzing sound. All vehicles started simultaneously. Set off. Drop. Drop. The sound of horns, like waves, signaled that the troops were ready. Buzz. All the vehicles started moving at the same time and sped into the depths of the wilderness. What's even more surprising is that these vehicles were followed by tanks that were moving at high speed. Sister, here's what you wanted. Bai Xiaowen placed the complete set of equipment and the rapier in front of Bai Xiaoya. This is the weapon that Lin Feng made using materials from that desert Tyrannosaurus? Yes, you should give it a try. Bai Xiaoya nodded, fell down, and picked up the thin sword. He drew his thin sword. Sword clash. A soft, melodious sword cry echoed throughout the villa. What a fine sword. Bai Xiaoya couldn't help but praise. Of course, Lin Feng's favorite saying is that firepower suppression is the best and equipment suppression is the best. The factory manager is almost here. Old Bao suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng, saying, as the person who designed the medical plans for these mutants, Lin Feng naturally understood their special abilities, in addition to the observations of the coaches from the Nangong family. He also selected 4 team leaders. Old Bao, Old Feng, Old Li, Old Zhang. How many people? This is a large base with approximately 20,000 people. Lin Feng nodded. Which direction has the most people? Southeast side. Okay. After saying that, Lin Feng pressed a key on the top or bottom of the computer. Suddenly, a black ball, about half the height of a person, was launched from a car. The black ball landed and rolled quickly to the southeast side of the base that Lao Bao had mentioned. Before Lao Bao and the others could figure out what was going on, they suddenly heard a loud explosion outside. Boom! Before they could even ask, another sound came. Boom! The intense explosion even illuminated the entire convoy. The winding convoy, painted in black, looked like a scythe of death. As the explosion subsided, Lao Bao's supervision instantly revealed the huge crater created by the blast and the blown open wall. The factory manager exploded. We've blasted open a passageway wide enough for 3 people. We can charge now. Old Li is a shrewd and capable man. Even the coach of the Nangong family said that if he were in the guards, he would definitely be a fierce general. It's not over yet. Lin Feng rolled onto the roof of the car and peered through the smoke and dust to see the chaos inside the base. Then he waved his hand gently. Buzz. Suddenly, the tank that was following behind the crowd started charging and ran ahead of them. Bang! 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 There was no need for hesitation. They immediately unleashed a 3-round salvo. The specially designed shells completely destroyed the reverse star base's proud defensive walls. The passageway that could previously accommodate 3 people has now become wide enough for 7 or 8 people. At this point, Lao Zhang, whom the instructors called a promising general, also spoke up. Factory manager, this time it's okay. We can minimize the losses. Lin Feng shook his head again. I haven't asked yet. After saying that, Lin Feng clapped his hands lightly. The next second, the roofs of several cars in the distance all opened by themselves. Among them, a huge rocket launcher platform with 36 holes was revealed. Whoosh! Whoosh! 36 rockets once again unleashed their relentless barrage. But we haven't played yet. This is just one rocket on a vehicle. There are more than just one rocket launched here. The violent explosions obscured everyone's vision, and the roar of the explosions was incessant. The chaos inside the reverse star base at this moment is entirely imaginable. What happened? How could the explosion be so violent? We didn't realize the enemy's firepower was so intense that we don't even know how we were attacked. What's going on? Why isn't our early warning system responding? Not only the early warning system, but also the communication and control systems have all failed. What? Why is this happening? After the explosion, everyone looked and saw that there were now 10 or 20 people. Forehead. Calculating how many people can pass through is no longer meaningful. Because it wasn't just the small section of the wall on the southeast side closest to them that was completely destroyed. Go, it's time to charge. Lin Feng finally spoke, and now it was Old Li, Old Zhang, and the others were dumbfounded. Forehead, are we ready to charge? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Do you want me to just blow this place up? We have more than just this one goal. We also need to conserve the medicinal pills we need to save. Holy crap. It really is possible. No, you don't need to. Charge for me, all of you. Old Li, leading the charge, grabbed a rifle and charged towards the reverse starbase. The other mutants also rushed out with their guns. As he watched the horde of mutants surge toward the reverse starbase, Lin Feng snapped his fingers lightly. Legion tactics, charge! In an instant, the mutants' initial anxiety vanished. Now, only one thought occupied their minds. Charge! Kill! Chapter 195, 4,362 meters, double headshot. What's this? Bai Xiaoya sheathed her rapier and looked at the suit of clothes beside her. This is a suit created by Lin Feng and issued to the army composed of mutants. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoya looked at Bai Xiaowen with a surprised expression. Is Lin Feng really planning to attack the Reverse Star? Bai Xiaowen shrugged and didn't say anything more. Bai Xiaoya shook her head as she took out the set from the seal bag. I just casually pinched it on top. So light yet so sturdy. Bai Xiaoya's expression immediately turned serious. Uncle Li, come here for a second. Butler Li reappeared beside them like a ghost. Is there anything I can help you with, young lady? Uncle Li, please take this garment and move over a bit. Butler Li nodded, took the clothes, and retreated 10 meters away. Bang! Bai Xiaoya's marksmanship was also quite good. She instantly drew her gun and hit the upper left corner of the clothes. If this were worn, it would hit the heart. Butler Li, who was holding the clothes, suddenly changed his expression. I glanced down at my clothes and saw a small white dot on them. What happened to Uncle Li? Seeing the change in Butler Li's expression, Bai Xiaoya thought she had hit him and quickly asked. That shouldn't be the case. With Butler Li's abilities, it wouldn't matter if he just shot him directly, right? As expected, Butler Li shook his head as well. Miss, I'm fine. It's just that this bulletproof vest is a bit over the top. He not only stopped the bullet, but also reduced the impact by at least half. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoya's eyes widened instantly. Are you kidding me? Bai Xiaowen, who was standing next to her, also gasped. This. Exaggerate. Ordinary bulletproof vests are lucky if they can stop bullets. Reduce the impact? Dream on. The two women quickly went forward to check and found that there was indeed only a white dot on the clothes. No, this white spot is slowly fading. Bai Xiaowen also keenly observed the problems involved. Silence. At this moment, Bai Xiaowen and the other two fell silent. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoya turned around and looked at Bai Xiaowen. I now believe you are capable of defeating the Rebel Star. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A fierce gunfight was discovered inside the Reverse Star's base. I fucking shot him 3 times. Why are they all okay? Behind the wall, a member of the Rebel Stars cursed angrily. Me too. Damn it, there's something wrong with the clothes they're wearing. You can't punch through them at all. Even the best bulletproof vest would take 2 steps back if sprayed with rifle fire. So how could he fight back against the bullets? They're all robots, huh? Only hitting the head will work. Are they stupid? Wouldn't they be able to defend their head from the end? Tot. Before he could finish speaking, another burst of bullets came flying. The bullet's powerful penetrating force instantly pierced through the wall and entered the body of the Reverse Star member. Conventional, penetrating, bursting. Each member of the 3-person squad has a different type of bullet to adapt to different environments and scenarios. Holding their guns, the 3 men approached the wall and, looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, calmly communicated through their earpieces. Area A on the northwest side of the 2nd floor has been cleared. Received. Heading to Area E to assist. Receive. The 3 men looked at the corpse on the ground. Each fired 2 more shots, and then headed towards Zone E. Professional and calm. Their professionalism rivaled that of elite troops. Their composure even intimidated themselves. Where did these people come from? Why couldn't they withstand such a dense barrage of explosions? This is the base of the Reverse Star, so naturally they have prepared a backup plan. However, these backup plans were as fragile as paper in the face of this army. It has absolutely no effect. They should be equipped with special detection equipment, so they can spot our bombs in advance every time. Moreover, they were so calm that it was almost inhuman that they could get in. Even if we detonate the bombs beforehand, they won't be thrown into any chaos. Our troops are no match for them at all. He is a number 2 person in charge of the base and commands the entire base's troops. He himself came from the elite forces of the Reverse Star, and they had fought against the elite forces of various factions. But they had never encountered a team like this before. It was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. These guys aren't human. They're a bunch of Grim Reapers wielding scythes. We have to go. The number 1 person in the base suddenly spoke. There's a backup route. Let's go now. Good. Without the slightest hesitation, the 2 took the most important document from the base and ran directly into the underground passage. Inside the central command vehicle, Old Zhang watched as patches of the screen turned red. He glanced at his watch again. The fourth floor was completely breached in 30 minutes. This is the last floor. Old Zhang turned around and looked at Old Feng, who was surrounded by 20 telephones. All the phones were open, and reports were being relayed to Lao Feng, while Lao Bao kept typing them into the computer. Not only that, he would also tell each squad the next steps based on the command at the moment. Multitasking? No, it's all for naught. After all, there are more than 200 squads going down at this moment, and Lao Bao can answer accurately whenever he asks where a particular squad is. On the other side, Lao Bao suddenly looked up at Lin Feng. The two men escaped precisely through the backup passage. That's right. Lao Bao is still constantly monitoring the battlefield. Which direction? The distance to the west is quite far. There should be mechanical vehicles in that backup passage. They are now 4,500 meters away. Lin Feng nodded and went back to the roof of the car. Inside the briefcase was a sniper rifle. Assembly completed within 5 seconds. The sniper rifle sits on a blue base. Lie down, rest the butt of the rifle on your shoulder, and adjust the scope. Two small black dots suddenly appeared on the vast, desolate land beside them. Breath-holding activation. The blue current is instantly conducted through the bracket into the barrel. The current reverses the magnetism, and the bullet, now inside the barrel, is enhanced by the magnetism. The speed instantly jumped to a whole new level. Bang! Even the moment it left the muzzle, it emitted wisps of blue electricity. Smack! Smack! Old Bao, who was inside the car, suddenly trembled and opened his eyes. What's wrong, Lao Bao? Old Zhang asked, somewhat surprised. Has something happened down there? Old Bao wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow and said in a slightly trembling voice, a double headshot at 4,632 meters. Both Lao Zhang and Lao Feng were stunned when they heard this. 4,632 meters? Double headshot in one shot? Is it really still within the scope of marksmanship? Chapter 196, 2 Bases Overnight. How did you do that? Old Zhang knew he shouldn't ask, but he couldn't help but ask anyway. Honestly, he found it hard to understand how a double headshot could be achieved from such a distance. Can this bullet curve? The bullet was so powerful that after blowing one person's head off, it slightly deviated from its trajectory and grazed another person's head. Both heads exploded. Upon hearing Lao Bao's explanation, Lao Feng managed to steal a moment to say something. So you're saying it was an accident? Old Bao shook his head. No, the factory manager got up after firing just one shot. Old Zhang. Lao Feng. Bai Xiaoyao put down the amazing equipment she was holding and looked at her younger sister, saying, I heard that Lin Feng also ordered 40 transport vehicles from our guard team. Is it easy to use? Bai Xiaoyan nodded. Lin Feng was quite satisfied, saying that the load and stability both exceeded his expectations. In particular, there's a lot of room for him to make modifications. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyan added, I'm most satisfied with the last part. Bai Xiaoyao pouted. They still look down on our cars, don't they? They even want to modify them themselves. However, after saying that, Bai Xiaoyao rolled her eyes and said, Then, as promised, Lin Feng has to send us one or two of the modified ones so we can see if they are really better. Bai Xiaoyan smiled helplessly at her older sister's little scheme and said, I'll talk to Lin Feng when the time comes, and he'll probably agree. She really is my good little sister. Bai Xiaoyao hugged her younger sister tightly and said, Drop, drop, drop. Once again, the convoy set off with a deafening roar of horns. And not long after they left, the already dilapidated base was suddenly engulfed in flames. The sudden fire also revealed an unusually high temperature. In just half an hour, the entire reverse star base was burned into a pile of molten slag. The sand next to it was also melted by the high temperature and then cooled and solidified into a black, glassy substance. Factory manager, these are spoils of war. Old Li pushed out 2 large boxes and placed them in front of Lin Feng. Open. It was filled with purple energy crystals. In fact, destroying a base like Reverse Star would be a huge gain for the 4 major factions. But for Lin Feng, that's about all the stuff he has. Moving on to the next goal, Lin Feng glanced at it indifferently and gave the order directly. Yes, Lao Bao, Lao Feng, Lao Li, and Lao Zhang zépondent simultanément. No one questioned whether attacking 2 bases in one night was an exaggeration or whether the mutant legions they had taken over could withstand it. Simply because the battle lasted too short. 1 hour. The entire base was completely cleared out in just 1 hour. For the Aberrant Legion, this was not as intense as one of their own internal combat training exercises. After all, during the combat training, they were divided into A and B groups and had to fight each other for about 3 hours inside the Aoba pharmaceutical factory. This hour? Not enough fun. As the convoy continued forward, Lin Feng watched as the Legion skill on the panel suddenly jumped to level 15. This spell truly lives up to its reputation as a first-tier core spell of the War Order. It perfectly suppresses the negative emotions of everyone in the team, while also being able to level up based on the feedback from the battle results. It could be said that they truly achieved the goal of becoming stronger with each battle and fighting even more with increasing strength. The mysterious continent of Violet? I definitely want to go and see it sometime, Lin Feng said silently to himself. The modified vehicle was now carrying a group of mutant soldiers as they raced silently across the wasteland. The convoy passed through a camp when the night was at its most solemn. Although the closest distance was less than 100 meters, not a single person in the entire camp noticed them. Only the tire tracks on the ground seen the next morning gave this wilderness a story of a ghostly army. The factory manager has arrived. The same words echoed in Lin Feng's ears again. The number of people in this base was much larger, around 50,000, of which about 1/5 were soldiers. In other words, this time the Aberrant Legion will face a force 10 times stronger than their own. But no one present showed the slightest change in expression. Lin Feng also went up to the roof of the car and began to repeat his actions. Oldie still led his men and rushed in. The killing continued. The killing ended an hour and a half later. Oldie stood in front of the reverse star base, which was now a complete ruin. Sizzle. He lit a match. The flames began to spread again on the black oil stains that were carelessly thrown on the ground. The rising sun shone its golden rays upon the ruins of the base, which were now engulfed in flames. It was as if a golden sacred flame had been ignited. Alluring yet dignified, Tier 1 Legion technique, LV-20 Legion technique advances to the next level. This time, the convoys simply moved away from the scorching pit, covered themselves with adaptive camouflage, and rested on the spot. The factory director was among the 19 who died and 80 who were injured. Thanks to the medicine they carried, none of the injured people died, but about 8 people were rendered unable to fight. Old Bao handed Lin Feng, who had just finished cultivating, a towel to wipe his sweat and reported this to him. Lin Feng nodded, took the towel, and began wiping his sweat. Do they have families? Old Bao shook his head and laughed. People like us are lucky to be treated as human beings. Where would we get family? Hearing this, Lin Feng paused for a moment before finally nodding. It's okay. You'll have it after this is over. Old Bao suddenly laughed. Factory director. That sounds like a classic quote from someone who died on the battlefield. Lin Feng realized what was happening and smiled faintly, but the next moment he spoke directly. Don't worry, you won't die. Lin Feng paused for a moment and then added. I said it. Lin Feng's tone was calm, even completely calm. But Lao Bao felt he had heard the most trustworthy words in the world. He could only nod slowly. Clear. Chief, we've lost contact with both of our bases. As the bureau chief's secretary, he was always composed and went straight into the bureau chief's office and said. Director Ni Xing slowly raised his head and looked at the other party, asking, Are they bases 16 and 19? The bureau chief's secretary paused for a moment, then nodded. Has the bureau chief received the notification? I didn't expect that, Director Ni Xing said calmly, then asked, What were the times respectively? The bureau chief's secretary shook his head. I don't know. All I know is that there were no signals of routine communication from either of these bases this morning. Director Ni Xing's gaze fell on a photograph on the table. The photo was placed in a carefully chosen frame, but the person in the photo was someone he had no relation to, or even someone he considered an enemy of. Lin Feng, Chapter 197, the undefeated director of the Star Bureau. It's you. I'm getting ready to welcome you. Director Ni Xing looked at Lin Feng's photo and said calmly. When? The head of the Qin family looked at the head of the Xing family and asked, Can it be done in 3 to 5 days? A look of helplessness appeared on the face of the Xing family patriarch. It's been moved up again. The head of the Qin family thought for a moment and said, Yes, but you need to find someone else to come over. How many people? At least another 10,000 people need to have construction experience. No problem. I'll have the major cities nearby start transporting talent here. The Xing family patriarch breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving this assurance. However, they didn't stay there long and left quickly. Besides the landing pad, he had many other things to do and couldn't stay here forever. In an instant, the entire central city of Yinfeng was abuzz with activity. The head of the Gong family, who was busy at work, also received a message during a break in his busy schedule. Lin Feng just sent a message saying that a new stamina recovery potion is about to be launched. You are invited to attend a press conference 3 days from now. Gong Tianyu approached the head of the Gong family with the letter and spoke. The head of the Gong family nodded. No problem, I'll be there. After saying that, the head of the Gong family suddenly realized, now that the Bai family wants to avoid suspicion with Lin Feng, should their family still go this time? Of course, he had to avoid suspicion and not lose money. Moreover, he heard that the heads of other top families from other factions would also be going. This time, Lin Feng planned to expand the distribution channels for the potions to 4 factions. Even Gong Tianyu couldn't help but sigh at this point. How much money is that? He had also tried stamina recovery potions. The effect was just as amazing, so he had no doubt that this potion would sell like hotcakes. It doesn't matter how much money he makes, as long as we don't miss out. After saying this, the head of the Gong family kicked Gong Tianyu out and told him to help arrange the welcoming matters. This time, there couldn't be any mistakes. These top families are all very busy, but the Nangong family is the only one that remains peaceful. It cannot be described as a peaceful situation, because Nangong Jinshou hadn't seen his son for almost half a month. Where did Nangong Xiao go? Nangong Jinshou, who was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, suddenly asked a question. Madame Nangong, who was standing to the side, said this while eating an orange. How would I know? My relationship with Xiao Xiao was just SOSO to begin with, so I didn't dare to interfere. Listening to his wife's words, Nangong Jinshou stroked his chin and made a phone call to his teacher. Hello, teacher. Has Xiao Xiao been to the factory lately? I hadn't seen them much during this period, and they seem to be frequently leaving the city. Leave the city? Yes. Hearing this, Nangong Jinshou was even more bewildered. Okay, thank you, teacher. After saying that, Nangong Jinshou hung up the phone and immediately dialed another number. Has the young master mobilized any resources recently? There are quite a lot. How come I didn't know that? Although the young master moved a large quantity of items, the prices were reasonable, and he always paid for them directly. He also told us not to tell you. Nangong Jinshou's intuition told him that his son was up to something. Something big is about to happen. When did this happen? It started about 3 months ago, and the amount of materials consumed each month is quite large. 3 months ago? When? Nangong Jinshou's gaze shifted to Lin Feng. When Lin Feng began transforming the factory. After hanging up the phone, Nangong Jinshou stood up and walked outside. I originally thought he was the only one providing materials for Lin Feng, but it seems that both he and his son are involved. The key point is that the father and son didn't even know each other. Lin Feng, are you really going to attack the reverse star? His wife, meanwhile, continued eating oranges and watching TV, seemingly oblivious to everything. A sandstorm has arrived. Should we wait any longer? The woman in the white coat stood next to Director Nixing and asked. Wait. The woman in the white coat frowned slightly. The other party will probably stop during a sandstorm. There's no point in waiting like this. Upon hearing this, Deputy Director Inai Xing couldn't help but glance at the woman. So she still dares to contradict the bureau chief, right? The other vehicle must be capable of driving through a sandstorm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to travel between 2 places overnight. The woman in the white coat looked thoughtful for a moment, then nodded. They stood still as the raging sandstorm swept in. Also remaining motionless were 3,000 muscular men sitting cross-legged on the ground, their upper bodies exposed. Just as the sandstorm was slowly pushing them away and rushing towards them, Director Nixing's eyes suddenly narrowed. It's here. The black front of the car emerged from the vast sandstorm. 1, 2, 3. 30 cars lined up in a row, resembling a black iron chain rushing towards them. Stop. The order must be obeyed, and all vehicles must stop simultaneously. Groups of people filed out from above. The orderly and well-equipped firearms created a calm and composed atmosphere. Everything about this demonstrates that this is an excellent team. Lin Feng also got out of the car and slowly walked to the front of the Mutant Legion. Director Nixing also stepped over the Blood Warriors to reach the forefront. Director Inai Xing looked at Lin Feng and suddenly felt a surge of emotion. You were born 10 years earlier. I'm absolutely dead by now. It's a pity that I no longer experience failure. Hearing Director Nixing's confident words, Lin Feng asked, "Why? Are you so confident that you can destroy me?" Director Xing smiled and shook his head, saying, "That's only one aspect. Another aspect is that my plan at Yinfeng was actually being implemented for the second time." Lin Feng nodded slightly. This does indeed illustrate some points. For example, your funding sources and your experimental supplies are not something a simple terrorist organization could accomplish. You should have stable tax revenue, stable resource channels, and a stable supply of talent. After speaking, Lin Feng's gaze passed over Director Xing and fell upon the four people behind the Blood Warrior. Those were already level 30. So now, it's impossible for me to fail. Director Nixing couldn't help but reveal this. Seriously, he's been holding in for far too long. Before meeting Lin Feng, he didn't believe anyone was qualified to hear his plans or understand his schemes. Only Lin Feng, who had ruined many of his own plans for the Rock Peak Central City, was qualified to listen to his stories. This is a source of pride unique to him, the rebellious bureau chief. Chapter 198, The Great Battle Begins. Looking at the slightly deranged director of the Anti-Star Bureau in front of him, Lin Feng showed no reaction, only calmly asking, "Now that we've finished talking, let's begin." Clearly, he had no interest in the so-called plan of Director Nixing. Director Nixing also shook his head. "What a pity, what a real pity. I thought I had met a kindred spirit, but even you can't understand my plans. Then, go to hell." Director Nixing suddenly waved his hand, and an air cannon shot straight at Lin Feng's face. It's even stronger now. After undergoing a long period of training with the energy infusion device, Director Nixing finally began to show his full strength after leaving the restrictive environment of Rock Peak Central City. A powerful air cannon came at such close range. Even among the deputy directors of Nixing who had reached level 30, none of them were confident that they could handle it. But Lin Feng simply swung his hand back sharply in response to such an air cannon. They actually chose to confront us head-on. Bang! The moment the fist collided with the compressed air, a shockwave spread outwards. The wind made their clothes flutter loudly. Superior. Without much hesitation, Oldley gave the order for everyone to fire simultaneously. Da, 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 da. Ah, da, ta, ta, ta. The woman in the white lab coat also pressed the button on her hand abruptly. In an instant, all the blood warriors present opened their eyes. This time, they were even more ferocious, their eyes completely filled with blood, and their slightly open mouths even revealed teeth that looked like saw teeth. No, these people, they can no longer be called human beings. These people, on all fours and braving the bullets, charged towards the mutant legion. These bullets, which could easily penetrate the guards' bulletproof vests, only left bruises on the group of bloodthirsty warriors. Even such bruises will dissolve within 3 seconds due to the vigorous flow of blood. Even the deputy directors of Nixing, let alone others, had a touch of emotion in their eyes at this moment, as expected of a force that wiped out their elite troops in a single attack. These creatures are more like mythical beasts than humans. But facing such a being, Oldley remained calm and said, "Reload. Da 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 da." The increased buffer space created by the continued firing in front allowed those behind to reload with 2 clicks. Da 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 da. Both sides worked together, and everyone completed the ammunition reloading within half a minute. Top, 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 top. This time, the rate of fire decreased, but the bullet power increased significantly. While it might not kill them instantly, it could at least leave a mark on these bloodthirsty warriors. If the team is well coordinated, a 3-person squad could actually kill a bloodlust warrior by unleashing all their bullets into his heart. But Oldley, however, spoke calmly. Prepare for melee combat. The mutant legion showed no change in expression, only continuing to fire calmly. However, their aim at shooting has subtly changed from killing to inflicting as many wounds as possible. He ignored the hail of bullets and the inhuman cries of the bloodthirsty warriors around him. Director Xing looked at Lin Feng with a somewhat solemn expression. "You also have an energy transfer device? You're level 32? No way. How could you possibly be level 30 at such a young age?" Director Nixing's tone was full of resentment and jealousy. Lin Feng unleashed his full power, instantly tearing his clothes apart to reveal the pneumatic mechanical arm on his back. "Nothing is impossible. At 15 years old, any resident of a top-tier empire can reach level 30. This time, Lin Feng wasn't lying. Even now, he was only at the level of an ordinary resident of a top-tier empire. At most, they just know a little more about other things than ordinary residents. Top-tier empire? Silently savoring those words, director Ni Xing's gaze towards Lin Feng turned greedy. It seems you have inherited something remarkable. Come on, let me see the power of some of the top imperial residents. Just as director Ni Xing finished speaking, a black line suddenly appeared in front of him. Okay, that's right, the knife is faster than sound. The blade appeared in front of him first, and Lin Feng's voice followed. Director Ni Xing quickly raised his fists. Air explosion punch. Compressed air shielded his fist as he slammed the blade down in front of him. Clang! A series of metallic clangs rang out, but the next second, Director Nixing realized something was wrong. Pain! I'm actually feeling pain on the surface of my fist. He quickly stomped his foot. The compressed air exploded instantly, and he was thrown dozens of meters away. Base! A black line cuts through the sky. But the dust that Director Nixing had kicked up while trying to escape was instantly cleaved in two. Director Nixing looked down and could clearly see the surface of his fist. A thin wound began to slowly expand, and blood began to seep out. Both he and the deputy directors of Nixing were somewhat bewildered at this moment. One cut. Even the director of the Anti-Star Bureau was no match for Lin Feng's single strike. Puffed, 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 puffed. At the same time, the firepower network built by the Aberrant Legion began to show its power. The prolonged barrage of fire began to weaken the Blood Warriors' defenses. Moreover, all the members of the Aberrant Legion have very steady hands, often firing 2 bullets in quick succession to pierce the heart of a Blood Warrior. For a moment, the Blood Warriors found it difficult to advance. Seeing this situation, Director Nixing's gaze darkened, and he gave the order directly. Everyone, follow me. One can't win. That means all 5 of them came together. The woman in the white coat pressed the button on her hand again. Moment. All the bloodthirsty warriors, whose fists were originally just strong muscles, swelled up. Clang. Even if 2 bullets were relayed, they would still be stuck by the opponent's muscles and unable to advance any further. The 4 level 30 deputy directors of the Reverse Star also immediately strode forward and surrounded Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Director Nixing was continuously firing air cannons from a distance. It's like they're treating him like a boss, trying to wear him down. Base! Lin Feng swung his sword and grabbed 2 folding longswords. But the next second, the 4 deputy directors of the Reverse Star Bureau launched an attack on Lin Feng at the same time. Knife! Gun! Claw! Leg! In addition, there's an air cannon from the director of the Inverse Star Bureau. The twin serpent blades sweep across the world. Faced with attacks coming from all directions at the same time, Lin Feng could only use an offensive martial art as a defensive technique. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously. The sharp blades that swept across the sky were constantly compressed in space as they faced the attacks of 5 level 30 experts. Meanwhile, on the other side, the second-generation mutated blood warriors, carrying the corpses of their predecessors, broke through the barrage of fire from the mutant army. Chapter 199 1 against 5 for already killed. At this moment, both the Blood Warrior and the director of the Inverse Star shared the same thought. Kill. Kill them in one fell swoop. Launch. Lin Feng suddenly said in a low voice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, miniature rockets, each about the length of a finger, were launched from his waist. The deputy director and others were startled when they saw the mini rocket suddenly shot towards them. Danger! Danger! At this moment, they no longer cared about Lin Feng and all turned to flee, some even rolling on the ground without a care. All I want is to get away from Lin Feng as soon as possible. They soon proved that their choice was right. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out around Lin Feng, and the heat-inducing shockwaves directly overturned the bloodthirsty warriors who had just rushed to his side. The shockwave contained an astonishing amount of heat that burned through the skin and muscles of these bloodthirsty warriors, even turning the bones inside black. To perish together? Even Director Nixing had this thought in his mind. No way. Base. Another slash cleaved through the flames, revealing Lin Feng at the center of the explosion, intact and undamaged. Director Nixing also noticed several burn marks on Lin Feng's folding longsword. Lin Feng had clearly used his longsword to create an isolation. From this perspective, the shockwave and heat that affected him were also within his calculations. Horrible. What a formidable opponent. At the same time, the Blood Warriors successfully charged into the face of the Aberrant Legion. Looking at these mutated, bloodthirsty warriors, each the size of his own head, the Aberrant Legion showed no emotion whatsoever as he drew his sword from his waist. The waist knife is only about the length of a calf, but it gleamed with a chilling light that made one stand still. Puff! Tear! He dodged the berserkers' punches and bites by flipping over, and then slashed at their necks with a knife. Puff! The powerful arterial blood flushed away the skull, revealing a smooth, mirror-like cut. Oomph! Looks like your necks aren't any harder than steel. Oldly sneered. A super alloy made from the dorsal fin of a desert tyrannosaurus, the strange bones of a pangolin, and the special electro-fused steel produced by the Aoba factory. It can easily cut through even the hardest steel on the market. The other person's neck? Same here. The woman in the white coat was also shocked when she saw this. No, it's not just a weapons issue. There are levels too. The opponent's levels are all above level 20. How could that be? How is that possible? Isn't this an army of mutants? It was already quite difficult for them to be sick, but to have them all grow to level 20 or higher within a month was incredible. Even those people from beyond the heavens wouldn't dare say they could do it. Blood Spider. The sudden shout from Director Nixing also drew his attention, and he turned his gaze towards it. Blood Spider, the deputy director of the Reverse Star Bureau, stood there dumbfounded, not even making a move when Lin Feng's longsword fell. He was beheaded by Lin Feng's longsword in one stroke. For a moment, neither the director nor the deputy director dared to approach Lin Feng. Weird. This is so weird. Lin Feng's eyes, however, were filled with an eerie purple light. Illusionary Dream. First-tier dream entering technique, Abyss Dream. Lin Feng's control technique, a combination of psychic abilities and first-tier magic, is truly divine. His gaze swept over Director Nixing and the others. Lin Feng gave a cold laugh. You're not coming to me? Then I'll be coming to find you guys. With a sudden burst of force, Lin Feng staggered and attacked Deputy Director Anai Xing, whose aura was the most stable. Sure enough, even the Deputy Director, with the most stable demeanor, stood still. His eyes were glazed over, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he remained motionless. Kill! Suddenly, Director Anai Xing, who was still some distance away, accelerated and charged towards Lin Feng. The other two deputy directors of the Reverse Star Bureau also suddenly gathered their true energy and unleashed their strongest combat power. Broken chicken feet. A kick right through the heart. Air explosion, star-breaking fist. Lin Feng can only control one at a time. This is their chance. Never before have they been pushed to this extent since they grew up. But now, Lin Feng successfully cornered them all. But the most vicious dogs are those that are cornered. Deputy Director Anai Xing, whose eyes had just lost their sparkle, now had his eyes focused again. My father's mental strength is also very strong. As expected of the Deputy Director of the Nixing Bureau, who has the most stable aura, he actually managed to trick Lin Feng at the last minute. Director Anai Xing and the other Deputy Directors also showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Unexpected. I never expected this person to be so quick-witted. Even the woman in the white coat in the distance had a smile on her face. But when her gaze fell upon old Li's calm and composed face, she suddenly realized what was happening. Wrong. It's a trap. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the woman could finish speaking, another round of mini rockets was suddenly launched. He attacked the three deputy directors of the Reverse Star Bureau, who were beside him. The three of them jumped in surprise and were just about to dodge when Lin Feng's eerie purple eyes suddenly appeared in their line of sight. The three of them quickly realized what was happening and activated their mental defenses. Illusionary Dream. First-tier dream entry technique, Entangling Realm. The three of them were only momentarily stunned. They were not completely unable to move as before. But in that instant, their rhythm was disrupted. Their movements to dodge also paused for a fleeting moment. Boom! 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 But in just that short time, the mini rocket exploded right in front of them. Air shield. Director Nixing once again unleashed his supernatural power, instantly turning the space around him into a swamp. The flames and shockwave from the explosion were weakened by the swamp and did not reach him. At the same time, his fist also hit Lin Feng's back. Not good. What should have been a happy occasion turned into a silent lament for Director Nixing. Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Feng used Director Ni Xing's punch to fly directly out of the blast radius. As for the deputy director of the Anti-Star Bureau, who was hit by the mini-rocket and exploded, he wasn't so lucky. Both heads were burned through on the spot. The only surviving deputy director, who had the most composed demeanor, also had half of his face and body turn black. They're not dead, of course, but they don't have much fighting power left. And Lin Feng, taking a solid punch from Director Nixing, was certainly not pleasant. Even with the device behind him blocking the way, it wasn't a dedicated defensive device, and he still took most of the damage. A trickle of crimson blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth. Gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Feng casually pulled out a bottle of medicine and poured it into his mouth. How could he not have prepared recovery potions after such an intense battle? Upon witnessing this scene, Director Ni Xing's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Lin Feng, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 200. The Problem with Internal Organs. Although he could say that Nixing was already invincible, cultivating a suitable talent to assist him was never an easy task. And these four people today, they all worked their way up from the bottom to the position of deputy director. But what about now? He couldn't tolerate that Lin Feng had actually killed them all. At this moment, the woman in the white coat also had disbelief on her face. That's too fast. It wasn't that Lin Feng killed people too quickly, but rather the mutant legion. They cooperated in drawing their swords and beheading each other. Their faces showed no change whatsoever, as if they were not killing people but mowing grass. And the blood warrior she painstakingly created was made from those individual blades of grass. The grass was easily harvested by the other side. Lin Feng, you're very confident, but you're being too confident. Where's this place? This is the headquarters of our Reverse Star, a headquarters with over 500,000 members. After saying that, Director Ni Xing suddenly pulled on his communicator. He shouted loudly into it. All personnel mobilized. If 3,000 can't win, then 30,000. If 30,000 still can't win, then everyone will be mobilized. 300,000, 500,000. He refused to believe that he couldn't keep Lin Feng here today. Just as Director Nixing gave his order, an incredibly magnificent building appeared behind them. The hemispherical structure, which is over 300 meters high, stands majestically. This is the headquarters of Reverse Star, a super large base that can accommodate more than 500,000 people. As the director of the Inverse Star Bureau roared hysterically, the bottom of the base, which had been intact, began to slowly rise. One doorway after another appeared. At this moment, the Reverse Star base resembled a giant beast opening its ferocious maw. It seemed poised to devour everything in its path. Lin Feng smiled upon seeing this. That's right, he laughed. Director Ni Xing frowned immediately. Why? On what grounds? 500,000, almost all of them soldiers. How can the other side be laughing? How can you even laugh? At this moment, Lin Feng seemed to have discerned the other party's thoughts and said calmly, I'm laughing because these doors have finally been opened. Buzz. Boom. Buzz. Boom. A series of missile launches were heard. 10 missiles, each requiring 2 people to encircle, hurtled straight towards the open portals at the Reverse Star headquarters. These missiles were so fast that they didn't even wait for the people at the Reverse Star headquarters to come out. These missiles have already penetrated the area. Bang! Crackling. Bang! Crackling. The terrifying sound of explosions rang out, but what was even more terrifying was what followed the explosions of these missiles. Electric current. Countless blue electric currents burst forth and instantly covered the entire Reverse Star headquarters base. Snap! There's no way around it. The power of these electric currents is just too outrageous. The base's outer walls began to crack, and you could even see inside through the cracks. Inside, there was also a blue arc of electricity. Clearly, the Reverse Star headquarters base has now transformed into a giant electric sphere. Snap! Snap! Exaggerated cracks began to appear on the surface of the base. Boom! Terrifying arcs of electricity swept through the base, bringing with them an extremely intense heat. Under the test of this earth fire and heavenly thunder, the semicircular Reverse Star base finally began to disintegrate. Even Director Nixing stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at the collapse of the headquarters base. That's all. In less than 30 seconds, his 40 years of hard work vanished. Lin Feng slowly stood up, looked at director Anai Xing, and continued. You said that the reverse star is already invincible, but you actually made a mistake. Anai Xing is indeed invincible. He can no longer afford to collapse. But can the stars that have lost you reunite? The organization you spent 40 years building has long since left your mark everywhere. Whether you die, or someone below you is elected to take the position, or someone behind you is sent directly to you, there will only be one outcome. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then slowly uttered 4 words. It fell apart. When director Nixing turned around, the anger on his face had disappeared. Right now, there's only one thing in his eyes: murderous intent. The killing intent towards Lin Feng. You're right, but you've also got one thing wrong. That is, I will not die. After saying that, director Nixing pulled out a bottle of blood-red medicine and swallowed it. His stomach began to burn, but a powerful force also began to radiate throughout his body. Bloodlust potion. Their modified bloodlust potion. A new bloodthirst potion that can unleash 3 times his power. With 3 times the strength, how could he not kill an injured Lin Feng? Seeing this, Lin Feng burst into laughter. Easy. Freehand style. It seemed that all dangers had been averted at that moment. Do you have another trick up your sleeve? The moment he spoke, director Anai Xing appeared in front of Lin Feng with a sudden burst of air behind him. He raised his fist and slammed it down towards Lin Feng. At his peak, he didn't want Lin Feng to waste any more words. All he wanted to do now was kill him. Kill the opponent as quickly as possible in the shortest amount of time. Only in this way will he have a chance to turn the tide. A powerful punch was about to reach Lin Feng when a loud crack was heard. Suddenly, Lin Feng's hand appeared and grasped his fist. Thump! Puff! The seemingly carefree director, he suddenly felt a tearing pain in his internal organs. Immediately afterwards, he lost control and fell to the ground. The woman in the white coat couldn't help but widen her eyes at the sight. Horrified, this was the only expression on her face at that moment. She didn't even have this expression when the base collapsed. But now it has happened. You? At this moment, director Anai Xing was dumbfounded. What exactly is the other party's level? Such a simple block would cause this result unless the opponent's level is 40 or higher. That's impossible. If someone were level 40 or higher, would they even need to take that punch from him before? Confused? While the energy delivery device is so useful, it also has consequences, such as damage to internal organs. While the bloodthirst potion is incredibly effective, it also comes with consequences, including extreme strain on the internal organs. You keep damaging your internal organs and then put them under extreme pressure. What do you think the result will be? Lin Feng rubbed his slightly numb hands and said calmly,